I became a revered god, yet my life was more miserable than any mortal's. 8 billion people transmigrated into wild gods, but I started with 100 loyal followers. But the divine power could only last for 2.5 days, and the believers might be devoured by monsters at any moment, while all I could do was only watch helplessly as they marched toward destruction. It wasn't until I discovered I could see hidden messages that I realized every desperate situation has a way out. My name is Fang Xiang, one of 8 billion transmigrators, starting off as a wild deity. The crimson sunset was devoured by the night, and howls echoed across the wilderness. I looked down upon a solitary village, where a 3-inch-tall deity statue on a bluestone altar emitted a gentle glow, shielding the settlement. I am the wild god within this very statue. Beneath the bluestone altar, 100 villagers knelt in devout prayer, their supplications transforming into golden threads that coiled around the idol. Finally merged into my origin space. A mechanical voice echoed in my ears. 8 billion people from across the globe have crossed over into the night world, starting off as wild gods. Every 3 million people are assigned to a continent, each initially possessing 100 believers. Remember, divine power is the only shield to protect believers in the darkness. Once divine power is exhausted, or all believers perish, the god will also fall. Please give your all and embark on the path of the eternal true God. Before my eyes, a light screen appears, with 6 panels shimmering with an eerie glow. Opening my personal information, I saw my own panel, deity, Fang Xiang level. Low-level wild deity, 25% divine power, 25% skills, dreams, blessings, divine voices, and the radiance of protection, 1 divine power / 6 hours, believers. My divine power is only enough to sustain 2.5 days of sanctuary. Looking again at the follower information, all 100 followers are devout believers. Followers are divided into casual believers, ordinary believers, devout believers, fanatics, and saints. Devout believers have a faith level between 1 and 9. The daily faith power provided by believers is linked to their level of devotion, with every 100 points of faith power able to condense into 1 point of divine power. My followers provide 9 points of divine power daily, while maintaining the sanctuary requires 1 point of divine power per day, resulting in a severe imbalance between income and expenditure. I opened the regional chat, where messages were flooding in, filled with chaos and despair. The days are getting shorter, we won't last 2 more days. If we can't survive, might as well indulge ourselves one last time. I forced myself to stay calm and sifted through the overwhelming information for anything useful. The nights are growing longer, food supplies are running low, and the villagers look gaunt and malnourished. We must send the believers out to scavenge for resources at dawn. As this thought arose, a leather map suddenly appeared before my eyes. The map marks the terrain around the village. Wild berry bushes, miasma swamps, packs of black moonwolves, and to the far south, a divine relic flickering with golden red markings, unknown. This map should only be in my possession, it's my golden finger. The long night finally passed, and a gloomy light enveloped the land. Village chief Li Changqing staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with numbness and gloom. In the next instant, the divine statue erupted with a blazing silver radiance, and a beam of light shot into Li Changqing's forehead. I used divine power to bestow blessings upon him. Under the divine baptism, Li Changqing's body underwent a wondrous transformation. The Alaya consciousness deep within his brow was unlocked, and the phantom of a golden great bow emerged. I have awakened. Li Changqing murmured, then reached out and grasped, a golden great bow appearing in his palm. He drew his bow and loosed an arrow, its gleam lingering undiminished in the ashen daylight. Is this the power of a transcendent? The villagers gasped in awe. Li Changqing knelt before me and said, Great Fang Xiangjuan, thank you for your divine blessings. As he awakened, his faith in me grew purer, directly increasing his faith level to 10 and making him a fanatic. A bit of divine power in exchange for a professional and a fanatic, this deal is too profitable. A fanatic can provide 10 faith points daily, equivalent to 0.1 divine power, which is a qualitative leap. I used divine power to issue a majestic divine voice, 700 meters due south. There is a sword-shaped peak with divine remains above the mountainside, bring it back. Li Changqing immediately took command, leading a search team of 7 or 8 skilled men toward Sword Peak. Outside the divine radiance's protection, the world under the gray daylight was terrifying and oppressive. Giant spiders and twisted shadows made everyone's hearts race with fear. Li Changqing also felt the oppression, but he still led the way. Search team, move out. Retrieve the item and return immediately. Through the map, I could clearly see everything around them. Soon, the search team arrived at Sword Peak. Li Changqing found a broken skull halfway up the mountain, engraved with faint runes. This must be the divine remains. As a team member, Li Baxian reached out to touch the divine remains, but a two-headed snake suddenly emerged from the skull's eye socket and lunged to bite him. You vile creature, how dare you! At the critical moment, Li Changqing roared and shot an arrow, blasting off one of the two-headed snake's heads. The two-headed snake's other head spewed out a jet of pitch-black venom, but Li Changqing swiftly shot another arrow in return, killing it outright. The death of the two-headed snake caused Li Changqing's experience bar to skyrocket. Upgrading one's profession brings significant improvements, and I feel a strong sense of urgency. Li Baxian was filled with lingering fear, realizing the gap between ordinary people and professionals, and was full of envy toward Li Changsheng. They also developed a deep reverence for me. Percent it wasn't me who saved you, but Fang Xiang who saved you, Li Changsheng said solemnly. He continued to approach the divine remains, gave a gentle tap, and the depression in the skull cracked open, revealing a fist-sized white crystal that rolled out. So this is the divine crystal? Li Changsheng's eyes lit up as he picked it up and tucked it into his robe. He knew this treasure was too hot to handle and he must return to the village immediately. The crowd lifted the divine corpse and hurried back to the village. Due to the presence of the divine crystal, they encountered several attacks along the way. Li Changsheng displayed immense power, but his stamina gradually began to deplete. Just as he was nearing exhaustion, an arrow pierced the serpent's head, instantly filling his experience bar and leveling him up to level 2. After leveling up, Li Changsheng's eagle eye skill became stronger, and both his spirit and stamina were restored. He became increasingly adept, leading everyone back to the village before his strength gave out. Li Changsheng hurried to the high platform and reverently placed the divine crystal before the statue. Great Fang Xiang, your faithful servant has brought back what you desired. I sensed an intense longing and drew the divine crystal into the divine space. The crystal merged with my divine form, bursting forth with radiant golden light. My divine form solidified considerably, and my divine power limit increased to 5 points. With the divine crystal, the safety of my believers is now better assured. This divine remains can also be put to good use. I opened the mall transaction and saw that first-tier divine crystals were priced at 100 faith points, while divine remains cost 30 faith points. The buyback price was too low, so I decided to post in the regional chat to find buyers. I posted in the chat channel, divine remains, can forge artifacts, PM if interested. After sending the message, many people replied. I filtered out the valuable ones, only to find very few could trade with me. Among them, a netizen with the nickname One Person Crying, True Love Invincible caught my attention. He claimed to have incomplete divine ability scrolls in his possession. I immediately wrote back to inquire. The other party replied that the writing on the scroll was blurred, with only one last chance to use it remaining. I told him to put the items in the trade window so I could check the scroll's quality through the system. Chapter 4. The proper use of divine remains. A fragmented divine power scroll. Quality, low grade tier 1. Effect, upon use, grants an extremely low chance to acquire an unknown divine ability. By comparison, this scroll holds little value. Though his divine remains are also of the first tier inferior grade, they can be used to forge divine artifacts. Moreover, standing 3 meters tall, the quantity of divine artifacts it could forge would be considerable. No wonder the other party was so eager to make a move. After all, continuing to gamble would only lead to losing everything. However, Fang Xiang possessed numerous divine remains, making it feasible to take a gamble. Fang Xiang immediately drove down the price. This scroll is too risky. I can only offer you 1 pound of meat. The other party instantly objected, no way. At least 5 pounds. Sure, this scroll only has 1 chance left, but what if it unlocks a divine ability? You'd be raking in the profits. Besides, 1 pound of meat? With over 90 people in my village, that wouldn't even cover the broth. Fang Xiang, extremely low probability. Do you really think it'll happen? 2.5 pounds. Any more and I'll go ask someone else. The other party reluctantly agreed. After all, the item wasn't particularly valuable, and they'd just entered the divine ruins. Food scarcity far outweighed the appeal of a divine ability scroll. Deal. Happy trading. Friend, can we add each other? Maybe someday we'll join the same divine faction. Fang Xiang, sure. Truthfully, Fang Xiang knew he'd snagged an absolute steal trading just 2.5 pounds of meat for a divine ability scroll. Had it not been for the early shortage of food among the followers, he never would have secured it with such a meager amount of meat. After uploading the traded items, both figures vanished swiftly. Before Fang Xiang's eyes floated an ancient-looking scroll. What surprised Fang Xiang was that on the map, an upward arrow appeared beside the scroll. Beside the arrow was a label, 1%. Could this arrow mean its probability could increase? Fang Xiang's breathing quickened. If this probability could truly be increased, then his chances of obtaining divine abilities would grow significantly. After a moment's thought, Fang Xiang placed the divine remains atop the scroll. Sure enough, the divine remains were absorbed by the scroll. The number beside the arrow began to flicker, 1%. 2%. Fang Xiang felt a surge of delight. Indeed, this scroll could increase the probability. Without hesitation, he poured more divine remains into it. After feeding in nearly half of the 20 gene of divine remains, the probability rose to 80%. Still not enough, keep adding. 30 pounds, 40 pounds. The probability reached 98%. Even if the probability reached 99.99%, with only a 0.01% chance of failure, in Fang Xiang's eyes, it was practically non-existent. After all, anything less than absolute success was tantamount to absolute failure. Fang Xiang was already cursed with bad luck. When boosting Li Changsheng's divine power, he'd even promised to sacrifice his own fortune. Now, with his luck so black it was turning purple, how could he dare gamble with his fate? Add more. Finally, the arrow had vanished. Probability, 100%. Fang Xiang had spent over 80 gene of divine remains, considering the entire search party had only brought back a little over 100 gene of divine remains in total. Fang Xiang enveloped the scroll with his mist-like body. The next moment, the scroll emitted a hazy glow. A peculiar energy flowed into Fang Xiang's body. The next instant, a message appeared in Fang Xiang's mind. Divine Ability Artifact Forging. Art of Forging, Tier 1. Enables the use of divine power to forge divine artifacts. The quality of divine artifacts cannot exceed Tier 1, determined by the materials used and the divine power infused. Fang Xiang gazed at the divine ability he had unlocked, a flicker of delight rising in his heart. If True Love Invincible knew this scroll could boost success rates, he'd probably regret it to death. Fang Xiang immediately tested the art of forging. He took a piece of divine bone and ordinary iron, then infused a bit of divine power. Radiant divine power enveloped the materials, instantly transforming them into a searing liquid. The liquid swirled and danced in the air, as if imbued with life, gradually stretching and taking shape. The outlines of 10 arrows began to form. Each arrow bore unique patterns from the divine remains, radiating an aura both solemn and deadly. Fang Xiang placed the 10 arrows into the trait interface and began examining their attributes using its functions. Divine Remnant Arrows. Quality, Tier 1, low grade. Special effect, Precision, significantly increases hit rate. Other divine remains arrows possess different special effects. Each one is unique. There are 3 types: precision, explosive, and piercing. This alone could multiply Li Changqing's combat prowess tenfold or more. This is the true power of divine artifacts. And this was merely a low-grade artifact of the first tier, the most basic level of divine artifacts. Fang Xiang bestowed 10 arrows upon Li Changqing. Kneeling on the ground, Li Changqing gazed at the 10 arrows before him, his very soul trembling with excitement. As an archery tier awakened individual, he instantly recognized that all 10 arrows were divine artifacts. Each one contained immense power. Li Changqing bowed his head in reverence. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his bounty. May your divine radiance forever illuminate us. The villagers of Fang Xiang village knelt and bowed as well, chanting the divine name. Fang Xiang opened the map and discovered that with the 5-point divine power limit, the visible range had expanded significantly. It now extended a full 5 kilometers. At the eastern edge of the visible map, he spotted a white circle. This signified a village under divine protection. 2 villages within just 5 kilometers? Fang Xiang murmured to himself. Seems like this world has quite a few divine entities. I wonder if the deity of this village also originates from Blue Star. However, Fang Xiang wouldn't rashly approach them. He would at least need to ascertain their background before making contact. Fang Xiang scanned the map, skipping over the blood-red high-risk zones entirely. His primary focus was on the low-risk zones, prioritizing a steady and methodical approach. West, Black Moon Wolfpack, low risk. Northeast, Black Iron Demon Wood, low risk. Among these, the Black Iron Demon Wood held the greatest allure for Fang Xiang. This stuff would be perfect for forging artifacts. However, the gray daylight hours were dwindling today, and he needed to hurry to stockpile grain for the village. Judging by the red markers on the map and the distances from previous divine remains, the Black Moon Wolfpack was closer, about 2 to 3 kilometers away, while the Black Iron Demon would lay roughly 3 to 4 kilometers distant. Without food, the villagers couldn't endure the 8+ kilometer round trip and the grueling battle. Fang Xiang activated his divine sound, and a vast, majestic voice echoed beneath the heavens. 3 kilometers due west lies the Black Moon Wolfpack. Edible. Black Moon Wolves? Edible? Li Changqing was well aware of the Black Moon Wolves' reputation. Many monsters in the ruins were contaminated, and not all meat was safe to eat. Before divine guidance existed, survival depended either on experience or on risking lives to test the waters. Though called wolves, Black Moon Wolves were actually larger than tigers, swift as the wind, and extremely dangerous. In the past, even knowing their meat was edible, Li Changqing would never have dared to provoke them. But now, having awakened his class and armed with Fang Xiang's divine skeletal arrows, he felt no fear. Moreover, the meat of the Black Moon Wolfpack was indeed of exceptional quality. I obey the divine command. Li Changqing knelt in homage. Li Changqing always acted with decisive speed. This time, he assembled a hunting party of 15 men and set off toward the Black Moon Wolfpack. The days of the gray season grow shorter by the day. With no way to measure time, no one knew how much longer it would last. Therefore, they must race against the clock. The hunting party moved swiftly, like a gust of wind cutting through the dark forest. Though Li Baxian and the others hadn't awakened their powers, their physical prowess was undeniable, far surpassing that of modern humans. 3 kilometers could be covered in just over 10 minutes. This was faster than the world record on Blue Star. Li Changqing made a gesture, stop. The 15 following him halted instantly. Such discipline was commendable. Li Changqing crouched low, gazing at a lone wolf ahead. There's a Black Moon Wolf here.
Though the others didn't possess Li Changqing's keen eyesight, his pointing allowed them to spot the Black Moon Wolf as well.
The Black Moon Wolf was massive yet agile, its muscles flowing with power. In the gray sunlight, it presented a picture of strength and speed perfectly combined. There's only one here, but Fang Xiang mentioned a pack.
Li Baxian frowned. Could it be more Black Moon Wolves are hidden elsewhere? Chapter 5, The Black Moon Wolf Pack and the Sacrificial Offering.
Li Changqing shook his head.
I don't know.
I haven't seen any other Black Moon Wolves, but Lord Fang Xiangjuan's divine decree cannot be wrong. His voice was filled with certainty. Village chief, should we kill it? Li Baxian whispered. It seems to be searching for something. What if it discovers us? Li Changqing shook his head. Let's observe first. Just then, the Black Moon Wolf's nose twitched slightly, as if catching a scent. Suddenly, it let out a howl. Then, to the astonished gazes of the hunting party, over a dozen Black Moon Wolves burst from the surrounding forest. Li Changqing immediately drew his golden greatbow, ready to fire, only to realize these wolves weren't targeting them. Their target was a herd of sika deer. The Black Moon Wolves worked with seamless coordination, encircling the deer. Within mere seconds, 7 or 8 deer were felled. The wolves abruptly halted their hunt, guarding the carcasses without consuming them, as if awaiting something. Soon, the hunting party spotted a Black Moon Wolf King emerge twice the size of its packmates. Standing in the gray sunlight, the Black Moon Wolf King's form was as chilling as the shadow of night itself. Its fur was the deepest black, each strand seeming to absorb all surrounding light, emanating a cold and mysterious aura. Its green eyes radiated icy ferocity, a gaze that seemed to pierce straight through the soul, sending shivers down the spine and imposing an invisible, crushing pressure. A level 2 monster, the Black Moon Wolf King. Seeing the Black Moon Wolf King, Li Changqing's excitement surged. Killing this Black Moon Wolf King would surely grant him a significant boost in experience points. Yet he held his ground, biding his time. After the Black Moon Wolf King devoured the first piece of meat, the other wolves began to feast on the prey. And just as the pack lowered their guard, Li Changqing struck. Divine skeleton arrows shot forth, one piercing the Black Moon Wolf King's forehead. The Black Moon Wolf King fell straight to the ground. The dull thud startled all the Black Moon Wolves. Li Baxian and the others also began firing their arrows. Though their arrows lacked Li Changqing's power, the hail of projectiles still wounded many Black Moon Wolves. Li Changqing, however, began a frenzied slaughter. Against these ordinary Black Moon Wolves, he didn't need to use his divine skeleton arrows, ordinary iron arrows sufficed. Facing the encirclement of second-tier archery class players, it was a one-sided slaughter. Before long, the Black Moon Wolf pack was surrounded and slaughtered by the group. As the pack fell, Li Changqing's experience bar shot upward. It shot straight up to 18 points. Only 2 points remained before reaching Tier 3. Li Changqing's face broke into a satisfied smile. Not only had he secured food, but the joy of nearing a level up and growing stronger filled him. The dark forest was terrifying. Peril lurked at every turn. No one knew what lurked around the next corner. Only by constantly growing stronger could one survive. Faced with this pile of prime cuts, smiles spread across everyone's faces. They began cleaning the spoils, taking the most succulent cuts from the elk and wolves. Each person carried hundreds of pounds of meat, their faces beaming with contentment. Only Li Changqing held nothing but his greatbow. He had to ensure everyone's safety, so naturally he didn't help carry the meat. Before the gray sunlight faded completely, the group finally returned to the village. The others had been waiting anxiously at the village entrance. Seeing Li Changqing and the others laden with meat, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. With this haul, if they rationed it carefully, the village wouldn't need to venture out on dangerous hunts for several months. Li Changqing's wife immediately stepped forward, her surprise evident. "Why did you bring back so much meat this time?" Li Changqing laughed heartily, "All thanks to Lord Fang Xiang. He foresaw everything. As soon as we set out, we encountered a pack of Black Moon Wolves hunting a herd of deer. We simply reaped the benefits, which is why we brought back so much meat." Li Changqing's wife, Xiaoyu, pressed her palms together in prayer. "We thank Lord Fang Xiang for bestowing this food upon us." After the villagers brought back the elk and Black Moon Wolf meat, Fang Xiang noticed a tainted aura clinging to the flesh. Fortunately, his protective divine light purified it. Not only that, but Li Baxian and the others also showed signs of contamination. Clearly, the situation outside was far from optimistic. Only within the protection of the divine radiance could one remain safe. Upon Li Changqing's return, he immediately placed the spoils before the 3-inch divine statue and respectfully declared, "Lord Fang Xiang, please partake of the offerings." Li Changqing deliberately placed the Black Moon Wolf King's corpse before Fang Xiang as a sign of respect. Of course, Fang Xiang had no need to consume these offerings. However, he needed these offerings to trade with other deities. Moreover, the Black Moon Wolf King's bones and teeth made excellent materials for refining artifacts. Thus, he directly stored these offerings into his trade inventory. Seeing Fang Xiang accept the offerings, the villagers of Fang Xiang village beamed with joy. "Wonderful! Lord Fang Xiang has accepted our offerings." The villagers here were simple folk, without much guile. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for every single one of them to be devoted believers. Seeing their revered deity accept their offerings filled their hearts with nothing but joy and pride.
Li Changsheng laughed heartily, meat is plentiful today. Eat your fill and sleep soundly. For days, they'd feared Fang Xiang might collapse and fall. That's why they'd prayed day and night, hoping to help Fang Xiang.
Now, seeing Fang Xiang's divine power stabilize, it was time to rest properly. The women bustled about, preparing the game the men had brought back.
The children assisted them in their tasks.
The campfire blazed fiercely, filling the air with the aroma of roasting meat. Golden brown chunks of meat sizzled on the grill, their fat dripping onto the coals with a cheerful crackle, like a joyful rhythm. Children laugh and chase each other around the fire, occasionally snatching a piece of grilled meat to savor its unique flavor. The elders sat nearby, conversing in hushed tones, recounting amusing tales from before nightfall, their faces radiating contentment.
Fang Xiang watched the group chatting and laughing in the lamplight, a warm ripple spreading through his heart.
Perhaps safeguarding the lights of the mortal world was the very purpose of a deity's existence? Just as the grand barbecue feast was underway, Fang Xiang opened the area chat module. The place was already buzzing with activity. Moreover, the light clusters representing 3 million deities have already extinguished 1/10 of their number. And this was after just one day. In the chat channel, many were pleading for help. Can anyone lend me some food? My followers are starving. I'll do anything for some food. Even sign a loan contract. I'm Superstar Shenli. If you give me food, I'll do anything you ask once I return to Blue Star. I'm the world's richest man, Matsuk. I'll pay 10 billion for a pound of food. It's way too dangerous out there. My followers went out and got devoured by a pack of tiger-sized wolves. Sigh. My followers fared worse. They encountered a bullet ant swarm the moment they stepped out and were completely wiped out. Going out means death, staying in means death. What on earth are we supposed to do? But these pleas for help were met with utter indifference, even harsh ridicule from those in better circumstances. If you're weak, train harder. Losers deserve to die. Things are this bad, and you still want to return to Blue Star? Dream on. I've lost my physical form. Do you really think your flimsy looks could tempt me? Ridiculous. My goal is to become an eternal true god. Beauty is but a fleeting illusion. Money? What's the difference between that and dirt? Besides, you're already in another world. Where'd you even get it? What good is money? My followers risked their lives just to scrape together a few scraps of food, barely enough for themselves. Give it to you? Chapter 6, The Mutual Aid Squad. Hearing this, those in dire straits instantly boiled over with rage. Damn it! So you got lucky and found some food? Why act so high and mighty? Tomorrow I'll send these people out to try their luck again. They're dead anyway without food. We're all transplants from Blue Star. Shouldn't we help each other? This is downright inhumane. Just then, Fang Xiang posted in the chat. I have extra food, but I need to trade for something. Fang Xiang's words drew immediate responses. Me. I'll trade. I have a scroll of human skin inscribed with the cultivation methods of the faithful. Me too, but is this for real? My followers are starving to death, and you claim to have surplus provisions? That can't be true. It should be real. Trading requires following procedures. The trade interface never makes mistakes. Holy crap. You're a godsend. Master, this humble maiden is delicate and easily swayed, skilled in all arts of entertainment. Might you spare me some provisions? Food meant life or death for the followers, so Fang Xiang's offer drew numerous responses. Within mere minutes, over 1,000 people added him as a friend. Fang Xiang accepted every single friend request. He mentally calculated that with his current food supply, he could likely trade with about 20 people. Once the Grey Day arrived tomorrow, he could craft transport tools for Li Changsheng and the others, potentially bringing back more food. By then, he might acquire more tools and help even more people. Within his capabilities, Fang Xiang still hoped to save as many people as possible. Besides, with the map in hand, Li Changsheng and the others would need to venture out to explore anyway. After all, if they just holed up in the village without actively growing, it would be hard to develop. After Fang Xiang explained the situation to them, most people had nothing to trade. Those who added him as a friend were clearly just looking to freeload. Fang Xiang immediately blocked them all. In the end, Fang Xiang filtered out 10 individuals with viable trade potential. These individuals possessed either iron weapons or special blueprints for divine artifacts. Of course, what piqued Fang Xiang's interest most were the cultivation methods of the believers. To awaken the Alaya consciousness, believers could either receive divine blessings or cultivate it themselves. But it was an arduous path. If a believer could awaken the Alaya consciousness through their own cultivation and obtain a rank weapon, that would be the best outcome. Fang Xiang sent a message. Is the cultivation method you possess genuine? 27° solo act. Absolutely. I've already uploaded it to the trading panel. You can click to view it. Fang Xiang opened the trading panel, revealing a scroll of human skin whose contents were indistinct. Description: First tier cultivation technique. Vortex spiritual cultivation method, slowly increases spiritual power. Seeing it was genuine, Fang Xiang immediately decided to trade 15 pounds of elk meat. 27° solo act. That's too little meat.
97 people won't last even a few days. 3 of my followers died for this scroll. Fang Xiang, how much do you want? 27-degree solo act, minimum 40 pounds. Fang Xiang agreed. 27-degrees solo act instantly regretted it. Damn. I underbid. This hard-working guy must have tons of meat. But now that the price was set, he couldn't back out. After the transaction, 27-degree unicorn immediately distributed the meat to the faithful. Though the followers shouted words of praise, the rate at which their faith increased remained unchanged. These individuals were already devoted followers, their faith ceilings locked in place. To increase their faith, he must cultivate fanatics among them. He hadn't neglected divine blessings, but alas, they had failed. After pondering, 27-degree unicorn decided to recruit Fang Xiang. Just as Fang Xiang was preparing to trade with others, a window popped up before his eyes. 27-degree solo play invites you to join Divine Sanctuary Faction Mutual Aid Squad. Fang Xiang clicked it out of curiosity. Within the Divine Sanctuary Mutual Aid Squad area, over 20 deities had already gathered. They were banding together for mutual support. Members of the same faction cannot attack each other. Moreover, mutual assistance is required. This assistance was mandatory. To Fang Xiang, it was undoubtedly a shackle. Fang Xiang glanced around and immediately retreated. 27-degree monologue waited hopefully, anticipating Fang Xiang's acceptance of the Mutual Aid Squad invitation. After all, someone who feeds their followers is definitely a big shot. But unexpectedly, the other party rejected it outright. 27-degree solo act instantly harbored resentment toward Fang Xiang. What a phony. He'd kindly invited him to join, yet Fang Xiang wouldn't give him the courtesy. But he didn't show it. Instead, he put on a show of false sincerity. Big shot, hard work pays off. Remember to trade with me first whenever you have loot. Fang Xiang, got it. After ending the conversation, Fang Xiang opened other players' trade windows. Exchanging several hundred pounds of meat, he acquired a divine artifact blueprint, some iron weapons, kitchenware, salt, and other goods. Apart from the divine artifact blueprint, the rest were daily necessities meant to improve the living standards of his followers. After all, meat spoils if left too long. Unless it's cured into bacon. And making cured meat required a large amount of salt. Fang Xiang distributed these items directly to the villagers. The villagers, who had been hosting a barbecue feast, were suddenly overcome with excitement upon seeing the kitchenware and seasonings appear out of nowhere. Led by Li Changsheng, they all knelt down in a clatter. The villagers shouted in unison, "Praise Lord Fang Xiang. Thank you for your bounty. Whenever I'm overcome by despair, you always light a lamp in the darkest hour, illuminating the path ahead. No matter how rugged the path ahead, I am filled with gratitude, for you have bestowed upon me the light of hope." Fang Xiang knew it was time to bestow blessings upon others. Faithful believers and fanatics were worlds apart. If he could turn all these people into fanatics, he'd gain a 10-point divine power bonus every day. Moreover, he could explore larger areas outside. Especially those high-risk zones, they held many valuable treasures. Fang Xiang fixed his gaze on the map, pondering who should receive the blessing. Among them, aside from Li Changsheng, the deepest green glow belonged to Li Baxin and a young man named Wang Yuan. But their radiance still wasn't strong enough. Using divine power for blessings would likely result in a significant loss. Therefore, Fang Xiang did not directly bestow blessings. Instead, he first distributed the vortex spiritual cultivation method. The ancient parchment slowly drifted down, landing in Li Changsheng's hands. The other villagers, witnessing this, reached out to touch the ancient scroll, filled with reverence and fervor. Li Changsheng cradled the parchment, his expression solemn and fervent. "This is the supreme wisdom bestowed upon us by Lord Fang Xiang. We must cherish it." At the roasted meat banquet, flames danced across every face as the crowd gathered around, tense yet exhilarated. The air was thick with the savory aroma of grilled meat, yet an eerie silence hung over the scene, as if even the wind had ceased its flow. Li Baxin asked curiously, "Village chief, what exactly is written on this?" Chapter 7, Cultivation Methods and Advancement. Li Changsheng carefully unrolled the parchment scroll and studied its contents. He slowly recited, "This is a method for cultivating the spirit. It can enhance our capacity to bear divine power and even awaken the Alaya consciousness, transforming us into more powerful practitioners." Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Some of the younger practitioners could barely contain their excitement, itching to try it out. Li Changsheng himself was deeply stirred. After all, this was a cultivation technique. Cultivation methods were monopolized by an unspeakable, mysterious force, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to cultivate. This made it extremely difficult for fanatical believers to advance their cultivation levels. Without powerful fanatics to provide sufficient faith, the wild gods had almost no chance of breaking through. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiang had shattered this monopoly, granting them a cultivation method. Li Changsheng knelt on the ground, palms pressed together, his expression reverent. "We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his benevolence." The crowd knelt in unison, chanting words of praise. Only after the prayer ceremony concluded did Li Changsheng begin to examine the parchment scroll closely. Sparks suddenly flew from the campfire as Li Changqing's calloused fingertips traced the parchment, producing a low, muffled sound that seemed imbued with some mysterious magic. Everyone present listened intently, afraid to miss a single word. As Li Changqing read a certain passage, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the veins on his neck bulged like earthworms. One must burn the space 3 inches above the eyebrows with the whirlpool crimson flame. Before he could finish, Li Baxian abruptly tore open his short leather tunic. Flames danced across his sturdy chest. Seizing a glowing ember, he pressed it against his forehead. "I'll test it." The moment the charcoal touched his skin, it sizzled. The acrid smell of burning flesh mingled with the aroma of roasted meat, filling the night air. Wang Yuan lunged forward, grabbing his wrist. "Are you crazy? This crimson fire isn't just charcoal." Li Baxian's forehead was already charred black, yet he grinned widely. "Ha ha! Charcoal fire is crimson fire. I've done it! I've done it!" A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Beneath the youth's bronze-toned skin, spiderweb-like golden patterns flickered and shimmered in the firelight. But this was still far from true awakening. Fang Xiang knew well the principle that momentum wanes after the first surge, fades after the second, and exhausts after the third. He acted immediately, bestowing divine power upon Li Baxian. On the map, the light point representing Li Baxian spun wildly, drawing the mystical energy from the surrounding air into a spiraling river of stars. Finally, it converged within his body. The crowd gazed at Li Baxian, enveloped in Fang Xiang's divine power, their eyes brimming with deep envy. This was the divine blessing of Fang Xiang himself. In their eyes, Li Baxian's awakening was now a certainty. Wang Yuan smiled helplessly. Was this the legendary fool's luck? Snap! The shackles binding Li Baxian's spiritual realm were violently shattered by Fang Xiang's divine power. "It's done!" Li Baxian leapt to his feet as the blade within his spiritual realm slowly materialized, appearing in his grasp. It was his signature weapon, a formidable Mo Dao. Li Baxian swung it with all his might. As the blade cleaved through the night wind, it stirred up a vortex like dark current, instantly reducing the bushes 10 paces away to dust. The sheer power of that single strike stunned everyone present. Has he awakened the blade tier? Li Changqing felt immense joy. The more fanatical believers in the village, the safer they would be. Li Baxian knew full well that his awakening was primarily due to the divine power of Fang Xiang. He immediately knelt down, praying devoutly, "Thank you, Lord Fang Xiang, for your blessings." Li Baxian's faith was utterly pure, elevating his devotion to a staggering 10, making him a fanatic. Fang Xiang was highly satisfied with Li Baxian's awakening. He had only expended 0.5 points of divine power for the blessing, merely giving him a gentle push. It must be said, this world was profoundly idealistic. The whirlpool crimson fire referred to the manifestation of spiritual power refined to a certain level. Yet Li Baxian stubbornly believed the crimson flame was simply charcoal fire, and by sheer accident stumbled upon the catalyst for his awakening. Though Li Baxian's entire process was wrong, the outcome was correct. Fang Xiang opened Li Baxian's personal profile and examined it closely. Follower, Li Baxian. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang. Faith level, 10 fanatic. Lifespan, 80. Level, 1. Force, 10. Skill, beheading 5 per use. Though he possesses only one skill, it is exceptionally potent. Decapitation, a single stroke to sever the head, is a killing technique. Others, however, weren't so fortunate. According to the parchment's records, after half a day of cultivation, most practitioners saw little increase in their spiritual power. Cultivation cannot be rushed, and it demands exceptional innate talent. Among them, Wang Yuan's progress caught Fang Xiang's attention. Unlike Li Baxian, who required divine power assistance, Wang Yuan had cultivated the whirlpool crimson fire entirely on his own in just one night. He then attempted to ignite the mystic gateway between his eyebrows with the whirlpool crimson flame, aiming to awaken the Alaya consciousness. What surprised Fang Xiang even more was that Wang Yuan actually failed. It seemed some crucial factor was still missing for the awakening. Wang Yuan frowned, falling silent. Failed? Where exactly did it go wrong? Fang Xiang immediately opened the map and clicked on Wang Yuan's profile icon. There, in small print, was a stark warning: a shamanic ritual must be performed to guide the awakening. Shamanic ritual? Fang Xiang suddenly realized that Wang Yuan's profession was likely no simple matter. Otherwise, awakening wouldn't require a special ritual. Fortunately, the shamanic ritual wasn't difficult, it merely required some auxiliary items. Fang Xiang immediately activated divine sound to dispatch Li Changqing to gather these items. These items were not rare. For instance, tortoise shells, divining grass, and so forth. So Li Changqing quickly gathered the items and, following Fang Xiang's instructions, arranged them into a special formation. Fang Xiang spoke slowly, his authoritative voice descending from the heavens. "Wang Yuan, sit within the formation and unleash the whirlpool crimson fire once more." Understood. Wang Yuan obeyed without hesitation or question. Even if Fang Xiang told him to die, he would obey without a second thought. This time, he distinctly sensed something extraordinary. An almost invisible mystical energy drifted out from within the formation, slowly sinking into his brow. Though faint, it acted like a catalyst, igniting the potency within. The next moment, Wang Yuan's Alaya consciousness awakened. Within his spiritual realm, a black and white tortoise shell slowly emerged. It was his life-bound object. Wang Yuan murmured softly, "My profession is shaman. The Fang Xiang Lord has bestowed upon me a hidden special profession. What an honor this is." Fang Xiang noticed on the map that Wang Yuan's color had shifted from green to a deep, rich shade far darker than even Li Changxing's when he first awakened. His interest was instantly piqued. Fang Xiang clicked on Wang Yuan's avatar and his information immediately appeared on the map. Follower, Wang Yuan. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang. Faith level, 10 fanatic. Level, 1. Force, 10. Lifespan, 90. Hidden special profession, shaman. Class ability, divination 10 use, 7-day cooldown. Exorcism dance 5 use, cooldown, 1 day. Sacrifice 10 use, significantly strengthens the spiritual bond between devotees and the revered deity through invocations, increases faith, and allows the shaman to conduct the deity's ascension ritual, enhancing its effects cooldown, 1 month. Divine servant strengthens the spiritual bond between the shaman and the revered deity, greatly enhancing the blessings bestowed upon the shaman, reducing divine power consumption, and enabling the use of divine chant with the deity at 0 cost. Upon discovering Wang Yuan had awakened a hidden special class, Fang Xiang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The awakening probability for hidden special classes is 0.0001%, meaning only 1 in a million would awaken it. Yet here he was, holding one in his very hands. What incredible luck! It must be said, special professions are truly powerful. Upon awakening, they possess 4 skills. Even the exceptionally gifted Li Changxing only possessed 3 skills. Li Baxian had only 1 skill. And this class's abilities are downright godlike. Divination grants the upper hand. Of course, divination consumes mental energy. With Wang Yuan's current abilities, he could perform it at most once every 7 days. Additionally, the ritualist ability is exceptionally powerful. It can boost the faith levels of his followers absolutely incredible. Moreover, should he later initiate the ritual to ascend to intermediate wild god, this ability would also boost his success rate. But what delighted Fang Xiang most was undoubtedly the divine attendant. You see, each use of divine sound consumes 0.1 units of divine power. A mere utterance drains 0.1 divine power. Who could bear that? But now, he only needs to communicate with Wang Yuan, who then conveys his intentions. As for Nuwa dance, it invokes deities to possess the body through a special dance, regardless of distance. Inviting deities to possess bodies regardless of distance, now that's impressive. You must understand, ordinary wild deities can indeed possess the bodies of their devotees. But if the distance is too great, it becomes impossible. Even if forced, it would consume vast amounts of divine power, making it a losing proposition. It could even exhaust their divine power, leading to their own demise. The shaman class, however, ignores distance entirely and consumes minimal divine power. It's like using a discount coupon to hire a proxy player. Of course, while the divine power expenditure is reduced, the physical toll on Wang Yuan's body remains immense. After all, it's incredibly difficult for a mortal body to bear divine power. Moreover, Fang Xiang's divine power was already insufficient, and divine descent should not be attempted casually under normal circumstances. Chapter 8, The Ascension Ceremony. Li Changxing and the others naturally noticed Wang Yuan's awakening of a hidden special profession, their eyes widening in astonishment. Li Baxian was particularly stunned. Wait. You just randomly arranged some tortoise shells and grass, and that's how you awakened it? Li Baxian had previously worried whether Wang Yuan could awaken at all. But unexpectedly, the moment he awakened, it turned out to be the legendary hidden special profession. Though the village remained somewhat isolated from the outside world, simple intelligence had been passed down through generations by word of mouth. Hidden special professions? Those had a 1 in a million chance. Moreover, the difficulty of awakening it was immense. At this thought, Li Baxian's gaze toward Wang Yuan carried a hint of envy and admiration. It's all about being afraid your brother will suffer, yet also afraid he'll drive a Range Rover. Li Changxing gave Li Baxian a sharp pat on the head. What do you mean, just placed it randomly? All of this was guided by the Fang Xiang. Wang Yuan was also unusually excited, his grimy face beaming with a smile. After all, he had awakened a hidden special class. The future held infinite possibilities. And he knew full well that without Fang Xiang's grace, this awakening would never have happened. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Yuan banged his head 3 times on the floor with all his might, praying with deep devotion. Your grace is profound, your blessings boundless. With reverent heart I bow in thanks, praying to forever bask in your divine light and eternally enjoy your protection. The crowd knelt in unison, beginning their own devout prayers, hoping to awaken to divine grace sooner. Their faith levels all increased significantly. Threads of devotional willpower gathered, like golden threads, sinking into the 3-inch divine statue. They then seeped into a silver-white spherical space within the statue, merging with Fang Xiang's primordial essence.
In the next instant, a crimson interface slowly materialized within the silver-white spherical space.
2 lines of menacing, blood-red text flickered upon it. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 fanatical followers, fulfilling the requirements for advancement.
Activate advancement quest, travel to the fallen Willow Spirit Village, obtain the primordial core of the fractured shadow, and perform the advancement ritual. After reading the quest, Fang Xiang immediately opened the map and located the position of the fractured shadow.
A faint red medium risk marker was prominently displayed. However, the promotion quest was fleeting, and Fang Xiang naturally wouldn't miss it.
Moreover, with the hidden special class of witch doctor at his disposal, he could personally take on the challenge.
The danger level shouldn't be particularly high.
Thus, Fang Xiang immediately invoked the divine sound, proceed to Willow Spirit Village and retrieve the primordial core of the fractured shadow.
The vast and majestic divine voice echoed in everyone's ears.
Li Changsheng, who was praying, humbly responded, "Your divine command is obeyed." Li Changsheng assembled a hunting party of 7, all top-tier warriors from the village. The others remained in the village to process the remaining venison and wolf meat.
If not promptly cured into jerky, the meat would spoil easily.
To boost the success rate of Li Changsheng's team, Fang Xiang expended a fraction of his divine power, using the divine remains to forge 2 divine artifacts.
Amo Dao blade and a thick shield.
The 2 low-tier divine artifacts hovered before them, emitting a faint divine glow that signified their formidable power. Divine artifacts were weapons forged by divine beings, far beyond the reach of mundane weapons. Even as low-grade first-tier artifacts, they possessed extraordinary power beyond imagination, capable of amplifying a fanatic's combat strength tenfold or more. Li Baxian stepped forward, gripping the Modao firmly. The Modao's cold gleam was subdued, its entire body shrouded in a deep, dark sheen. Its ancient, unrefined form radiated an intimidating aura, fully embodying the might of a battlefield blade. The Modao was, after all, a legendary slaughtering weapon of ancient battlefields. One stroke of the blade, and both man and horse are shattered. Not to mention, wielding such a divine artifact forged by the gods felt as though it could subdue the heavens and earth, causing the winds and clouds to change color. Li Baxian was utterly captivated by this Modao. He had long coveted Li Changsheng's 10 divine arrows. Unexpectedly, he finally possessed a divine artifact himself.
As for Wang Yuan's, it was a shield.
Beyond its formidable defensive power, the shield possessed no other function. Primarily, Fang Xiang feared the shaman might be ambushed and killed, leaving him no time for divine descent. So he gave him a shield to protect his life.
As for Li Changsheng,
since ancient times, archers have often been mere wall decorations.
Xiangyu, Lubu, Guangyu, Zhang Fei, which of these wasn't a master archer? Do you truly believe archers with arms strong enough to pull a horse's reins are weak in close combat?
With divine artifacts in hand, all 3 felt their confidence soar.
Before dusk fell, Fang Xiang opened the chat channel, hoping to trade for suitable supplies. Salt, in particular. This was an absolute necessity for the survival of the faithful. Meat products spoil quickly when stored for too long. But if cured into salted meat, that was a different story. The problem was, he didn't have nearly enough salt. So Fang Xiang listed the meat he had on the trading board. With the chat area flooded with messages and the trading board packed with listings, no one had yet noticed Fang Xiang's item. It would take some time. Fang Xiang used this time to browse the chat area and gather more information. The chat area was always bustling.
Fang Xiang had only missed half a day of browsing, yet his unread messages had skyrocketed to 9999999 plus.
FCK. How do you guys communicate with the followers?
I find it so hard to talk to them, sometimes they just don't get what I mean.
Aren't there divine voices? Why not just speak directly? Divine voice costs 0.1 units of divine power per use. Even the richest landlords can't afford that. 0.1 divine power per message?
Sounds just like those flirting apps on Blue Star.
Damn it. We have to use it even if it's expensive. Otherwise, the faithful won't know your thoughts. How can we grow? My divine power is down to just 1.5 units now. If I keep using it, I might not make it through tomorrow. Communication really is a huge hassle.
Even sending items out of the divine body space costs 0.1 divine power per transfer.
Otherwise, I'd be tempted to switch to paper notes.
Paper notes do save some divine power, but communicating still drains a lot.
If only talking to followers didn't consume any divine power. Reading these comments, Fang Xiang felt a quiet sense of relief.
Fortunately, he had Wang Yuan, a shamanic practitioner who could communicate with him without draining divine power.
It must be said, special hidden professions were indeed incredibly powerful.
However, those possessing special hidden professions were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of awakening them was immense. This scarcity made special hidden professions exceedingly rare. After all, had Fang Xiang not provided the information from the map, Wang Yuan would have failed to awaken it without a doubt.
At that moment, Fang Xiang's message posted on the trading board caught people's attention.
Soon, numerous players began seeking trades, with private messages flooding in.
Holy crap, oh, someone actually doesn't need meat? Could it be they've unlocked a class? Probably. Otherwise, how could they have slain those terrifying monsters? We all came here together. Why did he get to awaken as a professional? Big shot, I've got wood. Need any? I'm Bill, the world's richest man. Can you gift me this meat? When we return to Blue Star, I'll give you 10 billion. Dude, are you out of your mind? Money is useless here. I'll trade you a snow demon pelt. Got gold or here? Big shot, wanna stock up? But none of these items were what Fang Xiang wanted. Most were useless trinkets. Fang Xiang directly specified he needed salt. Within just 10 minutes, someone responded to Fang Xiang. Mushueshen, honorable master, there's a salt lake right beside me. If you need salt, I can provide it. Hearing that a salt lake lay right beside him, Fang Xiang's eyes lit up with delight. If there was a salt lake, it meant the salt reserves would be substantial. But the way he just blurted out having a salt lake didn't seem too smart. After all, that was essentially revealing their trump card. He could have driven the price down to rock bottom. Fang Xiang, that's possible, but salt from a salt lake requires purification. Coarse salt won't fetch a high price. Mushueshen, how about 1 pound of meat for 1,000 pounds of coarse salt? Once my followers are fed, it's acceptable. Fang Xiang cautiously replied, upload the coarse salt to the trading board first. I need to assess its quality. Mushueshen agreed. The trading board soon displayed the coarse salt's details. Coarse salt, harvested from salt lakes. High salt content, but contains some toxins. Fang Xiang saw the salt was toxic, but he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, most natural salts in the wild are toxic. It requires processing before consumption. And he happened to know the method for purifying salt. Fang Xiang, processing this vinegar salt is quite challenging. It takes at least 3,000 pounds of coarse salt for every pound of meat. Mushueshen replied decisively, no problem. Seeing the other party respond so decisively, Fang Xiang felt a pang of regret. But he also knew salt was a scarce commodity in this world. There were virtually no salt-rich areas near him. Moreover, salt had a wide range of uses. Not just for food, but also for industrial applications. Electrolysis to produce caustic soda NaOH, chlorine gas Cl2, hydrogen gas H2, and more. A pound of meat could fetch 3,000 pounds of salt, a truly lucrative trade. Mushue Village. At the village center stood a snow-white divine statue, sacred and elegant, though covered in cracks that made it appear somewhat damaged. Beside the village lies a vast salt lake, reflecting the pitch-black night sky with an inexplicable sense of dread. A chilly lake wind swept through, carrying salty, damp air. The villagers' lips turned pale as they huddled together, their emaciated bodies pressed close in a futile attempt to share warmth. Seeing her followers living in such misery, Mushue couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Before she had crossed over, she had been a teacher. To her eyes, these believers were no different from her former students. Therefore, witnessing their suffering, she racked her brain for a way to save them. But she was surrounded by salt lakes. There was simply no food. Even if there was any, it lay beneath the salt lake. For non-professionals, venturing into the salt lake to hunt for prey was nothing short of suicide. But now, food was coming soon. By establishing a long-term partnership with Fang Xiang, her followers could survive. Salt? She had plenty of that. That's why she wouldn't haggle with Fang Xiang no matter the cost. Her approach might seem foolish, but sincerity is her ultimate trump card. Besides, Mushue's divine power was down to just 2.5 units. The night grows ever longer, and many of her followers have already frozen to death. She must secure their food supply at all costs. That's why she was so eager to strike a deal with Fang Xiang. Delaying any longer will cost the believers their lives. Mushue expended 0.1 points of divine power to instruct the faithful to gather coarse salt within the village. Since Mushue village was built upon salt deposits, the followers easily gathered a large quantity of coarse salt. 3,000 gene of coarse salt were teleported by Mushue into the trade window, completing the transaction. Mushue, big shot, can we add each other as friends? If you ever want to trade again, I can offer you a better deal. My salt lake is overflowing, take as much as you need. Fang Xiang naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, once Fang Xiang village grew stronger, its demand for salt would surely increase. Sure. I'll definitely reach out when I need it. After adding the other party as a friend, Fang Xiang distributed the coarse salt to Wang Yuan and the others, instructing them to refine it using his method. Upon hearing Fang Xiang's purification method, Wang Yuan showed no doubt or hesitation and immediately began the process. They first dissolved the coarse salt, then concentrated the solution over high heat. After repeated filtering and washing, they used activated carbon to adsorb impurities. However, these methods alone were insufficient for complete salt refinement. Limited resources meant they could only achieve this level of refinement. The villagers of Fang Xiang worked through most of the night and finally succeeded in refining a portion of the salt. When the pure white salt appeared, Li Changxing's eyes lit up. He reached out and tasted a pinch. Salty. But the flavor was smooth. Li Changxing exclaimed, "The salt is ready." The weariness in everyone's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment. This was the deep satisfaction born of hard work and reward.
While the villagers of Fang Xiang village were refining salt and wrapping venison and wolf meat in salt to make cured meat, the believers of Mushue village finally savored meat broth after a long absence. In that moment, they were all living with all their might. The warm venison slid down their throats straight to their stomachs, strengthening their faith even further. Fang Xiang village. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface and began to review. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Rank, low-tier wild deity. Divine power, 8/10. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessings Freely Adjustable, Divine Voice 0.1 Divine Power Use, Protective Divine Radiance 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Maximum Range 100 meters Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1. Items, 30 Gene of Divine Remains. Fangxiang Village 1,962 square meters. Population, 100. Followers, Devout Followers 97, Zealots 3. Practitioners, 3. Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those whose faith faltered have long been lost in the vast divine ruins. Special products, none. Supplies, cured meat, vortex spiritual cultivation technique, divine mace, divine arrows, shields, salt. The next day, as the first light of the gray day appeared, the 7-member hunting party assembled by Li Changqing set out without delay. After all, the duration of the gray day was growing ever shorter. Spending the night without the protection of divine light? Who knows what might happen? Guided by Fang Xiang, the 7 avoided numerous high-risk zones along the way. These zones were perilous indeed. Even a distant glimpse sent chills down their spines. 3-headed, 6-armed colossal apes, white tigers sprouting wings from their backs, giant birds with human faces. Each radiated a terrifying aura. They were all night demons of at least level 5. Without Fang Xiang's warnings, they would have been dead long ago. Wang Yuan gripped his shield tightly. The excitement of awakening a special profession had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a newfound gravity and caution. No matter how powerful a special class might become in the future, what use was it if he hadn't grown strong enough to wield it? After all, he was only level 1 now. He was still far too weak. The hunting party moved cautiously, dodging the monsters lurking in the dark forest. It took them a full hour to finally reach the outskirts of Willow Village. The ruins of Willow Village. Long since reduced to ruins, the site was overgrown with twisted vegetation, with only a few scattered ruins hinting at its former existence. Wang Yuan and his 6 companions approached the village. "Look over there!" Li Changqing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Following his pointing direction, they looked over. There, rising from the tallest structure, the largest house in Willow Village, was a wisp of smoke. Could someone still be alive in Willow Village? Li Baxian frowned. Li Changqing stared intently into the distance, murmuring, "Something doesn't feel right." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Look closely." Li Changqing pointed toward the village's tallest structure. This elevated platform was meant for worshipping the Willow Spirit. But after the Willow Spirit fell, without divine power to purify it, why hasn't any vegetation grown on it? His words instantly heightened the group's vigilance. Just as tension mounted, Fang Xiang spotted 15 yellow dots on the map converging toward Li Changqing's group. Green dots represented allies. Red ones signaled enemies. Yellow. Fang Xiang surmised they must represent neutral parties. Nevertheless, he sent Wang Yuan a telepathic message: 15 individuals are approaching your location. After all, Wang Yuan's shaman class provided bonuses that reduced his divine power consumption. Sending him a divine message only cost 0.05 divine energy. Wang Yuan immediately grew alert. "Village chief, Fang Xiangjuan says 15 people are approaching." Li Changqing and the others swiftly grabbed their weapons, their eyes fixed nervously on the direction Wang Yuan indicated. Chapter 9, Blood Moon Village and the Alliance. "Hey! Friends! Don't be nervous, we're humans, not those night demon monsters." A group emerged from the jungle, their faces bearing friendly smiles, seemingly trying to dissuade Li Changqing and the others from acting rashly. The leader, a handsome man clad in crimson robes and wielding a blood-red longsword, exuded a certain heroic bearing. Only the slight upturn at the corners of his eyes betrayed a hint of reckless arrogance. In an instant, Li Changqing realized the man was also a fanatic. Professionals rarely had unattractive appearances. Awakening was akin to cosmetic surgery, and that wasn't just empty talk. And in a place like this, good looks also signaled formidable power. After all, without sufficient strength, it's hard to maintain a polished appearance. Earlier, Li Changqing and his companions had been covered in grime, looking like beggars. But now that conditions had improved, they naturally wore genuine leather, elevating their image and presence significantly. Though Li Changqing and his companions recognized the other party as human, they remained vigilant. In this dark forest, one's own kind could sometimes be the deadliest threat. "What brings you here?" Li Changqing asked warily. The leader of the other group smiled faintly and introduced himself. "My name is Yi Qingquang. I'm a devout follower of Blood Moon Village. May I ask who you gentlemen are?" Blood Moon Village? This was a village unmarked on any map. It lies beyond the 5-kilometer visibility range. Are they indigenous deities, or blue star humans who crossed over like us?
These individuals appear on the map as neutral yellow-green dots, indicating they are not currently hostile forces. Fang Xiang immediately went to the chat area to ask, "Has anyone in the area encountered indigenous deities?" The topic was met with an immediate response. "I have. There was a deity nearby a high school classmate of mine, but they got ambushed by indigenous god practitioners. Their followers starved to death, their divine power drained, and they were wiped out. If this keeps up, I'll be next. I've encountered them too. They seem to harbor intense hostility toward us. They try to wipe us out whenever they spot us. It's not hostility, it's a desire to devour our divine essence and enhance its own godly power. Ugh. This is so hard. Damn it. I see protagonists in other novels getting to enjoy their transmigration to the fullest, but why are we so miserable? We're either guarding against monsters or wary of native gods, plus we have to provide food for the believers. It's like being a nanny. We're actually doing pretty well. The followers are the real tragedy. They resort to cannibalism and end up starving to death. This ing Thai world. Next time we run into these native gods, we better strike first. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died." Fang Xiang stared at the chat messages, his sense of impending doom skyrocketing. Moreover, he realized the person who leaked this information wasn't exactly a saint either. It seemed like they were deliberately stirring up trouble, trying to get everyone to target the native gods as if chaos wasn't already enough. Of course, Fang Xiang himself harbored considerable wariness toward the native deities. In this dark forest, everyone was prey. Reveal your true nature, and you'd be devoured whole. Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward Yi Qingquan and the others, noticing their ragged, tattered clothing garments made entirely from rotten leaves and vines. Many were gaunt and sallow-faced, looking as though they'd never had a proper meal. Clearly, the situation in the indigenous deity's Blood Moon village was dire. Seeing that the other party acted with straightforward honesty, Li Changsheng's guard lowered slightly. He replied, "I am Li Changsheng, the village chief of Fang Xiang village." Fang Xiang village? Yi Qingquan raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this village, nothing more than a small settlement on the brink of annihilation. Their deity was nothing more than a lowly wild spirit. His earlier approach stemmed solely from the fact that Li Changsheng and his group were dressed rather well. Especially Li Changsheng's Wolf King fur scarf, a clear sign of his formidable status. Little did he know he'd misjudged them this time. Worshipping a low-level wild deity is nothing but a waste of time and life. Once Yi Qingquan had gauged their true standing, his demeanor shifted instantly. He began warmly courting Li Changsheng. "Why not join us in Blood Moon Village? Our Blood Moon God is an intermediate-level wild deity. With his protection, you'll have security guaranteed. Rest assured, the Blood Moon God will bestow blessings upon you all once you join us." Fang Xiang, who had been monitoring the situation through the map, instantly grew displeased. Having his territory undermined right before his eyes gave him the bitter taste of betrayal. Li Changsheng and his companions, upon hearing this, instantly boiled with rage, their eyes turning bloodshot. In this world, insulting another's deity was worse than killing their parents. Especially before fanatical believers, it was a trampling of their very souls and faith. Li Baxian, with his fiery temper, raised his modao, ready to strike. Li Changsheng, somewhat more composed, grabbed Li Baxian's arm and fixed Yi Qingquan with a cold stare. His voice was firm and decisive. "If you continue to insult our revered deity, don't blame us for starting a fight." Yi Qingquan glanced at the modao in Li Baxian's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The instant Li Baxian had raised his blade, it seemed to glow with a divine radiance. Though it lasted but an instant, it sent an inexplicable chill through his heart. Yi Qingquan murmured to himself, could this be a divine artifact? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Divine artifacts required the divine power of a deity who mastered the art of forging to create. The deity of Fang Xiang village was merely a low-level wild god. How could it possess such divine power? And even if it did, it wouldn't have the spare divine power to forge artifacts. After all, the nights were growing ever longer. The consumption of divine radiance protection grows ever greater. To dare squander divine power on such a thing is nothing short of courting death. That flicker of unease must have originated from Willow Village. Yi Qingquan hadn't fallen out with Li Changsheng and the others. After all, this is the village of the Willow God. If they truly clashed, they might unwittingly summon some terrifying entity. Moreover, he was here on a mission for the Blood Moon God, no room for complications. So Yi Qingquan changed the subject. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. But this Lucian village is extremely dangerous now. The fallen wild god attracts the covetous eyes of countless monsters. While opportunities exist, the dangers have escalated far too much. Why not join forces and explore the village together?" Li Changsheng knew Yi Qingquan likely intended to use them as cannon fodder. But then again, wasn't that exactly his own plan? Thus, the two instantly agreed and formed an alliance. Yi Qingquan, a second-tier blade-tier practitioner, wielded his blade with divine precision. He effortlessly shattered several bothersome blood-eyed sparrows, then led the way, guiding the group deeper into Lucian village. The interior of Willow Spirit Village wasn't large. It was merely cloaked in pitch-black vegetation, giving it an eerie and unsettling appearance. Hee. Just as they stepped inside, a shrill, maniacal laugh echoed in their ears. Then, the surrounding trees began swaying violently. Countless green vines burst from the ground, writhing and twisting like snakes as they lunged toward the group. Watch out! Those are flesh-eating vines. Yi Qingquan's expression darkened instantly as he shouted the warning. Simultaneously, his arms shot out. A thin metallic membrane covered his arms, shimmering with faint points of fluorescence. Bang! His arms swung out violently, the long blades whistling through the air as they severed over a dozen corpse-eating vines. The vines thudded to the ground, twitching violently. Soon, more tendrils burrowed through the soil, continuing their assault on the group. These things are still alive. Yi Qingquan's expression darkened as he wielded his crimson blade relentlessly, severing several vines with each swing. But the severed vines quickly regenerated, renewing their assault on the group. Everyone, get out of the way! Yi Qingquan barked the order, his aura growing increasingly scorching. The crimson blade whirled wildly in his grasp, transforming into a drill-like weapon. Splash! The crimson blade thrust forward violently, plowing a deep trench into the ground. All the corpse-eating vines that had closed in were severed. Yi Qingquan seized the momentum, severing every corpse-eating vine before him. His toes caught the tree trunk, propelling him directly behind a willow tree. A level 2 practitioner. Li Changxing's eyes widened slightly at the opponent's display. No wonder he didn't take their village seriously. The man actually had some skill. But he felt no fear. After all, he was also a level 2 practitioner, wielding the divine artifact bestowed by Fang Xiang. If it came to a fight, the odds were 91-1 in his favor. 1 arrow, 9 severed limbs. But Li Changxing had no intention of revealing his true strength. He was a seasoned veteran. Though he looked young and seemingly guileless, he was actually quite cunning. Besides, if Yi Qingquan took down the enemies, wouldn't it be sweet to just tag along for the assist? Though these minor foes yielded little experience, even the smallest mosquito counts as meat. Li Changxing had just gained a small amount of experience, drawing ever closer to level 2. Li Changxing clasped his fists and said, "Sir, your prowess is truly formidable." With just a few moves, the corpse-eating vine was slain. After speaking, Li Changxing didn't forget to give Li Baxian and the others a knowing look, signaling them to join in praising Yi Qingquan to the skies. Li Baxian rolled his eyes, but since it was Li Changxing's order, he could only respond in a forced, exaggerated tone. "You're so amazing. I'm totally in awe of you." Wang Yuan's acting was much better, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Brother Yi, your swordplay is so cool. Could you teach me?" Yi Qingquan's lips curled upward. To him, Li Baxian's sarcastic remarks were merely the pathetic outburst of a weakling overwhelmed by superior strength. As for Wang Yuan and the others' flattery, it felt like a balm to his soul. After all, who doesn't enjoy praise? Chapter 10, The Demon's Mound. If he could bring these people back to Blood Moon Village and increase the number of followers, he was certain to earn the favor of the Blood Moon God, who would bestow even more blessings. Population dividends existed even in that era. Especially in this day and age, it's absolutely red hot. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Qingquan declared, "All of you stay right behind me. I'll protect you." "Thanks, Brother Yi." Wang Yuan slung his shield over his back and obediently hid behind Yi Qingquan. Watching Yi Qingquan get carried away by just a few compliments, Li Baxian thought this guy might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Still, he didn't push back. Having someone scout ahead was always a good thing. After Yi Qingquan dealt with the flesh-eating vines, the group drew closer and closer to the center of Willow Spirit Village. Along the way, they encountered some ordinary monsters, all of which Yi Qingquan dealt with one by one. Amidst the group's flattery, Yi Qingquan grew increasingly arrogant. He thought to himself, once they witness the might of the Blood Moon God, they'll surely abandon their faith in Fang Xiang. As they neared the high platform, they finally saw what the green smoke had been burning all along. It was a mass of pitch-black skeletons, each the size of a full-grown adult. They were densely packed upon the platform, numbering over 100. This was a pyre of skulls. And a burning one at that. Thick black smoke billowed from the bones, forming a dark flame that spread outward with an indescribable terror. Only then did they understand why no vegetation grew here. Yi Qingquan's face darkened. What on earth happened to this Willow Spirit Village? Why would they venerate so many skeletal remains here? A wave of dread washed over him. After all, Lucian Village's strength was no weaker than Blood Moon Village's. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had suddenly been wiped out. Its devotees were even turned into burning funeral pyres. Fang Xiang, through the map, naturally witnessed all of this. The burning pyramid of skulls radiated an ominous aura. He tapped the skeletal icon on the map, and a brief description immediately popped up. Scaffold Demon Skeleton. It can manipulate bones within the pilot will, launching them as projectiles. These bones possess formidable penetrating power and lethality, akin to bullets. It can also assemble bones into various shapes such as bone spears or bone shields for both offense and defense. Only by shattering its core can it be utterly annihilated. It secretes a peculiar pitch-black fluid that corrodes the human spirit, yet simultaneously serves as an exceptional material for tempering the body. Fang Xiang thought to himself, this monster looks like it was deliberately created by someone. But what could the creator's purpose be? Lucian village. Snap. Crack. The skeletal remains suddenly stirred, bones rising one by one from the ground. These skeletons are coming back to life. Yi Qingquang's face paled. By the time Yi Qingquang finished speaking, the skeletons had fully risen. Each skeleton was the size of a full-grown adult, still covered in charred flesh that emitted a foul stench. Most terrifyingly, a pitch-black liquid began oozing from their surfaces. Like ink, constantly flowing between the bones, binding them together to form a colossal monster. Standing 3 meters tall, its limbs, head, and torso were entirely composed of bone. The skull region had even formed into a skull-like visage. Level 4? Yi Qingquang gasped, his resolve to retreat immediately surfacing. He was only a level 2 practitioner, how could he possibly fight a level 4 monster? Run! Yi Qingquang bellowed. He turned to flee, only to nearly collapse in terror upon glancing back. The skeletal monster had already closed in behind them. Bone wings sprouted from its back, propelling it forward at astonishing speed. The skeleton monster thrust its left hand forward, and a long, white bone claw instantly sprouted from its palm. Thud! Yi Qingquang had no time to flee before the bone claws pierced straight through his chest, tearing open a massive wound. His entire body was pinned to the wall like a nail, blood dripping down as he hung there, moaning in agony, "It hurts. Save me." However, everyone around him panicked. Seeing the skeletal monster reaching out to grab them, they all turned and tried to flee. The skeletal monster extended its right hand and pointed at the fleeing figures. The bone claws shot out, leaving after images in the air as they slammed into the backs of those fleeing like cannonballs, instantly piercing through them. Ah! The victims fell to the ground in agony, each bearing a horrific, gaping wound. Blood gushed like fountains from the wounds in their backs. Nailed to the wall like cured meats in the dead of winter, the victims hung lifelessly. Blood trickled down the walls, staining the floor a deep crimson. As if not yet sated, the skeletal monster clapped its hands against the wall, then tore these bodies apart as easily as ripping off a piece of cloth. Blood and entrails scattered across the floor, the pungent stench stirring the surrounding monsters into restless agitation. Yi Qingquang struggled desperately, but his body was pinned to the ground by bone spikes. All he could do was pray in despair. "Great Blood Moon God, please shine your divine light and protect your people." Alas, his prayer had no effect whatsoever. The demonic skeleton rampaged through Blood Moon Village, wounding many within mere seconds. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and the others had long since received guidance from Fang Xiang and retreated behind the villagers of Blood Moon. With the villagers holding them back, they remained relatively safe for the moment. But this safety was only temporary. Once the villagers were wiped out, they would be next. Li Changsheng hesitated not a moment. He drew the divine arrow bestowed upon him by Fang Xiang and aimed it squarely at the skeletal monster. This divine artifact far surpassed ordinary arrows in power. Moreover, it had been personally designed by the demon god Fang Xiang, making its destructive force truly terrifying. Li Changsheng bit his finger, letting his blood flow into the arrow. In an instant, the arrow burst into a crimson glow. It seemed to transform into a black hole, ceaselessly devouring the blood around it. The more blood poured in, the thicker the aura of malevolence emanating from the arrow became. Die! Li Changsheng's eyes turned cold as he released the arrow. The arrow streaked through the air like a crimson meteor, piercing the skeletal monster's body with brutal force. Boom! The skeletal monster instantly exploded, scattering countless shards of bone across the ground. Its body, pierced by the arrow, proved as fragile as tofu. Li Changsheng's arrow packed such immense power it even blasted a huge crater in the ground. "You killed it?" Yi Qingquang couldn't believe it. He never imagined that Li Changsheng, a mere level 2 professional, could actually kill this level 4 Jingguan demon skeleton. Level 4. A level higher than his own. Yet, it all ended at Li Changsheng's hands. How the hell did he do that? The villagers of Blood Moon Village were dumbfounded. Is that a divine artifact? Yi Qingquang suddenly snapped to attention, his gaze fixed intently on the golden arrow embedded in the ground. He never imagined the people of Fang Xiang village actually possessed a divine artifact. Wasn't Fang Xiang just a lowly wild deity? How could he possibly grant divine artifacts to his followers? After all, he himself didn't even possess one. However, upon witnessing the demonic skeleton's demise, Li Changsheng did not relax. Instead, his expression grew even more grave. For the shattered bones had begun to reassemble. As if possessed of consciousness, they surged toward Li Changsheng. Chapter 11, Divine Descent. It's not dead? The crowd gasped in horror. The demonic skeleton of the Jingguan struggled to rise from the ground, its bones creaking and cracking as it rose, gleaming with a sinister white light under the sunlight. Li Baxian chuckled darkly, then charged forward with his modao in hand. "You little brat, you can't kill me!" The demonic corpse in the Jingguan mound opened its mouth, emitting a hoarse growl. From within its jaws sprouted a dense forest of white bone fangs. Li Baxian wasted no words, swinging his mo dao down with all his might. This strike was powerful and heavy, containing all of Li Baxian's strength. The air itself was sliced apart beneath the blade, emitting a piercing, shrill howl. Boom! The blade collided with the skeletal form, erupting in a thunderous roar. The Mo Dao radiated a golden divine glow, relentlessly suppressing the pitch-black fluid emanating from the Jinghuan demon skeleton. The Jinghuan demon skeleton twisted violently, its entire skeleton trembling as if about to shatter. The Jinghuan demon skeleton was forced to its knees by Li Baxian's single strike. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the crowd stared in stunned silence. Especially Yi Qingquang, his eyes filled with disbelief. Li Baxian wielded a divine artifact as well. 2 divine artifacts? What kind of village was this, so incredibly wealthy? For a fleeting moment, he even considered defecting to Fang Xiang village. Wang Yuan watched Li Baxian suppress the Jinghuan demon skeleton, yet his face showed little joy. For the Jinghuan demon corpse seemed tireless, while Li Baxian was already beginning to weaken. The enemy could easily wear them down to exhaustion. Sure enough, before long, the Jinghuan demon skeleton regained the upper hand. Even with Li Changsheng assisting from the sidelines, Li Baxian was forced into retreat, step by step. Bone spurs even pierced through Li Baxian's leg, blood streaming down. Yet he gritted his teeth, swinging his blade relentlessly in defense. Yi Qingquang's face darkened. This is bad. That Jinghuan demon corpse is a level 4 after all, and with home field advantage, they're no match for it. Once Li Baxian and his men fell, they too would become fodder for the Jinghuan demon skeletons. At that moment, Wang Yuan knelt on the ground, praying fervently, Supreme Lord Fang Xiang, please bestow your divine miracle upon this place and destroy all evil. As he prayed, he began performing an eerie, ritualistic dance. Each posture radiated an eerie beauty. Seeing Wang Yuan still dancing, Yi Qingquang's lips twitched. Fang Xiang village was so far away it would take a miracle for Lord Fang Xiang to manifest here. Even their blood moon god couldn't manage that, let alone some lowly wild deity. And even if it somehow managed to pull it off, the divine power consumed by a long-distance divine descent would undoubtedly be a bottomless pit. No divine entity would ever attempt such a thing. Yet in the very next instant, a majestic divine radiance suddenly surged from Wang Yuan's body. The divine radiance enveloped Wang Yuan, making him appear as if he were a divine entity himself. Yi Qingquang's expression changed drastically. How could this be? Could it be that Fang Xiang has truly been deified? The thought of this possibility nearly scared Yi Qingquang to death. Divine descent over such a great distance required unimaginable divine power. Under normal circumstances, a low-level wild god simply couldn't achieve it. Could it be that the opponent wasn't a low-tier wild god, but a special grade one? But even a special grade deity wouldn't expend such immense divine power just to manifest. Boom! In the next instant, Fang Xiang took control of Wang Yuan's body. It was a peculiar sensation. Though it was another person's body, he could control it completely. A divine miracle has descended. Li Baxian's face lit up with joy as he gazed excitedly at Wang Yuan, now possessed by Fang Xiang. He could sense an aura as vast as the ocean emanating from Wang Yuan. It was the aura of Fang Xiang. The demon skull pile also sensed something amiss. It was as if a once insignificant insect had suddenly transformed into a colossus reaching to the heavens. The demon skeleton's face paled as it frantically retreated, seemingly desperate to flee. But Fang Xiang merely snapped his fingers. In the next instant, dazzling divine light instantly enveloped the entire 10-meter radius. Divine radiance protection. Under the suppression of the divine light's protection, the pitch-black liquid on the demon skeleton's surface began to peel away continuously. Its body grew increasingly fragile. The pitch-black fluid on its body was being stripped away, while its bones were steadily melting. The Jinghuan demon skeleton wailed in agony, its voice piercingly shrill. This sensation felt as though it were enduring torture. Fang Xiang stood high above, coldly looking down upon the demon skeleton of Jinghuan. It was merely a level 4 monster. How could it possibly stand against a god? Consider this, the divine radiance of the deity's sanctuary could protect the village for an entire night from those terrifying monsters. That alone speaks to its power. As for seeking its weak point to kill it, such tactics are utterly unnecessary. This was the strategic significance of Wang Yuan. He was the mobile divine radiance protection. Under the purifying influence of the divine radiance, the demonic remains gradually dissolved into a pool of pitch-black liquid. The liquid was murky, tinged with a kaleidoscope of black hues. Yi Qingquang watched the Jinghuan demon remains, which couldn't last 3 seconds in Fang Xiang's hands, his eyes widening in shock. This scene before him utterly shattered his understanding. It was well known that when a divine throne invoked a divine descent, it could not unleash its full power. Yet now, this seemed to surpass everything he had ever known. Just how powerful is the divine entity of Fang Xiang village? It wasn't just him. The other ordinary believers of Blood Moon Village stood frozen, their eyes slowly filling with a trace of reverence. Their faith began to waver, their devotion steadily diminishing. Fang Xiang paid them no mind. Instead, he enveloped the pitch-black liquid on the ground with divine power and channeled it into the bodies of Li Changsheng, Li Baxian, and Wang Yuan. According to the map's guidance, this pitch-black liquid could temper their bodies, enabling the practitioners to level up. Only after completing this did Fang Xiang depart.
After all, remaining within Wang Yuan's body required constant expenditure of divine power. The three, enveloped by the dark liquid, felt as though every cell in their bodies had been activated. They felt as if consumed by flames, their bodies becoming scorching hot. The sensation felt worse than death itself. Yet they gritted their teeth and refused to lose consciousness. For that excruciating pain was accompanied by an intense, overwhelming pleasure. A pitch-black, ink-like substance began oozing from their skin. These were the impurities within their bodies. As their blood cleared, the stains on their skin turned a dark crimson. Most of the impurities within their bodies had been expelled. Their fundamental attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, had all surged dramatically. Li Baxian instantly advanced to level 2, unlocking his class-specific skill decapitation. Beheading a single stroke to sever the head, possessing extraordinary power. Li Changxing advanced to level 3, further enhancing the archer class skill Dawnbreaker. A single arrow pierces the dawn, suppressing the darkness. As for Wang Yuan, his level change was the most dramatic. He broke through directly from level 1 to level 3. This was the extraordinary nature of the hidden special class. Wang Yuan's skill was Divine Descent. Now at level 3, each time Fang Xiang possessed him, the divine energy consumed would decrease significantly. Moreover, Wang Yuan had previously suffered from full body fatigue and soreness due to Fang Xiang's possession. With the upgrade, the side effects caused by these physical overloads also vanished. Most crucially, he could previously only withstand Fang Xiang's possession for 10 seconds. Now, he could endure at least 15 seconds. Watching the three upgraded individuals, Yi Qingquang felt numb with envy, his eyes brimming with intense jealousy. Not only did their deity personally intervene to protect their followers, but it also granted them a power-up. Gods competing with gods, it was infuriating. What's more, Li Changsheng and Li Baxian had actually mastered new skills. You must understand, the probability of gaining a skill during an upgrade is extremely low. He himself had never succeeded. Still, Yi Qingquang remained a devout believer, his faith unshaken, though pure envy consumed him. But the other villagers of Blood Moon Village were different. In the eyes of many ordinary believers, a hint of reverence and adoration had already begun to surface when they looked at Wang Yuan. It seemed as though they were channeling their devotion to Fang Xiang through Wang Yuan. Noticing the shift in their gazes, Yi Qingquang barked, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and bandage the wounded." Only then did the crowd snap back to reality and begin treating the wounded. Yi Qingquang himself had sustained significant injuries, but as a level 2 practitioner, he was resilient and would recover without major complications. Each breath, however, brought sharp, stabbing pain. Yi Qingquang's gaze toward Wang Yuan and the others held a profoundly complex expression. He had boasted endlessly about the Blood Moon God, but now, seeing the contrast, he truly grasped just how formidable Fang Xiangjuan's power was. The realization made his face burn with embarrassment. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang glanced at the 3 points of divine power he had expended, a pang of regret stinging him. Divine Descent was indeed powerful, but it consumed far too much divine energy. Moreover, it placed a heavy burden on Wang Yuan. Had he not just leveled up, Wang Yuan might not even have been able to stand. His legs were like jelly. Still, this expenditure of divine power had yielded a positive outcome. After all, if he hadn't intervened, Wang Yuan and the others would have been finished. After finally raising 3 practitioners, to lose them all like this, Fang Xiang would be furious. Fang Xiang opened the gate and began his inspection. Soon, he discovered the shattered face phantom lurking beneath the Jingguan. The ruins of Lushan Village. Yi Qingquang and the others were searching for treasures from Lushan Village. Yet, after half a day, they had found nothing. Just then, Wang Yuan pointed at the Jingguan ruins and declared, "The cracked face phantom is right beneath us." Chapter 12, The Star Iron Coffin. Wang Yuan knew this, of course, because of Fang Xiang's guidance. On the map, Fang Xiang clearly saw the marked location of the fractured shadow. Yi Qingquang retorted, "How did you know there was a fracture phantom down there? Such a monster shouldn't even exist." Wang Yuan replied calmly, "Fang Xiang told me through divine sound. There's no mistake." Divine voice? Yi Qingquang froze. It was well known that deities required divine power to use divine sound. Using divine power over long distances consumed astronomical amounts of it. Even their Blood Moon God dared not attempt it. That Fang Xiangjuan dared to expend such power, just how vast must his total divine power reserves be? But this place is completely sealed off. How do we get down? Li Changxing naturally didn't question it. His first thought was how to break through the metal beneath this stone slab. This metal was clearly no ordinary material, it was incredibly hard. After his arrows shattered the surface stone debris, a pitch-black, solid iron plate was exposed beneath. Even his divine great arrows couldn't pierce it, leaving only shallow scratches. Fracture face phantom? Yi Qingquang, overhearing their exchange, suddenly realized there might genuinely be a monster of that caliber lurking below. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes. "You came here to hunt the fractal phantom? What? Is the fractal phantom that terrifying?" Li Changsheng asked curiously. His knowledge of the faceless specter was limited. After all, the village elders didn't know either. No one had ever told them. "You don't know?"
Yi Qingquang stared wide-eyed at Li Changsheng. He had assumed Li Changsheng already knew this information. But judging by everyone's reactions, Yi Qingquang realized he might have been mistaken. He then explained, the fractured shadow is a level 6 monster, but it's far more terrifying than ordinary level 6 monsters. It possesses extremely potent cursing abilities. Once it targets you, its curse will take hold. After cursing you, it will appear behind you and peel the skin off your face, layer by layer. As Yi Qingquang spoke these words, his eyes betrayed profound terror. Clearly, the horror of the split-face phantom had left an indelible mark on him. Blood Moon Village once had a third-tier practitioner, but he too fell victim to the face splitter. The face splitter isn't just terrifyingly powerful, it's also incredibly fast. Even if you play your trump card, it'll be hard to escape its grasp. Moreover, your deity has just intervened once. It's unlikely you can invoke divine descent against such a level of divine power. Expenditure is beyond what he can endure. Yi Qingquang offered a well-meaning warning, with what we've gained, we should leave immediately. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Yuan and the others with a complex look in his eyes. Clearly, in his view, their decision to confront the cracked face phantom was nothing short of suicide. Wang Yuan's clear eyes remained utterly still. This was the true power of specialized professions. The shaman profession could reduce the divine power consumed by the deity. The higher the rank, the less energy expended. However, divine descent does indeed have a usage limit. Only 3 times per day. At that moment, Fang Xiang examined the floor through the map and realized it was no ordinary surface. It was a rather precious metal star iron. According to the map's description, star iron shares similarities with meteorite iron from his previous life, but it is far harder and can be forged into divine artifacts. Of course, even without divine power for forging, it had numerous other uses. It was the favorite material of mechanics, capable of crafting all manner of mechanical creations. Upon seeing this substance, Fang Xiang immediately grasped the truth. The destruction of Willow Spirit Village must have been orchestrated by a grand conspiracy. Moreover, the mastermind was using the corpse of the Willow Spirit to craft something. Fang Xiang's interest was instantly piqued. He decided to have Li Changsheng and the others pry open the floorboards to investigate what lay beneath. As for how to open this star iron, he already had a plan. Simply shatter the surrounding stones, wouldn't that do the trick? Judging by the map, the star iron itself wasn't particularly large. With Li Changsheng and his team's current strength, coupled with the divine artifact, they could easily shatter the surrounding earth and stone. After all, this star iron was excellent material for forging artifacts. Bringing it back would undoubtedly boost the village's strength considerably. After Fang Xiang issued the command through divine sound, Wang Yuan immediately relayed the news with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing that the metal beneath the stone slab was steelite, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. This was truly valuable stuff. Following Fang Xiang's guidance, Wang Yuan marked the area around the stellar iron, preparing for Li Changsheng to break through the earth and rock. Li Changsheng drew his bow and released an arrow. The divine arrow streaked like a meteor, slamming into the earth and rock surrounding the stellar iron. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Dust flew everywhere. That arrow truly lived up to its reputation as a divine artifact. Its explosive effect was spectacular. The surrounding earth and rocks shattered into countless fragments. Li Changsheng and Li Baxian worked together to quickly dig out a pit. In the center of the 3-meter pit lay a pitch-black rectangular block engraved with ancient runes. From afar, it resembled a solemn and majestic coffin. Wang Yuan stared intently at the ancient runes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with them. Gazing at the star iron within the pit, Yi Qingquang's breathing suddenly quickened. A star iron this large, even if not solid, was worth a fortune. If he brought it back to Blood Moon Village, he would undoubtedly become the village chief. He would even receive the divine blessing of the Blood Moon God. Moreover, in just 1 week, the Anywhere trading caravan would arrive at the Great Wasteland Mountains for trade. The Anywhere trading caravan arrived at the Great Wasteland Mountains at fixed times each year, boasting that they could produce any treasure imaginable as long as you could afford the price. With this stellar iron, he could surely exchange it for a wealth of cultivation resources. But Yi Qingquang cast his gaze toward Li Changsheng and the others, his expression dark and uncertain. I thought there'd be a secret passageway down there? Who knew it was just a coffin? The Blood Moon village folk, failing to recognize the stardust, looked disappointed. The divine shrine of Willow Spirit Village was a willow tree with extensive roots, hence the numerous secret passages beneath the village. Legend held that the Willow Spirit had hidden its most precious treasures within these passages. Fang Xiang projected a 3-dimensional map onto the coffin, his gaze fixed intently upon the steelite casket. A container crafted from steelite, it must hold a great secret within. Moreover, the runes engraved on it bear a resemblance to the oracle bone script of Huaxia. Fortunately, the map includes a translation script, so we can decipher it directly. But these runes are obscured, we can't see them fully. Fang Xiang used divine sound. Wang Yuan, move this stellar iron coffin aside first, the secret passage lies beneath. Remember, be wary of the shattered face phantom's attacks. With the map in hand, Fang Xiang gained a god's eye view, clearly discerning a vast cavern below. And the fracture phantom lurked within the cavern below. This rift shadow was the mastermind's contingency plan, meant to prevent the stellar iron coffin from being stolen. Wang Yuan followed the instructions, summoning the Blood Moon village folk over with an innocent smile. Folks, this is Starlight Iron. But it's too heavy for me to move alone. How about we all share in the spoils? We'll sell it and split the profits? Star Iron? The villagers' eyes lit up with greed. Though they'd never seen it, they'd heard tales of its immense value. A single gram could buy vast quantities of food. A pound of steelite could even be exchanged for an awakening profession book. Awakening profession books had a certain probability of triggering an awakening. The probability was tied to the book's quality. The higher the quality, the greater the chance and the steeper the price. Is this stuff really Star Iron? The villagers of Blood Moon Village crowded around. Though wounded, their pain was overshadowed by excitement. Previously, this Starlight Iron would have been of little use to them. After all, none of them knew how to forge weapons. But in a week, the everywhere trading caravan would arrive. This Star Iron would definitely be traded for an awakening profession book. Who wouldn't want to awaken, become a professional, and possess extraordinary power? Alas, it was too difficult. With renewed hope, the group worked tirelessly together to move the stellar iron coffin. The stellar iron coffin was incredibly heavy, and it took tremendous effort to shift it. The moment the stellar iron coffin was moved aside, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold. Chapter 13, The Seven Stars of the Azure Dragon. The shadows beneath their feet twisted and shifted, as if they were wandering, or like a vicious serpent. The group recoiled in terror, stumbling back several steps. What the hell is this thing? Their hearts pounded, faces frozen in horror. The villagers of Fang Xiang, having been mentally prepared, stood farther from the cave entrance and remained unaffected. Still, the scene was truly terrifying. Seeing his own shadow twist and contort, Yi Qingquan's ambitions and desires vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming dread. It's the faceless specter. He screamed out loud. And it's the complete form of the fractured shadow, a level 9 monster. Full form? What does that mean? Wang Yuan frowned, curiosity piqued. Yi Qingquan explained in a trembling voice, the faceless specters are actually social creatures. But once one begins devouring its own kind, the balance is shattered. They'll devour their kin in a frenzy until only the last one remains. By absorbing the power of its kind, it can evolve into a formidable monster, a perfect form. His voice grew shrill and frantic as he continued, it's cursed us. There's no escape. What should we do? The others turned deathly pale. One man's shadow began to boil like boiling water, morphing into two pitch-black hands that tore relentlessly at his face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of flesh tearing sent shivers down everyone's spines. The man being flayed wailed in agony, yet no one dared move. Soon, his face was peeled off cleanly. The shadow at his feet slowly draped the skin over its own face, emitting a muffled, eerie chuckle. I have a face now. Yet the man whose face had been torn off was still alive. His eyes were numb and hollow, as if the immense agony had drained his very soul. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Another person had their face torn off by the shadow, blood pouring down. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the survivors' spines, their eyes filled with terror. No one knew who would be next. At this moment, even Li Changsheng felt a flicker of panic. Though he knew Fang Xiang could manifest as a divine being, divine descent did not manifest his true form, limiting the power he could wield. Moreover, frequent invocations placed a tremendous strain on Wang Yuan's body. Wang Yuan, however, remained calm. His gaze fixed intently on the runes etched into the stellar iron coffin. He felt these runes held their only hope. Just then, Fang Xiang's divine voice murmured softly in his ear. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. I know the killing pattern of the fractal shadow, he exclaimed rapidly. If we follow my plan, this faceless specter won't kill us, it'll actually help us. What? Yi Qingquan looked utterly skeptical. How could that be? Have you lost your mind from fear? Li Changsheng ignored Yi Qingquan and demanded in a deep voice, what's the plan? Speak. Wang Yuan replied, this crack-face phantom kills according to the profound principles of runes. This cracked-face phantom is merely a slave to this star iron coffin. With that, Wang Yuan began walking toward the star iron coffin. Seeing Wang Yuan dare to approach the faceless specter, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixed intently on his retreating figure. The shadow, having just torn off its face, sensed movement and surged toward Wang Yuan as if provoked. He's done for. Yi Qingquan sighed. But just as the cracked shadow was about to devour Wang Yuan's shadow, Wang Yuan swiftly placed his palm upon one of the runes. The next moment, the writhing shadows on the ground seemed to ignore Wang Yuan entirely, wrapping themselves around another person instead. This scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Yi Qingquan's mouth fell open. What kind of entity is Fang Xiang teaching his followers rune knowledge? Runic knowledge was profound wisdom understood only by a select few deities. Save me, the person targeted by the shadow screamed at Wang Yuan. Save me. Please, save me. At this moment, all his hope rested solely on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan pointed to the rune beside him and said, press this rune. Remember, don't press the wrong one. Got it.
Without hesitation, the man placed his palm directly on the rune.
Sure enough, the moment his palm touched it, the shattered face phantom ceased its attack. It worked.
Relief washed over the man's eyes, like someone who'd narrowly escaped death.
What do we do next?
Everyone pinned their hopes for survival on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan replied, the runes on this star iron coffin represent the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon constellation: horn, neck, tail, chamber, heart, tail, and ladle.
I'm holding Jiao, he's holding Kong. Next, we need to hold D.
Wang Yuan commanded methodically, directing everyone to activate the 7 runes on the star iron coffin. When all 7 had activated their symbols, the fractured shadow stood frozen in place, revealing its true form. It was a twisted mass of shadow, countless fractured faces flowing within it, each expression different, all horrifying and grotesque.
It stood motionless, utterly still.
Yet, the unspoken pressure it exuded made everyone's hearts tighten. Fortunately, they soon realized the creature truly seemed motionless, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief.
Wang Yuan, you actually understand the runes on this? Yi Qingquang's tone held a newfound reverence for Fang Xiang. All traces of his earlier disdain vanished.
Wang Yuan nodded. Of course. It was the great Fang Xiang who used divine sound to save us.
His suspicions confirmed, Yi Qingquang bit his lip. Who wouldn't want to follow a powerful deity? Yet, the faith in his heart refused to betray. After a long while, Yi Qingquang suddenly sensed something amiss. Are we just going to stay like this forever? Yi Qingquang grew tense. Once night falls, what will happen? Chapter 14, Die rather than surrender.
Wang Yuan's voice was solemn. There's only one option now: carry the star iron coffin back to Fang Xiang village. Once we enter the protective glow of Lord Fang Xiang, the problem will naturally be solved.
Yi Qingquang opened his mouth.
He couldn't shake the feeling that the other was setting him up.
As a devotee of a different deity, could he truly maintain his original faith while entering another god's domain?
Yet now, it seemed there was no other choice. For the faceless specter lurked nearby, its gaze fixed on him. It felt as though the moment he released the rune, it would tear his face to shreds. He dared not let go, gritting his teeth to endure. What stung him most was seeing the glimmer of hope in the eyes of the other ordinary believers when they heard they were heading to Fang Xiang village. This left a bitter taste in his mouth. After all, he had been the one to lead these people into Blood Moon village. Yet now, after just one trip out, their faith had already begun to waver. Yet he still had no choice. Blood Moon God, please forgive me. I do this all to survive and worship you.
After some mental preparation, Yi Qingquang finally spoke, all right.
We'll do as you say. Wang Yuan saw Yi Qingquang's agreement and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. In truth, he hadn't been mistaken earlier. Once he deciphered these runes, he could directly control the fractured shadow.
However, he had claimed his hands couldn't leave the runes solely to bring these people back.
Besides, their village had only 7 people. Carrying the stellar iron coffin through the perilous dark forest back to Fang Xiang village would be an incredibly difficult task. For the gloomy sky grew ever darker, heavy leaden clouds pressing down so thickly it was nearly impossible to breathe.
Dark clouds churned, heralding an impending storm.
A violent gale swept through, uprooting trees and snapping branches.
The entire dark forest was filled with ghostly shadows, sending chills down one's spine. Crack! Thunder split the sky, a thick, dazzling silver serpent tearing through the thick fog, illuminating the gloomy world.
But what followed was an even colder, grayer gloom. This was because the pupils, exposed to the intense light, hadn't yet adjusted. Yi Qingquang's face paled slightly, his already weakened body trembling from blood loss.
Everyone, we must hurry.
Otherwise, once the black fallen rain descends, without the protection of divine light, even professionals will fall into corruption. This was precisely why villages that lost their divine sanctuary inevitably met their doom, leaving no survivors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the group frantically began running while carrying the stellar iron coffin. Fang Xiang, meanwhile, continuously guided their path forward using the map.
Yi Qingquang gradually sensed something amiss. Their journey was far too smooth. Too smooth, in fact.
They encountered only a handful of monsters along the way.
And those few were easily dispatched by Li Changxing's arrows.
This was highly unusual. After all, every time they ventured out, they encountered ominous, terrifying monsters that caused heavy casualties.
That's precisely why Yi Qingquang brought ordinary followers along.
Their purpose was to scout the path. Yet now, after traveling several kilometers, they hadn't encountered a single monster above level 2. Yi Qingquang fixed his gaze on Wang Yuan, who led the way at the front. The youth wore a wolfskin coat, appearing frail. Yet his shoulders were straight and firm, and as he walked, he gave off an incredibly steady, reassuring presence. It was as if this seemingly fragile youth harbored some immense power.
This guy, could he have some kind of instinct to seek out danger and avoid it?
Yi Qingquang frowned, though he found it unlikely.
Even the strongest instinct to seek safety and avoid danger couldn't possibly be infallible every single time. As Fang Xiang village came into view, Yi Qingquang felt a slight sense of relief. Though being led into the enemy's village meant a high chance of being coerced into changing his beliefs,
But it was still better than dying in the wilderness, devoured by a horde of monsters. Of course, as a fanatical believer, even in death, he would never betray the Blood Moon God. He had sworn at everything he was belonged to the Blood Moon God.
Fang Xiang used the map to observe Wang Yuan and the others from a god's eye view. After all, the items they carried back were crucial to his advancement. They absolutely could not be lost. Yet, a red dot was charging straight toward Wang Yuan and his group. Fang Xiang thought to himself, this monster is surprisingly powerful. Suddenly, Wang Yuan halted abruptly, his voice grave. Lord Fang Xiang reports a foul presence approaching from due south. Yi Qingquang's expression darkened as he stared toward the south. Boom! Thunder roared. Electric arcs danced through the air, crackling and popping. Dense, towering ancient trees surrounded them, blocking the dim light, making everyone's vision grow even gloomier. Yet within this environment, an inexplicable sense of dread permeated the land. As if some great terror was drawing near. Yi Qingquang and the others turned pale, their breathing becoming ragged. Chapter 15, The Doll. Sizzle. 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 The blood-soaked bone blade scraped against the ground, emitting a shrill sound. As the massive bone blade materialized, the group finally saw what kind of monster was approaching. It was a doll dragging a massive bone blade. The doll's face was exquisitely crafted, but its dark red gothic noble gown was torn open in a huge gash, revealing the mechanical components within its body. But this was no simple mechanical monster. Eerie forces intertwined within its body, coiling around metal gears. Where its head met its torso were oddly shaped metal components. But strangely enough, when these elements come together, they create an eerie beauty that makes this doll look exceptionally captivating. Of course, all this assumes you ignore the bone knife in its hand. Li Changsheng frowned in confusion. This is Fang Xiang village, the closest point to the Divine Radiance Sanctuary. Normal monsters shouldn't dare approach here. Unless... Li Changsheng seemed to grasp a possibility, his gaze darkening. Unless this monster deliberately ambushed Fang Xiang village? Yi Qingquang stared at the creature, his own pupils dilating violently as he grasped the same possibility. This meant the monster had used this method before to wipe out other villages. By relentlessly hunting villagers who ventured out, it eroded the divine sanctuary's faith, rapidly depleting its divine power until the deity was drained to death. Once the divine sanctuary's protection vanished, it could storm the village and feast to its heart's content. Have you seen my master? Unlike the other monsters, the doll didn't launch an irrational attack. Instead, she tilted her adorable head, flashed a sweet smile, and inquired politely. No. Yi Qingquang dared not withhold an answer, responding truthfully. But the next second, the doll's blue eyes instantly turned blood red. You haven't seen him? It was clearly you who snatched my master away. Why? I only wanted to protect her. Why did you take her away? The shrill, piercing scream echoed like a hysterical beast, desperately clinging to its last shred of hope. This scene sent chills down Yi Qingquang's spine. Though its exact level remained unknown, this doll was undeniably powerful. Swish! Yi Qingquang didn't even see how it vanished from its spot. The next instant, a bone blade hovered inches from his throat. The razor-sharp bone blade was a mere centimeter from his carotid artery. Had the cracked shadow not clutched the bone blade with all its might, his head would have been severed. Kill it! Wang Yuan commanded, his voice icy calm. The cracked face phantom erupted in maniacal laughter as thousands of human faces surged toward the doll like a vast net. It's you! You stole my master. I'll make you all die. The doll sneered, thrusting its legs forward and accelerating at high speed. Thud, 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 thud. Countless shattered face specters were crushed beneath its feet. You can't possibly defeat me. It swung its bone blade, slashing wildly. Skeleton heads flew into the air. The human-faced illusions of the fractured shadows exploded one after another. Seeing the cracked face phantom being suppressed, Yi Qingquang gasped in shock. Is this doll also a level 9? No, its original power should be stronger. It's only at 9th level combat strength now because of its injuries. The others also wore tense expressions. If even the cracked face phantom couldn't defeat this doll, wouldn't they be doomed? Wang Yuan chuckled, however, relax. The cracked face phantom hasn't unleashed its true power yet. Within the rune information Fang Xiang had given him lay the method to unlock the true power of the cracked face phantom using the star iron coffin. Wang Yuan placed his palm upon the azure dragon's 7 stars rune. In the next instant, pitch-black light slowly drifted out from the rune, sinking into the face-splitting phantom's body. Hum. A faint tremor erupted as colossal dark energy surged from the cracked face phantom's body. In an instant, the fractured shadow seemed to transform into a hideously monstrous demon god, its body swelling to 3 times its original size, its arms thickening to twice their former girth. Its entire form turned pitch-black as ink, radiating terrifying, destructive power. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A thick layer of black mist armor materialized over the crackface phantom's body, completely enveloping it in a hideous and terrifying form. Boom! The crackface phantom abruptly materialized before the doll, delivering a crushing punch. Boom! The doll flew backward, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk so thick it took 5 men to embrace it. Whoa! Yi Qingquan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This crackface phantom seemed to have advanced to level 20. Could this rune be used like that? Yi Qingquan stared at Wang Yuan in utter disbelief, his eyes brimming with envy and admiration. If only the Blood Moon God could impart rune knowledge to him like Fang Xiang did. Alas, he knew this was utterly impossible. Rune knowledge wasn't something ordinary wild gods could access. The doll struggled to rise from the ground, its smile twisted as it fixed its gaze on the star iron coffin. Master, I've come to save you. Click clack. Click clack. The next moment, everyone heard the precise whirring of gears turning from its body. Then, under the horrified stares of the crowd, the doll's exquisite gothic noble gown burst apart. Its body was completely twisted by metal, transforming into a killing machine. Such an enormous metal form made the doll's body appear clumsy and bloated. Particularly, its entire body was covered in heavy armor, its legs resembling 2 sharp spears thrust into the earth. 18 massive bone whips sprouted from either side of its ribcage. Each bone whip writhed like a serpent, claws and fangs bared. The doll's outer layer was composed of diamond-shaped steel plates, appearing exceptionally hard. Around its neck and waist, rows of vicious barbed hooks revealed its terrifying offensive capabilities. 2 fangs protruded abruptly from the corners of its mouth, revealing its bloodthirsty nature. Transforming from an exquisitely adorable doll into such a monstrous creature, the crowd's eyes were filled with terror. For this proved the doll hadn't even unleashed its full power before. Ah! Ha! Hiss! 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 The doll rumbled like an engine, its eyes glowing crimson, radiating extreme danger. Kill! 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 It roared madly, its legs thrusting forward violently as it launched like a cannonball, hurtling toward Wang Yuan. It seemed to have sensed that Wang Yuan was the one controlling the fractal phantom. The doll's speed was astonishing. Wang Yuan barely had time to raise his divine shield before a tremendous force slammed into his arm. Crash! Wang Yuan was instantly knocked flying, slamming hard into the ancient tree. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Had it not been for the shield bestowed by Fang Xiang, he would have been instantly killed. Facing a level 9 monster, a mere level 3 newbie managing to block a single attack was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Qingquan stared at the shield in Wang Yuan's hands, his heart twisting with envy. 3 divine artifacts. All 3 fanatical followers now possessed divine artifacts. Their setup was downright extravagant. Could it be that Lord Fang Xiang had discovered an ancient ruin? Seeing Wang Yuan in danger, the face-splitting phantom immediately charged forward, shielding the doll. The clash between the 2 monstrous beings was terrifying beyond measure. The human faces on the face-splitter's body gradually spread, forming countless hideous masks. They surrounded the doll, then coalesced and reshaped into an entirely new form. Wa'ada! A piercing, ghostly wail echoed across the heavens, sending chills down the spine. What do we do? Yi Qingquan was frantic with worry. Li Changsheng had never witnessed anything like this before. He swallowed hard and stammered, "Run! We must get back to the village immediately. Otherwise, we're doomed." Right. The others nodded and began preparing to retreat toward Fang Xiang village. Only Wang Yuan stood motionless, seemingly waiting for the 2 monsters to decide the outcome. Li Ba first tugged at Wang Yuan, trying to pull him along. Wang Yuan murmured, "Take the star iron coffin back first. I'm staying behind to carry out Lord Fang Xiang's command." "All right. Be careful." Seeing Wang Yuan's resolve, Li Baxian stopped pleading. He signaled the others to carry the star iron coffin and flee toward Fang Xiang village. But just as the group lifted the stellar iron coffin, the doll seemed to go mad. Ignoring the attacks of the fractured shadow, it charged toward the stellar iron coffin. "Master! I'm here to save you. Perfect opportunity." Wang Yuan watched the doll's wide-open back, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He immediately commanded the cracked face phantom to unleash the face shadow dance with all its might, striking directly at the doll's heart. The human face shadow dance was the cracked face phantom's deadliest technique. Once unleashed, it would fight to the death. Even the doll's defense, as tough as iron, couldn't withstand it. Caught off guard, the doll had its back torn apart by the face splitter's shadow and crashed heavily to the ground. Within its massive frame, the metal-forged heart began to shatter, revealing a black crystal core within that glowed with a faint, dark radiance. "Master! I'm coming to save you." The doll reached out its palm, as if grasping for an unattainable dream. But soon, the sound abruptly ceased. Its body rapidly shriveled, lying motionless on the ground like an elderly person in their twilight years. "Is it dead?" Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, hesitant to believe it. At that moment, his experience bar began to rise, increasing by a full 20 points. This was the assist he had earned. Though he hadn't struck a blow, merely standing by had earned him an assist. Of course, the experience gained from an assist was nowhere near as much as that earned by the killer. Fang Xiang gazed at the doll's corpse in the 3D projection and said indifferently, "Bring the body back." "Your divine command is obeyed." Wang Yuan replied respectfully.
Wang Yuan instructed the split-face phantom to carry the doll's corpse, and they quickly caught up with Li Changxing and the others.
Only upon returning to the village did the tension in everyone's hearts finally ease.
Night swiftly descended, plunging the great wilderness into pitch-black, deathly silence. Only occasional gusts of cold wind rustled through the trees, stirring faint whispers of leaves.
And the lurking hunter striking its prey with a fatal blow. Rumble.
At that moment, a torrential downpour of pitch-black rain poured down, shrouding the entire great wasteland in a layer of bitter cold.
Within Fang Xiang village, golden divine radiance spread, enveloping the entire settlement and blocking the corrosive black rain. Gazing at this unprecedented downpour, Yi Qingquan's eyes held a trace of solemnity.
The conditions for survival in the great wilderness were growing increasingly harsh. Yet at that moment, his nostrils caught the rich scent of meat. The aroma made his mouth water, causing him to swallow repeatedly. It had been ages since he'd smelled meat this delicious. Due to the scarcity of salt and oil, and to avoid wasting food, meat and offal were simply boiled and eaten. The taste, bland and utterly unpalatable. But for survival, they gritted their teeth and ate it. Having meat to eat was already considered a blessing. Ordinary believers could only gnaw on tree bark. Yi Qingquan stared at the crowd gathered around the bonfire, feeling a sense of unreality. Why did these people have salt and so much cured meat? After all, edible game was scarce in the great wasteland. Most game, even after being purified by divine light, remains toxic. Moreover, to maximize the use of meat, it's usually boiled. Yet the people of Fang Xiang village were extravagant enough to grill meat.
Young man, you must be hungry. Come try some.
An elderly woman enthusiastically pulled Yi Qingquan toward her, shoving a piece of grilled meat into his hands. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air, tantalizing Yi Qingquan's appetite. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed intently on the piece of meat. He hesitated, unsure whether to eat it. Once you've accepted a gift, you're bound to feel obligated. If he ate this meat, the woman might demand something in return. But while he dithered, his followers beneath him had already begun devouring it with gusto. Those starved for so long could not resist the temptation of delicious food. Seeing everyone else eat, Yi Qingquan steeled himself and devoured the meat in his hand. If Fang Xiang village forced him to renounce his faith, he'd rather die. Even in death, he would die with a full stomach. While the Blood Moon village folk devoured the meat, Wang Yuan arrived beneath the Fang Xiang statue, accompanied by the cracked face phantom, the star iron coffin, and the doll.
Wang Yuan bowed respectfully. Lord Fang Xiang, this is an offering from your most loyal servant. Fang Xiang fixed his gaze on the cracked face phantom, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Soon, he would ascend to a higher level. The divine aura's power relentlessly compressed the cracked face phantom, grinding it into fragments until a human-faced primordial core was exposed. A line of blood-red text instantly appeared before Fang Xiang. Congratulations on completing your advancement quest. You have obtained the primordial core of the cracked face phantom. Please select your advancement path. The next second, two divine paths abruptly materialized within the silver void. One black, one white. Fang Xiang gazed at these two paths as their respective descriptions appeared beside them. Chapter 16, Chaos Divine Path. Black, Path of Darkness. White, Path of Light. These represented two distinct paths. The Dark Divine Path could only wield dark divine abilities, while the Light Divine Path could only wield light divine abilities. Moreover, the devotees of a deity will be influenced by that deity's divine power, leading them toward either light or darkness. Once chosen, there is no turning back. Fang Xiang did not rush to choose after all. This was a matter that would determine his future destiny. Fang Xiang opened the map, hoping to find any special information. To his delight, a unique advancement path appeared on the map. It was a gray-colored divine path, the Chaos Divine Path. The Chaos Divine Path combined the abilities of both. Though its ascension requirements were rather demanding. 3 items must be gathered to perform a special ritual, the primordial chaos, right before embarking on this divine path. The primordial core of the fractal phantom, the mechanical heart, and the dawn seed. The shattered shadow and the mechanical heart have already been obtained, but there is no clue yet regarding the dawn seed. The mechanical heart embodies order and reason. It is a mechanical artifact. The doll's heart is precisely the mechanical heart. The dawn seed kindles a new dawn with life as its fuel. The dawn seed is a treasure formed under specific conditions from the embers preserved within the crumbling remains of a deity of the light divine path. However, in the great wasteland, this flame is easily extinguished by the fallen rain. Therefore, special methods are required to nurture it. This item isn't particularly precious, but having Fang Xiang produce it on the spot wasn't exactly straightforward. Fang Xiang pondered for a moment, glancing at the countdown for choosing a divine path. 7 days and 20 hours. 7 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. Fang Xiang decided to wait 7 days before acting. His gaze shifted to the stellar iron coffin, preparing to open it and examine its contents. Fang Xiang activated his artifact forging technique, using a piece of the star iron coffin as forging material. He channeled divine power to craft a divine artifact. This time, Fang Xiang forged the artifact depicted in the divine artifact blueprint he had obtained earlier. The divine artifact depicted in the blueprint was a defensive shield known as the sevenfold blazing heaven cover. First tier, mid-grade. At least 2 points of divine power were required to successfully forge it. However, Fang Xiang currently possessed surplus divine power, so he prepared to indulge in extravagance. He infused 2 points of divine power into the stellar iron coffin and added a pound of divine remains. Divine essence is essential for forging divine artifacts. Additionally, the divine entity must be proficient in the art of forging. Materials, divine artifact forging techniques, divine substances, timing all are indispensable. The stellar iron instantly underwent transformation by Fang Xiang's divine power, gradually melting into a pool of molten metal. Simultaneously, Fang Xiang sensed a surging wave of energy erupting from the stellar iron. Soon, under the influence of Fang Xiang's art of divine forging, the 7-layered blazing heaven cover, forged from star iron, took complete form. With this divine artifact, the village's safety gained an extra layer of protection. The moment the sevenfold blazing heaven cover was successfully forged, dazzling divine radiance showered down, enveloping Fang Xiang village. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the village center. There, suspended in the air, was a divine artifact as beautiful as a flower. Li Changsheng exclaimed in delight, "Lord Fang Xiang has forged another divine artifact." Yi Qingquan gaped, utterly speechless. Witnessing Lord Fang Xiang forge a divine artifact with his own eyes extinguished any lingering hope he had harbored. This man hadn't merely obtained ancient ruins, he had genuinely mastered the divine art of artifact forging. Yi Qingquan was profoundly shaken, his gaze growing increasingly complex. Meanwhile, the ordinary believers of Blood Moon Village gazed at the statue of Lord Fang Xiang with reverent awe. That 3-inch statue, bathed in flawless divine radiance, radiated an inexplicable sacred majesty. God's fear comparison. What miserable existence had they endured under the Blood Moon God's rule? Not only did they go hungry for 3 days and 9 meals, but they were also dragged out to serve as pathfinders. And what kind of heavenly life did they lead in Fang Xiang Village? Meat to their heart's content, no fear of being used as scouts. Fang Xiang could even forge divine artifacts. In stark contrast, their faith in the Blood Moon God crumbled like a house of cards. The faithful followers showed signs of inner conflict, yet they still held fast to their beliefs though a crack had begun to form within their faith. After handing the sevenfold blazing heaven cover to Wang Yuan, Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward the stellar iron coffin. His expression grew peculiar upon seeing its contents. Inside lay a mechanical heart. However, this mechanical heart differed from the doll's, it was far more intricate and complex. Moreover, its structure comprised 180 mechanical skeletal frames. At its core, a golden dawn-like glow emanated. Fang Xiang's heart surged with excitement. Is this the seed of dawn? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Fang Xiang quickly regained his composure, staring intently at the dawn seed within the mechanical heart as he murmured to himself. No. This might not be a coincidence. Perhaps it was only after obtaining these 3 advancement items that the map recommended this advancement ritual. Or perhaps it was the advancement ritual from the map that led to these 3 items. And Fang Xiang recalled the doll's frantic dash toward the star iron coffin. Who exactly is raising this thing in Willow Spirit Village? Clearly, someone is attempting to cultivate a special dawn seed. Behind this must lie an immensely powerful force. Perhaps it was the arm of a mighty divine entity. But now, it had fallen into his lap. As for the mechanical heart, he had originally intended to use the doll's, but the one within this stellar iron coffin was far more perfect. Moreover, fused with the dawn seed, it serves as a far more suitable offering for ascending to the Chaos God path. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it right. Advancing to the God path is no trivial matter. A weak foundation will cause the earth to shake and mountains to tremble. This determined Fang Xiang's future path of growth. Fang Xiang passed the items needed for the ritual to Wang Yuan. For Wang Yuan's professional ability as a priest could increase the chances of success. A flicker of excitement flickered in Wang Yuan's eyes. Their true master was about to ascend. Wang Yuan promptly outlined the key points of the ascension ritual to everyone, leaving nothing out. Ascension? Yi Qingquan's brows instantly furrowed upon hearing this. Fang Xiangjuan, was he about to ascend to the special grade? In his view, one capable of divine descent from afar must already have reached the realm of a special grade wild god. However, logically speaking, having outsiders like them present during the ascension ceremony was ultimately inappropriate. Unless the other party didn't care about them pulling any tricks. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and the others had already arranged the fractured shadow core, mechanical heart, and dawn seed in a specific formation. Wang Yuan slashed open his palm, blood flowing freely into the dawn seed. Li Changsheng and Li Baxian likewise slashed their own palms, injecting their blood into the fractured shadow core and the mechanical heart. Yi Qingquan stared intently at the 3 offerings, his eyes instantly blazing with fervor. Sacrifices of this caliber would surely usher in an extraordinary ascension ritual. When the Blood Moon God ascended to intermediate wild god, only 1 offering was used, and its quality was far inferior to these. Then, Wang Yuan activated his monthly charge class skill, Sacrifice. Wang Yuan began chanting.
In the dawn of chaos, you held the reins of the primordial form.
Dispelling night, shattering darkness, bestowing blessings upon the 8 desolate realms. Today, with crimson blood as offering, with sincere devotion as proof,
I beseech the heavenly thunder to descend, purging all malevolent spirits.
Grant me divine fire to consume all calamity.
May we uphold your divine decree and enjoy boundless prosperity forever.
We humbly offer this sacrifice. Following Wang Yuan's lead, the villagers of Fang Xiang began chanting in unison. Soon, the entire village echoed with the ritual chanting. Some villagers of Blood Moon Village also joined in the chanting, as if resolved to some purpose. Hearing these voices, Yi Qingquan clenched his fists tightly.
But he dared not make the slightest move.
To interrupt the ritual now would make him the next sacrifice. The chanting grew louder and louder.
The crowd's faith grew ever more steadfast and pure, their unseen devotional will gathering within the 3 sacrificial offerings. In the next instant, 3 streams of mysterious energy drifted out from the offerings and merged into the 3-inch divine statues. Ultimately, they entered the silver spherical space, where an ethereal gray halo appeared around Fang Xiang. Within the halo, numerous characters and symbols materialized. Each character represented a divine pattern, embodying a fundamental law. At that moment, every believer in Fang Xiang village felt their souls tremble.
They knelt prostrate on the ground.
We humbly beseech divine grace.
Hum. The halo abruptly expanded.
A strand of radiance descended upon the crowd, swiftly dispersing. The Fang Xiang deity statue radiated dazzling golden light, sacred and noble, as if a true god had descended to the mortal realm.
Amidst the golden radiance, divine voices echoed faintly. It was the resonance of the laws of heaven and earth, the blessing bestowed by the divine.
It was the divine grace bestowed upon the people by the Fang Xiang god.
Every soul in Fang Xiang village, including Yi Qingquan, was utterly captivated.
In that moment, their consciousness seemed to detach from their bodies, entering an intensely mystical state. This state lasted for a full hour.
Chapter 17, Divine Grace Like a Prison.
When they opened their eyes and realized the changes within themselves, they were filled with boundless joy.
4 villagers exclaimed excitedly, I've awakened. The Alaya Vijnana. I've seen the gate of the Alaya Vijnana. With the awakening of the Alaya consciousness, their spiritual bond with Fang Xiang grew ever stronger. Their faith level surged directly to 10 points, transforming them into fanatical devotees.
At that moment, a faint gray light suddenly shot out from within Wang Yuan's body, landing atop the 5th man's head. This individual stood but a half step away from becoming a fanatic.
Empowered by Wang Yuan's shamanic ritual, he finally took that step and became a fanatic. Wang Yuan gazed at the 5 newly added fanatics, his eyes brimming with delight.
Their village had grown even stronger. Of course, his own gains were substantial this time. Thanks to the divine blessing, his level had risen to level 4, and his faith had increased by 13 points. After all, as the ceremony's presiding officiant and a shaman, a hidden special class, he received the greatest rewards. Now, all that remained was for Fang Xiang to successfully break through and ascend to the rank of intermediate wild god. Yi Qingquan savored the immense divine grace of this advancement, a hint of bitterness lingering on his lips. Divine grace of this magnitude far surpassed the commotion during the Blood Moon God's awakening. Moreover, he had even gained 5 fanatical followers. Consider this, during the Blood Moon God's awakening, only 1 fanatic was gained, and that was him. The disparity was simply staggering. Worst of all, even his own followers were beginning to turn their backs on him. Yet he could only watch helplessly, like a powerless husband witnessing his wife being violently trampled by another. Moreover, he just discovered that Wang Yuan could actually help cultivate fanatical followers for his own deity. That loyal follower was clearly just 1 step away from fanaticism, yet Wang Yuan had somehow managed to elevate his devotion to that level. This terrifying ability was utterly terrifying. It was notoriously difficult for a deity to cultivate fanatical followers. To crush their original wills, he and his brother had been subjected to 100 consecutive whippings by the Blood Moon Goddess when they first entered the village. Zhao Wuyan's whip had whipped so hard it created sonic booms, nearly snapping both their spines. Only after employing every conceivable method did they finally become fanatics. Those who didn't become fanatics were the norm. Across the entire Blood Moon village, there were barely any fanatics. Yet in Fang Xiang village, a single initiation ceremony produced 5 gods competing with gods. It's infuriating. And now, Fang Xiang stood at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. His mist-like form grew increasingly luminous, swirling like a nebula before finally coalescing into a gray halo, ancient and majestic, compelling one to bow in reverence. Huff! Has the breakthrough finally succeeded? Fang Xiang's heart swelled with joy. Whether it was due to the advancement ritual used this time or the exceptional quality of the sacrificial offering, the breakthrough process had been remarkably smooth. Yet, the gap between this body and a human form grew ever wider. He had now completely transformed into a gray halo. Etched upon the halo were ancient, mysterious runes. These runes were none other than those of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Clearly, he had tapped into their power. Each of these 7 constellation runes represented a divine ability. However, Fang Xiang has only activated the Heart Star thus far. Xian, the heart star, belongs to fire, and its fundamental divine power is Dragon Soul Heart Flame.
Fang Xiang was highly satisfied with this divine ability.
Dragon Soul Heart Flame not only possessed immense power, but when combined with the art of refinement, it could forge divine artifacts of even higher quality.
Upon witnessing Fang Xiang's successful breakthrough, the villagers of Fang Xiang village immediately chanted,
"May Lord Fang Xiang's divine radiance burn eternally, illuminating 10,000 ages."
Fang Xiang felt quite pleased.
Most crucially, he had witnessed Wang Yuan helping him gain a fanatical follower earlier. However, at that critical moment of advancement, he had been too preoccupied to acknowledge it.
Fang Xiang's vast and benevolent voice echoed in Wang Yuan's mind. "My child, you have done well." Receiving Fang Xiang's affirmation, Wang Yuan's eyes welled up with tears, as if a fiery flame burned within his chest.
The intense warmth made him feel that everything he had done before was worthwhile. It filled him with pride and a profound sense of honor.
In an instant, his faith points skyrocketed by 3. Kneeling on one knee, Wang Yuan's expression was devout and fervent.
To give everything for the true Lord is Wang Yuan's supreme honor.
Fang Xiang hadn't expected that a single compliment would cause Wang Yuan's faith points to rise so dramatically.
He couldn't help but marvel his own obedient child was truly easy to guide. To Fang Xiang, the people before him were no different from his own children.
Though they'd spent little time together, he clearly remembered each of their names and personalities. Fang Xiang snapped back to reality and opened his personal interface. Divine Entity, Fang Xiang. Level, Low-Tier Wild Deity. Followers, 110. Divine Power, 10-10-50.
Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Blessing Free Control, Divine Voice 0.1 Divine Power Use, Protective Divine Radiance 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Dragon Soul Heart Flame 1 Divine Power Use. Items, 29 Gene of Divine Remains, Whirlpool Spirit Cultivation Method, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover, Doll Fragments, 100 Gene of Stellar Iron.
Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 110. Followers, Casual Believers 2, Devout Followers 100, Zealots 8.
Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those lacking conviction have long been lost in the vast divine ruins.
Specialty products, none.
Reserves, cured meat, salt, divine artifacts, arrows, Mo Dao, shields. Advancement requirements, when the number of fanatical believers exceeds 20 and the total number of believers surpasses 150, the Chaos Divine Path's special trial is unlocked. Fang Xiang's heart swelled with joy upon seeing both the number of faithful and fanatics increase. The 5 new devout followers were none other than villagers from Blood Moon Village. Clearly, due to divine grace, they were drawing ever closer to awakening their Alaya consciousness. Thus, they had directly transferred their faith, becoming followers of Fang Xiang. This was undoubtedly good news. As for the promotion requirements, that was a bit troublesome. He still needed 30 more believers and 12 more professionals. To increase the total number of followers, the only option was to target Blood Moon Village.
Fang Xiang looked at Yi Qingquan.
Among those who had come from Blood Moon Village, he was the only one who had not betrayed his faith. That's the difference between a fanatic and other believers. His faith is terrifyingly steadfast. Even when the other 2 loyal believers betrayed their faith to become casual adherents, he remained steadfast in his convictions. Yi Qingquan seemed to sense a gaze of authority, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. As a member of Blood Moon Village, he had accepted the divine grace of another deity in absolute taboo. Even if he returned to Blood Moon Village, it would likely incur the wrath of the Blood Moon God. Yet staying put left his soul in turmoil. But the crucial point was this: it wasn't about whether he could return. The real question was how Fang Xiang would deal with him. To be perfectly honest, if he were in Fang Xiang's position, he would never allow him to return to Blood Moon Village. Setting aside his earlier disrespectful words toward Fang Xiang, the strained relations between Blood Moon Village and Fang Xiang Village alone would be enough to cost him his life. Yet Fang Xiang merely glanced at him before invoking the divine sound. The vast divine sound spread from the heavens, solemn and sacred. The blessing begins. Now that the villagers had accepted the divine grace, several were on the brink of awakening.
Fang Xiang intended to strike while the iron was hot.
The villagers of Fang Xiang Village beamed with joy at his words.
First receiving divine grace, then this blessing.
Lord Fang Xiang was truly generous to them. The people of Blood Moon Village watched with longing and envy, wishing this opportunity would fall upon them too. Especially those 5 who had already become Fang Xiang's devoted followers. Fang Xiang focused his attention on the map, where 3 green dots glowed with an intense light. He was just a push away from becoming a professional. One of them was even from Blood Moon Village. However, Fang Xiang harbored no prejudice. In fact, it had been his will when Wang Yuan brought people back earlier. The purpose was to expand the number of believers. 3 strands of grey chaos divine power descended, sinking into the third eyes of 3 devoted followers. Boom! Instantly, their bodies trembled, as if enduring some kind of agony. Yet, their souls were undergoing a metamorphosis. Each underwent earth-shattering changes. Originally ordinary humans, their physical prowess skyrocketed as the divine power surged through them. In mere moments, they possessed terrifying strength.
Most notably, their souls gradually solidified, awakening the Alaya consciousness. They became fanatical believers. One among them even awakened a class, becoming a professional.
And not a combat class, but a support class of blacksmith. Though not a hidden special class, support classes were equally rare. Hidden special classes were exceedingly difficult to awaken, perhaps 1 in a million might succeed.
All three knelt before Fang Xiang, their eyes filled with reverence. Thank you for the Lord's blessing.
Their faith levels were 10, 11, and 11 respectively. All had reached the threshold of fanaticism.
Now, Fang Xiang had 11 fanatical followers. This means he can gain over 2 points of divine power daily. Life was finally looking up. One of them suddenly spoke with reverence. Lord Fang Xiang, I wish to serve you forever. Please grant me the privilege to serve you.
This man was Chen Ergu, a believer from Blood Moon Village. Yi Qingquan gazed at his fellow villager who had become a professional, his expression growing increasingly complex. Those nearby wore expressions of pure envy. After all, becoming a professional was an incredibly difficult feat.
This fellow had incredible luck to become a professional.
Now that he could enter Fang Xiang village, his future prospects were boundless.
Fang Xiang opened Chen Ergu's personal panel. Follower, Chen Ergu. Honored deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 10 fanatic. Force, 9. Lifespan, 40. Class, blacksmith. Professional skills, iron forging consumes force to craft ironware. Greater force expenditure yields superior results. Metal affinity passive skill, enhances affinity with metals and grants the ability to sense them.
Upon seeing Chen Ergu's lifespan and force level, Fang Xiang frowned slightly. It was well known that practitioners' lifespans would extend.
Moreover, a level 1 practitioner's force is 10 points.
A professional's force, without the aid of potions or other treasures, equaled 10 times their level. Yet this individual's stats fell far below average. Though during their private discussions, he had heard that the Blood Moon God was a malevolent deity of the dark path, constantly harvesting the lifespans of his followers to bolster his own divine power. But he never imagined it would be this ruthless.
He was more ruthless than a capitalist.
Approved, Fang Xiang replied tersely. That single word set the minds of the Blood Moon village folk racing, and they all began pleading to stay in Fang Xiang village. Only Yi Qingquan and the other two stood alone in place.
Fang Xiang naturally welcomed these newcomers.
As for whether they might cause trouble, he wasn't worried.
As long as they became devoted followers, betrayal was unlikely.
This was the advantage of being able to see faith levels.
Having received Fang Xiang's approval, the newcomers were exceptionally excited. Truthfully, from the moment they first entered Fang Xiang village, they'd held an exceptionally favorable impression of the place. Free food and drink, bandaged wounds, and warm hospitality. Who wouldn't be charmed?
Then there was the unreserved invitation to partake in divine blessings and receive grace.
Who wouldn't want to stay in Fang Xiang village? Not to mention they weren't even originally from Blood Moon village.
Their village had been destroyed, and they'd been forcibly brought to Blood Moon village.
Next, Wang Yuan turned his gaze toward Yi Qingquan. Under Wang Yuan's gaze, Yi Qingquan's heart skipped a beat. Divine grace is as vast as the sea, divine wrath is inescapable as a prison.
Having accepted the divine grace bestowed upon him, he feared he would not be allowed to leave.
Chapter 18, Releasing the Tiger Back to the Mountain.
Wang Yuan smiled faintly. Friends of Blood Moon Village, if you wish to remain in Fang Xiang Village, you are welcome.
But if you choose not to, you may depart after dawn. What?
Yi Qingquan looked utterly stunned, as if he hadn't heard a word.
Let him leave? They were just letting a professional go that easily? Was that even reasonable?
If it were him, he'd forcibly keep the man here and erase his previous beliefs.
Are you serious? Yi Qingquan demanded.
Of course. Wang Yuan radiated an aura of regal authority, confident and commanding, leaving Yi Qingquan momentarily stunned.
What he said seemed genuine.
I will never betray the Blood Moon God. Yi Qingquan looked at the others in Blood Moon Village, his voice firm.
So, who among you will return with me?
The villagers exchanged glances, and only two stepped forward. As devoted followers of the Blood Moon God, they would never betray him lightly. Yet beyond them, the rest remained rooted to the spot. Even Chen Ergu, who had previously become a fanatical follower of Fang Xiang after his awakening, pleaded. Brother Yi, in Blood Moon Village we don't even have meat to eat.
We can't get enough to eat or keep warm.
Here, not only do we eat well, but Lord Fang Xiang is immeasurably more powerful than the Blood Moon God. He treats his followers far better.
Why return to such hardship? Exactly.
The Blood Moon God is merciless to his followers, demanding blood sacrifices to restore his power at the slightest provocation.
Going back is suicide. Several others chimed in with equally blunt persuasion. Besides, you're now imbued with Lord Fang Xiang's divine grace. How will you explain that if you return?
Yi Qingquan was at a loss for words. Having followed the Blood Moon God for years, he knew its nature well. The Blood Moon God was petty and unforgiving, holding grudges over the slightest offense. If the god truly sensed it, as a fanatic believer and a professional, he himself would likely escape severe punishment.
But the other two? That was another story. Sure enough, both of them showed hesitation on their faces. Yi Qingquang sighed. Very well. I'll return alone. You two stay in Fang Xiang village. The other two froze. One of them seemed to make up his mind, gritting his teeth and saying, Brother Yi, you saved my life. I'm going back with you. Yi Qingquang met the sincere gaze of his companion and said earnestly, Rest assured, once we return, I won't let the blood moon god punish you. I'll take full responsibility. The other man, however, offered a bitter smile. Brother Yi, I won't be returning. They're right. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downward. There's no need to abandon a bright future for a wicked god. I understand. Yi Qingquang nodded. I respect your choice. The next day. A faint, grayish dawn light appeared in the east, dim and lifeless, like an elderly person in their twilight years, utterly devoid of vitality. Yet to the survivors, it was the most beautiful twilight. Yi Qingquang, fearing Fang Xiang village might not release them, prepared to depart early in the morning. Wang Yuan spoke up, If you ever wish to return to Fang Xiang village, you'll always be welcome. Yi Qingquang replied politely, If the day comes when Blood Moon village can no longer sustain itself, I will return. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure forever. Farewell. Wang Yuan clasped his fists, Until we meet again. With that, Yi Qingquang and the other believers set off toward Blood Moon village. Li Buxian watched their receding figures, narrowing his eyes slightly. You just let them go like that? Aren't you afraid of releasing a tiger back to the mountain? Wang Yuan flashed a confident smile. Fang Xiang once said, Attacking a city is inferior, winning hearts is superior. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Those who have seen the light cannot endure the darkness. Yi Qingquang might not tell others about life here, but that person certainly will. Guess what the Blood Moon village followers will think when they learn about our Fang Xiang village's prosperous life? Li Buxian suddenly understood that would weaken the faith of Blood Moon village's followers, which will diminish the power of the Blood Moon god, giving us a greater chance of victory. Blood Moon village and Fang Xiang village would one day clash in a decisive battle. The reason is simple, as a dark deity, the Blood Moon god delights in hunting other divine beings. Divine paths are divided into three types, light, darkness, and chaos. Among them, the second advancement task for the dark divine path requires hunting down a deity and obtaining their divine essence. And Fang Xiang village is the closest to Blood Moon village. Attacking other villages necessitates long-distance marches. What might happen during such a journey is anyone's guess. Should we encounter terrifying monsters, the consequences are unimaginable. The principle of befriend distant enemies while attacking nearby ones is something they understand too. Moreover, this is the safest path to advancement. Wang Yuan turned to Chen Ergu, his smile gentle and infectious. Could you tell us about Blood Moon village? Chen Ergu nodded. Now a fervent devotee of Fang Xiang, he naturally held no allegiance to Blood Moon village. After a moment's thought, he recounted in detail. The Blood Moon god is an intermediate-level deity who cultivates the dark divine path. His divine power is the Void Blood Moon. The Void Blood Moon reflects a person's deepest fears, pulling them into an illusionary realm and terrifying them to death. Blood Moon village has 7 fanatical followers and 6 practitioners. The strongest practitioner is Yi Woming, a level 9 practitioner at the sword tier, about to undergo his first-class advancement. Hearing this, Wang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Blood Moon village truly lived up to its reputation as a long-established settlement, possessing far greater depth than Fang Xiang village. A level 9 professional, once they reach level 10 and complete their class change, their power surges dramatically, and they gain special abilities. Through the divine descent of Fang Xiang, he could greatly enhance his own power. But since it was merely a projection, his power remained unstable. In a direct confrontation, it was far from reliable. However, class advancement requires a class advancement scroll to unlock the corresponding quest. It's likely Yi Woming hasn't truly completed his class change yet. Moreover, gaining entry into Blood Moon village is no simple feat. First, the divine power of the Blood Moon god must be depleted to the point where the divine radiance protection cannot be deployed. Otherwise, they cannot enter and will be directly suppressed by the Blood Moon god. Therefore, they must capture Yi Woming and his companions alive outside Blood Moon village. Then, by continuously weakening the Blood Moon god's divine power, they could absorb the village's followers. At this point, Fang Xiang had already formulated a preliminary plan. That plan was to strengthen his own power, then use the terrifying monsters lurking in the darkness to attack Blood Moon village. The nights were growing ever longer and ever more perilous. Thus, whether Blood Moon village can withstand the onslaught remains uncertain. Perhaps, when the time comes, they might even seek his aid. Fang Xiang opened the regional chat section, hoping to trade the divine remains and food he possessed for useful alchemy materials. No sooner had he opened the chat section than he noticed several private messages waiting for him. Chapter 19, Mystic Iron Ore. Most of these private messages were from people hoping to freeload off his food supplies. After all, less than half a month had passed, and many still lacked food. After sifting through them for a while, Fang Xiang finally found a few potential trade partners. One named Desert Reaper was a prime prospect. Desert Reaper, I have a large quantity of black iron ore, but I need water, food, and firewood. The essentials of daily life: rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Firewood was listed first for a reason. In ancient times, firewood was humanity's sole fuel source. The Lust Plateau was carved out by ancient people, stroke by stroke. Were it not for the large-scale afforestation efforts in recent decades, the greening rate of the Dragon Nation would be alarmingly low. Consider this: at the nation's founding, forest coverage stood at a mere 8.6%, yet by 2024 it had surpassed 24%. Therefore, unless one is in a forested area, obtaining cheap fuel is no problem. Clearly, the other party was likely in an area with very scarce trees and water resources. Considering their nickname, Fang Xiang surmised they were likely in a desert. Fang Xiang opened the chat window and sent a message: I do indeed need black iron ore. I have water, food, and firewood, but food is scarce. Each pound of meat requires 50 pounds of black iron ore in exchange. The Desert Reaper seemed desperately short on food. Upon hearing Fang Xiang's offer, they immediately replied: 50 pounds of black iron ore for every pound of meat? Why don't you just rob people? In the marketplace, black iron ore sells for 100 faith points per kilogram. But the store doesn't sell food or water. Moreover, the items in the mall are absurdly expensive and have permission level restrictions. Low-tier wild gods could exchange for pitifully little. The buyback prices, meanwhile, are shockingly low. They're being treated like cash cows to be milked dry. Fang Xiang didn't argue, merely replying flatly: 1 pound of cured meat. The Desert Reaper's attitude did a complete 180. Cured meat? Smoked cured meat? Salted? Salted cured meat is naturally different from ordinary meat. It has a longer shelf life, and the broth it produces provides salt, making it more filling. It also imparts far superior flavor when simmered in broth compared to regular meat. Most crucially, to unlock the true value of black iron ore, the deity must possess the divine art of weapon forging. Otherwise, having followers craft weapons themselves would necessitate building iron smelting furnaces. Right now, they can barely feed themselves, and firewood is scarce. What could they possibly use to smelt iron and forge weapons? Frankly, in their hands, this stuff is just scrap iron. Fang Xiang, of course, recognized the other party's predicament. That's why he drove the price down so low. Fang Xiang pressed further. But most people don't have extra food right now. You'd better hurry. If someone else offers something better to trade, I'll have to go with them. Hearing this, the Desert Reaper grew frantic. Water and firewood were easy to trade. After all, many people are in the forest, with rivers nearby. But food is different. Most people were desperately short of it now. If he really misses out, many of his followers below will starve to death. Moreover, without providing food for the faithful, their devotion wouldn't just fail to grow, it had already begun to wane. Then he'd have even less divine power to resist the encroaching darkness. Forget about blessing followers or helping them unlock classes. The followers' situation would only worsen. It's a vicious cycle. The Desert Death God immediately replied: all right. I agree to the exchange. Fang Xiang said, of course. If you trade more, I'll throw in a pound of cured meat. Desert Death God immediately said, all right. Let's trade now. I want 50 pounds of cured meat, do you have it? Fang Xiang replied, I have 200 pounds of cured meat. Give me 10,000 pounds of black iron ore. Fang Xiang knew that once more professionals joined the ranks of his followers, food wouldn't be so scarce. Besides, with his map and over a dozen professionals under his command, food would never be an issue. Therefore, he wanted to trade food for more resources in the early stages. Upon hearing Fang Xiang's words, the Desert Reaper froze in shock. How much? What did you say? 200 gene of cured meat? What did you do? How did you get so much meat? Fang Xiang offered no explanation. His previous hunts of wolf packs and deer herds had yielded a massive haul of meat. Even after making cured meat, he still had 500 pounds left. Trading away 200 pounds was no problem at all. Fang Xiang, do you have 10,000 pounds of black iron ore? Seeing Fang Xiang was serious, the Desert Reaper perked up and hurriedly replied in the chat box, of course. Black iron ore is quite common here, and it's of very high purity. However, mining it will take some time. 10,000 pounds is no small amount. I can have my followers submit 1,000 pounds right away. Fang Xiang agreed. Let's place the items in the trade window. Desert of Crimson Sand Burial Song. Here, yellow sand swirls endlessly, like a carpet of crimson gold. Where dark winds sweep, sand waves surge, their roar like a mournful chant, thus the name. At this moment, beneath the gray daylight, the entire desert blazes like a furnace of purgatory, utterly silent. Amidst this crimson sand desert lies a small oasis. This oasis is not large, covering only 600 meters. It is covered with cacti and low shrubs. At its center lies a pool of water exchanged with the Desert Death God. The water in the pool was scarce and slightly murky. The surrounding structures, built of stone, are weathered beyond recognition. The believers huddled inside the stone houses, trying to minimize water loss.
Yet, after prolonged deprivation of food and water, their faces were gaunt, cheeks sunken, eyes hollow and lifeless, betraying profound exhaustion and helplessness. Most horrifying of all, their skin was cracked and dry, their bodies emaciated to the point where ribs were clearly visible, as if a layer of parched, thin skin barely clung to their skeletal frames. This was the village of the Desert Reaper. The harsh conditions made life extremely difficult for the believers. However, there was a silver lining. The harsh environment meant few monsters roamed the surrounding areas. This meant his divine radiance protection consumed less energy at night compared to others. Moreover, the surrounding area is rich in black iron ore. You could literally pick up ore just by walking around. But even with ore, it's useless. Because no one would trade him for food. At best, they'd trade him water or firewood. But these resources are scarce. Since other devotees, trying to conserve energy, could hardly provide him with large quantities of water or firewood. The desert death god immediately used his divine voice to command his followers, therefore, all of you must begin mining black iron, or the more, the better. Place the mind ore beneath this divine statue. The devotees exchanged glances, but as it was the deity's command, most began to act, transporting the black iron ore. Only a small number remained motionless, lying flat with vacant, lifeless eyes, seemingly stripped of any will to survive. The scorching desert heat during the gray day, compounded by prolonged starvation, slowed their movements considerably. It took a full hour to transport 1,000 gene of black iron ore beneath the statue of the desert death god. The desert death god promptly placed the black iron ore into the trade window. Fang Xiang spotted the newly listed items in the trading panel and immediately clicked to inspect them. Chapter 20, Trading Star Iron. Black iron ore. Ore containing approximately 10% black iron, capable of forging extraordinary iron weapons. In this world, weapons are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, superb, and divine. Ordinary and superb are further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Divine artifacts are further divided into 9 tiers, each tier subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. For instance, the artifact Fang Xiang previously forged from divine remains was a mythic tier artifact of the lower grade. Forging divine artifacts requires not only a deity's mastery of the art of forging, it also depends on the materials used for forging the weapon. Divine essence must be present in the raw materials to forge a divine artifact. Ordinary practitioners can at best forge transcendent weapons. Blending mystic iron ore with divine remains and stellar iron in specific ratios can indeed produce more divine artifacts. The effects are slightly inferior, but they can be mass-produced on a large scale. Moreover, Fang Xiang plans to build a smelting furnace in the village. This will allow villagers to forge their own iron tools, increase weapon production, and ensure everyone is armed. Seeing that black iron ore was no problem, Fang Xiang immediately uploaded the cured meat to complete the transaction. Desert of Crimson Sand Burial Song. Beneath the desert death god statue, a pile of cured meat instantly appeared. Upon seeing the cured meat, the believers' eyes lit up and they swarmed around it. Meat! It's meat! Praise Allah for providing us with sustenance. They began tearing into the cured meat, devouring it ravenously without restraint. This sight displeased the desert death god. If this cured meat were simmered in soup, it could last much longer. However, seeing that their faith had stabilized and was even rising, he refrained from reprimanding them. Instead, he spoke gently. Boil the cured meat into soup and share it among everyone. Once you're full, begin mining the black iron ore with all your strength. The believers immediately obeyed. After happily slurping down a bowl of cured meat soup, they began mining the black iron ore. With full stomachs and renewed hope, their pace quickened considerably. 2 hours later, the remaining black iron ore was fully replenished, and Fang Xiang completed the transaction. The Desert Reaper messaged in the chat window, "Bro, I'm gifting you 100 gene of black iron ore. If you ever have food in the future, remember to trade with me first." He had a mountain of black iron ore piled up, and hoarding it served little purpose. Better to cultivate a good relationship with this man. Desert Reaper also sent a friend request, hoping to establish deeper cooperation with Fang Xiang. After all, someone who could spare food for trade was definitely no ordinary person. Fang Xiang accepted the friend request. "Sure. When I have extra food, I'll trade with you." Desert Reaper, "Hey, bro, got any water or firewood? I can trade black iron ore for those." Fang Xiang, "Got plenty, bro. How much do you need?" Desert Reaper, "The more, the better." Fang Xiang, "Alright. I'll build a pipeline to the river first, then I'll get you water. As for firewood, gathering it outside is pretty dangerous. Besides, I need firewood for my own steel smelting." Therefore, Fang Xiang had no intention of exchanging firewood with the other party. Desert Reaper, "Alright. Thanks, bro. Happy collaboration." Fang Xiang, "Great to work with you." After finishing his chat with the Desert Reaper, Fang Xiang checked the private messages from others. Finding nothing worth trading, he finally closed them. He then began scrolling through short videos in the regional chat, seeking more information about this world. However, the chat feed was flooded with pleas for help from others. Many shared harrowing images of their followers' plight, seeking sympathy. In the videos, these followers appeared gaunt and haggard, their eyes vacant and lifeless.
Their skin was dry and cracked as they lay motionless together, desperately seeking warmth from one another to withstand the frigid gray day. Some had even piled corpses directly into pots. Clearly, these were followers who had starved to death over the past fortnight. Fang Xiang never imagined their situation had deteriorated to this extent. Yet he could do nothing about it. The meat in his hands was limited, he couldn't save many. Yet beyond these villages suffering dire hardship, many others were beginning to rise. In the videos, many boasted about their followers becoming professionals. My professional underling is a blade tier. He suddenly awakened today, went hunting, and killed a wild bull with a single strike. Big deal? I already have 4 fanatics and 3 professionals under me. Damn! How did you guys get so many professionals? Is the divine blessing that accurate? Ha ha ha. Just lucky. There's a rune near me. When I opened it, there were 3 drops of divine essence inside. After my followers consumed it, they instantly became professionals. FCK. Why does my rune only have a few pieces of junk rock? I don't even know how to forge weapons. What good are these star iron scraps? Hey, can I trade food for star iron? No way. I'm not short on food right now. But I am short on weapons. If you want to trade, bring weapons. Fang Xiang hadn't expected this person to have no shortage of food. Just then, 27 Degrees Solo Act, whom he traded with before, sent a private message. Bro, you want starlight iron? Fang Xiang replied, that's right. I have weapons, superior weapons forged from mystic iron. 27 Degrees Solo Act, superior weapons? Fair enough. But for every pound of starlight iron, I want 5 superior weapons. Fang Xiang naturally couldn't agree. Star iron was precious, but to a deity who couldn't wield the art of forging, it was worthless scrap. Moreover, refining starlight iron consumes an enormous amount of divine power. Crafting the 7-fold blazing heaven cover had already drained Fang Xiang considerably. Had it not been for completing the ascension ritual, he wouldn't have risked expending so much. Fang Xiang, 1 caddy of star iron yields at most 1 extraordinary weapon. I don't have many extraordinary weapons myself. Of course, Fang Xiang was lying. With black iron ore, he could forge vast quantities of black iron weapons using only minimal divine power through the art of forging. After all, forging weapons from black iron required very little divine power. Of course, the resulting weapons would never match the power of divine artifacts. Divine artifacts, after all, carry special effects. Take Li Changxing's arrows, for instance. They possessed effects like precision, penetration, and explosion. 27 Degrees Solo paused for a moment. Had he not recently planned to lead his followers in attacking another village, requiring weapons for his warriors, he wouldn't have rushed to act. After all, this was star iron. The recycling price for star iron in the marketplace was a staggering 1,000 faith points per caddy. That equates to 10 points of divine power. Moreover, the shop's buyback price was already low, indicating the actual value of this stuff was even higher. Of course, he was currently only a low-level wild god. His divine power cap is only 9 points. Only by completing the ascension ritual and becoming an intermediate wild god can he break through this limit. So even if he sold this thing, it wouldn't be of much use. He couldn't just sit on his hands and let his resources dwindle, could he? Exchanging this for something more useful, conquering other villages, expanding his followers, and plundering resources is the real priority. Selling it now would mean a loss, but we have no choice. Besides, he only has 3 practitioners under his command. 3 transcendent weapons are more than enough. 27 Degrees Solo Act, I have 2 gene of stellar iron. Can you trade me 3 transcendent weapons? Exchange can happen right now. Chapter 21, Logging. In truth, 27 Degrees Solo Act possessed 3 gene of starlight iron. He kept 1 gene as a precaution against death from divine power depletion. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang immediately agreed, deal. Fang Xiang already possessed a starlight iron coffin. But because the stellar iron coffin was crafted very thinly, only 100 gene remained now. Star iron possessed immense density and hardness, coupled with a high melting point, making it exceedingly difficult to forge into weapons. Yet these drawbacks pale in comparison to the divine artifacts it could forge. The 7-fold blazing heaven cover, forged from stellar, could withstand the full power strike of a mid-tier wild god. Practitioners below level 30 simply cannot break its defense. So who would ever complain about having too much star iron? 2 caddies of star iron are more than enough to forge a divine artifact. It's safe to say Fang Xiang hit the jackpot this time. Seeing Fang Xiang agree, the 27-degree unicorn breathed a sigh of relief. If Fang Xiang had insisted on only 2 extraordinary weapons, he would have had no choice but to accept. After all, star iron is incredibly hard to sell. After agreeing to the trade, Fang Xiang began crafting the extraordinary weapons. Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward the square. At that moment, Li Changxing and the others stared in astonishment at the black iron ore. This sudden appearance of black iron ore amounted to a full 10,000 gene, piled up like a small mountain. Wang Yuan speculated that Fang Xiangjuan had traded 200 gene of cured pork for this unexpected haul. After all, Fang Xiangjuan had just demanded 200 gene of cured pork from them.
10,000 genes sounded like a lot, but it was actually only 5 tons.
The ore contained roughly 10% black iron ore, equating to about 500 pounds of pure black iron. Fang Xiang used his divine power to envelop one of the ore stones, then activated his divine technique, refining. In moments, the encased ore deformed and twisted, gradually melting into liquid form. Finally, all impurities within the black iron were purged. Fang Xiangjuan's refining skills had reached perfection. In just a few breaths, the black iron became as smooth and lustrous as black jade. Then, Fang Xiang forged it into a dagger. The dagger was jet black throughout, gleaming with a metallic coldness. This process consumed 0.2 units of Fang Xiang's divine power. Since he was merely crafting a supernatural weapon from mystical iron, Fang Xiang spared no effort to conserve his divine power, opting instead for a smaller dagger. What a blade! A legendary blade! Chen Ergu's eyes lit up. Though this dagger couldn't compare to Li Baxian's Mo Dao, it surpassed even the weapon wielded by that level 9 professional from Blood Moon Village. Yet such a weapon had been crafted so effortlessly by Fang Xiangjuan. At this moment, he felt profound relief that he had made the right choice. Following the Blood Moon God meant 3 days of hunger and 9 meals of starvation, let alone possessing such an extraordinary weapon. Not just him, everyone in Blood Moon Village stared longingly at this extraordinary weapon. Only Wang Yuan and his companions remained unmoved. After all, they held divine artifacts bestowed by Fang Xiang himself. Li Baxian muttered inwardly, bunch of greenhorns. When Fang Xiangjuan forged divine artifacts, now that was a sight to behold. Following the same method, Fang Xiang forged a small knife and a short sword, all about efficiency. Then, he placed these extraordinary weapons into the trading interface. The 27-degree monologue immediately began to unfold. Black iron dagger. Grade, superb mid-tier, unparalleled sharpness, high durability. Upon seeing it was a superb grade item, 27-degree solo play was utterly thrilled. He had expected Fang Xiang to produce a low-grade extraordinary item, but this turned out to be a mid-grade. This was a huge win for him. Who said selling those 2 pounds of star iron was a bad deal? This starlight iron was worth every penny. 27-degree unicorn hastily uploaded the 2 pounds of starlight iron to the trading interface, fearing Fang Xiang might change his mind. Fang Xiang promptly confirmed the transaction as well, wary that the other party might renege on the low price and demand more. After all, that was 2 pounds of star iron. A rare and precious alchemy material. He traded a few broken daggers and short swords for it. What a steal. Only after the transaction was complete did both men breathe a sigh of relief. 27-degree solo act, bro, remember to trade me first whenever you get something good. Fang Xiang, you bet. Both parties felt they'd made a huge profit, eagerly anticipating their next deal. After completing the transaction, Fang Xiang checked his private messages again, hoping to find more items to trade. Unfortunately, others had little to trade. Everything worth trading, Fang Xiang already possessed, no need to trade. So Fang Xiang quickly exited the chat area and crafted several more extraordinary weapons to list on the trading board, hoping to find suitable trading partners. After finishing these tasks, Fang Xiang decided to send Li Changxing and the others to cut down trees, clearing all the surrounding foliage that obstructed their vision. After all, if monsters used the ancient trees as cover to sneak near the village, they wouldn't have time to react. Moreover, he needed firewood as fuel for weapon forging. He couldn't just rely on divine power to forge weapons, could he? Even as an intermediate wild god, he didn't have enough divine power to waste. His divine power could only be used to craft divine artifacts to achieve the greatest cost-effectiveness. Moreover, the village houses needed rebuilding. The old structures were dilapidated, more sturdy dwellings must be built. The trees in the dark forest have long since mutated, becoming incredibly hard. Houses made from them would surely be rock solid. To boost efficiency, Fang Xiang forged 10 axes and distributed them to the villagers. When Chen Erdu received his axe, his little face flushed crimson with excitement. This was a transcendent weapon. Who would have thought that on his very first day joining Fang Xiang village, he'd be given a transcendent weapon? This benefit was simply too good. In an instant, his faith points shot up to 15. Li Baxian glanced at the axes in everyone's hands with a look of disdain. Though he hadn't received a transcendent axe, he possessed the divine Modeo. Chopping down trees was a breeze. Li Changxing and the others wasted no time, immediately taking the axes Fang Xiang had given them and starting to chop down trees. The other believers who hadn't unlocked their classes helped by hauling firewood. The ancient trees of the dark forest were incredibly hard, making them extremely difficult to chop with ordinary weapons. But against transcendent weapons, they fell with a single blow. Li Baxian, a blade class practitioner wielding the divine Modeo, proved especially formidable. Each swing of his grey mist blade sent a tree so thick 5 men could barely encircle it, crashing to the ground. Most crucially, he discovered that with each ancient tree felled, his own strength grew noticeably. If he possessed Fang Xiang's perspective, he could see his experience bar steadily rising. Yet even without a visible gauge, the enhancement of his power was undeniably real. He could feel it clearly. Li Baxian's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, I knew Fang Xiangjuan was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. He'd never make us do anything pointless. So this whole tree felling was actually meant to boost our strength. Li Baxian's reverence for Fang Xiang deepened and his faith points surged to 15. It wasn't just Li Baxian, the others could feel it too. Through chopping trees, their physical strength was transforming. For practitioners to level up, they must continuously temper their bodies using special medicines and cultivation techniques. The resources required were immense. While constant exercise could enhance physical strength, it also demanded massive amounts of food. Otherwise, if one couldn't even eat enough, fitness training would only lead to physical collapse. Feeling their own strength increase, the group chopped trees with renewed vigor. Within a single gray day, they cleared all trees within 10 meters of Fang Xiang village. Other believers transported the felled timber back to the village. To expedite the construction of dwellings, Fang Xiang sketched a building blueprint. The design was simple, a triangular structure prioritizing stability. Aesthetics were secondary. The primary goal was solidity. When Li Changsheng saw the architectural sketch appear on the altar, he froze in surprise. Chapter 22, Blood Moon Calamity. Is this from Fang Xiang? Wang Yuan leaned in curiously, scrutinizing the sketch before his eyes lit up. This is an architectural blueprint? Does Fang Xiang mean for us to build a house? Li Changsheng nodded. Exactly. This blueprint is simple and clear, and it should be easy to construct. Truly worthy of being designed by Lord Fang Xiang. His gaze shifted to the dilapidated altar. But before building houses, he said earnestly, we must rebuild this altar. Wang Yuan's eyes filled with reverence as he prayed, of course. Without Lord Fang Xiang, there would be no Fang Xiang village. Everything we have should be offered to Lord Fang Xiang. Li Changsheng nodded, dividing the men into two groups. One set to work building the houses, while the other began repairing the altar. The statue of Fang Xiang stood high upon the altar, gazing down upon everything below. Below, the people resembled a swarm of industrious ants, diligently laboring to build their home. Seeing Li Changsheng and his people erecting an altar for him, Fang Xiang felt a warm surge in his heart. Having a group of grateful devotees was, after all, a joyful thing. While Li Changsheng and the others were cutting wood to build the altar and houses, Yi Qingquan led his people back to Blood Moon Village. Blood Moon Village. The entire village lay shrouded in a sinister, blood-red shadow. The Blood Moon God's eyes, like drops of blood, gazed down upon this desolate land. All the devotees bowed their heads, their faces etched with deep-seated terror. As an evil deity of the dark path, the Blood Moon God ruled his followers with a reign of blood and iron. He enslaved their spirits through terror, compelling reverence to harvest their devotion. The moment Yi Qingquan returned to Blood Moon Village, he sensed something was terribly wrong. Many followers bore wounds, and most appeared to have gone without even water. Their lips were cracked and dry, their pallor tinged with a bloodthirsty crimson. This was clearly abnormal. Though Blood Moon Village faced food shortages, water was always plentiful. After all, a river flowed right beside the village. Yi Qingquan fixed his gaze upon the statue of the Blood Moon God. The Blood Moon God's visage was terrifying, its forehead embedded with half a moon fragment encrusted in dried blood. Blood moon runes, oozing purple-black viscous fluid, were engraved on the surface of the shattered divine body. Within its twisted pupils, crimson divine flames burned like an abyss, staring intently at him. That terrifying malevolence surged like a tidal wave, carrying immense pressure that made Yi Qingquan's entire body tremble. The Blood Moon God's heart was filled with hatred. Last night, Yi Qingquan and the others had not returned, leaving him deeply worried. After all, Yi Qingquan was a professional practitioner. Blood Moon Village had only 3 practitioners in total. Therefore, Yi Qingquan was of utmost importance to him. If Yi Qingquan were to grow stronger, his divine power would also recover more quickly. The nights were growing ever longer, and the recent monster attacks on the village had caused his divine power to deplete rapidly. If he couldn't gather more followers soon, he would surely perish. But unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, of the dozen or so followers Yi Qingquan had previously let out, only one had returned. Moreover, even Yi Qingquan's own faith level had dropped significantly. This utterly betrayed his trust. To awaken Yi Qingquan's profession, he had expended a full 2.5 points of divine power. Yet all he received in return was betrayal. What's more, Yi Qingquan now carried the aura of another deity. It felt like he'd been cheated on. The professional he had painstakingly cultivated was now serving another deity who wouldn't be furious? The Blood Moon God was now consumed by rage. The entire Blood Moon Village echoed with a thunderous divine voice, "You dared to go to another village? And brought other followers with you?" Yi Qingquan's massive frame trembled, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Yi Wuming's cold, piercing gaze fixed on Yi Qingquan for a long moment before he spoke slowly. "Kneel." Yi Qingquan's heart clenched. Yi Wuming was his elder brother. Though he was gloomy and bloodthirsty, he had always been kind to him. That was precisely why he refused to betray Blood Moon Village. But now, judging by the others' expression, this matter seemed rather serious. Yet clearly, he hadn't betrayed them. Instead, he had reaffirmed his convictions and returned to Blood Moon Village. This feeling of distrust left a bitter taste in his mouth. Nevertheless, Yi Qingquan promptly knelt obediently.
Yi Wuming ignored him, instead turning his gaze to the loyal followers behind Yi Qingquan and coldly demanded, "Where are the others?" The loyal follower's throat fell parched as he cautiously replied, They stayed behind in Fang Xiang village." He dared not lie. The Blood Moon God could easily detect lies from his followers. Lying would only invite greater punishment. "Stayed in Fang Xiang village?" Yi Wuming ground the words out between clenched teeth. "You mean they think Fang Xiang village is better than our Blood Moon village?" "No, no." The devout follower swallowed hard, his stomach full from last night's meal now cramping in terror. He stammered incoherently. They were forced to stay. The moment he spoke, he knew he'd made a mistake. Because Yi Wuming's whip lashed out with a sharp, piercing crack. The next moment, his chest was lashed until it split open, blood pouring down. Dare to lie before the Blood Moon God. Yi Wuming's voice was cruel. "Spill everything about Fang Xiang village, or I'll have you boiled alive." The devout follower's body trembled, and he could only speak the truth. Fang Xiang village is thriving now. In fact, some of their followers wield divine artifacts, and they have more cured meat than they can eat. That meat broth smells absolutely divine. And when he mentioned the endless supply of cured meat across the way, the eyes of the gathered believers lit up and their mouths began to water profusely. "What else?" Yi Wuming demanded coldly. "Continue speaking. Don't stop." The devoted follower replied, and their deity, Fang Xiang, has completed his ascension. What's more, he can now perform divine descent from afar. Upon hearing that the other party's deity could perform divine descent from afar, Yi Wuming's brows furrowed deeply. He then turned to Yi Qingquan. "Is what he said true?" Yi Qingquan nodded. "It's true. Moreover, Fang Xiang has mastered the art of artifact forging, enabling mass production of divine weapons. That's why his followers possess such formidable combat strength." Yi Qingquan's words drew a displeased snort from the effeminate man beside Yi Wuming. "I'd say Yi Qingquan's been brainwashed by the enemy. He's spouting nonsense. Is the art of forging artifacts so easily mastered? And mass-producing divine artifacts? That's pure fantasy. With Fang Xiang village's meager strength, how could they possibly obtain divine materials?" With that, Zhao Wuyan lashed his whip viciously across the believer's back. Instantly, a deep, bloody gash appeared across his back. Due to prolonged malnutrition, the flesh was torn away, exposing the bleached vertebrae. The agony nearly knocked him unconscious. He instinctively looked toward Yi Qingquan, hoping for a word of intercession. But Yi Qingquan offered no rebuttal, merely keeping his head bowed. He knew these people wouldn't believe anything he said. It would only make things worse. Because what he had just said was indeed too unbelievable. And there was something even more unbelievable he hadn't even mentioned. The divine grace bestowed during Fang Xiangjuan's ascension had actually awakened 5 practitioners. Even his own rank had risen by 1 level. He was now a level 3 professional. Seeing Yi Qingquan lower his head in silence, the effeminate man bowed before the Blood Moon God statue and declared, "Great Blood Moon God, Yi Qingquan bears the tainted aura of that vile deity Fang Xiang. He must be severely punished, cleansed of his defilement with blood. Otherwise, he is unworthy to remain in Blood Moon village." Yi Wuming frowned. This effeminate man was named Zhao Wuyan, and he and the brothers were at odds. Now an 8th level practitioner, he was the 2nd strongest in Blood Moon village. Punishing Yi Qingquan was clearly an attempt to weaken his strength. Yi Wuming said coldly, if Yi Qingquan truly betrayed the Blood Moon God, he would never have returned. Let this matter rest. Do not fall for Fang Xiang's scheme to sow discord. Zhao Wuyan sneered coldly, he might very well be a spy sent by Fang Xiang to turn the believers against us. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yi Wuming's eyes before vanishing. He turned his gaze toward the Blood Moon God statue. Seeing no reaction from the Blood Moon God, he slowly approached Zhao Wuyan, his long sword raised. A fierce battle intent surged forth, unleashing the full oppressive pressure of a 9th-tier professional. Zhao Wuyan's expression shifted slightly as he hastily retreated. "You! Shut up!" Yi Wuming cut him off with a cold snarl, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Zhao Wuyan. "You'd better behave yourself, or don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Wuyan tried to resist. Yi Wuming's face remained icy as he advanced step by step toward Zhao Wuyan. The overwhelming pressure made Zhao Wuyan's expression grow increasingly grim. He roared. "Yi Wuming, have you lost your mind? I don't believe you'd dare kill me." Chapter 23, Perilous Times. Ha 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 ha. Yi Wuming let out a piercing laugh to the heavens. Boom. Primordial energy surged within him, coalescing into crimson aura that rippled outward in concentric waves. Fight or die. A palpable aura of power swept out, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Everyone trembled, uneasy as they stared at Yi Wuming. Zhao Wuyan, crushed under the pressure, could barely lift his head. He could only whisper, "Fine. Let's just let this matter drop." Of course, it was far from over. A flicker of hatred and regret flickered in the eyes of that loyal follower. Had he known returning to Blood Moon village would bring such treatment, he should never have come back. He should have stayed in Fang Xiang village. The atmosphere in Fang Xiang village was completely different from here. People helped each other, and it felt like home.
Even to him, an outsider, they remained warm and welcoming. Though it was only a single night, it allowed him to glimpse another side of the world. It was the bright side. In stark contrast, Blood Moon Village was pure hell. Filthy, bloody, cold, and cruel. It made him want to tear the place down completely. Once the seeds of hatred were planted, they would only grow stronger. His faith level plummeted rapidly, dropping straight to 0.9. This was already the level of an ordinary believer. Yet every detail was clearly observed by Yi Qingquang. Watching the Blood Moon villagers' faces twisted with anguish and terror, he sighed inwardly. Faith gained through violence and bloodshed was ultimately unstable. Without glimpses of a warm, bright future, those trapped in despair might cling to their oppressors, a dynamic that could be controlled through Stockholm Syndrome. But once they glimpsed a brighter future, the seeds of rebellion would sprout within their hearts. Most critically, this believer would spread word of Fang Xiang village's affairs. This could very well shake the faith of many believers in the village, or even spark a rebellion. Yet, despite knowing this, he now feels no urge to expose the truth. Perhaps he knows that even if he warned everyone, it would be futile. Zhao Wuyan would dismiss his words as mere ramblings from someone under Fang Xiang's spell. Recalling everything he witnessed in Fang Xiang village, Yi Qingquang knew that if Blood Moon village ever went to war with Fang Xiang village, it would surely be doomed. After all, Fang Xiang village's strength was overwhelming. 11 practitioners, armed with divine artifacts. Even a 9th-tier practitioner might not survive their combined assault. Moreover, Fang Xiangjuan could manifest his divine power onto his followers. If the battle occurred outside the village, they'd have virtually no chance of victory. A strange emotion suddenly welled up within him. Perhaps it was for the best that Blood Moon village was destroyed. The moment this thought surfaced, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. How could he even entertain such a thought? As a fanatical devotee of the Blood Moon god, such thoughts should never cross his mind. What he didn't see was that his faith level was plummeting, already dropping to 10 points. Just one more drop, and he would fall to the level of a mere believer. Yi Qingquang instantly realized it must be because he had accepted Fang Xiangjuan's divine grace, establishing a spiritual connection with him. Yet the Blood Moon god's divine blessings paled in comparison to Fang Xiangjuan's, causing his devotion to begin shifting. This was absolutely not a good sign. If the Blood Moon god detected this, he would surely be severely punished. At this realization, Yi Qingquang froze again. His concern wasn't about his waning devotion failing to sustain the Blood Moon god, it was fear of punishment. This was absolutely not the mindset of a devout believer. Could it be his faith had already shifted? Just as he wrestled with this change in faith, Yi Woming helped him to his feet and said gravely, "The village lacks enough believers. We must destroy Fangxiang village and seize their resources. Also, you mentioned they have meat to eat. Is that true?" Yi Qingquang nodded. "Absolutely true. You can't fake the meat in your stomach. They actually have meat to eat." Yi Woming wasn't a fool, he sensed something was amiss. Having meat meant they'd conducted a large-scale hunt. And the monsters in the dark forest were terrifying, every last one of them. Especially the pack-hunting ones. Though individually weak, when they launched a coordinated assault, even he would have to retreat 3 steps. How had that village managed to obtain so much food? Enough to even feed outsiders. Could they truly possess a divine artifact? Yi Woming felt a slight unease in his heart. Perhaps the secrets of Fangxiang village far exceeded his imagination. Upon hearing Yi Qingquang and the others speak, a flicker of greed ignited within the Blood Moon god. Divine artifacts. Weapons even deities could wield. Only those possessing the art of forging and using divine materials could craft them. He could tell whether Yi Qingquang was lying. Moreover, Yi Qingquang's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd tier. This proved Fangxiang village held a great secret. This opportunity he must seize. But divine temples cannot be left at will. As a wild deity, his true form was imprisoned within the divine statue, unable to break free. Therefore, the mission to explore Fangxiang village could only be entrusted to Yi Woming and the others. "Let's go, we'll scout the area around Fangxiang village." Upon receiving the Blood Moon god's command, Yi Woming led the group toward Fangxiang village. Yi Qingquang brought up the rear, while Zhao Wuyan and the others followed close behind. All 3 practitioners of Blood Moon village set out. This time, Blood Moon village had sent forth its entire elite force. Fangxiang village. By now, the men had felled every tree within 15 meters and transported the timber into the village to construct houses. While the men chopped wood and built houses, the women had already prepared the cured pork soup. The aroma of the cured pork soup wafted throughout Fangxiang village, filling the air. "Wow, that smells amazing. Mom, I'm starving." The rich, tempting aroma made many children swallow hard, their eyes sparkling as they stared at the pot. "Go ahead and drink up. It's hot, just one bowl will fill you right up," the villagers said with smiles. Hearing this, the crowd cheered with delight, each grabbing a bowl to ladle out the soup. They'd had enough of those days of eating dirt. Finally, the worst was over. Slow down, don't burn yourselves," a woman called out, carrying a basin of stewed bones and tree roots. These bones were all deer leg bones and spine bones. They chopped them into pieces first, then boiled them before roasting them on black iron ore. Eating the same thing over and over was getting old. So in their spare time, they began experimenting with new recipes. The men, drawn by the aroma of meat, set aside their tasks and gathered to eat. "Mother, what's this?" The little girl, her cheeks rosy and eyes crinkled with curiosity, pointed at a white object and asked. "It's bone, it's nutritious," her mother replied with a smile. They could only eat dirt. Not even tree bark. Because most tree bark is poisonous, eating it would only hasten their deaths. But now, they had meat to eat every day. All thanks to Fang Xiang's protection. "Does that mean we can eat meat every day now?" the little girl asked excitedly. "Yes. Starting today, we'll have meat every single day." The woman gently stroked her head with affection before continuing to feed her meat. It was a feast. Everyone was celebrating. Every face was beaming with joy. Chen Erdu and the others from Blood Moon Village watched this heartwarming scene, their hearts filled with gratitude and relief. Such a scene was unthinkable in Blood Moon Village. Meat was reserved solely for the professionals. They could only eat the most bitter wild berries. The wild berries in the dark forest were sour and astringent, barely enough to fill their stomachs. How could they ever imagine a lunch as sumptuous as this? Watching his followers live so happily, Fang Xiang felt as though he were looking at his own children. Originally, Fang Xiang had merely viewed these people as power banks, mutually exploiting one another. But as time passed and he grew closer to them, he discovered these people were far more genuine than the insincere relatives and friends he had known in his previous life. Perhaps crossing over wasn't such a bad thing after all. Chapter 24, Counterattack. At the very least, he now possessed a devoted following. Just then, Fang Xiang noticed over a dozen red dots suddenly light up on the map. Red dots signified enemies. This meant enemies were closing in on them. Fang Xiang glanced at two yellow-green lights among the red dots. He instantly understood. It was Yi Qingquang and his group. The Blood Moon Village people were clearly here to cause trouble. Fang Xiang immediately activated Divine Sound. The vast, majestic resonance echoed in everyone's ears. Blood Moon Village is attacking. Prepare for battle. Li Changsheng set down his food, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Everyone, take up arms. Defend our homeland. Slay every last one of these scum. We swear to defend Lord Fang Xiang with our lives. Wang Yuan roared, charge. The faithful guarding the perimeter slammed their bodies against the massive bell forged from black iron ore. Dong! 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 The bell boomed with a deep, resonant sound, sounding the battle cry. Just as Fang Xiang village prepared for battle, ambushing the surrounding areas and awaiting the arrival of Blood Moon Village. Yi Wuming and his companions drew ever closer to Fang Xiang village. Soon, they reached a position just 1 kilometer from Fang Xiang village. But upon seeing the trees stripped bare around Fang Xiang village, their brows furrowed. Without the cover of trees, it would be difficult for them to approach Fang Xiang village for reconnaissance. They risked being spotted the moment they drew near. These ancient trees are incredibly hard. How did they manage to cut down so many so quickly? Yi Wuming frowned, puzzled. Yi Qingquang explained, Fang Xiang possesses the art of refining. He likely forged weapons and commanded his followers to clear the forest. Zhao Woyan sneered coldly, weapon forging? How many times have I told you? Fang Xiang is just a low-level wild god. How could he possibly possess such divine abilities? You must understand, mastering such divine abilities requires possessing a divine ability scroll. And the success rate for awakening divine abilities from scrolls? I refuse to believe he has that kind of bull luck. Yi Qingquang frowned in displeasure. Then how do you explain the ancient trees being cut down? Zhao Wuyan was at a loss for words. Beyond possessing sharp weapons, he truly couldn't fathom how the other party had managed to fell so many ancient trees. I'll lead men in to investigate. As long as we don't get too close, it should be manageable. Zhao Wuyan could only offer this explanation. Yi Wuming sensed Fangshan village was no ordinary place and didn't want to risk himself. Seeing Zhao Wuyan was going, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Fine. If you can bring followers to the Blood Moon God, I'll make you deputy village chief. Agreed. Zhao Wuyan's eyes lit up slightly before he ventured inside alone. After all, he was just a professional. Bringing others along would risk exposure. It was better to go in alone. Moreover, his class was Fist Tier, and his awakened skill was called Shadow Coiling Serpent Fist. In the darkness of the forest, he could conceal his form. Thus, he was confident he wouldn't be detected. Little did he know, however, that the moment he approached Fangxiang village, he was already under surveillance by Fangxiang's map. Upon detecting the lone figure approaching, Fang Xiang calmly informed Wang Yuan, someone is approaching from the southeast. Capture him alive if possible. In the dark forest. Every human is a precious resource, they cannot be killed indiscriminately. Understood. Wang Yuan immediately relayed Fang Xiang's orders. Li Changcheng, Li Baxian, and the others decided to act together. Li Changcheng would attack from a distance, while Li Baxian would engage in close combat. With the aid of the divine artifact, they were confident they could subdue the target.
Furthermore, with the encircling assault of other practitioners, capturing the enemy alive was now a sure thing. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuyan had already appeared 20 meters from Fang Xiang village. Just as he prepared to advance further, a piercing killing intent suddenly assaulted him. Then, a golden arrow streaked toward his heart. Whoosh! Zhao Wuyan's pupils contracted sharply as his body darted aside, yet he was still half a step too late. Thud! The arrow plunged deep into his shoulder. Blood flowed down the shaft, staining the ground crimson. Zhao Wuyan writhed in agony, his face frozen in icy fury. His stealth abilities were second to none, yet the enemy had still detected him. Fury fueled, he flung his gaze upward toward the tree, only to meet a face of icy beauty, arrogant and defiant. It was an intensely dangerous and domineering face, as if one careless glance could be swallowed whole. Those crimson, bloodthirsty eyes were terrifying, like those of a wild beast. A wave of terror surged through Zhao Wuyan's heart. He had never seen eyes so terrifying. "Who are you?" he growled through clenched teeth. "My name is Li Baxian." Li Baxian, shouldering an absurdly oversized modao, approached slowly. Zhao Wuyan noticed the man was only level 4 and breathed a sigh of relief. He was level 8 even wounded, he was no match for a level 4. But before he could fully relax, a wave of pain suddenly surged through his shoulder, making cold sweat break out on his forehead. This arrow felt wrong. Li Changqing drew his bowstring, aiming the arrow squarely at him. "I advise you to stop struggling. The next arrow will find its mark in your head." Zhao Wuyan's expression changed. "This arrow, it's a divine artifact. Only a divine artifact could allow a 4th-tier archer to strike him so easily with a sneak attack." Oomph. Though troubled, Zhao Wuyan refused to show weakness. He retorted, "Two mere 4th-tier practitioners dare challenge me?" Li Baxian shrugged. "You talk too much." He charged forward, his absurdly oversized Mo Dao blade whirling wildly. Swish! 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 In an instant, Zhao Wuyan felt dozens of slashes tear through his clothes. His gauntlets shattered, blood spurting forth. That bastard! Zhao Wuyan cursed, but inside he was terrified, retreating step by step. Li Baxian's strength was terrifying. Moreover, this modao would actually possess divine power. Zhao Wuyan was stunned. This was a divine artifact. The weapon in his hand was merely a low-grade extraordinary weapon. Yet compared to the Mo Dao in Li Baxian's grasp, the disparity was staggering. After just one exchange, his gauntlet had split open in a massive gash. This sent a chill through his heart. These two are incredibly powerful. With divine artifacts backing them, I stand no chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wuyan turned and fled. Boom! The other 8 professionals stood before him, extraordinary weapons gripped in their hands. In Wang Yuan's hands was a divine artifact shield. Zhao Wuyan gritted his teeth, knowing he had to fight with everything he had. Otherwise, certain death awaited him. Shadow coiling serpent fist. Zhao Wuyan roared, his gauntlet fist striking Wang Yuan's shield like a meteor. Boom! The collision sent Wang Yuan reeling back 3 or 4 steps. Zhao Wuyan felt both shock and fury. His full power strike and a mere level 4 had blocked it. Merely forced back a few steps. Was this even possible? Could it be a divine artifact? A chill crept into Zhao Wuyan's heart. Yi Qingquang seemed to be telling the truth. Get out of the way! Zhao Wuyan roared furiously, charging straight at Wang Yuan. Hold him back! Wang Yuan commanded. Yes! The other 8 professionals immediately blocked Zhao Wuyan's path. Meanwhile, he himself executed evasive maneuvers to dodge Zhao Wuyan's onslaught. Damn it! Zhao Wuyan's rage burned. A level 8 professional like him was being held back by a bunch of level 1 and level 4 professionals. If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. Zhao Wuyan refused to prolong the standoff. He unleashed his full power, determined to end the fight swiftly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Wang Yuan's shield and Li Baxian's Mo Dao, allowing Li Baxian to gain the upper hand. One moment of carelessness, and he found himself at a disadvantage, tightly entangled. He tried to flee, but Li Changqing's arrow had already pierced his knee. Chapter 25, Job Change Quest. Ah! Zhao Wuyan screamed, his body convulsing violently as he endured the excruciating pain. He had been brimming with confidence and arrogance, until that arrow pierced his knee, instantly bringing him to his senses. He knew escape was impossible today. The number of divine artifacts in the enemy's hands far exceeded his wildest expectations. Everything Yi Qingquang had said turned out to be true. Though he and Yi Wuming were at odds, this was ultimately an internal matter of Blood Moon Village. As a fanatical devotee of the Blood Moon God, he absolutely could not allow Blood Moon Village to suffer such a devastating blow. Thus, he channeled every ounce of his primal energy and roared to the heavens, "Run!" The thunderous cry echoed far and wide. Far away, Yi Wuming, who had been waiting for news from Zhao Wuyan, heard the sound and furrowed his brow. He knew Zhao Wuyan was likely truly doomed. Retreat! Yi Wuming acted decisively, abandoning Zhao Wuyan without hesitation. The Blood Moon Village members immediately departed. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the surrounding forces, Zhao Wuyan finally couldn't hold out any longer and was captured alive.
Naturally, Fang Xiang was aware of Yi Wuming and the others' departure.
But after all, he was a level 9 professional.
Fang Xiang understood the wisdom of not pursuing a desperate foe. Fang Xiang was always cautious, strategizing before acting.
Every professional was invaluable, and he would never risk Wang Yuan and the others. Even a 1 in 10,000 risk was unacceptable. Besides, once Wang Yuan and the others had developed their strength for a while, taking Blood Moon Village would be a sure thing. There was no need to rush. True masters never lack patience. Wang Yuan and his companions stripped Zhao Wuyan of his weapons, bound him securely with chains, and brought him back to Fang Xiang village. When Zhao Wuyan was locked within the ancient wood prison cell, he understood that escape was virtually impossible for the rest of his life.
The entire Fang Xiang village was enveloped in the divine radiance of Lord Fang Xiang's protection.
The power of an intermediate wild god was terrifying far beyond what any practitioner could hope to oppose. Being merely a level 9, Zhao Wuyan was essentially lambs to the slaughter the moment he entered the enemy's skill range. But what truly stunned Zhao Wuyan was the interior of Fang Xiang village had undergone earth-shattering changes. Several massive, triangular-shaped structures now stood within. Crafted entirely from ancient timber, they emitted a cold, pitch-black sheen, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld, strange and terrifying.
What are these things?
Zhao Wuyan stared at the unfamiliar, eerie structures, a vague sense of dread welling up within him.
No one answered him.
Li Baxian, blade in hand, glared coldly at Zhao Wuyan within his cage.
You're from Blood Moon Village? What brings you to Fang Xiang village?
Zhao Wuyan remained silent, saying nothing.
Li Baxian's anger flared. A prisoner dares to give me attitude? Believe me, I'll kill you.
Li Changsheng flashed a meaningful smile.
Baxian, Fang Xiang village treats its prisoners well.
Give him some food and let him calm down first. With that, someone brought a bowl of cured pork soup and placed it before Zhao Wuyan. Zhao Wuyan stared at the bowl steaming with the rich aroma of meat, involuntarily swallowing hard. Blood Moon Village had no salt, let alone any culinary techniques for preparing food. Thus, he had never tasted anything truly delicious. Now, faced with such a delicious bowl of cured venison soup, he naturally found it hard to resist. But he held back, replying coldly, "This meat soup is poisoned, isn't it? You think you can test my faith in the Blood Moon God with such tricks? How laughable. What kind of believer couldn't withstand such a test?" Li Baxian downed the entire bowl of soup in one gulp, sneering, "Do you really think you're worthy enough for us to poison you? If you insist on starving yourself, then starve." With that, the others left immediately, returning to their work, leaving Zhao Wuyan alone in the pitch-black cell. Loneliness and deathly silence gradually engulfed him. The torment from the dark cell was tearing him apart. Night fell. Growl, a rumbling echoed throughout the entire cell. Zhao Wuyan could only endure. His limbs and throat were bound by mystical iron chains. These mystical iron chains were extraordinary weapons forged by Fang Xiang. A 9th-tier practitioner could not break them. Escape was virtually impossible. He was now as helpless as fish on a cutting board. While Zhao Wuyan endured the torment of the dungeon, Yi Wuming and his companions had already returned to Blood Moon Village. Their first assault on Fang Xiang village had ended in a devastating defeat, costing them a professional. This enraged the Blood Moon God. The crimson statue emitted an eerie blood-red glow, enveloping the entire Blood Moon Village. "Sacrifice!" the Blood Moon God commanded. In an instant, the entire populace of Blood Moon Village collapsed to the ground in unison. A crimson haze enveloped the villagers as their souls were torn apart, slowly drifting out to merge into the blood-red mist. Then, the villagers' blood began to boil, each face contorted in agony. Ah! Piercing, despairing wails echoed across the heavens. Yi Wuming clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain. This was the divine blessing of the Blood Moon God and the sacrifice of their souls. This was the price paid for the blessing of an evil god. Only after a long while did the crowd finally emerge from this torment. Their gaze toward the Blood Moon God grew ever more fervent and reverent. Even their physical strength had increased significantly. But this enhancement came with a price. It was achieved entirely at the expense of their potential. Yet, in these circumstances, drinking poison to quench thirst was their only choice. Yi Wuming immediately activated the job change quest, hunt a level 5 terror entity, the Judgment Weaver Amut. When Yi Wuming saw his job change quest, his pupils suddenly contracted. Though only a level 5 monster, the Judgment Weaver was a terrifying creature. Legend holds that the Amut clan was forged from the dark power of the goddess Hecate fused with the evil god Set. Hecate presided over fertility and rebirth, while Set embodied chaos, evil, and destruction. When these two extreme forces collided and intertwined, they gave birth to the dreadful monster known as Amut. It possessed the extraordinary ability to execute death judgments, unlocking its innate skill, the Scales of Judgment, at level 3. The Scales of Judgment specifically devour sinners whose souls prove insufficiently heavy upon its scales. Thus, Amut's domain has always been forbidden ground for believers. Yi Wuming clenched his fists, gazing toward Amut's location. He knew there was no turning back, he had to take this gamble. After all, the Blood Moon God would not allow him to retreat.
Yi Wuming resolved to find another way to deal with Fang Xiang village first. Though they were no match for Fang Xiang village now, the dark forest teemed with terrifying monsters. Using others to do his dirty work would be easy enough. Take that level 30 Frost Skull King, for instance. Each strike unleashed devastating consequences. Many village guardian spirits had fallen because of it. After Yi Wuming placed the bait for the Frost Skull King, he returned to the village. Of course, he couldn't be certain if the bait would truly lure it to Fang Xiang village. That was purely a matter of luck. With night already falling, even as a level 9 professional, he dared not venture out after dark to approach Amut's territory. He could only wait for the next gray day to arrive. Chapter 26, The Iron Smelter. While Yi Wuming was preoccupied with his job change quest, the construction of Fang Xiang village was nearing its final stages. This once ordinary village now stood transformed. 3 15-meter-tall triangular pyramid structures stood tall within it. Modeled after pyramids, these structures differed significantly from their ancient counterparts. Simpler in design, they prioritized stability and practicality. They were large enough to house an entire village of believers. They protect the villagers from monster attacks. At the very heart of Fang Xiang village, a towering altar stands. To ensure the safety of his followers, Fang Xiang planned to recruit ironworking experts from the chat area to construct a smelting furnace. For convenience, Fang Xiang directly posted a bounty in the chat area, 1 pound of cured meat. Whoever can provide expertise on smelting will receive 1 pound of cured venison. Many still struggle with food shortages today. Now, merely answering a question could earn food. What a bargain! Knowledge payment materialized in that very moment. So, it didn't take long for a smelting expert to respond to Fang Xiang. Orin, smelting? Are you trying to smelt iron or into iron? Fang Xiang, exactly. Do you know how to build a blast furnace and the precautions for iron smelting? Orin, I can send you a detailed blueprint for an iron smelting furnace. Would that work? Fang Xiang, sure, upload it to the trading panel first. I'll upload the cured pork immediately if possible. Orin, alright. Since the trading interface never lies, both parties felt at ease. Orin truly excelled in this area. The blueprint was drawn up in no time and uploaded to the trading board. Though the blueprint itself wasn't visible in the trading board, its description spoke volumes. This blueprint was indeed useful. So Fang Xiang completed the transaction immediately. Only after the transaction was complete did Fang Xiang get to see the blueprint. The blueprint was extremely detailed. Following the instructions would practically allow anyone to build an iron smelter. Fang Xiang promptly distributed the blueprint. At that moment, most of the villagers in Fang Xiang village were resting. After all, they had been busy all day. Only the sentry remained awake. Upon seeing the blueprint on the altar, the guard, Chen Erdu, promptly notified village chief Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up as he examined the intricate iron smelting furnace in his hands. This is a blast furnace for forging weapons. Li Changsheng knew well. The divine power of the Fang Xiang was extremely precious. Wasting it on forging ordinary supernatural weapons would be a tremendous waste. Therefore, mass-producing weapons on a large scale would have to rely on their own efforts. Yet he never imagined that in just one day, Fang Xiang would produce such meticulously detailed blueprints. Truly worthy of Fang Xiang, his knowledge is boundless. Li Changsheng murmured with reverence in his eyes. With these blueprints, our Fang Xiang village will gain the ability to mass-produce weapons, empowering every villager to fight. The importance of weapons was self-evident. A group of level 1 and level 4 practitioners could suppress and defeat Zhao Wuyan, a level 8 opponent. Wasn't that precisely because of the weapons Fang Xiang provided? Gather everyone immediately. Prepare to build the iron smelting furnace. Li Changsheng commanded in a deep voice. Yes. Shan Ergo nodded. Rest? That's for the dead. At this age, it was time to fight and burn the midnight oil. Besides, his profession was blacksmithing. This was truly a perfect fit for his profession. Only by maximizing his value could he earn greater divine favor from Fang Xiang. Shen Ergu understood this perfectly. He cherished these days of having enough to eat with profound gratitude. Only those who've nearly starved to death can truly understand his current feelings. Soon, under Chen Erdu's guidance, the villagers gathered around. Upon learning they would build an iron smelter, each of them grew excited. As for staying up all night, it was nothing new to them. When Fang Xiang's divine power had weakened before, they hadn't slept for a week, praying incessantly just to offer him a shred more faith. Li Changsheng gazed at the crowd below the platform and declared in a solemn voice, "The initial stages of building the iron furnace will undoubtedly be arduous, and it will require the collective effort of every single one of us. But once we get through the initial phase, everyone will finally get a good night's sleep." Li Baxian shouted, "Village chief, we all understand the stakes. Let's get to work." The dark forest was fraught with danger now. If they didn't seize every moment to rise up, only death awaited them. With the blueprints for the iron smelting furnace secured, the most urgent task now was gathering materials. The refractory layer, directly exposed to the heat, must withstand temperatures of 2000 C. Therefore, Fang Xiang selected soil from 3 meters beneath the dark forest.
After being eroded by the black fallen rain and undergoing prolonged mutations, the soil in this world has become exceptionally heat-resistant.
However, Fang Xiang was uncertain whether it could withstand the temperatures of forging black iron.
In his previous life, furnace hearths and linings used high alumina bricks with Al2O3 content exceeding 48%, yet they could only withstand temperatures up to 1770 C.
Refining black iron ore required even higher temperatures.
Therefore, this material was naturally unsuitable.
Moreover, Fang Xiang couldn't find it anywhere in this world. Aluminum requires electrolysis to obtain. These earthen furnace shells are passable, but the refractory layer remains inadequate.
To be safe, Fang Xiang sought out professionals and prepared to exchange for suitable materials in the chat channel.
Does anyone have high-temperature resistant materials capable of withstanding 2000 degrees Celsius for refining mystic iron?
If you do, I can trade cured meat or extraordinary weapons.
Because cured meat and extraordinary weapons are hard currency items many desperately need. Within a minute of Fang Xiang's bounty being posted, someone responded.
Fire God Mountain, I have pyroxene rock capable of withstanding 2500 degrees Celsius magma.
Do you need it?
In my previous life, even the most extreme magma barely reached 1200 degrees Celsius. But this world clearly couldn't be judged by past experiences. Upon hearing how heat-resistant the fireflow rock was, Fang Xiang immediately perked up.
How strong is this fireflow rock?
Volcano God, extremely hard, comparable to steel on Blue Star.
However, it's exceedingly rare.
If you want it, you'll need at least 10 gene of cured pork for every 100 gene of fireflow rock.
Plus, I demand one extraordinary weapon.
One extraordinary weapon in exchange for 1,000 caddies of fireflow rock. Hearing this, Fang Xiang knew the other party was lying.
This fireflow rock was likely abundant throughout their territory.
This was pure price gouging. Fang Xiang pressed his bargain. I don't have much cured meat either, I can give you 5 gene at most. But I need 1,000 gene of fireflow rock. Also, an extraordinary weapon should be exchanged for 10,000 caddies of fireflow rock. After all, this stuff isn't exactly scarce. Hearing this, the volcano god instantly realized Fang Xiang likely knew the true value of fireflow rock.
He abandoned further haggling and readily agreed. Deal. Fireflow rock was indeed commonplace in his domain, practically worthless.
He hadn't given these materials a second thought before, assuming they were utterly useless. Little did he know there was a demand for it in the world, perfect timing to sell it off. Soon, the other party dispatched 11,000 gene of fireflow rock. Evidently, the area where their divine statue resided contained vast deposits of fireflow rock, eliminating any need for devotees to gather it.
Still, Fang Xiang didn't feel shortchanged.
After all, he already had plenty of cured meat and extraordinary weapons. The real priority was to get that iron smelter built sooner rather than later.
Fang Xiang likewise sent over the transcendent weapon and cured meat.
When the volcano god saw the transcendent weapon Fang Xiang had sent, the entire divine being was utterly dumbfounded.
Superior grade extraordinary weapons? Was he being this generous? After all, he didn't even possess a single transcendent weapon himself. Yet here he was, tossing him a mid-grade transcendent weapon while claiming he didn't have many such items. How utterly arrogant. With fireflow rock in hand, constructing the iron smelting furnace became considerably easier.
Li Changsheng and his team only needed to use the divine Modeo to cut the fireflow rock, then construct it according to the blueprints. As for the binding agent, Fang Xiang's Dragon's Soul Heartflame proved to be the perfect adhesive. Simply melt the fireflow rock, let it cool, and it becomes one solid piece. After working through the night, the group finally completed the iron smelting furnace. During the process, some villagers collapsed from exhaustion. Li Changsheng had them carried away to rest, ensuring they received food and water. Now, this iron smelting furnace stood tall in Fang Xiang village, reaching a height of about 5 meters. Its inner walls featured a ring of recesses filled with charcoal and firewood.
Chapter 27, The Frost Skull King. Beneath the furnace lay baked cinder and iron slag.
The furnace's exterior was cast from black iron ore, radiating a cold, stark black luster. From afar, it resembled a colossal pillar piercing the heavens.
Wang Yuan couldn't help but recite a verse. 3 feet beneath the vaulted sky, 5 fathoms deep its iron frame stands tall. Scaly cracks ripple across its body, its mouth blazes like congealed blood.
Li Changsheng chuckled softly and shook his head.
Wang Yuan possessed some literary knowledge because Fang Xiang village still held a few ancient texts. But few people read those things anymore. After all, when survival itself was uncertain, who would dream of wandering through the ocean of literature?
The charm of literature often only reveals itself when freed from the shackles of grades and the daily grind of survival. At Fang Xiang's specific request, a pressure relief vent was installed above the furnace to prevent the buildup and explosion of combustible gases like carbon monoxide. The core reactions in iron smelting are C plus O2 CO2, and CO2 plus C2CO, which produces CO, an explosive gas. In his previous life, this had caused numerous accidents. Thus, Fang Xiang naturally took no chances. Workplace safety must always be the top priority.
Fang Xiang's commanding voice echoed over Fang Xiang village. Begin the first iron smelting. Li Changsheng and Chen Erdu led the villagers in feeding firewood into the smelting furnace. The first step in iron smelting was to heat the furnace body to a temperature of 1000 degrees. Whoosh! The villagers worked together, heating the furnace interior to a sufficiently high temperature before beginning to pump the bellows, further raising the internal heat. Roar! As coal entered the furnace, the entire massive iron smelting furnace erupted in a thunderous roar. Like a colossal beast of molten lava. The black iron ore was poured in, and the smelting began. Soon, the scorching heat rolled and churned, lighting up everyone's faces crimson red. Chen Erdu grabbed a 2-meter-long probe and pushed open the observation port. Inside, molten iron glowed bright yellow at 2000 degrees Celsius, churning violently. Sparks shot up along the furnace's 0.6-meter diameter hearth, exploding into tiny golden snakes within the night's misty haze. The glow of smelting illuminated the pitch-black, deathly silent forest, bringing a sliver of warmth and light to the group. The terrifying monsters lurking in the night stared fixedly at the smelting furnace. Within, the burning iron and fire radiated a terrifying power that filled them with dread. Chen Erdu was drenched in sweat, a layer of white salt crust baked onto his skin by the intense heat. He glanced at the 100 millimeters thick furnace shell, not a single crack marred its surface. It was secure. Feed it! Chen Erdu bellowed at the top of his lungs. Villagers immediately shoveled 30 kilograms chunks of black iron ore into the charging port. They followed the blueprints method, 1.2 meters of bottom coat plus layered charging. Every 20 minutes, they added 20 kilograms of metallurgical coke. Limestone crackled and popped in the intense heat, transforming into chow slag for desulfurization. 3 blast nozzles angled downward at 12 spewed blue flames. Bellows delivered air at 4 cubic meters min, shattering coke chunks and generating reducing gas in the furnace belly. Everyone watched the blast furnace intently. According to the blueprints, this was crucial to prevent sulfur seepage into the molten iron. Chen Erdu opened the viewing port to check the molten iron's temperature. At this moment, the iron glowed yellow with a hint of white. This temperature is still insufficient. As a blacksmith, his perception of metals was exceptionally keen. He knew clearly that this temperature wouldn't transform the black iron ore into high-purity black iron. Add more fire. Chen Erdu commanded in a deep voice. We need even higher temperatures. Li Buxian immediately tossed more ancient wood into the iron smelting furnace. The furnace's temperature soared once more. But it still wasn't enough. The black iron within the furnace remained only a pale yellow-white. To push the temperature further, their current methods were inadequate. For a moment, the mood among the group grew somber. Just then, Fang Xiang stepped in. As a divine being, exerting power within his own village required minimal divine energy. The crimson dragon soul heart flame surged into the furnace like a fiery dragon, coiling above the molten black iron. Under the refining of the dragon soul heart flame, the mystical iron within the furnace grew increasingly pure. Only when it turned a blazing white did Chen Erdu finally exhale in relief. It's done! First successful iron smelting. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the crowd's faces lit up with excitement and awe. They knelt on the ground, palms pressed together, their expressions solemn and reverent. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for bestowing upon us iron and fire, bringing us light and sustenance. May the Lord's divine radiance endure forever, and may his kingdom come upon the earth. The collective iron smelting effort significantly bolstered the people's faith. Such trials of collective will always unite humanity's faith. Their faith burned with fervent devotion, as pure as molten iron. Among them, several individuals had even become fanatical believers. Though they hadn't awakened their classes yet, they were now very close to doing so. Now, Fang Xiang had 15 fanatics and 11 professionals. The group began smelting iron once more, aiming to produce extra reserves. Armed with the experience from their last attempt, their pace was significantly faster this time. Moreover, guided by Fang Xiang's advice, they optimized the coke to iron ratio and finally raised the furnace temperature to the ideal level. Fang Xiang watched the group's orderly iron smelting with deep satisfaction. After awakening the Alaya consciousness, human intelligence surges dramatically. Thus, Li Changsheng and the others had all become geniuses. Genius makes everything easier. Their very first attempt at iron smelting was a perfect success. Li Changsheng led his team in pouring out the molten black iron. Refining iron was merely the first step. The ingots still required continuous tempering before they could be forged into tools. According to Fang Xiang's plan, they would establish a defensive perimeter around Fangxiang village using mystical iron to withstand sudden attacks from powerful enemies. It must be noted that high-purity mystic iron possesses immense strength. Professionals below level 15 couldn't possibly break it. Adding even a trace of stellar iron would create an alloy of terrifying strength. It could withstand all attacks from practitioners below level 25. Of course, constructing a perimeter defense was an incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. You can only eat one bite at a time. Take too big a step, and you'll trip. Fang Xiang's current plan is to coat the house with a protective layer. If danger arises, they can take refuge inside. Triangles possess inherent stability. Thus, the unique structure of the triangular pyramid makes these houses remarkably sturdy. Combined with the mystical iron alloy, they can withstand most monster attacks, ensuring greater safety for the faithful. Fang Xiang used the Dragon Soul Heartflame and his artifact forging skills to melt the 5-star iron and mix it into the mystic iron. He then had Li Changsheng and others pour the 1000-degree Xian iron into molds placed atop the houses. These molds were remarkably simple to create, fashioned from soil gathered in the dark forest. This soil was robust enough to withstand the 1000-degree Xian iron alloy. Soon, all 3 houses were encased in the black iron alloy, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen that gave them a stark, unforgiving appearance. One night passed. The gray day finally arrived. Grayish sunlight filtered through the valley's crevices, spilling down upon the village. A cool breeze swept over them, bringing a refreshing comfort. But just as everyone prepared to rest, a series of furious roars echoed from the distance. The roars grew louder and closer, like some ferocious beast, deafening. Roar! The beast's roar sent chills down their spines. The group was startled and puzzled, unsure what kind of monster this could be. Li Changsheng ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, take cover inside the houses." Everyone scrambled inside, peering through the ventilation holes to observe the outside. After a moment, they finally saw what the ferocious beast truly was. 2 colossal beasts stood before them. The Frost Skull King and the Rotten Root Demon Eye. Chapter 28, Who is the Hunter? These 2 terrifying monsters possessed enormous fangs and sharp teeth, their crimson pupils gleaming with a murderous light. Their claws were razor-sharp, capable of tearing through steel plates with a single swipe unmatched in sharpness. The Rotten Root Demon Eye's body rotted, emitting an eerie black mist. Spines grew backward along its spine, rotten roots sprouted from its tongue root, and its pupils devoured the shadow of a black dragon. The Frost Skull King stood colossal as a giant, its spine pierced by an icy sword. Its chest froze muscle fire, while its eye sockets pulsed with soul-extinguishing blue flames. These 2 savage beasts, in particular, possessed a staggering 31st level. The 2 monstrous beasts were locked in a fierce, all-out battle. Li Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. At level 31, the Frost Skull King possessed 3 skills, making its power utterly terrifying. Its 3rd skill, Bone Bell's Dirge, caused its spine to emit a sound akin to the funeral bells of Jotunheim. Creatures within a 100-mile radius would instinctively walk toward it, ripping open their own chests to offer their hearts as tribute to the tolling sound. This was a truly terrifying control ability. Meanwhile, the Rotten Root Demon Eye exhaled a withering miasma with every breath. Creatures inhaling this poisonous mist would devour their own kind in a frenzy until they collapsed and died. Thus, the mere sight of these 2 monsters sends creatures fleeing in panic. After all, either one of these beasts is terrifying enough. And now, they were tearing into each other with frenzied ferocity. Li Changsheng watched this unfold, his brow furrowing. This battle between the 2 was a pure fight to the death. Li Badian also sensed the danger and blurted out, "That monster is getting closer and closer to Fang Xiang village. If their fight spills over into the village..." Silence fell over the group, fear flickering in their eyes. After all, this was a level 31 monster. Fang Xiang felt a twinge of tension himself. He knew that although he was now an intermediate wild god, due to the constraints of special rules, it was extremely difficult for the divine seat to intervene. Even when he could only descend upon his followers. Therefore, he could only act by descending upon Wang Yuan. But the power he could wield through divine descent was limited. Whether it would be enough to confront the Frost Skull King remained uncertain. His divine radiance protection had long been deactivated. In the Grey Day, this protection was like a beacon. While divine radiance protection proved highly effective against lower-tier monsters, it proved largely ineffective against terrifying beasts like the Frost Skull King. The Rotten Root Demon Eye erupted from the shadows of its root system, its inverted canopy snatching at the Frost Skull King. The Frost Skull King roared furiously as the eternal flame in its chest licked the demon eye, and the spine-like ice blades plunged deep into the rot root's heart. The 2 forces tangled and cancelled each other out, then radiated outward. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave reached Fang Xiang village. Fang Xiang dared not be careless, immediately activating the 7-fold blazing heaven cover. A shield like a mandrake flower blocked the front of Fang Xiang village, forming a solid wall. Boom! The violent explosion unleashed a storm that engulfed the entire Fang Xiang village. Dust billowed, the earth shook violently. Inside the houses, Li Changsheng and the others felt the world spinning, a thread of relief in their hearts. Had they not reinforced the houses today, that powerful shockwave might have torn them apart. Only now did everyone understand why Lord Fang Xiang had urged them to build their houses sooner. May the divine radiance of Lord Fang Xiang dispel all calamities. They knelt in unison, palms pressed together, offering devout prayers. Threads of devotional willpower gathered, merging into Fang Xiang's body. Empowered by the collective faith, Fang Xiang's divine strength began to recover slightly. He then turned his attention to the 2 monsters. At this moment, the 2 monsters were consumed solely by their mutual slaughter, heedless of anything else. Fang Xiang knew that if he let them continue their fight, Fang Xiang village would be in grave danger. Even the protection of the 7th tier blazing heaven cover would be of no use. For these monsters possessed area of effect abilities.
Once they unleashed their ultimate abilities, the sevenfold blazing heaven cover a shield designed solely to counter physical attacks would be utterly useless. After all, the toxic miasma can strike from behind. Sure enough, the next moment both monstrous beasts unleashed their ultimate attacks. The corrupted root demonized poisonous mist began to spread, while the Frost Skull King tolled the death knell. The entire Fang Xiang village was instantly engulfed by toxic mist and the tolling of bells.
Fang Xiang hesitated no longer, preparing to fight these two monsters to the death.
Meanwhile, Wang Yuan sensed the divine will and began performing a bizarre new dance.
Fang Xiang descended directly upon Wang Yuan.
The dragon's soul heart flame blazed. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, instantly purging all toxins surrounding Fang Xiang village. Roar! At that moment, the Frost Skull King abruptly whipped his head around, fixing his gaze on the Fang Xiang statue with a look of savage delight.
It could sense the immense divine power within the Fang Xiang statue.
Therefore, it resolved to devour Fang Xiang and plunder his divine power.
Not only it, but the rotten root demon eye also fixed its gaze intently upon Fang Xiang.
At that moment, an eerie silence fell upon the three parties.
Among them, Fang Xiang was the weakest.
After all, its time to develop had been far too brief. Fang Xiang could only pin his hopes on the dragon's soul heart flame, praying that this soul-scorching fire might inflict damage upon these two monstrosities.
Otherwise, defeat was certain.
The Frost Skull King let out a sudden, ferocious roar. A hideous head materialized on its back and charged toward Fang Xiang. The rotten root demon eyes form shifted, transforming into tendrils that lashed out at Fang Xiang.
Come on! Fang Xiang's gaze hardened as the dragon's soul heart flame erupted into a raging inferno, scorching the surrounding area. Before the Frost Skull King's head could draw near, it sizzled and crackled under the scorching heat. It screamed in agony and rage. Yet, as Fang Xiang's dragon's soul heart flame scorched its skull, it seemed to sense something and halted its attack. It raised its massive, hideous head, its eyes glowing a blood-red light as it fixed its gaze on Fang Xiang. Roar! A strange cry erupted from the depths of its throat. Immediately afterward, the Frost Skull King abruptly retreated several steps, creating distance between itself and Fang Xiang. The rotten root demon eye froze, baffled by the Frost Skull King's sudden retreat. Was it afraid? Watching the Frost Skull King retreat, Fang Xiang felt a flicker of satisfaction.
The dragon soul heart flame truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon's divine abilities. It seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. Once ignited, it was exceedingly difficult to extinguish.
Though the Frost Skull King appeared to flee, Fang Xiang knew it was already doomed.
He only had to wait for the enemy to be consumed by the dragon soul heart flame before he could claim the corpse of a powerful monster. The rotten root demon eye, seeing the Frost Skull King depart, showed no fear.
Instead, it stared greedily at Fang Xiang's divine statue.
It slowly wriggled, crawling toward the Fang Xiang divine statue. With the Frost Skull King gone, nothing stood in its way.
It could devour everything in Fang Xiang village at will.
But at that very moment, a crimson fire dragon flashed through the air.
Sizzle!
The rotten root demon eye shrieked in terror and despair.
It never imagined Fang Xiang would attack it first. Fang Xiang's confidence soared at this moment, and naturally, it would not let its opponent off. Instead, he aimed to forge it into a divine artifact. Fang Xiang unleashed a relentless barrage of fiery dragons, each strike landing squarely on the rotten root demon eye. The creature's defenses were indeed formidable, somehow barely withstanding Fang Xiang's onslaught. Roar! The rotten root demon eye screamed in agony, its body covered in scorched marks. It frantically dodged, refusing to accept death so easily. Its intelligence might be low, but its will to survive was fierce. It knew Fang Xiang intended to wear it down until it collapsed. Damned deity! The rotten root demon eye roared in fury, yet it was utterly helpless. Fang Xiang's attacks were terrifying, leaving it no choice but to flee relentlessly. Fang Xiang watched the direction the rotten root demon eye and Frost Skull King fled, his brow slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected the enemy to withstand his dragon soul heart flame. Even possessing Wang Yuan and unable to unleash its full power, it still wasn't something a mere monster could oppose. However, these two monsters were prime materials. How could he possibly let them go? Fang Xiang immediately opened the map. 2 crimson dots marked the monsters' locations on the map. Chapter 29, Pursuit. The 2 dots were moving rapidly, clearly attempting to flee back to their territory. Monsters in the dark forest possessed a strong territorial instinct. They generally avoided entering other horrors' territories. Within their own territories, monsters gain powerful bonuses that double their strength. Among them, the Frost Skull King's escape route happened to pass through Blood Moon Village. This was not good news. The dragon soul heart flame relentlessly consumes its victim's soul. When the soul is completely burned away, death follows. If the corpse is claimed by Blood Moon Village before death, it will cause the Blood Moon God's power to surge dramatically. After all, this is a level 31 monster. Every part of it is a treasure. Especially its primal core, which holds immense primal energy. Every 10 points of primordial energy can be converted into 1 point of divine power. This alone could replenish a deity's divine power substantially. When the time is right, it could even unlock an ascension quest.
Moreover, the Frost Skull King's weapon, the Spinal Ice Blade, is a first-tier inferior divine artifact of immense power. It must not be lost. With this in mind, Fang Xiang immediately transmitted a mental message to Wang Yuan, Li Changshan, and the others, instructing them to pursue the Frost Skull King. His corpse must be brought back. Meanwhile, Li Baxian led the pursuit squad in hot pursuit of the Rotten Root Demon Eye's escape route. He would claim both of these monsters.
Upon receiving Fang Xiang's orders, Wang Yuan and the others set out immediately. Blood Moon Village.
As the grey dawn broke, Yi Wuming prepared to lead his men to the domain of Amut, the weaving shadow judge.
Yet before they reached Amut's domain, they sensed a terrifying aura drawing near. It was the aura of the Frost Skull King. What's happening? Yi Wuming's expression darkened. That damned Frost Skull King, how did he end up near our Blood Moon Village?
He felt the immense soul pressure emanating from the Frost Skull King.
Dangerous.
Yi Qingquang frowned, his expression grave. He hadn't expected the Frost Skull King to suddenly invade Blood Moon Village.
It seemed he was fleeing. For its aura felt unsteady. Could it be that a battle had erupted in Fang Xiang village, wounding the Frost Skull King and forcing its retreat? Yi Qingquang was utterly perplexed. The Frost Skull King is a level 31. How could he be injured? Even if Fang Xiangjuan invoked divine power, his strength wouldn't be overwhelming.
He shouldn't stand a chance against the Frost Skull King. Yi Wuming had no time to ponder this, his gaze darkening to a terrifying intensity. Even if the Frost Skull King was injured, it was beyond what their Blood Moon village could handle. If he'd known, he never would have used the Frost Skull King against Fangxiang village. Who would have thought it would backfire so spectacularly? The Blood Moon goddess had also sensed the Frost Skull King's presence. The blood-red divine statue trembled slightly, clearly wary of this terrifying monster. Because his divine power was running low. If he engaged the Frost Skull King and his divine power was depleted, he could perish. Meanwhile, the Frost Skull King was drawing ever closer to Blood Moon village. This caused Yi Wuming and the others to tense up instantly. Wang Yuan and the others following behind the Frost Skull King wore equally grave expressions. If the Frost Skull King perished in Blood Moon village, they would suffer a tremendous loss. Yet they dared not act rashly. Though scorched by Fang Xiangjuan's dragon soul, Xinyan, the Frost Skull King still retained considerable power. Armed with the first-tier inferior artifact, the Spine Ice Sword, and possessing a body as massive as a mountain, any of them uninitiated practitioners who hadn't even undergone class advancement who dared to step forward to block him would be courting death. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the Frost Skull King charged into Blood Moon village. The Blood Moon goddess, enraged by the Frost Skull King's intrusion into her domain, was furious. However, he hadn't awakened the special profession of shaman's follower, so he could only use divine descent within the village. Moreover, this consumed an immense amount of divine power. To minimize this drain, he chose to sacrifice one of his devotees. By merging the devotee's physical form with his divine statue, he gained the ability to act briefly. Clatter! One fanatical follower was parasitized by the Blood Moon God statue. A hideous, butterfly-shaped wound split open on his back as the statue plunged violently into his flesh. Pain. Too much pain. A pain that tore at his heart and seared his very bones. The fanatic howled in agony, enduring the torment, yet his eyes glowed with fanatical fervor. Offer your life to the great Blood Moon God. And Lan gazed at the fanatic, his eyes filled with both relief and despair. Relieved that he was not a fanatic, spared from divine retribution. Despair that he must now serve such an evil deity. If he couldn't awaken his profession, he'd be used as expendable fodder sooner or later. At that moment, the Frost Skull King had already charged into the heart of Blood Moon village. The two closest devotees were instantly torn apart by the frigid blast, reduced to shards of ice by the wind. To end this swiftly, the Blood Moon God unleashed his divine power, Void Blood Moon. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth grew dim. Countless crimson moonbeams rained down, enveloping the entire Blood Moon village. Amidst the crimson moonlight, the Frost Skull King roared. With a roar, it swung its spine bone ice sword, shattering the moonlight and tearing apart the heavens. The Blood Moon God roared in fury. His divine power was shattered. Yet the Frost Skull King seemed utterly unscathed. This stunned it and filled it with an inexplicable dread. He had unleashed his divine power. Shouldn't dealing with a lowly monster be a piece of cake? What the Blood Moon God failed to see was that his divine power hadn't been resisted by the Frost Skull King. Instead, it had been devoured by the dragon soul heartflame Fang Xiang had left within its body. Seeing the Blood Moon God unable to defeat a mere monster, the villagers of Blood Moon village were overcome with fear and despair. This signaled that the Blood Moon God's divine power was nearly depleted. Blood Moon village would likely meet the same fate as the other villages buried in the cold, dark night. Desperate for survival, they fled frantically in all directions, seeking refuge in villages protected by divine shrines. The Blood Moon God raged with fury, its statue plunging viciously into the spine of a fanatical believer. It was about to fight for its life. It directly expended another 5 points of divine power, unleashing the divine technique, Void Blood Moon. Roar! It roared, its entire body radiating a blood-red lunar glow. It lunged at the Frost Skull King, intent on slaying its foe with the swiftest strike possible. Boom! The two collided violently, erupting in a deafening crash. The ground caved in, and surrounding structures collapsed. The Blood Moon God's divine power plummeted rapidly, leaving it no choice but to continue sacrificing its followers. The devotees of Blood Moon Village let out agonized screams as their souls were devoured by the Blood Moon God, their lifespans transformed into nourishment. Yet this did nothing to alter the situation. The Blood Moon God was sent flying. Worse still, its divine power plummeted dramatically. In mere seconds, it plummeted from 11 divine power points to just 3. This situation threw the Blood Moon God into complete panic. It mustered every ounce of strength and fled frantically. It could no longer spare a thought for its followers. Damn Frost Skull King, how could it be this powerful? The Blood Moon God gritted his teeth. Could it be, it possesses another divine entity, that's why it's immune to this god's divine abilities? No. Impossible. Only a special grade deity could achieve this. In this region, only the Blackwater God is a special grade deity. We are allies. He would never attack me. As the Blood Moon God fled, the Frost Skull King did not pursue to devour him. His time was running out. Intense, burning agony radiated relentlessly from within its soul. The dragon's soul heart flame ignited the power of the empty blood moon, causing its body to deteriorate rapidly. Now, it yearned only to return to its domain. There, bolstered by its territory's power, it could extinguish the dragon's soul's heart flame. Otherwise, it would truly perish. The threat of death drove it into a frenzied sprint. Gray sunlight spilled over the icy bones, shimmering with faint blue streaks of light. Bone-chilling cold radiated outward. This spurred it to accelerate once more. Damn it! Yi Wuming stared at the direction Blood Moon God fled, his face turning ashen. Blood Moon God actually abandoned us and ran away. Yi Qingquan's face was equally filled with sorrow and frustration. With the Blood Moon God abandoning them, his faith plummeted once more, dropping straight to 0.8 points. This was now the level of an ordinary believer. Meanwhile, Enlon, the devout believer who had previously received Fang Xiang's divine grace, now saw his faith in Blood Moon God vanish entirely. His faith had shifted, increasing his devotion to Fang Xiang to 0.7. This was the level of an ordinary believer. Typically, it's difficult for a devout believer to change their faith. However, due to the series of actions taken by the Blood Moon God, he has become utterly disillusioned with the deity. Gods are more godlike than gods. Compared to Fang Xiang, the Blood Moon God couldn't hold a candle. Fortunately for the villagers of Blood Moon Village, the Frost Skull King did not attack them. Instead, he departed on his own accord. It seemed he had urgent matters to attend to. Yet, the Blood Moon God had just extracted the souls of dozens of his followers, causing the population of Blood Moon Village to dwindle significantly. At that moment, Yi Wuming spotted Wang Yuan and the others. Yi Wuming did not attack. Although his soul had been spared, the Blood Moon God had drained a portion of his power, leaving him in a weakened state. Moreover, the fact that they had defeated Zhao Wuyan and even prompted Zhao Wuyan to warn him to flee indicated their formidable strength. If he truly clashed with them, he might not be their match. Therefore, he pretended not to notice Wang Yuan and his companions. Wang Yuan and his group also had no desire to engage Yi Wuming further. They now had only one objective: the corpse of the Frost Skull King. Seeing Wang Yuan and the others pursue the Frost Skull King, Yi Wuming's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, he seemed to grasp something, shifting his gaze toward Fang Xiang Village. Chapter 30, Instant Assimilation. Yi Qingquan noticed the complexity in Yi Wuming's gaze. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Bro, what do we do now? Without the Blood Moon God's protection, once night falls, they're as good as dead. Now, to survive, they must seek the protection of a divine sanctuary." And Fang Xiang Village was undoubtedly the best choice. Yi Wuming took a deep breath and asked, "Everything you've described about Fang Xiang Village, is it all true?" Yi Qingquan nodded. "Absolutely. If possible, embracing Fang Xiang's faith seems like a wise choice." His faith in the Blood Moon God had dwindled to that of an ordinary believer, so he had long since wanted to leave Blood Moon Village. Yi Wuming, though reluctant to abandon his faith in the Blood Moon God. But the Blood Moon Goddess had departed, and clinging to that faith seemed pointless now. Moreover, he refused to let his younger brother die in vain in the darkness. The struggle in Yi Wuming's eyes vanished as he declared in a solemn voice, Wait 1 hour. If the Blood Moon Goddess has not returned, I will go to the domain of the Shadow Weaver for judgment. If I succeed in changing professions, I won't have to live under someone else's roof. If I perish, you must lead the men to Fang Xiang Village." "Very well." A flicker of disappointment passed through Yi Qingquan's eyes. You never know until you compare. The gap between gods can sometimes be terrifyingly vast. Yi Qingquan had already guessed that the Frost Skull King hadn't attacked them because it likely wanted to return to its territory to heal. And with Wang Yuan and the others hot on its heels, it was clear that the god who had wounded the Frost Skull King was none other than Fang Xiang. The Blood Moon God couldn't even defeat the wounded Frost Skull King, proof of just how vast the gap between them truly was. Meanwhile,
The Frost Skull King raced desperately, drawing ever closer to his own domain. Finally, it caught sight of its domain. Just one more step, and it would be inside. Alas, just as it was about to step inside, the dragon soul's heartflame within its body erupted violently. In an instant, its shattered soul was consumed by flames. Boom! The Frost Skull King's massive body collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Wang Yuan and the others watched this scene unfold, each letting out a sigh of relief. This creature was far too formidable. Even Wang Yuan found it extremely troublesome. Thankfully, they had managed to delay him long enough for him to meet his end. Moreover, it seemed the Frost Skull King was completely spent dead. Most crucially, they had secured the assist. The Frost Skull King had been slain by Fang Xiangjuan's Dragon Soul Heartflame. Since they belonged to the same faction, they naturally earned the assist. Wang Yuan gained the most experience points, instantly advancing to level 4. The other adventurers all advanced to level 2. This was undoubtedly a huge windfall. Of course, the reason they only gained this much experience was that none of them had actually attacked the Frost Skull King. Thus, their experience rewards were naturally modest. Otherwise, given the Frost Skull King's level 31 status, their experience gains would have been far greater. Still, getting an assist was already quite good. Wang Yuan and the others were quite satisfied. Let's go! Hurry up and collect the loot. Wang Yuan led the group swiftly toward the Frost Skull King's corpse. After the Frost Skull King's demise, its corpse rapidly deteriorated. Thus, they easily retrieved its original core. Next, they removed the Frost Skull King's bones and the ice sword from its spine. After stripping everything of value from its body, the group immediately retreated, fearing complications might arise if they lingered. Meanwhile, Li Baxian and his group fared much better. After the rotten root demonized demise, they calmly transported its corpse back to Fang Xiang village. Only when both monsters' corpses were brought back did Fang Xiang finally breathe a sigh of relief, gazing at the two monstrous bodies with a hint of excitement. These were precious treasures. Once he consumed their primordial nuclei, his divine power should reach 15 points. He would be one step closer to becoming a high-rank wild god. Moreover, once he refined them into divine artifacts, his own strength would surge dramatically. During his earlier battle with these two beasts, it wouldn't have been so effortless without the aid of the 7th layer of Blazing Heaven's cover. The two primordial nuclei were held aloft by divine power, one blue and one black, radiating intense primordial energy fluctuations. A swirling mass of black mist coiled around the blue nucleus, forming a miniature vortex. These were the primordial core fragments left behind after the Frost Skull King and the Rotroot Demon met their ends. At this moment, Fang Xiang opened his divine sense completely, focusing it entirely on the primordial nucleus fragments. Suddenly, the primordial core fragments violently trembled, as if some terrifying entity was attempting to emerge from within the shards. Fang Xiang snapped to attention. At this critical juncture, no anomalies could be tolerated. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Refine it for me. Fang Xiang's divine soul trembled as he roared in fury. Instantly, divine power enveloped the primordial core fragments as the dragon soul heartflame poured its full might into refining both cores. Crackle! Crackle! Cracks spread across the primordial cores, gradually shattering them. Dark, mysterious runes shot out from within the primal cores. They fell before the statue of Fang Xiang. Simultaneously, an extreme, bone-chilling aura emanated from them. Fang Xiang's divine consciousness swept over it briefly, and a smile appeared on his face. At last! Within the cracks of the two primal cores lay two seeds, each a haunting blend of deep blue and shadow. Mysterious, ancient patterns flowed across their surfaces, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Above the seeds, a wisp of green smoke rose, coalescing into a blurred silhouette. The shadow slowly coalesced, eventually taking the form of a human man clad in black robes. The cloaked figure fixed his icy gaze on Fang Xiang. You dare kill the creation of our night god cult? The night god cult? Fang Xiang stared back, his voice icy. The night god cult? Is it that formidable? He knew little of this world. The cloaked figure merely sneered with disdain, just a wild god. But his scorn vanished almost instantly. Fang Xiang's true form slowly materialized, enveloping both himself and the runes within the primal nucleus. Fang Xiang's true form was a gray ring, resembling a mysterious and majestic primordial nebula, releasing unimaginable chaotic divine power. The two primordial nucleus runes were swallowed by the ring. In the next instant, two divine rune inscriptions appeared upon Fang Xiang's true form. Chaos Divine Path? The black-robed figure's eyes flickered with astonishment and doubt. Who stands behind you? How could you possibly tread the Chaos Divine Path? Divine paths were divided into three: light, darkness, and chaos. Among them, light and darkness are the mainstream. The Chaos Divine Path is one that very few deities can tread. For the right to enter the Chaos Divine Path is deemed a taboo. Fang Xiang remained silent, relentlessly unleashing the Dragon Soul Heartflame. He intended to devour his opponent completely. Dragon Soul Heartflame? The 7 stars of the Azure Dragon? The cloaked figure frowned. Are you a deity of the mechanical god cult? Fang Xiang offered no reply, channeling the dragon's soul heart flame to obliterate his opponent completely. The fact that he cultivated the chaos divine path absolutely must not be revealed. Sensing Fang Xiang's intent, the black-robed figure immediately ignited his primal energy, desperate to transmit this critical information outward. But, enveloped by the dragon soul's heart flame, he had not the slightest power to resist. For the dragon soul heart flame was specifically designed to incinerate souls. The dragon soul's heart flame transformed into a massive hand, seizing the black-robed figure and instantly consuming him. The black-robed figure dissolved into pure divine power, devoured by Fang Xiang. After devouring the Frost Skull King and the Rot-Root Demon I-1 prototype, Fang Xiang's divine power cap instantly surged to 21 points. To break through to the high-rank Wild God stage, one required 50 points of divine power, along with over 20 professional practitioners among the followers and a total follower count exceeding 150. Only then could the special trial of the Chaos God Path be activated. The Chaos Divine Path's requirements were clearly more demanding than other divine paths. However, its combat power far surpasses that of other divine paths. For instance, Fang Xiang alone could previously withstand 2 level 31 monsters. This clearly demonstrates the formidable combat prowess of the Chaos Divine Path. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Path appears capable of fusing the primordial nuclei of other monsters to evolve unique divine abilities. Fang Xiang has now acquired 2 divine abilities. One was the Frost Lament of the Frost Skull King, and the other was the Decaying Demon Eye of the Rotten Root Demon Eye. Chapter 31, Frost-Clad Sword. The former unleashes terrifying frost, freezing 1,000 miles. The latter unleashes a decaying demonic light that shatters all resistance. Both of these divine abilities are top-tier techniques for group combat. Though merely first-tier divine abilities, their destructive power is formidable. After devouring 2 primordial cores, Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward the Frost Skull King and the Rot-Root Demon Eye. These two would make excellent materials for forging artifacts. Fang Xiang retrieved the divine remains in Starlight Iron, preparing to forge 2 immensely powerful divine artifacts. 2 pounds of divine bones, 1 pound of star iron, the Frost Skull King's corpse, and the spinalized sword were melted by the dragon's soul heart flame. Fang Xiang then activated his artifact forging technique. Amidst the clanging of molten metals, droplets of liquid metal began to emerge from the divine bones and star iron. Immediately after, Fang Xiang channeled his divine power, causing all the molten metal to converge and coalesce into a long sword, its edge gleaming with a sharp, icy glint. This blade measured 4 feet 9 inches in length, its edge razor-sharp, gleaming with a frigid radiance. Frost-condensing blade, patterns like shattered snow touching it causes frost to form, its vibration shakes off cold blossoms, its sound echoes like ice cracking, truly awe-inspiring divine might. When combined with the divine technique Frost Lament, its power surged even higher. Fang Xiang wielded his divine power, directing the frost-clad sword to strike at the ancient tree in the distance. The sword's aura merged with the Frost Lament, unleashing divine power without restraint. A terrifying cold current engulfed all ancient trees within 100 meters. Boom! Vast swaths of ancient trees froze solid. As the frigid wind swept through, the trees shattered with a crack, instantly reduced to shards of ice and powder. Fang Xiang's eyes lit up at the sight, truly a divine artifact. Divine weapons possessed unparalleled might, capable of amplifying the wielder's strength tenfold or even 100-fold. Moreover, this divine weapon grows alongside its wielder. This frost-clad blade had already reached the realm of a top-tier first-grade divine artifact, imbued with fragments of ice elemental laws. It could be said that with this frost-clad sword, Fang Xiang's combat prowess had increased significantly. Wang Yuan and the others naturally witnessed Fang Xiang's strike, their expressions turning utterly shocked. The sheer terror of that strike was overwhelming. Even from a great distance, they could still feel the bone-chilling cold radiating from it. Their very souls trembled, as if that frigid current could freeze everything in existence. Wang Yuan murmured, "Lord Fang Xiang's power grows ever stronger." Fang Xiang did not cease his forging. With the frost-clad sword in the sevenfold blazing heaven cover one offensive, one defensive, it was still insufficient. He still needed a divine artifact that excelled in both offense and defense. Fang Xiang turned his gaze to the corpse of the Rotten Root Demon Eye. The Rotten Root Demon Eye resembled a decaying thorn tree root, emanating a thick, putrid stench that chilled the soul. Fang Xiang poured in divine remains and star iron, melting them with the dragon soul heart flame. Once the 3 elements fused as one, he activated his forging technique once more, crafting a set of pitch-black armor. The armor was pitch black, thick and imposing. Intricate patterns covered its surface, radiating an aura of decaying destruction. Fang Xiang examined the demonic armor closely. Spikes sprouted from its cracks, each ridge congealed with black blood. A decaying demon eye was embedded in its chest, its pupil cracked like withered roots. Blood tears seeped out, casting a 3-inch-long cold glint. The thorns encircling the armor suddenly came alive, their sharp teeth gnawing at the void with a shrill cry. As Fang Xiang channeled his divine power, the demonic eye split open. Black mist churned from its socket, revealing the faint stirrings of 100,000 withered bones. This was a weapon forged from the Chaos Divine Path, each spike engraved with counterattack runes. The armor devours divine temples, its gaze buries all living things. Thorn Demon Armor. Also a top-tier artifact of the first rank. This armor was exceptionally attuned to Fang Xiang, capable of inflicting backlash and decay upon foes truly terrifying. The Thorn Demon armor slowly shrank, enveloping the solemn and sacred divine statue. Seamlessly integrated, it shielded Fang Xiang's true form completely. With this Thorn Demon armor, Fang Xiang could now completely ignore all attacks below level 39 after his divine descent. Obtaining these two divine artifacts greatly lifted Fang Xiang's spirits. These were top-tier first-grade divine artifacts, vastly more powerful than his previous ones. They could enhance the divine abilities of a deity. Most crucially, high-grade first-tier divine artifacts transcended the realm of practitioners. Only divine entities could wield them. Therefore, these two divine artifacts could now become part of Fang Xiang's divine statue, fused into its very essence. In the dark forest, power was paramount. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divine entity, Fang Xiang. Rank, intermediate wild god. Followers, 116. Divine power, 21-21-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Blessing Freely Adjustable, Divine Voice 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 100 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, and Terry's Engraving of Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 4. Items, 25 Gene of Divine Remains, Vortex Spirit Cultivation Method, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover, Doll Fragments, 99 Gene of Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frost-Clad Sword. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 116. Believers, Casual Believers 2, Ordinary Believers 1, Devout Believers 100, Fanatical Believers 13. Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those whose faith faltered long ago were lost in the vast divine ruins. Specialties, none. Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Fireflow Rock. Divine Artifacts, Arrows, Emo Dao, Shields. Advancement requirements, when the number of fanatical believers exceeds 20 and the total number of believers surpasses 150, the Chaos Divine Path's special trial will be unlocked. Yet he knew he remained profoundly weak. The map marked numerous locations as high risk, even extremely dangerous. These were terrifying realms where even he, with his divine descent, might perish if he ventured there. After his divine power broke through to 21 points, the map's range doubled, extending a full 15 kilometers. Two new villages now appeared on the map. One was called Blackwater Village, the other Bamboo Bone Village. Both were marked in hostile red on the map, indicating high danger. Clearly, their strength far surpassed that of Bloodmoon Village. At this moment, a red light point was rapidly moving toward Blackwater Village. That light point was none other than the Blood Moon God. Is the Blood Moon God seeking to defect to another village? Fang Xiang frowned. Clearly, as a veteran wild god, the Blood Moon God possessed his own network of connections, unlike deities like Fang Xiang who had only recently arrived in this world. These three villages were likely allies. It seemed he must continue fortifying the village to prevent a joint assault from these three deities. However, Fang Xiang wasn't worried about them attacking directly. Generally speaking, deities were bound to their own villages. Because once they leave their own altar, their strength diminishes. This principle mirrors how the Frost Skull King and others gain combat bonuses within their own domains. The Blood Moon Goddess would never have left her altar unless forced by the Frost Skull King. However, Wang Yuan and his companions couldn't remain holed up in the village forever. They needed to venture out to explore the map and gather resources. Therefore, Fang Xiang decided to grant Wang Yuan and his companions another power boost. Fang Xiang wasted no time, immediately activating the Divine Blessing. Wang Yuan, Li Changsheng, Li Baxian, and Chen Erdu were instantly enveloped by Fang Xiang's chaotic divine power. In an instant, every cell in their bodies began to surge with excitement, greedily absorbing the divine power. Li Changsheng and Li Baxian's original power surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 5th tier. As a special class practitioner, Wang Yuan's level soared even higher, reaching tier 6. Chen Ergu, who had activated his class rank later, only reached level 3. What a powerful boost. Wang Yuan opened his eyes, feeling brimming with strength, itching to find some monsters to fight. Beside him, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, equally exhilarated. I've reached level 5 too. How did this happen? All four of them had benefited immensely. With the divine blessing, their spiritual connection to Fang Xiang grew ever stronger. Their faith levels shot past the 15-point threshold, soaring to 17. All four knelt down, praying devoutly. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his blessings. After leveling up, Chen Ergo gained a deeper understanding of his profession. He immediately forged the mystical iron he had refined yesterday into weapons. Li Changsheng and the others assisted him in the process. Following Fang Xiang's instructions, Chen Erdo forged these mystical iron weapons with deliberate roughness. After merely shaping them, he used his extraordinary axe to slightly sharpen the tips. No polishing was done. Forget about steps like quenching. Speed was the top priority. Fang Xiang opened the chat section and posted a video of the weapons Chen Erdo had forged. Weapons unsold, wholesale clearance sale. Neighbors stockpile guns, you stockpile food, your food becomes your neighbor's food.
A total of 108 weapons were piled into a small mountain, creating a visually striking display. All were spears, though crudely made. Rushed production meant no polishing.
Still, Chen Ergu was a blacksmith. Though these weapons were of ordinary quality, they were top tier among ordinary ones. Moreover, the choice of spear design stems from the spear's status as the king of all weapons. They're quick to master and pack a serious punch. Even ordinary people could wield them with formidable combat effectiveness. Professional warriors are, after all, few and far between. If ordinary people could be armed, they too could play a significant role. Most crucially, the monsters surrounding the village aren't all special types, some are weak. Armed with weapons, ordinary people can still turn their foes into grilled skewers. Moreover, if these weapons fell into the hands of rival villages, who then armed themselves and launched sieges against each other, that would be quite entertaining. The influence of deities is limited in range. Take Fang Xiang, for example. Without Wang Yuan's new dance to invoke the deity, its influence only extends 150 meters. This means that as long as the enemy's followers remain beyond 150 meters, they can simply surround their own followers and starve them to death. Once the followers perish, the deity itself will fall. Divine wars can be surprisingly down to earth, relying on followers wielding the most primitive weapons to fight. Not the gods themselves clashing with divine powers. So when these weapons appeared, many began commenting below the video. Holy crap! This hard-working god is absolutely insane. First he drops extraordinary weapons to sell, sparking a massive clash between the two divine factions, and now he's unleashing this flood of ordinary weapons. Unbelievable. Was this guy a weapons wholesaler in a past life? I don't even have a single extraordinary weapon, and my ordinary ones are all beat up and worn out. And now you tell me someone isn't just selling weapons, but wholesaling them? People are just jealous. How much for these regular weapons? I'll take them. My character's gonna go stab the neighbors but with a gun. FCK that. Wishful thinking. You think I won't buy them? Big shot, remember me? I'm Mushue. I'll trade you salt. I'm Desert Reaper. Still want my black iron or, boss? Comments under the video quickly hit 999 plus. And the numbers kept skyrocketing. The chat channel remained fiercely heated. Fang Xiang watched the frenzy unfold, thinking to himself, no wonder great powers in my past life loved stirring up trouble, fomenting wars everywhere. Because weapons were truly lucrative. And these were just ordinary weapons. If he were to bring out divine artifacts, these people would likely go even crazier. But he had no intention of selling divine artifacts just yet. After all, few could afford them. It's more practical to trade extraordinary weapons for high-end resources. Fang Xiang scoured private messages and comments before finally identifying several potential trading partners. Among them, Desert Reaper and Twilight Snow God were his longtime customers. Fang Xiang offered them a 70% discount, trading one ordinary weapon for 1,000 gene of coarse salt and black iron ore. This delighted both parties, who promised to return for more. Beyond these two regulars, one particular trade offer caught his attention. The person actually had oil deposits nearby. The utility of petroleum was self-evident. Though currently only usable as fuel, its value would skyrocket if traded later. Fang Xiang decisively established an external trade deal with the other party, purchasing 5,000 gene of petroleum at the price of 3 ordinary weapons. Oil was so cheap right now because wood could easily substitute as fuel. Development capabilities were insufficient. Plus, with an oil field right next to their village, they're naturally loaded. Truth be told, Fang Xiang couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward these wealthy villagers with mines right next door. Envy had completely distorted his judgment. So Fang Xiang decided to ruthlessly harvest a wave of easy prey. Besides oil, Fang also found a beginner's guide to becoming a mechanic. Mechanics were a special profession, extremely rare. In the late game, they could create terrifying mechanical disasters. A single individual could become a nation unto themselves, with an extremely high growth ceiling. Though he currently possessed no mechanic practitioners. The mechanical heart that had previously appeared in the star iron coffin, along with the doll, were already mechanical creations. Thus, he resolved to craft mechanical constructs himself. Besides, a book isn't expensive, just an ordinary weapon. Chen Erdu could craft it with ease. Moreover, the other party had even gifted some local specialties: 3 tomato seeds. The village where they lived had a tradition of growing them. So they saved some seeds. Fang Xiang checked the trading interface and confirmed the 3 tomato seeds were still viable, though whether they would actually grow remained uncertain. After concluding the trade, Fang Xiang finally refocused his attention. As the gray daylight sun fully emerged, he realized he still had plenty of time. Chapter 32, Silent Molten Valley. With daylight hours steadily diminishing, exploration must be expedited. Otherwise, under the shroud of night, the development of the followers would become even more difficult. Fang Xiang turned his gaze to the map, beginning to search for suitable locations to explore. After ruling out several safe zones, he narrowed it down to 3 locations. Silent Melting Valley, 7 kilometers southeast, moderate risk. Ghost Dog Graveyard, 9 kilometers northeast, high risk. Dog God Village, 7 kilometers east high risk. Dream Marsh Lake, 11 kilometers west unknown. Finally, Fang Xiang fixed his gaze upon the location of the Judgment Weaver amidst silent molten valley. What drew Fang Xiang most to this place was a peculiar mineral. Silent molten stone. This ore could devour sound. Weapons forged from it would allow his followers to carry out decapitation strikes in complete silence. Moreover, Judgment Weaver Amut was only level 5, making him the perfect target for Wang Yuan and his group to hone their skills. Especially for Wang Yuan, his class change quest was connected to the Judgment Weaver Amut. Securing it now would let him prepare ahead of time. Most crucially, he noticed the Blood Moon Village people heading this way. If the enemy sought to obtain something, he would naturally stop them. After Fang Xiang relayed this intelligence to Wang Yuan, the latter made an immediate decision and led the hunting party toward the target. Meanwhile, Chen Ergo continued refining the mystical iron. Who would ever complain about having too much of this stuff? Chen Erda gazed at the scattered wood shavings scattered across the ground, the remnants of Fang Xiang's earlier destruction, and felt a surge of elation. With these wood shavings, refining mystic iron would become far easier. He immediately organized his men to gather the wood shavings, forge more mystic iron, and reinforce Fang Xiang village's defenses. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang browsed the chat area, hoping to trade for suitable items. Each party focused on their tasks, busy and fulfilled. Silent Melting Valley. When Wang Yuan and his 4 companions arrived here, their expressions instantly grew tense. The place was utterly silent, devoid of any sound of living creatures. It felt as though they had entered a silent hell. Since this was Fang Xiang's order, the group pressed forward without hesitation. Snap! The scorched rock crust beneath their feet cracked into flakes, each step crunching with the brittle sound of crushed bone. Yet this sound lasted but an instant before vanishing. Not even bone conduction could let them hear it. Wang Yuan frowned, his expression growing grave. Solidified lava snaked around their ankles, its dark patterns seeping with unhardened crimson like burst blood vessels from a human's violent death. There was no wind here, the air oppressively thick and stifling. Within a few steps, everyone was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Li Changxing's pupils suddenly contracted. As an archer tier, he possessed the eagle eye skill. It greatly enhanced his vision. Now that he had reached level 5, the eagle eye effect had grown even stronger. He clearly saw 3 charred corpses embedded in the rock wall, their postures frozen in the contorted act of fleeing, their eye sockets now black holes frosted with ice crystals. No! Those weren't ice crystals. It was eerie blue ghost flames. Not only the charred corpses, but the entire fissure at the valley bottom oozed a sinister blue phosphorescent glow. It illuminated the area 20 paces away, casting an eerie, chilling aura. Everyone frowned deeply. This place was truly unfit for habitation. Had Fang Xiang not ordered them here, none would have willingly set foot in this haunted place. Let's move out. Avoid contact with that blue phosphorescent flame as much as possible, Li Changxing said, his expression slightly shifting, his eyes fixed on the surroundings. He sensed an oppressive atmosphere here, as if something lurked in the shadows. Right. The group nodded and followed Li Changxing deeper into the cavern. Suddenly, a massive boulder ahead split open, revealing a grotesque creature frantically tearing at its own flesh. This creature possessed a triangular head covered in rust, skin as white as snow, and wielded a massive scythe in its hands. It was now tearing at itself with all its might, seemingly trying to break free from its bonds. Roar! Spotting Wang Yuan and the others, the creature let out a furious roar, its savage nature fully revealed as it lunged forward. Li Changxing was already prepared, lifting his bow and releasing an arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sharp arrows flew forth, one pierced the monster's skull. The other lodged itself deep in its chest. Arg! The creature let out an agonized howl, collapsing to the ground in convulsions before quickly drawing its last breath. The group breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this monster wasn't particularly powerful. Li Changxing had dispatched it without even using his divine arrows. Just then, they suddenly spotted figures ahead. And the other party had clearly spotted them as well. When Li Changxing recognized the figure, his pupils contracted slightly. It was Yi Qingquang. Beside him stood a handsome young man gripping a long sword. This handsome youth possessed sharply defined cheekbones, full lips, a straight nose bridge, and a faintly sharp, heroic aura between his brows. Though appearing delicate, he possessed a unique charm that was truly breathtaking. This was a level 9 professional. Are you Yi Wuming? Li Changxing had already guessed the other's identity. Yi Wuming swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, his tone calm. So Zhao Wuyan was captured by you lot? Li Changxing replied, correct. Why not join us back to Fang Xiang village? I hear the Blood Moon God is an evil deity who revels in sacrificing his followers. What's so worthy about worshipping such a worthless god? Unlike our Lord Fang Xiang, who is immensely powerful and looks out for us. Moreover, Lord Fang Xiang helps us level up. In just a few days, we've become level 5 practitioners. You must have endured immense suffering to reach level 9, right? Li Changxing's words instantly struck a chord with Enlon of Blood Moon Village. Yeah, what's the Blood Moon God even about? All it does is treat its followers like power banks. Compared to that, Fang Xiang was practically a benevolent father. Even as a villager of Blood Moon Village, he never withheld divine blessings. The contrast between the two couldn't be more stark. If he hadn't lost his mind back then, trying to repay Yi Qingquan, he never would have returned to Blood Moon Village. And it wasn't just him, the entire Blood Moon Village shared this sentiment. And Lan had been extolling Fang Xiang Village's virtues non-stop lately, making these villagers who only feared the Blood Moon God long to go to Fang Xiang Village. Only a handful of the Blood Moon God's most devoted followers remained loyal. Yi Wuming took in everyone's expressions, his heart boiling with anger. As a fanatical devotee of the Blood Moon God, he would never betray the deity. Not even if the Blood Moon God abandoned them. As long as he lived, they would remain steadfast in their belief in the Blood Moon God, never wavering from their convictions. Foolish. Yi Wuming sneered coldly. No longer bothering with these fools, he turned his gaze to Li Changsheng and asked, "What terms can the Lord of the Square Hall offer me?" Li Changsheng grinned. "That's more like it. We're all smart people here. Rest assured, Lord Fang Xiangjuan's sincerity will far exceed your expectations." "What terms?" Yi Wuming pondered before asking. Li Changsheng pointed at the ground beneath his feet, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "We possess vast resources like divine artifacts." The divine artifact arrow in Li Changsheng's hand emitted a faint divine glow, yet carried an overwhelming aura of power. Yi Wuming's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. This arrow was indeed a divine artifact. Yi Wuming felt a pang of envy. The other party was merely a 5th-level practitioner, yet possessed a divine artifact. Meanwhile, he had only a low-grade extraordinary weapon. He had endured countless hardships to obtain this weapon. "This arrow is mine," he declared in a deep, commanding voice. Chapter 33, Defeating Yi Wuming. Li Baxian sneered coldly, his Mo Dao blade gleaming with a bone-chilling aura. "What? You still want to fight? What? Another divine artifact?" Yi Wuming's pupils contracted at the sight of Li Baxian's Mo Dao, his eyes flashing with greed and shock. A single divine artifact could spark a battle between two villages. Yet the enemy held one in each hand. The disparity was staggering. This Fang Xiang must have mastered the legendary art of weapon forging. Had his faith not already been wholly devoted to the Blood Moon God, he might have even defected to Fang Xiang. No wonder Lan and the others were so obsessed with Fang Xiang. Li Changsheng watched Yi Wuming with a smile, saying nothing. He knew conflict between them was inevitable. Sure enough, the next instant, Yi Wuming struck first. His aura surged violently as a purple glow flared from the long sword in his palm, striking toward Li Ba first. Swish! Yi Wuming's speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Without hesitation, Li Baxian raised his Mo Dao and swung it down. Clang! The deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the air. Yi Wuming's eyes narrowed. He had underestimated Li Baxian's reflexes. His strike had been blocked. "Ha! Is that all you've got?" Li Baxian sneered. Yi Wuming's eyes widened as he swiftly closed the distance, swinging his long sword in a deadly thrust. Clang! 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 The clanging of metal echoed continuously. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over a dozen fierce blows, sparks flying everywhere. Li Changsheng watched from afar, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. Yi Wuming's combat prowess was formidable. Li Baxian would have been defeated long ago if not for his divine weapon, the Mo Dao. Strike! Li Changsheng hesitated no longer, determined to shoot Yi Wuming dead. If he couldn't be a friend, then he would become a corpse. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows tore through the air, targeting Yi Wuming's heart, head, and arm respectively. "Watch out!" Yi Qingquan warned. Yi Wuming reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. His long sword traced a graceful arc, slashing toward the divine arrow. Crack! The sword struck the divine arrow, emitting a sharp, explosive crack. The next moment, his palm trembled violently as crimson blood began to flow. So powerful! Yi Wuming's expression darkened slightly as he immediately retreated. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng's attack was even more relentless, leaving him no chance to escape. Boom! Li Changsheng's other 2 arrows slammed into Yi Wuming's sword, sending him flying backward as he spat out blood. Damn bastard! Yi Wuming seethed with fury. He had been ambushed and severely wounded by Li Changsheng. This enraged him beyond measure, yet he also sensed a palpable sense of danger. Li Changsheng's cultivation was far below his own, yet wielding that divine artifact, he had managed to suppress him. Had he not reacted swiftly enough to block with his sword? Those 2 arrows would have shattered his skull and chest. With such an archer lurking nearby to ambush him, there was nowhere to run. Yet bowing his head in defeat was simply not his style. Just then, Yi Qingquan suddenly spoke up. "Hold on, I have something to say." Yi Qingquan was only a level 2, utterly incapable of intervening in the battle. As for the rest of Blood Moon Village, they weren't even proper professionals, they'd be taken out instantly if they showed their faces. It was clear their side was at a complete disadvantage. Hearing Yi Qingquan speak, the others finally halted their attacks. Though the fighting ceased, Li Changsheng's arrow remained fixed on Yi Wuming. Should the enemy make a single wrong move, his thunderous strike would meet them. Yi Qingquan took a deep breath and pleaded earnestly with Yi Wuming, brother, even the blood moon god has abandoned us. If we renounce our faith, it doesn't mean we're breaking our oath. Besides, you don't want to die here, do you? With their help, you'll surely complete the job change quest. It's a win-win situation. Why antagonize Fang Xiang village? Not only him, but Enlon, whose heart remained with Han while serving Chao, also chimed in. Exactly. We're all willing to defect to Fang Xiang village. Why fight our? Exactly. We're all willing to pledge allegiance to Fang Xiang village. Why fight our own kind? Yi Wuming, think this through. This is the escape route Fang Xiang left for us. If we miss this chance, there will be no second opportunity. Hearing this, Yi Wuming furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He conceded that Yi Qingquan and Enlon had a point after all, the blood moon god had abandoned them and fled. Continuing down this path meant certain death. Moreover, Fang Xiang truly was a better choice than the blood moon god. Yet, deep down, he still refused to betray the blood moon god. Yet now, he had no choice left. Li Buxian barked coldly, make your choice now, or we'll join forces and kill you. Facing the pressure from the professional adventurers, Yi Wuming remained unyielding. Come. Fight. For the faith in my heart, I will never betray. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Wuming's aura surged, transforming into a streak of blue smoke as he charged at the trio, launching a desperate attack. Boom. 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 Yi Wuming fought with desperate ferocity, his combat prowess soaring. Li Changsheng and his two companions were forced into retreat. That idiot. Enlon couldn't help but curse under her breath. He never imagined Yi Wuming would choose death over surrender. Yi Qingquan sighed and said, my brother is too stubborn. In this world, there is no such thing as eternal faith. Only by staying alive can we even speak of faith. Li Changsheng shook his head and sighed, this man's conviction is too unyielding. His eyes narrowed as he declared, since he remains stubbornly obstinate, we can only send him to meet the king of hell. Boom! As he spoke, intricate runes erupted across his body. These were divine artifact runes, possessing terrifying offensive power. He was about to unleash his ultimate skill, Dawnbreaker Arrow. This skill was utterly terrifying. It unleashed a blinding pillar of white light, piercing the heavens and piercing the sky. Then it explodes, transforming into a devastating rain of light that engulfs all directions. The scene is utterly terrifying, like the very end of the world. Put! Yi Changsheng suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips coalescing into a blinding white arrow that instantly pierced through Yi Wuming's chest. Ah! Yi Wuming screamed, his face contorting into a hideous grimace as blood poured from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing. This single arrow not only wounded his flesh but also shattered his extraordinary weapon. He was defeated. The foremost martial artist of Blood Moon Village, the most promising candidate to reach the 10th level of power, was defeated by Li Changsheng. This sent a chill through the crowd, filling them with dread toward Li Changsheng. Ha, Yi Wuming, this day has finally come for you. And Lan gloated, his face beaming with satisfaction. He and Yi Wuming had never gotten along, he couldn't wait for him to die sooner rather than later. Yi Wuming coughed up blood in great gulps, his expression desolate. He never imagined that as a level 9 professional, he would be defeated by a mere level 5. The gap was simply too vast. Brother! Yi Qingquan knelt before Yi Wuming, overcome with grief. Brother, I beg you go back with them. We truly don't want to fight anymore. Even if the Blood Moon God returns, I refuse to follow him. A deity who casually stripped away half his soul, a deity who abandoned his followers in their hour of need, what right did such a being have to accept his devotion? Seeing his own younger brother in such a state, Yi Wuming closed his eyes and silently shed tears. In that moment, his faith began to crumble. Chapter 34, Favoring the Captive. Brother, I beg you. Yi Qingquan pleaded. He simply couldn't bear to see his brother killed. He certainly didn't want to continue following the Blood Moon God, such an evil deity. Yi Wuming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with bewilderment. After a moment, he suddenly asked, what if I refuse? Then I'll have no choice but to send you to your death. Li Changsheng replied coldly. After you die, they will follow us back to Fang Xiang village. As for the Blood Moon God, we will slay him too. Yi Wuming clenched his fists, then abruptly relaxed them. As if receiving some information, he sneered contemptuously, I admit Fang Xiang is powerful, but the Blood Moon God isn't just a god. He has forces backing him. In this world, it's not just about strength, it's about connections and power. The Blackwater God is a special great wild god just one step away from awakening his divine name. No matter how powerful your Fang Xiang God is, what difference does it make? Li Changsheng frowned and asked, the Blood Moon God has forces backing him? Yi Wuming snorted coldly, his voice brimming with arrogance. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the Blood Moon God has lasted this long? Back then, even the Willow God perished. In this mountain range, only the Blood Moon God survived. Those great terrors, even divine palaces. Yi Wuming's eyes flickered with deep dread as he mentioned those forbidden subjects. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang now surveyed the entire scene through the map's 3D imagery.
Upon learning the Black Water God was a special grade wild god, a sense of urgency surged within Fang Xiang. Currently, armed with a high-grade first-tier artifact and divine abilities like Dragon Soul Heart Flame, he should have no trouble handling a high-level wild god. But if it was a special grade wild god, especially on its own territory, he truly wouldn't stand a chance. Still, if the enemy forced its way into Fang Xiang village, he wasn't without a chance of victory by leveraging the home field advantage. But what exactly was this forbidden terror the other party had mentioned? It seemed he must bring Yi Wuming back to Fang Xiang village to unravel this mystery. Silent Melting Valley. Li Changqing's eyes flickered. He knew nothing of the events before. He mused, in these mountains, besides them, hasn't Lord Fang Xiang also survived? This proves Fang Xiangjuan isn't powerless against those taboos. Yi Wuming sneered coldly, dismissively, you know nothing. It's because Fang Xiangjuan, back then, begged like a dog to become the Black Water God's servant just to stay alive. It was the Black Water God who sheltered him and bestowed his power. Hearing this, Li Changqing's pupils contracted sharply. Fang Xiangjuan was his faith. He refused to believe the deity would ever kneel and beg for another's protection. But soon, a sneer touched his lips. Your logic is utterly flawed. Fang Xiangjuan's power speaks for itself. He doesn't need the Black Water God's protection to ward off any danger. Oomph. Yi Wuming's tone carried a hint of mockery. I was present the day the Fang Xiang statue knelt at the Black Water God's feet. Do you think I'd lie? Shut up. Li Baxian lunged forward, slashing Yi Wuming's leg with his blade. Splatter! In an instant, Yi Wuming's legs were severed at the knees. Pain made sweat bead on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm. I did not lie. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Li Baxian's eyes darkened. This man dared to blaspheme Fang Xiangjuan. He deserved death. Had Fang Xiangjuan not ordered Yi Wuming captured alive, that single stroke would have turned him into experience points. Wang Yuan remained composed. Enough. We won't believe your words. The Supreme Lord Fang Xiangjuan is the most sacred and exalted. How could he possibly bow down to other deities? Bind him up. Once we've slain the monsters in the Silent Melting Valley, we'll take him back. Understood. A Fang Xiang village practitioner stepped forward, binding Yi Wuming tightly with chains forged from black iron. Yi Wuming stared at the black iron chains binding him, his pupils contracting. They never imagined these chains, casually produced by these men, were all extraordinary weapons. With the strength of black iron, even a level 20 professional couldn't break them with their bare hands. After securing Yi Wuming, Wang Yuan finally turned his gaze to the others from Blood Moon Village. Will you choose to join Fang Xiang Village, or stubbornly cling to that evil god? The Blood Moon Village villagers exchanged glances. Before, they would have undoubtedly chosen to join Fang Xiang Village. But now, the Blood Moon God was backed by the Black Water God. A special grade wild god. They dared not act rashly. At that moment, Enlon stepped forward and declared loudly, I'm willing. Then, turning to the others, his voice brimming with indignation, he demanded. Do you really want to follow the Blood Moon God and become his sacrificial offering? I've been to Fang Xiang Village. It's 1,000 times better than Blood Moon Village. Compared to it, Blood Moon Village is nothing but a living hell. The villagers of Blood Moon Village fell silent. Did they not know the terror of the Blood Moon God? But years of oppression under the Blood Moon God had crushed their very spines. That was why they dared not resist, dared not betray. Seeing their wavering resolve, Enlon urged them on. Shen Ergu accepted Fang Xiangjuan's divine favor and has become a professional. Don't you all want to become professionals too? This single sentence became the final straw for Yasi Camel. A villager discontented with the Blood Moon God stepped forward. If I had a choice, I'd have ditched that damn Blood Moon God ages ago. I heard Fang Xiang Village has enough to eat. I want to go there. Me too. With some leading the charge, others began preparing to defect to Fang Xiang. Yi Qingquan had intended to go to Fang Xiang Village himself, but seeing Yi Wuming's stubborn, resentful gaze, he opened his mouth only to find the words stuck in his throat. Brother. Yi Qingquan couldn't help but plead, even if the Black Water God is a top-tier wild deity, do you really think he'd dare leave the altar to challenge Fang Xiang in his own village? Yi Wuming merely smiled meaningfully. They had no idea how brutal the battle for divine seats truly was. In wars between deities, victory sometimes hinges not on the deities themselves, but on their followers. Even if one deity is stronger than another, if the other's followers are more powerful, there's still a chance to turn the tables. They could employ every means to eliminate the enemy's followers. Without followers, a deity loses its source of divine power. It won't be long before it fades away. Or they could trap the enemy's followers within a village. Without food, the followers wouldn't last long. Now, the deity of Blackwater Village not only surpasses Fang Xiang Village's deity, but its practitioners do as well. Blackwater Village boasts professionals who have successfully changed their class. In the past, Wang Yuan and his group could have relied on divine artifacts to win. But now, successfully class-changed professionals aren't defeated by divine artifacts alone. After successful class advancement, they possess unique skills. Moreover, their combat prowess is elevated across the board. It's a quantum leap.
Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Yi Wuming, Yi Qingquan could only let out a heavy sigh.
Wang Yuan, seeing Yi Qingquan's intention to pledge allegiance to Fang Xiang, reassured him, "Rest assured, our Fang Xiang has decreed that prisoners are to be treated with kindness.
We won't harm him. Fang Xiang village has plenty of meat, worst case, we'll just keep him around for life." Yi Qingquan glanced at Yi Wuming's left leg and fell silent. "Is this what you call treating prisoners well?"
His leg was severed. Li Baxian caught Yi Qingquan's gaze and chuckled, grinning cheekily, "Sorry, I just couldn't control my emotions earlier. But setting aside the leg-chopping incident, this is all your brother's fault."
Who did he think he was, desecrating the lord of the underworld? Yi Qingquan sighed. The other party wasn't wrong. Desecrating someone's faith right in front of them, chopping off just one leg, was already showing considerable leniency. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
At that moment, the crowd suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects scraping against each other.
Chapter 35, The Lava Colossus.
The sizzling friction grew louder, accompanied by a teeth-grinding metallic scrape, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The scorched earth beneath their feet trembled, filling the air with a pungent sulfuric stench that made them involuntarily hold their breath.
Li Baxian's expression hardened as he held his Mo Dao horizontally across his chest.
The imposing blade glinted coldly in the crimson glow of the molten valley, pointing directly toward the source of the sound.
"Watch out, it's a lava colossus."
Yi Qingquan barked, a flash of gravity crossing his eyes. He had heard tales of this monster from the elders of Blood Moon Village. They were terrifying creatures with formidable defenses, capable of spewing dreadful molten lava. The ground began to tremble, and fragments of rock tumbled down in a shower.
A massive black shadow slowly crawled out from the depths of the molten valley, its dark red scales glinting with a metallic sheen under the lava's glow.
It resembled a colossal Godzilla-like beast, except its scales constantly dripped molten lava, blazing hot and terrifying.
What kind of monster is this?
The villagers of Blood Moon Village retreated in terror, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground.
Chained by iron shackles, Yi Wuming wore an eerie smile. "Heh. This is the guardian of Silent Molten Valley. Its scales can block attacks from practitioners below level 7. Even divine artifacts are useless against it. It's a special rule. Do you truly believe you can take me away so easily? Release me now and hand over the divine artifact, that's our only chance to survive."
Li Baxian naturally refused to believe him.
Wielding his Mo Dao, he activated his class skill Decapitating Strike.
A shrill screech of metal scraping filled the air as Li Baxian's Decapitating Strike whistled through the void. A jet-black blade aura sliced through the air, aiming straight for the neck of the lava colossus.
Boom!
The blade's light collided with the scales, only to vanish without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea.
The dark red scales rippled, molten lava splattered, yet the scales remained utterly unscathed. This can't be. Li Baxian's eyes widened in disbelief, his Mo Dao trembling slightly in his grasp.
The lava colossus opened its gaping maw, spewing a searing column of molten rock.
Wang Yuan acted swiftly, grabbing Li Baxian and pulling him back.
The scorching lava exploded where they had stood moments before, instantly melting the ground into a massive crater.
"Run!" Wang Yuan shouted.
The villagers of Blood Moon Village panicked and scattered in all directions. Yi Qingquan hoisted the chain-bound Yi Wuming onto his back, gritting his teeth.
"Brother, I'll get you out of here." "Ha!" Yi Wuming sneered coldly, "Now you know to run?" Too late.
And Lan, sprinting ahead, suddenly slipped and fell flat on the ground. He looked down in horror to find the ground beneath him softening and burning hot. The colossal creature was advancing toward him, each step causing the ground to tremble.
The surrounding ground melted away under the intense heat. "Help! Help me!"
And Lan desperately called out to Li Changxing and the others. Li Changxing's eyes narrowed sharply as he drew back the golden great bow in his hands.
Dawnbreaker!
The golden bow blazed with dazzling light in Li Changxing's hands as an arrow, forged from pure divine power, shot forth with a piercing whistle. Whoosh! The Dawnbreaker arrow, accompanied by a spine-chilling whistle, aimed directly for the lava beast's eye, the only spot on its massive form not covered by scales.
As if sensing danger, the lava beast's massive head jerked violently aside.
The golden arrow grazed its eye corner, sparking a trail of sparks on the dark red scales, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage.
Roar! The furious roar reverberated, making everyone's eardrums ache.
The lava beast opened its gaping maw, an orange-red glow rising from the depths of its throat.
"Watch out!" Wang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. "It's about to spew lava."
And Lan was still struggling on the ground, her legs scorched crimson by the searing earth beneath her. He stared in despair at the monstrous maw closing in on him, as if witnessing the Grim Reaper's scythe. At that critical moment, Li Baxian lunged forward in a single stride. Wielding his Mo Dao in one hand, he grabbed Lan by the collar with the other and yanked him up. Boom! Scorching magma erupted, instantly melting the spot where Li Baxian had stood into a crimson pool of molten rock.
"Damn it! This bastard is actually immune to our attacks." Li Baxian realized Yi Wuming hadn't lied. But he couldn't fathom how the lava colossus managed to nullify their attacks. Wang Yuan stared intently at the colossal beast, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. This lava colossus must have been imbued with some kind of special rule power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to so easily resist our attacks. Perhaps locating the source of this rule power could be the solution. The colossal form of the lava colossus cast a massive shadow in the molten lava's glow, while waves of scorching heat washed over them. Its lantern-sized eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, like two blood moons. Yi Qingquan, carrying Yi Wuming on his back, felt sweat trickling down his cheeks. The ground here is getting hotter and hotter. If we don't find a solution soon, we'll all be roasted alive. Li Changqing's expression grew grave as his golden longbow trembled slightly. Since physical attacks are useless, let's try divine power. Having received Fang Xiangjuan's divine blessing, a thread of divine power now coursed within him. He drew his bow, a golden arrow coalescing upon the string. But just then, Yi Wuming spoke up, his tone tinged with mockery. Don't waste your effort. This lava colossus was granted special rules by Silent Lava Valley itself. Even divine power attacks won't work. How would we know without trying? Li Changqing's eyes flashed with resolve. The dawn arrow shot through the air, yet just as it was about to strike the lava colossus, a layer of dark red light suddenly appeared, swallowing the golden arrow whole. Just as I suspected. Li Changqing frowned, his gaze darkening. This unique rule suppressed his attack. That sliver of divine power was not true divine power after all, but rather the pseudo-divine power within his body. It merely carried a trace of Fang Xiangjuan's essence. Thus, its power was truly limited. Though the arrow failed to slay the lava colossus, it sent the beast into a frenzied rage. The lava beast let out a deafening roar. Scorching saliva dripped from its fangs onto the ground, instantly burning deep craters into the hard rock. Damn it! Li Baxian gritted his teeth. We'll all die here if this keeps up. Yi Wuming's lips curled slightly, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. Want to live? Release me. I can kill it and lead you out of here. No way. Li Changqing snapped coldly. Even if we die, I won't let you go. Then so be it, we'll all die here together. Yi Qingquan opened his mouth. My brother won't go back on his word. Wang Yuan's gaze darted around the area like a burning torch. Li Changqing is right. Yi Wuming clearly knows something. Releasing him would only invite endless trouble. The lava colossus advanced with heavy, crushing steps, each stride making the ground tremble violently. The scorching heat warped the air itself, soaking everyone's clothes with sweat. Brother, what exactly do you know? Yi Qingquan struggled to carry Yi Wuming on his back, gasping for breath as he asked, everyone's life is in danger now. Can't you just tell us? Yi Wuming closed his eyes, seemingly lost in memory. I witnessed Fang Xiangjuan kneeling before the black water god with my own eyes. That scene remains etched in my mind to this day. Shut up! Li Baxian roared furiously. Dare to blaspheme Fang Xiangjuan again, and I'll kill you right now. Yi Wuming knew provoking him further was irrational. He quickly changed his tone. The black water god mentioned that these domain-type monsters require absorbing power from the domain eye to activate their law effects. You only need to destroy the domain eye to kill it. Where is this domain eye? Wang Yuan asked. Chapter 36, The New Dance. Yi Wuming shook his head. How should I know? The group froze, a wave of desolation washing over them. If Yi Wuming didn't know the location of the Eye of the Realm, they would likely face certain death. Meanwhile, the lava colossus grew increasingly frenzied, its flowing magma spreading relentlessly and raising the surrounding temperature. Beads of sweat formed thickly on everyone's foreheads as they scrambled to flee. Fortunately, the raging beast wasn't particularly swift, allowing them to gain some distance. But unless they slew it, there was no way to reach the depths of the silent lava valley and slay the Judgment Weaver Amut. Moreover, the lava colossus possessed unique bonuses within its own territory. Its attack range was steadily expanding. A villager from Blood Moon Village was engulfed by molten lava, his body reduced to charcoal. Gazing upon the charred corpse, an inexplicable dread welled up in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the lava colossus had sealed off the surrounding area with boulders, forming a colossal stone coffin. Their escape route was sealed off. In this confined space, evading the lava beast's molten attacks proved nearly impossible. The lava beast seemed to possess extraordinary intelligence, its grin savage and sinister, a sinister growl rumbling from its throat. And Lance's pupils suddenly contracted. It's over. There's nowhere left to hide. Before, they could rely on their speed to evade the lava beast's attacks. But now, these massive stone slabs completely sealed off their surroundings. Who could possibly escape? Just as despair gripped the group, Wang Yuan pressed his palms together in prayer, murmuring words so obscure they sounded like ancient, sacred syllables, a divine incantation. Heart-illuminated lamp pierced the darkness of the 9 netherworlds. Souls burned to ashes, filling the void of the void. As Wang Yuan chanted, he performed an eerie dance. The entire ritual possessed an eerie beauty. Watching the scene, Yi Qingquan gaped in disbelief. What the hell is this guy doing? He hasn't gone mad from fright, has he? This is... Yi Wuming frowned deeply, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is the Nuwa dance. He's a shaman. He never imagined someone who wasn't even a level 9 practitioner could be a shaman. And not just any shaman, one who mastered the art of ritual. That was a special class. He had heard from the Blackwater god that the probability of a special class being born was less than 1 in a million. Li Changsheng and the others all stared wide-eyed. They knew Wang Yuan practiced strange rituals and recognized him as a special class practitioner. But they never imagined he was actually a new ritualist. Such a ritual was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. The new dance, the core skill of a shaman. Wang Yuan's expression grew increasingly solemn as his incantations grew louder. The leaping dance pulsed with mystery and eeriness. Suddenly, a crimson flash of fire streaked across the sky. Wang Yuan's ritual reached its most critical moment as he hurled a white bone high into the air. The bone was ablaze, emitting a piercing, shrill scream. Above Wang Yuan and the flames, a shadowy figure slowly took shape. This phantom was none other than Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang's divine form radiated sacred majesty as he gazed down upon the molten beast. Fang Xiang spread his arms wide, with countless pillars of fire erupting behind him. Within the pillars, the crimson flame dragon soul roared. Boom! Flame shot skyward, blazing with intense heat. Deep fear flickered in the lava colossus's eyes. The opponent's power far exceeded its wildest imagination. In an instant, it reacted instinctively, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to flee. But before Fang Xiang, escape was impossible. The overwhelming dragon soul heart flame, carrying a fury beyond measure, instantly incinerated the monstrous beast into ashes. Fang Xiang's statue vanished, leaving Wang Yuan standing breathless in its place. His expression was weary, clearly drained by the immense energy expenditure of the ritual. That just took down that colossal beast? Yi Qinghuang stared blankly at the scene, his eyes still filled with disbelief. And Lan was equally stunned. After all, they had tried every means possible and still couldn't harm the lava beast. Yet Wang Yuan had merely performed a few dance movements and summoned Fang Xiang? That was just too powerful. How is this possible? Yi Wuming's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. He knew full well how terrifying the lava colossus's defenses were. Though Wang Yuan possessed considerable skill, he hadn't yet reached the level of a 9th-rank professional. How could he possibly slay such a foe? Even with divine intervention, Fang Xiang village was so far away the power Fang Xiang Jun could wield shouldn't be that strong. Yet now, he'd instantly obliterated the lava colossus. That terrifying dragon flame had even sent a chill of mortal danger down his spine. Li Baxian wore an equally stunned expression, then a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Wang Yuan, you truly haven't disappointed us. Just moments ago, he truly believed he would die here. Fortunately, Wang Yuan summoned Fang Xiang, averting their crisis. Cough, cough. Wang Yuan coughed a few times before laughing. It's all thanks to Fang Xiang's timely intervention. Otherwise, we'd all have perished here. Due to this divine descent, Wang Yuan's faith points surged once more, breaking through to 19 points. Li Changsheng and the others also saw their faith values increase by 1 point. Even Yi Qinghuang now held 2 points of faith in Fang Xiang, a level reserved for devoted followers. Soon, the experience points gained from slaying the lava colossus surged into Wang Yuan's body. On Fang Xiang's follower panel, Wang Yuan's experience bar instantly filled to capacity. In an instant, he ascended to a level 7 professional. Li Changsheng and the others gained substantial assist experience points. Though they hadn't leveled up themselves, they were getting closer and closer to level 6. The villagers of Bloodmoon Village likewise wore expressions of joy and reverence. Their faith in Fang Xiang had surged considerably, propelling them directly to the rank of ordinary believers. And Lan had even reached the level of a devout believer, possessing 5 faith points. At that moment, Yi Wuming gazed at the corpse of the lava colossus and suddenly realized Fang Xiang Village's strength seemed far more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially Wang Yuan, he was actually a special occupation holder. It was well known that once a special class user completed their class change, their power would skyrocket. He would surely become a major threat in the future. Even the Blackwater god might not stand a chance against Wang Yuan. Therefore, Wang Yuan absolutely must not be allowed to grow stronger. Moreover, Fang Xiang must be harboring a major secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suddenly become so powerful. His first task must be uncover the secret behind Fang Xiang's sudden power surge. However, for now, he still needed the help of the villagers of Fang Xiang to kill Amut, the Judge of Shadows. Even if it's just an assist, he can still complete his class change. Once his class change was complete, he might just be able to escape and join forces with the Blood Moon God and the others. As Yi Wuming pondered his plans, Li Changsheng spoke up, we should hurry into the depths of the silent melting valley. The sky is growing darker. Once night falls, the danger will only increase. Chapter 37, The Faceless Shadow Spirit. None of the others objected. The path ahead was eerily quiet. Beyond the scorched earth beneath their feet, no other living creatures seemed to be in sight. This stark contrast only heightened their growing unease. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the silent molten valley. Here lay a barren mountain range, glowing a deep crimson in the setting sun's light. At the very center of the mountain range stood a lava pool, its molten rock flowing freely. The scorching heat seemed to freeze the very air around it. Yi Qingquan pointed to a massive cavern beneath the magma pool. That must be the lair of the Judgment Weaver Amut. Following his gesture, the group gazed toward the darkness and indeed saw a pitch-black cavern. A faint layer of black mist swirled around its entrance, sending a chill down their spines. "Let's go. We're going in." No sooner had Li Changsheng spoken than a piercing voice echoed. "Trespassers in the silent molten valley shall be slain without mercy."
Wang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the cave, discovering the voice belonged to a terrifying monster. Its form was a pure black silhouette, its edges constantly shedding dust like black mist that revealed honeycomb-like dark red textures beneath. 2 white points of light floated where its face should be. What sent chills down everyone's spine was that it had no face. "Shadowless specter!" Yi Wuming exclaimed. "How did this thing end up here?" No one answered him. The shadow-faceless spirit let out a shrill cry, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. Li Baxian charged forward, swinging his Mo Dao blade down. Crack! The shadow-faceless spirit's head was cleaved in two. Yet in the next instant, a complete head sprouted from the severed stump. Li Baxian froze, his Mo Dao trembling slightly in his grasp. This monster, it simply couldn't be killed. The others felt a chill run down their spines, swiftly drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. Wang Yuan's expression grew grave as he gazed into the depths of the cave. The cavern seemed like a bottomless abyss, deep and pitch black. Suddenly, a pair of eyes materialized before them. They were pure white pupils, no whites at all. Immediately after, a ghostly face materialized, bearing a faint, mocking sneer. The face seemed woven from countless black threads, intricate patterns twisting across its surface. "Are you sinners come to face judgment?" The voice seemed to echo from the depths of an abyss, cold and eerie. Upon seeing the figure, Wang Yuan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable mix of excitement and dread. "Amut! I've finally seen you. Ha! Want to kill me? Wait until you enter my domain before making your move. I'll show you what true despair feels like." A flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of Amut, the shadow weaver of judgment, as he slowly dissolved into the shadows. Yi Wuming swallowed hard. Though the opponent was only a level 5, the sheer oppressive pressure was utterly terrifying. Truth be told, he'd never had a chance to begin with. Now that they'd met face to face, the sheer power radiating from the enemy was almost unbearable to behold. And to make matters worse, the enemy was aided by a shadow-faceless spirit. How could he possibly fight this? "You all retreat." Li Changsheng turned to the other ordinary villagers, offering a well-intentioned warning. After all, ordinary people stood no chance against such a monster. The villagers heeded his warning and retreated steadily. Li Baxian charged forward, his Mo Dao blade emitting a fierce glow as he swung directly at the shadow-faceless spirit, decapitation strike. The blade's aura flashed, instantly cleaving the shadowless specter in two. Yet this proved futile. It continued to regenerate rapidly. Li Baxian's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. This thing's vitality is incredibly strong. Of course its vitality is strong. The shadow-faceless spirit is inherently immortal. Just as everyone was locked in a stalemate, Wang Yuan spoke slowly. Hearing this, every villager of Blood Moon Village looked utterly shocked. Immortal? How is that possible? Heh, so what if it's immortal? Aren't you the one who can invoke the descent of the Fang Xiang deity? And Lan remained utterly composed. In his view, as long as Fang Xiang intervened, there was no enemy he couldn't defeat. Wang Yuan shook his head. Once the new dance is used, it has a 1-hour cooldown. I simply cannot use it again right now. Hearing this, fear finally crept onto Lan's face as he scrambled backward. He. The faceless shadow spirit emitted a shrill, maniacal laugh as its form twisted and contorted. Sharp shadow spears shot out relentlessly, stabbing fiercely toward Li Baxian. Li Baxian's Mo Dao swept relentlessly before him. Though he severed many shadow spears, a few still slipped through. The sharp spears sliced across his chest, trailing a trail of crimson blood that stained his chestplate scarlet. Gritting his teeth to endure the stabbing pain in his chest, Li Baxian continued to swing his blade. Roar! Roar! One of the adventurers roared in fury, attempting to rush forward to aid Li Baxian against the shadow-faceless spirit. Instead, he was blocked by a massive black silhouette. Seeing this, Li Changsheng drew his bow and knocked an arrow. A sharp arrow pierced the dawn, striking the shadow-faceless spirit squarely in the eye and pinning its body to the wall. Wang Yuan urgently warned, Amut's attack is coming. Watch out. Just moments ago, Fang Xiang had warned him that Amut had been lying in wait. Li Changsheng's expression sharpened as he recalled the words spoken earlier. Yet in the next instant, the eye pierced by the dawn arrow regrew. Moreover, the shadow-faceless spirit's form grew increasingly massive. Its size now surpassed that of the previous lava colossus. He. The shadowless spirit let out another shrill, maniacal laugh. Its razor-sharp shadow spears surged forth once more, their piercing points hurtling straight toward Li Baxian and Li Changsheng. Most crucially, Amut, who had remained hidden in the shadows, had finally launched his attack. Clearly, he had never left, merely biding his time. Such a treacherous nature made him an exceptionally troublesome foe.
Had it not been for Fang Xiangjuan's warning, the group would never have suspected Amut was still lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Under the enemy sneak attack, Yi Wuming was instantly sliced in half by a black silhouette. Ah! Yi Wuming let out a terrified scream, his eyes filled with profound despair. He tried to flee, but it was already too late. His body was already bound by black iron chains, making escape impossible. He watched clearly as his body was severed, a gaping black wound slowly splitting open from his waist down. Then, blood flowed out through the shadows. Thud! The faceless shadow spirit struck again, a razor-sharp shadow spear piercing his chest and pinning his body to the wall. Yi Wuming's body still twitched faintly. Every villager of Blood Moon Village shuddered, their eyes filled with inexplicable terror. Amut's attack was too powerful, they couldn't possibly dodge it. Chapter 38, A Bountiful Return. Moreover, the enemy clearly possessed extraordinary intelligence, otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted and killed Yi Wuming, the highest ranked among them, first. Though Yi Wuming was not yet completely dead, death was now within reach. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang was observing Wang Yuan and the others through the map, using a god's eye view. It was safe to say their situation was far from promising. Amut hadn't even used his true abilities, he was merely toying with them like a cat with a mouse. And this was merely his 5th level power. If Amut breaks through to level 10, he might even be able to take on a level 20 professional. This was the power of a special monster. Monsters, like professionals, are also divided into tiers. Professionals are divided into 2 tiers, ordinary and special. Monsters follow the same pattern. The Amut before us is a monster of exceptional caliber. Amut lurks in the shadows, constantly scouting for weaknesses in the group, cautious to a terrifying degree. However, despite its skill at concealment, it could not escape the surveillance of the Fang Xiang map. Fang Xiang swiftly located Amut's position and tapped its icon. Amut's interface popped up, its crimson screen looking rather menacing. Amut. Level 5. Skill, Scales of Judgment. Qualification, Special Qualification. Weakness, its essence is intertwined with the Lord's Eye. Should the Lord's Eye be destroyed, it too shall perish. The Lord's Eye? Fang Xiang immediately began searching the map. Soon, he discovered the Lord's Eye's location within a magma pool. To destroy it, one must enter the magma pool. But Fang Xiang didn't want Wang Yuan and the others to go in after all, it was far too dangerous. However, Li Changxing's arrows might strike the Lord's Eye directly. At this moment, both Li Baxian and Li Changxing were covered in blood, their bodies bearing several gruesome wounds. Though terrifying to behold, they were all superficial wounds. Get out of the way! Wang Yuan suddenly shouted. Just moments ago, Amut had launched another attack. And this time, his techniques were even more numerous than before. Sharp shadow spears pierced through the air, stabbing toward Li Baxian and Li Changxing. Whoosh! Li Changshan leaped forward, dodging the attack. Li Baxian swung his blade to block, deflecting most of the strikes. Yet, several shadow spears pierced through the defense of his Mo Dao, stabbing deep into his body. Thud! Li Baxian was struck in the chest once more. Streams of blood flowed down with the shadows, staining his robe crimson. Brother! Brother Ba! Yi Qingquan watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He wanted to help, but he was utterly powerless. The enemy's attacks were too powerful, even a 7th level professional couldn't stand against them. And Amut still lurked in the shadows, watching intently. Amut had already severely wounded numerous professionals through ambushes. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan kept muttering to himself, Amut's weakness, where exactly is Amut's weakness? Fang Xiang watched the scene unfold, his gaze growing profound. He immediately revealed Amut's weakness through divine sound. Upon hearing Fang Xiang's voice, a flicker of joy crossed Wang Yuan's eyes. Li Changsheng, hurry and destroy the Lord's Eye. Hearing this, all the villagers of Blood Moon Village looked utterly shocked. What? We're supposed to destroy the Lord's Eye? That's the domain of the Judgment Weaver Amut. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's command, Li Changsheng frowned slightly, but my arrows might not hit it. And we don't even know the exact location of the Lord's Eye. Though his body hadn't been pierced by the shadow spear, Amut's attacks continued relentlessly. He had already suffered severe injuries while evading the enemy's sneak attack earlier. The fact he could even stand now was pure willpower. Just as the group was at a loss, Wang Yuan spoke again. Fang Xiangjuan said that if we use the dawn arrow and hit the Lord's Eye, we can destroy the critical point of the domain. The Lord's Eye lies at the center of the magma pool. Upon hearing this, Li Changxing's expression sharpened, realizing it was Fang Xiangjuan's command. Alright, I'll try it immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan addressed the ordinary villagers of Blood Moon Village and Yi Qingquan. You all must leave this place immediately. Hearing this, everyone froze in surprise. The professionals of Fang Xiang Village might barely hold their ground, but ordinary villagers would be doomed. They were no match for the Judgment Weaver Amut. And to make matters worse, the shadowless specter was lurking nearby. If they didn't leave, they'd likely be sliced into French fries before long. The group retreated further, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Li Changsheng drew his divine artifact arrow, imbued with explosive effects, and aimed it squarely at the Lord's Eye within the molten lava pool. A flicker of fear crossed Amut's eyes. How could the enemy know its weakness? It dared not take any chances, immediately activating the scales of judgment. A sinister black beam shot toward Li Changxiang. Seeing a mud attack Li Changxiang, Li Baxian charged forward and hurled Yi Woming's body out of harm's way. Yi Woming's body shielded Li Changxiang, taking the full brunt of the judgment scales. Seizing the moment, Li Changxiang released his arrow. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the dawn sky, shooting straight through the molten lava pool. To the onlookers, it seemed the attack had missed its mark. For the Lord's Eye had not been struck. But only Fang Xiang saw that Li Changxiang's arrow had struck the Lord's Eye with pinpoint accuracy, exploding instantly upon impact. Boom! The entire magma pool erupted in an instant, unleashing a colossal tidal wave of molten rock. The shadowless faceless spirit and Amud both let out piercing roars, their eyes filled with terror. With the loss of the Lord's Eye, death descended in an instant. Their bodies began to wither and slowly dissipate. Finally, only 2 pitch-black primordial nuclei remained on the ground. Li Changxing's eyes flashed with delight. He had just gained a massive amount of experience points, propelling him directly to level 7. With the level increase, the primal energy within him grew significantly stronger. Li Baxian also reaped considerable rewards. He had broken through directly to level 6. Though Wang Yuan hadn't leveled up, he too had gained a considerable amount of experience points. It could be said this was a huge windfall. This rate of advancement was exceptionally rapid. Yi Qingquang's face also broke into a broad smile. Because he had also contributed an assist, leveling up to level 3. His previous injuries had fully healed. The only one still injured was Yi Wuming. However, by slaying a mutt, he too had entered the class change phase. Yet his injuries were too severe. Even with the level up, regrowing severed limbs was impossible. This made his class change extremely difficult to complete for the time being. Li Changxiang and the others extracted a mutt and the shadowless spirit's original cores, then took away a considerable amount of the silent ore from this location before setting off on their return journey. After all, the sky had already begun to darken. Just as Li Changxiang and his companions returned laden with their spoils, the Blood Moon God had found the Black Water God and was plotting with him in secret. Chapter 39, The Nushu Emblem. Blackwater Village. Blackwater Village was larger and more populous than Blood Moon Village. Built within a valley, it featured several houses and a spacious plaza. Outside Blackwater Village flowed the Blackwater River. Though its waters were polluted by the black fallen rain, under the divine protection of the Blackwater God, they held special significance for the faithful. Now, with the Blood Moon God's arrival, the village chief of Blackwater Village took notice. The village chief, Lu Chen, immediately gathered a group of villagers. They assembled together to discuss matters. "Chief, why have you gathered us?" asked a burly man. He was a warrior, towering in stature with eyes as fiery red as flames, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was a Frenzy Blade warrior, one of Blackwater Village's level 11 warriors who had advanced from the Blade tier. Blackwater Village was vastly more powerful than Blood Moon Village. A full 10 individuals had successfully advanced their class. The highest ranked was Village Chief Lu Chen, a level 21 Great Swordsman. Great Swordsman, who had transferred from the Sword tier, possessed swift and overpowering attacks. Unmatched in offense. Lu Chen spoke solemnly. "Everyone, Rustfire monsters have been active in the Dark Forest lately. I fear our village may be in danger, so I've decided to send out a patrol team. I hope you'll all lend a hand." Furthermore, everyone fixed their serious gaze upon Lu Chen, knowing the crucial part was yet to come. Lu Chen turned his gaze toward the Blood Moon God statue. The cracks on the Blood Moon God statue grew more numerous by the moment, embedded into the spine of the devotee like a shattered flower. Leaving Blood Moon Village had exacted a tremendous price from him. He had plummeted from an intermediate tier wild god to a low tier wild god. Lu Chen murmured somberly, "The destruction of Blood Moon Village by the Frost Skull King is indeed a deeply sorrowful matter." Hearing this, the others showed little change in expression, yet a trace of contempt flickered in their eyes. Frankly, they held Blood Moon Village in utter contempt. The Blood Moon God was merely an intermediate wild god far inferior to their Black Water God. As a divine entity, he couldn't even defeat a single monster. How utterly pathetic. Of course, they would never voice such thoughts aloud. After all, they maintained the appearance of allies. The Blood Moon God sensed the subtle expressions on everyone's faces, and a flicker of resentment rose within him. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Even if his power surpassed theirs, one must respect the master when dealing with the dog. These individuals were devotees of the Black Water God. If he dared to act, the Black Water God would surely annihilate him. The gap between a special grade wild god and an intermediate grade wild god was like a chasm. And he was still only a low-tier wild god. Lu Chen spoke softly. "Though Blood Moon Village has suffered a great calamity, we are still willing to lend a helping hand and assist them through this crisis." The others chimed in, "Of course, the village chief is right." Lu Chen continued, "Therefore, I've decided to dispatch 2 teams to Blood Moon Village to see if we can assist them. After all, the Frost Skull King is a level 31 monster. The territory it ravaged requires restoration, and the difficulty is considerable. At these words, the Blood Moon God statue trembled slightly. Was this a demand for favors? The Blood Moon God emitted a divine voice. Where is Lord Blackwater? I wish to speak with him. He was, after all, a deity himself. For the Blackwater God to actually have his followers communicate with him directly, this was nothing short of disrespect. Lu Chen replied slowly, Lord Blackwater God is currently in deep meditation, communicating with the judge of the armed tribunal under the differential holy seat. He is unavailable at this time. Oh, and that judge bears the Nushu crest. The radiance of the Blood Moon God statue dimmed, instantly becoming more subdued. The armed tribunal is the violent arm of the Mechanicus differential throne. Its duty is to suppress the emotional contamination rebellion, guard the Great Wall of Order, and execute all heretics. Its inquisitors are all level 30 powerhouses bearing bronze sigils. This bronze curse seal is a special code binary data encased within bronze Tao Dai patterns linked to the judgment system. Scanning it displays the number of heretics executed. Upon reaching 100 executions, the bearer is authorized to obtain the Nushu emblem. The Tao Dai patterns on the insignia sprout bronze barbs along the judge's spine, binding to the power core of the neural chainsaw. The judge's pain receptors undergo complete transformation. The more agony endured, the greater the combat power unleashed. It can be said that adjudicator bearing the Nushu emblem has effectively ascended to the management tier of the armed tribunal. Their combat prowess skyrockets to terrifying levels. Every Nushu inquisitor is at least a level 50 professional. However, this comes at a price. In the late stages, the inquisitor will transform completely into a mechanical construct, losing all emotion and sensation of pain, becoming a puppet utterly loyal to that supreme deity. Blood Moon God never imagined Blackwater God would be connected to such a formidable figure. Though deities stand high above, overlooking all beings, they face numerous constraints. Each intervention demands immense divine power and is constrained by unspoken rules, so deities rarely intervene. Thus, forming alliances with powerful practitioners proved a sound strategy. Moreover, behind the Nushu judge stood a forbidden deity so powerful it was forbidden to speak its name. A deity of that caliber was far beyond what a minor wild god like him could ever hope to oppose. Even if he encountered the deity's lapdog, he could only wag his tail and beg for mercy. Hearing that the Blackwater God had earned the favor of this influential figure, the Blood Moon God lowered his stance even further. Since Lord Blackwater God is occupied, I shan't disturb you any longer. Lu Chen, can you help me deal with the Frost Skull King? Lu Chen shook his head. Of course not. The Frost Skull King was a formidable level 31 powerhouse, one who had driven even the Blood Moon God into retreat. For Lu Chen to confront him would be tantamount to suicide. Yet, he couldn't shake the lingering doubt that the Blood Moon God could actually be defeated by a level 31 monster. After all, it didn't make sense. Unless, there was something extraordinary about this Frost Skull King. We can only help negotiate with it. Out of respect for the Blackwater God, it should refrain from attacking Blood Moon Village again. Lu Chen held a blind reverence for the Blackwater God. Of course, this assumption hinged on the Frost Skull King possessing intelligence. If it were merely a bloodthirsty beast, negotiation would be pointless. At this moment, they still did not know that the Frost Skull King was already dead. Agreed, the Blood Moon God readily consented. Once a deity leaves its domain and loses the faith of its followers, it steadily weakens. His divine power was now draining at an alarming rate. This was clearly not right. He could clearly sense his followers were still alive. Yet the faith they offered him was vanishing rapidly, as if their devotion was shifting elsewhere. Just moments ago, only 2 believers remained. This sent a wave of panic through him. A god without followers, what kind of deity was that? Just as Lu Chen was preparing to send men to the Frost Skull King's lair, Li Changshan and the others returned to Fang Xiang Village with Amut's original nucleus and materials. Fang Xiang Village. Today, Fang Xiang Village was thriving. Soaring iron smelting furnaces emitted crimson light, as if staining the entire night sky scarlet. Beside them, the smelting furnaces roared with towering flames. Since Fang Xiang had previously pulverized vast tracts of ancient timber into powder, the villagers' workload was significantly reduced. After all, wood powder burns far more completely than ordinary timber. Iron smelting efficiency has also increased. Seeing Fang Xiang Village now, Yi Qingquan was momentarily stunned. How could such dramatic changes occur in just a few days? And Lan gazed at the rapidly evolving Fang Xiang Village, his eyes brimming with emotion. His gaze fell upon the divine statue atop the altar. The statue was no longer the tattered, dilapidated form of before. Now clad in thorn-covered demonic armor, its chest bore a decayed demonic eye, wild and unrestrained. A long sword pointed skyward in its hand, its 3-foot blade gleaming with frost. Beneath its feet lay the soul of a dragon, its heart ablaze. Ancient and majestic, it exuded a hint of domineering arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. A single glance was enough to fill Lan with reverence. This was a deity truly worthy of their faith and devotion. Every artifact in his hands was a divine relic. Every inch of its being radiated overwhelming power. And Lan's faith level increased by 1 point, becoming a zealot. Congratulations on gaining your first zealot. A line of crimson text flashed across Fang Xiang's interface. At this moment, his number of fanatics had surged to 15. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Not only Anlin, but the gazes of the other villagers of Blood Moon Village toward the Fang Xiang idol were also filled with reverence. The reason was simple. The Fang Xiang statue's current display was simply too overwhelming. Two top-tier first-ranked divine artifacts. This display was nothing short of spectacular. Seeing the awe in everyone's eyes, Li Changsheng let a proud smile curve his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fang Xiang Village. Chapter 40, Carving Karma. The crowd shouted in unison, "Long live Fang Xiang!" Their eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement and emotion, brimming with longing and reverence for the future. This world was too bitter, too dark. It nearly crushed them, leaving no room to breathe. Under the Blood Moon God's rule, their fate was either sacrifice or blood offering. But Fang Xiang Village was different. In Anlin's words, Fang Xiang Village sounded like paradise itself. Meat was served at every meal, and they could receive divine blessings to awaken as practitioners. Most crucially, Fang Xiang Village's strength was visibly formidable. Li Changsheng and his companions wielded divine artifacts. Ordinary practitioners wielded extraordinary weapons. They were far more formidable than even a level 9 practitioner like Yi Wuming. Most importantly, the Fang Xiang deity statue now radiated an even more awe-inspiring presence, like an unmatched sword hovering over Fang Xiang Village, guarding its faithful. From this day forward, you are villagers of Fang Xiang Village. Li Changsheng declared in a resonant voice, stepping forward and placing a large hand on Yi Qingquang's shoulder. I hope you can help the villagers of Blood Moon Village adapt to Fang Xiang Village as quickly as possible. With that, Li Changsheng waved to the villagers before leading the group toward the square. As they walked, gazing upon the three colossal triangular pyramid structures, a profound sense of awe welled up within them. These structures were too magnificent. They were far beyond what ordinary people could conceive. Seeing everyone staring at their new homes, Li Baxian beamed with pride. These houses were designed by Lord Fang Xiang himself. They're incredibly sturdy and can easily accommodate the entire Fang Xiang village. Even with all of you here, there's more than enough room. We can live inside too? A flicker of delight lit up in Lan's eyes. Of course. Lord Fang Xiang is benevolent and generous. Anyone is welcome to enter. Li Baxian declared earnestly. A thrilled smile spread across in Lan's face. Over the past year, he had endured immense suffering, especially at the hands of that Blood Moon God, who had tormented them mercilessly. Had it not been for their iron will, they might well have lost their minds. By the way, are you hungry? The cured meat soup will be ready soon. You can eat your fill later. Li Baxian laughed heartily. He was always generous with his own people. At the mention of cured meat soup, anticipation lit up their faces, and they swallowed repeatedly. While Li Baxian was calming the Blood Moon village folk, Li Changsheng arrived before the divine statue of Fang Xiang, bearing the primordial nuclei of Ammit and the faceless spirit. Li Changsheng knelt respectfully, presenting the protoplast with both hands. Great Lord Fang Xiang, your loyal servant has returned with the protoplast. Fang Xiang was highly satisfied with Li Changsheng. Had it been anyone else, they might have absorbed the nuclei themselves. With a flick of Fang Xiang's divine will, both primal nuclei fell into the silver-white void. He immediately activated his divine power, beginning to devour the primordial energy within the nuclei. The primal energy within these two cores amounted to roughly 100 points, converting to 10 points of divine power. Fang Xiang's divine power instantly surged to 31 points. His entire body solidified considerably, no longer as ethereal as before. On the gray ring, one more rune of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon constellation lit up. Constellation, engraving causality. This divine ability was extraordinary. It did not inflict direct damage, but instead continuously amplified the user's divine fortune until it reached its zenith. Perhaps enhancing isn't quite the right word, perhaps compressing their destiny is more accurate. By compressing one's destiny, it forces their entire fortune to erupt in an instant, reaching the point where the dragon in the sky regrets its ascent. However, this carries immense side effects. Once one's destiny is fully unleashed, their future fortune plummets to an extreme low. Even drinking water could get stuck in your teeth. Walking down the street invites unwarranted misfortune. It's like taking out a high-interest loan on your fortune. The immediate thrill comes at the cost of future misery. Having just acquired such divine powers, Fang Xiang naturally wanted to test them out. And he chose Yi Wuming as his test subject. The other party was currently undergoing a class change. Unfortunately, the process was going extremely poorly. Barring any unexpected developments, success was unlikely. But as luck would have it, an unexpected twist was about to unfold. Fang Xiang expended 3 points of divine power and unleashed the constellation of Kangsu engraving causality directly upon Yi Wuming. Despair consumed Yi Wuming at that moment. He had finally completed the job change quest, only to have Li Ba cut off his leg, leaving his success rate slim. In that instant, he actually regretted his boastful words. Clearly, it was only through his efforts that they could defeat Ammit. If he hadn't mentioned the Lord's Eye, could Li Changsheng have shot it to pieces? What? You call him a freeloader? Rating 3.0. During the campaign against Ammit, it was all thanks to Li Changsheng that we slew the enemy. Why do you care so much about this rating? This will distort his contributions. Doesn't his trash talking cost energy? Doesn't lying there cost him time? His role was clearly significant, okay? Don't spout nonsense with a straight face. The moment he opens his mouth, oh, Li Changsheng got MVP, Yi Wuming is just a freeloader. How can you say that? Sure, he didn't do much, but he's a noble level 9 professional. Once he successfully changes his class, even if Li Changsheng and his crew wield divine artifacts, they won't stand a chance against him. Yi Wuming's thoughts began to wander, spiraling into uncontrollable speculation. This was undoubtedly a bad sign, proof his class change was about to fail. Within his spiritual realm, the gate of the Alaya consciousness slowly closed, as if to sever his chance at class change entirely. Yi Wuming sank into numb despair. His face bore no trace of emotion. But at that very moment, a blazing light shone upon him, enveloping his entire body. In that instant, he felt as though he had been saved. The closed door of the Alaya consciousness swung open once more, and his destiny surged to its zenith. He had succeeded. He had advanced from sword rank to great swordsman. Moreover, he acquired the class change skill Whirlwind Breathless Slash. Yi Wuming opened his eyes, radiating a powerful aura. Even his severed leg had regenerated. Sensing the aura emanating from Yi Wuming, the crowd was taken aback. Who would have thought he succeeded in his class change? Li Baxian gripped his battle axe tightly, bracing for a fierce confrontation. He certainly didn't want to witness Yi Wuming unleashing a bloodbath. Yi Wuming made no move, his gaze fixed on the Fang Xiang statue with a complex expression. He knew full well that the divine radiance moments ago had belonged to Fang Xiang. But he couldn't fathom why Fang Xiang would aid him. After all, Fang Xiang was a fanatical devotee of the Blood Moon God. Even if Fang Xiang had aided him, he could never betray the Blood Moon God. Fanatics never abandon their deities. That was common sense in this world. Had Yi Qingquang known his thoughts, he would have given that common sense a thumbs up. At that moment, Fang Xiang couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at how remarkably powerful his divine ability had proven to be. Though this skill came with severe side effects. But when used effectively, it could be incredibly powerful. Whether for harming others or protecting allies, it was formidable. As for what would become of Yi Wuming after suffering karmic backlash, that too was a matter of concern to Fang Xiang. Therefore, he had no intention of killing Yi Wuming. Instead, he planned to imprison him, preventing him from harming his own followers. He wasn't about to gamble on the man's intentions. Wang Yuan, having received Fang Xiang's divine decree, stepped forward and said indifferently, "I apologize for the inconvenience of confining you in a cage these past few days." Yi Wuming pursed his lips, offering no rebuttal, nor could he. Even if he succeeded in changing his profession, the chains binding him were extraordinary weapons forged from mystical iron. How could he possibly tear apart a transcendent weapon with his bare hands? After dealing with Yi Wuming, the women of the village had finished simmering the cured pork soup. The savory aroma of the soup wafted through the air, delighting everyone. After drinking the soup and eating their fill, everyone lay down on their beds, content and satisfied. The night view of Fang Xiang village was breathtaking. The Milky Way shone brilliantly, its starlight flowing like a river. Yet, these starlights carried a hint of eerie blackness. The luminous black moon cast a cold, lifeless black glow. When it fell upon Fang Xiang's protective divine light, it transformed into a pale, clear radiance, making the entire village appear like a fairyland. At this moment, Fang Xiang was reviewing and planning the village's next course of action. Chapter 41, Dragon Blood. As night deepened, Fang Xiang gazed upon the village under his protection. 3 prismatic structures cast immense shadows beneath the moonlight, while the embers of the iron smelting furnace still flickered, adding a warm red glow to the silent night. His thoughts surged like tides, yet drifted as lightly as feathers. He found himself missing the days on Blue Star. But now that he was here, he would make the best of it. Fang Xiang did not dwell excessively on the past, but instead looked toward the future. Though Fang Xiang village was now on the right track, it still lacked strength. The daily faith points his followers could now provide amounted to over 460. Converted to divine power, this equates to 4.6 units. This would certainly suffice for divine protection alone. But beyond that, it also requires artifact forging, divine descent rituals, and more. The consumption is enormous. Therefore, the divine power is simply insufficient. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divine entity, Fang Xiang. Rank, intermediate wild deity. Divine power, 31-31-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Blessing Free Regulation, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, and Terry's Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 5. Items, 25 Gene Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier, Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 99 Gene Star Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier, High Grade. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 145. Believers, casual believers 10, ordinary believers 20, devout believers 100, fanatical believers 15. Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those with wavering faith have long been lost in the vast divine ruins. Specialty products, none. Reserves, cured meat, salt, silent lava or black iron or vortex spirit cultivation technique, fireflow rock. First tier inferior divine artifacts, arrows, shields, Mo Dao. Promotion requirements, when fanatics exceed 20 and total believers surpass 150, the Chaos Divine Path's special trial is unlocked. The current number of fanatics is still too small. We must find ways to increase their ranks. Since the villagers of Blood Moon Village have merged with Fang Xiang Village, the number of casual believers and ordinary followers has indeed increased significantly. However, a portion still refused to believe in him. They merely sought refuge in Fang Xiang Village because they had nowhere else to go. The two primordial nuclei Li Changsheng brought back significantly enhanced Fang Xiang's divine power, but he knew this was far from sufficient. Threats lurked everywhere in the dark forest. For Fang Xiang Village to survive on this perilous land, it needed even greater power. Grow stronger. Strengthen quickly. The arrival of the Blood Moon Village villagers undoubtedly presented an opportunity. By cultivating the faith of these people, the conditions for his advancement quest could be fulfilled. Once divine power reaches 50, the ascension quest will unlock. Additionally, the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest to the northeast must be addressed. The reason Li Changsheng and the others weren't sent to harvest timber there before was simply because the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest was a complex situation. These mutated horrors, when viewed individually under the edge of divine artifacts, seemed relatively harmless. But venture deeper, and you'll be crushed by this bizarre cage. Now that Li Changsheng and his team have reached level 7 and are equipped with divine artifacts, their odds of success are significantly higher. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be able to bring back a substantial amount of Black Iron Demon Wood. Combined with Mystic Iron, this material could construct far more robust structures. Moreover, the range of his divine light protection has expanded to 150 meters. This means the village can begin its expansion. In the days to come, more followers will surely join. Moreover, it's time to construct some living quarters. Even if besieged by monsters, the faithful could hold out for a considerable time. And food, though there's still plenty now, we must stockpile more. Who would ever complain about having too much meat? Upon the altar before the divine statue, the thorn demon armor glowed with a cold, piercing light under the moon, while the rotten demon eyes flickered with an eerie radiance. Fang Xiang could feel the villagers' devout faith surging toward him, making his presence grow ever more tangible. Monsters continued to gather around Fang Xiang Village. These creatures would launch tentative attacks. The moment they sensed the divine power of the shrine weakening, they would begin hunting the village. If the village's practitioners failed to slay these beasts, they would be trapped and starved to death. After all, unable to venture out for sustenance, they would inevitably starve to death. Once all the devotees perish, the shrine itself will collapse. It's a dead end. Fang Xiang knew it was time to flex his muscles. Otherwise, they would only be hunted down by these beasts. Fang Xiang amplified his divine power. The protective divine radiance emitted an aura of solemn sanctity, instilling profound reverence in the monsters, who quickly dispersed. Chen Erdu and the others on night watch watched the monsters flee in disarray, a profound sense of security welling up within them. Chen Erdu's former village had been overrun by these very monsters. With the divine power of the shrine exhausted and its protection gone, most villagers were slaughtered by the beasts. A small number of fortunate survivors fled to Blood Moon Village. After dispelling the monsters, Fang Xiang opened the chat section to check if anyone had inquired about the items he'd listed earlier. The moment he entered, he saw his private messages had skyrocketed to 99.99 plus. After all, this region started with 3 million inhabitants. Faced with such a massive population and the temptation of extraordinary weapons and cured meat, few could resist. However, something weighed heavily on Fang Xiang's mind. The number of surviving deities displayed in the upper left corner of the pale blue light screen had plummeted to a mere 100,000. This meant that many more deities had fallen today. This elimination rate was utterly brutal. Meanwhile, the chat channel was flooded with bloody, dark videos. These videos were filmed by deities from nearby villages. Numerous nearby villages had erupted into full-scale conflicts. Because once a village's deity's divine power waned, believers from other villages would fearlessly storm in, slaughtering indiscriminately to seize resources. Women, children, food, weapons, scrolls. Everything that can be looted will be taken. Especially people. However, this also meant that as long as they didn't resist, they could survive. After all, believers are crucial to the deities. They won't be killed lightly. Of course, the divine statues of the deities are also extremely precious. The divine essence within them greatly aids the deities. Beyond videos showing fallen deities in shattered statues, there are also videos that are purely for show. Well-developed divine domains deliberately release such footage to attract more divine domains to join their faction. In an increasingly terrifying and high-pressure survival environment, banding together is the only choice for the weak. Compounded by the fact that divine temples have ample free time, chat channels now overflow with messages exceeding 9999999 plus. Anyone joining the Xianqing Divine Court faction? We've got top-tier players with level 3 professions here. Level 3? Put. Argent's Divine Clan leader has a Dragonborn follower. Holy crap. Dragonborn? Seriously? Heard they start as humans but transform through special rites, passing the trait to their offspring. Plus they're battle maniacs, incredibly powerful, born with innate skills, and super likely to awaken classes. Some adults rival special class players. That powerful? I want to join your faction too. Chapter 42, Raking in the Cash. Bull. I only have one level 2 class user under me, and you've got a Dragonborn? Absolutely real. Though theirs is still a juvenile form. My class nearly killed her with that transcendent dagger. Put. You're bragging about a juvenile? Dragonborn consume massive resources, can you even afford to raise one? No way. The guy above is a big shot too. He actually has a transcendent dagger? Ha ha ha. I traded 2-star iron for it and it's even a mid-tier transcendent quality. Total steal. Holy crap, oh. That's the deep-pocketed hashtag being so extravagant. Star iron is precious but kinda useless. Trading it for a transcendent weapon? That's a steal. Join our Thunder Department Divine Sanctuary faction. We've got level 5 professionals under our command, food's never an issue. Level 5? Sign me up. What are your requirements for recruiting gods? You need at least 2 level 1 professionals under your command or possess special resources. We don't take weaklings, no targeted poverty alleviation here. I used to be a voice actor, can do both lowly and Sundara voices. Would that work? Get lost. These chats are brutally honest. Even recruiting gods into your faction comes with requirements. The stronger the faction, the higher the bar. Exchanging resources and supporting each other within the same faction is indeed a sound strategy for survival. Of course, Fang Xiang's greatest concern was the so-called Dragonborn they spoke of. Beyond the human race, this world harbors many other species, such as elves, insectoids, witch clans, undead tribes, and so forth. The Dragonborn are one such race. He had just checked the marketplace. The minimum cost to exchange for a Dragonborn was 100 divine power, and that was just for a juvenile form. That's an exorbitant price. Moreover, due to insufficient permissions, he couldn't even make the purchase in the store. However, Dragonbloods are undeniably powerful. They start out as special class practitioners equivalent to king tier talent. Wang Yuan himself possesses king tier potential, which speaks volumes about its might. On multiple occasions, if not for Wang Yuan's shaman profession allowing him to invoke divine intervention and save the day, Li Changsheng and the others would have perished countless times. Fang was genuinely envious of the Dragonborn. He opened the profile of Jin Sishin, the leader of the Divine Sanctuary faction, and sent a direct message. Are Dragonborn for sale? Jinsa Village. Jin Sishin happened to be refreshing his chat feed when he saw the message, and it made him laugh in disbelief. How precious are dragon descendants? Would he sell them? This person must be out of their mind. But instead of outright refusal, he mocked with playful sarcasm. Of course I'll sell it, but only for a first-tier inferior artifact. Got one? Divine artifacts require divine essence materials and the art of forging to create. They're far beyond the reach of ordinary gods. His followers only possess 2 low-grade extraordinary weapons. He certainly didn't believe anyone would possess a divine artifact. Fang Xiang's heart leapt at those words. What a stroke of luck. He just happened to have one. It was merely a first-tier high-grade artifact. As for low-grade first-tier artifacts, Li Changsheng and the others were already quite adept at using them. Now, he could only forge one on the spot. Fang Xiang immediately replied. Got it, bro. Jin Session? Jin Session was utterly baffled. The other party actually claimed to have it? Are you kidding me? Jin Sishin replied again, dude, were you a trash bag in your past life? How can you be so full of it? Fang Xiang remained silent, only persistently sending videos. He went straight for a selfie, capturing his thorn demon armor and frost-clad sword before uploading them. When the Divine Jinsa saw the high-grade first-tier artifact on Fang Xiang, his silence became deafening. After a long pause, he finally shouted, no way. How did you get that? We're barely at the beginning, and you already have 2 high-grade first-tier artifacts? Did you save the Divine Ruins world in your past life? Seeing his opponent's defenses crumbling, Fang Xiang offered calmly, how about trading for a low-tier first-rank artifact? Jin Sishin, hand over that sword, and I'll trade. The frost-sealing sword was too magnificent. Could any man refuse such a blade? Though they were now gods, they still retained their humanity. A man remains a boy until his dying breath. Fang Xiang, think you're funny? Keep it if you like. Dragonborn are indeed rare. But raising a juvenile form requires vast resources. Moreover, Dragonborn possess an arrogant nature and innate rebelliousness, delighting in repaying kindness with betrayal, making their faith levels notoriously difficult to cultivate. Fang Xiang's desire for a Dragonborn stems purely from his obsession with collecting dragon maidens. Seeing Fang Xiang's blunt refusal, Jinsu gave an awkward chuckle. He knew full well he'd been asking for the moon.
After all, the dragon offspring in his possession were merely juveniles, not yet awakened to their true vocation. Unlike a low-tier first-grade artifact, which could directly boost combat prowess. Earlier, some bastard beside him had gotten incredibly lucky possessing a high-grade extraordinary weapon that had inflicted heavy casualties on his hunting squad.
They nearly lost the Dragonborn too.
This alone showed just how much a weapon could boost a professional's power.
This deal was a surefire win for him.
On one side was a dragon blood with immense future potential, on the other, a divine artifact with immediate, powerful utility.
Any fool could see which choice was the obvious one. Jin Shin agreed. But you must join our faction. If such a powerful ally joined their faction, future transactions would come with preferential terms, a tremendous boost.
It's a surefire win.
Fang Xiang replied coldly, I only discuss deals, not alliances.
If you want to trade, post it in the trading section.
If not, then forget it.
Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Jin Shin gritted his teeth in frustration. So what if he has a top-tier first-grade artifact? So what if he has a top-tier artifact of the first rank?
Forget it.
He suppressed his anger and decided to back down. After all, who would want to cross a divine artifact?
Jin Session, fine.
Seeing the other party's temper subside, Fang Xiang's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction. When dealing with such people, you couldn't indulge them, otherwise, they'd feel cheated and keep pestering you.
To conserve divine remains, Fang Xiang forged a palm-sized dagger and uploaded it to the trading platform.
Upon confirming the artifact was flawless, Jin Session uploaded the dragon blood and immediately accepted the deal. The dragon descendants vanished from the village in an instant, leaving the surrounding villagers utterly astonished. The village chief, in particular, stared wide-eyed like copper bells, his gaze filled with shock and heartache. But when Jin Session handed him the artifact, he immediately declared the trade a steal.
Accepting the dragon bloodline took some time.
Fang Xiang composed himself and opened his private messages. Most messages were begging for patronage, seeking alliances, and inviting Fang Xiang to join the divine faction. After all, those with stable food sources and extraordinary weapons were the big shots considered to be doing quite well.
Fang Xiang ignored these messages outright. Only by enduring the solitude of the seventh realm could one become a true powerhouse.
Let whoever wants a deadweight teammate have one. After sifting through the flood of messages for half a day, Fang Xiang finally found someone willing to trade with him.
Chapter 43, Xianqing.
His counterpart was Xianqing Shen, leader of the Xianqing faction. It must be said, trading with these high-level players yields far more powerful items.
Far better value for money.
The other party had set their sights on the exceptional mid-grade weapon Fang Xiang had listed earlier, proposing a trade for a special potion formula. This potion formula was called the Dark Star Entropy Shift Simplified Potion. However, Fang Xiang wasn't sure about its exact effects, so he sent a message. Could you upload the potion recipe to the trading section? The other party was clearly monitoring the chat feed as well and responded promptly. After all, entertainment options were scarce under the cover of darkness.
Scrolling through video chats was the only form of entertainment available to beings like them, confined within the divine statues.
Xianqing God, of course. If you're interested, just 2 transcendent weapons will secure the exchange. The value of a potion formula is neither exceptionally high nor particularly low. After all, crafting potions is straightforward. Dark Star Entropy Shift Simplified Potion, Tier 1 High-Grade Potion. The original version of this potion was conceived in a flash of inspiration by an alchemist of the Night Cult, boasting exceptionally potent effects. The Dark Star Entropy Potion progresses through 3 stages: initial embrace, sublimation, and finality, corresponding to varying degrees of shadow parasitism and flesh alteration. Its core mechanism harnesses the entropic energy from stellar core rifts to rewrite human genetics, achieving the aberrant transformation of flesh ascension and glorious evolution. As this is a simplified version of the serum, it only enables practitioners to achieve the first embrace.
First embrace, 99% failure rate.
Upon successful activation of latent potential, the physical body is corrupted by the Dark Star Entropy virus, manifesting eroded vascular patterns on the skin. Grants night vision and shadow perception abilities, enhances class skills tenfold, and increases physical strength tenfold. Offers a chance to acquire the Shadow Series ability Corrosive Touch.
Compatible users, professionals who successfully complete the transformation. Level requirement, level 10 or higher. Since the formula was classified, Fang Xiang couldn't see the specific ingredients.
However, upon reading the usage conditions for the Dark Star Entropy Simplified Potion, Fang Xiang immediately turned his gaze toward Yi Woming. Wasn't he the perfect test subject? Having just been affected by his engraved causality, Yi Woming's fortune was currently at its peak. Once tonight passed, Yi Woming's fortune would plummet in a straight line. That 99% probability would absolutely become 100%. But the potion's effects were downright insane. Professional skills directly amplified tenfold, physical strength boosted tenfold. This was a complete qualitative leap. In other words, a level 10 professional could take on a level 15 professional after consuming this potion. Fang was quite satisfied with the potion and began haggling.
The potion's effects are quite impressive, but a 99% failure rate? Isn't that a bit too low? Shin, no way around it. This is a simplified formula using readily available ingredients, but the failure rate is just too high. Plus, only class changers can use it. I don't even have a class changer on hand. This thing is completely useless to me. Fang Xiang, I do have one job changer, but risking them on an adventure seems like a bad deal. Shin, bro, you gotta be kidding me? I only have one level 3 class user, and you're telling me you have a job changer? You're blowing your own horn way too hard. Fang Xiang sent Yi Wuming's video over. Shin was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap. You're serious, bro? Big shot, please take me under your wing. Big shot, I'll give up my faction leader spot from now on. It's the Heaven Rewards Diligence faction. Fang Xiang, my album is full. Shin paused, then forced a wry smile. Fine. But he understood a godlike player like this wouldn't stoop to hanging out with them. After all, who would willingly sacrifice their own resources to carry a bunch of dead weight? A divine faction couldn't abandon its members to their fate. Resource sharing was essential. Fang Xiang, do you have the ingredients for this potion? Shin, yes. The formula was sealed in a black box, which also contained 3 sets of ingredients. Fang Xiang, I can give you a mid-tier transcendent weapon, but besides the formula, I also need these potion ingredients. Shin didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. Agreed. This potion was utterly useless to him. Not only could only class changers use it, but its success rate was shockingly low. He'd have to be insane to gamble with a transferee. Most crucially, he had no idea who had traded a superlative mid-grade weapon to that one-man show at 27 degrees. That bastard nearly wiped out the hunting party he'd dispatched using that transcendent weapon. It wasn't just him, even Jin Sushin had been ambushed by that opponent. If he didn't step up, acquire more transcendent weapons, and strengthen himself, he'd lose his very home. And extraordinary weapons are too rare these days. Especially extraordinary mid-grade ones. Except for Fang Xiang, nearly everyone brought theirs out to trade. This made mid-grade transcendent weapons fiercely sought after. The potion ingredients in his possession were also incredibly valuable, priced at a staggering 3,000 divine power in the system store. That means each ingredient costs 1,000 divine power. But he was currently only a low-tier wild god. His divine power cap was only 10 points. Meaning he could only gain 10 divine power points per ingredient sold. Compared to divine power, the most critical need was food. A professional hunter couldn't survive the hunts in other villages to obtain sufficient food. Guarding these herbs was useless to him. That's precisely why he agreed to the trade. However, the fact that the other party intended to use a class changer as a test subject genuinely earned his respect. It meant Fang Xiang had more than one class changer at his disposal, otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. What Shin didn't know was that Fang Xiang was using Yi Wuming as nothing more than a guinea pig. The transaction was swiftly concluded. After obtaining the potion formula, Fang Xiang immediately began studying it. Darkstar Entropy Simplification Potion Recipe. Rustblood Raven Heart 10 units. Rustblood ravens are mutated birds dwelling near the Starcore Fissure, with rust-red hearts. Concentrated Eternal Night Toxine Mist 100 ml. Collect Eternal Night Toxine Mist during the day of the skeleton's cry and concentrate it using an entropy condenser. Starcore Fragment 0.1 G must be an extraterrestrial starcore fragment infected with the Darkstar Entropy virus, its surface etched with corrosion patterns. Surveying the dense list of materials, Fang Xiang couldn't help but feel a flicker of relief. Thankfully, he had brought the materials along. Otherwise, this potion recipe would be useless to him. It must be said, this Shin was quite the clever little devil. He'd tricked him into believing these ingredients were easy to come by. That old codger was up to no good. Good thing he haggled hard enough this time. He made a killing. With the ingredients and formula in hand, Fang Xiang immediately began the alchemy process. The process itself wasn't difficult for a deity. He measured out the appropriate herbs, blended them together, and added 3 points of divine power success. Soon, a vial of deep purple potion was crafted by Fang Xiang. Gazing at the profound Darkstar Entropy Simplification Potion, Fang Xiang didn't hesitate. He instructed Wang Yuan to take the potion and inject it into Yi Wuming's body. Yi Wuming hadn't actually been asleep. After all, who could sleep under such circumstances? Yi Wuming's senses were exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing Wang Yuan approach, he immediately grew alert, glaring coldly at him. What are you doing? Wang Yuan remained silent, crushing Yi Wuming beneath his foot with a smile as warm as jade. His hand never paused. The syringe pierced the vein, forcefully injecting the deep purple liquid into Yi Wuming's body. Chapter 44, Glorious Evolution. You! What have you done to me? Yi Wuming felt the cold, metallic liquid injected into his body, filled with shock and rage. Wang Yuan smiled meaningfully. This is the supreme honor bestowed upon you by Lord Fang Xiang. Just as Yi Wuming prepared to curse, the Darkstar Entropy Simplifier took effect. Purple-hued rust iron patterns blossomed within his veins, unleashing an excruciating, searing pain. Pain. Unbearable pain.
Yi Wuming curled up in the corner, every nerve trembling. Veins pulsed violently on his temples, and a constant ringing filled his ears until it abruptly vanished, leaving only deathly silence. He could even hear the crackling sound of his bones shattering. He dared not move much, for every splintered bone was savagely gnawing at his nerve endings. The slightest movement brought searing pain, as if his cells were being scorched alive. Fine black patterns emerged beneath his skin, like corroded circuitry, twisting and snarling across his pallid flesh to form a terrifying crimson ghastly face.
How's that? Wang Yuan crouched down, his hand gently tracing the ugly, revolting patterns. Yi Wuming endured the agony, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Yuan. He wanted to ask, what the hell is this? But he dared not open his mouth. Because the bones around his mouth had also cracked open. Shards of bone pierced through his skin, creating a horrifying sight. So he clenched his teeth tightly. Seeing Yi Wuming unwilling to speak, Wang Yuan didn't press further. He simply held his shield, staring calmly at his opponent. After all, Yi Wuming was a level 10 professional. Even though he was bound like a dumpling by the black iron chains, what if Yi Wuming slipped up and attacked? Cough. 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 Yi Wuming coughed violently, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of rust and fragments of his own lungs. His body was nearing the brink of collapse. Fang Xiang had been observing the entire scene. If Yi Wuming couldn't survive even with the aid of the erosion of karma, then this potion could only be used as a lethal weapon. In the future, when facing an enemy he couldn't handle, he could simply inject them with it. However, Fang Xiang was slightly surprised. Yi Wuming's willpower was remarkably resilient. Even at the very end, with blood seeping from every pore, he didn't utter a single sound. Hakai, you bastard. Fang Xiang acknowledged Yi Wuming's willpower. Though continuing would likely yield little success for Yi Wuming. Fang Xiang resolved to fulfill his dream with his own hands. Fang Xiang directly channeled a portion of divine power into Yi Wuming's body. The grey divine halo radiated boundless divine light, slowly merging into Yi Wuming's body and beginning to neutralize the rampant virus within the potion. Yi Wuming was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Fang Xiang had initially offered to help him, then seemed intent on harming him, and now was assisting him once more. Was Fang Xiang toying with him? No. The other party was absolutely not that kind of boring person. But he had no energy to dwell on such thoughts now. Because he had to hold on. And indeed, he did hold on. The power within the potion fused with him. At that moment, Yi Wuming's body began rapidly regenerating and growing stronger, his constitution and original force both surging. What sent a chill down Wang Yuan's spine was the sight of 4 pitch-black tentacles sprouting from Yi Wuming's spine. What the hell was that? This form of mutation was something Wang Yuan had never heard of, let alone witnessed. One could only marvel at how profoundly mysterious Fang Xiangjuan's methods were to transform a person into such a terrifying killing machine. However, Yi Wuming hadn't become a monster. The tentacles on his back, however, kept extending, as if trying to break free from their restraints. Fortunately, Yi Wuming was tightly bound by the black iron chains, preventing the tentacles from breaking free. Fang Xiang gazed at the darkened tentacles, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Indeed, engraving karmic retribution concentrated all of a person's fortune into a single day's eruption. That was why Yi Wuming had been so fortunate to obtain the corroded tentacles. Yi Wuming gasped for breath, feeling his strength undergo a qualitative leap. Though still only at level 10, he could now effortlessly annihilate a level 15 opponent. His class skill, Gale Shattering Slash, had been forcibly amplified tenfold. 1 strike to bind souls, 1 strike to sever life. This potion is no ordinary item. Yi Wuming gazed at the statue of Fang Xiang. Bathed in moonlight, the statue radiated an otherworldly aura of mystery and sanctity, utterly unfathomable. He couldn't understand why the other party kept helping him time and again. He was clearly a heretic. Could it be an attempt to convert him through this method? That was sheer folly. He would never betray the Blood Moon God. Seeing Yi Wuming succeed, Fang Xiang withdrew his gaze. Though he had intended to alter the man's beliefs. After all, a transmuter, especially a greatsword who'd successfully consumed potions, possessed immense potential. But the faith of a fanatic isn't so easily swayed. Unless, like He Qingquan, they suffered betrayal and distrust from the deity itself. And repeatedly received divine blessings from him, only then could one's faith be utterly transformed. Still, to swiftly alter Yi Wuming's faith, one must understand how the Blood Moon God established his own. Each deity employs distinct methods to establish their faith. Fang Xiang glanced at He Qingquan, seeing he too had not retired. He immediately had Wang Yuan engage him in conversation, preparing to extract information. Wang Yuan understood instantly and approached Yi Qingquan. Yi Qingquan gave an unnatural smile when Wang Yuan approached, his polite tone tinged with distance. "May I ask what business you have with me?" Wang Yuan's smile was as warm and refined as jade, radiating an elegance that seemed out of place in this village. This is the temperament cultivated in him from childhood through his education. In a sense, this world was divided into 2 classes, the literate class and the non-literate class.
Especially in the feudal dynasties of Fang Xiang's past life, under the oppression of the 5 arts of controlling the people, even if the non-literate class succeeded in revolting, they would ultimately only be working to benefit others. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, the emperor who rose from beggary, had studied in temples. Reading, at its core, is a liberation and enlightenment of the mind.
Under Wang Yuan's gentle demeanor, Yi Qingquang's tension eased slightly. Wang Yuan patted Yi Qingquang's shoulder, sat down beside him on the ground, and joked. When I first met you, you were full of vigor and reckless abandon. This subdued version of you actually feels strange to me now. Yi Qingquang gave an awkward smile. When you're under someone else's roof, who has the capital to be arrogant and reckless?
Yi Qingquang lowered his voice, apologizing sheepishly. I spoke out of turn earlier.
I apologize to Fang Xiang and all of you. Wang Yuan knew Yi Qingquang still thought he was holding a grudge over his earlier blasphemy against Fang Xiang. In truth, Fang Xiang couldn't care less about it. As Fang Xiang's spokesperson, he naturally didn't give it a second thought either. Wang Yuan quipped, I much prefer seeing you laugh with reckless abandon.
This overly cautious act of yours is downright painful to watch. Seeing Wang Yuan genuinely let it go, Yi Qingquang's awkwardness and restraint eased slightly. They say youth is reckless. Back then, I was young and ignorant, which is why I acted so arrogantly. After gaining more experience and understanding, I naturally won't be so frivolous anymore. A hint of world weariness had unexpectedly settled upon Yi Qingquang's handsome, youthful face. The Blood Moon god abandoning Blood Moon Village and fleeing was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the believers.
Wang Yuan offered comfort. What's done is done. People must always look forward. If you're willing, could you tell me about your life in Blood Moon Village before? Some things, once spoken aloud, won't weigh so heavily on your heart. Chapter 45, The Dragon-Blooded Maiden.
Yi Qingquang nodded, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. The Blood Moon god had only one method for dealing with his followers' oppression. Many followers were utterly subdued by his terrifying methods. My brother suffered the worst torment, even his soul was devoured by the Blood Moon god.
But that's not all.
To conserve divine power and hasten my brother's awakening, the Blood Moon god employed the most ancient method of class awakening.
What method? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Yi Qingquang licked his dry lips. The ruins of the night. The ruins of night? What kind of place is that? Wang Yuan's curiosity grew. Even Fang Xiang showed a hint of interest.
Yi Qingquang said solemnly, that place is 25 kilometers from Fang Xiang village.
It's no wonder you've never heard of it. Back then, the Blood Moon cult sent many people there, hoping to awaken a professional practitioner. Unfortunately, in the end, my brother succeeded. What exactly is the Night Ruins? Wang Yuan was deeply curious.
Yi Qingquang gazed at the inquisitive Wang and said softly, according to Blood Moon God, it's a product born of the night, a cancer that ultimately spiraled out of control. Beyond that, I know nothing more. After my brother returned, he never mentioned that place again.
Seeing he couldn't pry more information from him, Wang Yuan nodded. It's late. We should rest. We've got work to do tomorrow. All right. Yi Qingquang nodded. Through Yi Qingquang's description, Fang Xiang now understood how the Blood Moon god established his cult.
Employing terror and high-pressure violence to shatter believers' psychological defenses, thereby forging an unbreakable faith.
The victims worshipped their tormentors as deities.
This complex psychological phenomenon was often linked to mechanisms like Stockholm Syndrome, cognitive dissonance, and emotional dependency.
During the violence, the Blood Moon god would often intersperse brief moments of care or affection, such as bestowing divine blessings.
This violence-soothing cycle causes severe emotional confusion in the victims. They mistake these fleeting acts of kindness for salvation, developing a distorted emotional dependence on the abuser. Like glimpsing a faint light in the darkness, even if fleeting, it compels one to chase after it. Like moths drawn to flames, they burn everything for the Blood Moon god. To break Yi Wuming's belief, cognitive behavioral therapy (CBT) techniques can be employed. However, this is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. The most effective approach remains to slay the Blood Moon god in front of Yi Wuming himself. Make him understand who truly wields the ultimate power. Subdue him with even greater force.
Violence often yields to more terrifying violence.
Faith built upon violence is no different. Only after formulating a plan to correct Yi Wuming and Zhao Wuyan's faith did Fang Xiang turn his gaze toward the altar. He could sense his dragon-blooded followers would arrive in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A vast, blazing light flashed. In the next instant, a small figure appeared upon the altar. It was a dragon-born girl, silver hair, crimson eyes, and as proud as a king surveying his domain. The commotion at the altar drew the attention of the night watch. Li Buxian approached, wielding an mo dao so large it bordered on absurd. His gaze lingered on the dragon-blooded girl, his expression momentarily frozen. The girl before him appeared no older than 5 or 6. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall of frost and snow, while her crimson eyes blazed with flames of red gold. Her delicate toes touched the edge of the altar, dragon scales at her temples refracting patterns like the northern lights. Within that small frame seemed to lie terrifying potential, causing him to feel a flicker of unease.
Li Baxian tightened his grip on the Mo Dao and cautiously inquired, "How did you end up on Fang Xiang's altar?" The dragon-blooded girl's face was exquisite yet cold, her voice as crisp as snow. "He bought me." Li Baxian glanced at the Fang Xiang statue. He knew that in Fang Xiangjuan's eyes, the girl before him could not lie. The Fang Xiang god spoke in a divine voice, "What is your name?" The dragon-blooded girl gazed up at the ancient, solemn statue, and a thread of reverence rose involuntarily within her heart. The 7 stars of the azure dragon flowed within the grey divine halo, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty from a higher dimension. This was entirely different from the experience with the god of thunder. The deity before her eyes was vastly more powerful than the god of earthquakes. The two were not even on the same level. Before, she could maintain her pride in Jin Sishin's presence. Yet before Fang Xiang, she found herself so nervous she dared not speak. In this moment, she felt like Qin Woyang before the first emperor. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, lowering her head. I am Ji Longyue. Fang Xiang noticed the girl's slight awkwardness and felt a touch of surprise. Weren't all dragon bloods supposed to be naturally proud? Yet this girl didn't seem anything like the haughty beings others described. However, Fang Xiang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he tapped the faint green light point representing the girl on the map. Follower, Ji Longyue. Race, Dragonborn. Deity, Fang Xiang. Faith, 0.01 casual believer. Lifespan, 200. Skill, Dragon's Might emanates dragon-like presence, capable of intimidating weaker creatures. Note, bloodline damaged requires special dragon blood potion to restore. A lifespan of 200 years? This surprised Fang Xiang somewhat. True to her dragon heritage, her lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary humans. However, the fact that she had just teleported to Fang Xiang village and immediately became a pan-believer left Fang Xiang somewhat astonished. After all, she had previously been a follower of Jinsu. But Fang Xiang quickly understood. The reason Jinsu handed over the Dragonborn so readily was likely because the other party never truly believed in him. Moreover, Fang Xiang glanced at the map's notes. The Dragonblood's lineage was actually damaged. This indicated that the Dragonborn had suffered an accident during their time in Jinsu village. In Jinsu's eyes, this dragon-blooded individual was likely far less valuable than a transcendent weapon. But in Fang Xiang's hands, it was a different story. Fang Xiang already possessed the divine power of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. With the map's assistance, he could fully restore the dragon descendant's bloodline. He could even enhance Ji Longyue's dragon bloodline. Fang Xiang opened the formula for the dragon blood potion. 100 milliliters of sub-dragon blood, glass powder from the calcine of a red sub-dragon. Fang Xiang knew little about the sub-dragon species. But this race was undeniably powerful. The crucial question was whether any could be found in the dark forest. His current map coverage was insufficient. He needed to keep upgrading to expand it. It seemed he needed to accelerate his acquisition of divine power. The problem is, there are too many places draining his divine power. This hinders his ability to accumulate divine power efficiently. Moreover, the number of followers is insufficient. He must devise a way to seize followers from other villages. In such a brutal environment, a saintly heart cannot survive. Only by ceaselessly plundering resources and accumulating capital can it grow strong enough to protect its followers. Fang Xiang opened the map, preparing to locate primordial nuclei for refining divine power. His gaze then turned eastward toward Inugami village. Inugami village lay just 7 kilometers from his own Fang Xiang village. Yet the two had never interacted. After all, the map marked it as high risk. This meant operating within their territory would be highly disadvantageous for his operatives. But now, he had to find a way to send Wang Yuan over to negotiate with them. Tonight's darkness stretched unusually long, a full hour longer than usual. This further shortened the duration of the gray day. Upon hearing this news, a hint of worry flickered in the eyes of everyone in Fang Xiang village. At that moment, Fang Xiang's divine voice echoed within Wang Yuan's mind. Chapter 46, Death Countdown. Fang Xiang's divine voice thundered through the mountain valley like a bolt of lightning. Go to the dog god village. Discuss the possibility of cooperation with them. Remember to bring the blazing heaven 7th tier armor. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the shield at his waist. It wasn't that he was afraid. For any divine decree from Lord Fang Xiang, he would plunge into boiling water without hesitation. But he had been to Inugami village once before. That place was utterly bizarre. Before the sunrise, only a few flickering sparks danced in the darkness. It was a trap for hunters craving light. In the dark forest, only the strong dared to shine. He looked eastward, where a faint golden divine light flickered the direction of Inugami village. Wang Yuan stated, the people of Inugami village are notoriously fierce. They worship strength, believe in the survival of the fittest, and possess violent tempers. Going alone is indeed the most suitable choice. Li Baxian approached, his modao blade gleaming with a cold, sinister light in the darkness. Shall I accompany you? Wang Yuan shook his head. No need. Stay behind to guard the village. Going alone is more fitting, it shows greater sincerity.
Ji Longyue stood at the altar's edge, her silver hair gently swaying in the night breeze.
I can sense a powerful, bestial aura emanating from that direction.
A flicker of gravity crossed her crimson eyes.
Those people over there, they're probably not entirely human anymore. Fang Xiang was slightly taken aback by Ji Longyue's words. This young girl's intuition was remarkably accurate.
Perhaps this was the intuition of a dragon descendant. Once this girl awakens her class, her strength might surpass even Li Baxian's. But to awaken her, we must first find the ingredients for the dragon blood potion.
That's precisely why we must go. Wang Yuan tightened his belt and inspected the talismans he carried. The nights are growing longer. We need more allies. If they can't become allies, then they must.
A sharp gleam flashed in Li Changxing's eyes as he said solemnly, take good care of yourself on this journey. If you encounter danger, flee immediately.
Wang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Besides, I can perform the new dance to channel Fang Xiangjuan's power into myself.
If danger arises, I can escape on my own.
Li Changxing remained unconvinced. That technique places too great a burden on your body and won't last long.
You must be cautious. Wang Yuan knew his concern was genuine and gave a firm nod.
At that moment, the gray day descended. Dull gray sunlight scattered through the dark forest, driving away the gloom.
Deep within the dark forest, roars echoed from an unknown origin. Accompanying the roars was a thick, foul stench.
The foul stench made the dragon-blooded girl, with her keen sense of smell, wrinkle her nose in disgust. It seemed as though some terrifying monster was drawing near.
Fang Xiang noticed the map suddenly densely covered with pale red dots.
These were all monsters. Though their levels weren't particularly high, their sheer numbers were overwhelming.
Moreover, they were drawing ever closer to Fang Xiang village. Because Fang Xiang village had cleared all the surrounding trees, visibility was excellent.
These monsters couldn't conceal themselves at all, quickly appearing before the villagers of Fang Xiang village. These creatures were clearly insectoid beings.
No, not merely insectoid creatures.
Among these creatures were clearly half-human beings, modified from humans.
With insectoid genes fused into their human bodies, they looked utterly grotesque and terrifying.
The insectoid creatures were covered in sharp bone spines, their arms thick and powerful, claws and teeth razor-sharp, resembling giant steel paws. The modified humans, however, were covered in moss, their skin cracked and dry, eyes bloodshot, mouths stained with blood, faces twisted into hideous grimaces, as if seized by madness.
Wang Yuan stared solemnly at this group of humans.
This was only the second time he had witnessed such altered humans. The first time was back in Willow Spirit Village.
Those night demons were humans mutated into monstrosities. What transformed these monsters?
Li Changxing frowned deeply.
Black fallen rain? That can't be right. These creatures are clearly human-insect hybrids.
Though most of these monsters were only level 1, some even lacking any level at all. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, swarming like locusts, completely blocking the surrounding area. These creatures are likely just cannon fodder.
The true enemy lurks nearby. Fang Xiang's divine voice resonated with authority and pressure. Behind them, there's an 11th level monster. Gulp. Wang Yuan swallowed hard, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure.
He already knew what these monsters were meant for. These creatures were likely meant to drain the divine power of the Fang Xiang Lord. To protect them, Fang Xiangjuan had no choice but to continuously maintain his divine radiance protection. Under the relentless assault of these creatures, the divine light shield would suffer immense depletion. If this went on long enough, once Fang Xiangjuan's divine power was depleted, these monsters would storm in and devour them. Even he couldn't possibly handle the mob attack from the other monsters while also diverting his attention to deal with an 11th level monster. Not only him, but Li Changxing and the others also sensed this, their expressions turning grim.
At that moment, Fang Xiang also sensed something amiss.
It wasn't the surrounding monsters, but rather a sandblast that had appeared in the upper left corner of the chat area.
Displayed prominently was a countdown, 3 hours. 3 hours? What does this mean? Not just him, the chat area erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap! What's going on? Monsters are swarming outside my village. Same here. Nothing but bug-like monsters. Bugs? Over here it's giants. Damn it. Are they targeting us? Giant? Never seen one. Bro, film it for us? Sure. Soon, the other person uploaded a video. No way. You're showing us your graduation photo too? This graduation photo is huge. It's like a bottomless pit. Aren't you guys focusing on the wrong things? How many cyclopes do you have over there? And they're only 10 meters tall? What's the big deal? My side's insectoids are 3 meters tall each, and they're everywhere. What's this countdown mean? Will these monsters charge once the time's up? Monsters outside every single village? Who could possibly orchestrate an attack this massive?
Panic spread through the chat channel.
After all, this was an overwhelming force. Then, a line of blood-red text flashed before everyone's eyes. Newbie protection period is ending. In 3 hours, monsters will attack your village. Do everything in your power to survive until dawn. The moment this message appeared, the chat area erupted. Comments surged instantly. No way. 9 out of 10 people died, and you call this a newbie protection period? Chapter 47, Insane Production. If the newbie protection period is this brutal, how terrifying will it be once it ends? No. At hard work pays off. Save me. Save me. Does anyone have weapons? I'll pay top dollar. Ugh. When Master Diligence sells weapons offered weapons before, I didn't jump on it. Now that I've lost out, I regret it. If I could do it again, I'd bid for sure. If they set a starting price, I'd pay 100,000 gene. What good are all those weapons? Can Divine Radiance's protection last until every monster is dead? 3 hours? That's way too tight. FCK. I only have 1.7 units of divine power left. This SHT. 1.7? That's actually good. I've only got 1.5 units of divine power left. This hashtag #EdDogWorld. At that moment, everyone panicked. No one knew if they'd make it out alive. After all, the monsters surrounding them were overwhelmingly numerous. Their divine power was insufficient. Once these monsters charged, they would be doomed the moment their divine power ran out. But if they didn't use the Divine Radiance's protection and the believers were slaughtered, they too would face certain death. Just then, Fang Xiang noticed numerous private messages flooding his inbox. These were all requests to purchase weapons. After all, at this critical moment, every additional weapon meant another chance at victory. If he couldn't hold out, he could still have his followers fight. Ideally, he could preserve a few promising young professionals that would give them a chance to survive. Fang Xiang didn't refuse. Give me 2 hours, and I'll have my followers forge them immediately. Hearing this, the group grew impatient. 27C, boss, what kind of weapon can be forged in just over 2 hours? Don't haggle now. I'll give you 400 grams of my starlight iron. I'm only keeping 100 grams. This is all I have. Mushueshun, boss, how much salt do you need? 10,000 gene per weapon? Can you rush it? Desert Reaper, isn't forging too late now? The 3-hour countdown has already started. If you're short on mystic iron ore, I can supply it for free. Any amount. Shinsu God, I have a piece of dragon scale. Brother, do you need it? Just one extraordinary grade weapon will do. Xianqing, I also have a copy of the blood-raging body tempering technique found in the city ruins. It's extremely beneficial for followers. 20 ordinary weapons will do. Among these offers, many items caught Fang Xiang's attention. After all, these items weren't something you could buy with ordinary or even extraordinary weapons. Truth be told, if not for the urgent need for weapons to fend off powerful foes, these individuals would never have parted with them so readily. But Fang Xiang ignored most of their urgings and instead replied to the Desert Reaper, send over the black iron ore. I'll take all you have. My supply is running low. I'll prioritize giving you weapons later. Desert Reaper, understood. I'll have my followers gather the black iron ore immediately. After communicating with the Desert Reaper, Fang Xiang immediately ordered Chen Erdu to light the iron smelting furnace and begin forging iron tools. Chen Erdu wasted no time, diving straight into the forging. The furnace blazed with crimson flames, illuminating half his face. The mystic iron ore began to melt, continuously purified within the furnace. Chen Ergu's gaze was resolute. The moment the molten black iron was ready, he immediately had someone pour the scalding liquid into the earthen molds. He focused solely on controlling the furnace's heat, while others handled the casting. With clear division of labor, iron tools were produced at high speed. Within mere minutes, an iron spear was forged. Of course, these iron spears were even rougher than the previous ones. The black iron smelted this time was impure, laden with numerous impurities. But in pursuit of greater speed, Fang Xiang couldn't afford to be picky. After all, this time, he was set to make a fortune. As for the horde of monsters outside, Fang Xiang couldn't care less. His divine power now stood at a staggering 31 points. Even if these monsters assaulted him for 10 days or half a month, he wouldn't exhaust his divine power. Moreover, he had 15 fanatical followers at his disposal, constantly supplying him with faith points. Based on his calculations, the current night would last no more than 21 hours. So he wasn't the least bit panicked. And this wave of war profits? He's definitely cashing in. As for Inugami village, that could wait until after he'd collected his war spoils. While Chen Ergo forged ordinary weapons, Fang Xiang began crafting extraordinary ones. It must be noted that forging extraordinary weapons was an extremely difficult task. Chen Erdu was still only a level 4 blacksmith, capable only of crafting ordinary weapons. Forging extraordinary weapons required perfect alignment of materials, technique, and heat control to even have a chance of success. To forge higher-tier extraordinary weapons and provide his villagers with formidable combat strength, Fang Xiang directly produced silent lava ore. This special ore from the silent lava valley. It can absorb some sound, making weapons even more silent when used. Moreover, this material possesses exceptional hardness. When alloyed with mystic iron, it enhances the iron's hardness.
Simultaneously, to conserve divine energy, Fang Xiang used not black iron ore but ordinary weapons previously forged by Chen Erdu. Fang Xiang unleashed his divine art of weapon forging in Dragon Soul Heart Flame, enveloping 20 black iron spears and the silent lava. Both began to melt and reshape. Moments later, a series of clear, resonant metallic tremors echoed through the air. This signaled the forging was complete. Finally done. Fang Xiang gazed at the 20 black iron spears glinting with a cold light before him, a surge of pride welling up within him. Each spear radiated a cold, lifeless matte finish, its tip adorned with a dark, sinuous pattern. These were the patterns of black iron. Converging into a wondrous pattern, they resembled a blooming, silent red spider lily. These were weapons of doom. All of them are extraordinary high-grade weapons. To forge these weapons, he expended a full 2 points of divine power. Ah! Divine power is so scarce. Fang Xiang sighed inwardly. Just like money in my past life, it never lasts long. Fang Xiang distributed these extraordinary high-grade weapons to the strongest and most robust believers, ensuring they could protect themselves. When Ji Longyue received her weapon, her delicate cherry lips parted slightly. Me. I get one too. Fang Xiang's vast divine voice echoed across the cold, lifeless gray sky. If they have it, you naturally have it too. But I've only just arrived. Ji Longyue kept these words unspoken. She felt the deity before her was truly unlike any other. By all logic, how could an outsider like her be trusted so readily? Moreover, this weapon was far too exquisite. She had never seen such a superb weapon back in Jinsa village. This was a transcendent weapon. To hand it over so readily to an outsider? Not even the Jinsa god could have done that. This left her utterly speechless. Yet, this feeling of being trusted felt truly wonderful. She gripped the cold black iron spear tightly, yet a wave of warmth surged within her. In Fang Xiang, she seemed to sense her father's tender care and warmth. I'll do my best. Ji Longyue clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Her faith level skyrocketed, breaking through to 1 point and reaching the level of a devout believer. Chapter 48, The Big Sale. The little girl's faith level rising so quickly was somewhat unexpected for Fang Xiang. Ji Longyue watched everyone busily forging iron spears, biting her lip as she hesitated over whether to join in. She wanted to contribute, yet feared she might only hinder their efforts. This dilemma weighed heavily on her mind. Her delicate porcelain-like face crinkled slightly, adding an extra touch of charm. Wang Yuan stepped forward and said gently, "Why don't you help carry the black iron ore?" "All right." Ji Longyue's dark eyes brightened, like a bright moon in the night sky. Watching this adorable little girl, Wang Yuan felt a strange sense of joy. He shook his head and quickened his pace in pouring the molds. The black iron ore varied in size. Originally, Wang Yuan had only intended for Ji Longyue to carry the smaller stones. That was the norm for the village children. But to Wang Yuan and the others' surprise, Ji Longyue picked up a piece of black iron the size of a human head. Remember, black iron is extremely dense. A lump this size would normally require 3 adults to carry. Could this little one possess innate divine strength? Everyone around was utterly astonished. Li Baxian stroked his chin. He had seen her emerge from the altar earlier. Could this be the daughter of Fang Xiang? No. Gods don't have children, do they? He didn't dwell on it, for Chen Erdu, eyes bloodshot, was frantically urging, forget it. More ore. More ore. Forget the ratios. Just dump it in. I need mass-producing 100 guns in an hour. Fang Xiang understood and supported Chen Erdu's decision. After all, these weapons weren't for their own people. As long as they were forged, they could help the Desert Reaper and his men withstand this wave of attacks. Quantity mattered far more than quality. He was doing this to save more lives. Time flew by, and 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. On the ground lay a pile of black iron spears, their residual heat still lingering. There were roughly 230 of them. Their appearance wasn't great, they were pitch black and the quality wasn't top-notch either. After all, they were rushed to meet the deadline. Yet, they pierced flesh and bone with ease. Li Baxian hurled it with all his might toward the insectoid hordes outside. Empowered by the professional's force, the spear struck one insectoid monster squarely in the head. What surprised everyone was that even when Li Baxian initiated the attack, the insectoids remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. The entity commanding such vast numbers of insectoids and insectoids was clearly no ordinary monster. Wang Yuan and the others didn't think much of Li Baxian's actions. Li Baxian appeared brash and reckless, but in truth, he was bold yet meticulous. This strike was both a test and a provocation. True to form, it yielded more intelligence for Fang Xiang. These monsters wouldn't have attacked less than 3 hours ago. Now he wouldn't hold back. He had Wang Yuan and the others tie ropes to the black iron spears and began reaping experience. Wang Yuan and the others understood instantly, immediately launching their projectiles. A sky filled with spears pierced the insectoids and insect humanoids ahead, splattering dark green blood everywhere, a truly revolting sight. While Wang Yuan and his team were reaping experience, Fang Xiang sold off the surplus black iron spears.
He first gave a portion to the Desert Reaper. After all, the Desert Reaper had been continuously supplying him with black iron ore. His spatial storage was already piled high with several small mountains of black iron ore. The other party didn't seem to fear Fang Xiang deceiving him. After all, without Fang Xi's weapons, his current divine power reserves wouldn't have been enough to overcome this crisis. Better to gamble on Fang Xiang's integrity. And now, Fang Xiang hadn't disappointed his trust, handing him 30 spears outright. Most crucially, Fang Xi intended to share the information. Such a generous mine owner, he certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Fang Xiang, these monsters won't attack yet. Even if you strike them, they won't retaliate. Desert Reaper grasped it instantly, expressing his gratitude. I understand. Thank you for the intel. Fang Xiang, you're welcome. We're all Blue Star people, helping each other is only right. After ending the conversation with Fang Xiang, the Desert Reaper immediately distributed the black iron spears to his followers, instructing them to attack the monsters. Thanks to the sustenance Fang Xiang had provided, the followers no longer looked frail. Their throne spears now carried a newfound force. Yet when he saw these monsters impaled by the throne spears, they remained utterly motionless. The Desert Reaper was overcome with elation. After all, one of his followers was a professional adventurer. This was experience points delivered right to his doorstep. Thank you, sir. The Desert Reaper felt immense relief, grateful he'd chosen to trust Fang Xiang and take the gamble. The payoff this time was simply too high. Fang Xiang, however, didn't keep this information to himself. He shared it with the others as well. After all, he too wanted everyone in the same zone to survive. When the video of Fang Xiang's disciple slaughtering the insectoid race appeared in the chat channel, everyone went absolutely wild. Fang Xiang's footage further underscored the critical importance of weaponry. Fang Xiang's mystic iron spear became even more sought after. Big shots are big shots. We wouldn't dare provoke these bugs, yet he actually dared to strike them directly. No wonder the big shots have their own edge. In the video, I spotted several level 7 professionals. Can you even imagine? People are just so jealous. I only have a level 2 professional, utterly envious. Big shot, could you spare me a class character? Are you dreaming of free peaches? Forget the professional, just give me a black iron spear and I'd be perfectly satisfied. Thanks for sharing, boss. My followers are already feasting on grilled bug meat. The believer upstairs is no pushover either. That insect meat looks disgusting. Ha ha ha. My followers are starving to death, who cares about that? Besides, this meat packs 100 times more protein than beef, with a crispy, crunchy chicken flavor. Damn delicious. I want to farm some EXP too. But I don't have any weapons. Wait, the Big Shots video showed a whole pile of them. My defenses are crumbling. We don't have a single gun here, but he's got a stack of mystic iron spears? This can't be real. That guy selling weapons to that jerk at 27 degrees earlier, could he also be the Heaven Rewards Diligence Big Shot? Is the guy above you Jin Tsushogo? No wonder you got a transcendent weapon later, you bought it from Heaven Rewards Diligence too. Seeing their exchange, Shen Xing fell silent. His weapon was actually from them too. This Heaven Rewards Diligence is practically a modern-day arms dealer. They're constantly raising everyone's combat ceiling, forcing them to keep gearing up for battle. Yet they had no choice. When others wield extraordinary weapons and you don't, you fall behind and you'll get beaten. They have no choice but to buy Fang Xiang's weapons. And given the current situation, they're practically begging Fang Xiang to sell them. After seeing Fang Xiang's video showcasing the mystical iron spear, countless people are privately messaging him, desperate to snap up one of these legendary spears. And they're offering even lower prices than before. Time is running out. Soon these monsters will storm the village. They must weaken their numbers as much as possible. Among them were even some who had done quite well for themselves. One user, nicknamed Link Session, brought out something truly heavyweight. I have dragon blood here. Do you need it? Chapter 49, countdown ends. Fang Xiang? No way. What do you need? He just needed to concoct a dragon blood potion. And now you just walk right in? He wasn't surprised that Jin Seshun possessed dragon scales. After all, he was the one who found the dragon's offspring. But the fact that the other party actually had a wyvern? This meant the other party was raising a wyvern? This made Fang Xiang feel a bit envious. The rarity of a wyvern was hardly any less than that of a dragonborn. Fang Xiang, impressive. How much wyvern blood do you have? Ling Shun, 500 milliliters. But I need 100 black iron spears. This price was actually quite fair under normal circumstances. Fang Xiang would come out ahead. But the current situation was anything but ordinary. It's like someone dying of thirst. A single bottle of water could fetch an astronomical price. Not everyone needs dragon blood. Only in special circumstances would someone require it. So Fang Xiang cut straight to the chase. No deal. 50 sticks is my absolute limit. Others need it too. I can't give it all to you alone. Ling Shushan seemed quite desperate, and this price was within his acceptable range, so he quickly agreed. Deal. But hurry. Half an hour isn't much time. The two swiftly completed the transaction. When Fang Xiang received the dragonling blood and dragon scales from Lingshu and Jinsa, anticipation began to stir within him. Once Ji Longyue's bloodline was restored, she should be able to awaken her class. I wonder what class this little girl will awaken. Fang Xiang resumed trading with Mu Shui and the others. Due to the scarcity of black iron spears, their offers were quite low. A single spear could fetch 10,000 caddies of salt. 3 spears could secure the frenzy blood body tempering technique. 10 spears could even secure the carcass of a level 20 rustblood octopus. Moreover, this round of transactions netted him an enormous haul of resources. The quantities of salt and iron were immense, far more than could be used in the short term. There were also various corpses. These corpses had been stored in divine body spaces by others, so they hadn't decayed. But without the skills of weapon forging or alchemy, these corpses are useless. Storing them in the divine body space only takes up space. Feeding them to the faithful risks poisoning them to death, not worth the cost. Their only use is recycling them to the marketplace. But the recycling price is so low that the divine power gained is minimal. So they're pretty much useless. Additionally, there are 400 grams of stellar iron. 27 degrees clearly only retained the portion that replenishes divine power. Over 200 ordinary weapons could yield this much in resources. One word: awesome. No wonder those great powers can amass fortunes through war profiteering. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Level, Intermediate Wild God. Divine Power, 31-31-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Blessing Free Regulation, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Heart Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 5. Items, 25 Gene of Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier, Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 99 Gene 400 grams of Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier, High Grade. 1 Dragon Scale, 500 milliliters of Subdragon Blood, Rustblood Octopus Carcass, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Carcass, 3 Gene of Black Fallen Green Hand. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 146. Believers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 20, Devout Believers 100, Fanatical Believers 15. Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those of weak conviction have long been lost in the vast wastelands of the divine ruins. Specialty products, none. Reserves, cured meat, salt, silent lava ore, black iron ore, vortex spirit cultivation method, fireflow rock. First tier inferior divine artifacts, arrows, shields, Mo Dao. Blood raging body tempering technique. Advancement requirements, when fanatics exceed 20 and total followers surpass 150, the Chaos Divine Path special trial is unlocked. Fang Xiang glanced at his interface and smiled with satisfaction. It could be said this expedition yielded bountiful rewards. Wang Yuan and his companions also reaped substantial rewards. Wang Yuan had reaped over 100 insectoid souls, instantly advancing to level 8. Li Changsheng was also very close to level 8, just half a step away. Li Baxian, meanwhile, had surged to level 7. The most remarkable progress, however, belonged to Yi Qingquan, who had now become a level 5 professional. At that moment, the 3-hour countdown finally ended. The insectoid monsters outside the village erupted into chaos. They let out frenzied screams and charged toward Fang Xiang village. Moreover, they had learned their lesson this time. They actually knew how to organize their attack. A swarm of insects gathered together and launched an assault on Fang Xiang village, aiming to drain more of Fang Xiang's divine power. Fang Xiang's divine radiance protection unfolded, forming a protective shield that enveloped everyone within its center. Outside, the swarm charged with reckless abandon, crashing into the divine aura like moths to a flame. But they did not retreat in the slightest. Even as one wave fell, another surged forward. Such tenacity. It seems this mission is proving genuinely difficult for the others. Fang Xiang began to worry about the desert death god and his team. These mine owners were his dearest friends and relatives. If anything happened to them, how could he possibly go on living? Beyond the grey divine aura's protection, the insects kept pouring out, kept getting slaughtered, only to surge forth again. Layers upon layers of dark green corpses piled up. Yet the corpses still pressed forward relentlessly. At this rate, forget completing the mission, we might not even clear a single mountain. Li Changsheng frowned. The scale of this insect tide far exceeded his expectations. Undoubtedly, this was the work of that insect king. Everyone, project your black iron spears together to ease the pressure on Lord Fang Xiang. Li Changsheng commanded in a deep voice, charge. Kill. The crowd roared, even the children's faces twisted with fury in that moment. To conserve energy and maximize efficiency, they did not throw simultaneously. Instead, they launched in waves, some rested, some retrieved spears, some launched. The division of labor was clear and efficient. With the divine radiance shielding them, they feared no attack, they only needed to hurl spears relentlessly.
At this moment, Li Changsheng and his companions treated these insectoids as nothing more than experience points. Seeing that his own side faced little pressure, Fang Xiang opened the chat area to check on the situation elsewhere. Many had recorded their own situations and shared them in the chat. Since this was merely the beginning, the situation wasn't yet dire. Most players could withstand the insectoid onslaught. After all, under the protection of divine radiance, even if the insects got close, they would be crushed effortlessly. But what if the swarm became overwhelming? Especially when the divine power wasn't infinite, then things would be different. 6 hours later. Some began to falter, pleading for help in the chat area. My divine power is nearly depleted. Is there any master who can spare me a treasure? I need to exchange it for divine power at the shop. Whoever helps me through this crisis, I'll gladly sign a subordinate contract and serve them faithfully. Chapter 50, Master-Servant Contract. The moment these words appeared in the chat, they were quickly drowned out by others' desperate pleas. I'm nearly spent too. These beasts are attacking non-stop. My guardian radiance is draining too fast. My divine power can't hold out. I know where to find a special hidden class scroll. It boosts the awakening success rate for hidden class seekers. Anyone with spare divine power items? Give them to me now, and once I survive this, I'll give you the scroll. Hey, you upstairs that's just trying to get something for nothing. The items I have now won't even get me much divine power. How could I possibly help you? At this point, many began pleading for help from their own faction members. But all they got in return was contempt and meager supplies. I should have never allied with those inferior gods. Damn it, these deadweights are dragging me down. Same here. Mutual aid is mandatory. You have to help when you can, and you can't even leave the faction unless they die. I've poured so much into this, I just hope they'll die already. My divine power is already running low, and now I have to help them? This faction system is a total scam. It's not really a trap, it's an elite system. Only deities of the same tier can form a virtuous cycle. You guys just didn't get it, went around seeking alliances, and now you're getting backlash. Serves you right. Fang Xiang watched the chat room's membership plummet rapidly, a thick sense of urgency gripping his heart. He was still far too weak. With the crisis growing ever more terrifying, if he couldn't break through to advanced wild god soon, who knew what tricks the mastermind behind all this would pull? Without absolute power, he would surely die. Adversity strengthens, complacency weakens. Fang Xiang now had only one thought: to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the chat area, many were deteriorating rapidly. Some were broadcasting live videos, desperately pleading for help, grasping at any chance to survive. In the footage, Xinhui's sanctuary shrunk to its absolute smallest to conserve divine power grew increasingly dim. Finally, it could hold no longer and shattered completely. Then, hordes of insectoid monsters poured into the village, launching a brutal massacre of the believers. The night was as dark as ink. Outside the village, the insectoid horde seemed endless. They charged relentlessly, wave after wave, emitting a bone-chilling crunch. Help! Someone save us! The divine radiance is shattered. Ah! In the video, a wild god's village was being swallowed by the insect tide. Countless dark green insects surged into the village like a tidal wave, tearing the panicked believers to shreds. Blood glistened eerily in the moonlight, gradually staining the earth a deep crimson. Fang Xiang fell silent, watching the human suffering in these videos. The chat section was filled with an even deeper silence and sorrow. The strong always have the upper hand. Because only the strong possess the right to demand reason. Thus, to those untouched by danger, the cries for help in the chat stream were nothing but entertainment. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. Moreover, in this environment, the pent-up negative emotions suppressed in modern society erupted completely for many. Witnessing the agony and despair of these souls, those high above mocked with utter contempt. Trash deserves to be swept away. Blame yourselves for being too weak. A bunch of losers, can't even last 3 hours, might as well just die. Hurry up and post more videos. If you die soon, I won't get to see your desperate faces. Ha 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 ha. Watching mortals suffer such a miserable death is truly satisfying. Faced with this barrage of taunts and ridicule, those on the verge of being overrun by the insectoid horde were utterly enraged. Seizing their last moments, they fired back with equal venom. Just then, a desperate friend message appeared in Fang Xiang's inbox. The sender was Mu Xue. Fang Xiang held a certain fondness for her. After all, who doesn't appreciate a customer who doesn't haggle? Fang Xiang opened the message, God, save me. My divine power is almost depleted. Soon after, another message arrived. Would you consider entering a master-servant contract with me? A master-servant contract is a binding agreement between deities. Like the divine factions, once formed, it cannot be broken except by death. The commands of the master god are absolute. The slave god must obey the master god's commands unconditionally. Therefore, once the bond is formed, Mu Xue becomes his vassal. The sacrifice is immense. Fang Xiang hadn't anticipated that the other party would willingly become a slave just to survive. However, Mu Xue's divine power now stood at a mere 0.3 units. Given the intensity of the salt-craving insect clan's assault, she might not last an hour. At that point, all her followers would perish. For these followers, she was willing to sacrifice her divine status and dignity, choosing servitude. She wasn't alone. Many had chosen to become vassals of powerful deities to survive. Fang Xiang neither refused nor immediately agreed. This crisis will last 21 hours. 15 hours remain. Calculate how much divine power you still need. A glimmer of hope rose in Mushue's heart. Was the other party offering to help her? Mushue replied instantly, only 3.5 points of divine power. Fang Xiang, very well. Stand by. Mushue felt both tense and exhilarated, the white divine statue trembling slightly. You agreed? Fang Xiang, yes. Night deepened as the blood moon hung high in the sky. The swarm of insects outside Fang Xiang village showed no signs of abating. Mountains of insect corpses piled up, emitting a nauseating, fishy stench. The divine radiance shimmered with a ghostly gray glow under the moonlight, enveloping the entire village. Splatter! Another wave of insects slammed violently into the divine radiance, shattering into fragments. Their dark green blood mingled with the gray aura, creating an eerily sinister spectacle. Li Chansheng wiped sweat from his brow, panting heavily. These beasts are endless. After 6 hours of relentless assault, even with rotating shifts, they were nearing their breaking point. Many had blisters on their hands, muscles aching and weak. Yet the insectoid hordes relentlessly charged on, heedless of their endurance, determined to drain every last ounce of strength from them. Yi Wuming and Zhao Weiyan, bound by black iron chains, watched with eyes filled with awe. After all, this scene was truly terrifying. Yi Wuming swallowed hard, fear gripping his heart. Even as an 11th level professional who had fused with the Dark Star Entropy Simplification Potion and possessed the Dark Star Touch, he couldn't possibly survive surrounded by so many insects. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. At this moment, Yi Wuming was praying that Fang Xiang could hold out. After all, he still wanted to return to the Blood Moon God's side. Fang Xiang gazed at the relentless tide of insects surging toward them and instantly activated Divine Radiance Protection at its maximum range. The maximum radius of Fang Xiang's Divine Radiance Protection was 150 meters. However, to conserve divine power, he had only shielded the structures of Fang Xiang village. Now, fully expanded, the gray divine radiance instantly engulfed the insect tide within the 150-meter radius. Chapter 51, Open It. In an instant, the gray chaotic divine light swept away the majority of the swarm, leaving a field of debris. The remaining swarm showed no hesitation, charging madly toward the village as if intent on razing Fang Xiang village to the ground. These insects were utterly fearless of death, heedless of any threat. For they possessed neither reason nor emotion. They were nothing but killing machines. Yet, at the very rear of the swarm, a hint of terror flickered in the compound eyes of a massive, crimson and green mantis. The divine power emanating from the opponent was incredibly abundant, showing no signs of depletion whatsoever. Most crucially, within that divine power, it sensed an unprecedented sense of threat. As if confronting a terrifying forbidden entity. Yet, with no retreat possible, it could only keep issuing commands, driving the insect horde forward. This scene was witnessed by Yi Wuming and Zhao Weiyan. Zhao Weiyan's mouth fell open, eyes wide with disbelief. This can't be real? The Blood Moon God's protective divine light is only 90 meters tall, yet his is 150 meters. Yi Wuming pressed his lips together, equally stunned within. As fellow intermediate wild gods, Fang Xiangjuan's power far surpassed that of the Blood Moon God. They were simply not on the same level. The villagers of Fang Xiang were filled with pride and joy. This was the revered deity they worshipped. Mighty, majestic, and sacredly inviolable. At this moment, their devotion surged. Fang Xiang gazed at the insectoid corpses on the ground, preparing to teleport them to his trade inventory. The range of Divine Radiance's protection was identical to the trading panel's collection range. Thus, Fang Xiang needed only a single thought to collect these items. Then he sold them to Mushue for the price of a pound of salt. After completing the transaction, Mushue stared at the mountains of insectoid corpses piled within the divine body space and couldn't help but freeze in shock. The sheer quantity was staggering. Hundreds of times more than she had ever slain herself. Mushue asked curiously, "Great God, how did you manage to kill so many insectoid corpses?" Fang Xiang couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply sent her the video of the Divine Radiance Sanctuary's recent expansion. When Mushue saw the footage, the entire divine statue trembled slightly, overcome with utter shock. So huge. Yours is that big? Mine's only 60. Your Divine Radiance protection must cover at least 100 meters, right? Only then did she understand why Fang Xiang had slaughtered so many insectoids at once. He had fully unleashed the contracted Divine Radiance protection. However, doing so consumed far more divine power. And he did this solely to provide her with more insectoid corpses, allowing her to sustain her divine power. Most crucially, he hadn't even pressured her to form a contract. It seemed unconcerned that she might refuse to acknowledge the debt after receiving the insectoid corpses. After all, this transaction had no written contract. She could have simply blocked Fang Xiang and fled, never having to sign a master-slave contract.
At this realization, she wanted to slap herself. How could she betray Fang Xiang's trust like this? Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, Mu Shui uploaded the corpses to the marketplace for recycling. Though numerous, these corpses were of little value, all level 1 and level 2 monsters, compounded by the marketplace's already depressed recycling rates. Thus, Mu Shui only exchanged them for 2 points of divine power. Still, with these 2 points of divine power, the pressure ahead would ease considerably. At that moment, she spotted the person who had mocked her earlier, still chattering incessantly in the chat area. The weak deserve to die. While there was no fault in the words themselves, she simply couldn't stand their arrogant, overbearing attitude. Even a powerful deity like Fang Xiang remained humble and unassuming. Moreover, when she needed help, he would assist her. Earlier, he had even provided weapons for the people in this region to fight the insectoid hordes. Compared to that, these people who trample others with impunity were nothing but scum. To strike down their arrogance, she directly posted Fang Xiang's video of exterminating the insect race, accompanied by the caption, "A bunch of trash, do you even deserve to point fingers here?" The video immediately drew significant attention. Upon witnessing the 150-meter divine radiance sanctuary in the footage, many of the arrogant voices fell silent. The comment count skyrocketed, surging past 999 plus. Holy! Whose divine radiance aura is this? It's huge? Holy! Is this really someone who entered the divine ruins world with us? Compared to my divine radiance shelter looks like a tiny bug. My divine radiance shield is 70 meters, I thought that was the biggest. Who knew there were even stronger players? Only mid-tier deities should have divine radiance protection this vast, right? Whoa! That divine aura wiped out a whole swarm of bugs in one sweep, so satisfying to watch. Only a few still stubbornly insisted. A 150-meter divine radiance shelter is already top tier among mid-tier deities. How could anyone else have such a massive range? This must be a native god's divine radiance shelter. Exactly. I know this Mu Shui, she's pretty weak. Could be she filmed a native god's divine aura protection. So it was a native god's divine aura. I knew it. Everyone arrived on the same day, how could anyone be this powerful? Reading these negative comments, Mu Shui was furious. She immediately explained. This is the divine radiance protection of the hard-working master. Just because you can't achieve something doesn't mean others can't. Mu Shui's words instantly stunned many. You mean the one who sold all those weapons? No way. What kind of god-tier starting hand is this? Not only did he rake in war profits from all those weapons, but his level is absurdly high? Let's quit. This is pointless. Feels like we're just cannon fodder. Not closing it means it's not open? We've only been in the divine ruins for half a month, and he's already reached intermediate divine throne. We're still fretting over insufficient divine power, this gap is just too huge. So jealous. All I want now is to hug the big shot's massive leg. Earlier they claimed this was an indigenous deity, but now even those who mocked Mu Shui have fallen silent. After all, Fang Xiang was the largest arms dealer in this region. If Mu Shui was telling the truth, wouldn't they be courting disaster by continuing to be stubborn? The importance of weapons goes without saying. They're in extremely high demand. Not only could Fang Xiang mass produce ordinary weapons, but they could even craft extraordinary ones. The reason Jinso, Xiancheng, and 27 Degrees are fighting so fiercely, Fang Xiang's influence looms behind it all. Without Fang Xiang's extraordinary weapons, they wouldn't have dared to go to war outright. Of course, their greatest fear remains the possibility that Fang Xiang might be lurking nearby. The consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing them fall silent, Mu Shui felt considerably relieved. Chapter 52, Local Specialties. After putting these people in their place, Mu Shui finally contacted Fang Xiang and sent him the master-servant contract. Fang Xiang wasn't particularly surprised that Mu Shui kept her word. After all, he was quite good at judging people. Of course, if Mu Shui had broken her promise, he wouldn't have cared much either. After all, they were merely insectoid corpses. Those corpses were too low grade to be of much use, recycling them for the mall was their only purpose. Of course, should Mu Shui seek his favor again in the future, he wouldn't be so accommodating. This time, it was actually his test for Mu Shui. Moreover, the divine power Mu Shui required was absolutely far greater than she herself had estimated. The later stages of the insect tide would only grow more terrifying. The more divine power consumed. Moreover, the insect corpse he gave Mu Shui was only worth 2 points of divine power. If she were to abandon her principles for profit, he would have no choice but to kick her while she was down. One must never be without a guard against others. After all, sincerity is a lethal weapon, but being perpetually sincere is sheer folly. To bring a subordinate deity under his banner, their character must be beyond reproach. Otherwise, even bound by a master-servant contract, if they truly wanted to sabotage or play dirty tricks, it would be hard to guard against. After all, one can never truly know if the other is genuinely loyal. They might feign loyalty and protect their master to avoid arousing suspicion. He could never issue an order for them to kill themselves. Once he was murdered, the master's servant contract would become null and void.
For now, it seemed the other party's character was reasonably trustworthy.
After Fang Xiang reviewed the contract's contents and confirmed they were correct, he finally signed it. After the contract was signed, Mushue's face lit up with excitement. She had finally found a powerful patron. Though she would be a vassal, not just anyone could hold such a position. To demonstrate her sincerity, Mushue presented Fang Xiang with 10,000 jin of coarse salt immediately after signing the contract. After all, her village, Mushue village, was situated right beside the salt lake. They lacked everything except salt. Fang Xiang naturally wouldn't refuse.
Meanwhile, as the others watched the video Mushue had posted, an idea struck one of them.
Hold up. I think I know a great idea to get us through this. What's this brilliant idea? Simple.
First, minimize the Divine Radiance Sanctuary's coverage, just protect the believers. Once enough insectoid corpses pile up, instantly expand the sanctuary to harvest the chives.
Recycle those insectoid corpses to the mall and exchange them for divine power. Holy crap, oh. The guy who came up with this is a genius.
Genius? The hard-working master has been doing this all along.
This guy just figured it out by watching the master's moves.
Besides the heavens reward for diligence guy, others probably figured it out too but didn't share.
This is definitely a great idea, should save some divine power. Thanks to the Heaven Rewards Diligence Master for sharing this method. The master's thinking is on another level.
First he taught us to kill monsters early to let followers gain experience, now he's showing us how to conserve divine power.
Soon, many began sending Fang Xiang private messages expressing their gratitude. Some even sent Fang Xiang local specialties as gifts.
Villagers near mines sent or samples. Those without mines offered decorative items like gemstones instead. When Fang Xiang saw the unexpected additions in the divine body space, he was utterly baffled.
Wait, how did these things appear?
He'd been focused on battling the insectoid hordes and monitoring his followers, never glancing at the chat section. After all, the monsters he killed also granted assists to Li Changxing and the others. A level 1 insectoid monster didn't yield much experience, but their sheer numbers made up for it. He had a premonition that this might not be a simple trial, but rather a golden opportunity. In just 7 short hours, Li Changxing, Li Baxian, Yi Qingquan, and Chen Erdu's level skyrocketed to level 8. And Wang Yuan, leveraging his witch doctor class, had skyrocketed to level 9. Level 10, the threshold for class advancement, was now within reach. This was undoubtedly a massive windfall. And they had only spent 7 hours so far, just 1/3 of the allotted time.
Fang Xiang speculated that Wang Yuan should now have reached the required level for class advancement, unlocking the advancement quest.
Having been preoccupied with monitoring his followers, Fang Xiang only discovered upon checking his chat logs that it was Mushue who had shared his video.
However, Fang Xiang didn't mind much. After all, saving more people was a good thing. Fang Xiang then spoke up in the chat channel.
Everyone can have their operators keep attacking to boost the percentage of assist experience points gained. Whether a professional character participated or not made a world of difference in the assist experience points they received. Earlier, if Wang Yuan and the others had intervened against the level 31 Frost Skull King, the experience gained would have been substantial. Of course, Wang Yuan and his team never had the chance to engage the level 31 Frost Skull King.
Upon hearing Fang Xiang's suggestion, everyone immediately followed suit.
After all, following his advice carried no downside. Soon, they were thrilled to discover their professional levels skyrocketing.
Thanks for the tip, big shot. My character just broke through to level 4. So awesome. You're the man. If not for you, we probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Once this crisis ends, I'll send you some local specialties to try. Same here.
In this world, some are ungrateful, but others repay kindness. Many were adding Fang Xiang as a friend, eager to repay the favor.
Fang Xiang naturally wouldn't refuse.
However, not everyone was grateful for the solution Fang Xiang proposed. 27 stared at the chat area, seething with hatred toward Fang Xiang. He had actually known this method all along. After all, he'd noticed it when Fang Xiang had previously instructed them to purchase weapons and attack these monsters. But if this method remained undisclosed, his competitors wouldn't know about it, and his pressure would be significantly reduced. That way, he could savor the thrill of maintaining a commanding lead. But now, Fang Xiang had ruined everything. That guy, doesn't he fear others catching up? It's just an intermediate wild god. Once this crisis ends, I'll have more fanatics and professionals on my side. I might just be able to unlock the advancement quest. Fang Xiang naturally had no idea what was going on in 27 Degrees' mind. In truth, he genuinely had no fear of others overtaking him. If that's all it takes to surpass him, then you're underestimating him. True masters wouldn't stoop to such low tactics.
Soon, the countdown reached its 10th hour.
By this point, some villages were beginning to falter.
Even with Fang Xiang's teachings, their divine power continued to wane relentlessly. Fang Xiang stared silently at the flood of distress signals pouring into the chat channel.
The situation across the region was grim, with many already at their wits' end.
Then, the Desert Reaper sent Fang Xiang a video. Fang Xiang tapped to open the video. In the video. Boom!
A sudden deafening explosion echoed, causing all the followers to instinctively look up.
Chapter 53, The Shaman's Job Change Quest.
A crimson pillar of light streaked across the distant sky, piercing the clouds. The desert insect horde marched upon the crimson beam, launching an even more ferocious assault. Though their attacks still couldn't shake the desert death god's divine protection, they instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. For his divine power was draining at an ever-increasing rate. It's coming from the blood-red wasteland. Looks like the desert death god and his crew are in trouble, Fang Xiang murmured to himself. He felt a pang of concern for the mine owner. He was his crucial ore supplier. The importance of black iron ore was self-evident. Just then, a new message popped up. Blood Desert in crisis. The Desert Bug King's personal guard has attacked. My divine power is nearly depleted. Big shot, save me. Within the divine body realm, 30,000 gene of black iron ore had just been teleported over by the Desert Reaper. Like salt, the shop does not recycle black iron ore. Therefore, he couldn't rely on recycling black iron ore to sustain his divine power. That's why he gave Fang Xiang such a massive amount of black iron ore to plead for his help.
Fang Xiang couldn't just stand by and watch him die.
He immediately tossed over a super-powered weapon.
Recycle this. It should keep you going for a while. Desert of Crimson Sand Burial Song. The desert god's statue trembled slightly, gazing at the transcendent weapon within the divine body space with palpable excitement.
After all, this was a transcendent weapon, something one could only hope to encounter, not seek out. This time, he had truly struck gold. The recycling price for transcendent weapons fluctuated daily, and today's market rate stood at 3 points of divine power. Seeing that number, the desert death god breathed a sigh of relief.
3 points of divine power would be enough to sustain him through the night.
At this moment, he felt profoundly fortunate to have established a long-term trading partnership with Fang Xiang.
Otherwise, tonight would have been a dead end.
Besides the Desert Reaper, others had also sent private messages to Fang Xiang seeking help. But these individuals were unfamiliar to Fang Xiang, and besides, he couldn't possibly save them all alone.
He simply chose to ignore them.
When prosperous, benefit all under heaven; when impoverished, perfect oneself alone. He always did only what he could manage. Sacrificing himself for others was something his mindset couldn't yet comprehend.
Many, seeing Fang Xiang's silence, disregarded the favors he'd done them and began cursing him out. You're an intermediate wild god. You must have extra divine power items. Why won't you give them to us? Just give me one, and I could live. How can you be so selfish? Damn it. Heaven rewards diligence, UFING. How could you stand by and watch us die? I begged you. Don't you have a shred of compassion? Give it back. Fang Xiang paid no heed to these insults.
He always acted with a clear conscience. Besides, these people wouldn't be able to curse for much longer. He was a kind-hearted man. Considering they were nearing their end, he kindly let them vent their anger to their heart's content. Sure enough, before long, their messages stopped flashing and their avatars turned gray. Faced with the threat of death, many began weeping and begging Fang Xiang for help.
But Fang Xiang remained silent, too indifferent to respond. As the countdown reached 18 hours, the chat channel had lost over half its members. Now, only over 50,000 remained online. Back then, there were a full 3 million people. In just over half a month, so many had been eliminated. This elimination rate is truly terrifying. But the dawn's light is finally approaching. At the 21st hour, a faint, ashen glow emerged from the east, spilling into the dark forest. The entire land was dyed a deep, ashen gray, as if all color had vanished. But immediately, countless blood-red glows surged up from all directions. These were the eyes of the insectoid horde. They had not yet departed. Countless black-blade mantis took to the skies, gazing down upon Fang Xiang village with eyes brimming with the bloodthirsty instinct for slaughter. They possessed no thought, no emotion, only obedience to the Bug King's command. Li Changxing frowned as he watched the crimson glints in the sky. Could they be preparing to attack again? Ji Longyue shook her head. No. I can sense they're preparing to retreat. Sure enough, the insectoid monsters quickly vanished, leaving only a field of corpses behind. Fang Xiang directly recycled the corpses to the marketplace. These insectoid corpses were toxic. But the toxicity wasn't too severe. Only those starving to death would resort to eating them. Food exists within the dark forest, there's no need to resort to eating these creatures. As the monsters flew away, the villagers of Fang Xiang erupted in cheers. We've finally won.
Long live Lord Fang Xiang.
Wang Yuan led the crowd in devout prayer. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his protection.
May the divine radiance of Allah burn eternally. We shall build a stairway to the gods with our new dance. As the prayer echoed over Fang Xiang village, the villagers' faith began to surge. Wang Yuan's faith wish energy was the most potent, forming a golden conduit that slowly channeled the collective faith into the Fang Xiang statue. Ultimately, it settled upon the gray divine halo. The divine power Fang Xiang had expended the previous night was replenished, even exceeding its previous level by 3 points, reaching 34 points. While this pales in comparison to the effects of a shaman's ritual skills, Wang Yuan's profession seems capable of modestly boosting believers' faith even under normal circumstances when they receive divine grace.
Fang Xiang murmured, it seems his abilities still hold untapped potential. My luck is truly exceptional to have awakened a special hidden class.
Seizing the moment of heightened fervor, Fang Xiang immediately activated his divine blessing. However, this divine blessing wasn't intended for everyone. Spreading it too thin would dilute the effect on each individual, making it counterproductive.
Thus, Fang Xiang bestowed blessings only upon those whose light points on the map were exceptionally strong. 5 blessings descended. Immediately, 5 villagers awakened their Alaya consciousness.
Though they did not become professionals, they became fanatical believers, a significant gain.
At this moment, Fang Xiang's zealots numbered 20.
And what delighted him most was this. He discovered that Wang Yuan's level 9 experience points seemed to have maxed out, unlocking the job change quest.
Fang Xiang opened Wang Yuan's personal panel. Believer, Wang Yuan. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang.
Faith level, 25 fanatic. Level 9 promotion quest unlocked, cultivate 3 fanatical followers for the revered god.
Quest progress, 1-3. Force, 99. Lifespan, 100. Hidden special profession shaman. Class ability, divination 10 use, 7-day cooldown. New dance 5 use, cooldown, 1 day.
Sacrifice 10 use, significantly strengthens the spiritual bond between devotees and the revered deity through invocations, increases faith, and allows the shaman to conduct the deity's ascension ritual, enhancing its effects cooldown, 1 month. Divine servant strengthens the spiritual bond between the shaman and the revered deity, greatly enhancing the deity's blessings upon the shaman, reducing divine power consumption, and enabling the use of divine voice with the deity at no cost.
Wang Yuan, you've activated the class change quest? Chapter 54, Rankings. Wang Yuan looked at Fang Xiang's inquiry, his expression slightly surprised.
He had been about to inform Fang Xiang himself, but it seemed the other party already knew.
But then again, it made perfect sense.
After all, in his heart, Fang Xiang was the all-knowing, all-powerful Lord. Reporting to the Almighty, I have indeed activated the job change quest. Cultivate 3 fanatical followers.
Fang Xiang continued, do you have confidence?
Yes.
Wang Yuan's reply was unwavering. Fang Xiang was quite satisfied with this. Wang Yuan had already cultivated 1 fanatic for him before.
If he activated divine grace, Wang Yuan should be able to complete the class change quest through sacrificial rites using his shaman's professional skills. However, to unlock divine grace, he needed to fulfill the promotion requirements. Currently, he was still 4 devotees short. As for divine power, his current cap stood at 34 points.
He was still 16 points short of the 50-point threshold, not an insurmountable gap.
With 20 fanatical followers, he gains at least 3 points of divine power daily. Combined with the faith energy from other followers, he accumulates roughly 5 points of divine power each day. As long as he conserves his divine power as much as possible, he should be able to complete it in 4 or 5 days. At that moment, a cold, vast voice echoed in Fang Xiang's ears. Congratulations to all deities within this region for completing the novice period. Now, rewards will be distributed to all deities who have passed the novice stage.
Reward strength will be distributed based on ranking.
The top 1,000 will receive additional rewards according to their position. The higher the rank, the stronger the reward.
Only one factor determines ranking, the number of fanatical followers.
When this announcement echoed in everyone's ears, all fell silent in shock.
No way. Out of 3 million, only 50,000 survived? You call this a beginner phase? This elimination rate is higher than the 2050 civil service exam. This is far more brutal than the civil service exam fail, and you're dust. Once the beginner phase ends, does that mean no more protection? Won't things get even tougher from here?
Who knows what this divine ruins world is trying to do, throwing so many of us into a battle royale like this?
Who knows? But right now, the most crucial thing is to make it onto the leaderboard. A top 1,000 ranking, that's pretty tough. I only have 2 fanatics. Not sure if that'll cut it. 2? That's already pretty strong. I only have 1 fanatic, took forever to train. Sigh. I actually had 2 before, but they died during a monster hunt.
Amidst the chatter, a voice tinged with relief cut in.
Thank goodness we're not comparing divine power levels. Otherwise, who could possibly beat that lucky bastard who won by sheer perseverance? This comment sparked widespread agreement. That's true. A 150-meter divine power shield? That's at least 25 divine power points, definitely an intermediate tier deity. Sigh.
We're all just low-tier deities, with divine power caps not even breaking 8 points and advancement quests still locked.
How did they get so far ahead?
Advancing from a low-tier deity to mid-tier is brutal. You need 3 professions and fanatical followers, divine power over 9 points, plus completing advancement quests and rituals. It's hellishly hard.
True.
If ranked by divine power alone, none of us can match heaven's reward for diligence.
3 fanatics isn't that many, I've got 4. Maybe I can make the list.
Reading these comments, many hearts began to stir with ambition.
Jinsu village.
Jinsu looked down upon his village. Though most lived in cave dwellings, the majority had food to fill their bellies. Only a small minority, unable to work, received no rations. After all, under these circumstances, priority was naturally given to ensuring those capable of work were fed. Compared to other villages, this was already quite favorable. Moreover, he commanded 6 fanatical followers. Based on his projections, he was confident enough to make the rankings, perhaps even secure a respectable position. He even believed he had a shot at the top spot. With that thought, he immediately posted in the chat section.
Argent's faction has 6 fanatics.
If anyone wants to join us, feel free to DM me anytime.
Returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. To show off, you need the capital, and he had it.
Moreover, this was the perfect opportunity to build momentum for their faction and attract more powerful allies. Sure enough, as soon as his comment appeared, many were stunned.
No way. 6 fanatical followers? That can't be real. This is insane. How many days has it even been? He's already cultivated 6 fanatics. Sigh.
Back on Blue Star in my past life, I was just a social outcast. Never thought I'd come here and still be a nobody, stuck watching others show off.
Hey, you're trash, don't drag others down.
Sure, I used to be a delivery guy.
But now? I've got 5 fanatics under my command. Calling me boss isn't too much, right?
Big shot upstairs, I'm a total pushover, take me under your wing.
5 or 6 fanatics got you all cocky? Well, I've got 7, doesn't that blow your minds? More pros?
In an instant, many began flaunting their own numbers of fanatics, drawing envious glances from deities with fewer fanatics. At that moment, a mysterious, cold voice echoed in everyone's minds.
The rankings are complete. Now announcing the list for the 500th place. 500?
The moment those words were spoken, everyone was filled with confusion.
Wasn't it supposed to be a 1,000 rank list?
But soon, as the enigmatic voice sounded again, they understood. The 500th rank is shared by numerous deities, Muxue, Yunfeng, Fenghua, and 477 others. Each has exactly 4 fanatical followers. Beginning distribution of rewards, random summoning cards.
Muxue village.
Muxue gazed at the pale blue card that had appeared in her divine body space, her heart surging with excitement. The reason she had 4 fanatical followers was entirely due to her long-term partnership with the formidable Fang Xiang. This allowed her to provide sustenance for her followers, deepening their devotion to her. Adding to that, she had sheltered a follower last night, gaining another fanatic, bringing her total to 4. She never imagined that just 4 fanatical followers would be enough to secure her a ranking. This was truly an unexpected delight. Muxue immediately sent Fang Xiang a private message. Big shot, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten the reward, let alone survived. This random summoning card is my token of gratitude. A pale blue card instantly appeared in Fang Xiang's inventory. Wrapped in simple yet profound blue runes, the card looked quite extraordinary. Opening the card's description. Item, random summoning card. Grade, 2nd tier, low grade item. Chapter 55, Divine Artifact Reward. Effect, single-use item. Randomly summons 1 fanatic. The fanatic is guaranteed to be a professional, level 9, but their class and race are random. Seeing the item's function, Fang Xiang was somewhat taken aback. This reward was truly a matter of luck. Still, even with the worst luck, there was a guaranteed minimum here. A level 9 professional and a fanatic at that, it was already quite decent. Of course, Fang Xiang didn't accept it. After all, he already possessed 20 fanatics. The next reward would surely be even better. Most crucially, Muxue needed this artifact even more now. After all, Muxue was now his subordinate deity. If Muxue could be developed, she would be of immense value to him. The days were growing shorter by the hour. No matter how fast Wang Yuan and his companions moved, they couldn't return before nightfall. This means they still cannot venture too far afield. Compounding this, the dark forest's terrain is exceedingly complex. If they strayed too far from Fang Xiang village beyond the map's coverage or other resources, Fang Xiang still couldn't trade with others to obtain them. Fang Xiang returned the card. Muxue stared at the returned random summon card, frozen in place for a long while. If it were her, she would have definitely accepted it. She had reviewed the details of this random summon card. It was undeniably invaluable. Even if it only provided a guaranteed minimum reward, it would still offer immense assistance to the divine shrine. Yet Fang Xiang had actually refused her. She couldn't fathom what Fang Xiang was thinking. Then, Fang Xiang replied, "You need it more than I do right now." Reading those simple words, a wave of warmth washed over Muxue's heart. In this cold and cruel world of the divine ruins, such concern was truly precious. Muxue replied with conviction, "Rest assured, great God. I will not disappoint your expectations."
Meanwhile, the crowd watching the rankings instantly lit up the chat section. Only 4 fanatics to make the top 500?
For isn't actually that many, but 2 of my fanatics died while searching for food outside.
It's killing me. Sigh. Who can say otherwise? Mine was a professional. He accidentally stepped into the swamp and was devoured by a blood-plagued crocodile on the spot. I was so foolish.
If I'd known the swamp was covered in fallen leaves, I never would have let him go.
If 4 can get into the top 500, how far could I go with 5? Damn.
This random summon card is insanely powerful, I love it.
Jealousy eating me alive. I almost had 4 fanatics.
Soon, that mysterious voice echoed in everyone's ears once more, announcing the 400 tied for 100th place, each possessing 5 zealots, desert reaper, blood prison, mystic altar. The reward for 100th place is 3 random summoning cards.
3 random summoning cards? This made many eyes burn with envy.
Jealousy twists people beyond recognition.
These are 3 level 9 professionals. I want some too. Any big shots willing to gift me one? What, you think you're getting free stuff? Who'd give you a random summon card? The 100th place reward is this strong? Can't imagine what the top 100 get. I've got 6 zealots, should be good for a decent rank, right? Before long, that cold mechanical voice sounded again, announcing the 50 players tied for 50th place, each possessing 6 zealots, Jinsu, Xiancheng. The reward for 50th place is a top-tier first-grade artifact suited to the recipient. Upon seeing this top-tier first-grade artifact, everyone froze in shock. A high-grade first-tier artifact. Though its tier was lower than a random summoning card, its actual power far surpassed that of a summoning card. A top-tier first-rank artifact could only be wielded by a divine entity. Moreover, being a personal fed artifact, it could multiply a divine being's power by tenfold or more.
Most crucially, divine beings could nurture first-tier superior artifacts, enhancing their synergy with their divine statues. Should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future requiring the divine statue to relocate from the village, the cost involved would be significantly reduced. So when this reward was announced, many grew bitter.
Damn it!
Just one more follower than me, and they get such a fantastic reward.
Jealous. So jealous.
Soon, people began flaunting their own artifacts.
My artifact is a pair of gauntlets, pretty badass. Mine's the banner of 10,000 souls. Feels kinda sinister. Am I destined for the dark path of godhood?
5th place gets a divine artifact. I can't even imagine how amazing the reward for 1st place must be.
While everyone marveled at the incredible rewards, Jinsu remained silent.
He'd seen 2 such divine artifacts on Fang Xiang.
Damn! Where the hell did that beast get so many divine artifacts? Moreover, judging by their quality, they seemed even more formidable than the thunder-shattering god-slaying axe he possessed.
They must have been forged using some special divine substance.
In that moment, he felt the world's disparity.
Even the divine artifact in his own hands seemed less impressive. Ironically, many allies kept fawning over him, only deepening his frustration.
Big shot Jinsu, why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy? Someone asked in the faction group chat. Jinsu.
Compared to Jinsu's gloom, Fang Xiang found the whole thing rather dull.
Such meager rewards had left him disappointed. He could only hope the rewards for higher rankings would be better. With 20 fanatical followers, cracking the top 10 shouldn't be a problem, right? Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again,
announcing the 46 players tied for 4th place, each possessing 7 fanatics, Qingshu, Wanlong, Shangfei. The reward for 4th place is a divine name card. Everyone hurriedly checked the divine name card's description.
Item, divine name card. Quality, tier 2, high grade. Effect, upon use, grants an early divine name and randomly bestows a divine ability matching the user's divine name. Holy crap, oh! Divine abilities? I thought you could only get them with a super low chance by using divine ability scrolls or during promotion. Holy crap! This reward is way too good. Damn it!
I was just 1 fanatic short of getting this reward.
This reward is insane. Wait, 4th place is tied? Looks like the gap between everyone isn't that big after all.
Hold up, 3rd place doesn't even have that heaven rewards diligence skill.
He's an intermediate wild god, should have at least 3 fanatics. Why haven't we seen him? He's an intermediate wild god, after all. Shouldn't getting into the top 3 be a breeze?
Man, I'm so jealous of these top players. If only I could crack the top 100. At that moment, an incredibly dazzling special effect simultaneously erupted across everyone's chat channel.
9 golden dragons unfurled a banner.
Congratulations to Tai for securing 3rd place and gaining 8 fanatical followers. The reward for 3rd place is a special summon card.
Everyone was startled.
Tai had never appeared in the chat channel before, maintaining an extremely low profile. Who would have thought he'd snatch 3rd place outright? In just half a month, he cultivated 8 fanatical followers, a feat not to be underestimated.
Even Fang Xiang was somewhat surprised.
After all, he himself had only managed to gather 20 fanatical followers by relying on Wang Yuan's shaman profession and map hints. Yet this opponent cultivated so many fanatics entirely on his own. Such talent and fortune are truly extraordinary. Indeed, this world never lacks for geniuses.
Fang Xiang never felt any qualms about his map assistance.
After all, refusing to use a cheat code when you have one would be downright foolish.
Chapter 56, Quietly Making a Fortune.
Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to this unique summoning card.
Opening the special summon card's description. Item, special summon card. Quality, Tier 3, mid-grade. Effect, single-use consumable. Upon activation, summons a level 9 special hidden class character. Upon seeing the special hidden class, everyone froze in shock. Whoa! A special hidden class? Holy crap, this card is overpowered.
The probability of a special hidden class is 1 in 150, and due to the extreme difficulty of awakening them, the actual chance is even lower. Who would have thought this card could directly summon one and a level 9 at that? Every special class possesses immense potential. If they don't perish mid-journey, they can reach level 100. Plus, their classes come with unique effects. Having one special class can drastically accelerate a deity's growth. Talk about having all the luck. If only this card were mine. Third and fourth place are on completely different levels. Early awakening of a divine name is great, but who knows what divine power you'll get? It's all luck-based. Special occupations are different, they come with awesome skills. If third place gets such a great reward, imagine what first place must be. But then again, the hard-working guy should be second, right? Probably. He's an intermediate wild god after all, so having 9 fanatical followers makes perfect sense.
Not necessarily. What if Heaven Rewards Diligence appeared earlier? After all, he might not be using his real name, just a nickname. High level doesn't guarantee many fanatics.
Maybe he just got lucky, found a pre-catastrophe ruin, got some treasure, and broke through to intermediate wild god. While everyone debated Fang Xiang's exact ranking, Muxue carefully reviewed the entire list of names. She confirmed Fang Xiang's name was nowhere to be found. Having signed a servant contract with Fang Xiang, she naturally knew his true name. She was certain his name hadn't appeared. Which meant Fang Xiang had secured at least a top 2 finish. The thought filled Muxue with a surge of profound admiration. Truly a powerhouse, even the number of his fanatical followers was staggering.
She grew curious, just how many fanatical followers did Fang Xiang have? So, she opened Fang Xiang's chat window and sent a private message. Big shot, how many fanatics do you have now? At that moment, Fang Xiang was studying the special summoning card of the 3rd ranked Tai.
When it came to the power of special class users, Fang Xiang knew best. Wang Yuan started the game with 4 skills. And each one was incredibly powerful, earning him the title of the strongest support. Who would have thought the 3rd place reward would be so substantial? Just then, he saw a private message from Muxue pop up. He couldn't hide the number of his fanatics from her anyway, so he replied bluntly, 20. Muxue froze, how many? What did you say? For a split second, she thought she was hallucinating, caught in an illusion. After double-checking, she realized Fang Xiang had indeed said 20. She had only 4 fanatics, yet he had 20? The gap was so vast it stirred a twinge of inferiority within her. She began to doubt herself. Was a rookie like her truly worthy of serving such a powerhouse? Just then, the chat feed began broadcasting again. But to everyone's disbelief, 2nd place still wasn't Heaven Rewards Diligence. Instead, it belonged to someone else entirely. The entire chat area was enveloped in dazzling special effects as 3,000 golden lotus petals carried a banner floating by. Congratulations to Biming for securing 2nd place, now possessing 9 fanatical followers. The reward for 2nd place is the special ritual artifact Oracle Tower. At the words special ritual artifact, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they hurriedly clicked to view the description. Item, Oracle Tower. Quality, Tier 3, high grade. Effect, when devotees pray or perform rituals, slightly increases their faith levels. Allows direct communication with devotees regardless of distance, without consuming divine power. Reduces the divine power cost of divine radiance protection and increases its range by 50%. Friendly reminder, once placed, this item cannot be moved. After reading the description of this Oracle Tower, Fang Xiang couldn't help but agree this thing truly lived up to its name as a special ritual artifact. Absolutely insane. Directly boosting faith levels? It's practically a fanatic breeding machine. As for the direct reduction in divine sound consumption, Fang Xiang didn't feel much about that. However, for deities lacking shaman-priest followers, this boost was indeed substantial. It wasn't just Fang Xiang who found the Oracle Tower outrageous, others were equally envious. The top 3 rewards are getting crazier and crazier. Now I just want to know, could the 1st place reward be even more insane than this? Wait, what? Why hasn't that Heaven Rewards Diligence guy shown up yet? Could he actually be the 1st place winner? No way. He must have used a nickname, so he showed up earlier and we didn't recognize him. True. Many people use nicknames these days to hide their real names. Deep down, no one wanted to believe Fang Xiang's fanatical followers ranked 1st. After all, Fang Xiang was already an intermediate wild god.
If his fanbase was still this massive, it would be a serious blow to their pride. It felt like he was rubbing their noses in the dirt. Only Mushue remained silent. 20 fanatics? That's miles ahead of second place, right? However, since Fang Xiang had never used his true name, she didn't want to reveal his information either. At that moment, the glory effect for first place activated. The entire chat area was enveloped in a dazzling, shimmering expanse. A brilliant yet fractured starry river flowed like blood, while the Nine Heavens Gate hung suspended upon a colossal sword. An ancient battlefield emerged from the rift in the sea of clouds, where 100,000 bone banners stood inverted against the sky. From every crack seeped the war hymns of eras long past. A majestic and heroic battle hymn resounded across the cosmos. Meteors, the fallen deities, ripped through the heavens, their descent both tragic and vast. Every soul present could sense the aura of primordial gods' demise, a profound reverence welling up within their hearts. This scene was truly breathtaking. It took a long while before anyone regained their senses. The special effects lasted a full 30 seconds before dazzling characters finally spilled forth from the cracks of the divine meteor. Congratulations to Fang Xiang for securing first place and claiming 20 fanatical followers. The first place reward is the special ritual artifact, the Divine New Mask. For Fang Xiang's outstanding performance, an additional title is awarded far ahead. Upon seeing these 3 lines, the entire chat area fell deathly silent for a full minute. After a long while, someone finally posted in the chat. No way. This is human meat I'm eating. 20 fanatics? I wouldn't dare dream of it. Some big shot actually pulled it off? Who the heck is this Fang Xiang guy? Never heard of him before? Turns out the top 3 are all hidden big shots, quietly raking in the cash? None of these 3 belong to any faction. They must be solo levelers. So strong. Don't eat the pickled radish. I wanna hitch a ride on their coattails. Big shot, I've got resources, please take me under your wing. Who knows Fang Xiang's nickname? Can't find any info on him? The big shot is just too low-key. We don't even get a chance to join up. If the boss starts a faction, I'm joining first. Want to join a faction? Does the boss need a fixer? I'm super obedient. Top-ranked players get special treatment. Everyone else uses their real names, but his has June in it. Chapter 57, The Divine New Face Mask. Mushue watched the chat section filled with people eager to sign servant contracts with Fang Xiang. A surge of pride welled up inside her. She was the very first to sign a servant contract with Lord Fang Xiang. From now on, when it came to seniority, she would be considered a founding member. At that moment, however, Fang Xiang wasn't paying attention to the crowd's chatter. Instead, he felt a bit helpless. Had he been pranked? He had used a nickname to conceal his true name precisely because revealing it could likely bring trouble. But now that it was out, it didn't really matter. After all, no one knew that heaven rewards diligence was Fang Xiang. So Fang Xiang simply stopped overthinking it and accepted the Divine New Mask without hesitation. Opening the description. Item, Divine New Mask. Quality, Tier 4, high-grade special ritual artifact, exclusive to devotees. Cannot be unbound once worn unless the original owner dies. Skills. Skill 1, Twilight Witness of Faith significantly strengthens the wearer's spiritual bond with the revered deity, binding them irrevocably and establishing an unbreakable faith connection. First use increases the wearer's faith level. When the deity nears demise, the wearer will burn everything to become a force of devout will, providing the deity with its final divine power. Skill 2, Ritual Consecration utilizes sacred incantations and ritual dances to profoundly strengthen the spiritual bond between devotees and the revered deity, elevating their faith levels. Also enables the wearer to preside over the deity's ascension ceremony, enhancing its efficacy. Cooldown, 1 month. Skill 3, Divine Proxy act as the deity's agent, executing divine punishment. The wearer channels a thread of the deity's essence, granting a 10-fold combat power boost in normal state. When burning lifespan with the Divine New Mask, combat power can surge up to 666 times based on the extent of lifespan consumed. This skill has a 1-week cooldown. Skill 4, Redemption through ritual dances and sacred incantations, purify and heal corrupted beings. Continuously influence heretics, shaking their faith and drawing them closer to the revered deity's path. Note, this special ritual artifact can only be used by devotees of the level fanatic or higher. Upon witnessing the effects of this Divine New Mask, Fang Xiang was utterly astonished. Too powerful. Especially since this artifact complements Wang Yuan's abilities exceptionally well, they're practically made for each other. With this Divine New Mask, Wang Yuan could now conduct 2 rituals within a single month. The last time Wang Yuan presided over a ritual, he significantly boosted the faith levels of many. Moreover, within days, Fang Xiang's divine power would reach 50 points. Once he found a few more believers, he could activate the advancement quest. As for whether he can complete the advancement quest, Fang Xiang remains confident. This means that the next time Divine Grace descends, it will be the moment Wang Yuan completes his class advancement quest. Typically, special hidden classes undergo job advancement at level 30. Of course, it could happen earlier or later. This is because the job advancement level for special hidden classes is not fixed. However, it was likely that Fang Xiangjuan's path along the Chaos Divine Way had enabled Wang Yuan to initiate his class change early. This is naturally good news. The earlier the job change occurs, the better it is for the development of special hidden class characters. Moreover, the other 3 skills are exceptionally powerful. Especially Substitute Divine Path, it's practically a life-burning combat machine. Fang Xiang then turned his gaze to the title Far Ahead. He tapped to view its description. Title, Far Ahead. Effect, all followers under your command gain a 5% increase in faith accumulation rate. 5%, it doesn't sound like much. But this applies to all followers. When Fang Xiang first donned this title, the Fang Xiang divine statue emitted a soft gray divine radiance, enveloping all followers. Previously, a follower on the verge of becoming a fanatic finally took that decisive step under this boost, awakening their Alaya consciousness and transforming into Fang Xiang's fanatic. I've awakened, the believer beamed with joy. Awakening the Alaya consciousness was the prerequisite for becoming a professional. He was drawing ever closer to becoming a professional. His eyes brimming with devotion, he knelt humbly and reverently, palms pressed together. Blessings upon the divine radiance of Lord Fang Xiang. At this moment, the number of Fang Xiang's fanatical followers reached 21. Fang Xiang teleported the divine new mask into Wang Yuan's hands. Wang Yuan gazed at the divine new mask in his hands, his expression deeply moved. Crafted from bronze, the mask felt icy to the touch. Its gilded eyes pierced the depths of the underworld, its brows like sharp swords piercing the heavens, and the intricate divine patterns on its forehead seemed poised to shatter the gates of the netherworld. Every inch of it radiated an aura of solemn grandeur. This ancient, majestic Nuwa mask held such awe-inspiring power that even a single glance made Wang Yuan feel an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in worship. It seemed as though this was the very incarnation of the divine Fang Xiang. Behind it, Wang Yuan beheld a colossal divine statue. The chaos divine halo stood amidst an indescribable gray mist, casting glorious divine light upon its faithful followers. Unable to resist, Wang Yuan slowly placed the divine new mask over his face. In that instant, his body trembled as if a gateway to a new world had opened within his mind. An unbreakable bond of causality had formed between him and Fang Xiang. The next moment, his faith level surged directly from 25 to 30. Moreover, a trace of gray divine power aura appeared between his eyebrows. It was Fang Xiangjuan's divine power aura. Though merely a trace, it multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. This aura differed from the blessing Li Changsheng had previously received from Fang Xiangjuan. Li Changsheng's aura was like a rootless duckweed, destined to fade with time. Yet the aura within him was slowly intensifying. As if it had taken root within him. This artifact is incredibly powerful. Wang Yuan couldn't help but marvel as he carefully sensed the enhancement brought by the divine new mask and its abilities. With this artifact, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should complete his class change quest this month. It must have cost Fang Xiangjuan a tremendous price to give him this divine artifact, right? After all, even a special grade wild god couldn't possibly possess such a formidable artifact. A wave of guilt and gratitude surged through Wang Yuan. It was his own weakness that had caused Fang Xiangjuan so much trouble. Seeing the divine new mask on Wang Yuan's face, Yu Wuming, who had been imprisoned in the black iron cage, bound by black iron chains, froze in shock. The quality of this divine mask was terrifyingly high at first glance. Even a top-tier deity like the Black Water God couldn't obtain one. How did Fang Xiangjuan come to possess it? Moreover, this divine new mask seemed to possess a peculiar, almost magical power. The longer he stared, the more his faith wavered. It was as if a voice whispered incessantly, urging him to abandon his faith in the Blood Moon God and instead pledge allegiance to Fang Xiangjuan. He forced the whispering down, cold sweat beating on his forehead. This mask must never be looked at directly. Observing the boost Wang Yuan had gained, Fang Xiang was thoroughly satisfied. Merely wearing the mask had increased Wang Yuan's faith level by 5 points, no small feat. After all, faith becomes increasingly difficult to increase as one progresses. Gaining 5 points of faith required at least one divine blessing. Fang Xiang opened his personal panel to view. Divine title, Fang Xiang. Rank, Intermediate Wild Deity. Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 34-34-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing freely adjustable, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Heart Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving of Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 5. Items, 25 Gene Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 99 Gene 400 grams Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier High Grade. 1 Dragon Scale, 500 milliliters Sub-Dragon Blood, Rust Blood Octopus Carcass, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Carcass, 3 Gene Black Fallen Green Hand. Fangxiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 146. Believers, casual believers 11, ordinary believers 20, devout believers 94, fanatical believers 21. Distinctive feature, unwavering faith. Those with wavering faith have long been lost in the vast lands of the divine ruins. Specialties, none. Reserves, cured meat, salt, silent lava or black iron or vortex spirit cultivation technique, fireflow rock. First tier inferior divine artifacts, arrows, shields, Mo Dao. Blood boiling body tempering technique. Promotion requirements, when fanatics exceed 20 and total believers surpass 150, the Chaos Divine Path special trial is unlocked. Wang Yuan's personal stats also saw significant enhancement. Chapter 58, Destiny Insight. Follower, Wang Yuan. Race, human. Honored deity, Fang Xiang. Faith level, 30 fanatic. Level, 9 promotion quest unlocked, cultivate 3 fanatics for the honored deity. Quest progress, 1-3. Force, 99. Lifespan, 100. Hidden special profession shaman. Class ability, divination 10 use, 7-day cooldown. New dance 5 use, cooldown, 1 day. Sacrifice 10 use, significantly strengthens the spiritual bond between devotees and revered deities through invocations, increases faith, and allows the shaman to conduct deity ascension rituals with enhanced effects. Cooldown, 1 month. Divine servant strengthens the spiritual bond between the shaman and the revered deity, greatly enhancing the deity's blessings upon the shaman, reducing divine power consumption, and enabling the use of divine sound with the deity at no cost. Items, Divine Nuwa Mask, 7-fold Blazing Heavens cover. Divine Artifact Shield. Fang Xiang felt immense satisfaction upon seeing these stats. This was the result of his diligent and dedicated efforts. As Fang Xiang studied the special ritual artifact and title, the chat area erupted when everyone learned their effects. This divine new mask is even more sinister than the Oracle Tower. 666, not even salting it. If this isn't overpowered, what's the point of playing? The title's creepy too. A 5% boost rate? That's 50% in 10 days, 500% in 100. And it works for all followers? I'm seriously jealous. So jealous. Who shoved a lemon in my mouth? The redemption skill on this divine new mask is the real game breaker. It can actually redeem heretics? How is that even possible? It's a high-tier 4th grade special ritual artifact, exclusive gear for followers. Of course it's powerful. Is this the reward for first place? Feels like catching up to the big shots is even more impossible now. As expected, the strong just get stronger. Wish some rich goddess would sponsor me right now. Hey, you who wanted to surpass the big shots before? 20 fanatical followers? That's a mountain crushing me, leaving me breathless. All I want now is to latch onto someone powerful. Please don't turn me down, big shot, take me in. Tai Village. Unlike other villages, Tai Village pulsed with vitality and prosperity. All believers had enough to eat, working together in their respective roles. Moreover, Tai Village boasts 3 professionals, with the highest ranked reaching level 9. This special practitioner was summoned by Tai using a summoning card. Special profession Bug Master. Capable of cultivating cursed creatures to wreak havoc, one person could establish a realm of cursed creatures. Their late-game combat power is exceptionally formidable. Yet, despite this joyous news, the Tai statue remained unenthusiastic, even appearing somewhat gloomy. Simply because the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place far surpassed his own. Especially the 1st place reward, it was leagues ahead of his. The divine new mask was nothing short of a divine support artifact. And the title that won made him downright jealous. After all, believers were the very source of a deity's power. Besides, he wasn't just any ordinary person. In fact, since arriving in this world, he discovered his luck was off the charts. Everything he did seemed blessed by the gods. A casual gesture could make devotees produce powerful items. It was through this very luck that he swiftly transformed Tai Village into such a formidable powerhouse. But who would have thought that even with such an unfair advantage, he still only ranked 3rd? The 1st place winner was downright sinister. 20 fanatical followers. He couldn't even begin to fathom how Fang Xiang managed it. Right now, he didn't even have the confidence to challenge the 1st place. As for 2nd place, he was confident he could overtake them. First, overtake 2nd place. We'll deal with 1st place later. And that heaven rewards diligence. He's a formidable opponent too. I haven't even become an intermediate wild god yet, and he's already succeeded. And judging by his demeanor, he seems to have mastered the divine art of refinement too. Another formidable rival. Once I overtake 2nd place, then I'll go after heaven's reward for diligence. Tai set himself a modest goal. Baiming Village. Baiming was feeling rather down at the moment. While the Oracle Tower was tempting, it still fell far short compared to Fang Xiang's divine new mask and title. After her transmigration, she'd started with an incredibly fortunate hand. Through a divine power scroll, she'd obtained an exceptionally powerful ability, Divine Insight. Destiny Vision was one of the 6 great divine powers of Buddhism. The heavenly eye surveys the 3 realms, like a mirror reflecting dust. The divine ear hears the whispers of stars, worldly sounds enter the Zen heart. Reflecting 1,000 minds, tracing destinies across 9 realms. Divine foot traverses time and space, extinguishing all defilements to attain the state of non-birth. In layman's terms, she is a reincarnated being. Indeed, she has been reborn back to the moment she first crossed over as a lowly wild deity. In her past life, she helped her best friend and boyfriend awaken their divine names, elevating them to 9th rank divine throne. Yet, she never imagined this treacherous pair would stab her in the back and even strip her of her divine essence. This lifetime, she vows to reclaim everything that belongs to her. Everyone who wronged her in her past life will pay the price. But as events unfolded, she began to doubt whether she had truly reincarnated or if she had merely glimpsed a fragmented corner of the future through her fate-seeing ability. Take Heaven Rewards Diligence, for instance, or Fang Xiang. These were figures that had never appeared in her previous life. Originally, she believed that with her foresight, she could seize the initiative, claim the top spot on the rankings, and obtain the divine new mask. According to her past life's memories, the divine new mask concealed a shocking secret. This secret held immense significance, one that could propel her much further in the future. Thus, she craved this object intensely. Yet, to her shock, she had failed. Looks like I'll have to make contact with this Fang Xiang. If possible, it would be best to retrieve the divine new mask from their hands. She knew full well that the other party would not part with the divine new mask easily. But she possessed the divine foresight to glimpse much of the future, and in her hands lay leverage the other party could never refuse. For instance, the divine remains of a 7th-rank divine shrine. But soon, she discovered a new problem. The name Fang Xiang couldn't be found in any search results. This meant Fang Xiang was using an alias. His true name was concealed. To uncover Fang Xiang's alias, she even expended vast amounts of divine power to activate destiny perception. As a powerful divine ability, each use of destiny insight naturally exacted a tremendous toll. But as long as she could obtain the information she sought, it was worth it. To her astonishment, after activating destiny vision, all she saw was a gray, chaotic void. Quickly, she seemed to sense something and decisively cut off the destiny vision. But it was too late. An indescribable terror washed over her, causing her divine body to tremble slightly. The divine statue itself cracked open a deep fissure. It felt as though she had just glimpsed an unspeakable, forbidden horror. Yet, in that very instant, she discovered her destiny had reached its zenith. Yet, as the saying goes, what rises must fall. The dragon in its zenith regrets. Kongsu, engraving karma. Her mood grew profoundly heavy. Merely using destiny insight to peer into another's secrets had brought such calamity upon her. Chapter 59. To get rich, first build roads. This Fang Xiang must be hiding a major secret. This only fueled her thirst for knowledge and her competitive spirit. The stronger the opponent, the more she craved to defeat them. As a deity wielding the power of fate, how could she possibly lose? Though she couldn't directly target the opponent's essence, her fortune was now at its peak, making this an ideal opportunity. She opened the chat section and casually scanned through it, hoping to find any clues through her overwhelming luck. Soon, she discovered someone whose relationship with Fang Xiang seemed decidedly unusual. This person was named Mu Shuwei. Judging by their posts in the chat, they were Fang Xiang's die-hard fan. Anyone who dared to criticize Fang Xiang would be met with a sharp retort. This was clearly unusual. She decided to activate Destiny's sight on Mu Shuwei, hoping to see who she had contracted with or which faction she belonged to. Soon, she had her answer. The other party had actually signed a contract with someone named Tian. She had intended to see more clearly, but unfortunately, the fate vision was forcibly interrupted. This left Biming feeling a touch of disbelief. After all, she was currently at the very peak of her fortune. It was as if she had borrowed her fortune for the rest of her life. Yet she couldn't even see the other party's name? Could it be this Tian is connected to Fang Xiang? Is it his nickname? As if possessed by a detective's intuition, Biming instantly grasped a possibility. Tian Daoqiu? At this moment, she was certain there was a 99% chance that Tian Daoqiu and Fang Xiang were one and the same. After all, for Heaven Rewards Diligence to have reached the rank of intermediate wild god, it must have no shortage of fanatical followers. He must rank within the top 10. Yet among the top 10, only Fang Xiang matched the characteristics of Heaven Rewards Diligence. Everyone else used their real names, not nicknames. She immediately sent Tian Daoqiu a private message, tentatively asking, "Lord Fang Xiang, I am Biming, the second-ranked player. I possess the divine remains of a 7th-grade divine throne. Are you interested?" But after waiting for a long time, she saw no reply. She was somewhat surprised. This was the divine remains of a 7th-ranked divine being. Engraved upon it was a divine rune. If inscribed onto a divine artifact, there was a minuscule chance of gaining a powerful ability. Moreover, divine remains were excellent materials for both forging artifacts and enhancing divine power. The recipient shouldn't be uninterested. Could it be, he knows I'm after the divine new mask, so he's ignoring me? Bei Ming realized. The effects of the divine new mask were indeed remarkable. Expecting to trade with someone using the divine remains of a 7th-ranked divine temple seemed unrealistic. But she had only used it as a bargaining chip. She hadn't expected the other party to look down on even such a divine substance. Seems I underestimated you. Truly worthy of the top spot on the believers list, your vision is indeed lofty. Bai Ming felt no resentment whatsoever. This was precisely the conduct befitting a true powerhouse. A true powerhouse is one who acts with unwavering principle in all matters. It seems I must find something even more powerful to strike a deal with him, Bai Ming thought to herself. She recalled the ruins of a pre-disaster city to the west of Bai Ming village, where a unique artifact lay hidden. Presenting this artifact would ensure the other party wouldn't refuse. As Bai Ming pondered her next move, she was unaware that Fang Xiang had not even glanced at the chat channel. He had closed it entirely. After selling large quantities of weapons and demonstrating the power of an intermediate wild god, the private messages flooding Fang Xiang were as relentless as a barrage of fanatic comments, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. These individuals all sought to sign servitude contracts with him, while others wished to join his faction. Fang Xiang naturally had no interest in dealing with them. Most were just a waste of time, so he simply shut down the chat area. Fang Xiang village. Gazing at the harsh sunlight filtering through the gray sky, Fang Xiang instructed Wang Yuan. Take the divine new mask and the sevenfold blazing heaven cover to Dog God village. Remember, don't enter their divine radiance protection zone. Just negotiate with them from a distance. Wang Yuan nodded, understanding Fang Xiang's meaning. With the divine new mask and the sevenfold blazing heaven cover in hand, his self-defense was assured. To show sincerity, Wang Yuan also carried 2 pieces of dried venison before setting off. While Wang Yuan was en route to Dog God village, Li Changsheng and the others weren't idle either. Li Changsheng, Li Baxian, and the others began felling trees around Fang Xiang village. The trees around the village served little purpose. Besides providing cover for enemies, they also harbored dreadful flies and mosquitoes nesting in their hollows. It could be said that burning these trees was the best course of action. Additionally, Fang Xiang was planning to clear a hunting trail. To get rich, build roads first. At present, Li Changsheng and his companions could travel at about 40 km per hour. At maximum burst speed, they could reach over 100 km per hour, equivalent to a cheetah's pace. If they were simply traveling, they could cover 120 km in 3 hours. But that's under ideal conditions. Hunting, exploration, and other activities all consume time. Should they exceed their estimated time, they risk perishing in the darkness. Remember, without the protection of divine light in the night, even practitioners can be corrupted by darkness, transforming into monsters like night fiends. Therefore, he must clear obstacles along the way and build roads that lead to distant lands. Only then could he significantly increase the speed of Li Changsheng and the others. If possible, Fang Xiang planned to seek out tameable beasts to serve as mounts. Just as Li Baxian swung his divine Modeo, cleaving through massive trunks so thick 5 men could barely encircle them, Chen Erdo led the villagers in smelting iron. Blazing flames illuminated the cold, lifeless gray day, while black smoke billowed skyward, forming a dark curtain that obscured the sun. Like a terrifying monster forged from iron and fire, it loomed malevolently over the surrounding beasts. The monsters surrounding Fang Xiang village sensed the chill and began fleeing in droves. Deprived of the tree's cover, they resembled pitiful creatures stripped of their shelter, their heads marked for explosion by Li Changsheng's arrows. Li Changsheng's gaze remained cool as he fired arrow after arrow from his quiver. As his bow rank steadily increased, coupled with the numerous insectoids he had slain with arrows last night, his archery skills had improved significantly. His rapid fire speed was now astonishingly swift. As if inspired by divine insight, 7 arrows erupted from his bow in a single, explosive burst. Whoosh! 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 7 serpent-headed, rooster-crested beasts were struck down. Jet black blood flowed from their serpentine heads. 7 shots in 1 second. Li Baxian was somewhat astonished, expressing admiration. Village chief, you shoot so fast. In the blink of an eye, you fired 7 times. This is a new skill I've mastered, the chain shot. Li Changsheng replied with a faint smile. What incredible talent! Yi Woming, who had been observing Fang Xiang village, was slightly startled. Li Changsheng's talent was extraordinary. Despite being only level 8, he already possessed 4 skills. Eagle Eye, Marksman's Focus, Dawnbreaker, and Rapid Fire. Consider this, most practitioners possess at most 2 skills before class advancement. Those with slightly better talent might grasp a 3rd skill. Yet this fellow possesses 4. This even made Yi Woming feel a touch of envy. Yet, a faint tingling sensation crept up the spine of Yi Woming's back. He sensed tentacles beginning to grow once more. Dark Star Touch. This was the ability he gained after injecting the serum. But he had no idea just how powerful this ability truly was. Because he had never tested it. Yi Woming gazed at Fang Xiang village, growing ever more prosperous and thriving, his heart filled with mounting anxiety. If the Blood Moon God couldn't rescue him in time, once Fang Xiang village had fully developed, it would be over. Fang Xiangjuan's growth was too rapid, wielding numerous divine artifacts and constantly revealing new trump cards. If another month passed, even the Black Water God himself might not stand a chance against Fang Xiangjuan. But the Blood Moon God would never risk coming to Fang Xiang village to save him. Realizing this, he knew he must save himself. Chapter 60, Divine Grace and Might. Yi Wuming glanced toward Zhao Wuyan's direction. Zhao Wuyan's face was now utterly devoid of hope. He had arrived in Fang Xiang village even before Yi Wuming. Therefore, he was most aware of the changes that had occurred in Fang Xiang village these past days. Last night, when the Fang Xiang Lord unleashed his divine radiance, it instantly devoured vast swarms of insects. That terrifying spectacle had cast a deep shadow over his heart. Moreover, Yi Qingquan, who had previously been far below his own level, was now beginning to surpass him simply by following Fang Xiang. This was utterly unbearable to him. Hearing Yi Wuming's movements now, he merely sneered coldly and turned his head away. He didn't believe he could escape Fang Xiang village. They were simply not on the same level. What's more, they were bound tightly by mystical iron chains, confined within a mystical iron cage. Breaking these chains and cages was a monumental challenge. Not to mention that Li Changsheng and his group were of the same rank as him, and they possessed divine artifacts. If it came to a fight, defeat was certain. Seeing Zhao Wuyan turn his head away, Yi Wuming's heart sank. Could Zhao Wuyan have betrayed the Blood Moon God and thrown his allegiance to Fang Xiangjuan? The thought of this possibility ignited a fierce rage within Yi Wuming. That damned traitor! His teammates were unreliable, and his own brother had surrendered long ago. A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Wuming as he turned his gaze toward Yi Qingquan. At that moment, Yi Qingquan was swinging his axe with all his might, chopping down trees and sweating profusely. Each felled tree represented a faith he had lost forever. Yi Qingquan seemed to sense Yi Wuming's gaze. After locking eyes for a moment, he immediately lowered his head and returned to work. He feared others might misunderstand. Yi Wuming nearly gritted his teeth to pieces. His own brother was locked in a cage, yet this so-called younger brother wouldn't even glance his way. Getting Yi Qingquan to let him go was impossible now. Now, he truly had to rely on himself alone. But this place was under the divine protection of Fang Xiangjuan. For a mere practitioner to escape under the watchful eye of a mid-tier wild god was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet, even if there was only a sliver of hope, he refused to give up. So he kept using the dark star touch to grind away at the black iron chains, hoping one day he could wear them down. Yi Wuming's subtle actions, of course, did not escape Fang Xiangjuan's divine gaze. Yi Wuming's strength was now the strongest in the village, second only to Wang Yuan. Even Wang Yuan, without his divine new mask, likely wouldn't be his match. A level 11 great swordsman wielding the dark star touch possessed extraordinary combat prowess. If he could be tamed, he would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Therefore, after some consideration, Fang Xiang resolved to employ the methods of the Blood Moon God. Faith cultivated through brute force can only be altered by even more terrifying violence. Fang Xiang drafted a faith modification plan and transmitted it to the altar. Divine radiance blazed forth, instantly capturing the attention of Li Changsheng and the others. Li Changsheng glanced at the blueprint before promptly stowing it away. He instructed the others to continue their work while approaching Chen Ergu. Taking out the blueprints for the torture devices from the plan, he whispered, "Can these instruments of torture be forged as quickly as possible?" Chen Erdu glanced at them and smiled confidently. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a blacksmith. When it comes to forging iron, I'm the expert. I'll forge some of the tools first. You can come pick up the rest later." "All right. As soon as possible." Li Changsheng chuckled. "The sooner this is done, the better. Rough tools are fine, the rougher, the better." "Got it. I understand." Chen Erdu nodded. Soon, he had forged several torture devices and handed them to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng dragged a basket of instruments over to Yi Wuming. His tall, slender figure blocked the sunlight, casting a vast shadow. Yi Wuming curled up beneath the shadow like a maggot. Yet his eyes burned with defiance and stubbornness. The lingering warmth emanating from the torture devices filled Yi Wuming with an ominous foreboding. Recalling the details of the plan, Li Changsheng smiled with pity. All along, Fang Xiangjuan had been portrayed as benevolent and serene. Yet some had forgotten, divine grace is as vast as the sea, divine wrath is inescapable as a prison. The thunderous hand is not absent, it simply remains unused. Li Changsheng slowly closed the door, plunging the entire room into darkness. "Now, only the two of us remain here," Li Changsheng murmured softly. "After all, what follows is not suitable for children to witness." "You. What do you intend to do?" Yi Wuming felt a surge of intense unease. Li Changsheng remained silent, merely producing an iron implement shaped like a pear. His smile held a hint of wickedness and cunning. "Do you know what a flowering pear is? While the torture device is still hot, I'll let you experience it properly." "No! No!" Yi Wuming screamed in terror, his pupils suddenly contracting. But it was too late. The torture device had already pierced his flesh. An intense sensation of foreign intrusion assaulted every nerve in his body. His pupils dilated from the excruciating pain, and the world spun violently around him. Li Changsheng said gently, "Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Once you get through this stage, there's still the next one to face. This is only the beginning." The freshly forged torture device still carried the lingering scent of wood. Now was the perfect time to use them.
The flowering pear wood was merely the first course.
What follows needle acupuncture, peepa plucking, are even more terrifying. Pain. It hurts too much.
Yi Woming's eyes turned bloodshot as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He never imagined Fang Xiangjuan's methods could be even more ruthless than the blood moon gods.
What he didn't know was, Fang Xiang walked the path of the chaos god. Neither wholly good nor wholly evil.
Light and darkness lay within his every thought.
Fang Xiang unfolded the map, watching the red light marking Yi Woming fade.
He instantly realized Li Changsheng was making excellent progress.
The red dot represented an enemy. The deeper the color, the stronger the hostility, the greater the danger.
Now, the red dot was about to turn pale red. Meanwhile, as Li Changsheng worked to restore Yi Woming's faith and Wang Yuan journeyed to Dog God Village, Lu Chen and the others from Blackwater Village had arrived at the domain of the Frost Skull King.
But upon entering, Lu Chen and his group discovered the Frost Skull King was not within his domain. Instead, an unfamiliar aura permeated the air. Upon sensing this unfamiliar presence, Lu Chen immediately ordered, "Retreat." The group retreated immediately.
Once they had left the Frost Skull King's territory, Lu Chen's face darkened. The Frost Skull King has been killed.
What?
The group exchanged stunned glances, disbelief etched on their faces.
The Frost Skull King is a level 31. Who could have killed it? A deity intervened?
But this is its territory beyond the scope of deity's intervention.
Lu Chen's voice was grave. It's definitely dead. Otherwise, other monsters wouldn't appear in its territory.
The Blood Moon Goddess is likely withholding crucial information from us.
Rather than this.
A professional with eyes red as fire beside him made a beheading gesture.
This man was Lu Feng, a berserker warrior and an 11th level powerhouse. Lu Chen felt a surge of temptation.
If they sacrificed a god as an offering to Lord Blackwater, the blessings they would receive would be unimaginable. But slaying a god comes at a price.
Even if the target was merely a lowly wild god.
This matter requires careful deliberation, Lu Chen said slowly.
As the Blood Moon God mentioned, Fang Xiang Village has been quite active lately.
While there's still time, let's investigate the area around Fang Xiang Village.
Chapter 61, The Canine Hunt. Dog God Village. Wang Yuan had now reached the outskirts of Dog God Village.
Nestled within a dense ancient forest, the village was shrouded in perpetual gloom and dampness. Towering trees obscured the sky, with only occasional patches of light filtering through the canopy, casting mottled shadows across the landscape.
A dark, malevolent aura permeated the air, causing an uneasy feeling.
Such a place was utterly unsuitable for habitation by any person or creature. Even villagers seeking divine protection would choose other places over a sinister and mysterious village like Dog God Village.
So you finally come for me.
Suddenly, a low, raspy voice echoed from ahead. Wang Yuan halted his steps and turned toward the source of the voice. About 30 meters to his left hung a man clad in gray cloth, his hair disheveled and his entire body filthy. The term hung was apt, for the man's hands were bound and suspended from a massive tree.
Who are you? Wang Yuan demanded.
The man lifted his head, revealing a hideous, dog-like face. Sunken eye sockets glowed green, his nose was flat and broken, and his mouth was filled with fangs sharp as blades, his cheeks covered in backward-pointing bristles. Most striking were his ears, short and furry, distinctly canine yet attached to a human-like body, creating a grotesque, otherworldly appearance.
Who I am is irrelevant. But you should know I understand the purpose of your visit.
The dog man finished, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Yuan frowned deeply.
What do you think I came here for? He sensed trouble brewing.
This dog man, with his cryptic manner, seemed to know him intimately. On the Divine Ruins continent, such mysterious entities were usually connected to divine beings. Though Wang Yuan hadn't interacted with other deities, he knew some information about them.
Divinities possessed immense power, wisdom, and abilities. Indeed, they possessed unimaginable divine powers. Judging by his appearance, he was most likely a follower of the dog god.
The dog man stuck out his tongue, took a breath, and said, "It's simple, you're here to form an alliance with the dog god."
If I'm not mistaken, you're from Fang Xiang Village. Wang Yuan was slightly startled. What the other said was indeed true. How did you know that? Wang Yuan retorted. Mind reading.
The dog man's smile was eerie.
I can see all your thoughts.
Wang Yuan immediately donned the Shenna mask, a flicker of terror in his eyes.
If the other truly possessed mind-reading abilities, wouldn't Fang Xiang Village's secrets be compromised?
The instant Wang Yuan donned the Shen Nu mask, an inexplicable aura of authority spread out. The ancient, mysterious bronze mask emitted an indescribable aura, causing the dogman's heart to clench violently. Fear welled up in his heart, and the dogman hastily averted his gaze.
You! Take off that mask. Seeing the other's reaction, Wang Yuan thought to himself, the divine artifact Fang Xiangjuan gave me is truly formidable.
His tone softened.
Our Fang Xiangjuan is sincere in his intentions.
We hope the dog god will send representatives to negotiate with us. I am Xiao Tian, the village chief of Inugami Village.
Xiao Tian's voice was deep and solemn. Do you dare to enter Inugami Village with me? You're the village chief of Inugami Village? Wang Yuan looked astonished. This man, suspended upside down beneath an ancient tree, clearly bore the marks of village punishment. Xiao Tian's palms manifested sharp, razor-like claws that sliced through the ropes binding him. He landed lightly on the ground. His smile was eerie. I was merely cultivating just now. Do you dare follow me? Seeing Wang Yuan's unflappable expression, he pressed further, or is it that everyone from Fang Xiang village is this cowardly? Wang Yuan didn't fall for the provocation. Instead, he directly communicated with Fang Xiang. As a shaman wearing the sacred Nuwa mask, he could naturally establish contact with Lord Fang Xiang. Lord Fang Xiang, your devout follower seeks your guidance. I have encountered the village chief of Dog God Village, who has invited me to enter. Should I proceed? Fang Xiang opened the map. The light point representing Dog Spirit Village's chief, Xiao Tian, glowed a blinding crimson. This signaled that the other party harbored intense hostility toward Wang Yuan. Entering Dog God Village was absolutely not a wise move. Outside the village, he had absolute confidence in ensuring Wang Yuan's safe departure. But once under the protection of the Dog God's divine light, Wang Yuan would become fish on the chopping block. Wizard Wang Yuan was a strategic asset to him. There was no need to take such a risk. No way. Fang Xiang refused decisively. Since they show no sincerity in cooperation, you come back first. Fine. Wang Yuan turned and walked away, paying no heed to Xiao Tian's astonished gaze. Xiao Tian hadn't expected that his mere test would prompt such an immediate departure. This caught him completely off guard. He had been secretly observing Fang Xiang village for quite some time. He coveted the divine artifact the other possessed. But lacking confidence in a direct confrontation, he'd resorted to goading Wang Yuan into entering the village. Once inside the village, no matter how powerful Wang Yuan was, could he possibly outmatch the Dog God? But Wang Yuan refused to fall for it, completely thwarting his plan. Xiao Tian immediately spoke up. Through my mind-reading ability, I've obtained some special information. It's about Blackwater Village. Don't you want to hear it? Wang Yuan remained silent, only slightly slowing his pace. Xiao Tian quickened his pace. Blackwater Village has now established contact with the new chieftain and strengthened their alliance. If they decide to attack Fang Xiang Village, can you hold them off? But if our two villages unite, we can absolutely stand against Blackwater Village. If you refuse to come to our village, it's a direct insult to us. Don't blame us for taking harsh measures against your Fang Xiang Village. Xiao Tian was stalling for time while also trying to intimidate Wang Yuan. Once the formation was fully activated, even if the enemy possessed a divine artifact, they would stand no chance against him. This was his backup plan. After all, this was their first visit. Luring them into the village would be no easy feat. Through the map, Fang Xiang detected an array activating. On the map, strands of primal energy wove into a cage, spreading toward Wang Yuan. The cage had not yet fully materialized. The only gap was where Xiao Tian stood. Destroy it. Receiving Fang Xiangjuan's command, a cold, ruthless intent flared in Wang Yuan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation or second thought, Wang Yuan acted immediately upon receiving the command, lunging for Xiao Tian's throat. Xiao Tian hadn't expected this seemingly refined and gentle man to be so ruthlessly brutal when he struck. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, his claws emitting a terrifying black glow as he lunged directly at Wang Yuan's chest. Wang Yuan snorted coldly, his arm transforming into iron pincers that seized Xiao Tian's claws and pulled him toward his chest. Snap! Xiao Tian's claws snapped clean off. Gah! The searing pain made him groan, while a pitch-black scythe materialized in his other hand, slashing toward Wang Yuan's head. Swish! This was the skill Xiao Tian awakened after transferring to the Berserker-class Death Scythe. Death Scythe could reap all life. But Wang Yuan reacted faster. His 7th-tier blazing heaven cover blocked the scythe, while his right leg delivered a whipping kick to Xiao Tian's waist, sending him flying several meters. Xiao Tian was startled. Wang Yuan was only a level 9, yet he had managed to block his full power strike. And Xiao Tian stared at the gash across his palm, his eyes growing increasingly greedy. The shield in Wang Yuan's hands was undoubtedly a divine artifact. It had actually reflected his damage. After all, he was a level 15 professional. Yet Wang Yuan, armed with just one divine artifact, had managed to exchange blows with him. This divine artifact belongs to me. Xiao Tian's body abruptly transformed into a towering werewolf. Thick black mist billowed from his entire body, like the bloodline of a demon, reeking of pure malevolence. Wang Yuan could tell Xiao Tian had completely plunged into a berserk state. Not only him, but the surrounding villagers were also absorbing the black mist. Their skin grew increasingly hairy, and their pupils transformed into vertical slits. Most crucially, the formation was nearly complete. Wang Yuan hesitated not a moment and chose to leave. If he unleashed his full power, drawing upon that sliver of divine energy from Fang Xiangjuan, he could certainly slay Xiao Tian. But the dark forest was fraught with danger. There was no need to risk it. Conserving his strength and returning safely to Fang Xiang village that was the supreme divine command Fang Xiangjuan had entrusted to him. Wang Yuan's burst of speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered 100 meters. Stop him! Xiao Tian roared, charging after him first. He had no idea how Wang Yuan had discovered the gap in the formation, managing to break through the encirclement. Yet villagers from within Inugami village surged forth one after another, attempting to block Wang Yuan. Not only that, these people were accompanied by black hounds. These beasts had been transformed from creatures of the dark forest. These beasts possessed formidable combat prowess and astonishing speed. Most crucially, they possessed the ability to track prey. Wang Yuan didn't want to get bogged down in a fight and quickly retreated toward Fang Xiang village. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang, seeing these men dare to pursue his right-hand men, flew into a rage. Fang Xiang village. A majestic divine voice thundered down from the heavens, furious and menacing, "Go to Dog God village to assist Wang Yuan. Wipe out the pursuers." Li Changsheng immediately set down the torture implements in his hands and smiled faintly, "We'll continue this when I return." Yu Woming cowered in the corner, his eyes filled with terror. His will had clearly been shattered by the immense agony. But as Li Changsheng departed, his gaze gradually hardened into something cold and savage. Bide his time. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng led Li Baxian and the others to rendezvous with Wang Yuan. Chapter 62, Hunting the Dog People. At that moment, Wang Yuan had already left Xiao Tian and the others far behind. But with the black hounds tracking him, his whereabouts were under their control. Thanks to Fang Xiangjuan's warning, Wang Yuan knew these pursuers were relentless. Clearly, they intended to intercept and eliminate him before he could return to Fang Xiang village. Wang Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Was he that easy to kill? These fools didn't even grasp the basic principle of not pursuing desperate foes. Once he reunited with Li Changsheng and the others, they'd be the perfect dumplings in a pot. Fang Xiang stared at the green dot on the map. In the dark, damp forest, Wang Yuan's figure darted through like a wisp of green smoke. Crushed leaves crackled faintly beneath his feet, while the dappled light and shadow cast by towering ancient trees flickered across his form. Beneath the Shenna mask, his breath was steady and powerful, his eyes coolly surveying the surroundings. He intended to use the environment to turn the tables on his pursuers. Behind him came the snarls of beasts and the sound of claws scraping the earth. A dozen black hounds tore through the darkness, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, sharp fangs dripping with saliva. They pursued relentlessly, their noses tracking the scent Wang Yuan had left behind. A maniacal grin spread across Xiao Tian's ferocious werewolf face as his hoarse voice echoed, "You won't escape. This forest is our domain." Wang Yuan's lips curved slightly as he deliberately slowed his pace. A withered leaf beneath his feet was swept up by the whirlwind he stirred, spiraling backward. The black hounds grew more frenzied, saliva flying as their pace quickened. Now! Wang Yuan executed a sudden sharp turn, unfurling the sevenfold blazing heaven shield in his hands. Runes swirled across its surface, releasing a blinding, searing light. The two black hounds at the front, caught completely off guard, slammed directly into the shield, letting out piercing howls. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted. This guy. Pursue him. We absolutely cannot let him escape. That was a divine artifact. Moreover, if Wang Yuan were to escape, and he brings news of Inugami village to Fang Xiang village, then Fang Xiang village and Inugami village will likely go to war. This would be extremely detrimental to Inugami village. Because, the current state of Inugami village's Inugami is highly unstable. If war truly breaks out, their chances of victory are slim. The Dog God village members accelerated their transformation into dogs, their innate ability. The dog men charged relentlessly, steadily closing the distance to Wang Yuan. A putrid stench permeated the forest. Wang Yuan moved through the dappled shadows of the trees, carefully stepping only on the driest dead branches to minimize any sound. A dozen black hounds pursued relentlessly behind him, their sharp claws scraping the ground with a rustling sound, like the footsteps of death itself. Huff! Xiao Tian's werewolf form grew increasingly ferocious. His jet-black fur stood on end, and his eyes flashed with greedy green light. He licked his sharp fangs, his voice hoarse, "The aura of that mask is driving me mad." Wang Yuan calmly regulated his breathing. Within him, that chaotic divine power, having completed its slaughter, grew ever more savage and bloodthirsty. Beneath the divine new mask, dark eyes narrowed slightly. Through Fang Xiangjuan's warning, he knew reinforcements had arrived. Now, the tables had turned. Suddenly, the largest black hound accelerated, snapping its gaping maw toward Wang Yuan's neck. A trail of foul-smelling saliva arced through the air. "You're asking for death." Wang Yuan flipped his right hand. The sevenfold blazing heaven shield flared with golden light, slamming backward with brutal force. "Awah!" The hound let out a wretched howl, its entire body flying backward like a "Damn it!" Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, waving his hand to signal the other black dogs to spread out and encircle their target. Only after the black hounds had surrounded Wang Yuan did Xiao Tian breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful Wang Yuan was alone, he couldn't possibly stand against so many. Now, the elite forces of Dog God village were fully deployed. "Wang Yuan, you won't escape." Xiao Tian flashed a confident smile, his claws digging gouges into the ground. "Wang Yuan, I advise you to surrender now." Present the mask to the dog god, and Lord Dog God will spare your life. Wang Yuan calmly surveyed the surrounding black dogs, his voice cold. I, Wang Yuan, would rather die than surrender the divine artifact of Fang Xiang. Stubborn to the end. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xiao Tian's eyes. In that case, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. The sevenfold blazing heaven shield spun in his hands, the massive disc crashing down on a black dog's head. The shield slammed a sneaking attacker straight into the air. The black hound howled pitifully mid-air, landing lifeless on the ground. The remaining black hounds hesitated at the sight. They were all transformed humans, still possessing a core fear. The instinct to fear death was etched into their very souls. Xiao Tian brandished a token and roared, "What are you afraid of? Kill him." The token emitted a cold, eerie black glow. The once timid black dogs suddenly became bloodthirsty. Moreover, their aura grew even more ferocious. In an instant, they surged toward Wang Yuan, intent on tearing him apart. But the next second, 7 golden arrows shot out from deep within the dark forest, piercing the black dog at the very front. "Who's there?" Xiao Tian roared at the sight. The only reply was Wang Yuan's cold voice, "The one who's here to take your dog's life, of course." As the words fell, 2 powerful auras burst forth from the woods. It was Li Changsheng and Li Baxian. Seeing the two, Wang Yuan's tense nerves relaxed and a smile spread across his face. "You've finally made it. You've been through a lot." Li Changsheng smiled gently. Immediately, a frenzied aura erupted from his body. He charged straight at Xiao Tian, drawing his bow to shoot the great eagle. Xiao Tianlong's fur stood on end, every jet-black strand bristling, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The enemy was aiming squarely at his vital spot. But now, with no retreat left, he could only open his gaping maw and charge toward Li Changsheng. Blood Rage Totem. The black aura surrounding Xiao Tian grew increasingly dense. The next instant, a terrifying wolf-shaped specter lunged toward Li Changsheng, its gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. But the 7 arrows transformed into streaks of light, instantly piercing his body with 7 or 8 bloody holes. "Awah!" Xiao Tian let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Staring at the arrows embedded in his body, terror filled his eyes. Divine artifacts? All 7 of these arrows are divine artifacts? At that moment, the surrounding black hounds all lunged toward Wang Yuan and his companion. Under Xiao Tian's command, these black hounds had entered a frenzied state, attacking Wang Yuan with reckless abandon. Their sharp claws and fangs were enough to make one's heart race. Li Baxian stood before Wang Yuan, coldly uttering a single word. "Kill." Li Baxian wielded his Mo Dao blade, executing a sweeping strike that cleaved most of the surrounding black dogs in half. The thick stench of blood spread, fueling the black dog's bloodlust. Wang Yuan was no less formidable, shielding himself with the 7-fold blazing heaven cover. He clashed relentlessly with the charging beasts, smashing them to death. Xiao Tian gazed at the shattered beast skulls at his feet and sneered coldly, "With just the 3 of you, even wielding divine artifacts, you stand no chance of escaping my elite dog god forces." At that moment, the main force of the dog god village finally closed in. Li Changsheng activated eagle eyes, detecting something peculiar. Though these dog men weren't particularly powerful, their sheer numbers and seamless coordination suggested they employed a unique battle formation. For ordinary practitioners, facing them would be a death sentence. Wang Yuan and Li Baxian stood back to back, relentlessly fending off the beast's assaults. Their seamless coordination, one attacking, one defending, minimized the beast's threat. Xiao Tian scrambled to his feet, painfully extracting the arrow from his flesh. Under the influence of totem power, his wounds slowly began to heal. "If you'd just killed me back then, maybe." Xiao Tian prepared to deliver a threat. But suddenly, he saw Li Changsheng flash a mocking smile. "You're all servants of Fang Xiang. I didn't kill you because I wanted to capture you alive." Xiao Tian sneered, "Just because." Before he could finish, a sight made his scalp crawl. Yi Qingquang charged forward with his men. 20 fanatical followers wielding extraordinary weapons surged into battle, piercing the dog men's thighs. To prevent these dog men from dying, they had thoughtfully bound them with chains. Xiao Tian stared at Yi Qingquang and his group, his eyes darkening. "Damn it! How did you end up here?" Fang Xiang village was still quite a distance away. How had they pinpointed their location so precisely in such a short time? How, exactly, did they manage it? Could it be they've mastered teleportation arrays? Xiao Tian suppressed the thought. Teleportation arrays? How could such a thing possibly exist here? But what method did the enemy use to pinpoint their location so precisely? Xiao Tian could never have imagined it was all because Fang Xiang possessed a map. Xiao Tian stared at Li Changsheng. "How did you manage this?" Li Changsheng offered no explanation. "You're not worthy of knowing. Take them all back to Dog God Village." Fang Xiangjuan's promotion quest required 150 followers. The people of Dog God Village would serve as the perfect sacrifice. Though the villagers of Dog God Village had been corrupted by the evil god and were no longer human. Chapter 63, The Great Swordsman Arrives. But there are no restrictions on the race of followers. Yi Qingquang and his companions drove the captured dog men and black hounds toward Fang Xiang village.
Alongside them lay the corpses of slain black dogs. These black dogs were naturally edible. Food in the dark forest was extremely scarce. Edible meat was extremely scarce. Most meats were poisonous. Professionals can withstand it. But ordinary people simply cannot tolerate such highly toxic food. These black hounds were larger than adult male lions, with protein content hundreds of times that of ordinary beef. Naturally, they couldn't be discarded carelessly. Xiao Tian and his companions, having exited their berserk state, now bore glances tinged with despair and frustration. Now that they'd been captured, if they were brought back to Fang Xiang village, it would essentially spell the end for Dog God village. This time, every elite from their village was here. 5 professionals, 10 fanatics, and 25 faithful followers. Such a lineup would be considered quite luxurious even among the dark forest deity settlements. Yet against Fang Xiang village, the disparity in equipment proved overwhelming. The professionals from Fang Xiang village wielded divine artifacts. The fanatics and faithful followers wielded extraordinary weapons. Yet on their side, only he possessed a transcendent weapon. Xiao Tian couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a mid-tier wild god possibly command so many divine artifacts? This was downright unfair. What should have been a surefire hunt had turned into them getting completely outmaneuvered. Lock them down. Don't give them a chance to escape. Li Changshang ordered Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingquang nodded. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. On the way back to Fangxiang village, Xiao Tian and his men tried to escape, only to be knocked back by Yi Qingquang's club. Throughout the journey, they had no room to resist. They could only obediently follow Yi Qingquang and his group to Fangxiang village. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang used the map to guide everyone along the way. At that moment, Fang Xiang noticed over 20 red light points approaching Wang Yuan and his group. To be precise, these 20-odd points were targeting Fangxiang village. They were heading straight for Fangxiang village. Fang Xiang tapped the brightest red light point, and the target's personal panel immediately popped up. Name, Lu Chen. Race, human. Class, Greatsword Warrior. Level, 21. Force, 210. Skills, Frenzy Blade Breath, Sword Chi Resonance, Instant Kill Flow, 7-star slash. Lifespan, 101. Weapon, Meteor Butterfly Sword Superior Grade Weapon. Mount, Marching Red Fire Ant Level 15. After reading Lu Chen's profile, Fang Xiang thought to himself, this Lu Chen is indeed formidable. In a one-on-one fight, aside from Wang Yuan using the Wunu mask to channel divine power, burning his lifespan to amplify combat strength, it was virtually impossible for anyone else to defeat him. Moreover, Lu Chen had 6 other practitioners by his side. This was the true depth of a special grade wild god. Most crucially, Lu Chen's group was also heading toward Fangxiang village, overlapping with Wang Yuan's group. The two sides were bound to clash. Should Lu Chen's scouts detect Wang Yuan's group, they would undoubtedly launch an attack. That would put Wang Yuan and his group in grave danger. Fang Xiang immediately activated his divine sound to alert Wang Yuan's group to hasten their pace and return to Fangxiang village as quickly as possible. Once they were back within the protective range of the divine radiance, they would naturally be safe. Upon receiving Fang Xiang's warning, Wang Yuan and his companions' expressions turned grave. The combat prowess of a level 21 greatsword warrior speaks for itself. And that was not counting the other combat professionals who had successfully changed their class. Furthermore, their mounts were actually marching red fire ants. Pick up the pace. Li Changsheng ordered in a deep voice. Have those black hounds and houndmen speed up. Xiao Tian sensed Li Changsheng's urgency and deliberately began to stall. The dogmen couldn't run on their own, so they were dragged along by Li Baxian and the others. The sensation was anything but pleasant. The rough ground, strewn with trees and thorns, felt like torture under the high-speed friction. Soon, some dogmen couldn't endure it anymore and howled, trying to run on their own. Only Xiao Tian and his companions endured the excruciating pain of the friction, stubbornly refusing to break free. They knew that if they ran on their own, it would speed up the group's pace, making it easier for Yi Qingquang and the others to return to Fangxiang village sooner. But just then, the people of Dog God village suddenly sensed something amiss ahead. The surroundings grew eerily sinister, a terrifying aura of murderous intent spreading. The ground itself began to violently tremble. Oh no! They've found us! Li Changsheng, with his extensive experience, instantly recognized the species of the monster burrowing up from the earth. Is that a marching red fire ant? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the others' faces paled with horror. The army red fire ant was a notoriously vicious level 15 creature. A single one could easily crush ordinary iron tools. Moreover, perched on the back of this red fire ant was a human figure. Are you professionals from Fangxiang village? The figure atop the ant glared with piercing eyes, demanding an answer. Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the man. This man possessed handsome features and an elegant, scholarly demeanor, appearing like a bookish intellectual. Yet, a palpable aura of danger radiated from his entire being. A gentleman is like a sword, concealing its edge like jade. This man must be Lu Qin. Li Changsheng replied in a deep voice, that's correct. We are from Fangxiang village. What brings you to Fangxiang village? No sooner had Li Qiangsheng finished speaking than several professionals emerged from behind the marching red fire ants, coldly fixing their gaze upon Li Qiangsheng and his companions.
Lu Chen's smile was dazzling. It's simple, we've come to invite you to join Blackwater Village. Every professional is invaluable. Therefore, even if the two villages were to go to war, they would strive to capture as many prisoners alive as possible. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his group, Xiao Tian and the others' eyes widened in shock. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Who would have thought the sparrow would emerge at this moment? Falling into their hands might not be any better than their situation in Fang Xiang village. At Fang Xiang village, they still held a sliver of hope to escape. But once they entered Blackwater village, that sliver of hope vanished entirely. Remember, the Blackwater god is a special great wild god. Moreover, it was an evil deity of the dark divine path. Under its terrifying divine radiance, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Before long, their very beliefs would be shattered. By comparison, they still hope to enter Fang Xiang village. Li Qiangsheng heard this and slowly replied, the Black Water God is a special great wild god indeed, very powerful. Oh? Lu Chen gripped his meteor butterfly sword, the blade slipping from its sheath. So you're saying we should agree? Li Qiangsheng shook his head. This is a grave matter. I need time to consider. Lu Chen sneered coldly, cutting straight to the point, you're just stalling for time, aren't you? Once night falls, we'll have no choice but to retreat to Blackwater village. Exposed, Li Qiangsheng's expression remained unreadable. So what if we do? Though our forces are no match for yours, we can still buy time. If you wish to plunge into darkness, then try it. Lu Chen glanced at the gray, fading sky and murmured, there's still time. We just need to eliminate you within half an hour. Attack! No mercy for the rebels. At Lu Chen's command, the followers rushing from behind Blackwater village joined the professionals' charge and launched their assault. Li Qiangsheng avoided a direct confrontation, instead bellowing, retreat. Fangxiang village is only 4 kilometers away, we can make it back. Seeing the Fangxiang villagers begin their retreat, Xiao Tian shouted, we're coming back with you. Don't abandon us. Following Li Qiangsheng and his group was far better than staying with Lu Chen's forces. Agreed. Li Qiangsheng agreed, running while drawing his longbow. Chain shot. Chapter 64, Marching Red Fire Ants. Arrows forged from black iron shot forth, slashing fiercely toward the foremost professionals. Thud. 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 The arrows slammed into the professionals' shields, erupting in a deafening metallic clang and sending sparks flying everywhere. However, some arrows found their mark, piercing the professionals' chests. Though not fatal, they rendered the warriors unable to fight. Seizing this opening, Li Qiangsheng led the others swiftly away from the battlefield, racing toward Fangxiang village. Pursue! Lu Chen commanded coldly. Instantly, the marching red fire ants gave chase. The rest of Blackwater village followed close behind. Lu Chen fixed his gaze on Li Qiangsheng. The arrows he used were actually extraordinary arrows. Moreover, he possessed the powerful Bao tier skill chain shot. Had it not been for the shield tier guardian who had successfully advanced in class on his side, those 7 arrows alone would have been enough to kill several professionals. The archer class is widely regarded as the strongest among combat professions. Unless facing special classes. Otherwise, they are unmatched among peers. Combined with the advantage of superior equipment, their combat prowess becomes terrifying. Had Li Qiangsheng's arrow been aimed at him, he would have had to block it with his sword. Such a formidable warrior must be taken down. Li Qiangsheng watched the pursuing forces closing in, his brow furrowed. Wang Yuan clenched his fists. Under these circumstances, unless they invoke the divine descent to summon Fang Xiang, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if sensing some impending danger. But then, he remembered he was a level 21 professional who could invoke the Black Water God's divine intervention once a month. That sense of danger vanished instantly. Kill! Lu Chen roared, charging forward to strike Li Baxian with his sword. Li Baxian held his blade horizontally across his chest, attempting to block the strike. Boom! The sword energy resonated. The terrifying force sent Li Baxian reeling 3 meters back. Li Baxian stared at Lu Chen in utter shock. His opponent's strength was overwhelming. Lu Chen's pupils also contracted clearly, he hadn't expected an 8th level professional like Li Baxian to withstand his strike. After all, that strike had been delivered with 50% of his strength. Yet it had been blocked. Oomph! Lu Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his sword again. Shoo! A cold gleam flashed and a piercing, shrill tearing sound echoed through the heavens. A brilliant flash of light appeared. Put! Blood spurted forth, staining Lu Chen's white robe crimson. The disparity in power was simply too great. Even wielding the divine weapon Mo Dao, Li Baxian was once again sent flying. A fresh gash now marred his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Li Baxian coughed forcefully several times. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Withstanding one attack was an accident. But twice was another matter entirely. He stared at the Mo Dao in Li Baxian's hands, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Otherwise, an 8th level practitioner couldn't possibly survive 2 moves against a 21st level practitioner like him. And it wasn't just him, the rest of Blackwater Village felt the same way. That was a divine artifact. In all of Blackwater Village, aside from the Blackwater God, no one else possessed a single divine artifact. Bringing it back to Blackwater Village would surely earn the blessing of the Blackwater God. Attack! Lu Chen roared. Whoever seizes the artifact, it's theirs. At his command, the entire Blackwater Village erupted in frenzied excitement, charging forward with wild abandon. Li Baxian's face twisted with despair. With so many charging at him alone, survival was impossible. But at that very moment, a grey divine radiance enveloped the entire scene. The majestic, overwhelming divine might crush the souls of Blackwater Village's villagers, sending shivers down their spines. Thud! Unable to withstand the divine might, the villagers of Blackwater Village fell to their knees. A divine descent? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Do you think only you, Fang Xiang, can summon the gods? Invoke the Blackwater God. The Blackwater God's divine power surged forth, flowing into Lu Chen's body and boosting his combat prowess. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the sun and moon lost their light. A shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. This shadow gradually coalesced, forming an immense, colossal figure. It was the divine form of a god. 10 meters tall. Its eyes blazed with dazzling light, striking fear into all who beheld them. It gazed down upon the world below, radiating boundless authority. Hail the Blackwater God! The people of Blackwater Village prostrated themselves reverently on the ground. They knelt with profound devotion, as if paying homage to some great being. And this overwhelming pressure emanated directly from the Blackwater God. Its aura pulsed, causing those nearby to feel an indescribable suffocating pressure. Wang Yuan likewise radiated a terrifying aura, standing toe-to-toe with Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered coldly, "You're merely a level 9, not even a class-transferred warrior. How much of Fang Xiangjuan's divine power could you possibly withstand? But I am different. I am a level 21 great swordsman with a faith rating as high as 19. I can bear far more of the Blackwater God's divine power. Prepare to die." The power unleashed during a divine descent depends entirely on how much divine might a believer can bear. And the amount of divine power one can bear depends on the believer's rank and the depth of their faith. In Lu Chen's eyes, he could undoubtedly bear far more divine power than Wang Yuan. But soon, the savage grin vanished from his face. For Wang Yuan slowly donned the divine new mask. The bronze mask radiated an ancient, majestic divine aura, strengthening his spiritual connection with Fang Xiang and further amplifying the divine descent effect. Behind Wang Yuan, a grey halo of divine light appeared, enveloping his entire form. What the hell? Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. This divine might, how could it be identical to that of the Blackwater God? In fact, it felt even more potent than the divine power he himself possessed. No! That mask. Lu Chen instantly realized the bronze mask the other wore was undoubtedly a special ritual artifact. Not only did the opponent possess a divine artifact, but also a special ritual vessel. Special ritual artifacts were even rarer than divine artifacts. Now, with his retreat cut off, he must finish this quickly. Moreover, his level was higher, and his endurance was stronger. Victory was still possible. He immediately roared, "Kill!" He charged forward first, his foot striking the ground with such force it exploded beneath him, sending dust billowing skyward. Slapping his palm down, he propelled himself upward, soaring like a hawk diving for its prey. Whoosh! The sharp blade in his hand sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, slashing toward Wang Yuan's head. Wang Yuan's gaze remained serene as the 7th layer of blazing heavens cover ignited with a mandala-like radiance. Clang! A thunderous metallic clang echoed. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen's full power strike was blocked by the 7-fold blazing heaven cover. Lu Chen roared, "Blackwater God, grant me more of your power." For a mortal body to bear divine power, a price must inevitably be paid. Black blood began to flow from Lu Chen's eyes. But he could care less about that now. As the Blackwater God's will descended, his power surged another 10%. Most crucially, as the divine descent deepened, the Blackwater God gained complete control over Lu Chen's body. At this moment, the Blackwater God, a top-tier wild deity, finally revealed but a fraction of his divine might. Raging divine power raged unchecked, crushing the crowd so they couldn't lift their heads. The Blackwater-like divine power surged like a tidal wave, drowning the gray sunlight, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color, and even sending a chill down Wang Yuan's spine. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth, knowing he must also intensify his own descent. Even if it meant subjecting his body to greater strain. Wang Yuan leapt into a mysterious and eerie ritual dance, chanting, "Exorcise evil, avert calamity, bestow blessings upon the faithful. On this auspicious day, we humbly summon the divine sovereign." In an instant, Fang Xiang's will seized Wang Yuan's body, confronting the Blackwater God. The grey divine halo behind him radiated a terrifying aura of chaotic annihilation. Chapter 65, The Battle of the Two Gods. Two divine entities, now inhabiting the mortal form of a believer, commenced their deadly struggle. The Blackwater God spoke with a sinister chill, amusing.
An intermediate wild god, yet capable of channeling such immense divine power and possessing a unique ritual artifact.
But all of this ends now that you've met me. Divine might. Dark current abyss.
Under the black water god's command, the ground behind Lu Chen erupted, splitting open a fissure.
Darkness surged forth from the fissure like a torrent. What is this?
Li Changsheng and the others wore expressions of terror.
This black torrent radiated a heart-stopping divine might. How could this be? The Blackwater village devotees' expressions turned grave. This is the Blackwater god's unique attack method, capable of inflicting divine damage on other practitioners. This time, Fang Xiang's fanatical followers are doomed.
Even we must resist its residual might with all our strength, or we too could perish.
Wang Yuan, controlled by Fang Xiang, wore an expression of utter indifference, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Fang Xiang uttered divine words, divine might. Dragon Soul Heart Flame. As Fang Xiang's will descended, the Dragon Soul Heart Flame ignited. A crimson divine dragon's phantom emerged behind Wang Yuan.
The phantom dragon's form swelled continuously, eventually coalescing into a crimson wave of fire. Like a scarlet tidal surge, it crashed toward the black water god.
The Dragon Soul Heart Flame and the dark current abyssal depths collided violently. To the stunned gazes of all present, they began to cancel each other out. Boom! Boom!
Amidst earth-shattering explosions, Wang Yuan and Lu Chen both staggered backward, clearly suffering severe injuries. Their divine power gradually dissipated.
Both men emerged from their divine descent states, regaining control of their bodies.
But Lu Chen was clearly worse off. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body, having borne too much divine power, was in dire condition, causing him to collapse directly onto the ground.
Even his lifespan had been reduced by 3 years.
He had suffered irreversible damage. As for Wang Yuan, after removing the divine new mask, he merely looked deathly pale, appearing far better off.
Impossible. Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. That's the divine power of a special grade wild god.
And how could a level 9 practitioner like you possibly stand after bearing such immense divine power?
Could it be, your faith surpasses mine? The Blackwater village devotees were equally horrified.
In past battles, they had never encountered such a scenario. After a special grade wild god descended, it was actually wounded by an intermediate grade wild god. Even if the Blackwater god was farther from the believers, causing greater divine power expenditure, this outcome should never have happened. After all, the disparity wasn't just between the deities' ranks. The same applied to the believers. By all accounts, they should have held the advantage. Yet now, they were the ones losing. Retreat! Lu Chen gritted his teeth, knowing that continuing the fight would only lead to mutual destruction, a loss far greater than any gain. Moreover, night was fast approaching. They must seek the protection of the Black Water God.
Seeing Lu Chen and his men flee, Li Changsheng and his group naturally didn't pursue.
The enemy still retained their fighting strength.
No need to risk it. The villagers of Fang Xiang watched Lu Chen and his group flee, cheering wildly, "We won! We've won!"
Li Baxian steadied the pale-faced Wang Yuan and bellowed, "Lord Fang Xiang's divine might is awe-inspiring, unstoppable in battle."
Wang Yuan raised his fist and roared, "Praise Fang Xiang! Offer your faith to Lord Fang Xiang!" The crowd raised their fists in unison, echoing, "Praise Fang Xiang! Offer your faith to Lord Fang Xiang!"
Victory through divine intervention had purified their faith.
Wang Yuan's faith level rose to 31 points.
Li Changsheng and Li Baxian's faith levels both rose to 24 points.
Yi Qingquan reached 19 points.
The others also saw significant increases. Additionally, due to hunting the black dogs and villagers of the Dog God village, coupled with the recent battle, Li Changsheng and his 2 companions gained a substantial amount of experience points. Li Changsheng reached level 9.
Li Baxian and Yi Qingquan were also drawing closer to level 9. Even Xiao Tian's gaze toward Fangxiang village now carried a hint of awe.
To have clashed head-on with the followers of a special grade wild god was proof enough of their formidable strength. It was laughable that he had once schemed against Fangxiang village.
Fangxiang village.
As the Dog God village members approached Fangxiang village, they beheld 3 massive triangular roof structures and a forge that burned with fiery intensity, its flames never ceasing throughout the night. The villagers of Fangxiang village worked with clear division of labor, balancing rest and work, significantly boosting the efficiency of both logging and iron smelting. Every believer wore a contented smile, radiating simple kindness. Seeing Fangxiang village in such a state, Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel moved. In truth, he had some knowledge of Fangxiang village. But not deeply. The villagers guarding the entrance breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Yuan and the others return safely. Li Changsheng laughed heartily, "We've brought back plenty of food and new believers, a truly bountiful harvest."
Chun Erdu noticed Wang Yuan's poor complexion and frowned, "Did you encounter danger just now?"
Li Changsheng nodded. Fortunately, it was all scare without danger. At that moment, a grey divine radiance descended, enveloping Wang Yuan and gradually repairing the damage inflicted by the divine descent.
Wang Yuan instantly regained his vigor. Kneeling on the ground, he reverently declared, "We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his blessings. If believers who undergo divine descent aren't treated promptly, they may develop latent ailments that shorten their lifespan and suppress their potential. Moreover, it would consume vast amounts of divine power from the deity's sanctuary. Therefore, deities generally avoid divine descent. The cost is simply too great. Seeing Wang Yuan recover, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of profound relief. Only Xiao Tian and his companions wore grim expressions. They had just fought a fierce battle against the special grade wild god, the Black Water God. Yet he still had the strength to heal Wang Yuan. This proved Fang Xiangjuan's divine power was abundant. Their chances of escape were now even slimmer. The villagers of Fang Xiang village immediately gathered around, stripping the black dog meat brought back by the group. The women and elders began curing the meat into preserved jerky. With the current high temperatures, they must quickly cure the meat to prevent spoilage. Xiao Tian and the others, however, were locked up in cages. Due to their large numbers, only the professionals like Xiao Tian could be confined within the cages, shackled with chains. The others were merely bound with chains. The captured dog god village villagers numbered a full 30. This was no small number. For Fang Xiang, this was undoubtedly a monumental victory. Fang Xiang resolved to construct a massive building specifically for these prisoners. The goal was to convert these people to his faith. Building a house wasn't particularly difficult. It was much like stacking building blocks. Moreover, Fang Xiang village had already built one before. Practice makes perfect. This time, the construction went much faster. After all, Fang Xiang's house design was remarkably simple. Merely stacked timber. While Fang Xiang village was busy building, Lu Chen and the others had already returned to Heishui village. Heishui village. Seeing Lu Chen and the others looking utterly disheveled, the Blood Moon God felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be they had clashed with the Frost Skull King? Blood Moon God inquired, "What happened to you?" Lu Chen replied weakly, "The Frost Skull King is dead. We went to the area around Fang Xiang village and discovered it possesses a special ritual artifact." A special ritual artifact? A sense of unease stirred within the Blood Moon God. Could Fang Xiang village have defeated Lu Chen and his companions? His divine power was growing increasingly feeble. Chapter 66, This is our victory. If Fang Xiang village couldn't be breached, he wouldn't be able to reclaim his followers. Then he would lose all value. Once his divine power is exhausted, the Black Water God will undoubtedly devour his divine essence. The Black Water God refrains from acting now, fearing he might lash out in desperation and drag Blackwater village's followers down with him. Lu Chen paid little heed to the Blood Moon God. Instead, he knelt before the Black Water God statue and declared with reverence, "Great Black Water God, this failure is mine. I humbly accept your punishment." The Blood Moon God remained silent, content to watch the spectacle unfold. If it were him, he would have tortured Lu Chen mercilessly. Yet to the Blood Moon God's astonishment, the Black Water God not only refrained from tormenting Lu Chen but instead bestowed divine blessings upon him. Black divine energy began repairing the damage Lu Chen had sustained from the divine descent. Soon, Lu Chen's injuries were fully healed. The Blood Moon God was somewhat astonished. No harsh punishment at all? These followers are worthless scum without violent oppression and punishment, how could their faith possibly strengthen? Lu Chen knelt on the ground, his heart filled with resentment, his eyes brimming with guilt. "Almighty God, it is my weakness that caused you to expend so much divine power, only to end in defeat." The others hung their heads in dejection. This time, they had lost. From within the Black Water God statue, a majestic divine voice resounded. Defeated? Quite the contrary. In this one's view, this is our victory. What? We won? The villagers of Blackwater village exchanged bewildered glances. They had clearly been driven away. How could this be a victory? The Blackwater God's voice boomed across the heavens once more, passionate and stirring. Under normal circumstances, the divine descent can only occur once per month. Now, the advantage is mine. Once I seize the special ritual artifact, I shall have the chance to ascend to a higher realm and claim a divine name. Tell me, is this not our victory? Lu Chen snapped back to his senses, instantly grasping the Blackwater God's meaning. The followers of Fang Xiang village were vastly outmatched in strength. Even with divine artifacts, without the trump card of divine descent, they held the upper hand. Lu Chen's eyes welled with tears of excitement. "Almighty God, your foresight far surpasses ours. This time, we will bring back the special sacrificial vessel and secure your divine name." Lu Feng immediately bellowed, "Defeat Fang Xiang village. Seize the special sacrificial vessel for the true Lord." The crowd echoed in unison, their voices rising like a roaring tide. "Defeat Fang Xiang village. Secure the special sacrificial vessel for the true Lord." In that moment, the faith levels of Blackwater village's people surged significantly. Lu Chen's faith level shot straight up from 19 points to 21. Observing the fervent devotion of the Blackwater village folk, the Blood Moon God couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder the Blackwater God had ascended later than him yet surpassed him in cultivation. His methods were truly formidable. Despite suffering defeat, he managed to rally his forces and greatly boost their morale. Even their faith levels had risen considerably. After all, in warfare, morale often decides the outcome. If the Blackwater god were to besiege the enemy village again now, he might just succeed. The thought of regaining his followers filled the Blood Moon god with excitement. As night deepened, the entire dark forest erupted into chaos. Darkness churned violently, pierced only by scattered divine light that scattered the surrounding gloom. Countless monsters began to stir, emerging to hunt. Fang Xiang village. Gray divine light sealed off the darkness, causing the surrounding monsters to hesitate. After 3 hours of labor, a 5-meter-tall triangular prism house stood before them. The structure was divided into 2 sections. The upper section served as ordinary cages, holding the followers of Inugami village. The lower section, however, held the professionals. These professionals possessed greater combat prowess. If they escaped, they could endanger the villagers' lives. Therefore, these professionals were bound with thick iron chains securing their limbs. This prevented their escape. 6 practitioners are imprisoned underground. Yi Wuming and Zhao Wuyan of the Blood Moon cult. Xiao Tian and 3 others from Dog God village. The imprisoned Inugami village villagers howled incessantly, protesting and cursing. Damn it! Release us, or when the dog god descends, you'll all die. Scum! If you've got the guts, fight us one-on-one. Alas, their words were met with utter disregard by the Fang Xiang village guards. After all, the house was airtight, its surface covered in mystical iron, providing excellent soundproofing. Thus, their howls reached no ears within Fang Xiang village. After finishing their meal, the Fang Xiang village folk began rotating shifts. Some rested, while others began smelting iron and constructing the watchtower mentioned by Fang Xiang. The so-called watchtowers were actually quite simple. They were tall towers, primarily serving as an early warning system. A single ancient tree of extraordinary height was all that was needed for its construction. Others are pursuing graduate studies. After all, carrying on the family line and ensuring the continuation of the ancestral line is of utmost importance. After finishing his meal, Li Changxing descended to the basement of the house to seek out Yi Wuming. The moment Yi Wuming saw Li Changxing, his massive frame trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. It wasn't that his willpower was weak, it was that Li Changxing's methods were simply too brutal. Xiao Tian, upon seeing Li Changxing, erupted in curses. You bastard! If you've got the guts, release me! Let's fight fairly. FCK. $%, $%. The others joined in, cursing non-stop like a string of expletives. Centered on Li Changxing's mother, with his ancestors spanning 18 generations as the radius, spittle flew everywhere. Li Changxing merely smiled faintly. The curses of a defeated dog are the best praise I could receive. That single sentence shattered Xiao Tian and the others' defenses even further. The whole point of a verbal brawl was to break the opponent's defenses. Clearly, not only had they failed to achieve their goal, but Li Changxing had just humiliated them further. Li Changxing turned his gaze to Yi Wuming, drawing a long staff from his grasp. Now, it's time for just the 2 of us. I hope everyone here enjoys the show. Yi Wuming's pupils contracted as he stared at the pitch-black staff in Li Changxing's grasp. You! Don't come any closer. Thud! A searing tearing sensation ripped through him. Yi Wuming's face drained of color, too drained to even utter a cry of agony. His mouth gaped open, his eyes rolled back incessantly, like a fish gasping for air. Seeing Yi Wuming's pitiful state, the curses on Xiao Tian and the others' lips vanished instantly. The gaze they cast upon Li Changxing now held nothing but fear. The mere thought of Li Changxing using this technique on Xiao Tian sent a chill down his spine. Kill me, one of the professionals bellowed. Kill me. Kill me now. No matter what you do, I will never yield. And I will never betray my beliefs. Li Changxing gently covered everyone's mouths. Audience members need to maintain decorum. Good. Stay quiet and quietly enjoy the show. Now, the main event begins. Gazing at Yi Wuming's pitifully torn anus, the crowd's eyes grew even more horrified. Of course, Li Changxing had gagged them primarily to prevent them from biting their tongues. Though biting one's tongue might not necessarily be fatal, he wasn't about to take any chances that might cause Fang Xiang to lose followers. Fang Xiang watched the bloody spectacle of Li Changxing correcting their faith, falling into silence. He had merely provided a concept and a plan. Chapter 67, The Mechanic. He never imagined Li Changxing would take it to the extreme, inventing even more tortures. Even he found Li Changxing's methods a bit twisted. Clearly, the current Li Changxing had fully revealed his true nature. Still, having such a twisted individual collect faith for him wasn't so bad. Fang Xiang cared only about the outcome, the process was irrelevant. As long as these people became his followers, he could grow stronger and survive better with his believers. All of this was part of a virtuous cycle. Fang Xiang withdrew his gaze and glanced at his current divine power. 29 points. The recent divine descent and battle against the Black Water God had drained a significant portion of his divine power. Fortunately, the faith levels of Wang Yuan and the others had increased considerably. This meant he could now increase his divine power at a faster rate. Fang Xiang prepared to concoct a dragon blood potion to restore Ji Lonyue's dragon blood lineage. If Ji Lonyue awakened her class rank, it would be an immense boon to Fang Xiang. He had already gathered all the materials needed for the dragon blood potion, but brewing it required the divine skill of alchemy. Since the potion's grade was not particularly high, his artifact forging skills would suffice. However, the success rate would be low. Therefore, Fang Xiang was seeking ways to increase the success rate. After all, failure would mean losing more than gaining. Reacquiring these materials would be extremely difficult. Fang Xiang laid out all the materials together, then studied the map again, hoping to uncover any hidden information he might have missed. After careful comparison, he indeed made a new discovery. Beside the wyvern blood, a line of small text read, "Using divine items and dragon soul heartflame increases success rate." Divine artifacts? He happened to have divine bones in his possession. The divine remains only weigh 25 G now. Looks like I'll need to collect more. Fang Xiang retrieved the divine remains, directly adding 5 gene to the dragon blood potion's ingredients, and began the alchemy process. The dragon soul heartflame slowly materialized, transforming into a crimson dragon that enveloped the dragon blood potion's ingredients. Under the refinement of the dragon soul heartflame, the ingredients were continuously purified, impurities gradually expelled. Finally, the divine remains dissolved completely, merging with the materials to form the dragon blood potion. Gazing at the elixir, now as vivid and lustrous as a ruby, Fang Xiang exhaled in relief, knowing it had been successfully refined. All that remained was to inject the potion into Ji Longyue's body, and it would be complete. Fang Xiang beckoned Ji Longyue to come to the altar. At that moment, Ji Longyue was helping Chen Ergu with his work. Chen Erdu had grown quite fond of this diligent, hard-working little fellow. After all, Ji Longyue alone could do the work of a dozen people. She was practically a human machine for hauling black iron ore. Thanks to Ji Longyue, his iron smelting efficiency had increased significantly. As a blacksmith, the more iron he smelted, the more experience points he gained, and the faster he leveled up. Through relentless day and night smelting, Chen Erdu's level skyrocketed, propelling him straight to level 9. This development drove Li Baxian absolutely mad. After all, Chen Ergu was leveling up far too easily. He fought tooth and nail and was still only at level 8. Meanwhile, the other guy just had to smelt iron to level up. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Now, he can only vent his frustration by speeding up the transport of iron ore. From what Fang Xiang implied, he was planning to build an iron smelter. When that happens, Chen Ergu's leveling speed will likely skyrocket. Hearing Fang Xiang's summons, Ji Longyue set down the iron ore in her hands and said to Chen Erdu, "Brother Chen, Fang Xiang needs me. I'll head over first." "Alright." Chen Erdu nodded. He wouldn't dare stand in the way of Lord Fang Xiang's summons. Ji Longyue arrived at the altar, where Wang Yuan was already waiting. Wang Yuan produced the dragon blood potion, grinning as he teased, "Little Luangyue, time for your shot." Ji Longyue stared at the syringe in Wang Yuan's hand, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. "What is this?" "Dragon blood potion." Wang Yuan explained. "Fang Xiang specially concocted this for you. It can restore your dragon bloodline." Hearing this, Ji Longyue froze. A potion to repair dragon bloodline? This wasn't something just any deity could obtain. After all, items capable of restoring bloodlines were each incredibly precious. Gathering them all must have cost Fang Xiang an immense price. Though she had always yearned to restore her bloodline, she understood it was nearly impossible. Yet unexpectedly, Fang Xiang had already prepared it for her in advance. How could she not be moved? Gazing at the ruby-red, crystal-clear dragon blood potion, Ji Longyue felt her admiration for Fang Xiang deepen. "What are you standing there for? Come over and get the shot." Wang Yuan teased Ji Longyue, who stood frozen in place. "You're not afraid of needles, are you?" "Who's afraid?" Ji Longyue lifted her head proudly. "Give it to me, I'll do it myself." Wang Yuan handed the syringe to Ji Longyue. Ji Longyue hesitated not a moment, plunging the syringe directly into her vein. In an instant, the dragon blood serum coursed through her veins, beginning to repair her dragon bloodline. A wave of intense pain washed over her. Ji Longyue couldn't help but gasp sharply. Fang Xiang, seeing Ji Longyue's pale face, immediately descended his divine power to bestow a blessing upon her, amplifying the effects of the dragon blood serum. Every cell within Ji Longyue's body began to stir, continuously strengthening. Ji Longyue channeled Fang Xiang's divine power to mend her bloodline and fortify her physical form. Soon, dragon scales emerged across Ji Longyue's jade-like skin, forming a scale-like armor. A pair of crimson dragon wings emerged from her back, forming a perfect cross with her slender frame. Ji Longyue opened her eyes, her pupils now flickering with 2 crimson dragon runes. At this moment, Ji Longyue's bloodline restoration was complete. However, Fang Xiang realized Ji Longyue was now extremely close to awakening her Alaya consciousness. Resolving to act, he channeled 3 more points of divine power into Ji Longyue's body. Boom! Within Ji Longyue's spiritual realm, a magnificent gate of the Alaya consciousness emerged. This gate resembled 9 abyss meteorite, with crimson dragons coiled around its pillars, their scales radiating fierce majesty.
The dragon's mouth held a yin-yang fish as its hinge, while the lintel hung 3,000 mechanical stars, each engraved with dragon symbols. Under the impact of the Fang Xiang divine power, the gate of the Alaya Vijnana slowly opened. In that instant, Ji Longyue awakened her class. Ji Longyue was blessed with divine insight, instantly comprehending her class. Special hidden class, mechanic. Ji Longyue opened her eyes, her face lighting up with profound joy. Even among Dragonborn, those who awaken a special hidden class are exceedingly rare. Unexpectedly, she had awakened as a mechanic. Blessings upon Fang Xiang. Ji Longyue knelt upon the ground, offering devout praise. May the divine radiance of Fang Xiang endure eternally. At that moment, Ji Longyue's faith level surged past 10 points, elevating her to the status of a fanatic believer. Fang Xiang opened Ji Longyue's personal panel. Believer, Ji Longyue. Race, Dragonborn. Deity, Fang Xiang. Class, Mechanic. Force, 10. Faith, 10 Fanatic. Lifespan, 250. Skill, Dragon's Might. Mechanical Creations, consumes force to craft mechanical creations using blueprints. Mechanical Affinity, passive skill. Greatly enhances affinity with machinery, allowing access to mechanical creations memories and increasing the probability of crafting them. Machine Evolution, evolve mechanical creations to greatly enhance their effects. Mechanical Command, issue commands to mechanical creations through thought, with a chance to control others' creations. Mechanic? Fang Xiang exclaimed with delight. Another special hidden profession. He happened to have a mechanic's beginner's guide in his hands. Chapter 68, Formula Book. Fang Xiang immediately handed the mechanic's primer to Ji Longyue, urging her to study it diligently. Ji Longyue opened the guide, finding its pages filled with intricate, obscure formulas and blueprints. The dense forest of formula annotations made Wang Yuan's scalp tingle just from glancing at it. To Wang Yuan, this stuff was like reading hieroglyphics. Even Fang Xiang found parts of it tediously dry. But Ji Longyue devoured it with relish. She murmured to herself, so, to master mechanics, one must grasp mechanical field theory and comprehend the core equations of tensor analysis and light group transformations, T equals rho A plus steam. Ji Longyue's face lit up with the fervor of profound enlightenment. I've grasped it. I see the glorious future of mechanical ascension. But soon, the glowing Ji Longyue's crimson eyes dimmed slightly. For mechanical creations to function flawlessly, the divergence of the mechanical stress tensor must equal the sum of inertial forces and original forces. Yet I haven't practically tested the equilibrium point. Mastering this seems daunting. If only I had a mechanical artifact to experiment with. We have one. We have one. Wang Yuan declared proudly. Fang Xiang happens to possess a mechanical artifact. Earlier, on their return journey from Willow Spirit Village, they had encountered an attack by a mechanical artifact. Now, the wreckage of that machine lay in Fang Xiang's possession. Fang Xiang couldn't help but marvel. Talent truly was terrifying. Ji Longyue had only glanced through the introductory guide briefly, yet she had already gained profound insights into the profession of mechanical engineering. And now, she was about to delve into the study of mechanical constructs. It must be said, hidden special professions are truly powerful. But for him, this was also a blessing. Fang Xiang retrieved the doll's remains from his divine body space and placed them upon the altar. When Ji Longyue saw the doll, his eyes widened in shock. Her crimson flame eyes fixed intently on the doll's heart. After a long moment, she exclaimed in shock. This is a Schrodinger's cat-type heart. This isn't something just any mechanic can create. It requires at least a level 50 plus mechanic to even have a chance of completing it. Schrodinger's cat-type heart? Wang Yuan froze. What is that? Fang Xiang was also curious. While the map could reveal hidden information, it wasn't comprehensive. Each time he leveled up, the map revealed more functions and information. This Schrodinger's cat-type heart clearly fell outside the map's information scope. Ji Longyue's voice trembled with excitement. It's a superposition state biomechanical organ with a special effect. When the mechanical construct is about to be destroyed, it automatically triggers the superposition state, granting a 50% survival probability. But this effect can only activate once per month. This doll is actually a symbiotic mechanical artifact, engineered from a living organism. Hearing this, Fang Xiang felt a subtle emotion stir within him. Lucian Village undoubtedly concealed immense secrets. The Star Iron Coffin, the Dawn Seed, the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, and that mechanical heart within the Star Iron Coffin. All signs pointed to Willow Spirit Village being a breeding ground for some superpower. This doll was meant to guard the breeding ground. However, some incident had occurred earlier, leaving the doll severely damaged. That's why he'd accidentally stolen the fruits of their breeding operation. Once the other party finds out, they will absolutely seek revenge. In an instant, a powerful sense of crisis surged within Fang Xiang. He must advance to become a high-rank wild god as soon as possible. Only with formidable power could he protect himself. Fang Xiang immediately issued a divine decree to Li Changsheng: accelerate the dog training program. Make these people change their beliefs as quickly as possible. Upon receiving the divine decree, cruelty deepened in Li Changxing's eyes. He glanced at Yi Woming, who had been tortured beyond recognition, then turned his gaze to Xiao Tian, his tone gentle. Good doggy, are you ready to serve your new master? If one ignored the bloodstains on Li Changxing's handsome profile, the words almost sounded warm. But given their current predicament, Xiao Tian felt a chill run down his spine. You! What do you intend to do to me? Li Changxing smiled without answering. After sprinkling salt on Yi Woming's wounds to disinfect them, he began a new round of dog training. Fang Xiang Village Altar. Fang Xiang addressed Wan Yuan using divine sound. Tell her to analyze this doll as quickly as possible, preferably repair it. Additionally, prepare a separate room for her and have Chun Erdu assist her fully. The raw materials used by the mechanic are extremely precious. Therefore, without resource support in the early stages, it's difficult for a mechanic to develop effectively. Mystic iron is one such valuable material. It's perfectly suited for the mechanic's early game consumption. With Chun Ergu around, black iron would never be in short supply. Fang Xiang planned to approach the Desert Reaper later to stock up on supplies. After all, Chen Erdu had forged plenty of ordinary weapons. If he didn't trade them out, they'd just sit there useless. Wan Yuan nodded and relayed Fang Xiang's divine decree to Ji Longyue and Chen Ergu. When Chen Erdu learned Ji Longyue had awakened as a special class, his face lit up with delight. Fantastic! Our Fang Xiang village now has 2 special hidden class holders. Ji Longyue lifted her exquisite chin haughtily. Brother Chen, from now on, you'll have to listen to me. Fine. Chen Erdu knew this little girl had a proud streak, but she wasn't fundamentally bad. Her willingness to work tirelessly as his assistant before proved that. So he agreed with a nod. To make room for Ji Longyue in the lab, Wan Yuan specifically had Li Baxian and the others rebuild a triangular prism-shaped house. However, due to the rush to complete it, the structure wasn't very large, standing only 3 meters tall. Still, it would suffice as a temporary solution. Ji Longyue locked herself inside the structure, bringing along the doll's remains and the introductory guide, transforming into a true homebody. Except for meals, she scarcely stepped outside. She was utterly absorbed in the mechanical world, as if she had been born for it. Meanwhile, Chun Erdu began crafting gears and other components from black iron according to Ji Longyue's specifications for her research. Fang Xiang knew that Ji Longyue was unlikely to achieve significant breakthroughs in the short term. After all, no matter how gifted one was, thoroughly understanding the mechanical creations of a level 50 machinist was no simple feat. Therefore, he shifted his attention away from Ji Longyue and toward the trading area. First, he traded 100 ordinary weapons to the Desert Reaper for 100,000 gene of black iron ore. Then he sought out Muxue, exchanging more ordinary weapons for a large quantity of coarse salt. Ordinary weapons were the last thing he lacked now. Once the second iron furnace was operational, Fang Xiang village's weapon production would accelerate dramatically. Fang Xiang had already listed both ordinary and extraordinary weapons in the trading section, awaiting offers. In his private messages, trade requests had already reached 99,999 plus. Fang Xiang scanned through the messages, searching for a suitable match. One message instantly caught Fang Xiang's attention. Biming, I possess the divine remains of a 7th-rank divine entity. Might you be interested? Chapter 69, Memory Amber. Fang Xiang replied, I am. First, post the 7th grade divine temple's remains in the trading section for us to see. Seeing Fang Xiang's reply, Biming was overjoyed. Earlier, Fang Xiang's Kengsu engraving of causality had backfired on her, causing her personal fortune to surge to unprecedented heights in a short time. Leveraging this fleeting surge of fortune, the professionals she dispatched actually retrieved that artifact from the ruins. However, the period of fortune's explosion soon passed. Misfortune descended. Misfortune struck one after another. A professional ventured out merely to gather food, only to encounter a level 30 monster on a familiar route. Had they not been relatively close to the village, she would have only managed to rescue them with the aid of the Oracle Tower. Otherwise, her fanatical followers would have suffered heavy casualties. And this wasn't the only misfortune she faced. The 3 neighboring villages suddenly joined forces to suppress her, demanding she surrender the Oracle Tower. These 3 villages were all native deities, far more powerful than her, making her life incredibly difficult now. Now, facing the calamity brought by her plummeting fortune, the only solution she could think of was to deepen her cooperation with Fang Xiang. After all, this divine power backfiring was caused by Fang Xiang. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Perhaps Fang Xiang knew how to lift the curse. All this time, she had been waiting for Fang Xiang's reply. Seeing Fang Xiang finally respond, Biming instantly replied. Got it. The divine remains of a 7th grade divine shrine were uploaded. Fang Xiang immediately opened the item description in the trade window. Item, divine remains of a 7th grade divine temple. Quality, lower tier 1. Effect, imbued with divine essence and engraved with special divine runes, offering an extremely low chance to comprehend divine abilities. Upon reading the description, Fang Xiang's eyes lit up. His supply of divine remains was dwindling, and he was currently in need of more. It must be understood that forging divine artifacts requires not only a deity possessing the art of forging, but also materials containing divine essence. Even then, failure remained a distinct possibility. Thus, Fang Xiang had been relentlessly searching for alternative materials to craft divine artifacts. Now, it seemed his chance had arrived. He immediately replied, "What's your offer? What do you need in exchange?" After pondering, Baiming finally replied, 100 gene of divine remains in exchange for a one-day lease of the Shinua mask. In her view, this should be a fairly reasonable price. After all, the divine new mask in the other party's possession was a special 4th-tier, high-grade ritual artifact. But this divine bone was material for crafting divine artifacts. Moreover, it carried an extremely low chance of unlocking divine abilities. Of course, she hadn't managed to grasp it herself. Such generous terms for merely borrowing the divine new mask for a single day made this an absolutely lucrative deal for Fang Xiang. Yet upon seeing the price, Fang Xiang grew distinctly wary. He suspected the other party was either foolish or had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they offer such a ridiculously low price? After all, the divine new mask was already bound to Wang Yuan. The other party couldn't even use it once obtained. That the other party would still be willing to offer the divine remains of a 7th-rank divine being in exchange for a single day's usage seemed unreasonable by any measure. Still, Fang Xiang refrained from confronting Baiming outright. After all, he genuinely needed those divine remains. So he probed indirectly, "What do you intend to do with the Shin new mask?" "Baiming, I have my uses for it, rest assured I won't damage the divine new mask. We can formalize this with a transaction contract." To alleviate Fang Xiang's lingering concerns, Baiming prepared to formalize their agreement. Hearing this, Fang Xiang grew even more certain that Baiming harbored grand ambitions. The fact that he had risen to 2nd place on the region's believer rankings meant he was no fool. This meant the Shin new mask possessed some special function he was unaware of. "Fang Xiang, I can agree to your deal, but you must tell me exactly what you intend to use this divine new mask for." Baiming knew his actions had aroused Fang Xiang's suspicion. Still, she had no choice. The Shenna mask was a special ritual artifact, a high-grade 4th-tier treasure. No one would trade it lightly. Moreover, Fangxiang village currently faced no life or death crisis demanding an item capable of rescuing someone from the brink of disaster. Under these circumstances, borrowing the divine new mask from him would be no simple feat. After pondering, she decided to lie with the truth. "I have a rune that requires the divine new mask to access. I hope that when I need it, you will lend me the divine new mask." Fang Xiang remained unconvinced. "A trade is possible," she replied, "but what if I need the mask at the exact same time you do?" Baiming cursed inwardly. Fang Xiang was indeed meticulous, not someone to be trifled with. He agreed to a one-day loan period. But only she knew that compared to the immense opportunity hidden behind the divine new mask, the value of this special ritual artifact was negligible. Yet if these conditions weren't written into the contract, Fang Xiang would never agree to the deal. Moreover, she sensed Fang Xiang's need for the divine remains wasn't particularly urgent. Logically speaking, this didn't make sense. Based on her previous research into Fang Xiang, he should have mastered the art of artifact forging. To forge a divine artifact, one must possess divine essence. The divine essence within the divine remains should be desperately needed by Fang Xiang. Unless Fang Shi already possessed divine essence beforehand. At this realization, Baiming could only concede, "If you need it, you may take priority." Is this acceptable? Baiming could only gamble that when the door opened, Fang Xiang wouldn't be within the area under his control. And, considering the outcome, this deal wasn't too bad. She had braced herself for a major loss, expecting to have to use that artifact. Now, the divine remains had settled it. Fang Xiang accepted. "Baiming, additionally, I need a divine artifact. I can trade other items for it." Fang Xiang, in high spirits after securing another major deal, "No problem. I'll give you a 30% discount and accept custom orders." Discount or no discount, it was ultimately up to him. Even a 30% discount on 10 times the original price is still a discount. Hearing about custom orders piqued Baiming's interest. "I need a sword. I'll give you the blueprint for free. As for payment, would one piece of memory amber suffice?" Memory amber? Fang Xiang was quite unfamiliar with such items. He instructed the other party to upload it to the trading section. Fang Xiang opened the description. Item, memory amber. Quality, low grade tier 1. Effect, contains the memories of a level 30 mechanic, enhancing theoretical knowledge of mechanics. Offers a small chance to acquire new skills. Note, exclusive to mechanics. Ineffective for other professions. Fang Xiang stared at the memory amber's description, overcome with excitement. This item was practically tailor-made for Ji Longyue. However, Fang Xiang kept his composure, hiding his excitement. "This thing is exclusive to mechanics. It's useless to me anyway. Expecting to trade this for a divine artifact? That's a bit unrealistic." Baiming knew that while memory amber was precious, its appeal was alarmingly niche. After all, special hidden class practitioners were already rare. Mechanics were especially scarce. This item had been casually brought back from the ruins by her own classmate.
The truly important item was something else entirely.
Biming was genuinely troubled by this useless item that was hard to offload.
The most critical issue was that she now urgently needed a divine artifact.
With 3 villages now besieging her, if she couldn't obtain a divine artifact to boost her combat power, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Therefore, Biming immediately raised her offer, add another 1,000 gene of radium uranium ore. How does that sound? Chapter 70, Carefree Wanderings. What? Radium uranium ore? Fang Xiang stared intently at the words in the chat window before finally uttering. Radium uranium ore? What's that even used for? Do you think I'm a junk collector? Radium uranium ore sounds pretty powerful.
And indeed, it is quite formidable. It carries intense radiation. Prolonged exposure guarantees a lifetime of stellar radiance and boundless longevity.
But the problem is, it's practically useless. With current technology, you can't exactly expect a bunch of people still making iron to start growing mushrooms, can you?
Even if he had a mechanic, the gap between the mechanic profession and mushroom cultivation is vast.
They say different trades are worlds apart. This thing is utterly useless to him. Surely we can't just add radium and uranium to a divine artifact and unleash a radiation attack?
Then his own followers, exposed to radiation long-term, would be the first victims. He strongly suspected Biming intended to use him to handle the radiation crisis surrounding his own village. The divine body space wasn't infinite, it was the same size as his own domain.
His current divine body space was roughly the size of Fang Xiang village.
If the other party possessed too much radium uranium ore, the divine body space simply couldn't contain it all. This would cause the villagers' genes to mutate continuously, triggering various radiation-induced illnesses.
Their lifespans would be drastically shortened. Hearing Fang Xiang's words, Biming stammered awkwardly, how could that be?
This radium uranium ore might be useless now, but I've heard from the indigenous gods' followers that the technology in this world is incredibly advanced. Some factions specialize in advancing their tech trees, making radium uranium ore highly sought after among them. In fact, a radium uranium mine lay right beside Biming village. She tried many methods to deal with it, but none had yielded significant results. Most villagers suffered from radiation sickness due to the ore. This severely hindered her progress.
To counteract the radiation, she consumed far more divine radiance protection than others. Yet radiation wasn't entirely detrimental. Radiation increased the likelihood of genetic mutations. Not all mutations were detrimental, some were beneficial.
For instance, the strongest professional currently under her command is a product of genetic mutation.
Fang Xiang remarked indifferently, but I don't possess that kind of technology here.
You're trying to get something for nothing. Unless, of course, you can provide me with the technology.
Biming gave a wry smile. If I had it, do you think I'd hand over the radium uranium ore to you? Earlier, I even sought advice from those scientific luminaries from my previous life. The principle is simple enough, but the practical implementation is far too complex. Current industrial capabilities simply can't achieve it. Fang Xiang understood perfectly well. In truth, he was genuinely interested in the radium uranium ore.
He was merely trying to drive down the price. After all, while mechanics and the mushroom industry share certain industry barriers,
they weren't insurmountable. Moreover, the value of radium uranium ore would only increase in the future. Stockpiling some now certainly wouldn't hurt.
Fang Xiang said, alright then, send me the research materials you obtained earlier. I can craft a low-tier first-grade artifact for you.
Seeing Fang Xiang agree, Biming readily consented, alright. No problem.
In the end, Biming traded 1 piece of memory amber, 10,000 gene of radium uranium ore, 1 artifact blueprint, and related research materials to acquire a low-grade artifact.
Both parties were satisfied with the transaction.
Biming traded a pile of useless junk for the combat power he needed most. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang traded an artifact he could craft effortlessly for a vast amount of resources.
To expedite delivery, Fang Xiang began studying the artifact blueprint immediately upon receiving it.
The sword Biming sought to forge was named Carefree Journey. It was a divine sword designed to accelerate one's speed.
Forging divine artifacts was second nature to Fang Xiang,
especially since this was merely a low-grade artifact of the first tier. After only 1 failed attempt, Fang Xiang successfully forged it, even elevating its quality to a first-tier mid-grade artifact. He hadn't intended to forge a sword at all. But once he entered the forging state, he couldn't help but pour his utmost concentration into it.
This was a kind of focus.
This was naturally no bad thing.
On the contrary, it was an excellent state. When Biming received the divine sword, she was overjoyed.
After all, the sword Fang Xiang had given her was of mid-tier first-grade quality. She had struck gold. First-tier low-grade and first-tier mid-grade were worlds apart. This divine sword, Xiaoyu, could boost a practitioner's speed by 25 times.
Originally, it was only tenfold.
In martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. A difference of tenfold in speed places them on entirely different levels. As for the transaction involving the Shenim mask, Fang Xiang, playing it safe, listed a series of conditions in the agreement. This completely shut down any chance Bei Ming might have had to exploit loopholes and gain an advantage. Bai Ming stared at the transaction agreement Fang Xiang had sent, feeling completely numb. The agreement contained over 300 clauses, covering even the most improbable scenarios under extreme conditions. For instance, if she failed to initiate a rental request within a year due to her own reasons, the agreement would terminate and Fang Xiang would owe no refund. Or, if Fang Xi was busy and missed a private message, he bore no responsibility whatsoever. Under these constraints, Fang Xi faced virtually no risk whatsoever. Yet if she damaged the Shin Nu mask even slightly, she would have to pay 10 times the value in liquidated damages. If unable to pay, the other party must sign a servitude contract, becoming Fang Xiang's slave for eternity. This agreement is completely unfair. Had the opportunity not been so tempting that she couldn't resist taking the gamble, she would never have agreed to these unfair terms. Moreover, she had gained a significant advantage over Fang Xi regarding the divine artifact. This sense of indebtedness made it difficult for her to refuse. In the end, she sealed the transaction by imprinting her divine power upon the contract. The arrival of 100 gene of divine remains brought Fang Xiang a surge of delight. Yet at the same time, it piqued his curiosity. What secrets did this divine new mask hold that made Bai Ming so willing to concede? After all, the terms in that agreement would have infuriated even the Empress Dowager to no end. No ordinary person would ever agree to such terms. Still, Fang Xiang didn't dwell on it. The most crucial task now was to help Ji Longyue fuse with the heritage within the memory amber. After the transaction concluded, the two added each other as contacts for future deals. For such a premium client, Fang Xiang always offered discounts. Fang Xiang notified Wang Yuan to have Ji Longyue come to the altar. At that moment, Ji Longyue was in her room studying mechanical artifacts. However, her level was too low, and her understanding of such advanced mechanical creations was indeed shallow. In the short term, she hadn't achieved any major breakthroughs. Just then, Wang Yuan knocked on her door and announced in a deep voice, "Lord Fang Xiang requests your presence at the altar." "All right." Ji Longyue ran her fingers through her messy silver hair, her beautiful eyes bloodshot. Evidently, the intense mental exertion of recent days had left her in a state of profound exhaustion. Arriving at the altar, Ji Longyue knelt on one knee and spoke reverently, "Great Lord Fang Xiangjuan, what is the purpose of your summons?" Fang Xiang produced a memory amber and placed it before Ji Longyue. Ji Longyue stared at the memory amber before her, a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. The object before her was indeed exquisite. Gold foil glowed like liquid light, amber solidified like honeyed fat. As if pine resin had simmered dawn and dusk into syrup, solidifying the memory of an eternal instant. Yet, though lovely, surely this wasn't worth Lord Fang Xiang summoning her here? "Fang Xiangjuan, what is this?" Fang Xiang replied indifferently, "This is memory amber. It seals the memories of a level 30 mechanic. It will be of great assistance to you." "What?" Ji Longyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the memory amber. "This is the legendary memory amber? A treasure that records the legacy of the mighty?" Chapter 71, Phantom Light Mica. She had only heard of such things, never seen them before. She never imagined Fang Xiangjuan would procure such a precious treasure for her. Ji Longyue bit her cherry-red lips, her crimson eyes reflecting the ancient, enigmatic statue of Fang Xiang. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I've heard this sort of thing can only be found in the ruins of pre-catastrophe times. You must have paid a tremendous price to obtain it, right? Was it truly worth it for me? It's just a divine artifact. Was the cost truly that great?" Fang Xiang remained silent. Wang Yuan interjected, "There's no question of worth or not. You need only do your utmost to repay Lord Fang Xiang's divine grace." Hearing this, Ji Longyue clenched her delicate fist and declared earnestly, "I will." In that instant, Ji Longyue's faith level surged to 12 points. With that, Ji Longyue clutched the memory amber tightly and began to fuse with the inheritance within. The inheritance contained an immense volume of information. This meant the fusion process would take considerable time. The next day, as the first gray rays of sunlight touched the earth, Ji Longyue was still immersed in merging the legacy. The legacy of the mechanic was extraordinarily complex. A torrent of intricate and abstruse formulas washed over Ji Longyue's mind, causing waves of stabbing pain. Yet she endured the throbbing pain caused by the information overload, continuing the fusion. She absolutely could not betray Fang Xiangjuan's expectations and trust. While Ji Longyue absorbed the mechanic's legacy, Fang Xiang continued browsing the chat feed for the latest intelligence. "Thanks to the rewards from the last leaderboard, I'll soon unlock the intermediate Wild God advancement quest." "That fast? I'm jealous. Just unlocking the promotion quest? That's nothing. Mine's already activated." The difficulty is insane, though I have no idea how Heaven Rewards Diligence managed to clear his quest. Sigh. Mine started too and it wants my character to hunt a level 15 monster? My character's only level 9 and just a regular class. How could I possibly win? This is beyond absurd, truly absurd. After completing the promotion quest, you still need to finish the promotion ceremony. The path to becoming a deity is just too hard.
I used to think Tian Dao Cho Chin just got lucky becoming an intermediate wild god. Now that I'm stepping into that realm myself, I finally realize how incredibly awesome he really is. The heaven rewards diligence master is way too low-key. I really want to ask how he became an intermediate wild god so fast. Jin Su and his crew started another war, this time with heavy casualties. No wonder their weapons have all been upgraded to divine artifacts, making the battles far more brutal. Rumor has it they're regrouping now, preparing to resume the slaughter. They won't rest until they've seized the other's divine essence. Is this a fight to the death? Anyone want malachite? I've got tons of ore. Wholesale prices. The monsters around me are almost all gone. Does anyone have extra food? Dude, you've got that few monsters? Can't help it out here in the desert, it's just sandstorms and sandstorms. Got a piece of phantom light mica about £1. Trading for a legendary item. The chat area remained bustling. After browsing for a while, Fang Xiang realized people now had the means to purchase divine artifacts. Previously, Fang Xiang hadn't listed divine artifacts because potential buyers simply didn't have enough resources. Trading divine artifacts with them offered extremely poor value. When transcendent weapons could be exchanged instead, who would be foolish enough to use divine artifacts? But now things were different. After the recent incident with the believer rankings, many had accelerated their rise. This has led to them accumulating substantial resources just waiting to be traded. After all, weapons are always in high demand. Especially now that many divine domains are locked in fierce conflict, they've gotten completely carried away. Some of the items being offered had even Fang Xiang drooling with envy. With that thought, Fang Xiang immediately retrieved the divine remains in mystic iron, forging the sword of carefree wanderings according to the blueprint given by Biming. Practice makes perfect. The second time he forged the sword of carefree wanderings, Fang Xiang worked much faster. With the dragon soul heart flame and his forging techniques amplifying his efforts, within a mere hour, Fang Xiang had mass-produced 3 divine artifacts. Each one was of the mid-tier first-grade level. The moment Fang Xiang listed these 3 divine artifacts on the trading board, his private messages exploded with inquiries. Within mere minutes, unread messages skyrocketed to 99.99 plus. Many who had previously done business with Fang Xiang couldn't wait to strike a deal with him. Jin Su, no way, boss. You just casually pulled out 3 divine artifacts? Are you running a divine artifact wholesale operation? I have a pound of phantom light mica. Adding this to a divine artifact would definitely grant it special effects. Would you consider trading for one? Shensheng, these artifacts are all mid-tier first grade? Boss, I've got a level 35 monster carcass, trade me. 27C, big shot, I've got a rustblood train core gear here. It's contaminated, but its value is sky high. Need one? These are divine artifacts. No one ever complains about having too few divine artifacts. One more artifact means one more source of combat power, one more chance to survive the war. It wasn't just Fang Xiang's private message. Many who saw the 3 divine artifacts displayed by Fang Xiang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No way. I don't even have a single artifact, and this big shot is already stockpiling them? If I had something decent to offer, I'd definitely try to snag this divine artifact. This heaven rewards diligence must be the divine art of refinement. That divine artifact forging technique seems to have been unlocked using my divine artifact scroll. Spill the beans, OP. Well, I guess I have to mention those 2.5 pounds of cured pork. You mean you sold your divine art scroll for 2.5 pounds of cured pork? One word 9. Ha ha ha. He must be kicking himself right now. Having the forging technique is useless. Divine essence is required to craft divine artifacts, and each attempt carries a failure rate. 3 divine artifacts? That's some serious spending power. Probably only the top 100 contenders will vie for them were nowhere near qualified to get involved. Biming Village. Having just obtained the sword of carefree roaming, Biming was in high spirits. Those who had surrounded her were all mid-tier wild god practitioners. But armed with a mid-tier first-grade artifact, her characters successfully repelled them. This gave her a chance to catch her breath. Not only that, but she discovered that the sword of carefree roaming forged by Fang Xiang seemed to possess a special bonus. It carried terrifying dragon might. This was precisely why a 9th-tier sword tier practitioner could hold her own against 2 9th-tier practitioners and a 10th-tier great swordsman. This Fang Xiang, his forging skills must be exceptionally high. Looks like we'll need to cooperate more in the future. Befriend distant enemies while attacking nearby foes. Since she had no conflicting interests with Fang Xiang, establishing a good relationship was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Seeing the immediate danger averted, Biming opened the chat channel to gather more information from outside. But the moment she opened it, she saw everyone in the channel discussing Tian Dao Cho Chin selling 3 divine artifacts. Biming's interest was instantly piqued. She knew full well that Fang Xiang and Heaven Rewards Diligence were one and the same. But her smile quickly faded. Because the divine artifact Fang Xiang was selling was the sword of carefree roaming. And the blueprint for that sword was one she had given to Fang Xiang herself. Chapter 72, The Black Waters Attack.
The thought of her own divine artifact becoming commonplace made her shudder. When the two sides clashed, both drew their swords simultaneously. The result? Both wielding the carefree wanderer sword. But clashing swords isn't the scary part, it's who looks like a fool. Wielding identical swords forged by the same master losing this way leaves no room for excuses. How long has it been? He's already forged 3 divine artifacts. That's an absurdly fast forging speed. Baiming was perplexed. Unless he possesses some other divine ability besides forging techniques, something that can swiftly purify impurities in raw materials and boost success rates. It must be said, Baiming's conjecture was spot on. Had Fang Xiang not possessed divine abilities like the Dragon Soul Heart Flame, he could never have forged divine artifacts so swiftly. Perhaps because Fang Xiang remained silent, the competition for the divine artifacts grew fiercer, with bids soaring higher and higher. Everyone feared their neighbor might snatch the artifact. Jinsu, big shot, besides adding a pound of phantom light mica, I'll throw in a pound of star iron. Think we could swap it for something else? Shencheng, I'll offer the carcass of a level 35 Inferno Hound, plus tomato and potato seeds. Trade. 27 degrees, big shot, I've got 3 Rustblood train core gears and an entropy conduit. These players frantically bid higher, terrified someone else would snatch it away. When Fang Xiang saw the timing was right, he calmly stepped in. He struck deals with Jinsu, Shencheng, and 27 degree respectively. The joy of being an arms dealer is truly unmatched. Fang Xiang chose to deal with Shencheng because vegetables like tomatoes and potatoes are extremely difficult to cultivate in the current world. Purebred varieties are exceedingly rare. Thus, their research value is immense. After completing the transaction, Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Rank, Intermediate Wild Deity. Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 29-29-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing freely adjustable, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Heart Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 6. Items, 125 Gene of Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier, Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 100 Gene 400 grams of Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier, High Grade. 100 milliliters of Wyvern Blood, Rust Blood Octopus Carcass, Demonic Bone Tarantula Carcass, 3 Gene of Black Fallen Hand Green. 1 Gene of Phantom Light Mica, 3 Rustblood Train Core Gears, 1 Entropy Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Carcass, plus tomato and potato seeds. Radium Uranium Ore. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population 146. Believers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 20, Devout Believers 94, Fanatical Believers 21. Distinctive traits, unwavering faith. Those of weak conviction have long been lost across the vast divine ruins. Specialty products, none. Reserves, cured meat, salt, silent lava or black iron or vortex spirit cultivation technique, fireflow rock. First tier inferior divine artifacts, arrows, shields, Mo Dao. Blood Raging Body Tempering Technique. Advancement requirements, when fanatics exceed 20 and total believers surpass 150, the Chaos Divine Path's special trial is unlocked. Fang Xiang gazed at his once again diminished divine power and couldn't help but sigh. Divine power truly doesn't last long. He had only bestowed divine blessings upon Ji Longyue twice and forged a few divine artifacts, yet his power had plummeted so drastically. This won't do. He must conserve his divine power these next few days and quickly accumulate 50 points. While Fang Xiang contemplated the future, Blackwater Village prepared to launch a divine war. Blackwater Village. Lu Chen stood atop the high platform, bellowing fiercely. Last time, Fang Xiang Village drove us back. This time, we will wash away our humiliation with blood. Follow me into battle, comrades. Smash Fang Xiang Village. Crush the Fang Xiang Divine Statue. The crowd roared in unison. Smash Fang Xiang Village. Crush the Fang Xiang Divine Statue. This time, Blackwater Village deployed its entire elite force. They were determined to surround and annihilate Fang Xiang Village. Lu Chen did not attack Fang Xiang Village directly. For mortal flesh to shatter the Divine Radiance's protection was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. His plan was to first sever all food supplies around Fang Xiang Village. Starve the people of Fang Xiang Village to death. But when he led his men to sweep the village's outskirts, they discovered no food remained. These monsters had already been thoroughly purged by Fang Xiang Village. Well, that saves us some trouble, Lu Chen said, his eyes cold. The divine aura of the intermediate wild god extends no more than 100 meters. We'll fire our arrows from just beyond that range and attack Fang Xiang Village. Understood. Lu Feng nodded. The Blackwater Village group arrived at the entrance to Fang Xiang Village. Immediately, they sensed something was amiss. As they emerged from the ancient forest, a piercing whistle split the sky. They had been spotted by the villagers on the watchtower. Lu Chen frowned at this. All trees within 300 meters of Fang Xiang Village had been cleared, leaving no cover whatsoever.
This meant that if they wanted to attack Fang Xiang village, they would have to come out in the open. Lu Chen stared intently at Fang Xiang village, his expression grave. The village had indeed undergone significant changes. An iron furnace burned ceaselessly, its fiery flames blazing intensely. Beside it stood 4 pitch-black triangular structures and another iron furnace still under construction. Their expansion was rapid. This must be resolved swiftly. Lu Chen's voice was cold as ice. Begin rotating volleys from 120 meters out. Deplete Fang Xiang's divine power as much as possible. Yes. The men nodded. As they approached Fang Xiang village, they began their volley of arrows. A torrential rain of arrows fell from the sky, casting immense shadows. The villagers of Fang Xiang had already retreated indoors when the alarm sounded. Only Li Changsheng and his men remained outside, shields raised, facing off against Lu Chen's forces. Thud! 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 Arrows collided with the black iron outer shell of the houses, sending brilliant sparks flying. Lu Chen felt a slight jolt of surprise. The house was actually deflecting their arrows. And they had a professional archer on their side. This meant Fang Xiang village had invested significant effort into their architecture. Originally, he had planned to deplete their divine power during the Grey Day period. But now, it seemed impossible. After all, Fang Xiang village was now impregnable. During the Grey Day, without the protection of divine light, monsters below level 30 simply couldn't breach its defenses. However, Lu Chen remained unhurried. He had time to wait patiently. As long as he could deplete Fang Xiang's divine power and starve the villagers to death, he could then wipe out Fang Xiang village once and for all. That would achieve his goal. Gazing at the sky, Lu Chen murmured to himself. I wonder how much divine power Lord Blackwater will bestow upon us by then. But this divine war, it will be a protracted battle. Issue the order, all men remain stationed at Fang Xiang village. Depart only 1 hour before nightfall. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. The journey back from Fang Xiang village to Heishui village would take at least half an hour. They also needed to allow extra time to handle any unexpected incidents. Seeing Lu Chen and his men cease their advance and instead set up camp 120 meters outside Fang Xiang village, Li Changsheng wore a meaningful smile. The divine aura of the Fang Xiang lord extended as far as 150 meters. Some of these men would likely be left behind. However, while the divine aura's expansion was rapid, it wasn't particularly fast for professionals. He must find a way to stall for time, ensuring more Blackwater village villagers remain behind. Go fetch the cured pork. I'll feast right in front of them. Chapter 73, Blood-Boiling Body Tempering. Fang Xiang Village. When Li Changsheng brought out the cured meat, the villagers of Heishui village's eyes lit up instantly. This was a true tonic. In this world, non-toxic meat suitable for consumption was exceedingly rare, as most monsters had been contaminated by the black fallen rain. Only monsters with lower contamination levels could have their toxins purged under the divine light's protection. And what Li Changsheng placed into the iron pot this time was none other than a whole deer leg. Has this guy lost his mind? Lu Feng stared at Li Changsheng, his eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't he fear poisoning the entire village? You must understand. This was a whole leg of cured venison. A leg this big would feed the entire village for days. Paired with various plant roots, stems, and fruits, simmered into a thin broth just enough to keep the followers from starving. But now, Li Changsheng and his crew are devouring an entire leg of venison among just a few of them. Even professionals couldn't afford such extravagance. Moreover, food preservation is a major headache. Without salt for curing, it was nearly impossible to make successful cured meat. There was a risk of poisoning. This means Fang Xiang village actually still has salt. Who knows where these people got it? In the dark forest today, food grows ever scarcer. Most huntable monster clans have been wiped out by the villages. Those that cannot be hunted are either too high level for ordinary practitioners to defeat, or else their toxins are too potent, rendering them useless even if hunted. Yet the people of Fang Xiang village actually eat so extravagantly. It even made Lu Feng feel a touch of envy. That Li Changsheng was utterly despicable, eating so heartily right in front of him. Lu Chen sneered coldly, they're just trying to play psychological warfare. Lu Feng instantly understood, they're creating the illusion that they have abundant food supplies to deter us from launching a full-scale assault? Lu Chen nodded. Hunting down a divine sanctuary is a war of attrition. As long as we hold our ground here, within a month at most, when the believers of Fang Xiang village starved to death in droves, their faith and willpower weakened, their divine power unable to sustain the divine aura's protection, we will naturally win. Excellent. The villagers of Blackwater village were filled with excitement. Though Heishui village's food reserves weren't abundant, they were more than sufficient to last a month. Moreover, they didn't need everyone to stay here, sending some out to hunt would suffice. However, Li Changsheng's cured meat hotpot was truly irresistibly fragrant. Its aroma seemed to pierce through layer upon layer of defenses, drifting straight into everyone's nostrils. The villagers of Blackwater village, upon catching this scent, found their mouths parched and their stomachs growling. Damn it! That smells so good, I can barely stand it. The villagers gritted their teeth, itching to storm Fang Xiang village and seize Li Changxing's food. Seeing the villagers of Blackwater village consumed by hunger and thirst, Li Changxing's smile held a hint of cunning. Lu Chen knew full well that his men needed to fill their stomachs. Otherwise, this siege would be unbearable. Go fetch some meat and boil a pot of soup. Let them have a proper meal. Lu Chen ordered. Yes. Lu Feng had actually been unable to endure it for quite some time. After all, he was only human, how could he resist the temptation of food? He hurried off to gather the meat and ingredients. But the food they ate was so inferior compared to what they had in Fang Xiang village. The aroma alone couldn't compare. It was like watered-down soup. Lu Chen understood the expressions on everyone's faces. Because he, too, found this unsalted meat utterly tasteless. Everyone, once we take Fang Xiang village, everything they have will be ours. Lu Chen encouraged them. The hardships we endure today are only to make the sweetness of tomorrow all the more exquisite. The village chief speaks wisely. After downing their bowls of bland broth, the men's resolve only hardened. Fang Xiang village. Li Changxiang watched the villagers of Heishui village eating their meal, a radiant smile lighting up his face. He knew the moment had arrived. As for Fang Xiang, he had long since grasped Li Changxing's intent. Divine Radiance protection suddenly unfolded. Within 3 seconds, it enveloped a radius of 150 meters. As a great swordsman, Lu Chen could react within those 3 seconds. But the other fanatics, lacking awakened ranks, were far slower. They were instantly engulfed by the Divine Radiance protection. Damn it! Lu Chen and the other escaped professionals were both shocked and furious. Shocked that Fang Xiangjuan's Divine Radiance protection extended a staggering 150 meters. Anger surged at the enemy's treachery, striking while they were eating, utterly disregarding martial honor. Lu Chen stared at the Blackwater village subordinates trapped within the Divine Radiance protection, his gaze icy. Fang Xiang, you'd better release them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Buxian grinned with unrestrained arrogance, his mo dao pointing at Lu Chen as he taunted, I won't release them. If you've got the guts, come in and kill me. You worthless piece of trash. As he spoke, Li Buxian knocked the Blackwater village villagers unconscious one by one. Under the suppression of Fang Xiang's divine light protection, these ordinary people, not even professionals, were no match for Li Buxian. Lu Chen watched his subordinates being dragged away, nearly grinding his molars to dust. Though not professionals, these men were fanatical believers who had awakened the Alaya consciousness. Having cultivated the battle formations bestowed by the Blackwater god, their combined strength was formidable enough to hunt monsters. Moreover, these people were their logistical support. Yet Fang Xiang had wiped them out in one fell swoop. How could this not enrage him? If the Blackwater god learned that this ambush not only failed but also cost them 5 fanatical followers, he would surely be furious. What's more, among those captured was his own sister. Maintain your positions 200 meters away. The moment anyone emerges from Fang Xiang village, strike them down immediately. Lu Chen ordered. Though their spirits were low, they steeled themselves and carried out the order. Wang Yuan surveyed the Blackwater villagers surrounding them, his expression serene. Earlier, Fang Xiangjuan had informed him to ignore these people and simply wait for 9 days. Once Fang Xiangjuan's divine power reached 50 points, the advancement quest would unlock. Once Fang Xiangjuan became a high-rank wild god, his advancement would trigger Wang Yuan's own level up. By harnessing Fang Xiangjuan's divine grace, Wang Yuan could then activate the sacrificial new dance of the divine new mask, completing his job change quest and advancing 10 levels. At this moment, Fang Xiang also produced the blood-raging body tempering technique, distributing it to Wang Yuan and the villagers of Fang Xiang village for cultivation. The fierce blood body tempering technique and the vortex spirit technique complement each other perfectly. Fang Xiang had previously withheld it because most practitioners possessed insufficient spiritual energy. Compounded by chronic malnutrition from prolonged hunger, practicing the fierce blood body tempering technique would consume vast amounts of vital energy, leading to severe depletion. The cost outweighed the benefit. Now that the time had come, it was essential to strengthen the ordinary villagers. After all, iron smelting, logging, and constructing blast furnaces were all physically demanding tasks. Only with stronger physiques could they work more efficiently. After Wang Yuan imparted the blood-boiling body tempering technique to the villagers, they were overcome with excitement. Kneeling on the ground, they prayed with reverence. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for bestowing this body forging technique. May his divine radiance endure eternally, and may his divine realm descend upon us soon. This body forging technique was perfectly suited for them. Body tempering could extend their lifespans and fortify their bodies. As everyone rested within the house, they seized the moment to begin cultivating the blood-raging body tempering technique under Wang Yuan's guidance. Following the methods detailed in the fierce blood body tempering technique, their vital energy and blood began to surge and churn. Among them, aside from the professionals, Lan made the most progress. After merely 1 hour of practice, her chi and blood began to gather like a small river. This delighted Fang Xiang immensely. Lan truly possessed the aptitude for body refinement. Chapter 74, Super Sweet Beat. Perhaps Lan could unlock a combat class in the future.
Of course, among the practitioners, Li Baxian and Chen Erda showed the most remarkable progress. Li Baxian, being a combat class to begin with, naturally had an advantage. Chen Erdu, who frequently forged iron, had already built formidable vitality through the tempering of iron and fire. Now, under the influence of the fierce blood body tempering technique, his vital energy surged like a thunderous drum, roaring like tigers and dragons. While the villagers of Fang Xiang village practiced the frenzy blood body tempering technique, Lu Chen and his companions remained stationed outside Fang Xiang village, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Sitting idly by like this was a tremendous challenge for them. But divine warfare could be this tedious at times. They had used this very tactic before to wear down a divine entity. The thought of the sweet fruits of victory suppressed their boredom, and they continued to wait. Soon, dusk fell, and Lu Chen and his companions had no choice but to leave. The dark forest under the cover of night was a place even a 21st level great swordsman dared not linger in. They had to allow time to return to Blackwater village. Only after Lu Chen and his companions departed did Chen Erdu and his men emerge, commencing construction on the second iron smelting furnace. This furnace was larger. To improve the quality of future iron smelting, Fang Xiang even fused 400 grams of stellar iron into the pyroclastic rock. Fang Xiang village operated on an 8-hour workday system. Beyond work, eating, sleeping, and other necessities, villagers devoted all remaining time to cultivation. Some even replaced sleep entirely with the vortex spiritual method. Replacing sleep with meditation proved far more efficient, freeing up significant time. Take Lan, for instance, he channeled his newly freed time into the fiery cause of large-scale iron smelting. This scene naturally caught Fang Xiang's attention. Such an ambitious devotee deserved proper praise and reward. When he ascends to become a high-rank wild god, he will grant the individual extra divine favor. At worst, he could expend a bit of divine power to help the individual awaken their class. Ji Longyue was still fusing the memory amber. Given the gravity of the task, which could not be interrupted, Fang Xiang specifically ordered Wang Yuan to keep watch with his men. To fulfill the conditions for Fang Xiang's advancement, Li Changqing arrived before Yi Wuming and the others, carrying a small whip and other tools. The dog training program had proven remarkably effective during this period. Yi Wuming and the others' faith levels began to decline. Though only by a few points, it marked a promising start. As for the staunch believers, their devotion had begun to waver even more after witnessing the pitiful state of Yi Wuming, Xiao Tian, and the others. History proved that wolves could be tamed into dogs. Humans are no different. Fang Xiang did not believe fanatical believers could withstand his dog training program. Unless, of course, they were the legendary saints. Fanatics might die for their deity, but there are things far more terrifying than death. While the villagers of Fang Xiang were working, Fang Xiang opened the chat area, hoping to find something to trade and get the latest information. The moment he entered the chat area, his unread messages already numbered 99999 plus. Still, compared to the early days, things had quieted down considerably. After all, only 50,000 people remained in this zone now. Damn it! My promotion quest just failed. The strongest professional died at the hands of a level 3 green spear ghost mask. Your promotion quest was hunting a green spear ghost mask? That's a special monster, no easy feat. Failing is totally understandable. A level 3 green spear ghost mask? With such high promotion difficulty, has anyone actually succeeded? Diligence pays off, right? Just don't know what tier he was hunting. Reading these discussions, Fang Xiang recalled that level 6 face-splitting specter. Though also a special monster, its power was undeniably formidable. It was likely another contingency left behind by those mysterious forces in Willow Spirit Village. Later, it even broke through its shackles, its level skyrocketing, making his own ascent to the Chaos God path smoother. Come to think of it, he ought to properly thank it for its contribution. Fang Xiang kept scrolling down and noticed someone had sent him a private message. Of course, if it were just an ordinary private message, Fang Xiang would have ignored it outright. After all, too many people were messaging him these days. Most of them were just spouting nonsense. Fortunately, non-friends could only send 3-sentence messages. Otherwise, scrolling through messages would be exhausting. The sender was a crying loner, true love conquers all. Fang Xiang remembered this person, the very one who had traded him that divine scroll. Most crucially, they claimed to have white sugar. White sugar is a crucial strategic resource. It's a vital raw material in food production, agriculture, medicine, and industry. As the saying goes, sulfur first, saltpeter second, charcoal third, add some sugar and you've got a big hit. If Fangxiang village could stockpile large quantities of white sugar, its stability would be greatly enhanced. Most crucially, he had long sought to develop agriculture within Fangxiang village. That's why he purchased tomato and potato seeds from Xianqing. After all, subsisting solely on meat and contaminated plant fruits would be a severe ordeal for ordinary believers. Food is the foundation of life. Nutritional balance has always been of paramount importance. Moreover, the believers currently suffer from vitamin deficiencies. Vitamins, whether too much or too little, can make you sick. Some have already developed mild scurvy due to vitamin C deficiency. Yet the Divine Ruins world suffers from severe light deficiency.
Compounded by the blackfall rain degrading soil quality, crop cultivation has become exceedingly difficult. While divine radiance can replace sunlight and purify some pollutants, but essential nutrients are hard to keep up with. White sugar can compensate for this. Yet sugar alone is insufficient. Among the auxiliary professions, there is a branch known as the farmer. Support professions aren't as rare as special hidden professions, and the probability of awakening them is relatively high. With a farmer present, the success rate of cultivation would increase significantly. Therefore, Fang Xiang planned to wait until he acquired a farmer class before attempting cultivation. After all, the seeds wouldn't spoil while stored in the divine body space. Upon hearing the other party had white sugar, Fang Xiang immediately contacted them. How much white sugar do you have? A lone crier, true love conquers all. I only have 100 gene of refined white sugar, but I have a plant called super sweet beet. This super sweet beet has a sugar content as high as 35%, perfect for sugar production. In my previous life, about 30% of table sugar came from sugar beets, while sugarcane accounted for 70%. Who would have thought this world also has sugar beets? However, in my previous life, the sugar content of sugar beet roots was only about 16%-20%. The super sugar beet in the divine ruins world actually reaches 35%. This makes for excellent raw material for sugar production. Fang Xiang perked up immediately. Can we upload the super sugar beet to the trading board? A lone crier, true love unconquerable, sure. The other party quickly uploaded the super sugar beet to the trading board. Fang Xiang opened the item description. Item, super sweet beet. Quality, common. Description, a plant with extremely high sugar content, though its core is contaminated and requires purification. Seeing no issues with the item, Fang Xiang immediately replied, how many super beets do you have? A single tier, true love conquers all, not sure, but I've got a whole forest of super beets here. Previously, monsters guarded it, so I never dared approach. Now it's all mine. Fang Xiang froze. Desert Reaper has black iron or Twilight Snow has salt and you just show up with a super sugar beet forest? Fang Xiang, send me a video. The other party quickly sent a video. In the footage, these super sugar beets looked nothing like the ones from his past life. They were much larger, with roots resembling cactus trees, towering 4 or 5 meters high. Their thick roots and lush foliage were mouth-watering. Moreover, the entire field was filled with this single species. Fang Xiang couldn't estimate the exact number, but the yield was undeniably high. Fang Xiang, how do you plan to trade? A lone crier, true love unrivaled, I need a divine artifact. Fang Xiang, swapping super sweet beets for a divine artifact? Are you crazy, or is the world gone mad? Chapter 75, Sugar Production. A crying person, true love unrivaled probably realized his words sounded a bit too absurd. Divine artifacts are items imbued with divine essence, crafted from rare materials using the forging techniques of deities. Super sweet beets are indeed valuable. But nowadays, most people aren't starving anymore. At the very least, the faithful have escaped the brink of starvation. This has diminished the super beets' value. Unless the major villages develop their strength for a period and begin advancing their technology tree, their super beets will become extremely sought after. But that takes time. It certainly won't be resolved in a matter of months. And he must hold out until then. Moreover, this super beet forest won't be snatched away. To guard this treasure, military might is essential. That's why he'd considered trading with Fang Xiang for a divine artifact. But clearly, Fang Xiang wouldn't agree. A lone crier, true love unconquered, divine artifacts are out of the question, but what about transcendent weapons? Though I need top-tier transcendent ones. Fang Xiang replied, agreed. 100 tons of super sweet beet roots in exchange for 3 top-tier extraordinary weapons. A crying soul, true love conquers all, 100 tons? That's 200,000 caddies? No. That number is too large. My followers would struggle to gather that much at once. How about 50,000 gene for one high-grade extraordinary weapon? Fang Xiang bargained again, how much raw material did you use to refine 100 gene? One cries, true love unconquerable realized Fang Xiang was trying to gauge the sugar's purity rate. So he deliberately exaggerated, only 1,000 gene of raw materials. In reality, this 100 gene of white sugar consumed 3,000 gene of super sugar beets. Under modern techniques, sugar beet extraction rates typically range between 12% and 16%. Though super sugar beets have a higher sugar content. Given the village's current technological level, only the most primitive methods could be used for sugar production. Naturally, the results were poor. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang immediately declared, this sugar yield is far too low. You'd need 200,000 caddies to exchange for a single top-tier extraordinary weapon. You must understand, black iron ore isn't cheap. I paid a hefty price to acquire it. One person wept, while true love was utterly dumbfounded. The price kept climbing higher and higher? This price is too high. Even if I mobilize all my followers to harvest super sugar beets, it would still take time. How about sticking to the original price? Fang Xiang, are you kidding me? How heavy could 100 tons be? A single small super sugar beet weighs hundreds of pounds. This quantity is a drop in the bucket for you. 250,000 gene of super sugar beets for a top-tier extraordinary weapon. If you refuse, I'll see if anyone else has any super sweet beets. After all, besides me, no one else has any spare extraordinary weapons now. Seeing someone cry, True Love Invincible froze in shock. Dealing with Fang Xiang is just too tough. The price just keeps climbing higher. The crux was that Fang Xiang had practically monopolized the weapon market in the region. Because no one is ever without weapons. So it was utterly impossible for anyone to use a top-tier extraordinary weapon as a bargaining chip. In the end, one person cried over Love's invincibility but had to compromise. Taking pity on the buyer, Fang Xiang offered a discount, lowering the price to 210,000 gene per extraordinary high-grade weapon. Fang Xiang had forged such weapons before and still had them in stock, so he didn't need to craft another one. He simply teleported it over. The other party teleported the super sugar beets they held and planned to send them to Fang Xiang the next day after dusk fell. Upon receiving the 1,000 gene of super sugar beets, Fang Xiang immediately teleported them to the altar. He was ready for Wang Yuan to lead his team in extracting white sugar. To prevent Wang Yuan from taking detours, Fang Xiang also obtained the method for refining white sugar from someone named True Love Invincible. Li Baxian stared blankly at the pile of green plants on the altar. Only when Wang Yuan explained these plants could be used to make sugar complete with detailed production blueprints did he finally grasp the situation. Li Baxian scratched his head, puzzled. What is white sugar? Is it edible? This village was relatively backward, with limited access to information. Compounded by Li Baxian's aversion to reading and his near illiteracy, he naturally had no idea what white sugar was. Wang Yuan rubbed his temples. I told you to read more, but you wouldn't listen. White sugar is documented in the ancient texts piled up in the village. It's a sweetener, eating it makes you happy. Anyway, when the Fang Xiang Lord tells you to make sugar, just make sugar. Stop all this nonsense. Li Baxian chuckled, alright. Once the sugar's ready, remember to let me try it first. Get lost. I'll be the first to taste it. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Now get back to smelting iron. You're the strong one, without you, our efficiency drops. Wang Yuan studied the blueprint carefully and realized the sugar-making process required high temperatures. Perfect, he could use the scorching slag from the iron furnace. It must be said, Wang Yuan's mind worked quickly. He adapted the methods from the blueprint to suit Fangshan village's circumstances, making numerous adjustments. Watching this unfold, Fang Xiang felt deeply gratified. Having a genius follower truly made things much easier. Seeing that sugar refining didn't demand excessive physical strength, Wang Yuan gathered 30 villagers, the elderly, infirm, disabled, and children, to form a sugar refining team. The first step in sugar production was to remove the sand and dirt from the surface of the sugar beets and slice them into thin strips to increase their surface area, facilitating sugar extraction. These tasks posed no difficulty whatsoever for these individuals. Unable to perform heavy labor, they were relegated to odd jobs. More often than not, they found themselves idle. Idleness made them feel guilty, as if they were useless burdens unable to contribute to the great Fang Xiang. They blamed themselves. Now that Wang Yuan had given them work, they threw themselves into it with great enthusiasm. In no time, they sliced the massive root of a super sugar beet into thin strips. The core of sugar beet processing involves extracting and purifying sucrose through physical and chemical methods. However, without modern machinery and being their first attempt at sugar refining, Wang Yuan and his companions were unfamiliar with the process, making their progress slow. But practice makes perfect. As they grew more familiar with the process, by the end of the night, Wang Yuan and his team had successfully refined 100 pounds of white sugar. The white crystals glowed crimson in the furnace's flames, reflecting the hope and sweetness of their endeavor. Wang Yuan murmured to himself, 1,000 caddies of sugar beets to refine a mere 100 caddies of white sugar, that's a pretty low yield. I wonder about the purity. Wang Yuan placed a white crystal between his fingers and into his mouth. The sweet fragrance blossomed on his taste buds, delivering a blissful, exquisite sensation. Like crushed moonlight, kneaded with the sweetness of soft, melodious speech. White sugar, refined. Wang Yuan announced joyfully to the sugar refining team. The faces of the sugar refining team members beamed with the joy of accomplishment. For them, who had always been marginalized, this brought a special sense of pride. It felt as though they were no longer the despised failures. A white-haired elder chuckled, success. What a splendid success. To be able to contribute our humble efforts to Lord Fang Xiang is our good fortune. It's getting late, Uncle Chin. You should head back and rest. Wang Yuan beamed. Seeing the village elders happy brought him joy as well. Wang Yuan scooped a handful of white sugar and placed it in the children's palms. Here, you all try some too. Chapter 76, Sweet Tooth. The children licked the sugar from their palms, their eyes sparkling. So sweet. Thank you, Brother Wang Yuan. Brother Wang Yuan, when are you getting married? I'll introduce my sister to you. Then you can give me candy every day, okay? Wang Yuan's expression froze. He never imagined he'd be set up by a bunch of little brats.
Upon hearing the sugar had been refined, Li Baxian rushed over to join the kids in snatching sweets.
Wang Yuan kicked Li Baxian squarely in the rear. Stealing candy from kids? You really have no shame.
Everyone says you're humanity's best friend, but you sure don't act like it.
Li Baxian rubbed his rear end. What about the first bite of sugar you promised me?
You bastard. The kids were already sweet-toothed, and with so much sugar around, they couldn't help but indulge without restraint.
Only when Wang Yuan warned them that too much sugar was unhealthy did they finally stop stuffing it into their mouths. Wang Yuan poured the white sugar into a black iron jar.
The white crystals glowed softly under the divine light, like mercury spilling across the ground. The scent of sugar crystals, bustling and vibrant, spread like waves of sweet fragrance into the dark forest, disturbing many beings with an insatiable craving for sweetness. Yet, fearing that gray divine light, they could only suppress their inner frenzy.
Fang Xiang gazed at the white crystals, his gray divine halo flickering faintly.
He too had loved sweets as a child. Alas, after ascending to godhood, his physical form had transformed into a gray divine halo. The gap between his form and that of humans grew ever wider, and naturally, he could no longer taste what sugar truly tasted like.
Fang Xiang withdrew his thoughts.
Perhaps because he had become an intermediate wild god, his emotions were nowhere near as intense as they had been in his previous life. A detached indifference, viewing all living beings as mere straw dogs.
Fang Xiang turned his gaze to the byproducts left behind after refining white sugar.
These byproducts of white sugar refinement held significant value as well. Molasses, rich in sugars and minerals, could be used to produce alcohol, yeast, or as a feed additive. Beet pulp, the fibrous residue after pressing, could serve as feed for ruminants or raw material for paper production. Alcohol is a valuable commodity not only for disinfection, but also as a beverage and fuel. As for the beet pulp, it was perfect for feeding Yi Wuming and the others. After entrusting the brewing process to Wang Yuan, Li Changsheng was tasked with feeding the beet pulp to Yi Wuming and the others. At this point, Yi Wuming and the others were parched and famished. The dual torment of physical and mental exhaustion had nearly stripped them of their humanity. When Li Changsheng tossed the beet pulp their way, Yi Wuming swallowed hard.
Little apprentices who don't eat their food properly will be punished, you know.
Li Changsheng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he spoke, his voice like silk soaked in pine smoking 3 parts languid, 7 parts icy sharpness.
Yi Wuming's body trembled slightly.
He lifted his gaze and met Li Changsheng's peach blossom eyes. Those eyes were exquisitely formed like shards of jade tempered in a frigid pool, yet shrouded in the misty haze of southern rain.
Seemingly passionate, yet utterly heartless. Like a tyrannical, cold-hearted monarch, calm before baring his fangs. Yi Wuming knew defying Li Changsheng's orders would only invite even more terrifying consequences. The mere thought of Li Changsheng's methods sent a chill down Yi Wuming's spine.
Yi Wuming painstakingly dragged his body, bound by black iron chains, wriggling like a maggot until he reached Li Changsheng's feet. Then, he bit down on the beet pulp and chewed it slowly. The beet pulp contained sugar that hadn't been fully refined.
The taste was surprisingly good. Sweet as can be.
Especially for someone who hadn't eaten or drunk anything for days, it was even more delicious. It could be said this was the best food he'd ever tasted. But the torture devices still remained inside him. Even swallowing saliva tore at his chest with pain. The beet pulp, not particularly tough fiber, felt as cold and hard as iron. In that instant, it felt like he'd swallowed 1,000 needles. The icy torture devices reflected Yi Wuming's disheveled, filthy reflection, like a breathing skeleton. And yet, this skeleton was now bound by thick, heavy chains of black iron. The sight was pitiful and tragic. Seeing Yi Wuming actually devouring the beet pulp like a dog, the 5 new prisoners from Heishui village who had just been locked up looked at him with utter contempt. The Blood Moon God is a worthless piece of trash, and his followers are trash too. Look at him. He's practically a dog. One of them turned to Li Changsheng, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Bring whatever tricks you've got right at me.
If I so much as frown, I'm not Lu Wantong. Lu Wantong? Yi Wuming frowned, disbelief flickering in his eyes. You're Lu Chen's sister? You were captured and brought to Fang Xiang village too? Lu Wantong replied coldly, they only caught me because they resorted to underhanded tactics. Victory belongs to the victor, defeat to the vanquished. Losing is losing, no excuses needed, Yi Wuming sneered, forcing down every last bit of the beet pulp. No matter how agonizing it was, he would fight to survive. Lu Wantong's smile was icy and arrogant, like thorns. My brother will come to rescue me. Fang Xiang village won't have much food. As long as my brother and his men keep hunting them down, they'll starve the villagers to death. Without followers, the deity itself will perish. Her tone was unwavering. But Yi Wuming only laughed. Nothing but unrealistic fantasies. Fang Xiang village had plenty of food. Earlier, he had seen other houses hung with cured meats. Moreover, he had witnessed Fang Xiangjuan's growth rate firsthand. Too fast, too terrifying. Moreover, the opponent was a wild god possessing the chaos divine path. Capable of challenging deities 1 tier above. Unless the Black Water God descended personally upon Fang Xiang village, Black Water village could never defeat Fang Xiang village by starving them out. Moreover, the Black Water God could not possibly leave Blackwater village.
Seeing Yi Wuming's disdainful gaze, Lu Wanton coldly retorted, "Your master, the Blood Moon God, is merely our Black Water God's lackey.
How dare you look at me like that?" Smack!
Before Yi Wuming could respond, Li Changsheng casually slapped Lu Wanton across the face, his smile wickedly arrogant.
"Here, you have only one master, Fang Xiang, and I am the instrument that teaches you how to worship your master." Lu Wanton's eyes blazed with fury as she glared defiantly at Li Changsheng. "Come on. Keep hitting me. You think such tactics will make this young master submit?"
Li Changsheng shook his head.
"Ignorance truly breeds audacity." With that, he went to retrieve the tools from the box. Beside them, Xiao Tian and the others looked at Lu Wanton with a hint of pity.
Before this, they too would have thought Yi Wuming was spineless.
But now, they only wished that bee pulp wasn't meant for them.
They were starving. These past few days, Li Changsheng had cared for them with such devotion, scraping the bottom of the barrel to feed them, leaving their stomachs completely empty. Now, they were starving, their stomachs pressed flat against their backs. This was no metaphor, it was stark reality. Were it not for the formidable physical constitution of professionals, they would have perished long ago.
At the same time, they finally understood why Li Changsheng only tormented them and spared ordinary people. Because Li Changsheng feared he might torture ordinary people to death. Meanwhile, the ordinary people above, witnessing their tormented state, turned pale with fear.
Those images alone were enough to leave lifelong psychological scars. No one could fathom how Li Changsheng managed to carry out such acts personally. Xiao Tian could only conclude that Li Changsheng was probably just a natural-born psychopath. Since Lu Wanton was an ordinary person who hadn't awakened a class rank yet, Li Changsheng's methods were relatively mild. He merely used water torture.
At first, Lu Wanton even mocked Li Changsheng's crude methods. But soon, she sensed something was terribly wrong. With each drop of water, her mental defenses began to crumble. It must be said, Lu Wanton possessed remarkable willpower, enduring a full 10 minutes before violently thrashing about. According to Li Changsheng's observations, most ordinary people could only endure water torture for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Though Li Changsheng didn't torture the common folk above, he occasionally employed water torture, a method that didn't harm the body. Judging the timing was right, Li Changsheng said indifferently. "Beg for mercy, and I might spare you." Chapter 77, The Dog God Descends. Lu Wanton's temples throbbed violently as she struggled to endure. Yet the overwhelming suffocation kept surging, making her want to die.
Her primal instincts, ingrained in her very genes, forced her to grit her teeth and say, "I beg.
Just kill me."
In the final moment, faith overcame the primal urge in her genes, and she roared in fury. Li Changsheng showed no surprise. The faith of a fanatic was not so easily swayed.
But Fang Xiangjuan's ascension requirements must be fulfilled swiftly. Otherwise, it would be the people of Fang Xiang village who would die. Heishui village was advancing with overwhelming force. Moreover, it seemed a hidden power lurked behind them. Without hastening Fang Xiangjuan's advancement, how could they confront the impending crisis?
His hands were already stained.
He didn't mind getting them even dirtier. For the sake of the deity he worshipped, what harm was there in soiling his hands?
"You've got guts.
I like people like you."
Li Changsheng's tone carried admiration.
"Too bad you've chosen to stand against me."
That's how this world works, there's no right or wrong, only sides. So, enjoy the feast that's about to unfold.
"You, what do you intend to do?" Lu Wanton instinctively felt a flicker of fear. It was the lurking gaze of a venomous snake in the darkness. Bone-chilling cold, sending shivers down the spine. The methods that followed plunged Lu Wanton into unbearable agony. Ironically, after all this, Lu Wanton showed not a single trace of suffering on the surface. Seeing Lu Wanton utterly drained, Li Changsheng held back from further action, granting her a moment to recover.
Then, he turned his gaze to Xiao Tian. "Earlier, Wang Yuan mentioned you possess mind-reading abilities.
Could you elaborate on that?" Xiao Tian remained silent. This was his secret naturally, he couldn't reveal it.
Li Changsheng smiled without comment. Yet throughout the entire triangular pyramid house, wails, screams, curses, and pleas for mercy mingled together, composing a chaotic and brutal symphony.
Inugami Village. Spring winds swept yellow leaves across the thatched huts.
Those huddled in the corners clung to one another, seeking warmth against the night's chill. These people were as thin as wheat stalks drained of their sap. Their spines protruded in sharp ridges beneath tattered cloth, as if a casual snap would produce the brittle crack of dried branches.
Beside them lay several black dogs, clinging to life by a thread. These black dogs stared intently at one of the old men, saliva dripping from their yellow teeth.
Hunger, that ancient desire, was driving them to break free from the shackles of reason and emotion. Even their former master could not resist the urge to tear him apart, to quench the ravenous fire burning within their bellies.
The old man stroked the black dog's head with fingers as dry and brittle as kindling.
Their fur was dry and coarse. He suddenly smiled, a trail of blood forming at the corner of his mouth. "Old friend, you've grown old too." His voice was as raspy as grain husks crushed by a millstone. Gray sunlight filtered through the cracks in the wooden hut, casting a deeper shadow of death upon the old man's eyes. The black dog instinctively pressed its head against the old man, but received no response as before.
He was dead. The black dog stared at the dead old man for a long time before finally moving. Those around him stared numbly at the old man's lifeless form, regret flickering in their eyes. Days earlier, the village chief had received word from an unknown source that Fang Xiang village was about to receive a great opportunity. So he led his men to ambush the other party. But unexpectedly, the village chief and his men vanished. This left the remaining villagers in a state of deep unease. 2.5 days after Xiao Tian and the others vanished, Inugami village began to fall into ruin. Those left behind were already the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Now, deprived of their food supply, their situation grew increasingly desperate. Compounded by the apparent decline in the dog god's divine power, it seemed highly unlikely they would survive the night. Some eyes turned toward the center of Inugami village, where a divine statue stood. The statue depicted a dog, appearing quite ordinary. But just as the village's elderly, weak, and infirm were on the brink of despair, the statue suddenly began to move. Crumbling wood splinters cracked open, revealing a creature resembling a common mongrel. The instant its realm transformed into that of an earth dog, it plummeted from a high-tier wild god to a low-tier wild god. The dog god's nose twitched, as if it had caught a scent that filled it with immense satisfaction. It turned its gaze toward Fang Xiang village and began walking in that direction. The dog god has descended. The villagers watched this scene with overwhelming excitement. Long ago, they had followed this very being to establish Inugami village. Now, the dog god had finally descended once more, guiding their path forward. Quick! Follow the dog god's footsteps. Though weakened, the people forced themselves to keep up, trailing behind the dog god. Inugami village wasn't too far from Fang Xiang village. It took them only an hour to reach their destination. Upon seeing Fang Xiang village, many wore puzzled expressions. Why has the dog god brought us here? Could it be to declare war on Fang Xiang village? It must be. The village chief and the others were captured earlier. The dog god must have come to rescue them. This thought filled the Inugami villagers with excitement, as if they could already witness Inugami's mighty display of power. Fang Xiang naturally spotted the approach of Inugami and his villagers on the map. He immediately dispatched Li Baxian to lead a delegation for negotiations. Li Baxian played it safe, positioning himself 60 meters away from the Fang Xiang statue. This distance placed them under Fang Xiang's divine protection. Even now, during the gray day when the divine protection was not active. But at this distance, he believed that if anything truly happened, Fang Xiang could still save him. Li Baxian stared at the earth dog steadily approaching Fang Xiang village and bellowed, "What the hell are you?" His instincts told him this mutt was powerful and terrifying. It was far from as stupid as it appeared. The mutt's nostrils twitched, as if sniffing out some scent. Finally, its gaze settled on Wang Yuan's black iron jar. Wang Yuan caught the dog's gaze, raised an eyebrow, and decided to open the jar, revealing the white sugar inside. Spotting the sugar, the mutt's eyes lit up. Wagging its tail, it charged straight over. Fang Xiang, seeing this, assumed the dog intended to attack Wang Yuan and his companions. He immediately activated his divine radiance protection. Instantly, the earth dog was enveloped by the divine light's protection. A powerful oppressive force surged forth, halting the mutt in its tracks. Fang Xiang activated divine sound. "You're a wild god too? What brings you to Fang Xiang village?" The mutt was only a low-tier wild god. Yet the very fact that it could leave its own territory baffled Fang Xiang. Even for a blood moon god to leave its domain required an immense sacrifice. Divine statues lodged within the spines of fanatical devotees suffered drastic drops in power, deprived of the support of faith. Yet this earth dog possessed a physical form. Though it was a dog, it possessed a flesh and blood body. Moreover, this mutt didn't seem to possess much intelligence, only an instinctive craving for sweetness. Even while suppressed by Fang Xiang, its eyes remained fixed on the white sugar at Wang Yuan's feet. Such a bizarre wild deity was a first for Fang Xiang. At that moment, both the villagers of Fang Xiang village and the dog god village stared intently at this mongrel. It seemed as though they were witnessing a showdown between two divine realms. Wang Yuan had prepared for Fang Xiang's divine descent, slowly donning the divine new mask. Yet the mutt did not attack. Instead, it struggled forward toward Wang Yuan, its body radiant with Fang Xiang's divine light. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the dog god village villagers. Their deity, to protect them, had chosen to burn itself to the last spark, exhausting every ounce of strength to face Fang Xiang in battle. The dog god was merely a low-tier wild deity. Fang Xiang, however, was an intermediate wild deity, fighting within his own territory and benefiting from its bonuses. He held the advantages of time, place, and people. The dog god had no chance of victory. Yet, to protect them, it still chose to fight with its back against the river. How could this not move them? "Go, dog god! You must win," roared the villagers of Inugami village, cheering their deity on. Finally, witnessed by its devotees, the dog god crawled to the foot of the king's pool. Then, before all eyes, it extended its tongue and began licking the sugar jar incessantly. Its eyes narrowed, seemingly savoring the sweetness. Chapter 78, The Contrasting Meme. Seeing the mutt's blissfully squinted eyes transform into a lecherous meme face, Wang Yuan clamped his lips shut, desperate not to laugh out loud. After all, as a professional shaman, he could control his expression in such a situation. He would not laugh. But beside him, Li Baxian burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan, look at this mud, it's grinning like a pervert. Wang Yuan's lips curled upward, unable to suppress the amusement. The villagers of Dog God Village, witnessing their deity's utterly ruined state, nearly saw their faith collapse. The way that Mutt licked the candy was just too lecherous, too dog-like. It was utterly unbearable to watch. It was the very picture of a licking dog. How could they possibly tell others they worshipped a licking dog god? Fang Xiang also fell silent. After all, the other party was a low-level wild deity. How could it be so addicted to sweetness, utterly powerless against sugar? Fang Xiang tapped the red marker for the dog god on the map and its profile popped up. Name, Dog God. Race, Earth Dog Special Symbiotic Divine Entity. Level, Low-Tier Wild God. Skills, Super Scent, extremely keen sense of smell, capable of distinguishing and memorizing over 1 quadrillion scents within a 1,000-mile radius, and perceiving subtle emotional shifts. Berserk mode significantly boosts own power but causes loss of reason, followed by a week of exhaustion. Canine transformation converts followers into dog humans, drastically enhancing physical capabilities. Divine powers, Divine Radiance Protection, Dream Prophecy. Fang Xiang fell silent upon seeing the opponent's stats. What exactly is this special symbiotic divine entity? Moreover, the opponent only possesses 2 divine abilities, Divine Radiance Protection and Dream Possession. Still, the skills are quite intriguing. Its sudden discovery of Fang Xiang village was likely due to its super-sensitive sense of smell. Based on the analysis of scent molecule combinations, the human olfactory system can potentially distinguish over 1 trillion distinct scent combinations. And this mongrel dog? It's 1,000 times more sensitive than humans. And its range extends over 1,000 miles. This skill is truly formidable. The most crucial aspect, however, is emotional perception. Possessing this ability largely enables mind reading. But why does the other party possess a physical body? Could it be because they are a special symbiotic divine body? But that's not the most important thing right now. What matters now is that this mud is staring longingly at Wang Yuan, as if saying, I haven't had enough yet. Fang Xiang activated his divine voice. Tell it if it wants more candy, it must sign a contract first. Fang Xiang produced a master-servant contract and handed it to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan examined the contract. Its texture was smooth as jade, with a delicate feel. He couldn't identify the material. However, the script inscribed upon it was profoundly esoteric and obscure, utterly incomprehensible to him. Since it was Lord Fang Xiang's command, he naturally wouldn't disobey. Wang Yuan smiled warmly and said, just add a drop of your blood here and press your paw print and I'll give you some candy. As he spoke, Wang Yuan produced a sugar jar. Last night, he had prepared 100 pounds of white sugar. Several large jars were filled. Now they had no shortage of sugar to eat. At that moment, Wang Yuan looked just like a dog dealer. With just one piece of candy, he could trick a dog waiting to be slaughtered. They say mongrels lack intelligence, yet they understand human speech. Say it has intelligence. After spilling a drop of blood and pressing its paw print, it scampered off, happily licking the candy. The master-servant contract slowly dissipated, transforming into 2 streams of light that entered Fang Xiang and the mongrel's bodies. Fang Xiang realized he now fully controlled the mongrel's body and soul. With a single command, he could make the mutt take its own life. Most crucially, through the master-servant contract, he could now communicate with the mutt. After waiting for the mutt to finish its candy, Fang Xiang finally spoke, "What's your name?" The earth dog licked the sugar granules from its mouth and looked toward the position of Fang Xiang's statue. Due to the master-servant contract, it held deep reverence for Fang Xiang, uttering only muffled whimpers. Wang Yuan and the others couldn't understand, but Fang Xiang could. "Earth dog, I have no name." Fang Xiang declared, "From now on, you shall be called Lai Kai." "Thank you, master, for bestowing this name." The mutt barked twice. "Fang Xiang, why do you possess a flesh and blood body and move freely?" "Mutt, I don't know either. I just woke up like this." Fang Xiang instantly realized this fellow knew absolutely nothing. Wang Yuan watched as the canine spirit bowed in submission before Lord Fang Xiang. Only then did he grasp why Lord Fang Xiang had urgently ordered him to make sugar overnight. This was to seize Inugami village without shedding a drop of blood. Indeed, Lord Fang Xiang's wisdom was beyond their comprehension. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated behind the scenes. The petty Inugami clan was completely in his grasp. Wang Yuan's reverence for Fang Xiang overflowed at that moment, his faith rating skyrocketing. In just a few seconds, it surged by 38 points. Fang Xiang looked at Wang Yuan with some surprise. He hadn't done anything, so why was this child's faith increasing so rapidly? Still, having a devotee whose faith surges periodically was truly beneficial. Fang Xiang instructed Wang Yuan, notify Li Changsheng to bring everyone from Dog God Village out. Understood. Wang Yuan nodded. Soon, Xiao Tian and the others were led by Li Changsheng and his group to the village entrance. When Xiao Tian saw Inugami, tears of emotion welled up in his eyes, and he could not contain his feelings. Lord Dog God. You actually came to rescue us personally?
The villagers of Inugami village outside the village lowered their heads, not daring to look at Xiao Tian and the others. Only they knew just how lecherous Inugami had looked when he was licking the candy jar. At that moment, someone noticed that Xiao Tian looked even worse off than they did.
Skinny as a rail, bloodshot eyes, dark circles heavier than a panda's. As if his body had been hollowed out. Clearly, he had endured inhuman abuse here.
The villagers of Inugami village were filled with righteous indignation.
What about the dog people? Dog people are people too. They have human rights too.
How could they torture their village chief like this? But now, they dare not utter a word.
They're terrified of angering the Fang Xiang. What can they do? Their canine deity is now dependent on others. The backward get beaten. And when you're beaten, you stand at attention. Wang Yuan addressed Xiao Tian slowly. Your family's dog spirit has agreed to ally with our Fang Xiang.
It is now our ally. Henceforth, you shall reside in Fang Xiang village. This way, you won't have to run back and forth, it'll be much more convenient.
Wang Yuan deliberately omitted that the dog spirit had signed a master-servant contract, sparing them some face.
Seeing the righteous indignation on everyone's faces, Xiao Tian instantly realized the dog god must have signed some kind of humiliating, soul-selling contract. His knees buckled, and he knelt before the dog spirit, his eyes reddening. In that moment, he felt that all the suffering and torment he had endured were worth it. He had followed a deity truly worthy of devotion.
Xiao Tian's voice choked with emotion as he wept uncontrollably.
Lord Inugami, you have sacrificed so much for us. Behind Xiao Tian, the faithful knelt in droves, their faces brimming with emotion and devotion.
At that moment, Xiao Tian and the others' faith level skyrocketed by 2.5 points. Fang Xiang was stunned. A deity who'd sold himself and his followers for candy yet upon meeting them, actually boosted their devotion this much? He couldn't fathom why this was happening. Though Wang Yuan could also inexplicably cause faith levels to skyrocket. But this situation with the dog god was just too bizarre. Or had Li Changsheng somehow warped these people's minds?
The villagers of Inugami village outside the settlement, witnessing Xiao Tian and the others' actions, secretly muttered to themselves, thinking they had misunderstood Inugami all along.
Could it be that the expression on the dog god's face while eating was actually part of Fang Xiang village's scheme? Exactly. That must be it. The dog god would never show such an expression.
They must have fed him something horrifying. It must be Fang Xiang village. They threatened the village chief and others to force Lord Inugami into submission. How despicable of Fang Xiang village. To resort to such underhanded tactics to coerce Lord Inugami. The villagers of Inugami village glared at Wang Yuan with seething fury, as if they could devour him alive. Wang Yuan wore an innocent expression. It was your dog god who came to steal candy. How could this possibly be blamed on him? As for signing the contract after eating their village's candy and failing to pay up, he had no choice but to settle the debt with his own body. Dog god hot pot and all that, I wonder how delicious it must be. The only question is, when will I get to taste it? At that moment, Fang Xiang was astonished to discover that after the dog god received the devotional energy from Xiao Tian and the others, its steadily declining realm had actually stabilized. Moreover, it had transformed back into a divine statue. This guy's got something special. It could actually shift back and forth between a divine statue and a flesh and blood form. However, in its fleshly form, its cultivation level plummeted significantly, making its combat strength rather low. The divine statue form, however, required nourishment from the power of faith. Seeing the dog god revert to its divine statue form, Xiao Tian wiped the hot tears from his eyes before glaring hatefully at Wang Yuan. We are willing to submit to Fang Xiang village. But I have one condition. Chapter 79, Betrayal. What condition? Speak freely. Whether we accept it depends on Lord Fang Xiang's will. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Tian declared solemnly, we will establish a village beside yours and obey your commands henceforth. But you must guarantee that you will not mistreat our Lord Dog God. Wang Yuan looked toward the Fang Xiang statue. Fang Xiang addressed Wang Yuan, accept his terms. Agreed. Wang Yuan declared. Lord Fang Xiang has consented. We shall designate a suitable location for you. Furthermore, we will provide blueprints for constructing dwellings. Should you lack provisions, we can temporarily supply you with food. Wang Yuan gave Li Changsheng a knowing wink. Li Changsheng immediately understood and led his men to carry up a pile of beet pulp. These are our specially prepared delicacies. You may take them to eat. Yesterday, Xiao Tian had seen Yi Wuming and the others eat it. But they themselves hadn't tried them yet. Seeing Li Changsheng bring them out now, they hesitated. They weren't sure if it was poisonous. The elderly, infirm, and disabled at the village entrance, their minds consumed by hunger at the sight of the food, approached and stuffed a piece of beet pulp into their mouths. The unrefined sugar spread across their tongues, a blissful sensation nearly overwhelming them. For those who had been starving for so long, this was undoubtedly a heavenly delicacy. Instantly, they began chewing greedily, mouthful after mouthful. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, beginning to savor the food and replenish their nutrients.
Xiao Tian knew this stuff was probably harmless. They still needed the people of Fang Xiang village. Poisoning them was out of the question. So he too began eating without hesitation. Take your time, we've got plenty more here. Wang Yuan chuckled. These sugar beet scraps wouldn't keep long, and storing them in the divine body space would take up valuable space. Better to give them to Inugami village for processing and earn the villagers' goodwill in the process. It was truly maximizing resource utilization. No doubt Fang Xiangjuan had already considered all this before making the sugar. Truly worthy of Fang Xiangjuan. As the saying goes, a man is indebted to his benefactor. After consuming Fangxiang village's sugar beet pulp, the villagers of Inugami village visibly softened their hostility toward Fangxiang village. Wang Yuan was just about to lead Xiao Tian and the others to find a vacant plot nearby to build houses. Lu Chen, however, couldn't wait and arrived with his people. Clearly, he feared the Fangxiang villagers might venture out to hunt. He wanted to encircle and block Fangxiang village as soon as possible. Upon spotting the red dots indicating Lu Chen's group approaching, Fang Xiang immediately ordered Wang Yuan to lead the dog god village villagers into the houses. After all, he didn't want the dog god village people to be wounded by Lu Chen's arrows. Wang Yuan nodded and instructed Xiao Tian to lead his men inside. Xiao Tian and his men dared not refuse and obediently complied. Lu Chen and his group soon reached the village entrance of Fangxiang village. Gazing upon this well-maintained settlement, Lu Chen seethed with frustration. His own sister had been captured and taken inside. At this very moment, she was likely enduring inhuman torment. As her brother, he was powerless to rescue her. All he could do was wait. Fortunately, upon returning to Blackwater village last night, the Blackwater god had not blamed him. Instead, the deity had advised him to be patient. For the Blackwater god, I must endure. When the followers of Fangxiang village are starving to death, they'll beg for mercy. After fortifying his resolve, Lu Chen remained stationed at the siege of Fangxiang village. He only departed as nightfall approached. Meanwhile, in the dog god village, after night had fallen, with the help of Wang Yuan, Li Baxian, and others, they began constructing houses. Fang Xiang glanced at the rate of his divine power's growth. Currently, over 600 faith points flowed into his body daily, converting to roughly 6 points of divine power. After accounting for the consumption of divine radiance protection, he could break through his divine power limit to 50 points in about 5 or 6 days. The only challenge remained in gathering enough followers. Though Li Changsheng had exerted every effort, those fanatical believers proved an exceptionally tough nut to crack. Among the former loyal followers of the dog god village, a few had indeed seen their faith levels drop to that of ordinary believers. Yet it would still take some time before they could fully embrace Fang Xiangjuan. What delighted Fang Xiangjuan was that Ji Longyue had finally completed the fusion of the memory amber. Though Ji Longyue was still merely a level 1 newbie, her eyes now brimmed with the joy of knowledge. The memory amber in Ji Longyue's hands dissolved into powder as she murmured, "Now, I possess the theoretical knowledge of a level 30 mechanic. Now, I just need to turn theory into reality." Her gaze fell upon the mechanical creation Fang Xiang had bestowed upon her. At the doll's heart lay a mechanical core of exquisite precision, encapsulating the perfect formula of order and reason. Such a flawless creation drew her in deeply. Before, her knowledge was insufficient to comprehend this mechanical creation. Now, it was different. The theory was complete. Now it was time for practice. Ji Longyue immediately began her research on the mechanical creation. On the map, Fang Xiang noticed Ji Longyue's experience points skyrocketing as she repaired the mechanical contraption. Each profession possessed its own unique method of advancement. Beyond the monster slaying and divine blessing upgrades accessible to all professions, specialized and support professions possess additional methods. For instance, blacksmiths gain experience by smelting and forging iron. The greater the quantity and quality of iron smelted and forged, the faster the experience points accumulate. As for the mechanic, they advance by creating mechanical artifacts with proven experimental results. Seeing Ji Longyue get back on track, Fang Xiang felt deeply gratified. If Ji Longyue could repair this doll, it would become a formidable asset for Fangxiang village. They wouldn't even need to wait for her to level up to crush the great swordsman Lu Chen head-on. Moreover, Fang Xiang planned to eliminate Lu Chen and his group once his divine power was fully accumulated. These adventurers were all higher level than his own people. Capturing them alive was unrealistic. To ensure his promotion quest proceeded without mishap, Fang Xiang resolved to eliminate them. Thus, Fang Xiang directly devised an ambush plan, drafted a detailed strategy, and handed it to Wang Yuan. Upon receiving the plan drafted by Lord Fang Xiang, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. Truly a plan devised by Lord Fang Xiang. Nothing was overlooked. This time, if Lu Chen and his crew dare show up again, they won't be coming back alive. Wang Yuan chuckled softly, summoned the dog god village representatives for a meeting. Make thorough preparations over the next few days. We must eliminate every potential threat. Understood. Li Baxian nodded. For the next 6 days, Lu Chen came every single day with his men. But each time, they found no one. He even discovered that a new house had appeared on the vacant lot next to Fangxiang village. He didn't think much of it, assuming Fangxiang village was expanding. But how could a village struggling to feed itself possibly have the resources to build new houses? Moreover, Fang Xiang village's second iron smelter had been completed. It was even larger and more elaborate than the first one. It left him utterly speechless. In truth, when this iron furnace was completed, Xiao Tian and the others were equally astonished. Its iron smelting efficiency was particularly terrifying. Each night, it consumed vast quantities of black iron ore and timber. This caused him some unease. But there was no time to dwell on it. He had no way out. Yet today, as he returned to beseech Fang Xiang village once more, something felt off. Among the people wandering around Fang Xiang village, there were several new faces. They were fanatical devotees of their black water god. Yet now, they were kneeling on the ground, praying to Lord Fang Xiang. Damn it! Wen Tai Lei, Zhao Jian Zhong. What the hell are you for doing? Lu Chen roared at Fang Xiang village. These were fanatical followers of the black water god. How could they kneel before another deity? This filled Lu Chen with fury and bewilderment. Fanatics could betray their god? Wen Tai Lei, Zhao Jian Zhong, and the others wore complex expressions. They didn't want to betray the black water god either. But Fang Xiang village offered far too much. Supernatural weapons were freely available, cured meats were plentiful, and they were fed a sweet, crystalline substance. Most crucially, they truly couldn't endure it any longer. Li Chongqing's tactics were ruthless. Worst of all, just as their faith had fallen to that of mere loyal followers, Wang Yuan burst in wearing the divine new mask, shattering their psychological defenses completely. A fourth-tier, high-grade ritual artifact was simply beyond what loyal followers could withstand. In a single moment of inattention, their souls were transformed into the form of Fang Xiangjuan. By then, any desire to resist was futile. They could only submit to their captor's will. To prove their loyalty, they had even tortured Lu Wantong together. If Lu Chen ever found out about this, he'd skin them alive. Now, with no path left to retreat, they had no choice but to worship Fang Xiangjuan. Seeing the group's silence, Lu Chen's rage boiled over. He roared helplessly, "Speak up! Have you all gone mute? I'm telling you to speak. What on earth possessed you to betray me and the Black Water God?" Chapter 80, The Counter Hunt. When Tai Lai bit off a piece of dead skin from his lip and sighed. "Lu Chen, go back. Stop besieging Fang Xiang village. This path leads nowhere." Out of brotherly loyalty, Chen Sihai offered this well-meaning warning. After all, he'd seen plenty of cured meats and beet pulp in Fang Xiang village. There was no way they could be starving. Even if Lu Chen besieged the village for months, he wouldn't achieve his goal. But Lu Chen thought when Tai Lai was urging him to spare Fang Xiang village, and his rage flared even brighter. "Traitor! Where is my sister? How is she now?" When Tai Lai sighed, "She probably won't last much longer." Li Chongqing's methods were too brutal. Even professionals like Yi Wuming were struggling to endure. Much less Lu Wantong. Lu Chen was struck as if by lightning, but soon, his gaze grew increasingly fierce and icy. "Good. Very good indeed. Fang Xiang village. When I break through your defenses, I'll turn your sacred statues into chamber pots." Just as Lu Chen spat out his threat, Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Level, Intermediate Wild Deity. Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 49-49-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing Freely Adjustable, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving of Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 6. Items, 125 Gene of Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier, Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 100 Gene 400 grams of Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier, High Grade. 100 milliliters of Wyvern Blood, Rust Blood Octopus Carcass, Demon Bone Wolf Spider Carcass, 3 caddies of Black Fallen Hand Green. 1 caddy of Phantom Light Mica, 3 Rustblood Train Core Gears, 1 Entropy Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Carcass, Tomato and Potato Seeds. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 150. Believers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 24, Devoted Believers 94, Fanatical Believers 21. Distinctive trait, Unwavering Faith. Those of wavering faith have long been lost in the vast lands of the Divine Ruins. Specialties, none. Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Silent Lava Ore, Black Iron Ore, Vortex Spirit Cultivation Technique, Fireflow Rock. First Tier Inferior Divine Artifacts, Arrows, Shields, Mo Dao. Blood Boiling Body Tempering Technique. White Sugar, Super Sweet Beets. Radium Uranium Ore. Advancement requirements. When fanatics exceed 20 and total followers surpass 150, the Chaos Divine Path's special trial is unlocked. As Wang Yuan and the others prayed in unison, today's faith energy surged forth, transforming into golden ribbons that slowly merged into the Fang Xiang Divine Statue. Finally, they vanished into that ancient, profound, and mysterious Chaos Divine Ring. Thud. Amidst a sullen resonance, Fang Xiang's divine power reached its 50-point limit. The next moment, a majestic and vast voice resounded in Fang Xiang's ears. Congratulations, Lord Fang Xiang, on fulfilling the advancement requirements. The Chaos Divine Path Advancement Quest is now activated. Advancement Quest: Hunt the Level 20 Special Monster Xinyan. The nightmare is a humanoid creature with 7 heads and 9 tails. Each head bears distinct feline features: tiger, leopard, wolf with skin covered in eyeball-like fleshy growths. The tips of its 9 tails bear twisted vertebrae capable of secreting hallucinogenic venom. It corrupts human dreams with its venom, causing victims to see the nightmare realm even while awake, gradually consuming their souls. Ultimately, they become its complete puppets. This unique monster is exceptionally powerful, making successful hunting extremely difficult for practitioners of the same level. Only practitioners of at least level 30, wielding divine artifacts, stand a chance of slaying it. Fang Xiang hadn't anticipated his advancement quest would prove so challenging. Truly worthy of being an advancement quest from the Chaos God Path. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the map. Unlock hidden ascension path of the Chaos Divine Path. Have 3 subordinate deities lead their followers in a ritual sacrifice, each offering 3 hearts of the Xinyan. Then, have the shaman initiate the sacrificial Nuwa dance, offering the Xinyan's primordial nucleus to complete the ascension ceremony. Upon completing the ascension ritual, you shall obtain the Chaos Divine Path's special divine abilities. Fang Xiang stared at the hidden path on the map, a surge of excitement welling up within him. This hidden advancement path's effects were undoubtedly superior to what he'd just heard. However, it was far more difficult. It required 3 subordinate deities. He currently only had 2. It seemed he'd have to recruit one in the chat area. Additionally, the location of the Xinyan needed to be investigated. Since Fang Xiang's divine power has increased significantly, the map's range has expanded to 30 kilometers. Numerous new locations have unlocked in the vicinity. Searching the map, Fang Xiang discovered the nightmare lurking 25 kilometers northwest in the Night Ruins. Fang Xiang actually recognized the Nightfall Ruins. Yi Wuming had visited this place before. However, 25 kilometers was quite a distance. To get there, he'd need to find a way to increase his speed. Otherwise, finding the nightmare in the ruins of the night would take an enormous amount of time, which would likely leave Li Changxing and his companions without enough time to return to Fangxiang village. The dark forest at night was fraught with danger. If they failed to reach Fangxiang village before nightfall, Wang Yuan and the others would be in grave danger. Ways to increase speed. Fang Xiang looked at the black dogs of the Dog God village. These black dogs were robust, nearly as strong as lions. They seemed quite suitable as mounts. Covering at least 20 kilometers with riders wouldn't be too difficult. They could save a great deal of stamina and time. Fang Xiang relayed this information to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan suddenly understood why Fang Xiangjuan had sent him to the Dog God village. It was to secure mounts for them. Truly the work of Fang Xiangjuan. Each step interlocked with the next, forming a seamless whole. Very well. I'll notify the Dog Spirit village immediately. At daybreak tomorrow, we'll set out for the Ruins of Darkness. Of course, there was no way to go there now. A third of the gray day has already passed. There's no time left. Lu Chen glanced at the sky, which remained unchanged from before, and prepared to lead his men away. But this time, things were clearly different. Previously, Fang Xiang had focused on accumulating divine power to fulfill the conditions for his advancement quest. If it came down to a one-on-one, head-to-head confrontation, they wouldn't hold the advantage. Without absolute certainty, Fang Xiang refused to take risks, which is why he hadn't moved against Lu Chen and his group. But now, things were different. He no longer needed to accumulate divine power. Moreover, he had the Dog God village to aid him. With 2 villages' forces besieging the Great Swordsman, barring unforeseen circumstances, no followers would perish. Moreover, Li Changsheng and his group carried divine artifacts. At Fang Xiang's command, the Black Hounds and dogmen lying in ambush surged forth, charging toward the professionals surrounding Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen, he was clearly left for Li Changsheng and his group. Lu Chen still intended to deploy his marching red fire ants against these dogmen, but Li Changsheng's divine artifact arrows had already been released. Even he dared not take it lightly. After all, that was a divine artifact. Chapter 81, Exterminate Every Last One. Lu Chen unleashed his skill, Sword Chi Resonance. Crack. The collision of their powers sent force energy surging outward. Lu Chen stumbled back half a step. On his transcendent greatsword, a faint, hairline crack had appeared. The might of the divine artifact was too terrifying, even a great swordsman's sword chi resonance couldn't withstand its edge. Fortunately, Li Changsheng was only at level 9 and couldn't unleash the artifact's full might. Otherwise, he would never have been able to block that arrow. Lu Chen thought to himself. With his 21st level advantage and the marching red fire ant's subterranean charge, he still had a chance to seize Wang Yuan. After all, he could see that Wang Yuan was crucial to Fangxiang village. If he could control Wang Yuan, he'd have leverage to negotiate with Fang Xiangjuan. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Yuan vanished from his sight. Wang Yuan wasn't a combat-oriented class to begin with. His combat prowess was only elevated due to the divine new mask. To ensure Wang Yuan's safety, Fang Xiang immediately ordered him to retreat behind the others. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. He left the enemy not a single opening. There was no way Lu Chen and the others would escape. Lu Chen instantly commanded the marching red fire ants, his transcendent greatsword flashing brilliantly as he swung it. 7-star slash. Lu Chen roared fiercely. Boom. The sword light descended like dancing streaks of light. Li Buxian roared in fury, charging forward alongside Yi Qingquan, both wielding the sevenfold blazing heaven cover. They positioned themselves in front of Lu Chen. The clash of the two weapons sent the air buzzing with the force of the impact. But Lu Chen's power proved superior. The sword light exploded, sending both men reeling backward, spitting blood. Before Lu Chen could savor his victory, the sound of flesh tearing filled the air. His comrades had been pierced through the skull by Li Changqing's volley of arrows, falling stiffly to the ground. Now, only he, the ant, and the sword remained on the battlefield. Damn it! You planned this all along? Lu Chen's face drained of color. Li Changqing drew his longbow, aiming the divine artifact arrow at Lu Chen. His voice was calm. Surrender! You can't escape alone. He stalled for time while regulating his breathing. Firing 2 volleys of arrows to eliminate the rest of Blackwater Village had taken a heavy toll on his original energy reserves and physical constitution. Meanwhile, the Dog God Village warriors closed in on the marching red fire ants, attempting to divide the battlefield. If Lu Chen and the marching red fire ants merged, he could easily break through the encirclement. Lu Chen instantly grasped their intentions. He prepared to turn his blade and strike down Xiao Tian and the others. But Li Buxian and Yi Qingquan had already raised the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, blocking his path. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened like blades. Do you truly believe you can stop me? As long as I. Before he could finish, he saw the marching red fire ants being pierced by the group's extraordinary weapons. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. Every single one of them wielding a transcendent weapon? What the hell is this? He'd thought Li Buxian wielding a mid-tier first-grade artifact was already absurd enough. But now, the others didn't have divine artifacts, they had extraordinary high-grade spears. 6-meter-long spears forming battle formations. Even the marching red fire ants couldn't stand against the frenzied dogmen. Dive underground now. Lu Chen's voice was urgent as he commanded the marching red fire ants. This was the disadvantage of using monsters as mounts. They'd lost their autonomy. They became overly reliant on their master's commands. Compounded by the fact that the marching red fire ants' brains couldn't process overly complex information. Thus, upon hearing Lu Chen's command, they activated the skill, burrow. What sent Lu Chen into a panic, however, was this. After burrowing a few centimeters, the marching red fire ant could not continue downward. Beneath the breached ground lay a layer of blackened black iron. You buried black iron underground too? Lu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The enemy's preparations were too thorough, leaving him almost no chance of survival. Li Ba began spewing trash talk, buying time for Li Changsheng and preventing Lu Chen from going berserk and causing casualties. Lu Chen, your strength is undeniable. But alas, with so many of us closing in, you have nowhere left to retreat. Why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion? Perhaps we can foster deeper cooperation between Fang Xiang Village and Heishui Village, exploring a brighter future together. Yi Qingquan shot Li Buxian a surprised glance, curious how such words had popped into this guy's head. Could he possibly be possessed by a monster? Lu Chen gripped his transcendent greatsword tightly. This mid-grade transcendent blade now bore numerous nicks and chips. His only option now was to flee. Thud. Lu Chen's toes lightly touched the ground as his body shot upward, fleeing toward the location of Blackwater Village. Stop him. Li Buxian sneered coldly. The dogmen immediately raised their spears and charged toward Lu Chen, intent on halting his escape. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. His toes slammed hard against the ground, and his speed surged instantly. Boom! Lu Chen's figure charged forward, blasting a deep crater into the ground. Yi Qingquan's expression shifted slightly. Truly worthy of a level 21 greatsword master. His strength was truly extraordinary. Die! Li Buxian and his men roared in unison, simultaneously hurling their extraordinary spears. 6-meter-long spears pierced toward Lu Chen, like 6 black pillars crashing down, sealing off all his escape routes. Bang! 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 To everyone's horror, Lu Chen's original force drained instantly. His speed plummeted, and terrifying wounds appeared across his body. Yet he still did not retreat. I will have you all die. Lu Chen roared, his eyes bloodshot. His force began to burn, and the extraordinary greatsword in his hand emitted a blazing sword glow. He knew escape was impossible this time. In the distance, Li Changsheng had him locked in his sights. Beside him stood Li Buxian and Yi Qingquan, wielding peerless shields like the sevenfold blazing heaven cover. He couldn't break through their defenses. If he fled, the hounds would pursue relentlessly with their spears. His mount, pierced by dozens of extraordinary spears, was now riddled with holes, a pitiful sight. From each gaping hole, dark green fluid oozed out, creating a pitiful sight. Thud! Thud! Thud!
Another 6 supernatural spear shafts slammed into his body, shattering his skin, organs, flesh, and bones into fragments. At that moment, Li Changqing finally completed his force concentration. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, gazing impassively at Lu Chen. "This arrow, you cannot block it. Surrender is your only chance." Lu Chen coughed up blood in great gulps, not a single patch of skin left intact on his body. Yet he stubbornly straightened his spine, standing as rigid as a sword that would rather snap than bend. He glanced at Wang Yuan standing behind Li Changsheng, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Wang Yuan, I will not surrender. You." Bang! Before Lu Chen could finish his words, a beam of light pierced his forehead, pinning his body to the ground. A faint smile of relief still lingered on his face. The moment he died, everyone's experience bars surged significantly. Only after confirming Lu Chen was truly dead did the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. To slay this formidable foe, they had employed every trick in their arsenal. Li Changqing slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His level had reached its limit, unlocking the job change quest. Archery class change quest, slay a monster of level 10 or higher. However, when he revealed his job change quest, Fang Xiang's expression flickered with surprise. His map clearly displayed special monsters of level 20 or higher. It seemed the hidden routes on the map might grant Li Changqing's class change some hidden effect. Conveniently, Fang Xiang needed the primal nucleus of a Xinyan to complete his advancement ritual. And now, after annihilating the elite forces of Blackwater Village, everyone was naturally in high spirits. Xiao Tian grinned. "Who'd have thought we could actually surround and kill a level 21 greatsword warrior? And not a single one of us died. All thanks to the weapons provided by Fang Xiang Village." Li Changsheng humbly replied, "This is everyone's achievement. If you hadn't held off the others, we wouldn't have been able to isolate and kill Lu Chen." Chapter 82, Virilia. Li Baxian looked at everyone's excited expressions and burst into laughter. "Why don't we have a bonfire tonight? It'd be perfect for a get-together. That Wang Yuan still doesn't have a wife, you guys better set him up." Wang Yuan's face darkened instantly. "Don't push me to beat you up when I'm in a good mood." Li Baxian chuckled. "You think you could beat me now? Try me. Bring it on." Ahem, Baxian's right. Wang Yuan is getting on in years, it's high time he added some followers to Lord Fang Xiang. Li Changsheng cleared his throat. "However, Huizhou has important matters to attend to tomorrow. Let's not indulge ourselves tonight. Everyone, get some rest while you can. We'll need our strength to deal with the monsters." "Understood." The group nodded in agreement. That level 20 Zhan Yan was far more terrifying than Yi Qingquang. Of course, their goal wasn't to confront it head-on. Against such a monster, there was only one way to deal with it: the Fang Xiang deity must descend upon Wang Yuan. But the night ruins were terrifying. Fang Xiangjuan could only descend once per day. If they encountered other monsters, they'd have to fend for themselves. Therefore, they must prepare for battle in advance. For Fang Xiangjuan, this was the first time his followers had ventured so far, and naturally, he felt some concern. After all, those venturing into the night ruins were his elite forces. He had nurtured them step by step. Therefore, he planned to forge several more divine artifacts to safeguard Li Changqing and the others. First and foremost, each member must be equipped with a 7-fold blazing heaven shield. Though these shields possessed no offensive capability whatsoever, their life-saving effectiveness was exceptional. Even against the Xinyan, Fang Xiang conservatively estimated it could withstand over 3 attacks. This time, Fang Xiang crafted 5 7-fold blazing heaven shields, consuming 10 points of his divine power. He also invested several pounds of stellar iron and divine remains. This clearly demonstrated Fang Xiang's high regard for the shields. Of course, this wasn't Fang Xiang's true backup plan. He was waiting for Yi Wuming and Ji Longyue. Yi Wuming's devotion to the Blood Moon God had already diminished to that of an ordinary believer. But he hadn't begun to worship Fang Xiang yet. Until he became a devoted follower, Fang Xiang naturally distrusted him. Thus, he had Li Changsheng work overtime to torment Yi Wuming. After all, the Dark Star's touch upon Yi Wuming was crucial to him. It could increase the success rate of this endeavor. Without at least a 90% certainty of success, Fang Xiang would rather delay his advancement than take the risk. As for Ji Longyue, she had been researching mechanical constructs for quite some time. Fang Xiang decided to send Wang Yuan over to see if there was anything he could assist with. Ji Longyue's research lab. Chaos reigned inside, mechanical components strewn everywhere. Ji Longyue's small frame curled into a ball, her crimson eyes fixed intently on the Schrodinger's cat-shaped heart as she muttered. "My theory is correct, but it's missing the crucial gear and conduit. The gears Brother Chen crafted always lack something, they just won't mesh with the heart. Is it the raw materials, or something else?" Wang Yuan observed her state and asked curiously, "Is there anything I can assist with? Speak up, Fang Xiangjuan should be able to help you." Ji Longyue lifted her head at Wang Yuan's voice, her eyes sparkling. "I'm researching how to create a mechanical construct capable of carrying soul diffraction particles. If I truly succeed, I should be able to repair this mechanical construct and restore her strength to level 25 or higher."
Wang Yuan froze. Level 25? This little girl is that powerful? Ji Longyue's eyes dimmed slightly.
But the gears inside this mechanical heart are broken. I don't have the materials to repair them. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiang placed the gears and conduits he had collected before Ji Longyue. Ji Longyue saw the gears and tubes materialize out of thin air. How could she not recognize them as gifts from the Fang Xiang Lord? She quickly picked them up and examined them, a fiery gleam flashing in her crimson eyes.
These materials are useful.
Though their precision and size are problematic, they should be usable after reforging.
Wang Yuan inquired, are there any dimensional blueprints?
These materials are quite unique. The village's iron furnaces can't process them at present.
We'll have to ask Fang Xiang to forge them. Ji Longyue nodded.
Yes, we do. She fished a sheet of paper from a pile of drafts. This is it.
Fang Xiang glanced at it and committed it to memory.
As a divine being, perfect recall was merely a basic skill. The gray chaotic divine ring glowed with ancient, profound runes.
The dragon soul's heart flame enveloped 3 gears, initiating the reforging process. Soon, 5 smaller gears materialized before Ji Longyue.
Merely reshaping and forming them required little divine energy expenditure for Fang Xiang. Ji Longyue picked up the gears and placed them into the mechanical construct's body.
In the next instant, the mechanical entity's heart glowed with a faint blue light as the gears began to turn.
Ji Longyue watched intently as the heartbeat grew louder.
The heartbeat grew stronger and stronger. Finally, thump! The Schrödinger's cat-type heart began to pound violently. As if a slumbering demon was awakening. Snap!
The doll's eyes slowly opened, revealing an exquisite face and deep blue eyes, elegant as a noble lady.
In a perfectly composed, cool voice, it stated calmly.
I am Guardian Doll number 9527 of the Mechanical God Cult, designated Alpha Omega 07.
My name is Virilia. Master, welcome to my reactivation.
Seeing the mechanical creation come to life, Ji Longyue's face flushed bright red with excitement. The young girl looked toward the Fang Xiang statue with hopeful eyes, seemingly anticipating his praise. Lord Fang Xiang, I did it.
I repaired it.
Fang Xiang specifically praised her with divine voice. You did very well. Ji Longyue trembled with excitement at the divine voice echoing in her ears, unable to suppress the smile curling her lips.
Lifting her little head proudly, she declared, of course. I'm a genius. Observing Ji Longyue's rising faith level, Fang Xiang offered a few more words of praise. He thought to himself, kids are so easy to please.
A few compliments, and her faith level skyrocketed by several points.
Fang Xiang opened the mechanical construct panel on the map. Item, Virilia. Level 26 mechanical artifact.
Skills, Eternal Night Scar. When the Mechanical God Cult's rune scar activates, Valia's mechanical skeleton endures triple overload pressure, unleashing terrifying speed and strength. Attacks also inflict purification effects. Annihilation Resonance ignites her own gear sets, causing objects within a 100-meter radius to rust in reverse and trigger resonance, resulting in annihilation effects. Entropy Reversal Dirge consumes most of her core to trigger an entropy resonance, unleashing devastating destruction. Schrödinger's superposition state upon near death has a 50% chance to restore peak condition.
Can only be used once per month? Fang Xiang glanced at the mechanical construct's skills and fell silent. This thing is practically a disposable resource. Its combat power is undeniably top tier. But each use consumes a portion of its components. Meaning it couldn't be used carelessly.
As the master of the mechanical construct, Ji Longyue naturally noticed this issue. She furrowed her delicate brows. Fang Xiang, I intend to continue creating new mechanical constructs. I'm certain I can craft something far more perfect than this.
Fang Xiang replied, excellent. Tomorrow, have it accompany Wang Yuan and the others to the ruins of darkness. You can control it remotely. As for any materials needed, just ask.
Yes, sir. Ji Longyue was brimming with enthusiasm.
I will not disappoint Lord Fang Xiang. With the formidable aid of Virilia, the success rate of this expedition to the Night Ruins would be significantly boosted. Prison. Underground.
Yi Wuming was on the verge of a mental breakdown from Li Changxing's relentless torment. The people from Inugami village had all been released earlier. Now, only he, Zhao Wuyan, and Lu Wandong remained. The place felt eerily desolate. Seeing Yi Wuming's faith level finally drop to that of a casual believer, Li Changxing nearly wept with joy. All those days of effort hadn't been wasted. Just then, Wang Yuan entered wearing the divine new mask. The three looked up to behold a mysterious, ancient bronze mask.
Chapter 83, Divine Artifact Wholesale. Boom!
The sight of that ancient, enigmatic Shenna mask sent a buzzing sensation through their minds. It felt as if something had grown inside their minds. Most crucially, their previous beliefs had been erased, replaced by a new system of faith.
At that moment, Fang Xiang's divine blessings descended.
Gray, chaotic divine power filled every cell of their bodies. With Wang Yuan and the Shenna mask's assistance, it began maximizing their faith levels. Within a mere 10 minutes, Yi Wuming's faith level surged directly to 5 points, reaching the tier of a devout believer. Moreover, Yi Wuming's level had also risen to 12.
As for Zhao Wuyan and Lu Wanhong, their faith levels each increased by 1 point. After all, Fang Xiang's divine blessing primarily poured into Yi Wuming's body. Fang Xiang held great promise for Yi Wuming. His ability to withstand the Dark Star Entropy Transformation Simplification Potion and successfully undergo metamorphosis indicated that his future achievements would be no small feat. Moreover, the primary combat force for this expedition into the Night Ruins would be Yi Wuming and Ji Longyue's mechanical constructs. Therefore, Yi Wuming's faith level and strength were both critically important. Fang Xiang always approached matters with caution. He preferred to minimize risks whenever possible. This time, he directly expended 5 points of divine power to elevate Yi Wuming's level in faith. Yi Wuming and his 2 companions immediately knelt, their eyes filled with reverence. "We thank Lord Fang Xiang for your blessings." Lu Wanhong no longer carried her former defiance. Over these past days, Li Changxing's grand memory restoration technique had granted her a complete rebirth. With the added blessings of the shamanic rites and the divine new mask, Lu Wanhong had now fully submitted to Lord Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang opened Yi Wuming's personal panel. Follower, Yi Wuming. Race, human. Faith level, 5. Level, 12. Class, Greatsword Warrior. Force, 130. Lifespan, 90. Skills, Dark Star Touch, Sword Chi Resonance, Frenzy Blade Breath, 7-star Slash, 1 Sword Breaks Form. Looking at Yi Wuming's stats, Fang Xiang knew it still wasn't secure enough. As a great swordsman, Yi Wuming naturally needed a fine sword. Fortunately, he had the Carefree Wanderer sword. This was all thanks to the blueprint given by Baiming. The Carefree Wanderer sword was a mid-tier first-grade weapon, capable of significantly boosting the user's speed. However, to further elevate Yi Wuming's prowess, Fang Xiang decided to infuse 1 gram of Phantom Light Mica during its forging. Phantom Light Mica is an exceedingly rare material that enables the Carefree sword to unleash shimmering illusions with every swing. Its power reaches new heights. Since this divine artifact was forged for his own followers, Fang Xiang approached the task with utmost seriousness. He spared no expense on materials like star iron and divine bones, adhering strictly to the blueprint specifications. The Crimson Dragon Soul's core flame enveloped the forging materials, transforming them beyond recognition through his divine forging technique. Perhaps through practice comes mastery. Fang Xiang's forging skills had reached consummate perfection. Within a mere hour, the Carefree Wanderer sword was forged. The moment it was forged, a rustic-looking long sword floated into the air, hovering before Yi Wuming. Its resonance echoed like a dragon's roar piercing the heavens. Crimson dragon patterns danced along its blade, its edge gleaming with a dazzling, shimmering light. What a sword! A look of astonishment flashed in Yi Wuming's eyes. This sword was none other than a mid-grade artifact of the first tier. He never expected that just by believing in Fang Xiangjuan, he would be gifted a divine artifact. This treatment was simply too good. For a moment, he felt all his past hardships had been endured for nothing. Had he only changed his allegiance sooner, he could have enjoyed this blessing earlier. He felt an urge to slap his past self. He couldn't even empathize with his former self. Yet deep down, he knew it was practically impossible for a fanatic like him to truly change his beliefs. This sword is called Illusionary Light. Wang Yuan stepped forward and declared, "It is the divine artifact bestowed upon you by Lord Fang Xiang. Thank you, Lord Fang Xiang." Yi Wuming was overcome with emotion, clutching the illusion light sword as if embracing a dream lover. Simultaneously, his faith level surged by 3 points, reaching 8. Beside him, Zhao Wuyan and Lu Wanhong gazed at Yi Wuming with envy. This was a divine artifact. Just like that? Fang Xiang instructed Wang Yuan to gather everyone heading to the Black Ruins tomorrow. He intended to fully arm them all. Only with thorough preparation would he feel confident sending Wang Yuan and the others to the Night Ruins. Li Changsheng swiftly brought everyone together. The hunting squad consisted of 7 members, Li Changsheng as leader, with Wang Yuan as his assistant. Members included Li Baxian, Yi Wuming, Xiao Tian, the mechanical construct Virilia, and Yi Qingquang. As for Zhao Wuyan, he remained in Fangxiang village to assist Chen Ergu and Ji Longyue. Such a team hunting special monsters could only take the elite route. The Black Ruins were treacherous ordinary individuals venturing and risk-triggering forbidden events, potentially wiping out the entire team. As the saying goes, you don't fear God like opponents, but you dread pig like teammates. This was precisely what that saying meant. Additionally, Fang Xiang forged 3 divine arrows infused with Phantom Light Mica for Li Changsheng. Each of these arrows was a mid-tier first-class divine artifact, possessing extraordinary power. Li Changsheng accepted the divine arrows, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Indeed, Fang Xiangjuan had witnessed all his hard work these past days. And with just one gesture, he was given 3 divine arrows. And all of them were mid-grade first tier. This filled Li Changsheng with immense joy, deepening his reverence for Fang Xiangjuan. His faith level even rose by 4 points, reaching 28. To bolster everyone's defenses, Fang Xiang specially forged 7 more Blazing Heaven covers, ensuring each person received 1. 7 sevenfold Blazing Heaven shields, 1 Phantom Light sword, and 3 Phantom Light arrows. At this moment, the team possessed a total of 11 mid-tier first-ranked divine artifacts. Not to mention Wang Yuan still carried a 4th-tier high-grade special ritual artifact. This lineup was simply unimaginably luxurious. Only after completing these preparations did Fang Xiang finally feel somewhat at ease. Forging these artifacts had cost him a full 15 points of divine power. Were it not for the growing numbers of fanatical cultists temporarily alleviating concerns about divine power depletion, he would never have indulged in such extravagance. After a moment's thought, Fang Xiang instructed Wang Yuan again, safety must be the top priority in everything. Wang Yuan, sensing Fang Xiangjuan's concern, replied earnestly, Fang Xiangjuan, we will complete this mission for you. Fang Xiang still felt a twinge of anxiety. It felt eerily similar to taking the college entrance exam in his previous life. Though the equipment was in place and the map provided assistance, Fang Xiang couldn't shake the feeling that the odds weren't entirely in their favor. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Level, Intermediate Wild God. Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 49-49-50. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing Freely Adjustable, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Divine Radiance Protection 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart Flame of the Heart Dragon Soul 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, and Terry's Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use. Practitioners, 8. Items, 120 Gene of Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover First Tier, Mid-Grade, Dull Fragments, 95 Gene of Star Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword First Tier, High Grade. 100 milliliters Wyvern Blood, Rustblood Octopus Corpse, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Corpse, 3 Caddies Black Fallen Hand Green. 496 G Phantom Light Mica, 1 Entropy Altered Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Corpse, Tomato and Potato Seeds. 2 Dark Star Entropy Altered Simplified Potions and their formula. Vassal Deities, Twilight Snow, Dog God. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 153. Worshippers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 24, Devout Believers 97, Fanatical Believers 21. Characteristics, Unwavering Faith. Those of wavering faith have long been lost in the vast lands of the Divine Ruins. Specialty products, none. Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Silent Lava or Black Iron or Vortex Spirit Cultivation Technique, Fireflow Rock. First Tier Inferior Divine Artifacts, Arrows, Shield, Modao. Blood Boiling Body Tempering Technique. White Sugar, Super Beats. Radium Uranium Oregon 7 pieces of 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover, 1 Phantom Light Sword, 3 Phantom Light Arrows. Fang Xiang stared at his interface, pondering other methods to boost success rates. Chapter 84, The Mechanical God Cult. He stared at the Dark Star Entropy Transformation Simplification Potion. This item might be worth carrying if things went south, it could be a last-ditch gamble. Additionally, tonight was the time to recruit a new vassal. After all, the hidden advancement ritual granted by the map required 3 vassal deities. While Fang Xiang Village prepared for tomorrow's journey to the Night Ruins, Blackwater Village lay sleepless all night. The Blackwater God's shadowy, profound divine radiance enveloped the entire village, its terrifying divine might leaving every villager in a state of panic. The Blood Moon God gazed at the Blackwater God statue atop the altar platform, contracting his divine power as much as possible to diminish his presence. Just moments ago, he sensed the remaining 2 devotions vanish as well. Whether Yi Wuming and Zhao Woyan had perished or faced some other fate remained unknown. Now, he had only this fanatical devotee left to parasitize. Soon, perhaps within days, his divine power would be exhausted, and he would become a sacrifice to the Blackwater God. Of course, what intrigued him most was that Lu Chen and the others hadn't returned to the village. Returning to the village before nightfall and never spending the night outside were fundamental rules of the Dark Forest. Lu Chen and the others not returning likely means something has gone wrong. Given the Blackwater God's fury, it's highly likely they're dead. Lu Chen was a level 21 great swordsman. In the Dark Forest, barring encounters with terrifying special monsters or foolishly entering the divine protection of a deity's sanctuary, he was virtually invincible. How could he possibly be dead? Even the Blood Moon God found this utterly unbelievable. At that moment, the Blackwater God's furious voice echoed over Blackwater Village, damned Fang Xiang. The Blackwater God had originally intended for Lu Chen to subjugate the believers of Fang Xiang Village. But now, his most trusted follower had died so suddenly. How could he possibly tolerate this? The Blackwater God decided to collaborate directly with the Nushu judges and advance the plan. Fortunately, he had a fresh divine essence at his disposal. It couldn't be more perfect as a sacrifice. Moreover, according to that person, the differential Holy See seems quite interested in the Night Ruins as well. The Inquisition has already dispatched agents to the Night Ruins to harvest the fruits sown years ago. Once matters there conclude, it will be the day Fang Xiang Village meets its end. Fang Xiang Village. It has been an hour since Fang Xiang issued the recruitment notice for vassals. Yet, no one has accepted. Many sought to align with Fang Xiang as allies, not vassals. After all, becoming a vassal meant signing a master-servant contract. What if Fang Xiang demanded they surrender all their resources, commit suicide, and even offer up their divine essence to him? That would be a huge loss. Under the contract's constraints, they'd have to obey even the most outrageous commands Fang Xiang issued. Becoming a vassal meant becoming a tool at his mercy. No one in their right mind or unless driven to utter desperation would ever agree to such a fate. Fang Xiang had anticipated this outcome. But he wasn't in a hurry. With a large enough pool of people, even the claim that I am Qin Shi Huang would find believers. Someone would always take the bait. Fang Xiang continued posting recruitment messages in the chat section. I can provide divine artifacts and help you overcome one crisis. Interested parties, please DM me. Upon seeing Fang Xiang's recruitment message, many were already tempted. Divine artifacts? Plus help getting through a crisis? Sounds pretty tempting. The big shot is the biggest arms dealer in the region. If I could join his faction, I'd be all for it. But becoming a vassal? No thanks. This kinda smells like a scam. Be confident, drop the seems like part. The heavenly path rewards diligence. How could the big shot do something like that? He probably just wants to recruit more minions to mentor newbies? Nothing good ever comes for free. Once you sign that contract, they'll make you spit out your artifact and divine essence, believe me. Exactly. Signing a servant contract means your fate is completely controlled by others. Might as well just die. No way. Is anyone really dumb enough to sign up? The chat area buzzed with activity, all attention drawn to Fang Xiang's recruitment post. Mushua watched as people badmouthed Fang Xiang, boiling with rage. She immediately flashed a video of her own village. I'm the Lord's vassal. With his help, our village keeps thriving. I even made the believer rankings. Those slandering the boss just can't stand seeing others succeed, right? Some who had been hesitant before instantly perked up after seeing Mushua's video and started messaging Fang Shi privately. After all, many knew what Mushua village had been like initially. Besides salt, there was nothing. Now the followers seem to be eating well, at least no one's starving. And what's more, Mushua actually possesses quite a few extraordinary weapons. Of course, some questioned whether Mushua was a plant. Mushua is just a lackey of the heavenly way, rewarding diligence. Maybe this whole thing is staged. The goal is to lure us into a trap. Watch out, you might get sold out with nowhere to cry. Fang Shui paid no heed to these doubts. All he lacked now was a vassal. This requirement was surprisingly easy to fulfill. When cornered, people will always consider taking a gamble. Fang Xiang sifted through his private messages and quickly identified a suitable candidate. Desert Reaper. This mining magnate was actually interested in becoming his vassal. After all, his extraordinary weapons all depended on the mine owner's support. Without the magnate's mystical iron ore, he'd never have become the region's largest arms dealer. Fang Xiang inquired with some curiosity, what difficulties have you encountered lately? One wouldn't abandon freedom and consider becoming someone's vassal without facing real difficulties. The Desert Reaper cut straight to the point. Exactly. Have you heard of the Mechanicus, boss? Fang Xiang, that faction seems formidable. Did you cross them? Desert Reaper, not me provoking them. It's their differential Holy See Inquisitors hunting divine essences everywhere. I'm on their hit list. They've had me surrounded for ages now. Thankfully I traded for supplies here, otherwise my followers would have starved to death long ago. But my situation isn't looking good either. Judging by their preparations, they're planning a full-scale assault. Fang Xiang, somewhat surprised, a full-scale assault? Is the Mechanicus really that aggressive? You're a deity, how many divisions do they have? How dare they be so brazen? The Desert Reaper flicked open a video. In the footage, the members of the mechanical god cult did not appear to be fully human, but rather beings fused with mechanical constructs. Their bodies were encased in cold, mechanical shells, their faces concealed by grotesque bronze masks of the devouring beast, appearing airy and terrifying. But the most crucial detail was this: these beings actually possessed a mechanical god statue. The mechanical idol possessed a Klein bottle-structured deer skeleton, with each rib formed from Mobius strip-shaped star iron springs. Most crucially, a divine radiance formed by an entropy force field swirled around them, dispelling the terror of the night. It was the dead of night. Without divine protection, ordinary folk dared not venture out. Yet these people were wandering about with a deity in tow. Special symbiotic divine entity. The term suddenly sprang to Fang Xiang's mind. Deities could not normally leave their domains. Departing would exact a tremendous toll. The special symbiotic divine entity seemed to be an exception. Right now, the group held in their hands was none other than a special symbiotic divine entity. Only a deity can end a deity. What if, one day, the mechanical god cult arrived bearing a divine entity of their own? A strange sense of unease crept into Fang Xiang's heart. Fang Xiang asked, is that a divine statue they have? What rank is it? Desert Death God, a low-grade wild deity. They seem wary of the divine entity's power, and wielding this statue demands a heavy toll. They've been scheming about something these past few days. But the distance is too great, and barriers obscure the sound. I cannot make out their words. Fang Xiang, how do you want me to help? Chapter 85 Vassal Deities.
Engaging with these individuals early could yield valuable intelligence. Therefore, Fang Xiang has decided to intervene in this matter.
Desert Reaper, I desire you to bestow upon me a divine artifact.
I shall become your vassal.
With a divine artifact, the combat power of a divine entity would increase exponentially. If it comes to battle, the odds of victory would be much higher.
With a divine artifact in hand, he'd have a 70% chance of victory.
Fang Xiang readily agreed. But we must first sign a contract. The gift of the artifact can be included in the terms.
Desert Reaper agreed.
Fang Xiang, additionally, I have one small request.
Desert Reaper, please speak.
Fang Xiang, when the battle begins, remember to start a live stream. I might be able to assist you.
Desert Death God,
certainly no problem. After signing the contract with the Desert Reaper, Fang Xiang's task as a subordinate deity was considered complete. The next day,
a gray sun stared gloomily down upon the dark forest, casting cold, merciless rays.
This added an eerie, sinister aura to the entire dark forest. To make the most of the time, Wang Yuan and his companions mounted their black hounds and charged toward the ruins of the Black Night as soon as the gray dawn appeared. Fang Xiang unfolded the map, beginning to chart the optimal route.
Though the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but the distance from Fang Xiang village to the ruins of night is a full 25 kilometers, and the path is littered with terrifying monsters. If possible, Fang Xiang actually wanted to establish a vassal shrine village midway to serve as a way station.
Blackwater village would be ideal. Its proximity to the night ruins made it perfectly suited for such a purpose.
If possible, Fang Xiang planned to relocate the villagers of Dog God village to the area between the ruins of night and Fang Xiang village.
This would save Wang Yuan and the others considerable travel time. After mapping out the route, Fang Xiang's divine voice echoed in Wang Yuan's mind, 1 kilometer west, then 4 kilometers north.
Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan immediately obeyed the command and led the group onward.
With Fang Xiang's guidance, they encountered no danger along the way.
At most, they encountered a few ordinary monsters.
Yi Wuming could dispatch them effortlessly. This left Yi Wuming, who had once ventured into the ruins of darkness, utterly astonished. Previously, when he had traversed these same lands, danger lurked at every turn. The slightest misstep could have turned him into monster fodder. Back then, over a dozen followers had journeyed with him, yet he alone had successfully entered the night ruins.
Back then, his success had been pure luck.
Yet now, Wang Yuan and his group seemed to have even better luck than he had. After traveling 20 kilometers northwest, the ancient trees of the dark forest gradually thinned out. In their place lay a desolate wasteland.
A bitter wind howled across the wasteland, carrying scattered snowflakes and leaving shrill whistles in the frigid air. The sky glowed with a leaden gray light, casting a gloomy hue over the desolate land. The wasteland appeared devoid of life, yet danger lurked everywhere. Beneath the black sands lurked many terrifying monsters.
Yi Wuming lowered his voice. Everyone, be careful.
There are many monsters beneath this black sand. Wang Yuan remained composed, no need to worry.
As long as we follow Fang Xiangjuan's guidance, we'll be fine.
Yi Wuming cautioned, even a divine entity cannot predict the monster's movements.
A deity's vision isn't that far-reaching.
This place is well beyond the sight range of even an intermediate-level wild god. If something goes wrong, it could be deadly.
Wang Yuan remained unflappable. Fang Xiangjuan's power far exceeds your imagination.
You need only obey his divine command. Li Changsheng and the others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Wuming could say little more and could only nod in agreement. Yet his eyes darted warily around the surroundings, wary of any terrifying monsters that might appear.
A level 12 great swordsman was hardly an exceptionally powerful presence within the dark forest. Level 30 monster lords were far from rare.
This area remained within the dark forest's domain, yet the towering ancient trees had vanished, giving way to a vast, desolate wasteland. Eroded by the black fallen rain, the wasteland reeked of rotten eggs. A dozen dark figures raced across the wasteland, their canine-like paws thudding heavily against the ground.
Wang Yuan, seated at the front, gripped the reins tightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead.
The cold wind whipped his black cloak, making it flutter wildly. Besides the 7 black hounds ridden by the riders, there were 7 more black hounds. These were the finest black hounds from Dog God village. Powerful and robust in build. What surprised Yi Wuming was that the journey ahead truly brought no encounters with formidable monsters. They only encountered low-level common monsters.
They could easily handle them, even gaining a significant amount of experience points.
Unbelievable, Yi Wuming murmured as he rode atop the black hound. His gaze swept across the barren wasteland stretching endlessly around him, his brow furrowing slightly. Last time I came here, I encountered 3 waves of undead hordes in this area alone.
Yet now, we've encountered no danger at all. Wang Yuan's lips curved upward. With Fang Xiangjuan guiding us, we naturally avoid those dangers. Just then, Fang Xiangjuan's vast and majestic divine voice echoed in his ears. A monster approaches from the east. It is targeting you.
Wang Yuan startled.
Coming for them?
Wang Yuan looked toward the east.
the sky appeared calm and serene. Everything seemed perfectly calm. But Wang Yuan knew Fang Xiangjuan's warning could never be wrong. Everyone, be cautious. Fang Xiangjuan just emitted a divine sound, something is coming for us. Yi Wuming gripped his phantom light sword tightly, gazing at the black sand ground. A bone-chilling cold suddenly seeped up from the earth. The black hounds beneath everyone's feet growled in unison, their fur bristling. The ground began to shake violently, small pebbles dancing and clattering in rapid succession. Halt! Wang Yuan yanked the reins sharply, and the black hounds came to an abrupt stop. The others likewise reined in their mounts, scanning their surroundings warily. Not far away, the ground suddenly bulged upward. Black sand surged like water, rushing toward them. Boom! A terrifying, colossal monster burst forth from beneath the black sand. Its form was immense, like a twisted black fog intertwined with the sand, its features indistinguishable. Yet, the overwhelming sense of pressure it exuded sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. This was a special monster. Special monsters differ from special professionals, though equally rare. But their appearance rate far exceeded that of special professionals. Whoosh! Li Changsheng drew his bow and released an arrow. Dawnbreaker! The arrow transformed into the light of dawn, illuminating the gloomy gray day. The dawn arrow tore through the black mist, revealing the true form of this monstrosity. Its body seemed woven from countless writhing tentacles, each covered in a layer of scaly armor. The rough, eerily glowing armor of scales bore mystical and unholy runes etched upon each plate, emanating a nauseating stench. Chapter 86, The Abyssal Skeleton Demon. It possessed no fixed head. At the center of the swarm of tentacles lay a colossal, gaping maw chasm of an abyss that opened and closed ceaselessly. Within its depths lay layer upon layer of razor-sharp fangs, as keen as blades. Its appearance bore some resemblance to the bibit insect, but far more terrifying. Each fang dripped with pungent, green slime that corroded the ground into smoking pits upon contact. Dawn's arrow struck one fang, shattering it into dust. Yet more fangs surged forward relentlessly. The giant insect let out a deafening roar, kicking up a whirlwind of black sand. Wang Yuan and his companions immediately mounted their black hounds, retreating while fighting. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Changsheng gripped his bow tightly, unleashing a furious barrage of arrows at the monster. Dawn-splitting arrows sliced through the air, striking the giant insect's body. But the giant insect's tentacles were incredibly resilient, making it difficult to breach its armor. Yi Wuming swung his greatsword, its blade shimmering with silver starlight, as if determined to cleave through the black mist. A special effect granted by the Phantom Light Mica. Phantom Light Stream. Yi Wuming unleashed a Phantom Light Sword Chi, swift as a startled wild goose, striking at one of the giant insect's tentacles. The Phantom Light Sword energy transformed into countless silver-white streaks of light, shredding the giant insect's tentacle to pieces. At the same moment, Wang Yuan joined the fray. Gripping his spear with both hands, he roared with fury and hurled it toward the giant insect's heart. Die! The spear, driven by an unstoppable force, pierced through the giant insect's body. But the giant insect paid no heed. Its body twisted and contorted, swallowing the spearhead whole. Within its body, countless writhing tentacles intertwined and coiled around the spear, as if determined to snap it in two. Fortunately, the spear was a supernatural weapon, forged from mystical iron, incredibly hard. The tentacles struggled to consume it, instead causing the giant insect discomfort. It couldn't spit it out, yet couldn't swallow it either. Yet the group knew this spear could hardly inflict fatal damage on the giant insect. This monster's body is far too massive, it's a formidable foe. Li Changqing's expression darkened. Wang Yuan's voice was grave. This creature must be a Dark Abyss skeleton fiend? Dark Abyss skeleton fiend? Li Changsheng frowned. What kind of monster is that? Wang Yuan replied solemnly, an ancient text describes it as a divine creation with the ability to grow uncontrollably. It's extremely difficult to kill. That terrifying? Yi Wuming gasped. Judging by its aura, this Dark Abyss skeleton demon is likely a level 13, only one rank above me. But its combat power far surpasses mine. What do we do now? Its defenses are so strong, and its size is immense. Even if a divine artifact could pierce its defenses, it would be hard to deal fatal damage. Li Baxian also looked troubled. As a melee fighter, expecting an 8th level player to engage in close combat with a 13th level special monster was asking the impossible. Even with his artifacts boost, the level gap was no easy gap to bridge. Just then, a ghostly figure suddenly charged forward. Vilya charged at the Dark Abyss skeleton demon, wielding her phantom light sword. Without activating any skills, she relied purely on her mechanical being's raw stats to overwhelm the monster. Kill! Her form was lightning fast, the phantom light sword in her hand moving like wind and lightning as it struck the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's body. Clang! The Dark Abyss skeleton demon let out a shrill wail. Everyone could clearly see the phantom light sword strike, severing the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's tentacles before piercing through its body. How is she this fierce? Yi Wuming's eyes widened in shock. He had believed himself to be the strongest in the group. But he never imagined Virelia would be this powerful. Pure physical prowess alone had pinned the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon down, rendering it immobile. However, the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon was not dead. Its regenerative abilities were terrifying, and it activated its skill, Shadow Touch, beginning to continuously split off tentacles. This is bad. The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon seems capable of regeneration. If this drags on, we'll be in for a brutal fight. Li Changxing narrowed his eyes. We must finish this quickly. Everyone understood this. Immediately, they unleashed their full power against the Abyssal Skeleton Demon. Li Baxian, Wang Yuan, and Li Changxing, 3 seasoned professionals, joined forces to attack, supporting Yi Wuming and Virilia. Yet the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon proved relentlessly resilient. Despite the coordinated assault, it fought back relentlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand and pressing the group so hard they could barely catch their breath. If not for Virilia relentlessly severing its tentacles, they would likely have perished. Wang Yuan's expression grew grim. This Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon possessed formidable defense and regeneration. If the battle dragged on, defeat was inevitable. Yet while Virgilia's abilities were formidable, each strike exacted a tremendous toll. Therefore, Wang Yuan did not wish to deploy her until the critical moment. Yet without Virgilia's power, they would be worn down to death by this Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon sooner or later. As the group launched their assault, Fang Xiang tapped the crimson marker for the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon on the map, retrieving its information. Target: Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon Special Monster. Level: 13. Original Force: 150. Skills: Abyssal Curse, Shadow Touch, Frenzied Growth. Weakness: the protoplasmic nucleus encased within its scaled tentacles is extremely fragile, protected within the tentacles of its stomach. Unfortunately, no one has ever managed to breach the layered defense formed by its overlapping scaled tentacles. Fang Xiang pondered briefly and knew how to deal with this Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon. Fang Xiang activated his divine sound. Wang Yuan, the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon's weakness is its primordial nucleus, located in its stomach. Have Virilia and Yi Wuming deliberately let themselves be eaten, then coordinate with Yi Wuming to activate Dark Star Touch and devour the primordial nucleus. The protoplast is in the stomach? Wang Yuan understood immediately and relayed Fang Xiangjuan's instructions to Yi Wuming and the others. Yi Wuming gasped. After all, the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon's stomach contained highly corrosive acid. As a mechanical construct, Virilia wasn't affected. Her materials were made of ultra-high-strength special alloys. But ordinary practitioners were flesh and blood. How could they possibly withstand it? Yet without his Dark Star Touch, relying solely on Virilia's ordinary sword strikes would hardly breach the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon's stomach scales. Still, he had no choice but to trust Fang Xiangjuan now. Very well. We shall follow Fang Xiangjuan's command. Simultaneously, Ji Longyue issued commands to Virilia through mechanical instructions. Virilia's mechanical body began to transform, wrapping itself around Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming felt slightly uncomfortable being held so forcefully by Virgilia's rigid frame. But now, he could only trust her. Virilia's form shifted instantly. Her mechanical body transformed into a sphere, enveloping Yi Wuming as she charged toward the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon. The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon opened its massive jaws, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, and swallowed both of them whole. No chewing, straight to the stomach. Those sharp teeth were for attacking and tearing prey, not for chewing. Retreat! Wang Yuan ordered decisively. Withdraw while drawing its attention. Li Changxing nodded. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming and Virilia had already entered the Abyssal Skeleton Demon's stomach. Acidic fluids churned violently, enveloping them both. Virilia's mechanical body slowly glowed with a faint light. The phantom light sword in her hand erupted with unimaginable speed, slicing through a multitude of tentacles. Awu! The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon roared in agony as its stomach was destroyed. It even lost the strength to pursue Li Changxing and the others. But then, the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon unleashed its skill, Shadow Touch. This was its signature tentacle ability. The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon's tentacles rapidly extended, dense black threads materializing from the void to coil around Virilia and Yi Wuming's ankles and bodies. Virilia swung her mechanical arm, attempting to sever the tentacles, but they multiplied relentlessly. However, wielding the divine artifact, the Phantom Light Sword, she forcibly severed these tentacles, forming a ring of sword light. Yet, the shattered tentacles spattered their fluid, releasing a terrifying force. Yi Wuming felt his entire body tremble violently, as if some strange force was seeping through his skin and into his very being. Chapter 87, Dark Star Bloodwing. It was a debuff. The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon could not only control tentacles to attack enemies but also inflict debuffs. As a mechanical construct, Virilia naturally feared nothing. But he was different. Or rather, while Valia couldn't kill the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon, the Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon couldn't kill Valia either. Roar! The Dark Abyss Skeleton roared in fury. These two insignificant ants dared to invade its belly. They were practically begging for death. It struggled violently. The Dark Abyss Skeleton Demon's belly writhed like a living, disgusting worm. This is bad. Yi Wuming sensed the impending danger and resolved to unleash the Dark Star Touch to its fullest. He had never truly used this skill since acquiring it, because he always felt it was terrifying.
Once activated to devour other lifeforms, it would inflict unimaginable side effects upon the user.
But now, he had no choice but to use it. Within his spine, the Dark Star's touch grew wildly. This was a form akin to genetic augmentation. Under the Dark Star touch's amplification, Yi Wuming's power surged explosively. Boom!
A single punch smashed into the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's stomach sac, instantly shattering it and revealing a deep blue crystal stone. Semi-translucent, the crystal emitted intense psychic fluctuations, as if some soul was calling out. Without a word, Yi Wuming snatched the azure crystal and tossed it into his mouth. Pop! The azure crystal slid down his throat. A wave of icy coolness spread throughout his body, like soaking in a hot spring. A terrifying, indescribable power suddenly surged within Yi Wuming's body. His aura surged relentlessly, propelling him to level 13 in mere moments. Immediately, a powerful force swept through the surroundings, causing the air to tremble and form a vortex.
Everyone present froze in shock. What's happening?
They stared in horror at the Dark Abyss skeleton demon. His aura seemed profoundly off.
As if some power had awakened.
Within the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's stomach, the tentacles sprouting from Yi Wuming's spine thrashed wildly, voraciously devouring the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's flesh and blood, draining its nutrients.
The Dark Abyss skeleton demon's body wasted away, its muscles shriveling and withering.
Yet Yi Wuming grew at a rapid pace. In mere moments, the Dark Star tentacles on Yi Wuming's back swelled to several times their original size.
Snap!
The tentacles on Yi Wuming's back twisted and coiled, transforming into dark crimson wings. These were the wings of the Dark Star Wing Clan. He was evolving through a flesh-altering mutation. The corpse of the Dark Abyss skeleton demon was torn apart. A colossal, mountain-like black skeleton exploded on the spot, radiating boundless majesty that shook the very soul. In the next instant, before the stunned gazes of all present, the tentacles within Yi Wuming's body coiled around the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's remains, voraciously devouring its flesh and bones until it was completely assimilated. Dark crimson feathers covered his body, forming a shadow armor. Yi Wuming's eyes snapped open, his pupils deep and unervingly sinister. The wings formed from the Dark Star tentacles spread behind him, resembling a pair of demonic wings.
Have I successfully awakened the power within me?
Yi Wuming murmured to himself. Until just now, by devouring the Dark Abyss skeleton demon, the long-dormant potential within him erupted.
The power bestowed upon me by Fang Xiang is far more terrifying than I ever imagined.
Yi Wuming gazed toward Fang Xiang village, his eyes filled with reverence and admiration. So that was it, the potion Fang Xiang had injected him with that day was this powerful. He had always believed it was merely an auxiliary serum. But now he understood it wasn't a serum at all. It was a forbidden object that granted him immense power. With sufficient flesh and blood materials, he could grow even stronger. Touch of the abyssal depths, is this my secret art, flashed through Yi Wuming's mind. The effects of this secret technique were utterly unnatural. He even doubted whether he could have defeated the Dark Abyss skeleton demon without the Dark Star touch. Everyone gazed at Yi Wuming, whose back now sprouted Dark Star blood wings, their eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. After all, Yi Wuming had once been their enemy. And now he possessed such terrifying power. Li Changsheng, in particular, felt a persistent sense of unease. After all, he and Yi Wuming had had a minor friction earlier.
Li Baxian stared at Yi Wuming with excitement. Yi Wuming, is this the skill you gained after successfully changing your class? It's so powerful.
Yi Wuming shook his head. This skill was bestowed upon me by Fang Xiang. Without him, I could never have attained such formidable power. Yi Wuming's faith level surged by 1 point in that instant.
Remember, he had been an enemy of Fang Xiang village before.
Yet Fang Xiang still empowered him.
Beside him, Wang Yuan's gaze was complex.
After all, he was the one who had injected the serum into Yi Wuming's body. Li Changsheng cleared his throat. First, gather the materials from this Dark Abyss skeleton demon's corpse.
Then let's hurry on our way. Understood. Xiao Tian nodded.
Earlier, Fang Xiang village had slain a level 21 greatsword warrior, which had already struck him as astonishing. But he never imagined that Yi Wuming, whom they had now recruited, possessed even more terrifying strength. If Yi Wuming had fought earlier, he could have held his own against Lu Chen, maybe even outmatched him.
3 minutes could make Lu Chen happy 7 times over. Let's move. Time is short, we must reach the Black Ruins swiftly. Wang Yuan urged as he saw Xiao Tian gathering the Dark Abyss skeleton demon's bones. The group hastened their pace. Guided by Fang Xiang, they soon caught sight of the night ruins. Gray sunlight streamed through the twisted metal forest. At the heart of the urban ruins stood the colossal wreckage of the sky-piercing tower. The towering pillar pierced the clouds. Even after years of decay, its neon tubes still emitted multicolored glow, illuminating the entire city. Through this eerie glow, the group could discern more of the vast urban ruins. The metal structures of the tower had been gnawed into honeycomb patterns by rust fungi. Spore sacs quivered within the gaps of gears, and whenever monsters swept past, crimson mycelium erupted from the metallic honeycombs. But what truly stunned the crowd was the bronze cauldron sculpture in the central plaza, oozing a pool of boiling rust blood. Within it sat a rust blood infant, grinning maniacally. Its shrill, terrifying wails shattered the glass of surrounding buildings, awakening the dormant brain bridge splitters lurking in the shadows. These monstrous creatures crawled through the giant mushroom clusters, their split heads grinding like gears as tentacle-like blood vessels pierced the fungal colonies to draw nourishment. The entire ruined city resembled a mechanical corpse parasitized by fungi, rust fungus its new blood vessels. This symbiotic union of fungus and machinery prowled the ruins. Clouds of spores spread through the black mist, transforming the remnants of human civilization into a breeding ground of terror and the uncanny. This scene was truly spine-chilling. In such an environment, Li Changsheng sucked in a sharp breath. This is nothing short of a deathly hell. Everyone watched the unfolding scene with grim expressions. Yi Woming's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting shock and anguish. The resentment here is overwhelmingly intense. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, settling upon the colossal specimens one by one, sending a chill through his soul. Those colossal specimens included giants, beastmen, elves, and creatures of every race. Each was lifelike and vivid, radiating the essence of living beings. Yet, a thread of deathly stillness permeated their very beings. Like piles of rotten wood, carelessly discarded, never to change again. Chapter 88, The Double-Pupiled One. Through the map, Fang Xiang naturally witnessed the grand spectacle of the night ruins. Since his divine power had broken through to 50 points, the map had upgraded as well. The four-dimensional projection cast by the map was incredibly vivid, immersing one completely. It even allowed him to smell the pungent stench of blood. Upon seeing the specimens, Fang Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Life and death reborn as two." These specimens are no ordinary objects, they are unique mechanical creations. Symbioses of flesh and machinery. Who would have thought that even the ruins of this abandoned city could hold such magnificent sights? A chilling wind swept through the decaying metal ruins, carrying the scent of rust. The dark crimson wings behind Yi Woming trembled slightly, sensing the pervasive aura of death. What astonished Fang Xiang, however, was this: the sheer number of hidden powerhouses lurking within these nighttime ruins. The map was densely covered with red dots. Moreover, the night ruins were exceptionally vast. His map could only reveal 5 kilometers of the ruins, merely the tip of the iceberg. Beyond that lay what was likely the true heart of the night ruins. The night ruins. These specimens, they're all high-level powerhouses. Yi Woming's voice trembled slightly as his gaze swept over the enormous specimens. Each specimen appeared lifelike, as if it might open its eyes at any moment. A blue light flashed in Verilia's mechanical eyes as she spoke urgently, detecting massive unknown force fluctuations. Recommend maintaining vigilance. Every inch of air here is saturated with dangerous rust spores. At that moment, a piercing infant's cry suddenly shattered the deathly silence. The infant in the rust blood pool cackled maniacally, its body drenched in dark crimson rust blood, emitting a bone-chilling sound. "Watch out!" Wang Yuan barked. Instantly, the group formed a defensive circle, back to back, raising the sevenfold blazing heaven cover in their hands. Rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding giant mushroom clusters as countless brain bridge splitters slithered closer. "They've been drawn here." Li Changsheng gripped his weapon tightly, cold sweat trickling down his temples. The tentacles of those monstrous creatures whipped frantically through the air, emitting piercing sonic booms. Yi Woming swallowed hard. Damn it, when did the night ruins become this terrifying? It hadn't been like this when he'd come before. A chilling wind swept through the ruins, carrying a heavy, rusty stench. More terrifying monsters were moving. The dark crimson wings behind Yi Woming quivered faintly, each feather sensing the encroaching danger. "The atmosphere here feels even more eerie than last time," Yi Woming murmured, his brow furrowed as he stared at the neon glowing, towering ruins in the distance. Suddenly, the infant in the rust blood pool erupted into a shrill, piercing laugh, its echoes reverberating through the ruins. The infant's eyes possessed 2 pupils, a sight both eerie and terrifying. Yi Woming felt a chill run down his spine as the dark star touch within him stirred instinctively. A blue light flickered in Virgilia's mechanical eye, over 100,000 anomalous force fluctuations detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. The infant harbors an unknown force power beyond our computational scope. Its level is far beyond what we can oppose. Wait. Yi Woming reached out to halt his retreating companions. "Look at those specimens. They seem to be moving." Following his gaze, the group saw the massive racial specimens, their once rigid limbs now twitching faintly. Threads of rust-red blood trickled down the pedestals, pooling into the central reservoir. They were channeling their power into the double-pupiled infant. Most crucially, with the twin-pupiled child's maniacal laughter, they were reviving. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the distance. The earth shook violently as a colossal mechanical monster charged toward them. Its entire body was covered in rust, with vast patches of fluorescent mushrooms growing from its back. Rust blood dripped, forming eerie mandala patterns on the ground. Yi Woming's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipping a beat. What the hell is that thing? His hands clenched into fists without conscious thought, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Virilia swiftly scanned the mechanical beast, her cold voice tinged with a rare edge of tension. Highly dangerous mutant. Force level exceeds the upper limit recorded in the fragmented database. Level at least 30. Wang Yuan's expression also turned grim, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. We need to find a way to avoid it. A head-on confrontation isn't wise. Xiao Tian's breathing quickened, his throat feeling constricted. Avoid? How? Those damn pontine schizoids are everywhere. Yi Wuming took a deep breath, forcing down his panic. Stay calm. Panic will only get us killed faster. His gaze darted around the area, searching desperately for an escape route. Just then, the infant in the rust blood pool emitted another shrill laugh, chilling to the bone. The massive specimens swayed slightly with the laughter, as if they might break free from their restraints at any moment and pounce on them. Damn it, who the hell created these things? Xiao Tian's voice was laced with despair, his grip on his weapon nearly crushing it. Even Wang Yuan, witnessing such a terrifying scene, flashed a hint of terror in his eyes. Then, the vast and majestic divine voice echoed in his ears once more. At 4 o'clock, 15 meters underground, there is a secret passage. Crawl in. Wang Yuan's face lit up. Wonderful. It's the divine voice of Fang Xiang. We're saved. Fang Xiang says there's a secret passage 15 meters underground at 4 o'clock. Xiao Tian looked puzzled, hesitating. Fang Xiang. He's so far from the Black Ruins. How could he possibly know? Yi Wuming clenched his jaw, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. No time for questions. Follow Fang Xiangjuan's guidance, come with me. He suddenly charged toward a nearby metal ruin, his crimson wings abruptly unfurling to block several flying metal fragments. Stay close, he shouted over his shoulder, his voice echoing through the desolate ruins. Fluorescent blue rust seeped from the cracks in the metal ruins. As Yi Wuming's palm brushed against the jagged edge of a collapsed wall, his crimson wings suddenly trembled violently. A fluorescent mushroom on the mechanical monster's back erupted violently in the distance, sending a torrent of spores mixed with metal shards hurtling toward them. Hold your breath. Virilia's mechanical arm abruptly deployed a hexagonal light shield, enveloping the group in a pale blue energy field. The spore rain pelted the barrier with a corrosive hiss. Xiao Tian watched in horror as his sleeve was eaten away, revealing writhing veins beneath his skin. The rust blood pool suddenly boiled, and the infant's laughter transformed into a high-pitched shriek. It seemed to be awakening something. The dark red tentacles behind Yi Wuming's ears violently pierced the ground, pinning 3 skeleton soldiers about to break through the earth firmly into the concrete. Crimson fungal filaments pulsed within the hollow eye sockets of the white bones, while foul-smelling spores spewed from their gaping jaws. 3 o'clock. Fang Xiang's calm voice rang out, making Wang Yuan's heart skip a beat. Chapter 89, The Pawn Splitter. He immediately bellowed at Li Baxian, "You're back. Watch it." Li Baxian's modao suddenly refracted an eerie crimson glow. Behead. It was his only skill. Yet the power unleashed was terrifyingly immense. The divine Mo Dao blade, radiating crimson primal energy, slashed violently toward his own back. Boom! The divine Mo Dao sliced cleanly through the air, then emitted the sound of a hot blade cutting through butter. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Everyone turned to see the elf specimen's eyelids twitching. Its jade-colored pupils were laced with fine blood vessels, and the metal chains wrapped around its neck emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound. The Modao's extreme sharpness ignored its level entirely, slicing open the corner of its eye. But clearly, this elf specimen possessed extraordinary self-healing abilities. The wound closed almost instantly. Of course, the most terrifying aspect was its silent, stealthy approach. Li Baxian's scalp prickled with dread. Had Fang Xiang not warned him moments ago, he would have been ambushed by the spirit specimen. Quick! Find the secret passage Fang Xiang mentioned. Otherwise, we'll be worn down to death. Wang Yuan said calmly. He could indeed activate the new dance directly, summoning Fang Xiang to devour all these monsters. Viola's heels erupted with ghostly blue flames as her mechanical palm pressed against the rust-speckled ground. Following Fang Xiangjuan's guidance, I've detected an energy conduit 3 meters below. Recommend breaching via explosive charge. The particle cutter springing from her waist began dissolving the steel plate, but the spattering molten metal suddenly solidified mid-air into arrow-shaped projectiles. At that moment, the infant in the rust blood pool erupted once more with a shrill, maniacal laugh. The pawn splitter emitted a grotesque roar as its spine split open, revealing the metallic conduits within. Boom! Flesh and bone exploded, and the cannon formed from metal and flesh unleashed a terrifying hail of metallic arrows. The barrage darkened the sky, obscuring the gray sunlight as it descended upon the group. The wings on Yi Wuming's back unfurled with a thunderous roar, dark red tentacles weaving into a net-like shield. The metal arrows struck the organic shield, splattering purplish black blood. The tentacles began devouring the rust fungus coating the arrows. A burning, strange pleasure shot through his spine, like millions of ants gnawing at his marrow. Dawnbreak. Li Changqing's transcendent arrow slammed into the giant mushroom's cap. The transcendent arrow exploded instantly. The blast's shockwave ripped half the metal faceplate from the mechanical monster, exposing a pulsing fluorescent heart within its skull.
Yi Woming suddenly noticed the heart surface was covered in familiar dark star patterns somewhat similar to the potion bestowed by Fang Xiang. These things, he feared, likely originated from the same faction. The rust-blooded infant's wail abruptly shifted pitch, transforming into a chant in some ancient language. All specimens opened their eyes simultaneously. The elf specimen's lips split wide to its ears, its jade-like eyes forming kaleidoscopic patterns. No! Yi Woming felt a pang of dread and abruptly turned to look at Virilia. Virilia's mechanical pupils abruptly contracted to pinpoints, while a pale blue halo formed spiral patterns across her irises. Yi Woming saw crimson veins pulsing beneath her alloy skin, the telltale sign of rust fungus invasion. Electric sparks erupted from the mechanical girl's fingertips as her phantom blade abruptly swung toward her companion. Li Changsheng gasped, "Those dual pupils can actually control mechanical constructs?" "Not entirely." Yi Woming stared at the rust fungus spreading across Virilia's body. It seemed the true power of this double-pupiled infant lay in commanding these fungi capable of corroding mechanical constructs. Energy contamination has reached critical levels, nearing uncontrollable states. Virilia's voice was laced with the jarring screech of metal grinding as armor plates peeled off her left arm in a clattering cascade, revealing gear clusters filled with rust-colored fungal filaments. Yet, the phantom light sword in her hand lunged toward Li Baxien. A level 26 mechanical construct even without activating skills, a casual thrust was beyond Li Baxian's ability to evade. Too fast. And it was Fang Xiang's divine artifact, the Phantom Lightsword. Li Baxien could only watch helplessly as Virilia thrust the Phantom Lightsword toward his head. Fang Xiang Village. As Virilia's master, Ji Longyue immediately sensed her mechanical creation was about to go rogue. She immediately issued mechanical commands, attempting to regain control. The sword aimed at Li Baxien froze mid-strike. In Wang Yuan's ear, Fang Xiang's divine voice echoed, "Let Yi Woming's dark star touch devour these rust fungi." Wang Yuan promptly relayed Fang Xiang's divine decree. Yi Woming hesitated not a moment, acting precisely as commanded. The tentacles on his back violently pierced into Virilia's spinal interface. Dark crimson patterns eroded backward along the data cables, the mechanical maiden screams mingling with electronic static echoing through the ruins. The tentacles devoured the rust fungus within her body. Purple-black viscous fluid gushed from her joint crevices, solidifying on the ground into the shape of a struggling infant's hand. That was the power of the dual-pupil infant. "Hold on!" Yi Woming roared, veins bulging on his forehead. He felt two utterly different energies clashing within him. The dark star power bestowed by Fang Xiang and the rust-blooded infant's curse were locked in a tug-of-war deep within Virilia's marrow. Simultaneously, these two forces began shifting their battlefield into his own body. Every down feather on his dark crimson wings stood on end, oozing a sickly sweet mist of blood. Fortunately, he finally prevailed. He purged the rust fungus from Virilia's body. Only then did Li Changsheng understand why Fang Xiang had insisted he bring Yi Woming into their fold. It turned out that within the other party's body lay a devastating weapon capable of countering these rust fungi. And this ultimate weapon had been bestowed upon Yi Woming by Fang Xiang himself. However, he also understood that this antidote was likely not as effective as it seemed. Its success rate was likely extremely low. Otherwise, Fang Xiang wouldn't have entrusted it to an outsider. Li Changsheng found Fang Xiang's strategy utterly brilliant. "Go!" Wang Yuan roared as he pushed open the hole previously torn by Virilia. Everyone scrambled toward the opening. The moment they entered the opening, the remnants of the sky-piercing tower erupted in a blinding flash. Neon tubes pulsed violently like awakened blood vessels. All specimen chains snapped simultaneously. The emerald pupils of the spirit specimens bled rust-colored blood as they began chanting a bone-chilling requiem. Where the sound waves swept, fluorescent mushrooms on the mechanical monsters' backs proliferated wildly, their caps sprouting eerie Tao-Dai totem patterns. Within the secret passageway, the group had barely descended when they realized this place seemed unsafe too. Wang Yuan suddenly grabbed Yi Woming's wrist, pointing ahead, "Look at that." The blade of his knife reflected eerie light spots, illuminating the scene ahead. There lay the corpse of a mechanical monster. Its chest cavity was ripped open, revealing a mechanical heart whose surface now bore dark star patterns merging with rust fungus into entirely new symbols. Yi Woming's body trembled violently. That symbol was unmistakably identical to the one he had seen in Blackwater Village. "All right, gather the materials from this thing. Ji Longyue should find them useful," Li Changsheng said in a deep voice. "Once the materials are secured, we move out immediately. The monsters outside won't let us go." "Understood." Xiao Tian and the others nodded, swiftly dismantling the materials from the mechanical body before retreating. Chapter 90, Flesh Reborn, Machinery Ascended. As the group retreated, Fang Xiang studied the rust-blood pool through the map. The rust-blood pool boiled violently, nearly erupting. The infant's skin peeled away in patches, revealing the symbiotic trunk of machinery and flesh beneath. This sight left Fang Xiang somewhat astonished. This world truly is wondrous. Flesh, machinery, and fungi fused together so perfectly to form such a terrifying weapon.
This double pupil must be the work of the machine cult. Fang Xiang had already formed his suspicions. I never imagined this faction's reach was so extensive. Moreover, they seem to be relentlessly hunting gods and creating all manner of monstrosities. What their true purpose could be remains a mystery. And the Desert Reaper, I hope he can stand against the mechanic cult's inquisition. Fang Xiang opened the dual pupil ice profile, seeking information about this entity. To his surprise, it displayed insufficient permissions. Is it because I'm too far away? Or does this double pupil have some special properties? Or is it because my followers are too far away, making it difficult to gather clues? Fang Xiang thought to himself, looks like I need to advance to a high-rank wild god quickly and enhance the map's capabilities once more. Night Ruins. Virilia's mechanical eye flashed with a faint blue glow, energy resonance initiated. Detecting numerous symbionts in the vicinity. Recommend immediate evacuation. Her voice regained its calm, yet the words sent a chill through the group. An ambush in this dark passageway? Fang Xiang, however, detected through the map that Virilia had been hacked again. This Night Ruins truly was a disaster zone for mechanical constructs. Virilia's been parasitized by a gene spiral tail needleworm. Get Yi Wuming to cleanse her immediately. Fang Xiang's divine voice echoed in Wang Yuan's ears, sending a slight tremor through his heart. Wang Yuan immediately relayed Fang Xiang's divine decree to the others. Yi Wuming stared intently at Virilia's pale blue mechanical eye, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. He acted almost instantly upon receiving Fang Xiangjuan's command. Yi Wuming's knuckles cracked as he seized Virilia's shoulder armor. Blue-purple electric arcs spattered from the tentacle-wrapped interface. The mechanical girl's chest cavity echoed with the grinding of jammed gears. Dark crimson mycelium began burrowing from the depths of her throat, twisting in the air to form the totemic patterns of Fang Xiang village. Synchronization countdown, 45 seconds. Virilia's voice trembled with electronic static as rust-colored blood crept up her mechanical neck toward her carotid artery. Yi Wuming suddenly noticed microscopic mechanical insects suspended within the blood droplets. These were the terrifying tools of the mechanic cult's genetic engineering genetic spiral tail needleworms. Moreover, a vast horde of mechanical monsters suddenly appeared ahead in the dark passage. Though not high level, their sheer numbers were terrifying. Li Baxian staggered forward, cleaving through two charging skeleton soldiers. He noticed the dark star patterns on his blade resonating with Virilia's heartbeat. Yi Wuming gasped in shock, roaring, "These rust fungi, they were cultivated in the mechanized cult's genetic laboratories." His roar was drowned out by the awakening roars of the specimens. Outside, the neon veins of the sky-piercing tower suddenly burst. Amidst the sky-filling glow, the chains binding all 12 specimens snapped simultaneously. Gears spilled from the elf specimen's cracked mouth, while its jade pupils fired crimson lasers. The frost giant let out a thunderous roar. 12 level 30 sovereign monsters broke free from their cages at that very moment. Yet their target was not Yi Wuming and his companions. Their destination was the lair of the nightmare. It seemed there were other intruders. The secret passageway. The passage began narrow, barely wide enough for one person. After traversing several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up. The group discovered that the space beneath the passage was vast. It appeared to be a natural cavern that had been modified. The mechanical monsters, murmuring strange incantations, advanced toward the group wielding long blades. These mechanical beasts had clear divisions of labor, archers, gunners, and blade-wielding combatants. Yi Wuming yanked Virilia into a roll to evade, as laser blasts from the gunners scorched the ground into charred patches. Resonance peak in 3 seconds. Virilia's mechanical arm suddenly twisted backward, its particle cutter thrusting toward her own energy core. Yi Wuming's tentacles wrapped around her elbow joint a split second earlier, crimson-tinged hairs oozing black viscous fluid. He had to subdue Virilia immediately. Outside, the rust blood pool exploded violently. The infant's mechanical torso extended 300 cable tentacles, each strung with a human skull. It was performing some mysterious ritual. Yi Wuming's clothes suddenly burst into flames, revealing the writhing dark star birthmark on his back. "They are calling me." His gaze unfocused, he stumbled toward the boiling blood pool. Seeing Yi Wuming also under control, Wang Yuan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. This nighttime ruin seemed far more terrifying than they had imagined. Yi Qingquang roared, "Brother! Snap out of it!" The fine hairs on Yi Wuming's wings stood on end. The moment the infant's tentacles coiled around Yi Wuming's ankles, the dark star tentacles behind him suddenly surged forward. Crimson tendrils, saturated with Fang Xiang potion's black liquid, pierced through the rust blood pool. A mangled, blood-soaked face emerged from the boiling plasma. The demon grinned savagely within the infant's skull. Sword chi resonance. Yi Wuming's phantom light sword severed the twin-eyed infant's tentacles. His eyes snapped clear as he devoured the mechanical insects within Virilia's body. The resonating dark star patterns abruptly transformed into chains, shielding everyone. The metal honeycomb tower erupted with a buzzing hum, and the blade Yi Wuming had thrust into the infant's severed tentacle began to vibrate at a high frequency. Yi Wuming seized the severed stump of the infant's tentacle with an iron grip. The symbol formed by the fusion of the dark star patterns and rust fungus crawled up his arm, veins bulging, as if alive. Fang Xiang observed this scene and calmly ordered, Wang Yuan, assist Yi Wuming in counter-controlling the dual pupil infant. Inject the remaining 2 vials of potion into his body. Only then did Wang Yuan realize. No wonder Fang Xiang had insisted he bring all the potions. It turned out he had anticipated this all along. Such strategic foresight was utterly terrifying. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan pulled out 2 syringes and forcefully plunged them into Yi Wuming's spine. Instantly, the dark star touch within Yi Wuming erupted into a frenzied frenzy. The struggle between Yi Wuming and the dual pupil for control of the rust blood pool intensified. Virelia's mechanical eye suddenly overflowed with rusted blood. She seized Yi Wuming's wrist with her free hand, the Sharkhouse data cable springing from her knuckles piercing his subcutaneous blood vessels, detecting imminent symbiotic mode activation. Cease resistance. The electronic voice was laced with infantile giggles as her data cables dissolved into liquid metal. It dripped onto Yi Wuming's hand, transforming into a writhing dark star emblem. Meanwhile, the surrounding mechanical monsters went completely berserk, seemingly intent on devouring Yi Wuming. Everyone watched Yi Wuming's transformation. They knew the only hope returning the tide now rested on Yi Wuming. Protect Yi Wuming. Wang Yuan commanded in a deep voice. Activate the 7-fold blazing heaven cover. Chapter 91, Reverse Control. The group immediately obeyed, forming a complete circle with the 7-fold blazing heaven cover to shield Yi Wuming. All around, hordes of brain bridge splitters watched with predatory eyes. Their crimson eyes fixed intently on Yi Wuming. Their retinas were linked to another mechanical construct, transmitting the entire scene to a different location. Sky-piercing tower. The 18th level. Here stood a laboratory of unparalleled precision. Various sophisticated instruments glowed with a cold, clinical light. The faces of Wang Yuan and his companions were projected onto a large screen. Within the laboratory stood 5 figures clad in white robes. Bronze masks covered their faces, radiating an aura of cold rationality and order, yet beneath it all, a long-suppressed madness simmered. The leader's bronze mask was adorned with ancient Tao Tai patterns. His voice was deep and ominous. These intruders who dared to enter the 9th district of the Night Ruins, they're no ordinary bunch. Not only is each equipped with a divine artifact, but one of them has even successfully injected the Dark Star Entropy Simplification Agent. Dark Star Entropy Simplification Serum? Another member gasped, stepping forward. Isn't that serum banned? How could anyone still have access to it? Moreover, its success rate is extremely low. If there truly exists a successful test subject, bringing them back would surely earn the favor of that esteemed figure. Lord Chen, shall I go down and capture him alive? Her eyes fixed intently on Yi Wuming in the footage. It seemed he had indeed injected the Dark Star Entropy Simplification Agent. Moreover, he had unlocked a new function of the Dark Star's Touch, the Dark Star Blood Wings. At that moment, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. In the footage, Wang Yuan had produced 2 Dark Star Entropy Simplification Serums and simultaneously injected them into Yi Wuming's body. These guys, what the hell are they? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Equipping everyone with divine artifacts was beyond even their capabilities. Only Chen Nushu possessed a low-grade first-tier artifact. Yet the artifacts wielded by the opponents appeared to be of superior quality. Otherwise, a practitioner who hadn't even completed their class change wouldn't have been able to drive back the elf specimen. Remember, the elf was a shadow assassin, a special class in life. Though most of its class skills dissipated after death. And its demonstrated power was not particularly formidable. But their level still stood as proof. Furthermore, this Dark Star Entropy Simplification Potion is a banned substance. They were confiscated and destroyed long ago. The formula for this serum has been lost to history. Yet the other party dared to inject this substance directly into their body. And not just one dose too. But what truly stunned them came next. After injecting the Dark Star Entropy Simplified Agent, Yi Wuming's Dark Star Touch erupted violently within him, actually suppressing their dual pupil infant. This, impossible. The crowd gasped in horror. The dual pupil child is the latest mechanical creation, a perfect fusion of flesh and machinery. The dark star power within them has already been cultivated. How could it possibly be countered by a mere level 13 professional? Chen Nushu's voice turned icy. The deity backing this man must be incredibly powerful, at least a 7th-rank divine entity. Otherwise, this level of power would be impossible. If it's a 7th-rank deity, the opponent likely commands the divine descent skill. This time, it's going to be difficult. Recall all 12 specimens immediately. Cease pursuit of those individuals. Prioritize eliminating Yi Wuming at all costs. But the others exchanged uneasy glances, clearly reluctant. Seeing his orders defied, Chen Nushu clenched his fists tightly. Within the mechanical god cult, major factions engaged in open and covert struggles, creating a complex web of alliances. Under the tribunal alone, the Nanzhou Judgment Squad comprised over 10,000 factions of varying sizes. And these men were pawns planted around him by others. Yet his faction was now in decline. Despite his extraordinary talent and exceptional abilities, he was suppressed and unable to raise his head. This leaves him feeling utterly powerless. What? In your eyes, the demonic visage matters more than the double pupils? Chen Nushu's voice was icy cold, and the suppressed fury sent a chill down the spines of the other four. One of them hesitated. But the Lord's orders. The primordial nucleus within the Xinyan is crucial to that noble. If the night god cult gets there first, we'll face severe repercussions from above. The four clearly didn't want to follow Chen Ninsho's orders, immediately invoking higher authority. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Ninsho's eyes. These fellows, truly loyal to the core. But the double pupil was crucial to him. This was a formidable weapon. If he could successfully cultivate it, bringing it back would earn his faction recognition from the higher-ups. Therefore, he had no choice but to meet this Yi Wuming personally. After all, if Yi Wuming were to turn the double pupil against him, this entire region would likely fall into Yi Wuming's hands. You two head to the Xinyan side. I'll go alone. Chen Nuo declared. I'll accompany you. One of them stepped forward, his voice solemn. All right. Shin Nana, you come with me. The rest of you head to the Xinyan. Chen Nansho gave Shin Nana a deep look before speaking indifferently. Within the dark passageway, Yi Wuming was now entirely enveloped in the dark star blood patterns, his handsome yet eerie features framed by a hoarse voice. I'm almost there. Once I reverse control the dual pupil, head straight to where the Xinyan is. Just as Wang Yuan was about to nod, Fang Xiang's divine voice echoed in his ear. A level 20 professional is approaching. Wang Yuan startled, so it was orchestrated all along. They're approaching now. Li Changsheng remained composed. We have the sevenfold blazing heaven cover bestowed by Lord Fang Xiang. No need for a direct confrontation, just defend. Once they appear, I'll test the waters. Understood. The group gripped their mid-tier first-grade divine artifacts tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance to the secret passage. Only Li Changsheng drew his longbow taut. The light on the phantom arrow flickered unpredictably, elusive and unreadable. After about 5 minutes, two figures burst in as expected. The bloodied and mangled pontine splitters parted to form two passages, welcoming the newcomers. The moment Chen Nuo appeared, Li Changsheng slowly uttered, Dawn. Whoosh! The phantom light arrows combined with the skilled Dawn, unleashing unimaginable power. Boom! It felt like a thunderclap splitting the clear sky. A terrifying aura swept outwards, colliding with the surroundings and forming rippling waves that spread throughout the entire dark passage. A flicker of shock crossed Chen Nushu's eyes. This force was utterly terrifying. Even though the opponent was only a level 9 professional, the sheer pressure they exerted sent chills down the spine of Chen Ninsho, a level 20 gunner. Chen Ninsho reacted with lightning speed. His gaze turned icy as intricate runes erupted across the surface of his mecha armor. Buzz! A golden pillar of light shot forth. In an instant, it enveloped the phantom light arrows fired by Li Changsheng. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. Li Changsheng's phantom light arrows tore through his gunfire assault and slammed into him with brutal force. Chapter 92, Symbiotic Agreement. Chen Nushu was startled and scrambled backward. Put! Blood spattered. A massive wound gaped across Chen Ninsho's chest, flesh mangled, bones exposed, fragments of entrails visible. He had been struck by the residual force of the phantom light arrow. He was both shocked and enraged. You dare! Chen Ninsho roared, his skin flushing crimson as a surging aura erupted from his body. His modified arms transformed into two massive barrels, spewing tons of flame as they locked onto Li Changsheng. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The flames erupted, and a massive shell hurtled toward Li Changsheng. Blackfall shotgun shells. Blackfall shotgun shells were a mandatory subject for gunnery masters. Typically, a shotgun shell is a specialized projectile crafted from blackfall and rain-tainted black powder mixed with other materials. Each round possesses extraordinary penetrating power and immense destructive force. What a terrifying weapon! Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow. However, the sevenfold blazing heaven cover in their hands was no pushover. Though this shell packs immense power, it stands no chance against a mid-tier first-grade artifact. Clang! 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 A series of metallic clangs echoed as the black-fallen shotgun shell was effortlessly blocked. What? Chen Nushu's face turned pale. After all, the black-fallen shot's power could easily pierce through a level 25 professional. Yet the opponent had blocked it. The shield you're using is a mid-tier first-grade artifact? Chen Ninsho instantly understood. 7 mid-tier first-rank divine artifacts? Which deity's followers were these, to be so extravagant? Shin Nana was equally stunned. Though their level was low, their gear was outrageously luxurious, utterly extravagant. Which deity's followers would use mid-grade first-tier divine artifacts as standard-issue weapons? Originally, they had assumed Wang Yuan and his group were using only low-tier first-rank divine artifacts. But now, each of them wielded a mid-grade first-tier artifact. This made her seriously consider converting to their deity's faith. After all, within the mechanic cult, only those who reached the level of a Nushu were granted a low-tier first-rank artifact. Moreover, this artifact still differed from a true divine artifact. Attack! Li Changsheng pressed his advantage, drawing his longbow once more as the divine artifact arrow erupted with force. Chain shot. 7 arrows shot forth, radiating terrifying pressure. Shin-nana's pupils reflected the intricate divine patterns dancing along the arrowhead's edges, while the metallic taste of blood rose in her throat. Though the arrows missed her, the sheer pressure had already lacerated her internal organs. This was the crushing pressure of a divine artifact. Chen Ningxiu roared, rampage flow. Triple star chain. From Chen Ningxiu's arm tube, a torrent of raging flames erupted as 3 explosive projectiles shot forth, colliding with Li Changxing's dawn arrow. A shrill screech of metal grinding echoed through the dark passageway. The modified arm tube of Chen Ningxiu did not spew ordinary flames, but a viscous, liquid-like plasma slurry. The 3 diamond-shaped fragmentation shells were enveloped in blue-purple electric arcs, leaving a scorched ozone stench in their wake as the air was electrolyzed. Clang! The ionized plasma surged forward. Wang Yuan immediately raised the sevenfold blazing heaven shield to block it. The lingering vibration of Li Changxing's bowstring had yet to fade when the divine patterns on the sevenfold blazing heaven shield suddenly writhed like living golden serpents, tracing the constellation of the Big Dipper across its surface. As the plasma slurry slammed down, Wang Yuan and his companions felt a sudden numbness in their arms. Even wielding a divine artifact, it was difficult to bridge the gap in power between them. The mechanical tentacles dangling from Shin-nana's sleeves suddenly stiffened. Their tips split open into 16 metallic mouthparts, revealing the crimson crystals concealed within. Crimson resonance. A half-scream burst from her throat as her entire body shifted 3 inches sideways in an eerie motion. The spot she had occupied was blown apart by a powerful thrust, spiderweb-like cracks erupting from the ground. Dark red brick fragments were torn to dust before they could even hit the ground, shredded by the golden light of the sevenfold blazing heaven. A stream of data flowed through Chen Nushu's mechanical prosthetic eye. His modified Adam's apple clicked like gears turning, then suddenly opened to spew a dark green acid mist. The explosive pellets instantly expanded into 3 blue-white spheres upon contact with the acid mist, their interiors faintly revealing gear-like energy ripples spinning wildly. Boom! The entire passageway twisted into a kaleidoscopic, grotesque distortion. A crisp crack of dislocated bones echoed from Wang Yuan's shield-wielding wrist. The golden light flowing across the surface of the sevenfold blazing heaven cover was corroded into honeycomb-like holes. Though the core of the sevenfold blazing heaven cover remained unharmed, Wang Yuan's force power was clearly beginning to wane. At that very moment, Chen Nushu sensed something amiss. The dark star blood wings on Yi Wuming's back suddenly wrapped around his entire body in reverse. Countless tiny blood-red suction cups sprouted from the tips of the wings, greedily feeding on the explosive energy dissipating in the air. The neural synapses of the double pupil are peeling away. Shin-nana suddenly clutched her left eye and screamed, crimson liquid metal seeping through her fingers. Like blood tears, eerie and terrifying. Dozens of mechanical tentacles erupted from her neck, each tip opening to reveal a flesh-colored eyeball filled with bloodshot veins. He must not complete the resonance. Otherwise, he'll sign a symbiotic pact with the double pupil and undergo complete evolution. Hearing Shin-nana's words, Fang Xiang raised an eyebrow. He only intended for Yi Wuming to backfire on the double pupil. As for this symbiotic pact, he truly knew nothing of it. But even if he didn't understand, someone else did. He immediately sought out Ji Longyue and briefly explained the situation. Ji Longyue, being a mechanic, naturally possessed extensive knowledge. Having a connection to her own mechanical creations, she grasped the concept instantly upon hearing Fang Xiang's words, her voice tinged with excitement. This symbiotic pact is actually a form of symbiosis. Yi Wuming alone couldn't achieve this, but with Vilya present, it becomes possible. The optimal approach is to achieve resonance between Virilya's heart, Yi Wuming, and Chong Tongzi. This will allow them to establish fractal dimensional neural synapses, forming a perfect symbiotic entity. At that point, the power of all 3 will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, I can utilize the matrix mechanics neural network to establish Yi Wuming and Virilya as the dominant entities. Fang Xiang understood and issued a divine command to Wang Yuan, have Yi Wuming coordinate with Virgilia to resonate the dark star touch, forcibly compelling Chong Tongzi to enter into the symbiotic agreement. Wang Yuan nodded and immediately executed Fang Xiang's command. Virilya, receiving Ji Longyue's mechanical directive, had already initiated the symbiotic agreement. The dark star power surged within Yi Wuming, flowing toward Virgilia's mechanical heart. Virilya's emotionless, mature voice announced, current progress of the corporate agreement 10%. The twin-pupiled infant in the rust blood pool let out a piercing scream. Its body was scorched by the crimson dark star energy backfiring, and a dark star flower bloomed from its pupils. This is bad. The double-pupiled infant is being consumed at an accelerated rate. Chen Nuo was alarmed. But to backfire a special existence like the twin-pupiled child, the symbiotic agreement requires a Schrodinger's cat-type heart and the cooperation of a mechanic. How could they possibly gather all that? These fools couldn't possibly manage it. Unless they've been laying the groundwork for ages? Sent by another big shot to stir up trouble? After all, the double pupil's involvement carries immense weight. Chapter 93, the backup plan activates. He was the illegitimate son of a major figure. The very hope of their faction's comeback. However, due to the target's highly sensitive movement techniques, the bastard son had to be raised outside their ranks. Now, after 3 years of incubation in the rust blood pool, nourished by the essence of 12 monster lords to temper his double pupils. Now, success is imminent. The child is about to complete its transformation quest and become a special class. If anyone were to steal this achievement, that powerful figure would likely lose his mind. After all, the blood, sweat, and tears poured into this over the past 3 years were simply too immense. Shen Nancho's pupils flinched slightly at the thought of the master's fury. Shen Nancho clenched his teeth. The Taotai mask suddenly cracked with spiderweb like fissures. He tore open his blood-stained uniform, revealing a hexagonal crystal cluster embedded in his sternum. The sealed purple-black energy within the crystal cluster began to boil, surging along the metallic patterns on his skin and channeling into the barrels of his arms. I have no choice but to use it. Shen Nancho barked, Shenana, activate your backup hidden energy source and channel it into my body. Shenana's pupils contracted sharply, Lord Nancho, no. I can pledge my loyalty to you. The metallic patterns on the gun barrels within Shen Nancho's arms flickered, emitting an ominous purple glow. Corrosive black fluid seeped from the mechanical arms interface, filling the air with a burning stench. Just as Shenana attempted to flee, Shen Nancho's barrel pierced her body. The corrosive fluid erupted, dissolving her flesh and blood until only the mechanical components, the second-generation energy reactor, remained. Shenana's backup hidden energy source was forcibly activated by Shen Nancho, draining its immense power. Shen Nancho's level surged to 25 in an instant. The terrifying aura sent shockwaves through the crowd. Li Baxian gripped the sevenfold blazing heaven cover tightly, gritting his teeth. What is he trying to do? Li Changqing's bowstring tightened. Whatever he intends, we must stop him. Virelia, symbiosis protocol progress 15%. Detecting unstable energy fluctuations. Yi Wuming was enveloped in crimson wings, the power of the dark star surging like a tidal wave. The symbiosis agreement had advanced significantly. But Yi Wuming and Virelia, two elite combatants, were now completely immobilized. Dare to scheme against me? You're all going to die. Shen Nushu's second-generation energy reactor erupted in blinding light, his entire body resembling an energy bomb poised to detonate. He raised both arms, mechanical barrels spewing scorching heat. You all die. No! He's about to fire an even more terrifying projectile. Li Baxian shouted. Wang Yuan immediately raised the sevenfold blazing heaven shield, golden divine patterns swirling across its surface. Block him. Virelia's mechanical voice sounded, warning, detecting unstable energy fluctuations. Symbiosis protocol progress disrupted. Current progress, 17%. Die. Shen Nua roared as he charged toward the group, the glow of the second-generation energy reactor in his chest intensifying as its temperature skyrocketed. Li Changqing drew his bow, a divine artifact arrow coalescing on the string with blinding brilliance. Wang Yuan, prepare. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the entire underground passage. Shen Nensho's second-generation energy reactor finally erupted, unleashing terrifying energy ripples that radiated outward from him. Wang Yuan and the others clung tightly to the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, struggling to withstand the energy storm. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming and Virelia, shielded at the center by the group, now faced their own peril. Within the rust blood pool, Chong Tonziziri, unsettling double pupils opened, revealing an arcane and obscure formulaic rune. Within the pupils of the double pupil, the runes swirled like nebulae, each one stirring the blood plasma within the rusted blood pool to churn violently. The dual-pupiled one roared with icy, commanding fury. You ants dare lay a hand on my son? Die. At these words, the expressions of all present shifted. Yi Wuming and Virelia's bodies trembled slightly. The power of the Dark Star was being devoured by the opponent, causing the symbiotic agreement's progress to regress to 12%. Moreover, the rate of regression was accelerating. It seemed they wouldn't last much longer. Instead, they risked being consumed by Chong Tonzi's backlash, becoming his slaves. Wang Yuan, Li Changxiang, and the others never imagined that just when things were going smoothly, a third party would suddenly intervene. If Yi Wuming and the others were truly reversed and controlled, their peril would be imminent. Shen Nushu's face lit up with delight. Excellent. That noble one's backup plan has been activated. Fang Xiang knew full well that anyone capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme must be no ordinary figure. Yet he never imagined that the moment they made their move, they would completely turn the tables. Still, he wouldn't sit idly by and wait for his doom. Ji Longyue, do you have a solution? Fang Xiang asked calmly, his voice carrying an air of unspoken authority and a hint of destructive intent. If she had no solution, he would unleash divine punishment, utterly annihilating the 9th district of the Night Ruins and taking Wang Yuan and the others with him. The dual pupils were formidable, yet even the finest weapon, if not wielded by its rightful master, would only break. What he couldn't possess, he would rather destroy. Ji Longyuan naturally detected the murderous intent in Fang Xiang's divine voice, her tone growing grave. The opponent isn't the main entity, it's merely a program left within the dual pupil. Formulas are cages, order is built upon programs. As long as my program overrides his, I can restart the symbiosis ritual. Moreover, I possess the ultimate trump card, mechanical evolution. By evolving Virilia, I can trigger a chain reaction that refreshes and strengthens the formulas within the double pupil, purging that individual's program from its core. Fang Xiang, though unfamiliar with C language and programming from his past life. But I still understood Ji-Long Yue's meaning. The other party intended to use the mechanical evolution skill to format the dual pupils. Alright. I'll leave this matter to you. Understood. I will not betray Lord Fang Xiangjuan's trust. Ji-Long Yue's small face was filled with determination, her crimson pupils glowing with an arcane formulaic rune. Then, the mechanical evolution skill activated. Influenced by Ji-Long Yue's skill, Virilia began to evolve. Virilia slowly opened her eyes, her silver hair moving without wind. Deep within her chest cavity, the gear-like mechanical heart accelerated its rotation, emitting a low hum. The surrounding air seemed drawn by her heartbeat, forming faint ripples in concentric circles. Her hands lifted slightly, blue electrical arcs flickering at her fingertips as if sensing something. Yi Wuming's crimson wings suddenly quivered violently, and the power of the dark star surged into Virilia's body like a tidal wave. In that instant, the energy fields between them rapidly merged, forming a complex vortex of power. Within the rustblood pool, the dual-pupiled one let out a shrill howl. The runes within its pupils began to disintegrate, as if suppressed by some greater force. No! Impossible! A frenzied roar erupted from within Chong Tonzi's body, absolutely impossible. Chapter 94, The Shao Clan of Lanling. You're actually a mechanic with mechanical evolution. Impossible. Even for a machinist, mechanical evolution can only be acquired after successfully changing professions. How could you, a machinist not even at level 10, possibly possess it? Yet none of this could halt the inevitable formatting of his program. Soon, the runes in Chong Tongzi's eyes transformed into Ji-Long Yue's. Chen Nushu couldn't accept this reality, his face frozen in shock. You! How did you manage this? Even that Great One's backup plan has been eliminated. Who exactly sent you? Wang Yuan and the others exchanged knowing smiles. They understood perfectly well that all of this had been orchestrated by Fang Xiangjuan. Otherwise, the enemy's backup plan couldn't have been shattered so easily. Surrender now, Wang Yuan began his persuasion, buying time. By pledging allegiance to our lord, you shall attain boundless glory. They were no match for Chen Nushu at present. They could only retreat into the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, lacking the strength to counterattack. After all, Shen Nancho was a level 25 gunner. Shen Nana's death was actually caused by the enemy themselves. As the sole ranged attacker, Li Changxing's force reserves were nearly depleted. Both the chain arrow and dawnbreaker techniques are extremely demanding on original energy. Using divine artifacts as arrows consumed even more. Now, they could only rely on the fortitude of the 7th tier blazing heaven cover to endure Chen Nensho's onslaught. Chen Nensho's face darkened, his eyes filled with conflict. Having reached this point, even if he managed to return alive, he would face the wrath of that great master. The only way out now was to kill these men and sever the symbiotic pact. It seems I have no choice but to invoke the divine descent. Chen Nensho caressed the bronze mask. Within this mask lay the power of a deity. Once activated, it would trigger the divine descent. But the cost of the divine descent was too great. Moreover, the requirements were exceptionally stringent. First, it requires a fanatic to wield it. Once activated, it consumes vast amounts of the deity's divine power. And for mortal flesh to bear divine power? It shortens one's lifespan. It's essentially trading away years of life for a fleeting burst of power. But now, he has no other choice. He must slay every last one of them. Just as he prepared to strike, a desperate cry from his comrade crackled through his earpiece, Chief Chen Nuo. They're from the Shao clan of Lanling. 12 Monster King specimens have been defeated by the mechanical constructs they brought. The Xinyan, we likely can't protect it anymore. What? Damn it! Chen Nyosho clenched his fists, glaring at Wang Yuan and the others through gritted teeth. The Shao clan. You truly are cunning. Split into two groups. The twin-pupiled one, the Xinyan, were taking them all. Don't you think that's a bit greedy? Wang Yuan and the others exchanged glances. With all of Fanshan village's forces gathered here, who would still go hunting the Xinyan? However, after a moment's thought, Wang Yuan seemed to grasp something. A smile spread across his lips as he said cheerfully, this was all the honorable master's arrangement. With your intelligence, being played like puppets is exactly what you deserve. Of course, if you remain stubborn and continue opposing the honorable master, we'll see it through to the end. Wang Yuan's smile remained serene as he slowly placed the divine new mask over his face. An ancient, mysterious aura rose from his body, its oppressive weight making Chen Nancho's fingertips tremble. Chen Nancho's eyes darkened. Without another word, he charged straight toward the hideous specter. Now, both sides held their trump cards. If either were to unleash it, neither would emerge unscathed. It was much like the nuclear superpowers of Fang Xiang's past life, no one would lightly unleash their ultimate weapons.
These trump cards held their greatest deterrent power precisely when left unused. Therefore, Chen Nansho dared not gamble. No one truly knows the depth of each side's devotion.
The amount of divine power a deity bestows depends on factors like the level of faith, rank, equipment, and more. Though his divine power surpassed Wang Yuan's, the bronze mask adorning Wang Yuan's face was superior to his own.
This alone compensated for the level disparity.
Thus, Chen Nyosho turned and left immediately.
If he could capture the Zhan Yen, he'd have something to report back with. At worst, he could switch allegiance to another faction. Though his path to advancement would be permanently severed, it was far better than dying here.
Watching Chen Nansho depart, Wang Yuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hopefully, they can hurry up. Wang Yuan sighed as he watched Yi Wuming and Virilia's figures recede.
The Xinyan was now a hot commodity, with both factions heading in that direction.
Moreover, both Fang Xiangjuan's promotion ceremony and Li Chanxing's job change quest required it.
Chen Nansho abruptly retreated several steps, spinning around to dash toward the exit of the secret passageway, sparks flying from beneath his feet. His mechanical legs emitted a dull rumble as the powerful thrust propelled him forward at an ever-increasing speed.
Wang Yuan watched Chen Nensho's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes as the sevenfold blazing heaven cover in his hand trembled slightly, its golden light flickering.
He remained utterly vigilant. If Chen Nansho were to make a surprise counterattack, it would spell trouble.
Fang Xiang village.
Through the map, Fang Xiang could clearly see Chen Nansho and his men rushing toward the location of the Xinyan. 2 of Chen Nyosho's men were already dead. Now, only 3 men remained with Chen Nansho. Meanwhile, the third group was advancing with the most momentum. They had now reached the outer perimeter of the Xinyan. When Chen Nansho arrived, he witnessed the enemy slaughtering the rest of his men. Only 2 of them remained. The leader possessed a handsome, noble countenance, a graceful figure with skin like spring snow melting and lips like vermilion dots on crimson. Truly, he was a peerless gentleman, a rare gem among men. This individual was not a mechanically enhanced lifeform, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. His level had already reached a staggering 27.
Higher than Chen Nansho's own.
Beside him stood a red-haired girl. Her hair, like crimson flames flowing with gold, fell casually over her shoulders. Her brows were like blades carved from cold jade, her eyes seemed to hold millennia of frozen ice, her skin as smooth as snow-covered cream, and her lips naturally crimson cold and exquisite as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Such a coldly beautiful girl caused even Chen Nansho to lose his composure slightly. What struck Chen Nansho most was that she was a level 31 mechanical construct. Her ice-blue pupils pulsed with intricate data streams, while the oversized greatsword strapped to her back towered over her, dominating 2/3 of her height.
You're Xiao Fan of the Xiao family? And this fellow beside you must be a member of your family's mechanical organization, the Great Sword? Chen Nushu's tone grew grave.
I never imagined you'd dispatch such a high-level powerhouse.
No wonder all 12 monster kings fell.
Xiao Fan smiled faintly, his bearing extraordinary.
Naturally. You must understand these are the dual-pupiled one and the fiendish specter.
Originally, we intended to take the double pupil, but that master truly became troublesome when enraged.
So we only took the Xinyan's primordial core. We hope Lord Chen will show us some leniency. Chen Nansho sneered coldly, only the Xinyan? You've already taken the double pupil. Now you won't even leave me the Xinyan, and you've killed so many of my men. Your Xiao family truly knows no bounds in its greed. Chapter 95, Alchemy. Xiao Fan froze in surprise. When did they capture the double-pupiled one?
They knew the importance of the double pupil to that powerful figure, so they never intended to keep it.
Instead, they went straight for the Xinyan. After all, the Xinyan's primordial nucleus was equally precious.
Not only that, but every part of the Xinyan was a treasure. The Xiao family, as an ancient alchemist lineage, excelled in the art of pill refinement. Such precious alchemical materials could only be utilized to their fullest potential in their hands. Especially the nightmare-shattering pill they could refine. It could help someone break through the level 30 bottleneck and achieve a second job advancement. Securing it would greatly bolster the Xiao family's strength. You must understand, each profession undergoes its first job change at level 10, second job change at level 30, and awakening at level 60. Special classes have a chance to undergo a second awakening at level 90, though the probability is extremely low. However, special classes face greater difficulty in advancing. They can only attempt advancement every 30 levels, and even then, the probability is extremely low. Typically, special class players cannot complete their class change, yet they remain vastly more powerful than ordinary classes. Of course, even special classes that fail to advance can still awaken. This is the source of their formidable power. The only drawback is that special classes have an extremely low spawn rate, coupled with the immense difficulty of awakening. Even those who possess a special class often go their entire lives without attaining a class rank. The nightmare-shattering pill is the precious elixir that allows class holders to achieve a second class change. Even for special class holders, it can increase the probability of successfully changing classes. This is precisely why the nightmare-shattering pill is so precious. The nightmare-shattering pill shatters the nightmares of class holders. Double-pupiled eyes?
Xiao Fan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What are you talking about? We've never seen a double pupil. Chen Nushu's eyes flashed with cold light as he sneered, pretending. If you hadn't secretly intervened, how could the double pupil eye have been stolen? The red-haired girl gave a light snort, her voice as cold as frost. We have no interest in the double pupil. We came here solely for the Xinyan. Chen Nengshou's mind was filled with doubts. He tightened his grip on his weapon, veins bulging on his knuckles as he pondered. Could a third party have intervened? If news of the double pupil eye leaked out, it's entirely possible. Chen Nyosho couldn't shake the feeling that an invisible hand was manipulating everything from the shadows. Even now, it was watching from the shadows. Xiao Fan's gaze darkened as he swiftly grasped the complexity of the situation. Looks like someone's sitting back, watching the tigers fight, hoping to reap the benefits. The red-haired girl raised her hand, and the massive sword on her back hummed with a resonant hum. Let's finish this quickly. Take down the Xinyan first. The rest can wait. Chen Nansho nodded slightly, turning his gaze toward the area where the Xinyan lurked. Agreed. Since our objectives align, let's join forces temporarily. We'll eliminate the Xinyan first. Xiao Fan paused briefly before nodding. Agreed. We'll cooperate for now. We'll discuss ownership afterward. With their understanding reached, both parties swiftly advanced toward the Xinyan's location. Fang Xiang felt slightly disappointed that the two parties hadn't clashed upon meeting. However, the moment Chen Nyosho and his group engaged the Xinxian was precisely when his professional agents would strike. Fang Xiang immediately activated Divine Sound. Wang Yuan advanced 4 kilometers northwest with Li Changshang. Ruins in the dark night. Secret passage. Upon receiving Fang Xiang's divine voice, Wang Yuan said to Li Changshang, Lord Fang Xiang commands us to proceed 4 kilometers. Understood. Li Changshang nodded without hesitation. After all, Lord Fang Xiang's orders held the highest priority. They only needed to obey. Li Baxian asked, should I come with you? Wang Yuan shook his head. No need. You stay here and guard Yi Wuming. The village chief and I will go alone. Li Baxian nodded. Very well. Wang Yuan and Li Changshang mounted their black hounds and charged northwest toward the 4-kilometer mark. Surprisingly, their path remained completely unobstructed. The brain bridge splitters paid them no mind whatsoever, seemingly because the dual-pupiled eyes were suppressed by Yi Wuming and Virilia. This was undoubtedly good news for the pair. Li Changsheng circulated the vortex spiritual cultivation method to hone his mental power, simultaneously accelerating the recovery of his original force. This was to prepare for the impending crisis. After all, besides the Xinyan, there was still the formidable foe Chen Nishu. A level 25 gunner unleashed terrifying destructive power. Among combat professions, gunslingers and archers have always been the two strongest classes. They boast immense destructive power and wide-ranging lethality. But Li Changsheng hadn't completed his class change yet, so naturally he couldn't stand up to a level 25 professional. If not for the 7th tier blazing heaven shield protecting them, they would have been finished long ago. The domain of the fearsome. Just as Li Changsheng and Wang Yuan arrived at this location, Xiao Fan and Chen Nushu had already reached it. The nightmare domain was shrouded in thick, murky fog. The purple mist obscured everyone's vision, making it impossible to see even an inch in front of them. Xiao Fan and Chen Nushu stood far apart, wary of each other. The red-haired girl drew her greatsword, waiting for her chance to strike. The Zhan Yan possessed exceptionally keen senses. The moment the two arrived, it launched its attack. All 7 of the Xinyan's heads simultaneously spewed purple venom, engulfing both men and the machine. The red-haired girl struck first, swinging her greatsword to unleash a blazing crimson blade. Put! The sword beam severed the venom and toxic mist, forcibly cleaving a path through them, exposing the Xinyan's true form. Xiao Fan had long heard that the Xinyan was a humanoid creature with 7 heads and 9 tails. Each head bore distinct features of beasts like tigers, leopards, and wolves, their skin covered in eyeball-like flesh growths. The tips of its 9 tails bore twisted vertebrae capable of secreting hallucinogenic venom. Yet when this peculiar monster materialized before his eyes, even Xiao Fan found himself genuinely stunned. Its level was only 21. Yet the terrifying sense of oppression made even Xiao Fan, a 27th level Jade Sword Immortal, feel a flicker of dread. Jade Sword Immortal, one of the most formidable combat-focused special classes. One sword cleaves the heavens, one sword subdues the world. As the prophesied ultimate weapon, he was born into immense expectations from the Xiao family. The clan paid an immense price to grant him this special class. Yet, artificially created special professions invariably carry significant side effects. His Jade Sword Immortal profession was incomplete. Thus, he must rely on slaughter to fill the missing pieces. Thus, when he heard he would hunt the Xinyan, he was utterly thrilled. Yet the moment he first laid eyes on the beast, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. His eyes reflected the Xinyan's colossal form, towering like a mountain. The creature seemed like a demon god descended from the 9 netherworlds, its aura condensing into a black mist that withered all vegetation in its path. This was an omen of cosmic calamity, the very progenitor of all evil. Even the dreaded rust fungus was suppressed in its presence, unable to spread. In the domain of the Xinyan, no living thing exists save the Xinyan itself. Roar! The Xinyan let out a furious howl, its voice like the wail of ghosts. 7 throats resonated in unison, their roar shaking the earth and mountains, turning the skies dark. Above the gloomy sky, clouds hung low, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. "It's going to rain," Xiao Fan murmured softly. At that very moment, Wang Yuan and Li Chanqing arrived on the battlefield. They witnessed the Xinyan's colossal form roaring beneath the thunderclouds. "What a formidable monster!" Wang Yuan murmured to himself. A level 21 Xinyan had reached such a staggering level of power. It was almost beyond belief. Chapter 96, Hunting the Zhanxian. Li Changqing's tone grew solemn. "Level, ultimately isn't the only measure of combat strength. Looks like we're in for a brutal fight soon." Fang Xiang ordered the 2 to lie in wait outside the Zhanyan's territory and not to enter. Upon receiving the divine command, Wang Yuan and his companion immediately sought cover and concealed themselves within the nightmare's domain. Beside Xiao Fan, the red-haired girl's voice rang out with extreme composure. "The enemy is formidable, but I'll do my best to slay it." "Good." Xiao Fan stepped back, leaving the battlefield to the red-haired girl. Chen Nushu narrowed his eyes, choosing not to advance. Though he possessed the latest technology of the mechanical god cult, the thought of actually fighting the Xinyan still made him feel a bit uneasy. Originally, he had intended to use the 12 Monster King specimens to annihilate the Zhanyan. But now it seemed he had underestimated this beast. The Xinyan was documented in the classic of mountains and seas. It was a terrifying beast known as the Xin. Therefore, he had no intention of intervening. He would let the red-haired girl and the Xinyan fight it out. The red-haired girl growled, sword chi resonance. Her movements flowed like water, each swing of her greatsword tracing dazzling arcs through the air, severing the purple venom. The Xinyan roared madly, its 7 heads spewing various poisons, flames, and even frost. Its massive, bulky form moved with surprising agility, darting through the purple mist like a specter. The blood moon seeped through the cracks in the clouds, setting the girl's red hair ablaze like sparks from a furnace. The broadsword she gripped in both hands stood nearly as tall as she was. Interlaced chain patterns on its blade glowed with a cold, blue light under the moon, each engraved mark resembling a frozen scream. All 7 of the demon's heads roared in unison, the tiger-like head's breath sending gusts that made the girl's skirt flutter wildly. As she spun and swung her blade, moonlight shattered into silver scales upon the sword's edge. Swordfire sweeps the plains. She charged forward with a roar, her red hair trailing behind like a blazing trail. Her saber cleaved through the torrent of venom spewing from the leopard's eyes, the very air warping where the blade pointed. Just as the tip was about to pierce the beast's throat, the 9-tailed fox suddenly coiled around her ankle like a living torture device. The moment the tail's vertebrae pierced her skin, an eerie purple glow flashed in the girl's pupils, a sign the hallucinogenic venom was beginning to corrode her nerves. "Break!" She thrust the sword into the ground, using the recoil to wrench the tail from her ankle. Rotting flesh sizzled and burned off the blade, revealing the stark white tailbone. Simultaneously, the tiger's head lunged forward, carrying a stench of blood. As she tilted her head to dodge the fangs, her broadsword sliced upward, cleaving the beast's throat. Scorching beast blood splashed across her face, staining her red hair an even brighter crimson. The red-haired girl's aura grew increasingly savage. Though she appeared minuscule compared to the monstrous beast's colossal frame. Yet her aura held its own. Truly worthy of the Xiao family's great sword, such power is terrifying. Chen Nushu's heart filled with growing dread. Severing the Zhanxian's head with a single strike, such lethality was beyond even his own capabilities. Xiao Fan seized the moment to sidestep. He knew direct confrontation with the Xinyan was ill-advised at this moment. Instead, he planned to strike the fiend from behind. Suddenly, a chill swept over his back. He spun abruptly, parrying a flaming black iron projectile over 20 centimeters long with his jade sword. "You dare ambush me?" Xiao Fan glared at Chen Nushu. They had agreed to form an alliance first and kill the Zhanyan. Yet here he was, ambushing him. Chen Nensho sneered coldly, smoke still curling from the muzzle of his massive cannon. "Xiao Fan, did you really think I'd let you have it so easily? The Xinyan isn't just your prey." The red-haired girl was far too powerful. If they were allowed to kill the Xinyan, the next to die would be him. He swiftly loaded another molten iron bullet, his movements practiced and cold. Xiao Fan gripped his jade sword tightly. A faint azure glow emanated from its blade, slicing the surrounding air into shards. "Chen Nushu, you despicable coward, how dare you strike from behind?" His voice was as cold as ice, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, the red-haired girl swung her sword fiercely to repel the demon's attack, then whipped her head around and snapped, "You fool. Is this the time for infighting? If we don't join forces now, we'll all die here." The demon's roar shook the dark clouds, sending the girl staggering backward. Her shadow split beneath her feet into countless serpentine fragments. Only then did the others realize the poisonous blood splattered on the ground had formed a sinister trap. This Xinyan possessed such cunning, feigning weakness to lure the enemy deeper. Worse still, it had likely orchestrated their infighting. Chen Nushu's face darkened. How could they, mere humans, be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a monster? This filled him with a surge of irritation. But for now, the urgent priority was to join forces with Xiao Fan and the others to confront the Xinyan. Fang Xiang watched their disheveled state through the map, finding it rather amusing. Still, he understood that no matter how powerful the Xinyan was, it remained merely a level 21 monster. Chen Nushu and the others had an endless supply of trump cards up their sleeves. In the end, it was inevitable that the Xinyan would be defeated. But the final blow must come from Li Changsheng. Because Li Changsheng's class change quest required defeating a special level 20 monster. Normally, an archer class job change quest wouldn't be this difficult. But this was a hidden class change quest assigned by the map itself. Success would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to Li Changsheng. The realm of the fearsome. The red-haired girl summoned her last ounce of strength, swinging her sword to sever the nearest serpentine shadow. Yet the blade caught midway, lodged in the vertebrae. Gritting her teeth, the red-haired girl tensed her arm muscles and wrenched the blade free from the vertebrae. Blood dripped down the blade, leaving a trail of dark crimson on the ground. Her breath came in short gasps, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her force reserves were nearly depleted. The fiend roared, its claws whipping through the air with a piercing sonic boom that engulfed the red-haired girl entirely. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he swiftly moved to the red-haired girl's side. His jade sword swept horizontally, blocking the fiend's next attack. The blade collided with the beast's claws, sparks flying everywhere. Hold on. He growled under his breath, we can't give it a chance to catch its breath. Chen Nushu snorted coldly, his shoulder-mounted cannon reacquiring its target. Cut the chatter. Deal with this beast first. He pulled the trigger. The molten iron bullet screeched through the air, striking the Zhanxian squarely in the chest. The bullet tore through the air with a piercing whistle, carrying a scorching blast of heat toward the fiend's chest. The fiend reacted with blinding speed, twisting its body violently in an attempt to evade the deadly strike. Yet the black iron bullet was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into its left shoulder. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped open a massive wound in the fiend's left shoulder, flesh and bone scattered in a gruesome display. Black blood spurted forth as a piercing wail echoed. The fiend staggered, nearly losing its balance. Seizing this opening, the red-haired girl gritted her teeth and rose to her feet, gripping the horse-slaying sword with both hands. The runes along its blade flared with intense light once more. Now, she growled, leaping forward with the sword's edge aimed directly at the Xinyan's heart. Simultaneously, Xiao Fan's figure swept past like a whirlwind. His jade sword traced a graceful arc through the air, striking for the fiend's throat. Attack together. Chen Nushu swiftly chambered a second molten iron bullet, a cold smile curling his lips. It's over, beast. He pulled the trigger again. The cannon roared as the second shell screamed forth, heading straight for the fiend's abdomen. The three attacks arrived almost simultaneously. The red-haired girl's saber pierced the ghoul's chest, its blade driving straight through its heart. Xiao Fan's jade sword sliced across the fiend's neck, severing one of its heads. Chapter 97, Otherworldly Soul. Chen Nushu's second cannonball exploded within the fiend's abdomen, utterly obliterating its internal organs. The Xinyan let out a desperate howl as its 5 heads simultaneously lifted, the light in its eyes gradually fading. Its body convulsed violently several times before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally dead. Chen Nianzhou's eyes grew cold as he abruptly swung his gun barrel toward Xiao Tian. Boom! Xiao Fan sensed the danger behind him and instinctively darted aside. The molten iron bullet whizzed past his shoulder, exploding into a deep crater in the ground behind him. Boom! Dust swirled, shards of rock scattering everywhere. Xiao Fan spun violently, his jade sword held horizontally across his chest, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chen Nanshou, what do you think you're doing? Chen Nianzhou sneered coldly, the cannon barrel still fixed on Xiao Fan. What do I mean? Xiao Fan, we both know exactly what this is about. The Xinyan is dead. Now it's time to settle our accounts. Wait. That Xinyan might not be dead. Xiao Fan stared at the Xinyan's corpse, his brow furrowed. You have an experience bonus? No. Chen Nianzhou gasped. Is this thing feigning death? Xiao Fan nodded. This monster is treacherous and cunning. Better to err on the side of caution. Chen Nianzhou immediately reined in his killing intent. Just now. I acted impulsively. His face showed no trace of embarrassment, only vigilance. Xiao Fan sneered inwardly. That attack earlier wasn't without reason. It seemed the enemy had long known the Xinyan wasn't dead. Instead, he had always regarded him as the greatest threat. The moment an opportunity arose, he intended to finish him off. The monster truly hadn't perished. On Fang Xiang's map, that red light point glowed vividly. Clearly, it still retained a significant portion of its power. Fang Xiang glanced at the Xinyan projections profile panel on the map. Race, Xinyan mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas, special monster. Level, 22. Primordial power, 299. Lifespan, 500. Skills, 7-headed enchantment, nightmare mirage, 7 slaughter yellow springs. Special passive skill near-death cloning. Activates when near death, allowing the creature to replicate an opponent's damage-dealing skill. Cooldown, 1 month. Note, hosts a soul from another realm, possessing remarkable intelligence. This monster truly lives up to its reputation as a special monster. It's no ordinary foe. Especially its intelligence, it actually harbors a soul from another realm. Fang Xiang murmured, perhaps I could spare this creature's life and make it my familiar. Losing its original nucleus doesn't mean a special monster must die. If a deity is willing to bestow divine blessings and recreate its primordial nucleus, the special monster can survive. After all, this monster possesses remarkable potential. It had already ascended to level 22. The realm of nightmares. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the writhing veins on the nightmare's corpse. Those veins, which should have been still, now pulse like living creatures, with purplish-black energy faintly visible beneath the skin. Watch out! The red-haired girl's warning barely left her lips when dozens of fissures suddenly ripped open the ground. The mangled corpse of the nightmare rose into the air as if pulled by invisible strings, like a marionette. Moreover, viscous flesh buds sprouted from its severed neck, and before everyone's eyes, the 7 severed heads reassembled into a single form. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Nushu's back. He watched the severed tails writhing across the ground, their vertebrae scraping against the rocks with a bone-chilling sound. Damn it! He spat out a mouthful of blood, the hydraulic lines of his mechanical arm groaning under the strain. How many lives does this thing have? Xiaofan's jade sword suddenly trembled violently. The ancient spirit jade pendant on its tassel moved without any breeze. He stared at the third eye newly formed on the demon's face. Its pupil clearly reflected the weary figures of the 3 of them. It's learning, Xiaofan declared as the jade sword's tip flicked away a drifting flame of the Jinyan, severing it. Our entire combat style, it's memorized it all. As if to prove this, the Jinyan's tiger head suddenly arched upward in the red-haired girl's signature opening stance, while the sweeping trajectory of its leopard tail mirrored Xiaofan's unique sword technique. Most terrifying of all was the energy orb coalescing within its wolf-like maw, its swirling patterns matching the inscriptions within Chen Nushu's cannon barrel to the letter. 300 meters away, nestled in a rock crevice, Li Chongqing dug his fingertips into his palm. The scene viewed through the eagle's eye made his throat tighten. This isn't resurrection, it's replication. This fiend can replicate the skills used against it. The phantom light arrow hummed on the bowstring before he lowered it again. No wonder Fang Xiang had kept him from intervening. The demon hadn't died after all. Beside him, Wang Yuan gazed with reverence. Everything is under Fang Xiang's control. We need only follow his commands. MHM. Li Chongqing gave a slight nod. Now, with the Jinyan resurrected and returned, the terrifying oppressive aura forced Chen Nushu and the others to reassess the threat level of this monstrous creature. Lightning danced around the Jinyan, its form growing ever more monstrous beneath the gray, overcast sky. 7 heads had regrown, each pair of eyes flickering with distinct hues: crimson, emerald, and pitch black, as if gazing from different hells. Wispy black smoke rose from the ground's fissures, coiling around its limbs like chains or layers of armor. The red-haired girl's knees trembled slightly as she gripped the horse-slaying sword tightly, its hilt soaked through with sweat. Her breath came in heavy gasps, her chest heaving violently. Wind-tossed bangs fell across her forehead, obscuring her bloodshot eyes. Though she was a mechanical construct, she had incorporated numerous bionic enhancements to maximize her combat effectiveness. The runes on the horse-slaying sword dimmed slightly, and the fierce aura it had radiated earlier weakened considerably. Xiaofan stood 3 paces to her left, his jade sword held horizontally before him, its azure aura flickering faintly. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, fixed intently on the demon's movements. His fingers lightly traced the blade's edge. We can no longer hold back. Otherwise, we may well fall at its hands. His robes billowed wildly in the gale, flapping noisily, while the exposed veins on his wrists stood out prominently. Chen Nushu stood to his right, the cannon on his shoulder already overheated, wisps of white smoke curling from the barrel. His mechanical arm emitted faint clicks, clearly the wear and tear from its internal gears operating at high speed. The hot breath from the monstrous beast scorched his cheek, leaving a charred mark. But he paid it no mind, merely gazing coldly at the monster before him, a mocking smile curling his lips. It learns quickly, Chen Nushu murmured, his voice raspy as sandpaper. But this thing remains nothing more than a beast. He had yet to unleash his true power. Because the lurking gaze in the shadows weighed heavily upon him. Thus, he had remained constantly guarded against the other party. But now, there was no time for caution. Electromagnetic pulse cannon. Chen Nancho's arm transformed into a massive barrel as the second-generation energy reactor surged to overload, its primal energy burning wildly. Boom! Chen Nancho's barrel aimed at the specter, unleashing a massive electromagnetic pulse blast. The blue light of the EMP cannon ripped through the dark clouds, causing every fragment of rock within 3 meters of Chen Nancho's feet to float in midair. 3 clusters of ghostly blue arcs erupted from the joints of his mechanical arm. As the barrel spun, it emitted a shrill howl like a tornado sweeping through. The blazing azure light flared, turning the entire gray twilight into broad daylight. Damn powerful. Li Chongqing narrowed his eyes and shut off his eagle vision. Chapter 98, Chilling to the Bone. He hadn't expected Chen Nensho to still possess such a lethal trump card. Had he unleashed it earlier, they might have faced serious trouble. Of course, though formidable. Breaking through the defenses of the sevenfold Blazing Heaven cover was essentially impossible. After all, the sevenfold Blazing Heaven cover is a mid-tier artifact of the first rank. Only another divine artifact could shatter it. This must be why Chen Nuosho refrained from attacking them. And now, this strike was aimed directly at the heart of the Xinyan. The Xinyan clearly sensed the danger. All 7 heads tilted back simultaneously, revealing 16 energy matrices at their throats identical to those within the cannon's barrel. Roar! The Xinyan roared as its 7 electromagnetic pulse cannons converged, colliding with Chen Nensho's own electromagnetic pulse cannon blast. The instant the crimson and azure beams collided, the entire space froze in an eerie stillness. Chen Nensho's pupils reflected the Xinyan's scales being torn to shreds. A smirk spread across his lips. The full might unleashed by a second-generation energy reactor, how could a mere monster possibly withstand it? After all, it was powered by the very essence of the Mechanicus's wisdom. Yet the next second, the smile froze on his lips. Those flying shards of scales seemed drawn by some force, swarming toward his cannon barrel like a returning swarm of bees. Snap! Blinding sparks erupted from the mechanical arms joints as Chen Nuo staggered backward. He watched in horror as his pride and joy the electromagnetic matrix reassembled within the monstrous wolf's jaws. Crimson energy pulsed between its fangs, a sight of terrifying ferocity. It was even more powerful than his own. This monstrous beast from the mountains and seas was more terrifying than even him, a second-generation mechanically enhanced being. The ground trembled, cracking open spider-web-like fissures as 7 bony tails burst from the earth, lashing viciously at Chen Nashu's body. The red-haired girl suddenly dropped to one knee, driving her saber deep into the rock. Fine cracks split open the bionic skin at her nape, revealing the boiling liquid force circuits beneath. Force burn, a metallic rasp erupted from her throat. Greatsword. Resonance. Xiaofan's jade sword suddenly emitted a dragon's roar. 18 ancient jade ornaments on the sword tassel shattered in response, and a blue glow surged 3 zhang in length. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, colliding with the newly formed, monstrous tiger head, flying sword of 100 steps. The sword's piercing cry tore through the tangled electromagnetic vortex. Xiaofan's jade blade sliced through the gap between the tiger's fangs, its surface suddenly manifesting 7 starry orbits. Sword energy surged forth, shredding the monstrous tiger's head to pieces. No! Retreat! The red-haired girl's pupils contracted to pinpoints. She saw the exact trajectory of her own horse sword replaying on the demonic beast's tail whip, each arc of light replicated with millimeter precision, even mimicking her habitual 3-degree deflection as she withdrew the blade. Just as Xiaofan prepared to retreat, the Xinyan's severed head exploded, spewing a purple-black toxic mist skyward. In an instant, the poisonous mist engulfed everyone. Chen Nushu's mechanical arms suddenly twisted backward. The cannon barrel twisted like rubber kneaded by an invisible giant hand, contorting into a twisted coil amidst the howling of the Xinyan wolf head. This illusion? He stumbled backward, crashing to the ground as ice crystals burst from the cooling tubes embedded in his spine. The liquid nitrogen meant to suppress overload was now corroding his bionic nerves in reverse. Damn it! This thing isn't a monster. It harbors a human soul within its body. Xiaofan gritted his teeth. As a pure-blooded human, his corruption was far more severe. His blood vessels were turning black. Use that move. Finish it off. Xiaofan roared. The red-haired girl suddenly ripped open her collar. Dark golden gears interlocked into a ring beneath her collarbone, and the crimson crystal suspended within her mechanical core suddenly ignited. Pebbles at her feet defied gravity, rising to form a counter-rotating stellar ring around her. Xiaofan! Her voice suddenly resonated with metallic overtones. Cut off its energy resonance. The jade sword let out a mournful wail. Emerald green liquid seeped from the cracked jade core at the hilt, dripping through Xiaofan's fingers onto the ground where it instantly crystallized. He stepped back half a pace to evade the sweeping leopard tail, and smiled suddenly as he saw the jade sword transform into threads of light. The crystals suddenly exploded into countless threads, binding the monstrous body into a cocoon-like cocoon. Fang Xiang knew the moment was approaching. Wang Yuan, retreat 100 paces. Li Changsheng and Wang Yuan retreated instantly. The very next second after their departure, black mist seeped from the cocoon. The rocks where they had hidden melted into an asphalt-like substance within the fog. Within 100 meters, the entire space was engulfed by this black mist. The thick, viscous fog carried a pungent, foul stench. The pebble Wang Yuan hurled melted into a gelatinous mass the moment it touched the fog's edge. What terrifying corrosiveness! Do they even have a chance? Wang Yuan gasped in shock. 100 meters away, the battlefield had devolved into a chaotic vortex of raw power. The red-haired girl's molten firelocks flickered in and out of the black mist. The mechanical core at her nape overclocked at 3 million revolutions per second. As the 5th cooling bolt ejected from her spine, she suddenly thrust her horse-slaying sword into the ground. Ignite. Sword explosion meteor. In the next instant, her entire body transformed into a blade, slicing through one of the monstrous heads. The Zhanxian let out a blood-curdling scream, yet still gritted its teeth against the excruciating pain. Its tail swept out, obliterating the red-haired girl's entire body. The red-haired girl's internal components scattered everywhere, a sight of utter desolation. She was utterly dead. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. A level 31 greatsword killed by a mere level 22 Zhanxian? Xiao Fan's eyes blazed crimson, his hair standing on end with fury. This greatsword was his most trusted companion. Yet his jade sword was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, clearly reaching its limit. Xiao Fan drew a deep breath, pushing the bonuses of his jade sword immortal profession to their absolute limit. Under the jade sword immortal's primal force, the jade-green crystals along the cracks grew wildly. His left hand formed a sword seal as he swept it across the blade. Splattering droplets of blood transformed into 1,000 azure birds the moment they touched the crystals. Open! Azure Phoenix sword cuts through 9 heavens. With a thunderous roar, the jade sword shattered completely. The flock of green birds crashed into the misty fog, emitting a crisp, glass-shattering sound. Snap! The flock merged into a colossal azure phoenix, its talons striking viciously at the fiend. The fiend, already covered in wounds, could barely resist. The azure phoenix's claw sliced through most of its body. A torrent of data suddenly flashed through Chen Nushu's mechanical eye. He violently tore off the bionic skin covering his left arm, exposing the dark purple energy tubes beneath. Fool! He snarled at Xiao Fan, plunging his entire mechanical arm into the thickest fog. Blow it up! The dormant energy blocks within the conduits ignited upon contact with the fog. Within 10 meters, space abruptly collapsed inward, creating a vacuum zone. The last 3 heads of the monstrous creature were twisted into pulp. Now! Fang Xiang's voice rang in Wang Yuan's ear. Have Li Changqing fire at the 4 o'clock position. Receiving Fang Xiang's command, Li Changqing's phantom light arrow finally left the bowstring. As the arrow pierced the mist, it created rainbow-colored ripples, striking precisely at the heart of the yakshot exposed within the collapsing space. Xiao Fan's sword technique still hung suspended in midair, his pupils reflecting the churning flesh within the collapsed space. The Qingyuan sword chi collided with the vacuum barrier, exploding with the crisp shatter of glass. The scattered green light suddenly coalesced into fine needles, raining down like a storm into the depths of the flesh. Chen Nushu's mechanical arm still trembled at high frequency. He stared at the purplish-black crystal core gradually taking shape at the collapse's center, his Adam's apple rolling twice. Chapter 99, Descent of the Three Gods. Amid the roar of the second-generation energy reactor, he heard the jarring sound of misaligned gears from his bionic heart, a side effect of overstimulating the energy matrix. Proto-core. The red-haired girl's damaged vocal module suddenly exploded, sending half her mechanical head tumbling to Xiao Fan's feet. Sparks from her electronic eye splattered onto his blood-stained hem, scorching a charred hole. Xiao Fan didn't look down at the severed head. His gaze remained fixed on the monstrous, shattered heart. A glass-like arrow was embedded there. Beautiful. This arrow was too beautiful. As if crafted by the gods. Yet, the terrifying power it contained sent a chill through him, even from this distance. The collapsed space suddenly trembled violently. The moment Li Changqing's phantom light arrow touched the Zhanyan's heart, it unleashed unimaginable might, seeping along the energy pathways into the very depths of its core. What is that? Xiao Fan's mouth gaped open, his eyes filled with shock. Retreat! 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 Chen Nushu's alarm bells rang out. He recognized that arrow. It belonged to Li Changqing. A mid-tier first-grade divine artifact. Its power was immense. Even he wouldn't dare to block it head-on. Had Li Changqing not been merely a 9th-level practitioner, he would have been shot dead long ago. Who would have thought the enemy had also arrived here? These bastards, do they want both the double pupil and the Xinyan? As Chen Nu retreated while pondering, Li Changqing's phantom light arrow embedded in the Xinyan exploded instantly. The putrid stench mingled with the tang of blood, like a thick paste clogging everyone's nostrils. The black mist continued to churn, like a giant dragon roaring silently, devouring everything around it. The blood and mechanical debris scattered across the ground emitted faint sizzling sounds as the mist corroded them, like some creature greedily sucking them dry. Is this thing still not dead? Chen Yosho's face turned ashen. The energy tubes on his mechanical arm emitted a faint hum, as if warning him not to approach further. His right eye had been corroded by the toxic mist, leaving him nearly blind. Only the mystic crystal retina in his left eye allowed him to barely make out the scene ahead. Even so, his vision remained largely obscured by the black mist, allowing only a vague glimpse of the hideous, mangled corpse twitching on the ground. Xiao Fan stood rooted to the spot, the jade sword in his hand long shattered into countless fragments, leaving only the hilt clenched tightly in his palm. His gaze was fixed intently on the black mist, as if trying to see through it to the hidden core of the Xinyan lurking within. Don't just stand there. Chen Nushu's voice was hoarse and urgent, tinged with impatience and anxiety. That thing's heart is still beating. If we don't finish it now, we'll all die here. Xiao Fan offered no reply, only slowly raising his right hand. Blood dripped from his palm along the sword hilt, landing with faint plops on the ground. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes before he lunged forward. The ground beneath his foot cracked as he stepped. Great Azure Phoenix God, descend. His aura shifted abruptly in that instant. His eyes grew cold, gazing down upon all beings like a deity. Xiao Fan, have you lost your mind? Chen Nianqiu stared at Xiao Fan in horror. Was he invoking a divine descent? But Chen Nanqiu's gaze swiftly shifted toward Li Changsheng. The man was actually initiating a class change? Li Changsheng sensed their gazes and forcibly suppressed the pace of his transformation, mounting the Black Hound and charging forward. They likely intended to eliminate him. After all, once he completed his transformation, harnessing the power of the Phantom Light Arrow, killing two professionals with barely any health left wasn't impossible. The other party was about to start a real fight to the death. As for that ghoul, it was already dead. Struck through the heart by the Phantom Light Arrow and engulfed by its force explosion damage, survival was impossible. Thus, he had finally completed the class change quest. Kill. Xiao Fan coldly fixed his gaze on Li Changsheng's fleeing direction, slowly uttering the divine command. Behind him, the ethereal form of a azure phoenix materialized. Its majestic aura stirred, and the gale force winds whipped up by its flapping wings tore through the thick fog. Xiao Fan's toes flicked against the suspended mechanical wreckage. Each metal fragment disintegrated into streams of blue-gray particles the instant it touched his soles. After the divine descent, his unique profession unleashed unimaginable power. Moreover, fueled by 28 points of faith, his connection to the Azure Phoenix divine realm intensified once more, propelling him directly into an awakened state. The Jade Sword Immortal's awakening skill, 10,000 Swords Return to Void, activated. A terrifying annihilation reaction compressed all matter around him. That matter now blossomed into eerie fireworks beneath his feet. You won't escape. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on Li Changsheng's back as the Qingyuan sword chi surged. Jade sword fragments screeched as they vaporized within the blue-gray particle stream, launching outward at 50 times the speed of sound. The piercing sonic boom nearly deafened everyone present. Li Changsheng caught the acrid scent of burning flesh near his ear. Beneath the divine throne, all are but ants. Under this sword strike, he possessed not a shred of resistance. Yet his expression remained serene. A pale, slender hand gently grasped the blade. Scarlet flames spread, instantly extinguishing the Qingyuan sword's aura. Li Changsheng immediately knelt on one knee. Hail Lord Fang Xiang. Deep within Wang Yuan's pupils, a chaotic divine halo flickered into view. Fang Xiang descended. You go first. Fang Xiang's calm voice echoed slowly. Li Changsheng mounted the Black Hound and turned to flee. All he needed now was to complete his class change to become a level 10 professional. Xiao Fan descended from the heavens, stepping upon a star ring formed from annihilated matter. Shattered fragments of the jade sword floated around him, each reflecting the blazing divine fire burning within his pupils. Interesting. A level 9 professional like you can actually bear divine power. Xiao Fan's tone was mocking. But my faith level is a staggering 28 points. How could you possibly block it? Divine technique. Azure Phoenix sword prison. Xiao Fan pointed his sword finger at Li Changsheng. Countless jade sword fragments shot forth like a raging storm, forming a terrifying sword domain. Fang Xiang snapped his fingers. Divine ability, Frost Lament. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold swept over the area, threatening to freeze everything solid. Xiao Fan's sword prison solidified in midair into jade-green ice sculptures, their countless tips hovering 3 inches behind Li Changsheng's neck, trembling violently. Fang Xiang's sword finger swept across the frost. The frozen sword chi suddenly reversed direction, surging toward Xiao Fan and Chen Nishu. The thick, murky mist abruptly crystallized into icicles. Within Xiao Fan's pupils, the emerald ice storm reflected back, its embedded jade sword fragments refracting countless beams of deathly green light. A crack in the web of his right hand suddenly erupted with azure flames, burning through the ice spike that was about to pierce his brow. Yet, his expression darkened considerably. The opponent's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Xiao Fan stared in disbelief. Your divine power is stronger than mine? Could it be your level of devotion actually surpasses mine? Wang Yuan remained composed. His faith level was a staggering 38. Capable of bearing greater divine power. The first round, naturally, was his victory. Meanwhile, Chen Nishu stared grimly at the endless frostblades unleashed by Fang Xiang. He knew he too must activate his divine descent. Otherwise, certain death awaited him. The bronze mask on his face exuded an ancient aura. In the next instant, an aura befitting a divine being surged from his body. Chapter 100, Dual Pupil Symbiosis. Chen Nansho erupted in a maniacal laugh as a divine rune depicting a rational cage appeared on his bronze mask. Mechanical immortality, he roared, his rage echoing as divine power surged through his mechanical components, causing them to creak and groan under the overwhelming strain. At that moment, his mind raced beyond its limits. Soon, only emptiness remained. His body was now controlled by a mechanical wild god. Destroy! Chen Nansho's pupils twisted with a chaotic blend of reason and madness, his voice cold as ice. A powerful torrent of electrical current erupted, shredding Fang Xiang's frosty dirge. At this moment, all 3 divine entities had descended upon their respective devotees. Xiaofan looked at Fang Xiang and said gravely, "This mechanical wild god is a special great entity, and Chen Nancho's capacity for divine power is exceptionally high. I fear neither of us alone can match him. What if we join forces?" Fang Xiang glanced at Xiaofan and Chen Nancho, then without hesitation, charged straight toward the corpse of the Xinyan. He intended to seize its primordial core. This was the essential item for his advancement to a high-rank wild god. He could not afford to lose it. Seeing this, Chen Nancho and Xiaofan acted almost simultaneously, attempting to stop Fang Xiang. They had paid such a heavy price. If they came away with nothing, it would be a complete loss. Xiaofan's gaze turned icy. Originally, he had intended to join forces with Fang Xiang to first eliminate Chen Yanshou. But Fang Xiang had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. A single man dared to defy the descending power of two divine palaces. Fang Xiang spoke calmly, "Divine ability. Decaying demon eye." Two purple beams, saturated with decaying divine power, shot forth, instantly enveloping Chen Nanshou and Xiaofan. Chen Yanshou and Xiaofan's bodies instantly stiffened, their surfaces covered in decaying, dead skin. Thick mist condensed into frost in the air, the frigid atmosphere like invisible blades slicing through everyone's skin. Chen Nanshou's mechanical arm emitted a shrill grinding sound in the cold. His left eye had completely lost its luster, only the mystic crystal retina in his right eye still capturing blurred images. Xiaofan's azure phoenix sword chi seemed pale and powerless before Fang Xiang's frosty lament, like a weary old man who, even faced with the most beautiful maiden, could muster not a shred of vigor. His fingers trembled slightly, the blue flame at his fingertips flickering in the decaying cold, threatening to extinguish at any moment. "What is this?" Xiaofan's voice was low, tinged with disbelief and fear. His gaze locked onto Fang Xiang, the veins at his temples throbbing like strings ready to snap. "A fusion technique of two divine abilities? No. Impossible. Possessing two divine abilities requires at least a deity who has awakened their divine name. Your divine power clearly belongs to an intermediate wild god. This shouldn't be possible. Wait. You are Chaos Divine Path?" Xiaofan's face was etched with shock. The divine power of the Chaos Divine Path possessed extraordinary inclusiveness. Fusing the power of two divine abilities was understandable. However, to tread the path of the Chaos Divine Way, one must complete specific rituals. These rites, unlike ordinary ascension ceremonies, are never openly revealed. Moreover, each divine sanctuary's rites were unique, making it nearly impossible to uncover their specific requirements. Not to mention, even after learning the rite, one must gather all the required materials. Moreover, the difficulty of subsequent advancements far exceeds that of ordinary divine paths by more than tenfold. Therefore, most deities choose only one path during their advancement, either the path of light or the path of darkness. "How did you manage it?" Xiaofan asked curiously, using the divine power of the Azure Phoenix to counteract Fang Xiang's corrupting force. Beside them, Chen Nushu shared the same curiosity. The deity he worshipped was a special grade wild god. Yet, it still couldn't match Fang Xiang. By all logic, this should be impossible. Even if Fang Xiang knew the Chaos Divine Path, he couldn't possibly crush him. Unless, the fanatical devotee possessed by Fang Xiang possessed a faith level surpassing that of their own followers. And not just by one level. It would require at least 30 points more in faith to achieve such dominance. Fang Xiang remained silent. His figure flickered in and out of the mist, the Chaos Divine ring swirling around him, radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. He strode forward, heading straight for the corpse of the Xinyan. Killing both Xiaofan and Chen Nushu consumed too much divine power. Moreover, Wang Yuan's body couldn't withstand much more Chaos Divine power. The optimal solution now was to return to Fang Xiang village swiftly with Xinyan's original nucleus and corpse. At his current speed, the 20+ kilometer distance was not too far. The only consideration was the brief duration of the divine descent. He likely didn't have enough time. Therefore, he only needed to place Wang Yuan and the Black Hound in a safe zone, allowing the Hound to escort Wang Yuan back to Fang Xiang village. Otherwise, once Wang Yuan exits the divine descent and enters a weakened state, he would be vulnerable to ambush in the dark forest. Fang Xiang moved with blinding speed, instantly absorbing the Xinyan's primordial core and corpse with his divine power. He spurred the black dog onward, racing toward Fang Xiang village. Xiaofan and Chen Nuo watched Fang Xiang's receding figure, gnashing their teeth in fury. As for pursuit, they had no such intention. Even if they caught up, they couldn't defeat him. Besides, their own divine descent periods were nearing. Xiaofan's fingers clenched into a tight fist. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixed relentlessly on Fang Xiang's vanishing direction. Damn it! He just snatched it away like that. His voice was low, yet brimming with resentment and fury. But in the end, he could only release his grip, fleeing the scene with the red-haired girl's severed half-head. Not only him, but Chen Nushu too. Divine descent was not something to be used lightly. The side effects were immense. The post-use weakness would make every step through these perilous nighttime ruins a struggle. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would casually invoke divine descent. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan also emerged from his divine descent state, his entire body aching and so weak he couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately, Fang Xiang had already secured him to the Black Hound. The Black Hound raced through the dark forest, carrying him toward Fang Xiang village.
Just as Wang Yuan reached Fang Xiang village, Yi Wuming and Virilia finally completed their symbiotic pact, gaining control over the dual pupils. Yi Wuming slowly opened his eyes, gazing toward the rust blood pool. The dual pupil crawled out of the pool and charged toward Yi Wuming at an exaggerated speed. In the next instant, the dual pupil began to shrink, transforming into a single pupil that burrowed into Yi Wuming's left eye. It had become a symbiont. Feeling the surging primal force within him, Yi Wuming sighed. This double pupil was likely created to serve as a symbiont for others. In that instant, he gained all the abilities of the dual pupil. He had become the king of District 9 in the Night Ruins. All the pawn's split beings no longer glared menacingly. Instead, they bowed their monstrous heads in profound reverence to their sole sovereign. Li Changsheng? Through the shared vision of the Pontine schismatics, Yi Wuming detected Li Changsheng's whereabouts. Chapter 101, Taming the Fiend. The figure was riding a black hound, galloping toward their position. His aura was wildly unstable. He seemed to be undergoing a class change. Assist Li Changsheng. Prepare to return to Fang Xiang village. Yi Wuming ordered succinctly. The others nodded. With Wang Yuan and the others absent, Yi Wuming was the strongest among them, so they naturally followed his orders. After picking up Li Changsheng, they immediately returned to Fang Xiang village. Time was running out. The gray day was drawing to a close. If they couldn't make it back to Fang Xiang village before nightfall, no one knew what horrors might await them. Fortunately, their speed was swift, and they returned to Fang Xiang village before the gray light completely faded. Fang Xiang village. The gray divine radiance shielded them from the abyssal darkness of the forest. This was the realm of the gods. Villagers from Fang Xiang village and Dog God village stood at the village entrance to welcome the hero's return. They're back. They're all back, the villagers of Fang Xiang and Inugami cheered. Wang Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, struggling to rise with Li Baxian and the others supporting him. Due to the divine descent, his body was now extremely weakened. Fang Xiang bestowed divine blessings, and gray divine energy merged into Wang Yuan's body, beginning to repair his damaged form. Wang Yuan felt his depleted body steadily recovering. Under Fang Xiang's divine blessing, the side effects of the divine descent quickly faded. Wang Yuan's face bore an expression of devout fervor. I thank Lord Fang Xiang for his blessing. Through this divine blessing, Wang Yuan's faith level rose once more, reaching 39 points. Then, Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward Yi Wuming. Opening the other's personal panel. Follower, Yi Wuming. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang Jun. Faith level, 8. Level, 13. Class, Greatsword Warrior. Force, 150. Lifespan, 100. Skills, Dark Star Touch, Sword Chi Resonance, Frenzy Blade Breath, 7-star Slash, 1 Sword Phase Break. Symbiont, Dual Pupils. Symbiotic skills, Ascending Celestial Radiance emits an intensely terrifying beam of light. Sovereign Dominion exercises dominance over monsters of lower levels. Azura King's Domain. Passive skill, devours slain targets to enhance oneself. Has a minuscule chance to plunder the opponent's skills, provided they are compatible with the user. It must be said that Yi Wuming reaped the greatest rewards this time. This guy actually obtained the symbiotic twin pupils. Additionally, Li Changsheng's class change was nearing completion. On his Alea consciousness gate, illusory light swirled like flowing clouds. At the gate's entrance, the divine beast holding the ring transformed into the Kalavinka, a two-headed bird with human faces, its wings layered with thousands of crystalline scales, and its tail feathers trailing 8-petaled golden lotus-shaped orbs. At the gate's center, a Tai Chi dual fish diagram was intricately engraved. The eyes of the yin and yang fish were inlaid with perfectly round night pearls. The white pearl shimmered with mist, while the black pearl was as deep and still as an abyss. As they swirled together, layers upon layers of luminous pathways materialized before the gate, seeming to lead beyond the 9 heavens into the realm of the great void. Li Changsheng's soul was drawn to the yin-yang fish, sinking into them. In that instant, he completed his class change. A powerful aura surged skyward, causing everyone's expressions to change. Even Yi Wuming sensed a trace of oppressive pressure emanating from Li Changsheng. What a formidable aura! Yi Wuming narrowed his eyes. No wonder Li Changsheng's class change quest was initiated by Fang Xiang, and it's entirely different from a standard archer tier transformation. Ordinary archer tier practitioners become rangers after class change. But after Li Changsheng's class change, the resulting Fang Xiang opened Li Changsheng's personal interface. Follower, Li Changsheng. Honored deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 28 fanatic. Class, Xinxiao archer specialized advanced class. Force, 100. Level, 9. Lifespan, 90. Skills, archer's focus significantly enhances concentration while shooting. Eagle Eye enhanced vision. Dawnbreaker 5 force per use arrows possess the power of dawn, tearing through darkness. Rapid fire. Celestial wolf pursuit arrow ignites with one's own vital essence, latching onto the target's soul and spirit. The arrow transforms into a celestial wolf, relentlessly tracking its prey until impact. Xinxiao thunderclap infuses arrows with thunderous energy, granting armor-piercing effects. Divine Thunder Archer?
Fang Xiang stared at the 4 characters on the interface, somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, completing the class change quest on the map had unlocked a special class for Li Changshang. Moreover, the successful class change had granted him not 1 but 2 skills. Typically, successful class changes only grant 1 skill. Truly, this was a special class transition. Fang Xiang knew full well that the Heavenly Wolf Pursuit Arrow and Divine Thunderclap skills were exceptionally powerful. One was for targeting enemies, the other for piercing armor. Paired with other archery skills, they instantly transformed Li Changsheng into a stationary damage-dealing machine. Of course, the greatest prize this time was the Xinyan's primordial core. This was an indispensable item for his advancement ceremony. Wang Yuan, sensing his intent, stepped forward and placed the Xinyan's primordial core and corpse upon the altar. Lord Fang Xiang, your loyal servant presents the primordial core and corpse of the Xinyan. The Xinyan's corpse lay utterly still, seemingly dead beyond any doubt. But Fang Xiang knew that although the Xinyan was dead, the soul from another realm still lingered above its corpse. When Fang Xiang had previously descended into Wang Yuan's body, he hadn't seen it clearly. But now, having arrived in Fang Xiang village, his domain, he could now clearly see the otherworldly soul hovering above the Zhanxian. That soul appeared no different from a human's. Except between its brows lay a crimson vertical pupil. Fang Xiang boomed with a majestic divine voice, "Do you wish to follow this sovereign and become my beast servant?" The otherworldly soul trembled slightly. As it gazed upon Fang Xiang's mysterious divine statue, its eyes held a profound reverence. Yet, the idea of becoming another's servant troubled it. Yet, it soon came to terms with the decision. It wasn't because Fang Xiang's frost-clad sword pressed against its forehead, but because it felt it would be an honor to serve such a mighty deity as Lord Fang Xiang. "Since you are willing, I shall reshape your mortal form." Fang Xiang channeled divine power, enveloping the Xinyan's shattered flesh. Under the influence of his chaotic divine power, the body began to reassemble, ultimately achieving complete restoration. And within this embrace of divine power, the foreign soul fused seamlessly with Xinyan's physical form. Roar! Xinyan let out a low growl, bowing its head in submission to Fang Xiang. Blessed by Fang Xiang's divine power, its level effortlessly rose to 23. This made it feel that following a deity might not be such a bad choice after all. Not only did it come with room and board, but it also provided a steady income. At that moment, Fang Xiang realized the creature had actually become his devotee. It must be due to its otherworldly soul, Fang Xiang instantly understood. That's what granted it the qualification to worship a deity. Not all beings possess the qualification to worship a deity. First and foremost, only higher intelligent beings possess this privilege. Fang Xiang opened the Xinyan interface. Follower, Xinyan. Deity, Lord Fang Xiang. Faith level, 1. Species, Xinyan mythical beast from classic of mountains and seas, special monster. Level, 23. Force, 300. Lifespan, 500. Skills, 7-headed enchantment, nightmare mirage, 7 slaughter yellow springs. Special passive skill near death clone. Activates when near death, allowing the creature to replicate an opponent's damage dealing skill. Cooldown, 1 month. Note, hosts a soul from another realm, possessing remarkable intelligence. Capturing such a formidable follower brought Fang Xiang great satisfaction. After all, this is a special monster of the 23rd tier. Chapter 102, Attaining Divinity. Combat power around level 30. In the Dark Forest, it could be said that aside from a few factions that dared not provoke it, it practically ruled the roost. Fang Xiang thought to himself, those 10 points of divine power were well spent. To reshape the Xinyan's physical form, Fang Xiang had paid a heavy price. 10 points of divine power. It took 2.5 days to accumulate that much. Now, it's time to have the other subordinate deities prepare for the sacrificial rites. Fang Xiang couldn't wait to complete the ascension ritual and become a high-ranked wild god. Just as he sent this message to the desert death god in Muxue, Muxue replied that she was already prepared. Desert Death God replied, "Boss, those guys are coming for me." Fang Xiang, don't back down. Take life and death in stride. If they don't like it, fight back. Grab the carefree wanderer sword and hack away. I want to see rivers of blood. Desert Death God, got it. Empowered by the divine artifact, he felt no fear. Nor did he need to. Desert Reaper sent the live stream link to Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang immediately clicked to watch the livestream, ready to gawk. In the livestream footage, outside the Desert Death God's village, dozens of people knelt on the ground, worshipping a fist-sized divine statue. The statue was entirely pitch black, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Surrounding it stood rows upon rows of black tombstones, densely packed together. Dozens of people began chanting ancient, obscure hymns in unison. As the ritual chants echoed, the names etched upon the tombstones began to warp. Formless energy slowly merged into the statue. In that instant, the statue came to life. The mechanical lock on the surface was opened, revealing a face as hideous as a demon within. This was a dark deity of the dark path. Its eyes emitted an eerie glow that seemed to steal one's soul. Within the vertical pupils on its forehead, several blood-red runes glowed.
So profoundly malevolent was its essence that it required a special mechanical divine lot to seal it away in ordinary times. The leading devotee cried out with fervent devotion, "Great Visakha, unleash divine retribution and destroy all before us." The Vishnu statue came fully to life, cackling as it ripped open a follower's spine and crawled inside. Snap! Crack! The sound of snapping bones echoed throughout the entire space. The devoured believer dissolved into black mist, surging into the Vishnu statue. Immediately, an even more formidable aura erupted. Hum! The Vishnu statue radiated brilliant light, merging into the stomach of the leading devotee. Under the deity's influence, the devotee began to mutate, two enormous wings unfurling from its back. Like a winged serpent, it soared into the clouds, gazing down upon the desert god statue. In that instant, its power was unleashed once more. A deity cannot act directly. It required a vessel to manifest its divine power. And now, Visakha's divine descent was complete. In the village of the desert death god, 100 devotees prayed incessantly, offering their faith to the desert death god. The village chief of the desert death god village raised the sword of carefree roaming high, roaring with fervor, "Great desert death god! Bring forth your divine kingdom!" The desert death god statue similarly merged into the village chief's body. In the next instant, the chief's eyes grew cold, filled with a trace of divinity. The desert death god had likewise completed his divine descent. Two nascent wild gods stood facing each other from afar, the atmosphere instantly becoming solemn and heavy. Boom! The desert death god launched the first strike. His arms transformed into a pair of sharp claws, lashing out with a piercing wind as they lunged toward Visakha. Visakha responded without hesitation, slapping his palms together to block the strike. Boom! The collision of their palms produced a thunderous explosion, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling outward. A visible shockwave spread outward, shattering dune after dune. In its wake lay utter devastation. Both the Desert Reaper and Visakha were forced back several dozen feet. Both held each other in mutual apprehension, neither able to gain the upper hand. Fang Xiang watched the livestream in silence, comparing the scene to his previous encounters with the divine entities behind Xiaofan and the others. So this is a low-tier wild god. Neither its speed nor its strength is particularly impressive. The power manifested after a deity's descent depended on multiple factors. It depends on the believer's faith level, rank, equipment, the deity's rank, and so on. Currently, both the Desert Death God and Visakha were novice wild gods, with the Desert Death God holding the advantage of territorial dominance. Yet, on the surface, the Desert Death God appeared to be at a disadvantage. Visakha grinned savagely as he charged into the Desert Death God's village, arms spread wide, divine power surging wildly. The nightmare conquers evil spirits, the aged become demons, tormenting all mankind. When satiety arises in the heart, depart from that mortal form, escape the cycle of rebirth, lost in delusion, plunging into the Avicii hell. Divine might. Nightmare overwhelms the endless. Strands of pitch-black light erupted from Visakha's body, scattering outward and spreading across the entire village. In an instant, the entire settlement was drenched in pitch-black darkness, rapidly decaying, withering, and rotting. Trees began shedding their bark and withering, their leaves scattering to the ground and turning to ash. The Desert Reaper immediately unfurled his divine light shield to protect his followers from slaughter. Kill! The Desert Death God uttered the single word slowly, drawing the long-concealed ultimate weapon, the Sword of Carefree Roaming, from its sheath. Swish! The Sword of Carefree Wanderer became a streak of light, piercing the night as it slashed toward Visakha. Divine Power Black Flame Incineration. Visakha roared, channeling his divine might to form a pitch-black flame at his chest. This was the flame of a deity, capable of consuming all in the world. Put! The Carefree Wanderer's sword pierced through the black flames effortlessly, skewering Visakha. What? Visakha stared in disbelief at the sword tip piercing through him, his expression shifting abruptly. He felt his divine power rapidly dwindling, his very divine form scorched by excruciating pain. No! No! How could you possess a divine artifact? Visakha screamed in despair. That was a divine artifact. Even he had never possessed one. The possessed believer coughed up blood incessantly, clearly reaching his limit. Visakha growled, "Retreat." The Desert Reaper watched Visakha, who still attempted to retreat, and sneered coldly, "I deliberately lured you into the village. Do you really think you have any chance of escaping? Kill. Death Judgment." The Desert Reaper leapt into the air, soaring high above, then descended with a sword strike aimed to annihilate Visakha. No! Visakha roared in fury, yet he could do nothing to stop it. Crash! The sword struck down with brutal force, and Visakha fell dead instantly. A faint trace of divine power drifted from Visakha's remains. The Desert Death God absorbed this divine power. Then, he swept his gaze toward Visakha's followers. The followers trembled in terror, their faces drained of color. The death of their deity dealt a devastating blow to their souls. Many prostrated themselves on the ground, begging the deity for mercy. But some chose to slit their own throats. Bright red blood splattered across the floor, and the pungent stench of blood filled the air. Utterly foolish. The Desert Death God's eyes flashed with contempt before he turned to the surviving believers. Will you renounce darkness and embrace the light?
Some chose to kneel and change their faith.
Others wavered in indecision.
Others outright refused.
The Desert Reaper kept those willing to convert and the wavering, but wiped out those who outright refused.
Having dealt with them, the Desert Reaper felt immensely satisfied.
He messaged Fang Xiang in the chat window to share the good news.
Big shot, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to win. Fang Xiang, it was nothing. Can I have the Vishaka statue?
Once I forge a divine artifact, I'll share one with you.
Chapter 103, Promotion Success. Desert Reaper replied without hesitation, absolutely. Absolutely. It would be my honor. Though the Vishva statue contained divine essence and divine matter. But how could it compare to the value of a divine artifact? The Desert Death God swiftly uploaded the Vishaka divine statue to Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang gazed at the statue within the divine body realm, his expression visibly stirred. Although this ascension ritual of the chaos divine path didn't require divine essence, it would certainly need it in the future. Preparing in advance now was a prudent precaution. Fang Xiang notified the Dog God, Desert Death God, and Mushue to prepare for the sacrificial rite.
A sacrificial ritual held by subordinate deities for their primary god required a fragment of the primary god statue. After entrusting the fragment to the three, Fang Xiang instructed Wang Yuan to conduct the sacrifices simultaneously. At that moment, the four villages commenced their sacrifices for Fang Xiang's ascension ceremony.
Fang Xiang Village. Upon the altar. Wang Yuan wore the divine new dance mask, chanting obscure sacrificial verses as he performed the bizarre new dance. As the dance grew more frenzied, his robes billowed like cranes soaring through the clouds, while jade ornaments tinkled like springs echoing in empty valleys.
The ancient bronze mask radiated an aura of profound mystery.
Wang Yuan's voice rang out with force, the dark heavens were cleft, the candle dragon held the sun's radiance, the yellow chariot was established, the blue ox dragged mud, the Fang Xiang ruled the heavens, golden eyes in all four directions.
The others joined in, performing sacrificial rites alongside Wang Yuan's shamanic chants, their voices rising in unison to praise the sacred verses. Their voices were reverent and awe-filled, their faith levels soaring throughout the ritual.
Even Yi Wuming and Lu Wantong's faith levels surged past 10 at this moment, transforming them into fanatical devotees.
At this very moment, Wang Yuan also completed his class change quest and began his transformation. His aura surged, and the effects of his shamanic ritual skill intensified.
The scene of Fang Xiang Villages. The scene of Fang Xiang Villages ritual had long been streamed by Fang Xiang to Mushue and the others.
After all, he still needed Mushue and the others to assist with the ritual. Mushue and the others naturally cooperated fully, relaying the live stream to their own followers. The projected images shone brightly in the darkness. This spectacle left Mushue's followers utterly awestruck. Is this the ritual of the Lord God's village? How magnificent! The followers watched the ritual presided over by Wang Yuan with eyes full of reverence. Soon, they were influenced by the power of the Nuwa masks and began participating in the ritual themselves. They chanted prayers in unison, dancing the new dance alongside Wang Yuan. As the incantations ended, Wang Yuan ignited the sacrificial altar, and flames shot skyward in an instant. The collective will of the people spread through the flames like a phoenix spreading its wings. The incense of black ox mingled with the scent of fragrant herbs, rising straight to the heavens. The bustling scene felt like a dream. The collective faith and aspirations of the four villages were immense. Particularly potent were the devotional energies generated during the worship of subordinate deities. Vast waves of devout prayers converged through sacred contracts, merging into the statue of Fang Xiang.
The divine essence of Fang Xiang shattered ended, resembling a primordial black hole at the dawn of chaos, devouring every ounce of the faithful's devotional will from the sacrifices.
Finally, at the center of Fang Xiang's chaotic divine halo, a rhombic crystal formed, shimmering with a gray divine radiance.
Hum!
The crystal trembled, radiating brilliant light like a miniature sun. Then, the crystal exploded with a thunderous roar, like a collapsing star.
Powerful divine energy dispersed, coalescing into a swirling nebula that was swallowed by the chaos divine ring.
Upon the Chaos Divine Ring, another rune of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon was illuminated.
Fang Xiang's realm instantly broke through, reaching a new tier. This signified that Fang Xiang had become a high-ranked wild god. I've done it. I've succeeded. Fang Xiang murmured to himself.
The Chaos Divine Ring radiated an ancient, solemn divine might, stirring the winds and clouds as all beings knelt in worship.
Following Fang Xiang's successful ascension, divine grace rained down like nourishing dew.
Golden divine power rained down, seeping into the bodies of his followers. Wang Yuan, in the midst of his class change, felt his massive frame tremble. He could sense his transformation becoming smoother. Moreover, under the divine grace, his class change received a tremendous boost. Soon, he completed his class change. Class, Dragon Host Priest. Moreover, his faith level surged by 2 points, reaching 40. Besides Wang Yuan, the others also gained considerable benefits. Li Changxing's faith increased by 3 points, and his level rose to 12. Yi Wuming's level rose to 14. Li Baxian and Yi Qingquang reached level 9 mastery, immediately unlocking their class change quests.
Ji Longyue and Chen Ergo both reached level 9 as well. Though their job change quests hadn't unlocked yet, it likely wouldn't be long. The faith levels of the others also saw substantial increases under Fang Xiang's divine grace. In fact, Fang Xiang gained 5 new fanatical followers. This wave of advancements had dramatically boosted Fang Xiang village's overall strength. Just as Fang Xiang celebrated gaining 5 fanatics, the Far Ahead title activated, unexpectedly awakening the Alaya consciousness in a loyal believer, transforming them into a fanatic. A single divine blessing had granted him 6 fanatical followers. It must be said that the combination of the shaman profession with Far Ahead and the divine new mask provided an immense boost. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divinity, Fang Xiang. Level, Advanced Wild God. Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 50-50-300. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing Freely Adjustable, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Protective Divine Radiance 1 Divine Power 6 Hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart of the Dragon Soul, Heart Flame 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Gaze 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use, Capricornus Reverse Destiny Star 10 Divine Power Use. Professionals, 8. Beast Slave, Nightmare. Items, 120 Gene Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover Tier 1, Mid-Grade, Doll Remains, 95 Gene Star Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword Tier 1, High Grade. 100 ml Dragonling Blood, Rustblood Octopus Corpse, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Corpse, 3 Caddies Black Fallen Green Hand. 496 G Phantom Light Mica, 1 Entropy Altered Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Corpse, Tomato and Potato Seeds. Dark Star Entropy Altered Simplified Potion Formula. Vishasa's Divine Statue. Vassal Deities, Twilight Snow, Dog God, Desert Death God. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 153. Worshippers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 23, Devout Believers 90, Fanatical Believers 29. Distinctive trait, unwavering faith. Those lacking conviction have long been lost in the vast wastelands of the divine ruins. Special products, none. Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Silent Lava Ore, Black Iron Ore, Vortex Spirit Cultivation Technique, Fireflow Rock. First tier inferior divine artifacts, arrows, shields, Emo Dao. Blood Raging Body Tempering Technique. White Sugar, Super Sweet Beats. Radium Uranium Oregon 7 pieces of 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover, 1 Phantom Light Sword, 3 Phantom Light Arrows. Promotion requirements, when the number of fanatical followers exceeds 50 and the total number of followers surpasses 300, the Chaos Divine Path Special Trial will be unlocked. Fang Xiang discovered his divine power advancement ceiling far surpassed that of other high-tier wild divine medicines. For ordinary Divine Path Advanced Wild Gods, the divine power cap was only 150 points. His, however, reached a staggering 300 points. Naturally, a higher divine power ceiling signifies greater potential and more formidable strength at the same level. This was a good thing. Additionally, Fang Xiang discovered the divine ability he gained after advancement, Horn Constellation Reverse Destiny Star. Jiaoshu, Reverse Destiny Star could swap the life patterns of 2 individuals. On its own, it's nothing special. But when paired with the constellation of Kong, Engraving Karma, it becomes an absolutely divine technique. First, elevate your ally's fortune to its peak. Then, when the backlash from the Antares, Engraving Karma effect manifests, activate the Capricornus, Reverse Destiny Star. By swapping their destinies, wouldn't the karmic backlash transfer to someone else? Chapter 104, The Dragon Constellation Priest. The only drawback is that Jiao Star, Reverse Destiny consumes a significant amount of divine power. A single activation demands a whopping 10 points of divine power. Still, considering its effects, it's quite worthwhile. Yi Woming's karmic backlash persisted, making this period exceptionally unlucky for him. Were it not for the protection of the 7-fold Blazing Heaven, he would have perished long ago. Therefore, Fang Xiang decided that once the timing was right, he would find someone to change Yi Woming's destiny pattern. Naturally, Fang Xiang also paid close attention to Wang Yuan's class change. After all, the shaman's class change held immense significance for him. Fang Xiang opened Wang Yuan's personal panel. Follower, Wang Yuan. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang. Faith level, 40 fanatic. Level, 10. Force, 120. Lifespan, 110. Hidden special profession Dragon Sanctuary Priest. Class ability, Divination 10 per use, 7-day cooldown. No Dance 5 use, cooldown, 1 day. Sacrifice 10 use, significantly strengthens the spiritual bond between devotees and revered deities through invocations, increases faith, and allows conducting deity ascension ceremonies with enhanced effects cooldown, 1 month. Divine Servant strengthens the spiritual bond between the shaman and the revered deity, greatly enhancing the deity's blessings upon the shaman, reducing divine power consumption, and enabling the use of divine chant with the deity at 0 cost. Soul Ascension guides departed devotees back into the deity's embrace, summoning them to fight for the deity. Dragon residing spirit command hear the heavens through the shaman's bones, command all spirits with invocations. Contract your natal star spirit to fight for you. Item, divine new mask. Quality, tier 4, high-grade special ritual artifact, exclusive to devotees. Cannot be unbound once equipped unless the original owner dies. Fang Xiang gazed at Wang Yuan's newly acquired skills dragon-dwelling spirit command and soul ascension with great delight. Truly a special class, it did not disappoint. These two skills were exceptionally powerful. Even if the devotee perishes, the spirit endures. Perhaps one day he could even establish a spirit hall. As for the life-bound star spirit, while powerful indeed, but encountering a star spirit is exceedingly rare, one can only leave it to fate. Mushue Village. Mushue watched Fang Xiang village produce 8 fanatical devotees through divine favor and rituals, her eyes brimming with envy. 8 fanatics. She only had 6 in total. Moreover, Fang Xiang had already ascended to a high-rank wild god, while she remained at the basic rank. The gap was widening by the day. Mushue couldn't help but feel fortunate she'd latched onto this powerful ally back then. Otherwise, once word spreads that Fang Xiang has become a high-level wild god, even more beings will likely seek to submit to him. After all, many divine realms now face the threat of extinction. They had no choice. Mushue thought to herself, once the big shot rises to power, even the smallest trickle of resources spilling from his fingertips would be enough to launch her career. Holy crap! That's awesome. Mushue resolved to send more salt offerings to Lord Fang Xiang, lest the big shot forget this little newbie. It wasn't just Mushue, the desert death goddess felt equally conflicted, her emotions a mix of joy and worry. His worry was that Fang Xiang was leveling up far too quickly, he couldn't even hope to keep up. In the future, he might struggle to become Fang Xiang's trusted lieutenant and gain entry into the inner circle. The joy was that serving such a powerful deity brought immense benefits. Divine artifacts others could only dream of were gifted without hesitation, propelling him straight to the top. After pondering, the desert death god had his followers gather vast quantities of black iron ore and sent it to Fang Xiang. As a major mining magnate, he lacked nothing except black iron ore. His followers used it to build their houses. Heaps of it lay scattered on the ground, too common to even bother picking up. But this also meant the local ecosystem was incredibly monotonous. Nothing but sand and black iron ore. Not a single speck of green. Water and food are extremely scarce. These essentials could only be obtained through foreign trade. And Fang Xiang is his primary source of imports. Fang Xiang had already had Chen Erdu construct several water pipelines. Forged from black iron, these pipes were exceptionally sturdy and buried deep enough to withstand monster damage. Combined with the river's proximity to Fang Xiang village, this ensured the village never lacked water. There was even surplus water flowing out. It must be noted that besides the desert death god, there were others desperately in need of water. Due to food, water, divine artifacts, and other factors, the desert death god's very survival depended entirely on Fang Xiang. This has steadily increased the desert death god's loyalty to Fang Xiang. At this moment, the desert death god noticed something new unfolding in the chat area. Clicking to investigate, he discovered someone had successfully advanced to intermediate wild god. Holy crap! Binding truly lives up to being second on the believers' rankings, advancing this quickly. With the Oracle Tower present, this advancement was to be expected. Not just him, Tai has also successfully ascended. So jealous of these big shots. I haven't even met the promotion requirements yet, let alone unlock the promotion quest. You're actually doing well. My divine power hasn't even reached perfection yet. Better not rush into the advancement quest. People have failed before, resulting in the death of the practitioner. They're kicking themselves now. Professionals are precious enough as it is, losing even one breaks my heart. At that moment, someone steered the conversation back to Fang Xiang. After all, Fang Xiang's recent performance had been nothing short of dazzling. What happened to Heaven Rewards diligence? No news lately. He hasn't sold any divine artifacts or transcendent weapons either. No clue. When he sold artifacts before, it really sparked a buying frenzy. Truly the largest arms dealer in this region. Do you think his recent absence means he's completing an advancement quest? No way. He's already an intermediate wild god. Another advancement would make him a high-level wild god? That's way too fast. True. If only he'd sell another artifact. With one of those, completing the advancement quest would be a piece of cake. Honestly, if I don't get a divine artifact soon, I'd rather become a subordinate deity to the Heaven Rewards Diligence faction. Hey, you're too late. The recruitment for the Heavenly Tao Rewards Diligence's subordinate deities ended ages ago. Sigh. Missed it after all. First come, first served. Watching the chat log, the Desert Reaper chuckled to himself. Thank goodness he'd been quick on the drawback, then otherwise, this golden opportunity would have been snatched up by someone else. If these people knew Fang Xiang had become a high-level wild god, they'd be stunned. Just then, a bombshell announcement popped up in the chat. Selling a mid-tier first-grade artifact. Will trade for information on the whereabouts of the star spirit or valuable special materials. Interested parties, PM me.
This message was none other than from Fang Xiang.
The Desert Reaper never imagined Fang Xiang possessed so many divine artifacts. He casually produced another one. The chat area erupted as many went wild. After all, this was a divine artifact. And a mid-tier first-grade one at that. Tian Dao Rewards Diligence is finally back. I've already prepared what I want to trade. Star Spirit's message? What even is a Star Spirit? Dude, read more books. A starlight is a starlight. No news on the Star Spirits, but I've got a transcendent grade cultivation technique. Fang Xiang Village. Right now, Fang Xiang's private messages were skyrocketing toward 999 plus. Fang Xiang sifted through them and found nothing worth trading. Many of the items offered were worth far less than a mid-tier first-grade artifact. Chapter 105, The Xiao Family Ancestral Mansion. Fang Xiang could even exchange ordinary black iron weapons directly. Clearly, even if people possessed resources now, they wouldn't readily trade them away. Artifacts were important, but certain resources held even greater value. Or rather, those who possess resources are no longer particularly in need of divine artifacts. After all, someone had already made a deal with Fang Xiang. In the early stages, possessing just one artifact was sufficient. Those who coveted divine artifacts but lacked matching resources found themselves unable to trade with Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang could only upload the transcendent weapons and mystic iron weapons first, hoping to find suitable trading partners. When a large number of mystical iron weapons flooded the trading zone, they were immediately snapped up by the crowd. While divine artifacts were beyond most people's means, black iron weapons were still affordable for many. This was especially true for mining bosses whose villages sat atop or deposits. Obtaining mineral resources was remarkably straightforward for them. For instance, a man named Shu Weifu possessed a unique type of ore. Ice crystal jade ore. This ore was slightly rarer than black iron ore, but its value range was not as extensive. It could only serve as a secondary material in weapon forging. Thus, virtually no one trades with him. But Fang Xiang is different. He possesses the art of weapon forging and he has the blacksmith Chen Erdu. With this material in his hands, he could mass-produce Shin Iron Jade Onyx weapons on an assembly line. Fang Xiang immediately drove the price down to rock bottom, one piece of black iron weapon for 10,000 gene of ice crystal chalcedony. How about it? The Water Palace immediately countered, big shot, that's way too low. It doesn't even cover the mining costs for my miners. Could 10,000 gene of ice crystal jade marrow buy 2 black iron weapons instead? Ice crystal jadeite is a brittle material. On its own, it's only good for decorative items and has extremely poor practicality. With followers' basic sustenance unresolved, who would trade precious weapons for mere ornaments? Thus, Fang Xiang had no worries about the other party refusing the deal. Fang Xiang stated bluntly, 1 black iron weapon for 10,000 gene of ice crystal chalcedony. No deal? I'll find someone else. Water Palace, fine. I'll trade. How about 10 black iron weapons instead? Fang Xiang accepted. After obtaining the ice crystal jade, Fang Xiang immediately handed it over to Chen Ergu. Ice crystal jade has an extremely high melting point. Though lacking in toughness, it possesses exceptional hardness. This property is somewhat similar to that of diamonds. It's absolutely perfect as an insulating layer for the inner walls of a blast furnace. With this ice crystal jadeite, the iron smelting efficiency of the furnace would undoubtedly increase several-fold. Chen Ergo stared at the ice crystal chalcedony Fang Xiang had bestowed upon him, overcome with excitement. To level up quickly, he needed to focus on iron smelting and blacksmithing. But the heat-resistant materials in the furnace had their limits. Therefore, finding refractory materials was essential. This ice crystal chalcedony perfectly met the requirements for iron smelting. Thank you for your gift, Lord Fang Xiang. Chen Erdu bowed to Fang Xiang. With the ice crystal chalcedony in hand, the people of Fang Xiang Village and Dog God Village joined forces to prepare for building a new iron smelting furnace. This would be Fang Xiang Village's 3rd iron smelting furnace. While some focused on refining the furnace, others practiced the whirlpool spirit cultivation method and the blood-boiling body tempering technique. These 2 cultivation methods could be practiced even by ordinary people. And they yielded remarkable results. As for lying flat to rest? That's a privilege reserved for the dead. As long as you don't die from training, push yourself to the limit. If you're alive, you can't even think about resting. At this age, who can sleep? Additionally, Fang Xiang planned to initiate the people of Inugami Village into cultivation. The villagers of Inugami Village were utterly stunned when Wang Yuan bestowed the cultivation method upon them. After all, they were merely external vassals. Who would have thought they could cultivate too? Xiao Tian gazed at the cultivation method in his hands and declared earnestly, from now on, with a single word from you, we of Inugami Village will brave fire and water. Nothing is beyond our devotion. Wang Yuan smiled. We're all family here. Good things are meant to be shared. Now that Dog God Village was right next to Fang Xiang Village, its growth and strength was also a blessing for Fang Xiang Village. While the villagers of Fang Xiang and Dog God Village diligently cultivated, Xiao Fan fled back to the Xiao family. The ancient Xiao clan, also known as the Lanling Xiao family. Their ancestral lands lay north of the Black Knight ruins, less than 20 kilometers from the ruins. The Xiao family estate.
Bathed in divine radiance, the ancient Xiao residence loomed in the night like a dormant colossus.
Blue tiles layered like scales formed overlapping eaves, their upturned edges resembling the wings of a startled wild goose.
Before the main hall, vermilion lacquered carved railings bore the deep imprint of time, their swirling cloud patterns embodying the clan's ambitions. Before the ancient mansion stood gatekeepers bearing crimson lanterns.
When Xiao Fan returned carrying the severed half-head of the red-robed maiden, the gatekeepers were horrified.
This young master was a 27th level jade sword immortal. The red-clad maiden was a standout among the great swords. That both of them returned in such a pitiful state was truly astonishing. He hurried forward, supporting the weakened Xiao Fan back inside, and immediately dispatched someone to inform the family head.
In the small courtyard of the ancient mansion, wisteria cascaded like a waterfall in full bloom.
Purple silk seemed cut into countless tassels, showering delicate petals that fell softly.
The cobblestone path was strewn with a layer of shattered purple stars.
A middle-aged man sat fishing, his face kind yet his eyes held the stealth of a lion.
The goldfish pond lay still as a mirror, water lilies resting upon its surface, their white petals curled as if still asleep. The fishing line dipped, and finally, a red carp took the bait. Just as the man reeled it in, the gatekeeper burst in, "Master, it's terrible. The young master is gravely wounded, and the great sword is shattered. The mission has likely failed."
Thud! The red carp thrashed its tail, breaking free from the hook and plunging back into the pond.
In an instant, golden scales shattered the mirror-like surface, fragments of light leaping like stars.
Among the gathering and dispersing duckweed, dewdrops rolled off lotus leaves, each plop shattering the serene stillness of the pond. The middle-aged man's face remained impassive, yet a fleeting flash of anger flickered unnoticed in his eyes.
Fang failed? The primordial nucleus of the fiendish beast wasn't retrieved? The gatekeeper bowed his head, yes. The young master's severe injury must be an aftereffect of the divine descent. Fanner resorted to divine descent? The middle-aged man clenched his fists. It seems I underestimated Chen Nyosho after all. Take me to Fanner. Yes. The gatekeeper nodded. Side courtyard. After swallowing the elixir, Xiao Fan felt slightly better, though his body remained weak.
His face was as pale as gold leaf, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. This differed from Wang Yuan's divine blessings, which were bestowed by the divine lord.
Divine power is exceedingly precious to divine palaces. Under normal circumstances, divine palaces would not bestow blessings lightly.
Even the Xiao family. The number of fanatical devotees was also small, only 15.
This meant the deity venerated by the Xiao family accumulated insufficient divine power daily.
This divine descent consumed an enormous amount of divine power. To conserve for unforeseen needs, it was impossible to treat Xiao Fan and eliminate the side effects of the divine descent.
"Fanner, how are you?"
the middle-aged man asked with concern as soon as he entered.
Xiao Fan shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just Honglian's core is damaged. I don't know if it can be repaired." "Don't worry. Our Xiao family has mechanics who will fix her."
But the Xinyan's original core was taken by the mechanical god cult.
This is a major threat. Xiao Fan gave a bitter smile.
The biggest winner this time isn't the mechanic god cult, it's some unknown faction.
They possess several mid-tier first-rank divine artifacts.
And one of them wears a bronze mask. It's highly unusual.
I can't see through it. What?
Xiao Zhantian, head of the Xiao family, stared in shock.
A mid-tier first-grade divine artifact? And a bronze mask you can't see through? When did a faction of this caliber emerge in this region? Chapter 106, Blackwater Uncontainable. The constraints of night made it difficult for forces to spread outward. After all, the nights were growing ever longer. Now, the gray day had dwindled to just 3 hours. How far could one run in 3 hours? How far could one explore? If you venture too far, who knows if you'll have a chance to escape back into the protective range of divine radiance. Remember, the dark forest is fraught with danger. If something delays us, that little time won't be nearly enough. Therefore, only factions within a 30-kilometer radius of the Nightfall ruins can currently enter it. Even with your divine descent activated, you're still no match for them? Xiao Zhantian asked, though he already knew the answer. Xiao Fan nodded. His faith level surpasses mine. It must have already exceeded 30 points. He's holding his own against both my divine descent and Chen Nushu's, and he's clearly dominating. If not for the night's constraints, he wouldn't dare delay too long. Otherwise, both Chen Nushu and I would have perished in the night ruins. What? His faith level is that high? Hearing this, Xiao Zhantian was even more shocked. After all, even within the entire Xiao clan, only the Patriarch could reach a faith level of 30 points. The Patriarch's faith level was 34 points. It allowed him to harness the divine power of the Azure Phoenix Shrine to its fullest extent. It was the Xiao family's trump card. For now, it's best to first assess their strength before proceeding cautiously. Xiao Zhantian knew their combat power matched the Xiao family's. Acting rashly would only invite disaster. Moreover, Chen Nushu's branch base was not too far from the Xiao family. The two factions had been locked in a covert struggle for years, neither yielding to the other, neither able to gain the upper hand. If the Xiao family clashed with this mysterious force, allowing Chen Niushou to reap the benefits, it would be a colossal loss. Dispatch men to notify the surrounding villages, have them scout the area thoroughly. Xiao Zhantian instructed the gatekeeper. The Xiao family commanded numerous subordinate factions. The deities worshipped by these factions all bowed to the authority of the Azure Phoenix God. As a long-standing, top-tier wild deity, the Azure Phoenix God's power was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, while other villages still lived in dilapidated wooden huts, the Xiao family could never have possessed such a magnificent ancient residence. To revel in such opulence beneath the cover of night truly demonstrated the depth of their power. The night watchman nodded. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. He turned and left the hall, stepping out through the main gate. A cold wind swept in with the night, as if instantly stripping away the Xiao family's splendor. He murmured, "This weather is truly detestable." Muttering to himself, he quickened his pace toward the front courtyard. In the front courtyard, a group of well-trained guards stood watch, patrolling with spears in hand. Every face bore an expression of tension and vigilance. After all, in this era where darkness steadily spread, no place was truly safe. The gatekeeper bellowed orders, "All affiliated forces assemble at first light. We need their assistance to gauge the enemy's strength." Several figures who appeared to be leaders immediately ran over, saluted, and swiftly began assigning tasks. Amidst the agonizing wait, the long night finally wore itself out. What troubled everyone was that the gray light of dawn appeared even dimmer today, like a frail old man struggling to rise from bed in the depths of winter. "The gray day has finally arrived," sighed the lead gatekeeper. The piercing gray sunlight stabbed at their skin, causing a stinging pain. Yet, the group dared not delay, immediately relaying the master's orders. In a dilapidated village nearby, several villagers huddled around a campfire for warmth. Their clothes were ragged, their faces blackened by smoke, their lives visibly harsh. Yet, upon seeing figures approaching, they sprang to their feet, gripping the rusted blades they never parted with. The men stared nervously at the newcomers. "Who goes there?" The Xiao family guards displayed their Azure Phoenix insignia. "We are the Xiao family's guards. The family head has issued an order." The village chief frowned, murmuring discontentedly, "What is it now? These recent expeditions are growing more frequent. The village's young men are nearly depleted." Yet, he dared not show the slightest hint of defiance. Their village faced severe food shortages and relied on the Xiao family for provisions. Moreover, their village deity had signed a master-servant contract with the Xiao family's Azure Phoenix god. Thus, the village was utterly subservient to the Xiao family, little more than vassal slaves. Daring to offend the Xiao family would bring unimaginable consequences. "Sir, what are your orders?" The village chief bowed his head low, his demeanor submissive and humble. "Scout the surrounding factions and map their territories," the guard replied coldly. After delivering the order, he strode away without waiting for the village chief's response. They still had messages to deliver to other factions. Watching the guard's retreating figure, the village chief's eyes darkened. Mapping the area, that was no small task. Standing at the door of his dilapidated house, the village chief watched the guard's figure vanish into the gray morning mist. He turned and addressed the villagers gathering around him in a solemn voice, "Everyone, we must set out once more." A middle-aged man frowned, his hands rough and knuckles thick from years of labor. He gripped his farming tool tightly, his voice weary and resentful. "Another order from the Xiao family? Our own fields aren't even properly tended yet. How are we supposed to carry out their tasks?" The village chief sighed, his gaze sweeping over every face present. "Refuse? Where will our grain come from?" His words gradually silenced the once noisy crowd. The Xiao family, to them, were nothing but landlords. And they were the serfs being exploited. There was no room for refusal, nor any means to resist. They could only obey, dragging their weary bodies into the gray morning mist. 2 hours later, the Xiao family's affiliated forces delivered a series of rough maps. One of them caught Xiao Zhantian's attention. Blackwater Village. Has it really been so low-key lately? Xiao Zhantian remembered Blackwater Village well. After all, their divine entity was also a special grade wild god. While it couldn't be compared to established special grade deities like the Azure Phoenix god, its momentum was undeniably formidable. Yet recent reports from neighboring villages suggest Blackwater Village has become remarkably low-key. In fact, it had become excessively low-key. It almost seemed like they lacked confidence. "Send men to Blackwater Village tomorrow to investigate." Xiao Zhantian instructed his confidant in a matter-of-fact tone. The aide nodded and immediately dispatched personnel from affiliated factions in the surrounding areas. Such matters naturally couldn't be handled by his own men. If they were detained by the Blackwater clan in Blackwater Village, it would spell trouble. The following day, at dusk. Blackwater Village. Ever since Lu Chen and his group were slain by Fang Xiang Village, the Blackwater god had grown unusually silent. After all, those sent to Fang Xiang Village were all elite warriors. Without powerful practitioners to support them, Blackwater Village now struggled even to secure food. Weak practitioners faced immense difficulty securing food in the increasingly perilous dark forest. Moreover, the gray day now lasted only 3 hours. The odds of securing food were even slimmer. Thus, the faces of Blackwater Village's followers were grim. Chapter 107, The Xiaoplan Alliance. Now, they can only scrape by on their previous food supplies. But sitting on their resources will eventually deplete them. They'll starve to death one day. Unless, that is, someone among them awakens a class. But even if they do awaken a class, it's unlikely to happen anytime soon. This leaves Blackwater Village in a dire predicament.
The Blood Moon God naturally sensed the Blackwater God's growing anxiety. In truth, he was even more anxious than the Blackwater God. For his divine power was nearly depleted.
Now, he had only one remaining fanatical devotee left to parasitize.
Having gone too long without receiving the devout willpower of his followers, his divine power was draining rapidly. Even as he minimized divine power expenditure as much as possible, it proved futile. After all, he was no longer within his own domain. Every day, he must expend divine power just to maintain his existence. In 3 days' time, he would likely die from complete depletion of his divine power. The Blood Moon God could occasionally sense the Blackwater God's malevolent scrutiny. The other party coveted his divine essence. It sought to use his divine essence to forge a powerful professional. Under normal circumstances, divine essence is reserved solely for the deity's own use. But now, Blackwater Village no longer possessed that condition. Divine entities and their followers are mutually dependent. Without powerful practitioners to provide sustenance for the faithful. Once the faithful perish, the divine sanctuary itself cannot avoid collapse. Realizing this, the Blood Moon God grew increasingly anxious. Yet he could do nothing now. Engaging in a decisive battle with the Blackwater God would surely lead to defeat. Yet if he did not fight, he would still die.
This dilemma tormented the Blood Moon God.
The Blackwater God clearly sensed this and spoke in his divine voice. The only option now is to contact Chen Nyosho and join forces with the mechanical god cults branch to completely eradicate Fang Xiang village. Blood Moon God murmured, Chen Nansho has gone to the night ruins.
He must have gained much there. Dealing with Fang Xiang village should be a breeze. This deity thinks so too.
The Blackwater God glanced at the sky and activated the information link, attempting to contact Chen Ningxiu. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. This left the Blackwater God stunned. Logically, this should be impossible. Frowning, the Blackwater God tried again to contact Chen Nishu, but still received no response.
A wave of unease washed over him.
Turning to Blood Moon God, Blackwater God's voice was low and grave. Something's terribly wrong.
Chen Nyosho's communication device won't connect.
A flicker of anxiety crossed Blood Moon God's mind.
Could he have met with some misfortune in the night ruins? Blackwater God shook his head, pondering for a moment. Impossible. With Chen Nyosho's strength, even the night ruins couldn't easily trap him. Unless.
Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside.
A Blackwater Village follower rushed into the altar chamber.
His face pale, he gasped, bad news. We spotted a group of strangers lurking near the village.
They look like people from the Xiao family.
The Blackwater God sprang to his feet, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
The Xiao family? Why would they appear here at this time?
Blood Moon God's voice grew solemn. It seems matters are far more complicated than we imagined. The Xiao family has always kept to themselves. Their sudden appearance this time is likely no coincidence. Blackwater God's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps the Xiao family has sensed our predicament and seeks to profit from it.
The current leader of Blackwater Village was Yi Chen, an 8th-level professional. Before, his strength was utterly insignificant. He could only stay within the village. But now, Blackwater Village's elite forces had been wiped out. He had become the village's last hope. Yi Chen murmured, Honorable deity, what should we do now? Should we execute the Xiao family's men?
The Blackwater God replied indifferently, they're likely just affiliated forces of the Xiao family.
Killing them might make the enemy think we're acting out of fear. Let them in.
Blackwater God's guess was correct. Those who entered were from other villages.
Not even practitioners, just ordinary believers.
They had clearly come only to deliver a message. The visitor's eyes darted nervously, his voice stuttering, Sir, I've come to deliver a message.
What message? Yi Chen demanded.
The messenger glanced at Yi Chen, then darted his eyes around the surroundings as if observing something.
After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally spoke, Blackwater Village is now facing calamity.
The Xiao family wishes to join forces with Blackwater Village. The family head knows Blackwater Village has grown close to the mechanical god cult. But now that the cult's leader, Chen Nu, has suffered a severe setback and is preoccupied with his own troubles, the best choice for Blackwater Village to avoid annihilation is to align with the Xiao family.
Yi Chen's pupils contracted. Chen Nansho had been compromised? Chen Nansho was a devotee capable of receiving divine descent. He also possesses multiple weapons and is a gunsmith. How could something happen to him? Could it really have harmed him?
The Blackwater God grew silent.
Who would have thought Chen Nansho would actually meet with misfortune? This truly was a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune. Fang Xiang village hasn't attacked Heishui village now precisely because they fear his divine power remains largely intact. But wait a while longer. Once his accumulated divine power was nearly depleted, Fang Xiang village would surely find a way to attack Blackwater village. After a moment of deep thought, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Blackwater God's mind. He transmitted his voice to Yi Chen, "Tell the Shao family we are open to cooperation, but they must demonstrate genuine sincerity." Yi Chen nodded, then turned to the messenger believer and said, "Return and tell your master that Blackwater village is willing to negotiate with the Shao family, but the terms must be discussed face to face." The follower nodded hastily, hurriedly exiting the altar, and quickly departed Blackwater village. Yi Chen looked at the Blackwater god and asked in a low voice, "Honorable god, are we truly to ally with the Shao family? They've always had their eyes on us." The Blackwater god sneered coldly, "The current situation leaves us no choice. If we don't seek outside help, once Fang Xiang village attacks, we'll have no way out but death." Meanwhile, inside the Shao family's ancestral mansion, Xiao Zhantian sat in the center of the grand hall, listening to his subordinates report back. His eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair. A trusted aide approached him and respectfully reported, "Master, Blackwater village has agreed to negotiations, but they demand we go personally." Xiao Zhantian chuckled softly. "Oh? Seems they're desperate too. Very well, make preparations. We depart tomorrow." The next day, at dusk, Xiao Zhantian led a contingent of elite guards, setting out on the road to Blackwater village. Upon their arrival at Blackwater village, they found someone already waiting. Yi Chen stepped forward, his face plastered with a false smile, and warmly grasped Xiao Zhantian's hand. "Welcome, Lord Xiao. Our revered deity awaits you at the altar." Xiao Zhantian smiled faintly, "Our presence here demonstrates sufficient sincerity. As for entering Blackwater village, I must decline." Once inside Blackwater village, even if he invoked divine intervention, he stood no chance against the Blackwater god's divine power. After all, the enemy held the home field advantage. One must never be without a guard against others. He would never be so careless as to enter Blackwater village. If the Blackwater god sought to detain them, they wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Yi Chen understood this well and smiled, "Very well. Our deity has witnessed the sincerity of family head Xiao. We can cooperate. However, we require family head Xiao to assist us in slaying a god?" Xiao Zhantian asked curiously, "Which god?" Chapter 108, God Devouring Crystal. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he slowly uttered three words, "Blood Moon God." Xiao Zhantian's eyebrows arched slightly, a meaningful smile curling his lips. "Blood Moon God? I hear he's an ally of the Blackwater god. What, are you planning to cut off your own arm?" Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly, "Circumstances leave us no choice. The Blood Moon God is now at the end of his rope. If we can eliminate him through the hands of the Shao family head, it would lay the groundwork for our mutual cooperation." Xiao Zhantian chuckled softly, gesturing for an attendant behind him to step forward. The man held a finely crafted wooden box. Its lid opened to reveal a crystal emitting a faint red glow. This is the Devourer's crystal, formed from the remains of the Devourer after death. It can slightly suppress divine power. Xiao Zhantian stated indifferently. While it has little effect on deities with followers, it proves deadly to those whose divine power is nearly exhausted. Yi Chen stared at the god-devouring crystal in astonishment. This object was incredibly precious. After all, devourers were extremely rare. For one to solidify into a crystal after death was even rarer. Who would have thought Xiao Zhantian could even produce such an item? Truly befitting the power of a veteran special grade wild god. Moreover, this god-devouring crystal, having absorbed the divine power of the Blood Moon god, will likely make Xiao Zhantian and his group even more formidable. For Xiao Zhantian, it's a win-win situation. What a shrewd move. Agreed. Yi Chen readily consented. Once the god-devouring crystal has absorbed the divine power, I will return it. After all, the Blood Moon god is a ticking time bomb. Who knows when it might go berserk in the village? Even if the Blackwater god could slay the Blood Moon god, the latter's frenzied outburst would undoubtedly inflict heavy casualties among Blackwater village's followers. To deepen our cooperation, I suggest we formalize an alliance contract. Xiao Zhantian shook his head, refusing to hand over the god-devouring crystal directly. An empty promise holds no binding power. If Yi Chen took the god-devouring crystal and ran, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. He couldn't exactly fight the Blackwater god himself, could he? Fighting on the enemy's turf? That'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Agreed. Yi Chen understood the purpose of the alliance contract. This pact wasn't between their followers, but between their respective deities. Only then could its binding power be maximized. The Blackwater god bestowed a bolt of divine power, sealing the pact with the Azure Phoenix god. Both parties were now bound as true allies. Only then did Xiao Zhan hand over the god-devouring crystal to Yi Chen. Returning to the village, Yi Chen immediately sought out the devotee possessed by the Blood Moon god and cast the god-devouring crystal directly onto the deity's statue. The Blood Moon god, now weakened, had sealed itself off to prevent the loss of its divine power. As the god-devouring crystal landed upon the Blood Moon God statue, its divine power was consumed by the crystal. The Blood Moon God was about to awaken and unleash its divine abilities. But in the next instant, the Black Water God's divine light descended, sealing the Blood Moon God within its protection. The Blood Moon God's devotee's massive frame trembled violently. His face contorted in agony before he swiftly collapsed unconscious. The Blood Moon God was also suppressed, unable to move. His followers had long been turned against him by Fang Xiang, betraying their master. Now, only the single possessed follower remained. The faith energy he could draw from was minuscule. Now, suppressed by the god-devouring crystal and the Black Water God, where was the strength to resist? Yi Chen, holding the god-devouring crystal and carrying the Blood Moon God's follower's head, slowly walked into the depths of the altar in Blackwater Village. In the dim light, the Blood Moon God's statue stood at the altar's center, emitting a faint, eerie black glow. The devotee before the statue had eyes tightly shut, face as pale as paper, and a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead, as if enduring immense agony. Yi Chen halted before the statue, gazing up at the Blood Moon God's face. The god-devouring crystal in his hand emitted a low, muffled hum, as if yearning for something. Without hesitation, he hurled the crystal toward the statue. It arced through the air, landing precisely atop the deity's head. Instantly, the Blood Moon God statue began to violently tremble. Its previously faint glow suddenly became blinding, and the entire altar was drenched in a crimson, blood-red hue. The Black Water God's greedy divine voice boomed, "Blood Moon God, I claim your divine essence. And I shall avenge your grudge against Fang Xiang." Black water surged, engulfing the Blood Moon God statue. The Blood Moon God fought back frantically, but his feeble divine power was swallowed by the Black Water God. The devotees were buried beneath the black water, dissolving into it. He let out a piercing roar, "Black water! You have no honor! How dare you betray our covenant?" The Black Water God replied indifferently, "The pact only forbade me from attacking you directly. It never said others couldn't. It was the god-devouring crystal that killed you, not me. You." The Blood Moon God knew escape was impossible, his divine voice tinged with despair. But soon, his agony ended. All his resources were devoured by the Black Water God. "Closer and closer to awakening my divine name," murmured the Black Water God. "Alas, awakening the divine name requires a journey to that place. My current foundation is still somewhat lacking. Congratulations, Divine Lord, on devouring the Blood Moon God." Yi Chen knelt on one knee, offering his congratulations. The Black Water God commanded, "Go form an alliance with the Xiao family. Have him lead his forces to attack Fang Xiang village." Yi Chen nodded. "Yes." Yi Chen left the village carrying the god-devouring crystal, returning it to Xiao Zhantian before stating solemnly, "Household head Xiao, there is one more matter requiring your assistance." "What is it?" Xiao Zhantian raised an eyebrow. Yi Chen spoke slowly, "This matter will also benefit you, Lord Xiao. Recently, a divine entity has risen at an astonishing pace and has now reached the rank of intermediate wild god. Moreover, they possess numerous divine artifacts. We wish to join forces with you, Lord Xiao, to seize those divine artifacts." "Divine artifacts? And many of them?" Xiao Zhantian's expression remained impassive, though shock rippled beneath the surface. When did divine artifacts become so commonplace? So many factions suddenly appearing with divine artifacts. Was this mere coincidence, or was there something more to it? Xiao Zhantian narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice steady. "Oh? Might I inquire which deity is so formidable as to possess so many divine artifacts?" Yi Chen's expression grew grave as he lowered his voice. "Fang Xiang. This deity likely masters the legendary art of artifact forging, which is why they can create divine artifacts. If we could subdue him and make him our servant, our rise to power would accelerate dramatically. Lord Xiao, surely you yourself would desire a mid-tier divine artifact?" A sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Zhantian's eyes. He smiled faintly, rose to his feet, and stood with his hands behind his back. "In that case, we could certainly collaborate. However, the distribution of benefits requires further discussion." Yi Chen nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Lord Xiao. We'll split the divine artifact 50-50. How does that sound?" Xiao Zhantian shook his head with a wry smile, gazing at the dim, indistinct mountain range in the distance. "A 3-7 split, 7 for me, 3 for you. After all, the Xiao family will bear the brunt of this operation." Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll accept the head of the Xiao family's proposal." Xiao Zhantian turned back, nodding with satisfaction. "Excellent. Then we depart immediately. Better to act swiftly than risk complications." Chapter 109, The Shadow Hunter Blade. Yi Chen clasped his hands in a respectful salute. "I shall follow the Xiao family head's arrangements in all matters." The two quickly reached an agreement and each began gathering their forces. Soon, a joint force composed of elite warriors from the Xiao clan and Blackwater village silently departed the village, heading toward the territory of Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang village. At this moment, Fang Xiang village was busy constructing an iron smelting furnace. With the combined efforts of Fang Xiang village and the dog god village, the furnace's construction was nearing completion. This time, the forge being built was even more massive. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it stood tall and straight in Fang Xiang village. The heat-insulating layer, crafted from ice crystal jade, traps immense heat within the furnace, greatly enhancing iron smelting efficiency. Chen Erdu gazed at the towering furnace, his face radiating excitement. Light the fire. Begin the first iron smelting. Li Baxian nodded and tossed a large amount of wood shavings into the furnace to ignite them. Flames erupted suddenly, the raging fire devouring the wood chips with a crackling roar. The intense heat warped the air, making it unbearably hot and difficult to approach. Villagers from nearby gathered around, staring at the newly built colossal structure, each filled with anticipation. Chen Ergo watched the flames nervously, constantly adjusting the position of the wood shavings with his shovel to ensure the fire burned evenly throughout the furnace. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, leaving dark streaks across his face. Too focused to wipe them away, he watched the flames intently. The temperature's right. Add the black iron ore. Got it. Li Baxian nodded and tossed a chunk of black iron ore inside. Li Baxian's biceps bulged as he shoved the waist-high ore block into the furnace opening. Bellows team, increase airflow by 30%. Chen Erdu commanded methodically, increase the heat. The current temperature isn't high enough. The workers immediately stepped forward, increasing the furnace's heat. The raging flames melted the black iron ore. The roaring fire swept across the entire furnace, sending waves of scorching heat crashing over them. The air thickened with the acrid smell of burning. The flames within the furnace gradually shifted from orange-red to blinding white as the temperature soared. Chen Erdo stood beside the furnace, his gaze fixed intently on the changes within. Finally, seeing the black iron ore melt into a searing white liquid, he exhaled in relief. The iron smelting is a success. The crowd rejoiced. This proved their efforts had not been in vain. And through this iron smelting, Chen Erdo finally maxed out his blacksmithing experience points, reaching level 9 and unlocking a job change quest. Chen Erdo stared at the job change quest, his eyes widening in shock. Job change quest? Forge a low-grade extraordinary weapon? Superior weapons differed vastly from ordinary ones. While ordinary weapons could greatly enhance an average person's strength, they couldn't channel much primal energy, preventing a professional from unleashing their full potential. Superior weapons, however, allow professionals to unleash their full potential to the utmost. However, forging a transcendent weapon was incredibly difficult. Fang Xiang could forge extraordinary weapons because he possessed the art of weapon forging, bolstered by the divine power of the dragon's soul heart flame. Therefore, Fang Xiang has a relatively higher probability of forging divine artifacts. Of course, even Fang Xiang faces a chance of failure when forging divine artifacts. But his success rate is higher. Not to mention mere transcendent weapons. However, forging divine artifacts and extraordinary weapons demands a significant expenditure of divine power from Fang Xiang. Currently, Fang Xiang is accumulating divine power, as 300 points are required to reach the threshold of a special grade wild god. This is a truly enormous amount of divine power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Fang Xiang would not forge divine artifacts for the time being. That's precisely why he's so eager to see Chen Ergo develop his skills. He intends for Chen Ergo to forge weapons in his stead, seize market share, and expand profits. Fang Xiangjuan's trust deeply moved Chen Ergu. But he was merely a level 9 blacksmith and now Fang Xiangjuan expected him to forge extraordinary weapons? This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Superior weapons required higher grade materials and more intricate processes. Specific blueprints were also required for their forging. Chen Erdu scratched his head, his face clouding over with worry. As soon as Fang Xiang saw the new forge completed, Chen Erdu activated his job change quest. He immediately opened Chen Ergu's personal panel to see what his job change quest entailed. Follower, Chen Ergu. Deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 16 fanatic. Class, blacksmith. Level, 9. Force, 9. Lifespan, 50. Professional skills, iron forging consumes force to craft ironware. Greater force expenditure yields superior results. Metal affinity passive skill, enhances affinity with metals and grants the ability to sense them. Job change quest, forge an exceptional mid-grade weapon. Upon seeing Chen Ergu's job change quest, Fang Xiang raised an eyebrow. This job change quest is something else, no wonder it's a hidden advancement path hinted at by the map. Chen Erdu's original job change quest was merely to craft a low-grade extraordinary weapon. But now, the difficulty had skyrocketed. Though Fang Xiang crafted extraordinary weapons as easily as drinking water. But that was only because he possessed 2 divine arts, artifact forging and dragon soul heart flame. Plus, he refines them with higher dimensional divine power. But professionals are different, they cannot be compared to deities. Forging a high-grade transcendent weapon is nearly impossible for ordinary blacksmiths. Only after successfully completing a second-class change can one forge it. However, the job change quest does not specify that Chen Ergu must complete it independently. This means appropriate assistance could be provided. Fang Xiang opened the chat interface and directly posted a low-grade transcendent weapon, offering a bounty for the blueprint of a mid-grade transcendent weapon. Blueprints, naturally, pale in importance compared to an extraordinary low-grade weapon. After all, even with blueprints, most people couldn't forge them anyway. But few people likely possessed such blueprints. Therefore, it took quite a while after Fang Xiang posted the bounty before someone contacted him. Big shot, I have a blueprint for a high-grade extraordinary weapon. Interested in trading? Fang Xiang opened the trade interface. Item, blueprint for the superb grade weapon, Nether Hunter Blade. Description, this weapon radiates an unnatural malevolence, carrying a chance to backfire on its wielder. Yet it unleashes unimaginable power. Its unparalleled sharpness drastically increases the user's speed and grants stealth. Fang Xiang immediately selected trade. As for backlash? Fang she couldn't care less. This wasn't for his own followers anyway. It was merely to help Chen to complete his class change quest. After all, finding other blueprints in such a short time was no easy feat. These days, the odds of acquiring blueprints weren't exactly high. Take Fang Xiang's situation, for instance, resources were scarce, and powerful enemies lurked all around. Without a map, it'd be tough to develop here. After completing the transaction, Fang Xiang tossed a bunch of alchemy materials and blueprints he'd acquired earlier to Chen Erdu. Rust blood octopus carcasses, evil bone wolf spider carcasses, and 3 gene of black fallen hand green. These materials piled up like mountains, emanating a terrifying aura. All these items were traded by Fang Xiang using weapons he had seized from others. Chen Ergo crouched down, pinching a small handful of black fallen hand green. An icy, bone-chilling sensation shot through his fingertips, as if they'd frozen solid. He frowned, bringing the material to his nose. A foul, putrid stench assaulted his senses, making him retch involuntarily. Can this stuff really be used for forging? He muttered, glancing up at the Fang Xiang shrine in the distance. The statue of Lord Fang Xiang atop the shrine was ancient and solemn, its gaze deep and awe-inspiring. Chen Ergo thought to himself, since this is the divine decree of Fang Xiang, there must be a reason. Chen Erdu's gaze hardened with resolve. He turned and walked toward his workbench, arranging the materials neatly one by one. He pulled out a yellowed parchment scroll, densely covered in ancient runes and forging instructions. Chapter 110, The Blackwater Alliance. Step 1, grind the black fallen hand green. A fine, non-sticky powder is ideal. He murmured as he took out a grinding stone, carefully placing the black fallen hand green upon it and began to grind with force. Black powder gradually scattered with his movements, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Li Baxian approached, frowning as he watched. Are you sure this stuff can forge anything worthwhile? It smells like poison. Chen Erda shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not sure either, but since it came from Fang Xiang, it must be suitable for forging. He continued his work, his hands moving steadily. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the grinding stone, mingling with the black powder in an eerie display. Once the green powder was ground to a fine consistency, he added octopus brain for seasoning. Suddenly, his hand froze, his eyes narrowing sharply. Something's off. This material's reaction isn't matching the scroll's instructions. Just as he was about to double-check his work for errors, Wang Yuan's deep voice cut through the air. Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare. Just now, Fang Xiang spotted over 20 glowing points on the map, rapidly approaching their location. The intensity of the enemy's light points was exceptionally high. Clearly, these were all formidable opponents. Therefore, Fang Xiang immediately informed Wang Yuan. Enemies are approaching. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan naturally began alerting everyone in Fangxiang Village and Inugami Village. Outside Fangxiang Village, night deepened as dark clouds hung low, rumbling with distant thunder. When the Shao clan and the Blackwater village folk arrived at the outskirts of Fangxiang Village, they immediately sensed something was amiss. The dark forest was densely packed with ancient trees that blocked out the sky. But Fangxiang Village was different, surrounded entirely by open land. The ancient trees had been cut down to the last one. This left them unable to use the trees cover to approach. Of course, what startled them most were the structures of Fangxiang Village. Yi Chen crouched atop an ancient tree canopy, his eyes fixed on the village ahead like a hawk's. Using his archery tier skill, Eagle Eyes, he could see Fangxiang Village in sharp detail. 3 towering iron furnaces stood like terrifying beasts, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Iron smelting? Interesting. Yi Chen murmured to himself. It seems Fangxiang Village isn't just home to a divine artifact smith, they might also have an awakened blacksmith-class support operator. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen's fingers lightly traced the bronze dagger at his waist. The icy chill transmitted through his fingertips made him tense up. The resources the other side possessed seemed a bit too abundant. This unsettled him. After all, even Lu Chen, a level 21 greatsword master, had fallen. Better safe than sorry. The timing is right. Let the Shao family go first, he murmured to himself, then raised his hand to signal the Shao family warriors behind him. Shao Zhantian soldiers emerged silently from the shadows like a pack of ghosts, swiftly dispersing to encircle Fangxiang Village. Shao Zhantian stood atop a high slope, his right hand lightly stroking the black iron knuckle guard on his left little finger.
A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Send out the order, no rash moves.
Wait for my signal before acting.
His voice was deep and commanding. The trusted aide beside him nodded and departed immediately. Meanwhile, within Fang Xiang village, Li Changsheng stood atop the watchtower, his grip tightening on the longbow in his hands. He drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the ancient trees surrounding him. The wind rustling through the branches seemed to carry an unusual restlessness. Hidden within the shadows of the ancient trees in the distance were people. And there were many of them.
However, they did not approach rashly, clearly wary of the Fang Xiang lord.
Through the map, Fang Xiang had naturally pinpointed the exact location of Xiao Zhentian and his group, and a plan began to form in his mind.
Fang Xiang issued orders to Wang Yuan, have Zhao Wuyan lead the dog god village warriors into battle.
Lure these pursuers closer, ideally within 300 meters of the divine statue. 300 meters. That was the range protected by his divine radiance.
Once they entered this zone, it became his domain. Even if they invoked divine descent, he was confident he could suppress them. Wang Yuan nodded and relayed Fang Xiang's divine decree. Upon receiving Wang Yuan's order, Zhao Wuyan gaped. Me, a level 9 professional, go seduce the enemy?
Though Zhao Wuyan couldn't see these figures, as a 5th tier practitioner, his sense of danger remained keen. Those lurking in the forest were undoubtedly far above his level. Going out there could very well mean certain death. Wang Yuan turned to Xiao Tian, this time it's up to you guys. You have the Black Hound and Berserk, your speed is the fastest among us.
Remember, don't engage them head-on. Run if you can.
Xiao Tian knew full well that Fang Xiang village was using them as bait. But when you're in someone else's house, you have to bow to their rules. Without another word, he mounted Black Hound and led his men, wielding their extraordinary weapons, out of Fang Xiang village. Of course, they gave no sign of having spotted Xiao Zhentian and his group. Instead, they put on an act of heading out for a hunt. Xiao Tian declared in a clear voice, the village's food supplies are running low. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we're heading to the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest for a hunt. Yes, the others responded. Xiao Zhentian watched as the group approached his elite troops, a smirk curling his lips. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Xiao Tian was only level 18. But on his side, he possessed the level 31 greatsword. He himself was a formidable level 30 powerhouse. Beyond that, he commanded over a dozen other professionals. Such a formidable lineup was more than enough to wipe out the believers venturing outside Fang Xiang village. Xiao Zhentian suppressed his aura, waiting silently for Xiao Tian to draw near. But just as Xiao Tian was about to enter striking range, he suddenly halted, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed, "What a memory I have! I completely forgot something so crucial. Everyone, return first and seek Lord Inugami's protection." Xiao Tian turned around, preparing to lead everyone back. How could Xiao Zhentian let such a golden opportunity slip away? This location was over 300 meters from Fang Xiang village. And Fang Xiangjuan was merely an intermediate-level wild deity. The range of his divine light's protection barely reached 100 meters. Devouring Xiao Tian and his men would be effortless. Charge! Xiao Zhentian bellowed the order. The Xiao clan warriors immediately launched their charge. The moment Xiao Zhentian's words left his mouth, the warriors shot out of the forest shadows like arrows released from a bowstring. Their footsteps were light yet swift, the sound of their treads deliberately muffled to a near whisper. Yet within Fang Xiang's map vision, their movements remained crystal clear. The instant they launched their assault, Fang Xiang activated divine sound on Xiao Tian, retreat. Retreat. Full speed retreat. Xiao Tian bellowed, clamping his legs tightly around the black hound beneath him. The hound let out a low growl, its limbs tensing as it surged forward. The rest of the dog god village members followed close behind, their berserk skills activating instantly. Every inch of their bodies swelled under the dual boost of strength and speed. The black hound's speed surged, nearly skimming the ground as it raced forward. Xiao Zhentian sneered coldly. With a slight flick of his fingers, the warriors behind him immediately spread out, forming an invisible net in an attempt to flank from both sides. Yi Chen remained perched atop the treetops, his gaze coolly observing the unfolding scene. His fingertips continued to trace the bronze dagger, as if studying something. He didn't believe that the force capable of eliminating a powerhouse like Lu Chen would possess only this level of strength. There might be a trick involved. But the Xiao family's power was too formidable. Even with an alliance contract signed, it couldn't be fully trusted. After all, the contract left ample room for maneuver. It would be best to weaken the allies' strength somewhat, only then could true unity be achieved. Besides, even if he warned them now, Xiao Zhentian and the others might not appreciate it. Think you can run? Xiao Zhentian's voice echoed from behind, laced with 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts nonchalance. His figure flickered as force surged, transforming him into a blur that streaked directly after Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian felt the oppressive pressure closing in from behind, his heart racing as cold sweat trickled down his temples. He knew Xiao Zhentian's strength far surpassed his own. If caught, the outcome would be dire. Chapter 111, Luring the Enemy In. His hands gripped the black dog's reins so tightly his knuckles turned white.
His lips pressed into a straight line as his mind raced for an escape plan. But he soon realized it was all futile. The gap in their levels was simply too vast. Xiao Zhantian's speed continued to surge. The bronze longsword in Xiao Zhantian's hand slashed out a terrifying blade aura. Xiao Tian's heart pounded like a drum hammer against his chest. The wind whistled past his ears, and the chill behind him grew ever closer. He could feel Xiao Zhantian's aura like a razor-sharp blade, nearly piercing through his spine. The black hound's hooves kicked up dust as it sprinted at a speed that nearly tore the air apart. Yet even so, Xiao Zhantian's figure continued to draw nearer. Stop! Xiao Zhantian's voice was cold and merciless, accompanied by the buzzing hum of sword energy, like death whispering in his ear. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, glancing sideways to see Xiao family warriors closing in from both flanks, like a net tightening around him. Suddenly, a commanding divine voice echoed in his ears. He yanked the reins hard. The black hound let out a low growl, its front paws raised high, halting abruptly in its tracks. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Tian's hand already pressed against the great spear at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade. Run! Why aren't you running now? Xiao Zhantian approached slowly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The bronze longsword in his hand pointed directly at Xiao Tian, its tip glinting coldly. Xiao Tian offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Zhantian. His body leaned forward slightly, poised for counterattack at any moment. He knew his strength alone was no match for Xiao Zhantian, but surrendering would only lead to a worse fate. Most crucially, he didn't need to defeat Xiao Tian. He only needed to buy time. Xiao Zhantian chuckled, his voice low and icy. You think these petty tricks will let you slip through my grasp? How naive. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his form flickered violently. The bronze longsword in his hand traced a sharp arc, streaking straight toward Xiao Tian's throat. Xiao Tian instinctively raised his divine artifact shield, barely parrying the strike. A divine artifact? A flash of greed flickered in Xiao Zhantian's eyes. A divine artifact? Who would have thought an 18th level practitioner could actually wield a divine artifact? This divine artifact was something Wang Yuan had no use for. After all, Wang Yuan and his companions had already upgraded their divine artifacts to the 7th tier of the mid-grade First Order Blazing Heaven cover. The previous divine artifact shield had naturally been phased out. Now, using it as bait was the perfect move. Fang Xiang saw that Xiao Zhantian had indeed taken the bait. He immediately issued a divine command, instructing Xiao Zhan to fight while retreating. Activating the divine radiance protection to extend its range to 300 meters would take a moment. Therefore, it was safer to let Xiao Zhantian and his men draw closer. Receiving Fang Xiang's divine command, Xiao Tian immediately began retreating while holding his shield. Xiao Zhantian clung relentlessly. Sword chi surged wildly, displaying extraordinary ferocity. Were it not for the divine shield in Xiao Tian's hands, he would have been slain by Xiao Zhantian long ago. Even so, Xiao Tian had expended a tremendous amount of primal energy. His breathing grew ragged and erratic. By his estimation, he could withstand Xiao Zhantian's sword strikes only 3 more times at most. After that, he would likely lose his grip on the shield. Xiao Zhantian's assault intensified, his bronze longsword carving azure trails through the air. The sword wind howled, as if it would slice through the very air. Each strike carried a crushing weight, forcing Xiao Tian's legs to tremble. You think this shield will save your life? Xiao Zhantian's voice was cold, tinged with mockery. Before me, all struggle is futile. Boom! Xiao Tian was sent flying by Xiao Zhantian's strike, his shield clattering to the ground. Xiao Tian's arm went numb, trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, he had reached his limit. This scene sent a wave of excitement through the Xiao family members. To seize a divine artifact with such ease was truly exhilarating. Xiao Zhantian raised his sword, poised to strike down Xiao Tian. But just as the Xiao clan members were celebrating, Fang Xiang's divine light protection finally unfolded completely, enveloping the entire battlefield. The grey divine radiance emitted a chaotic aura, pressing down upon Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian sensed something amiss, his heart pounding wildly. His brow furrowed slightly as he looked up toward the sky. The entire sky was now shrouded in a thick layer of grey clouds, from which an ominous, chaotic divine light seeped through. What the hell is this? Alarm bells rang in Xiao Zhantian's mind. He swung his bronze longsword slightly, unleashing a sweeping sword chi in an attempt to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Yet the moment the sword energy touched the grey divine radiance, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Xiao Zhantian's pupils contracted sharply. This is protective divine light? But this range is far too vast. We're ambushed, he shouted sharply. Everyone, retreat immediately. Alas, it was too late. Fang Xiang's divine radiance surged like a tidal wave, completely encircling the Xiao family members. Everyone's movements slowed, as if they'd been trapped in quicksand. Xiao Tian seized the opportunity to pick up a shield from the ground and swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Watching the trapped Xiao family members, a cold smile curled his lips. Head of the Xiao family, welcome to Fang Xiang village. Xiao Zhantian's face darkened as his original force surged violently within him, desperately trying to break free from the divine light's grip.
Yet the grey divine radiance clung to him like a bone-deep ulcer, overwhelmingly dominant, instantly suppressing his power.
Snap. Crack. The bones throughout Xiao Zhantian's body cracked under the unbearable strain.
A mere mid-tier wild god dares to act so brazenly before me. Xiao Zhantian roared, his body erupting in dazzling blue light, a divine descent. The azure light collided violently with the grey divine radiance, filling the air with a deep, rumbling roar. The two forces locked in a relentless struggle, unleashing violent ripples that spread outward. The Xiao family members felt their scalps tingle and their legs grow weak. Before the divine majesty of the god's throne, mortals could only tremble in fear.
In the distance, Yi Chen watched the scene unfold, feeling immense relief. Thankfully, he hadn't rashly approached Fang Xiang village.
Otherwise, he might have stumbled into a trap. Who could have imagined that the protective aura of the Fang Xiang Lord extended as far as 300 meters? Such a range could only be achieved by a top-tier wild god, couldn't it?
Hadn't Fang Xiangjuan been an intermediate-grade wild god before? How had he become a special grade?
Even if he'd eaten some energy candy, he couldn't possibly have jumped that high that fast.
Meanwhile, Xiao Zhantian's pressure was mounting like a mountain.
Grey divine radiance descended like a heavy curtain, layer upon layer, crushing down upon Xiao Zhantian's azure phoenix divine descent power. Xiao Zhantian's face grew increasingly pale as the sword in his hand trembled violently, emitting a low, humming resonance.
How could an intermediate wild god possess such overwhelming might? Damn it! Yi Chen's intelligence was wrong.
Xiao Zhantian's voice carried a chill. He never imagined Blackwater Village would betray them this time.
Could it be that Fang Xiang Village and Blackwater Village were allies all along?
No wonder Yi Chen avoided Fang Xiang Village, he was waiting for him here. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Xiao Zhantian's eyes. If you want to kill me, then let's see just how much power you truly possess.
Divine Descent. Azure Phoenix Radiance.
A blue divine radiance erupted around Xiao Zhantian, neutralizing the chaotic divine light.
The Xiao clan members seized the opportunity to flee. Quick! Retreat!
Xiao Zhantian roared, attempting to lead his clan to safety.
At that moment, Wang Yuan, wearing the divine new mask, stepped forward slowly. You think you can escape? He too unleashed divine descent. In an instant, Wang Yuan's aura surged.
Within his eyes, the solemn and majestic chaos divine ring appeared.
Chapter 112, Capturing Xiao Zhantian. Fang Xiang's divine radiance suddenly condensed into strands of thread like gray light, coiling around Xiao Zhantian's body like countless venomous snakes, slowly tightening their grip.
Xiao Zhantian's movements grew increasingly sluggish. The long sword in his hand was nearly impossible to raise, and the power of the Azure Phoenix divine descent was suppressed to its absolute limit.
Xiao Zhantian felt his consciousness being tugged by an invisible force, the scene before his eyes blurring.
The ancient god's deep murmur echoed in his ears, as if emanating from the distant void of primordial chaos. He fought to steady his mind.
No. I cannot fall. He roared inwardly, his teeth grinding with a sharp, grating sound. I am the head of the Xiao family. My faith rating is a staggering 29 points. How could I possibly fall here? Master Xiao, why persist in futile resistance? Surrendering to Lord Fang Xiang is far superior to clinging to the Qingwan deity.
Wang Yuan's voice carried through the chaotic divine radiance, bearing an oppressive force too intense to look upon directly.
Even within Fang Xiangjuan's domain, I shall emerge unscathed.
Xiao Zhantian gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He forcibly intensified his divine descent. Do not underestimate the depth of my faith in the Azure Phoenix God. In an instant, azure flames ignited upon his body.
The Qingwan divine fire raged with fury.
Slicing through the air alongside the sword's edge, it left a searing trail as it struck directly toward Wang Yuan.
Fang Xiang, controlling Wang Yuan's body, spoke in a detached tone. Divine might. Dragon soul heart flame.
The words barely left his lips when crimson dragon flames abruptly coalesced into a colossal dragon silhouette. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of scarlet fire.
The two flames collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar.
The shockwave rippled outward, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Xiao Zhantian was forced back by the force, the ground beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. His chest heaved violently, his face etched with disbelief.
Impossible. You. How could your level of devotion surpass mine? No.
Xiao Zhantian stared at the bronze mask covering Wang Yuan's face.
That mask.
It's a special ritual artifact, and a high-tier one at that.
You defeated me with this artifact.
It's not because your faith level surpasses mine.
Wang Yuan dismissed the need for explanation. The dragon soul heart yen transformed into a majestic dragon, enveloping the entire Xiao family.
Xiao Zhantian gritted his teeth, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes as he crushed a jade slip in his hand.
The next moment, Fang Xiang sensed something amiss. Just as he prepared to act, Xiao Zhantian had already grabbed the great sword and fled frantically. Just as he was about to escape the protective range of Fang Xiang's divine radiance, Fang Xiang coldly commanded, Divine ability. Decaying demon eye. Xiao Zhantian's footsteps halted abruptly, the surrounding air seeming to freeze for an instant. Within those murky pupils, Fang Xiang's reflection was mirrored.
The shadowy figure grew larger and larger in his vision, like an endless abyss swallowing him whole. The most terrifying part was that he felt his own body steadily decaying. The divine power of the Azure Phoenix god was fading, swiftly pulling him out of the divine descent. He knew this time, escape was impossible.
Seize them all and lock them in the black iron prison. Fang Xiang ordered calmly.
Yes.
Li Changqing nodded, leading his men to escort the prisoners into the house forged from black iron.
Under Fang Xiang's divine aura, these members of the Xiao family naturally had no strength to resist.
This time,
it's quite a bountiful harvest. Fang Xiang murmured to himself as he watched the Xiao family members being locked away in the black iron prison. Most of them were practitioners, and not low-level ones at that. If their allegiance could be swayed, they would make valuable assets. Of course, the most crucial task was extracting information from them.
Additionally,
Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward Yi Chen, who was hiding in the distance, and coldly ordered, Li Changshan, Yi Wuming, bring him back. Li Changqing nodded, immediately mounting the black hound and racing toward Yi Chen's direction. Yi Chen's heart raced with terror as he began sprinting.
But how could an 8th-level practitioner possibly outpace a 14th-level powerhouse like Yi Wuming? Soon, he was caught and brought back. Bang! The gates of the black iron prison slammed shut.
Xiao Zhantian and the others were bound tightly with black iron chains, stripped of every treasure on their bodies, hanging in midair like pieces of meat.
Such humiliation ignited Xiao Zhantian's fury. Do you think such tactics will make me submit? My clan's ancestor possesses a faith rating of 34.
Once he arrives and initiates the divine descent, even within Fang Xiangjuan's domain, he'll defeat you effortlessly.
Li Changsheng replied indifferently, is that so? Then we'll see if he can defeat Fang Xiangjuan once he arrives.
Recalling how Wang Yuan had effortlessly subdued him after completing his divine descent, Xiao Zhantian felt his confidence waver. Most crucially, the overwhelming weakness that followed the divine descent would quickly sap his strength. Li Changsheng surveyed the captured individuals, counting them off.
16 practitioners. You're quite strong. Which faction do you belong to? Xiao Zhantian's face darkened. How will you deal with us?
They were all fanatical believers.
By the common sense of this world, the faith of fanatics could not be easily swayed.
Therefore, their fate would likely be grim. In the Xiao family, captives were either put to work as laborers
or used for alchemy.
Li Changsheng chuckled, rest assured, you'll find out soon enough. Many of these individuals possessed cultivation levels higher than Li Changsheng's. To ensure safety, Li Changsheng first drew blood from everyone. Only after weakening them did he begin the main course. In an instant, the entire Xian Tai prison echoed with waves of agonized screams.
Meanwhile, Fang Xiang was in the divine body realm, taking inventory of the seized items. Xiao Zhantian held a fragmented divine artifact and a god-devouring crystal.
This item was what Fang Xiang valued most.
Refining a divine artifact with a god-devouring crystal would undoubtedly cause its power to surge dramatically. It might even elevate the artifact's quality to the upper tier of the first rank. As for the broken divine artifact, the divine essence within it still remains, and Fang Xiang could repair it.
But there's no need for that now. Additionally, there was the Yi Greatsword, a level 31 mechanical artifact. It's perfect for Ji Longyue to study. When Ji Longyue received this greatsword, her eyes lit up.
Thank you, Lord Fang Xiang.
I will turn this greatsword into our sword.
As Fang Xiang inventoried the spoils of war, night fell once more.
The night was as black as ink, deep and ominous, as if it could swallow everything whole.
Distant mountain ranges were faintly visible in the darkness, their outlines blurred, resembling dormant beasts silently awaiting something.
Within the black iron prison, dim torches flickered feebly, casting faint light upon the cold walls and revealing 25 pitiful figures. Xiao Zhantian was tightly bound by iron chains, the skin on his wrists already raw and bleeding.
His gaze remained sharp, like an unbroken blade, fixed intently ahead. Do you think this will make us yield?
His voice was low and raspy, clearly the result of severe torment. Li Changsheng stood nearby, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Head of the Xiao family, why such stubbornness? Once you've entered this place, you should accept your fate. Accept my fate?
Xiao Zhantian scoffed, a sneer curling his lips. My fate has always been mine alone to decide.
Li Changsheng shrugged. Oh? Too bad.
If you truly controlled your own fate, you wouldn't be suffering this torment at my hands.
Or perhaps, you enjoy being tormented by me?
Li Changsheng's smile was teasing. The word stung like a knife, grinding Xiao Zhantian's face into the ground.
Spill it. Where the hell are you people from? Xiao Zhantian remained silent, gritting his teeth in defiance. The Xiao family ancestral mansion.
Xiao Fan gazed at the darkening night sky, his expression complex.
Chapter 113, The Azure Phoenix Awakens. Night had already fallen, yet father and the others still hadn't returned.
Clearly, something had gone wrong. Under normal circumstances, it was unthinkable for them to spend the night away from home. A flicker of anxiety crossed Xiao Fan's handsome face as he hurried toward the temple of the ancestral gods. Xiao Fan hurriedly pushed open the temple's heavy wooden doors. The hinges screeched shrilly, shattering the silence within the hall of divine worship.
This was the forbidden territory of the Xiao family. Only the legitimate offspring may enter. The shrine sat in a dim chamber, candlelight flickering crimson. 3 wisps of incense rose from the bronze burner, first like floating threads, then twisting like cranes, suddenly dispersing into scattered clouds that drifted over the mottled murals. Light filtered through the latticework, casting golden threads upon the incense ash. The fine smoke curled upon contact, shrouded in obscurity. Snow-white incense ash clung to the burner, the old fragrance lingering as devout worshippers rose to light new sticks. New incense continues the ritual, layers of smoke intertwining, blurring the distinction between yesterday and today. Candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows upon ancient divine statues, while the air was filled with the elegant fragrance of agarwood. Beneath the statue, an elderly man kneels, his face weathered by time. His snow-white hair enveloped him entirely, like a twisted cocoon. This man was none other than Xiao Ruochen, the venerable patriarch of the Xiao family. Xiao Fan hurried to the altar dedicated to the azure phoenix god, kneeling with palms pressed together, his forehead pressed against the cold stone. His voice trembled with urgency. Divine Qingluan, my father and clan members have yet to return. I fear they may have met with misfortune. I beseech your divine protection and guidance to lead me to their whereabouts. Xiao Ruochen's voice was weathered, the divine being already knows all. Rise. Xiao Fan opened his mouth. Father went to Blackwater village. Could it be the Blackwater god struck him down? Xiao Ruochen shook his head. Not the Blackwater god, it was Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang? Xiao Fan frowned. What deity is that? Xiao Ruochen slowly raised his head. His white hair appeared even paler in the crimson candlelight, his gaze deep and solemn. You've crossed paths with Fang Xiang before. He's the deity who snatched the Xinyan core from the ruins in the dark night. Him? Xiao Fan gasped. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that both father and son would fall victim to the same power. Xiao Fan's expression turned anxious. Then father is in extreme danger. Ancestor, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Xiao Ruochen sighed softly, his voice heavy with resignation. Fang Xiangjuan's methods are beyond what ordinary mortals can withstand. Even if I were to intervene personally, success is far from guaranteed. How could that be? Your faith level is 34 points, and your rank is as high as level 31. That should be enough to unleash 1% of the Azure Phoenix God's power. If you intervene, you could certainly slay Fang Xiangjuan's followers. Xiao Ruochen sighed. According to the divine revelation from the Azure Phoenix God, Fang Xiangjuan has already ascended to a high-rank wild god, with his divine aura's protection extending up to 300 meters. Moreover, he wields chaos divine power. Chaos divine paths have always allowed one to fight enemies one level above. Xiao Fan felt his scalp tingle. He never imagined this Fang Xiangjuan could be so terrifying. The advancement trials of the chaos divine path were far more terrifying than those of ordinary divine paths. It was no exaggeration to say it was a suicide mission. Yet, to his astonishment, the opponent had succeeded. No wonder father and the others had failed. Xiao Fan stepped forward urgently. No matter how difficult it is, I cannot stand by and watch father suffer. Ancestor, is there truly no way? Xiao Ruochen fell silent for a moment, a faint glimmer flickering in his cloudy eyes. A way exists, but the cost is immense. Xiao Fan declared without hesitation, no matter the cost, I'm willing to bear it. As long as I can save father and our clan. Xiao Ruochen gave a slight nod, his voice deep and measured. To oppose Fang Xiangjuan, we must draw upon the true divine power of the Azure Phoenix God. But previously, the Qingluan God initiated an ascension quest to awaken its divine name and break through to a higher realm. Unexpectedly, this ascension quest proved terrifying. Not only did it lead to the decline of the Xiao clan, but it also damaged the deity itself. To reawaken her true divine power now, one must use bloodline as the catalyst, sacrificing one's own vital essence and lifespan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan showed not the slightest hesitation. I am willing. To save my father, what does my life matter? Xiao Ruochen nodded, his gaze filled with approval. Have you considered this carefully? Once the sacrifice begins, there is no turning back. You may even lose your life. Xiao Fan nodded firmly. I have made my choice. Xiao Ruochen's voice grew solemn. Good. You truly live up to being the young master of the Xiao family. You have the courage. However, even if we unlock the true divine power of the Azure Phoenix God, victory is far from assured. To improve our odds, come dawn, I will personally journey to that noble's domain and seek his aid. In the meantime, you shall remain at the Xiao residence to aid the Azure Phoenix Goddess in restoring herself. Do not act rashly. Is that understood? Xiao Fan frowned. Ancestor, aren't you being overly cautious? In his view, once the divine power of the Azure Phoenix God was unleashed, what did it matter if Fang Xiangjuan was a chaos divine path? He was merely a newly ascended high-rank wild god. His divine power would inevitably fall short of the Azure Phoenix Gods. Xiao Ruochen shook his head. You don't understand. Better safe than sorry. As the one in power, you must think twice before acting. Always prioritize stability. Your father was captured alive by Fang Xiangjuan precisely because he was too reckless. You must take this as a lesson. Understood. Xiao Fan replied earnestly.
After all, Fang Xiang was a deity who had already dealt them 2 crushing defeats. This made Xiao Fan dare not take any chances.
Enough. Let the sacrifice begin.
Xiao Ruochen turned his gaze toward the green phoenix statue. With a wave of his hand, the candles on the altar instantly extinguished, leaving only 3 sticks of incense, their smoke curling and drifting in the darkness. He walked slowly to the statue, pressing his palm against its cold surface. His fingertips pressed lightly, drawing blood that seeped into the statue. In the next instant, a faint green glow rippled across the statue's surface like ripples spreading across water. Xiao Fan stood rooted to the spot, his expression solemn. Xiao Ruochen turned, his aged face appearing exceptionally solemn in the blue glow. He drew a dagger from his sleeve, its blade engraved with intricate runes, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. He handed the dagger to Xiao Fan, his voice deep and solemn, "Cut open your palm. Let your blood flow." Xiao Fan took the dagger and without hesitation, made a deep cut across his palm. Bright red blood gushed forth, dripping from his palm onto the stone slab of the altar. Xiao Ruochen closed his eyes, chanting an ancient incantation in a deep, resonant voice that carried hypnotic power. As the incantation progressed, the azure light surrounding the altar grew increasingly intense. The blood on the ground was drawn toward the azure phoenix statue, seeping into its depths. The statue began to tremble faintly, as if something within it were awakening. Xiao Fan felt an excruciating pain radiate from his palm throughout his entire body, as if countless fine needles were piercing his flesh. Soon, the excruciating pain vanished. In its place came a sensation of floating weightlessness. His entire body felt light as a feather, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. "Stay before the divine niche during this time and await my return." Xiao Ruochen glanced at Xiao Fan, who had unlocked the divine power of the Azure Phoenix, then turned and walked out the door.
Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang surveyed the entire village, taking in every detail. Women and elders were preparing meals, simmering cured pork in large cauldrons.
Men were busy smelting iron and refining sugar. A massive bonfire blazed at the village center, drawing countless monsters lurking in the darkness. The flickering light illuminated frosted temples and clear, childlike eyes, all bathed in warmth. The scene appeared quite heartwarming. But Fang Xiang knew danger had already crept in. The dark forest was fraught with peril. No one knew what they might encounter. What seemed harmless was often the most deadly. The map was densely covered with red dots. Chapter 114, The Black Fallen Night Fiend. Yet these monsters merely held back from attacking, wary of the divine light's protection. But as the night grew longer, the monsters' power seemed to grow stronger. A heavy, inky rain of black fallen began to fall from the sky, transforming the entire night into a frenzied artistic spectacle. It was as if an artist, driven mad by his art, was recklessly unleashing his creative inspiration. The pitch-black rain fell into the divine light, gradually dissolving. Yet, to Fang Xiang's astonishment, his divine radiance failed to completely purify the black fallen rain. Some residue was still seeping downward. Is this black fallen rain growing stronger? No. There's a trace of divine power mixed within this black fallen rain. Fang Xiang immediately amplified the divine power output of the divine radiance protection, finally sealing all the black fallen rain outside. Is this anomaly confined to me, or is the entire area affected? Fang Xiang instantly opened the chat channel. The chat area was already in an uproar. Messages had skyrocketed to 9999999+. Moreover, the chat box was saturated with palpable anxiety. Did you notice? This black fallen rain is way more corrosive. Even my divine radiance can't hold it back. FCK. My followers are being eroded by the black fallen rain and have started showing signs of mutation. What the hell is going on? Can't we get a single day of peace anymore? One of my followers instantly turned into a night fiend. My god, just froze in shock. Same here, and not just one follower. No way around it, my divine power was already insufficient. Now, to fully protect my followers, I need to pour in even more divine energy. Who can handle that? At this rate, it takes over 5 points of divine power just to keep followers safe from the black fallen rain overnight. Damn it, 5 points? I'm only a junior wild god with a max divine power of 10. This is pushing us to the brink. At this rate, my divine power will be depleted in days. Beyond the chat logs, many shared videos showing their followers transforming into night demons. In the footage, the believers' flesh was corroded and gradually mutated. Finally, they completely lost their sanity, transforming into monsters that began tearing into other followers. Things are getting worse and worse. Fang Xiang muttered to himself as he watched the footage. He consumed 5 points of divine power daily, yet the faith points he gained each day converted to only about 10 points of divine power. This meant that even without using divine power for forging artifacts or bestowing blessings, he only accumulated 5 points of divine power per day. And his fanatical followers were already the most numerous in the entire region. Even his situation wasn't looking good. To accumulate enough divine power to become a special great wild god would take at least 50 days. Let alone anyone else. Judging by this situation, those guys are up to something again. Fang Xiang's sense of urgency grew increasingly intense.
Clearly, the entity that brought them to this world was preparing for something major. As for how long this terrifying black fallen rain would last, no one knew. Looks like we'll have to forge a massive umbrella from mystical iron to block out the black fallen rain. As for telling people to hide indoors, that wasn't realistic. After all, the night was long, work couldn't simply stop. The fires of the iron furnaces cannot be extinguished lightly. As the region's largest weapons supplier, if Fang Xiang were to shut down, who knows how many people would lose their source of arms. Both ordinary and extraordinary weapons have durability. Wear and tear is inevitable. Under heavy use, replacement might be needed within a month. Of course, this certainly wasn't Fang Xiang deliberately selling defective goods to the other party. It's purely because Fang Xiang simply doesn't want to waste resources. As for crafting a black iron-grade umbrella, the cost isn't particularly high. After all, he has the ore at his disposal. Moreover, crafting a black iron umbrella doesn't require advanced techniques. All he needed was for Qin Erdu to pour the molten black iron into the mold. As for opening the black iron umbrella, that's simple too. Li Baxian and his men possess formidable strength. With hundreds of men working together, raising a giant umbrella would be a breeze. Fang Xiang relayed this plan to Wang Yuan, who immediately set it in motion. Soon, large umbrellas appeared one after another, shading the work areas of the crowd. Only then did Fang Xiang reduce the output of the divine radiance protection. Unpurified black fallen rain droplets fell, sizzling and billowing black smoke upon the ground. Only then did everyone realize that today's black fallen rain was vastly different from before. Wang Yuan stared at the pockmarked ground. The highly corrosive black fallen rain emitted an intense aura of foreboding. Wang Yuan murmured to himself, no wonder Lord Fang Xiang had us forge the mystic iron umbrella, it was meant to shield us from the black fallen rain's corrosion. If anyone were to be touched by this black rain, they might well mutate. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky. A torrent of black rain poured down, transforming the darkness into an even deeper abyss. This black fallen rain had already been purified by Lord Fang Xiang's protective divine light. If it were untouched, how terrifying would it be? Wang Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the dark forest beyond the divine light's protection. If it were before, Fang Xiangjuan's divine light protection rarely allowed anything to come close. But now, he could clearly see numerous monsters lurking outside, their eyes fixed on him. Their levels were all at least 10 or higher. Under the influence of the black fallen rain, these monsters had become even more terrifying. Their reason shattered, leaving only the purest desire to kill. Perhaps instinctively fearing the divine aura's protection, they did not attack him but instead turned on each other. These monsters are rapidly growing stronger. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang analyzed the map, uncovering more critical information. The dense cluster of red dots on the map rapidly diminished. Yet their brightness kept rising. Like breeding venomous insects, these monsters grew stronger after slaughtering each other. The current distribution of forces on the map was undergoing a drastic transformation. Several high-risk zones had emerged in the center, with some areas even reaching extreme danger levels. And these zones are only a few kilometers away from Fangxiang village. Northeast, 3 kilometers, Shadow Moon Demon Wolves high risk. 4 kilometers southeast, Yama Demon extremely dangerous. Moreover, Fangxiang's current pressures extend beyond the black fallen rain and monsters. Xiao Zhantian and his group possess formidable strength. They must be backed by a formidable power. Therefore, Fang Xiang ordered Li Changxing to relentlessly interrogate Xiao Zhantian and his group. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhantian and his group remained tight-lipped, refusing to yield. Meanwhile, the people of Inugami village also noticed that this black fallen rain was highly unusual. Fortunately, most of them were working in Fangxiang village refining iron, so they remained unharmed. But the elderly, weak, and infirm in Inugami village faced a different fate. The divine light of Inugami village couldn't fully purify the black fallen rain, causing several believers to transform into night fiends and launch a frenzied slaughter against the others. By the time Xiao Tian realized what was happening and led his men back to fight, 4 or 5 people had already died. Xiao Tian stared at the grotesque corpses littering the ground, a wave of relief washing over him. Fortunately, Dog God had voluntarily become Fang Xiang's servant, allowing them to now seek refuge in Fangxiang village. Otherwise, once the black fallen rain descended, the entire Dog God village would likely have suffered catastrophic damage. Everyone, head to Fangxiang village to work. Only there is safe. Xiao Tian declared in a deep voice, leading the dog spirit villagers back to Fangxiang village to throw themselves into the bustling iron smelting endeavor. Xian Iron Prison. Li Changxing had specifically expanded this facility. Beneath its walls, powerful practitioners like Xiao Zhantian were imprisoned. Yet, no matter how formidable Xiao Zhantian might be, he could not break free from the extraordinary weapons forged from mystical iron. These chains tightly wrapped around him, binding him like a rice dumpling. The structure of these chains was highly specialized, unlocking them required a complex, unique technique. Chapter 115, Drawing Blood. The bound individual, of course, was incapable of freeing himself. Moreover, suspended mid-air, their internal energy reserves were nearly depleted.
To provide Chen Ergu with alchemy materials, Li Changxing proceeded to extract their blood. The blood of practitioners above level 20 served as exceptional forging material.
Fang Xiang dispatched Yi Wuming to the Black Iron Prison to drag Xiao Zhantian out. Then, Fang Xiang activated the reverse position of the Constellation of Destiny. 10 points of divine power surged into Yi Wuming and Xiao Zhantian's bodies. Xiao Zhantian quickly sensed something was amiss.
It felt as though his destiny was being snatched away by some unseen force. However, the exchange of destinies occurred in an instant. Yi Wuming, whose fate had been depleted by Fang Xiang's Antares engraving of causality, quickly regained some of his fortune.
Moreover, since Xiao Zhantian's fortune surpassed Yi Wuming's original fortune,
this led to Yi Wuming's misfortune being dispelled. Instead, misfortune descended upon Xiao Zhantian.
Though Xiao Zhantian sensed something amiss, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He could only shout angrily, "What have you done to me?" Yi Wuming naturally offered no reply. Xiao Zhantian was dragged back to the Black Iron Prison by Yi Wuming.
On the way back, sharp stones gouged open his abdomen, causing him to grimace in agony. And his misfortune had only just begun. When Li Changxing forced him to eat beet pulp, the rough fibers actually lacerated his throat. Though not fatal, each swallow felt like swallowing a knife. Yi Wuming, meanwhile, returned to his quarters and began cultivating the blood-boiling body tempering technique. This body forging technique could greatly unleash one's latent potential, tempering the blood within and strengthening the physical form. Most crucially, the blood-boiling body tempering technique had a high compatibility with the dark star power within him. It could actually mobilize the dark star power within him, accelerating the process of refining his physical body.
This cultivation session seemed smoother than before?
Before, I always felt a sense of sluggishness during cultivation, but now, the dark star power is circulating much faster. At this rate, I'll soon be able to channel blood into the acupoints.
The blood-boiling body tempering technique is not a complete cultivation method. It only has 2 stages. First stage, guiding blood into the cavity.
This stage guides the blood within the body to strike the acupoints for the first time, forming the first blood energy vortex at the Sea of Qi in the Dantian. At this point, the blood color deepens slightly to crimson, and physical strength increases dramatically.
Second stage, initial formation of blood vortexes. The practitioner successfully unblocks the Zhanzhong acupoint.
The 2 blood energy vortexes resonate with each other, forming an initial blood energy circulation within the body. Blood flow accelerates, and faint crimson patterns begin to appear on the skin's surface. Upon reaching this realm, one can unleash the martial technique of the blood-boiling body tempering method, the blood-boiling flow. And now, Yi Wuming was pushing through the first tier. The reason for this accelerated cultivation progress must be due to Fang Xiang. Yi Wuming understood well that Fang Xiang had infused divine power into his body for a reason. Being blessed with divine power repeatedly moved him deeply.
With this realization, Yi Wuming's faith level surged once more, reaching 13 points. Meanwhile,
after obtaining the Xiao family's great sword, Ji Longyue locked herself in her room daily to study it, rarely interacting with others. The only person who spoke to her most was Chen Ergu. And even that was only because Chen Ergu needed to forge the parts required for Ji Longyue's mechanical creations. Over time, Fang Xiang grew concerned that the girl might develop scholar's syndrome.
However, what surprised Fang Xiang was this.
Ji Longyue had actually made significant progress in studying the Xiao family's great sword. She even managed to replicate the Xiao family's greatsword and create a level 10 mechanical artifact. Though its power was limited, it marked a promising start. Moreover, Ji Longyue had already reached level 9 earlier.
However, she hadn't activated the job change quest.
Instead, after crafting the mechanical artifact, she gained a massive amount of experience and advanced to level 10. The level at which special class holders unlock their job change quests is not fixed. This differs significantly from ordinary professions.
Even without class change, specialized professions remain vastly more powerful than ordinary ones.
Chen Ergu, meanwhile, continued forging weapons according to the blueprints. But crafting extraordinary weapons is just too difficult. Everything Chen Ergu forged turned out to be junk. Though they were failures, the materials used were more precious, making them considerably more powerful than ordinary weapons.
Fang Xiang listed them in the trading section and sold them at a high price.
This earned Chen Ergu a substantial haul of weapon forging materials.
After all, in this peril-filled world, who could ever have too many weapons?
Especially now that the Black Fallen Rain mutation had just emerged.
This made more people desperately want powerful weapons to arm themselves. Fang Xiang seized the opportunity to jack up prices, listing every scrap item at exorbitant rates. Yet even so, buyers flocked endlessly, private messages pouring in.
Big shot, I've got the carcass of a level 10 shadow wolf monster and 10 pounds of blood essence stone.
I'll offer 10,000 pounds of hematite.
I've harvested tons of super beats boss, come get them.
Level 15 death sandworm trade for a weapon.
Soon, Fang Xiang had traded for a pile of items.
Though many items weren't immediately useful, Fang Xiang still took them.
After all, Fangxiang village wasn't short on weapons right now.
These things might not be needed now, but they would certainly come in handy later. Moreover, their value might skyrocket in the future. They might even skyrocket several times over. Take the blood essence stone, for instance. This is excellent material for refining the body. However, the villagers' physical constitutions aren't strong enough yet to make use of it. As for hematite, though it's inferior to black iron ore, it's easier to forge weapons from it, making it suitable for mass production. It's perfect for Chen Erdu to practice with right now. Fang Xiang dumped all these items in front of Chen Ergu without a second thought. Chen Ergu stared dumbfounded at the forging materials appearing before him. He still had a pile of his previous forging materials left. How could Fang Xiang have procured another batch so quickly? For a blacksmith, this was pure bliss. After all, even the most skilled cook can't work miracles without ingredients. All he needed to do was forge iron, while Fang Xiangjuan had to consider so much more. These materials clearly weren't ordinary. They weren't the kind you could just casually obtain. Moreover, despite his prolonged efforts, progress had been painfully slow. He was beginning to grow frustrated with his own ineptitude. Yet Fang Xiangjuan still supported him unconditionally. This moved him deeply, causing his faith to surge by 2 points, reaching 18. Watching Chen Erdu's faith level rise, Fang Xiang felt deeply gratified. All his efforts in supporting Erdu's alchemy had not been in vain. Now, he is deeply committed to cultivating the faith levels of his followers. Only when the faith of his followers grows stronger can his divine power ascend more rapidly, granting him formidable might. Only strength holds the key to breaking through this stalemate. Fang Xiang focused his attention on Li Baxian and Yi Qingquang. Chapter 116, Earthborn. Both were at the Blade tier. Both had activated their class change quests. However, their class change quests were not the same. The hidden quest displayed on the map. Li Baxian's task was to behead 100 foes. Yi Qingquang's task, however, is to swing his blade 10,000 times. Li Baxian's quest was clearly more challenging. Moreover, Li Baxian has always possessed only one skill. That skill is decapitation. This was clearly unorthodox. Typically, a level 9 professional possesses at least 2 skills. Take Li Changsheng, for instance. He started out with 3 skills. Specialized practitioners like Wang Yuan even start with 4 skills. It seems Li Baxian's future path will be extraordinary. Special always signifies greater potential. Since it was nighttime, Li Baxian naturally couldn't complete his job change quest. He could only transport black iron ore while simultaneously practicing the blood-boiling body tempering technique to strengthen his physique. While the entire Fang Xiang village was immersed in intense cultivation, someone else was plunged into deep anxiety. Desert Reaper Village. The Desert Reaper stared at the corpses of the mutated followers, his heart burning with urgency. Though the mutated followers had been slain, this night was destined to be sleepless. He must constantly exert his divine radiance protection at maximum intensity, consuming vast amounts of divine power. Looks like I'll have to seek help from Lord Fang Xiang, the Desert Death God thought to himself. The big shot is unfathomable and has even ascended to a high-ranked wild god. He must have a solution. The Desert Death God immediately sent Fang Xiang a private message. Great One, do you have any methods to deal with the Black Fallen Rain? If this Black Fall Rain persists too long, my divine power simply won't hold out. Fang Xiang replied instantly, got it. Bro, I've got a giant umbrella forged from mystic iron. It can block the Black Fall Rain's corrosion. Outside the protection of divine radiance, the black iron umbrella alone couldn't block the Black Fallen Rain. But purified by the divine radiance's protection, the black iron umbrella could withstand it. The Desert Reaper rejoiced. I knew you'd have a solution, Great One. How large is this black iron umbrella? Can it shelter 90 people? Fang Xiang, a black iron umbrella is about 5 meters in diameter, but you can commission an extra large one. The frame of a black iron umbrella is quite tall. It could easily be used as a house. Though the price is a bit steep. The Desert Reaper glanced at his specially collected black iron ore and declared with great generosity. My ore is your ore. If you need black iron ore, I'll give you as much as you want. The Desert Reaper understood his place perfectly. Though Fang Xiang always dealt with him fairly. He was Fang Xiang's subordinate deity. Even if Fang Xiang were to seize it by force, he'd have no means to resist. Better to be generous. Fang Xiang inquired, besides black iron ore, do you possess other resources? Such as forging blueprints and manuals? The Desert Death God replied, we have the ruins of the Black Knight, said to be built upon the only oasis here. Those items should be there, but I dare not enter now. Fang Xiang inquired, has your advancement quest been activated? Desert Reaper, it has. Are you offering to help me complete it? Fang Xiang, exactly. Tell me about it. As Fang Xiang's subordinate deity, the Desert Death God's growth directly benefits him. Desert Death God, my promotion quest is to slay a level 6 Black Moon Sand Dragon and retrieve its primordial core. Simply slaying it wouldn't be too difficult. My followers already meet the conditions for divine descent. But the catch is it resides in the Black Ruins, a perilous journey through darkness. Even if it's slain, without the divine descent, the devotee would face immense difficulty returning to the village. The most critical factor is speed. The night ruins are too far from my village. Traveling there consumes vast amounts of time for the followers. If any mishap occurs on the return journey, they might not make it back before nightfall. Fang Xiang declared, I have the Black Hound, which can serve as a mount. I can lend it to you temporarily. The Desert Reaper never imagined Fang Xiang would actually have a solution. Desert Death God exclaimed ecstatically, thank you, great God. Long live the great God. The Desert Reaper teleported a large quantity of black iron ore as a token of gratitude. Fang Xiang, you're welcome. Once we're inside the ruins of the night, keep an eye out for any alchemy-related items for me. Desert Reaper, got it. After concluding the transaction with the Desert Reaper, Fang Xiang instructed Chun Ergo to forge a large number of black iron umbrellas. To boost efficiency, Fang Xiang specifically instructed Chun Ergo to forge the black iron umbrellas thinner. This approach saved materials while accelerating the production rate per umbrella. Most crucially, it accelerated the rate of consumption. A product's quality shouldn't be too high, or you'll never get repeat customers. Fang Xiang sighed inwardly, realizing he had become the very type of person he despised most in his youth. But man, being a capitalist feels damn good. With villagers from Fangshan village and Inugami village working as laborers, he listed the black iron umbrellas on the trading platform. He wanted to trade for items related to artifact forging. After all, Chen Erdu hadn't trained his forging skills systematically. Acquiring relevant manuals would be immensely helpful. Moreover, his forging skills had hit a bottleneck. Currently, he could only reliably forge mid-tier first-grade divine artifacts. As for high-grade first-tier artifacts, that was purely a matter of luck. Fang Xiang's mystic iron umbrella was snatched up the moment it hit the shelves. After all, Fang Xiang's asking price wasn't high. Yet it could save them a significant amount of divine energy. With such exceptional value for money, it was no wonder many rushed to grab one. This event immediately sparked intense buzz in the chat section. Truly the embodiment of hard work pays off. Seeing everyone in trouble, he immediately stepped up to rescue us from the fire. Your awareness is absolutely unmatched. But there are just too few of these umbrellas, it's impossible to snag one. Sigh. Who knows how long this black fallen rain will last? Hope it stops soon. Can the boss make more black iron umbrellas? They're impossible to snag. Due to the black fallen rain, countless people sent private messages to Fang Xiang. Among them were quite a few high-value clients. Take Baiming, for instance. Baiming opened with a major order for Fang Xiang. I need 10 custom-made oversized black iron umbrellas and 1 mid-tier first-grade artifact. I can trade 50 grams of Wu Earth embryo for them. Fang Xiang's interest was immediately piqued. Though his followers couldn't use this item yet. But once the blood-boiling body tempering technique reached its second tier, its true value would become apparent. Imbued with the essence of Earth, it could connect to the Earth's veins, possessing the power to transform decay into wonder. Not only would it fortify a cultivator's physique, making their flesh as resilient as steel and their vital energy surge like a dragon, but it would also grant them extraordinary self-healing abilities. He couldn't fathom how Beimei had such incredible luck to obtain such a treasure. However, Fang Xiang naturally refused to trade it for a divine artifact, immediately countering. No way. That price is too low, I wouldn't even recoup my forging costs. At least a pound of Wu Earth embryo for trade. Baiming instantly flew into a rage, half a pound? Do you think Wu Earth embryos grow on trees? You should know their value, even 50 grams is worth more than a divine tier 1 artifact. I lost several fanatical followers just to obtain this. Ever since she'd spied on Fang Xiang, her luck had taken a nosedive. Chapter 117, Body Tempering Potion. Her followers had nearly gone out hunting, yet they encountered an earth dragon guarding the Wu Earth embryo. Had she not invoked a divine descent through the Oracle Tower and wielded the artifact sold by Fang Xiang, they would never have slain the earth dragon. Otherwise, the cultists would have suffered heavy casualties. Yet crisis also brought opportunity. After slaying the earth dragon, she actually found the Wu Earth embryo. Fang Xiang, this thing's usage conditions are far too stringent, most practitioners can't even use it. Besides, the artifact's utility far surpasses its. Such a useless item? Trading away all those treasures for this? Your math is so off it's practically in my face. Baiming, I don't have that many Wu Earth embryos either. How about this, 100 grams of Wu Earth embryo plus 3 batches of body tempering potion and its formula, along with a custom artifact blueprint and the required material Xianming iron for its forging. I can give you all that. What do you say? Fang Xiang thought to himself, this guy's got some serious resources. He had to fleece him good and proper, anything less would be a disgrace to his title as the weapon monopoly dealer. After all, once the art of weapon forging emerges as a divine skill, he'd be the only one capable of supplying weapons. If he didn't rake in a hefty profit now, it would be too late later. Custom work doesn't come cheap. My final offer, 10 doses of body tempering potions. And if you ever acquire forging knowledge, you'll be the first to seek me out for trade. Baiming fell silent. The other party was a money-gobbling beast, yet so stingy. The value of the Wuto Tai single wheel far exceeded this transaction. If it weren't for her earlier need for a custom artifact to unlock the treasures within the Black Ruins, it would never have been sold at such a low price. Bai Ming sighed. Yet across the entire region, only Fang Xiang possessed the divine art of artifact forging. This created a monopoly. According to his memories from his previous life, it would take at least another year before someone else could unlock the artifact forging technique from a scroll. And even then, it would only yield a low-grade first-tier divine artifact. This was utterly incomparable to Fang Xiang, who could effortlessly produce a first-tier mid-grade divine artifact. With no other choice, Bai Ming could only agree to Fang Xiang's terms. Alright. I agree. I'll send you the divine artifact blueprint first. See how long it takes you to forge it. Fang Xiang, upload the body tempering potion first. I need to test its effects. Fang Xiang was extremely cautious. After all, when it comes to transactions, one must always be extra vigilant. To avoid being cheated. What if this body tempering potion had severe side effects? Wouldn't he be stuck with a huge loss? Bai Ming was getting frustrated. This wasn't her first deal with Fang Xiang. Where was the trust between them? She still needed Fang Xiang to forge artifacts for her. How could he possibly do something like this? Honest transactions ultimately serve self-interest. If she dared deceive Fang Xiang, he could instantly release the video, exposing her across the entire region. With Fang Xiang's current influence, she'd be shunned forever. Besides, this wasn't a one-time deal with Fang Xiang. Who the hell would do something so stupid? She felt Fang Xi was either questioning her integrity or her intelligence. But Fang Xi remained adamant. After all, big birds fly into all kinds of forests. Moreover, his actions weren't just about caution, they were also a test of her obedience to Bai Ming. In other words, it was PUA. Though the methods were a bit dirty, they worked. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, Bai Ming relented. Fine. I'll give you 1 vial of the potion in advance. See how it works. Upon receiving the body tempering potion, Fang Xiang didn't check the transaction window. Instead, he used the map to view the information. After all, the map's information was far more comprehensive. Fang Xiang opened the body tempering potion's description. Item, body tempering potion. Quality, superb grade. Effect, temper the physical body, fortify the internal organs, and enhance physical strength. Note, this potion carries a risk of dependency. Improper dosage may damage the kidneys. To maximize efficacy and eliminate dependency, it must be combined with dragon blood and cultivation techniques. There is also a minuscule chance of acquiring the dragon transformation skill. Friendly reminder, when using dragon blood, dilute it 1000-fold to prevent the user from being eroded by its potency. Fang Xiang thought to himself, indeed, this substance bears some resemblance to the steroid like 9 dragons dragging the coffin from my previous life. It just has fewer side effects and better results. Relying solely on drugs to refine the body is ultimately not the right path. It can only serve as an aid. Cultivation techniques remain the primary path. Only then can one achieve the greatest results. Still, external stimulation couldn't be neglected. Otherwise, cultivation progress becomes too sluggish. A practitioner's peak cultivation period is fleeting. Miss that window, and catching up later becomes exceedingly difficult. Maintaining balance is crucial here. Fortunately, Fang Xiang possessed the map, which maximized the potion's efficacy. He possessed both the dragon blood and the frenzy blood body tempering technique. Therefore, Fang Xiang was determined to acquire this body tempering potion. Fang Xiang immediately replied, "The items are fine, we can proceed with the transaction. In 1 hour, I will upload the artifact and the mystic iron umbrella to complete the transaction." Bai Ming sighed in relief and replied earnestly, "Alright. I'll be waiting." Fang Xiang Village. Upon receiving the divine artifact blueprint uploaded by the other party, Fang Xiang immediately began crafting it. The divine artifact blueprint provided was named the Key of Xianming, a first-tier inferior artifact. Its sole function was to unlock the treasure gate left behind by the Lord of the Underworld. Legend holds that before the Lord of the Underworld's demise, he left behind numerous treasure sites scattered across many locations. To select an heir, he distributed the divine artifact blueprint for the Key of the Dark Abyss. Only by forging the key of the mysterious Nether could one unlock these treasure sites and initiate the trials. Divinities who passed the trials would gain the opportunity to journey to the Nether King's true inheritance site, competing for his divine essence and divine name. Of course, this is merely a legend. The true facts remain unknown to Fang Xiang. But clearly, Bai Ming had found the Nether King's treasure ruins and intended to go there. The bastards got some luck. Fang Xiang couldn't help but mutter. Getting his hands on the Nether King's treasure site, no less. If Bai Ming heard that, he'd surely curse him out. Her knowledge of the Underworld King's treasure site came solely from glimpsing the future's outcome. Her current fortune had grown exceedingly poor because of Fang Xiang. She had no idea how long this misfortune would last. This had made her feel uneasy earlier, hesitating whether to enter the Underworld King's treasure ruins. But soon, her resolve hardened. What of misfortune? She was no one to be defeated by misfortune. If fate sought to make her bow, she would defy the heavens and rewrite her destiny. Thus, she sought out Fang Xiang, determined to forge the key of the netherworld and unlock the king of the underworld's treasure trove. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang retrieved the divine remains and the Xianming iron, commencing the forging of the Xianming key. Since it was for Bei Ming, he didn't use much divine essence he saved wherever possible. As long as it worked, that was all that mattered. Moreover, with his mastery of the dragon soul heart flame and the art of forging, he could maximize the effectiveness of the materials. Even with some corners cut, the divine artifacts he forged still maintained top-tier quality. This kept Fang Xiang's reputation consistently excellent. As for those ordinary and extraordinary weapons that wore down quickly, these highly cost-effective weapons, isn't it only natural they wear out faster? Even weapons obtained by others in ruins wear out just the same. In comparison, weapons exported from Fang Xiang village wear down at a slightly slower rate. When you compare products, you end up discarding them. Products fear comparison the most. With these weapons to compare against, Fang Xiang's reputation has risen to a whole new level. Chapter 118, Blackwater Peace Talks. As Long Han Xinyan melted 1 gram of divine remains in mystic iron, Fang Xiang immediately activated his artifact forging technique. The profound, ancient runes recorded in the forging blueprints slowly emerged, merging into the materials as the key of the mystic void gradually took shape. First try. Fang Xiang was thoroughly satisfied with his craftsmanship. My success rate for forging divine artifacts keeps getting higher. Apart from the Xianming key forged for Bei Ming, over half of the Xianming iron remained. It should be enough to forge 3 more keys of Xianming. Fang Xiang uploaded the Xianming key and the mystic iron umbrella to the trading platform. He sent a private message to Bei Ming. The divine artifact is forged. You can receive it now. Bei Ming was startled. So fast? From obtaining the artifact blueprint to successfully forging it had taken merely half an hour. Such speed was downright terrifying. Even the legendary second-tier artifact forgers he'd witnessed in his previous life couldn't match this pace. Unless Fang Xiang also wielded some kind of divine fire capable of tempering materials. 2 divine abilities. How incredibly lucky is this guy? A pang of envy flashed through Bei Ming. Even his divine physique seemed to twist slightly. Moreover, Bei Ming discovered that the Xianming key Fang Xiang had uploaded was of even higher quality than she had imagined. It was already approaching the level of a mid-tier first-rank artifact. This made Bei Ming feel the exchange for the Wu Earth embryo was well worth it. In the end, she was the one who came out ahead. Bei Ming quickly regained her composure. Seeing no issues with the items in the trade window, she uploaded the Wu Earth embryo and other items. Fang Xiang beamed upon seeing the uploaded items. This time, he'd made a huge profit. The Wu Earth embryo held immense value. Not only could it be used for body tempering, but it could also be used for artifact forging. It could imbue divine artifacts with the power of earth virtue. Moreover, the mystic iron umbrella he had previously uploaded had been snapped up by buyers. However, many of these items weren't what Fang Xiang needed at this stage. Nevertheless, due to their low prices, Fang Xiang stockpiled them. After all, his divine body space was vast enough that he had no worries about storage. Most crucially, not a single piece of information on artifact forging had appeared. After all, forging knowledge was inherently precious. It was something one could only hope to stumble upon, not something easily sought. Just as Fang Xiang was preparing to test the body tempering potion on people like He Wuming, Blackwater Village was thrown into upheaval. Blackwater Village. The Blackwater god had assumed that with the Shao family's involvement, Fang Xiang Village would surely fall this time. But unexpectedly, his remaining professionals were gone too. Now, the entire Blackwater Village was left with only 4 fanatical cultists and a newly awakened level 1 professional. The rest of the villagers were merely ordinary, loyal followers. It could be said he had suffered a devastating blow. If he couldn't quickly nurture this professional to maturity and secure sufficient food for the village, he would perish alongside the starving believers. A powerful sense of crisis made him feel restless and anxious. Yet the Blackwater god forced himself to remain composed. Blackwater. How many trials have you endured to reach this day? What price have you paid? How can you lose your composure like this? Calm down. Calm down. Anger will only make things worse. Now, let us devise a way to rise again. Blackwater god murmured inwardly. Now, the forces capable of opposing Fang Xiangjuan in this region seem to have vanished. In this region, none were stronger than the Shao clan and Shen Nushu's branch of the mechanical god cult. Yet both have been crippled. Blackwater god asked himself, if he truly continued opposing Fang Xiang, did he stand a chance? Qingluan, an old-school special grade wild god, possessed far greater power than him. Yet even he had been defeated by Fang Xiang. Perhaps reconciling with Lord Fang Xiang was now the best course of action. Suppressing his resentment, the Blackwater god resolved to send envoys to Fang Xiang village at daybreak to negotiate peace with Lord Fang Xiang. If he continued to antagonize Lord Fang Xiang, his Blackwater village might well be annihilated. After all, only one mortal now served as his vessel for divine descent. Even with the advantage of his territory, he felt uneasy about confronting Fang Xiang head-on.
And if Lord Fang Xiang ordered his followers to hunt down his village, starving his own people to death, the situation would only grow far more dire. Having made his decision, Heishui dispatched envoys to Fang Xiang village at first light. The messengers, of course, were merely ordinary, loyal followers. Fang Xiang village. The moment the villagers from Heishui approached within 300 meters of Fang Xiang village, they were spotted by the guards on the watchtower, who immediately struck the warning bell forged from black iron.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
The deep, muffled toll echoed throughout the village.
Li Changsheng and his men acted swiftly, immediately capturing the intruder alive. Fang Xiang had long known this individual was approaching Fang Xiang village.
However, the glowing point on the intruder's body was yellow, not red, indicating neutral alignment. Enemies were marked in red, neutrals in yellow, and allies in green. Therefore, Fang Xiang had instructed Wang Yuan to capture the man alive rather than kill him. The villagers of Heishui village knelt trembling on the ground. "We are followers of the Black Water God. The Black Water God seeks an alliance and peace treaty with your deity. We humbly beg your divine consent." Hearing this, Fang Xiang was somewhat surprised. An alliance? He had just slaughtered a large number of practitioners from Blackwater village, effectively decimating their ranks. The Black Water God seeking peace at this moment seemed to have ulterior motives. It could very well be a delaying tactic, hiding a larger conspiracy behind the scenes. Lu Wantong, a former devotee of the Blackwater God, also looked utterly unconvinced. He stepped forward and pointed at the man, shouting, "The Blackwater God is cunning and calculating. How could he ever agree to peace talks so easily? He's clearly buying time to coordinate with the Shao family and orchestrate an even larger assault on Xiang village." Lu Wantong's words carried significant weight as a former devotee of the Blackwater God. Wang Yuan and the others eyed the Blackwater village villagers with suspicion. Surrounding villagers gathered closer, their gazes wary and stern. A breeze swept through, carrying a chill mingled with the grim, earthy scent of black fallen rain. Does the Blackwater God truly seek peace? Wang Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, looking down at the villager kneeling on the ground. Why should we trust a deity who once tried to destroy our village? Wang Yuan's presence was terrifying, especially after his transformation into a dragon host priest. Every word and gesture carried a trace of divine might, causing the villager to tremble visibly. The villager trembled as he raised his head, his face as pale as paper. Lord Blackwater said he is willing to sign a contract, serving as a relay station for Fang Xiang village. He also promises never to encroach upon a single inch of Fang Xiang village's land again. As long as Fang Xiang village refrains from attacking Blackwater village, everything is negotiable. Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow. His words sounded sincere enough. But signing a contract is no small matter. It's easy to fall into a trap hidden in the wording. Lu Wantong frowned. Didn't the Blackwater God form an alliance with the Shao family's Azure Phoenix God? Now he's allied with us too. If we clash with the Azure Phoenix God, whose side will he take? The Blackwater villagers were instantly at a loss for words. He was merely a messenger naturally, he couldn't explain all this. Wang Yuan turned his gaze toward the Fang Xiang deity statue. Ultimately, this matter would require the decision of Lord Fang Xiang. Chapter 119, The Dark Star Dragon Wing. Fang Xiang transmitted his divine voice, send Shao Tian to negotiate with the Blackwater God. If they show genuine sincerity, an alliance contract may be signed. Fang Xiang village was too distant from the Black Ruins. A long-range raid carries too many unforeseen risks to be worthwhile without leveraging Fang Xiang village's development. It must be said, the Blackwater God was a master manipulator, precisely understanding Fang Xiang village's current needs. The terms proposed were impossible for Fang Xiang village to refuse. After all, should Fang Xiang village engage Blackwater village in decisive battle, it would struggle to prevail in the short term. It would be better to join forces for mutual development. At Fang Xiang village's current pace of development, it would soon overwhelm Heishui village. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Wang Yuan nodded and relayed Fang Xiangjuan's message to the Blackwater village villagers. The Blackwater village villagers were overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude to Lord Fang Xiang before departing alongside Shao Tian. Seeing this as Lord Fang Xiang's divine decree, the people of Fang Xiang village naturally raised no objections. Blackwater village. When the Blackwater deity saw the villagers arrive with Shao Tian, he was overjoyed. This signaled that Fang Xiang village had agreed to form an alliance with him. As for whether this alliance might affect relations with the Shao family, the Blackwater God had no cause for concern. The previous alliance treaty with the Shao family stipulated mutual non-aggression and joint advancement. It never said he couldn't join hands with others too. The core principle was mutual non-aggression and peaceful development. Of course, if he weren't currently unable to attack, he would have already made his move. The villages and divine shrines within the dark forest were dwindling. Monsters, however, grow ever more powerful. An alliance might be the only way forward. Shao Tian stood at the village entrance, not entering. The Blackwater God paid no mind, his voice booming with majestic authority.
Lord Fang Xiang, does this mean you agree to form an alliance with my Blackwater village? Xiao Tian nodded. Indeed. However, to safeguard both parties' interests, a contract must be signed. The Blackwater god readily agreed, of course. I have the contract prepared. A black scroll drifted down, and Xiao Tian immediately picked it up to examine it. The contents indeed contained no issues. At least, he detected no hidden traps in the wording. The terms were straightforward: Fang Xiang village and Blackwater village would refrain from mutual aggression and coexist peacefully. Fang Xiang village could seek refuge within Blackwater village, and the Blackwater god was obligated to ensure the safety of Fang Xiang villagers to the best of his ability. However, there was no mention of the Xiao family. Xiao Tian thought to himself, it seems the Blackwater god intends to maintain neutrality. I will take the contract scroll back for Lord Fang Xiang to review. Agreed. Blackwater god nodded. He had no doubt Fang Xiang would sign the contract. Because this contract was flawless. Sometimes, sincerity is the ultimate trump card. His sole focus now was to cultivate good relations with the surrounding powers. The strong have their own rules for survival. The weak have their own ways of survival. The strong scheme for advantage, the weak strive to survive. Such has always been the way of the world. Alas, many fail to see the bigger picture, foolishly trying to defy the prevailing currents. Blackwater god gazed at the gloomy sky, his divine eyes turning toward the Xiao family's direction. He knew the Xiao family would never easily abandon their enmity toward Fang Xiang. Yet the final outcome was already predetermined. A deity who rose to prominence so swiftly in such a short span of time was no ordinary being. Everything is predestined, not even the gods can change a single bit. What could the Xiao family possibly gain by defying fate? The Blackwater god saw this clearly. He always knew his limits, never venturing beyond his capabilities. Gamblers always end up falling into the abyss of their final bet. Fang Xiang village. When Xiao Tian returned, Yi Wuming was injecting the body tempering potion bestowed by Fang Xiang. The dark green potion surged through his veins, unleashing an immediate, searing sensation of tearing. But it wasn't over yet. Following Fang Xiang's instructions, Wang Yuan then injected the diluted dragon blood into Yi Wuming's body. Boom! Yi Wuming felt his mind go completely blank. Powerful energy surged violently through his body, nearly robbing him of consciousness. At this critical moment, a vast divine voice invaded his mind: cultivate the blood rage body tempering technique. Yi Wuming snapped awake, immediately beginning to cultivate the fierce blood body tempering technique according to Fang Xiang's divine command. Under the technique's influence, the blood within his body surged like a runaway horse, violently pounding every inch of his bones. Yet soon, the dark star power within him sensed the provocation, gradually devouring this immense medicinal force. Yi Wuming suddenly felt his blood surging like boiling water. A sudden crackling sound erupted from his back. It felt as if some entity was attempting to burst forth from his body. The next moment, he heard his bones crack like shattering mountains and rocks, while his tendons snapped like broken. Snap! Wang Yuan saw a butterfly-shaped gash split open on Yi Wuming's back, and a pair of dark red dragon wings suddenly unfurled. Upon those dark-starred blood wings, scales gleamed like iron, radiating a cold, piercing light. Yi Wuming's blood boiled, his dragon might surging like an abyss, a prison that pressed down upon everyone, causing their bodies to tremble. Xiao Tian's gaze toward Yi Wuming was filled with awe. 1 month and this man's strength already surpassed his own. And he hadn't even completed his class change. Yet since following Fang Xiang, though his rank now lagged behind, his combat prowess had become terrifyingly formidable. It left Xiao Tian without the courage to even confront him. It wasn't just him. Within the Black Iron prison, Xiao Zhantian also sensed a terrifying dragon's aura. Even as a level 31 powerhouse, he couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. This power was terrifying. Though newly born, the potential it held was enough to shatter the heavens. Most crucially, he sensed the power of the dark star within it. It was said that a powerful figure at the headquarters of the night god cult had once been intensely obsessed with this power, even developing numerous potions through its study. Alas, the dark star power ultimately spiraled out of control. That figure was sealed away by some forbidden ritual of the night god cult, and the products of his research were permanently destroyed. Yet here in Fang Xiang village, a product of that figure's work has unexpectedly surfaced. Moreover, besides the power of the dark star, he also sensed a trace of the Subdragon clan's aura. He couldn't help but look up toward the outside. Alas, the Black Iron prison was completely sealed off, forming an underground chamber. He could see nothing. Xiao Zhantian stared intently into Li Changxing's eyes. What opportunity did your Fang Xiang seize that could awaken such terrifying power in his followers? Li Changxing gripped Xiao Zhantian's head, his voice languid and tinged with a hint of careless mockery. Focus. Feel it well, this delightful agony. Xiao Zhantian sneered coldly. You think torture can make me renounce my faith? I will never betray the Green Phoenix God. Exactly. Fanatical believers never betray their deity. Not even in death. The Xiao clan roared in unison, declaring their resolve to Li Changxing. Our faith shall endure forever. Li Changxing merely smiled faintly. What in this world remains eternally unchanged? You are merely ignorant. Wang Yuan now held the title of Dragon Host Priest. Paired with the sacred ritual mask, the divine new mask, he would wait until their wills were shattered to their most fragile state. Then Wang Yuan would make his move. No matter how steadfast their faith, they would be powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming had finally consumed the body tempering potion and assimilated the power of the sub-dragon's blood. The dark dragon wings on his back stretched long and slender, their crimson scales shimmering with the eerie glow of starlit abysses. Dark gold swirls danced across them like living creatures, radiating raw power. His level had surged to 16, and his blood-raging body tempering technique had reached the first stage, channeling blood into the cavities. Within his dantian, a crimson vortex emerged, radiating a violent aura. Chapter 120, Mu Shui's Ascension. Yi Wuming knelt on one knee, his gaze toward the Fang Xiang divine statue fervent and reverent. I thank Lord Fang Xiang for bestowing this potion. At that moment, his faith level increased by 2 points, reaching 15. Fang Xiang was deeply gratified. Yi Wuming would undoubtedly become his most capable lieutenant in the future. This scene filled Xiao Tian and the others with envy and jealousy. The benefits and perks in Fang Xiang village were simply too good. In stark contrast, Inugami village was practically a rundown shack. They received no benefits whatsoever, much like the sweatshop in Fang Xiang's past life where workers toiled through endless cycles of life and death. Many Inugami village villagers felt an urge to abandon their faith. Though the serum proved highly effective, it came with strict injection requirements. Those with poor physical constitutions risk complications upon injection. Therefore, Fang Xiang decided to wait until Li Changxing and the others had trained for a while before administering the injections. After all, not everyone possessed the dark star power like Yi Wuming. After witnessing Yi Wuming complete the potion injection, Xiao Tian finally produced the contract. Upon seeing the contract Xiao Tian had brought back, Fang Xiang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, this black water god is truly a divine artifact. He acts decisively, without the slightest hesitation. He wants neutrality? I'll grant it to him. Fang Xiang sealed the contract immediately, imbuing it with his chaos divine power. The black contract stained with indelible gray, slowly burning away, dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth. Soon, both the black water god and Fang Xiang felt a restraining force descend upon them. Fang Xiang glanced at the faint trace of contract power clinging to his chaos divine ring, thinking to himself that this binding force didn't seem particularly strong. He could even use the Horn Constellation's reversed fate star to transfer it. However, using this skill on a divine entity consumed a significant amount of divine power. Moreover, doing so offered him little benefit. Tomorrow, send men to the Black Demon Ironwood forest. Bring back some Black Demon Ironwood. Fang Xiang gazed at the medium danger warning marking the forest on the map and transmitted his voice to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan nodded. Your divine will is obeyed. As night fell, the black fallen rain, halted by the gray day, began to fall once more. The night in the dark forest was eerie and terrifying. Countless monsters, nourished by the black fallen rain, let out horrifying, furious howls. The villagers of Dog God Village had prepared long ago, fleeing to Fang Xiang Village to shelter from the rain. Sheltered beneath the black iron umbrellas, the rain posed little threat to the believers. The villagers could continue their work without worry. Chen Erdu had been extremely busy these past few days. Besides attempting to forge extraordinary weapons, he was leading the group in crafting black iron umbrellas. After all, these things were selling like hotcakes now. The chat area was flooded with people seeking Fang Xiang for transactions. If before, people still clung to the hope that the black fallen rain would only last a single day. But now, with the black fallen rain returning for a second night, all hope was utterly dashed. Now, the only option was to trade with Fang Xiang for black iron umbrellas, conserving divine power to prolong their survival as long as possible. The chat area erupted with chaos. Holy crap, this black fallen rain is still pouring down? They're trying to wipe us all out. My divine power is running dry. If only there were more fanatics. Thank goodness for the heavenly path rewards diligence lord's black iron umbrellas. Otherwise, my followers would have mutated into night fiends. There aren't enough of the heavens reward for diligence lord's black iron umbrellas. I couldn't snag one. Sigh. With over 50,000 people in this zone now, snagging an umbrella is nearly impossible. Umbrellas are impossible to get. I'd even consider becoming a vassal to the heavenly path rewards diligence lord if only I knew if he's still accepting followers. Guys, when do you think this black fallen rain will stop? Who knows? But judging by the looks of it, it won't stop anytime soon. I bet whoever kidnapped us to this world is planning something big next. Could be another mission waiting for us. Hey, don't jinx it. Last time we lost a bunch of people. Fang Xiang watched the group's chat, a sense of urgency growing within him. After all, who could predict what those entities might do? He could only strive to become stronger. Just then, Mu Shui sent Fang Xiang a private message. Big shot, can I ask you for a favor? Fang Xiang had previously given Mu Shui the black iron umbrella. After all, she was his vassal. Moreover, he possessed a large quantity of salt, which was highly valuable to him. Naturally, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. But he wondered what she suddenly wanted from him. Fang Xiang, go ahead. Mushue, if those entities assign tasks next time, could you give me a little more consideration? Fang Xiang, sure. Mushue, also, I've activated my advancement quest. The task is. I'm a bit embarrassed to say it. Fang Xiang, just say it directly. Mushue, the task is to have my own god grant me a divine artifact. If you could give me one, I'd do anything. I know this request is a bit much. If you're unwilling, you can refuse me.
To Mushue, divine artifacts were incredibly precious. Especially after seeing how those who traded with Fang Xiang before brought incredibly valuable items. Now, asking Fang Shi for a divine artifact felt downright unreasonable. Had it not been for the promotion quest, she would never have made such a request.
Fang Xiang assumed it must be something deeply embarrassing.
He actually still had quite a few divine artifacts in his possession. Each of his practitioners possessed one. That's the advantage of possessing both the art of refinement and the dragon's soul heart flame. He certainly wasn't short on divine artifacts. Fang Xiang decided to give that divine artifact shield to Mushue. Since Fang Xiang had equipped each of Wang Yuan's group with 7 layers of blazing heavens cover. This divine artifact shield was now redundant, making it the perfect fit for Mushue. Mushue village. After sending the message, Mushue saw Fang Xiang hadn't replied. She assumed her request was too unreasonable and had angered him, and couldn't help but blame herself for being too impulsive. How could she have made such an unreasonable request? That was a divine artifact. A treasure countless would kill to possess. But the next moment, Fang Xiang's message popped up. Alright, I'll upload the artifact to you. Accept it. Mushue thought she had seen wrong, but after looking again several times, she realized she hadn't. Fang Xiang had actually given her a divine artifact. She hurriedly opened the trade window and found a divine shield indeed inside. Mushue stammered excitedly, a divine artifact. It really is a divine artifact. I never imagined the big shot would hand over a divine artifact to me so easily. In her previous life, she had been a superstar, a national film queen. But after arriving in this world, that identity held no value whatsoever. After all, now that everyone had become gods, starting from the same baseline, who cared what she had been in her past life? As for beauty. With everyone having become gods, beauty was utterly useless. In this world, she saw through the coldness of human nature. Only Fang Xiang had extended a helping hand during her darkest hour. Mushue sent a sincere message, big shot, thank you. Should you ever need anything, just give the word. I'd climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire, nothing is beyond my reach. Fang Xiang paid little heed to such pleasantries, replying casually with a single word, Mushue received the message and felt a surge of excitement, murmuring to herself, does this mean the boss approves of me? That's wonderful. After ending his conversation with Mushue, Fang Xiang turned his attention to his umbrella-making venture. He ordered Chen Erdu to halt production of extraordinary weapons and instead focus on crafting as many mystical iron umbrellas as possible to cash in on the surge in demand. This time, customers flocked to Fang Xiang's stall in an unending stream. The demand for the mystic iron umbrellas surprised even Fang Xiang. In fact, as soon as a mystic iron umbrella appeared in the trading section, it was snapped up. Fearing they might miss out. Through the black iron umbrellas, Fang Xiang acquired many items that seemed useless now. But these were items that would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Take the dragon's blood golden bamboo, for instance. This material is used to craft flutes. It holds no value for ordinary practitioners. Yet for certain support professions such as musicians it holds immense importance. Chapter 121, Mutation of the Black Iron Demon Wood. Additionally, Fang Xiang acquired some mineral resources through trade. While Fang Xiang village focused on strengthening its capabilities. A major incident unfolded within the Xiao family. At the Xiao family's ancestral shrine. Wispy blue smoke curled before the altar, at first glance resembling a green phoenix spreading its tail. Upon closer inspection, it resembled fine scales drifting through the void, each strand shimmering with a faint azure glow, as if stardust had shattered within. The wisps of smoke coalesced without dispersing. When a few stray strands touched Xiao Fan's skin, it felt like ice-cold silk draped over his face, causing his qi and blood to stagnate slightly and his soul to become dizzy. Xiao Fan's mind grew increasingly unsettled. Whispers of gods and Buddhas echoed in his ears, mingled with the wails of ghosts and demons, lingering like haunting melodies that pierced his very core. Xiao Fan understood this was the Azure Phoenix God's trial and its blessing. If he could endure it, he would surely gain benefit. Just as he struggled to endure the haunting, otherworldly sounds, the incense burner suddenly flared. A blue flame shot up an inch, illuminating the statue's eyes as if alive, coldly observing all within the hall. Waves of green smoke churned like turbulent seas, coalescing into shadowy specters. Yet, as they neared Xiao Fan, they dissolved into nothingness. Only wisps of lingering smoke remained, coalescing into threads of divine power. Like spider silk, they clung to the center of Xiao Fan's brow. The divine power carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if the majesty of gods and Buddhas were grinding down the soul of the living inch by inch through the incense smoke. Xiao Fan startled. The Azure Phoenix God was a special great wild deity of the path of light.
How could such bone-chilling, icy divine power emanate from it? Earlier, he had thought it was the Azure Phoenix God's trial. But now, what kind of test is this? Clearly, something was seriously wrong with the Canglong God itself. And he was suffering for it. Not only that, this divine power was eroding the gateway to his Alaya consciousness. Damn it! What the hell is contaminating the Azure Phoenix God? Xiaofan knelt before the divine shrine, his expression solemn. His face was unnaturally pale from excessive blood loss. Yet, he could only offer devout prayers, hoping to purify the Azure Phoenix Goddess through his own faith. Fortunately, to his delight, the tainted divine power within the Azure Phoenix Goddess was fading. Warm, pure divine power from the Azure Phoenix God flowed into Xiaofan's body, burning away all impurities. As the divine power of the Azure Phoenix God grew increasingly intense, Xiaofan's eyes brimmed with excitement. The Azure Phoenix statue before him radiated an intense azure divine glow, enveloping the entire Xiao family. The cold, pitch-black fallen rain that had fallen was completely purified by the Azure Phoenix divine radiance. At that moment, all 300 members of the Xiao family chanted the Canglong God's name in unison. Xiaofan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. We humbly welcome the Azure Phoenix God. The divine voice of the Azure Phoenix resounded once more, echoing beneath the heavens. The advancement quest is reactivated. Proceed to the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest and retrieve the Black Iron Demon Heart. We obey the divine command. Xiaofan knew this was likely only the first step of the advancement quest. Otherwise, it couldn't be this simple. After all, for a special great wild god to ascend, awaken a divine name, and become a ranked true god was no easy feat. The next day, Fang Xiang village. A rare warm glow rose in the east. But soon, Wang Yuan realized something was amiss with that warmth. It was the celestial phenomenon signaling a special monster's breakthrough from level 39 to level 40. If a level 30 special monster was called the Monster King, then a level 40 special monster is called an emperor. One emperor for every 100 kings. Level 40 special monsters awaken new abilities and activate their imperial domain. Special monsters that awaken their domains possess terrifying power. They are generally extremely difficult to oppose. And now, this monster that has broken through to level 40 is very close to Fang Xiang village. This is no good news. Clearly, last night's black fallen rain has caused the monster to evolve once more. This monster's power is terrifying. I just don't know what species it is. Li Changxing stared intently at the warm-hued dawn sky beside him, his expression grave. A monster capable of altering celestial phenomena, encountering it now would mean certain death. Fang Xiang's divine decree sends us to the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. We shouldn't concern ourselves with this for now. Wang Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. Li Changxing nodded. This time, I'll lead the men there. You stay and guard Fang Xiang village. In Fang Xiang village, besides Wang Yuan, only he and Yi Wuming could receive divine descent. But their effectiveness was far inferior to Wang Yuan's. Divine descent isn't solely determined by level or faith. It also requires a certain affinity with the deity, the ability to receive the divine power's output. Having frequently received blessings from the Fang Xiang Lord, they had long been able to bear his divine power. As for keeping Wang Yuan in Fang Xiang village, it's because his divine descent yields the most effective results. Should the Xiao clan attack, Fang Xiang village's safety would remain assured. Alright. Wang Yuan nodded. Then you, Yi Wuming, Xiao Tian, and Li Baxian should go together. Stay safe. Got it. Li Changxing nodded. Li Changxing swiftly assembled a logging team. Besides the 4 practitioners, villagers from the Dog God village were also assigned to transport the timber. Before departure, Fang Xiang drew a map for Li Changxing to ensure everyone's safety. In Fang Xiang's view, this mission wasn't particularly difficult. The group should complete it with ease. But to be safe, he had the Xinyan keep watch in the shadows. After receiving the map, Li Changxing led his group riding black hounds. Against the backdrop of the warm-hued dawn, they set off in full force toward the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. With the map in hand, Li Changxing and his companions encountered no dangerous monsters along the way. However, Li Changxing discovered that the monsters in the dark forest were generally much more powerful than before. In fact, they encountered numerous formidable creatures along the way. Had Yi Wuming and Li Changxing not possessed formidable strength by now, they might have faced real danger. After navigating the journey with some close calls but no real harm, they reached the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest in half an hour. Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Here, eerie mists swirl thickly, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, shrouding the gray light in a ghostly, chilling aura. The trunks of the Black Iron Demon trees were pitch black like dark iron, covered in scale-like patterns that emitted a cold, metallic sheen. These trees possessed extraordinary toughness, making them ideal for forging weapons. Moreover, they were poisonous. Everyone, be cautious. Li Changxing's voice was grave. Cover your mouths and noses. Cut them down and leave as quickly as possible. The group nodded and entered the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Decayed leaves piled up in the forest, over a foot thick. As they stepped on it, their calves sank deep into the soft layer, producing a rustling sound like the whispers of restless spirits. The excessive decay of leaves and roots had bred a miasma here. Moreover, no one knew what lurked beneath those decaying leaves. Li Buxian stomped through the leaves, swinging his divine weapon, the Mo Dao, with brutal force. Swish! A massive tree, requiring 3 men to embrace its trunk, crashed to the ground. To Li Buxian's astonishment, felling a tree actually counted as one beheading. Could it be that Fang Xiang sent me here to complete my class change quest? Li Buxian's eyes flashed with excitement as he worked with renewed vigor. Seeing Li Buxian swing his axe, the others hesitated no longer and began wielding their weapons. Ordinary weapons would naturally be useless against the black iron demon wood. But the weapons in their hands were extraordinary. Cutting down a tree was a breeze. While the others chopped away, Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming stood guard nearby, ready to fend off any monster attacks. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept through, rustling the withered branches as if ghostly wails echoed faintly. The next moment, phosphorescent flames flickered in the darkness, like mournful soul lamps glowing faintly. Those pair of green, glowing eyes. Before Yi Wuming could make out what they were, Li Changsheng had already loosed his arrow. Swish! The arrow struck the eerie green flame with a thud. The next instant, the eerie flame extinguished. But then, the entire black iron demon wood forest erupted into chaos. Every black iron demon tree thrashed wildly, coming to life. The ground trembled violently, making it impossible to stand steady. Chapter 122, Reuniting with Xiao Fan. What's happening? Li Buxian gripped his battle axe tightly. These black iron demon trees are actually living beings? Li Changxing's voice was grave. These black iron demon trees must have awakened from their slumber after being felled. Everyone, take cover behind me. Everyone hurriedly obeyed. But this black iron demon wood forest was clearly no ordinary place. Tree roots writhed like giant serpents, then lashed out viciously at the group. Li Buxian, wielding the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, charged forward, colliding head-on with the roots. The sevenfold blazing heaven cover collided violently with the root, producing a dull thud. Li Buxian was knocked back several steps, but his Mo Dao blade was firmly embedded in the writhing root. Li Changsheng raised his bow and arrows. Everyone, prepare for battle. The others swiftly drew their weapons, forming a circular formation to shield the team members cutting down the black iron demon tree behind them. Yi Wuming stepped forward, the dark star power surging within him as the phantom lightsword unleashed a fierce blade of energy. The crescent-shaped blade sliced cleanly through the black iron demon tree, carving open a gap. Li Buxian, shielded by Yi Wuming, swiftly adjusted his stance and charged forward toward the black iron demon tree once more. His Mo Dao blade flashed with golden light, each swing unleashing storm-like destructive force. Tree roots snapped before him as if made of paper. Li Changsheng stood at the center of the formation, calmly observing the movements around him. His arrows flew relentlessly, striking with precision the roots attempting flanking attacks. Just as they prepared to advance deeper into the black iron demon forest, Fang Xiangjuan's command echoed, "Retreat!" Through the map, Fang Xiangjuan had already spotted Xiao Fan and the others. These black iron demon trees aren't particularly powerful individually, but their sheer numbers make them a formidable foe. Li Changsheng frowned. For now, we'll retreat as per Lord Fang Xiangjuan's divine command. Understood. Li Buxian exhaled sharply. The intense sword swinging had taken a toll on his stamina. However, their main force still held reserves of strength. Entering the black iron demon wood forest was no difficult task. Still, this was Lord Fangxiang's divine decree almost naturally prioritize his command above all else. Just as Li Changsheng and his men exited the black iron demon wood forest's perimeter, they encountered Xiao Fan head-on. Xiao Fan had brought the Xiao family here to complete the Qinghuan goddess's ascension quest. Little did they expect to encounter Li Changsheng upon their arrival. Xiao Fan remembered this man all too well. Had they not snatched the Xinyan's primordial core, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? What was even more despicable was that when his father went to Fangxiang village to seek justice, this group had actually beaten an octogenarian and imprisoned him. They were utterly heartless. "You scoundrel, die!" Xiao Fan drew his jade sword. Xiao Fan drew his jade sword, its blade gleaming with a cold, icy light. His gaze was like lightning, locked firmly on Li Changsheng. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly, thick with suffocating tension. "Kill!" Azure Phoenix Jade Sword Slash. Xiao Fan roared. The sword's light cascaded like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. PSSSH. The sword light rippled like water, spreading out in an instant. In the next instant, the Azure Phoenix spread its wings, and the Jade Sword descended upon the world. A majestic Azure Phoenix materialized, its piercing cry echoing as sword energy surged forth. A level 27 Jade Sword Immortal, bolstered by the Azure Phoenix's divine enhancement. The sheer power unleashed by this strike was beyond imagination. Yi Wuming immediately stepped forward, grasping the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, shielding everyone before him. Boom! The Azure Phoenix's sword energy let out a piercing shriek as it slammed fiercely into the sevenfold blazing heaven cover. The terrifying force sent Yi Wuming staggering back several steps. Had he not wielded a mid-grade artifact of the first tier, that strike would have wounded him. But now he understood why Fang Xiangjuan had ordered their retreat. It was to prevent them from being caught in a pincer attack. Truly worthy of Fang Xiang, and everything was under his control. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. With such a divine artifact protecting his opponent, no matter how fiercely he attacked, it would be futile. If cornered, should the enemy invoke divine intervention, no one would come out unscathed. Besides, his primary purpose in coming here was to find the Black Iron Demon Heart for the Azure Phoenix God. Complicating matters further would be unwise. With this thought, Xiao Fan suddenly exhaled sharply, "Leave now, and I'll let you go." Li Chongqing chuckled lightly. How could he possibly let them go so easily? Clearly, there was some hidden agenda at play. Fang Xiang summoning them here must have had deeper intentions. The mission wasn't complete, how could they simply walk away? Moreover, with Yi Wuming by his side and the might of the divine artifact, they might just stand a chance against the enemy. After all, Yi Wuming's power had also surged dramatically. With the blood-raging body-tempering technique reaching its first layer, plus the aid of the symbiotic twin pupils and the dark star dragon wings, his combat prowess was truly terrifying. What if we don't leave? Li Chongqing teased. Xiao Fan roared with fury, Are you trying to test the sharpness of my sword? My arrows are no less deadly. Li Chongqing retorted sharply. Now that he'd successfully changed professions, he was a divine Xiao archer, his power greatly enhanced. This was the perfect chance to test the power of the phantom light arrow. Xiao Fan glanced at the divine artifacts in Li Chongqing and Yi Wuming's hands, feeling a twinge of apprehension. If it came to a real fight now, defeating both of them would likely come at a tremendous cost. Small grievances can ruin great plans. Let's go. Ignoring the two, Xiao Fan led his men straight into the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Seeing Xiao Fan actually hold back, Li Chongqing and Yi Wuming exchanged glances, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Li Chongqing remarked indifferently, "Let's follow and see." Agreed. Yi Wuming nodded. Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. The moment Xiao Fan stepped inside, he triggered the forest's defense mechanism. Terrifying roots, thick as giant serpents, lashed out toward the group, accompanied by piercing sonic booms. Xiao Fan coldly commanded, "Sword Chi Resonance." Whoosh! 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 Blinding flashes of light erupted, coalescing into a dazzling barrier that shielded Xiao Fan and his companions. Clang! 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 A dense chorus of sharp clangs echoed. Though terrifying, these tree roots could not harm Xiao Fan in the slightest. The roots at the very front were instantly shredded by the sword chi, reduced to drifting dust. Everyone remained safe and unharmed. But Li Chongqing and the others knew this Black Iron Demon Wood Forest possessed far more than this. Its most terrifying aspect was that the entire forest could launch attacks. Under such relentless assault, they would inevitably be trapped and overwhelmed. Still, with Xiao Fan leading the charge up front, they felt no urgency, trailing far behind. To avoid detection by Xiao Fan and his group, only Li Chongqing and Yi Wuming followed. The others pretended to depart. Xiao Fan paid the Black Iron Demon Woods no mind whatsoever, even finding time to observe Li Chongqing and the others. Seeing them depart, he breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Chongqing and the others had truly followed him all the way, it would have been quite troublesome. Xiao Fan continued deeper into the forest, encountering more and more Black Iron Demon Woods along the way. They launched frenzied attacks against Xiao Fan and his companions. Xiao Fan and his companions, however, dispatched them effortlessly with the sharpness of their jade swords and the formation they had formed. Gradually, Xiao Fan and his companions drew closer to the very heart of the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Seeing Xiao Fan approach the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest with such ease, both Li Chongqing and Yi Wuming felt a hint of unease. This Xiao Fan seemed even stronger than before. The Jade Sword Immortal was a specialized class, renowned for its terrifying offensive prowess. Combined with his high level of 27, his raw strength was indeed superior to theirs. Unfortunately, they had the Fang Xiang backing them. They were protected by a host of divine artifacts. If it came to a fight, their odds of winning were quite high. Even if these men mastered sword formations, so what? The gap in equipment is not so easily bridged. Chapter 123, Bloodline Regression. To avoid alerting Xiao Fan and prevent attacks from the Black Iron Demon Woods, Li Chongqing used his eagle eyes to observe Xiao Fan and his companions from a considerable distance. Up ahead, Xiao Fan and his group had reached the core area of the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Halt! Xiao Fan abruptly called out to the group, then pointed toward the distance. The group looked up. 3 zhang ahead of them stood a towering ancient tree. This ancient tree was lush and leafy, its branches thick and sturdy, its canopy obscuring the sky like a mountain peak. The entire tree was jet black, as if forged from steel. Its branches and leaves were covered in intricate patterns. These patterns formed intricate runes, arranged in complex formations that constructed a bizarre barrier, blocking all intruders. Within the barrier, a dazzling white orb now hovered mid-air. The Black Iron Demon Heart, the core of the Black Iron Demon Tree King. Everyone's eyes immediately burned with fervor. It's here after all. Xiao Fan's eyes also flashed with excitement. The Black Iron Demon Heart, the essence distilled from all Black Iron Demon Wood Kings, possessed unfathomable properties. Absorbing and refining it could greatly enhance one's cultivation and strength. But beside the Black Iron Demon Heart lay 4 corpses. They were the corpses of monsters, frozen in the poses they had held at the moment of death. Clearly, they too had fallen victim to the Black Iron Demon Wood King's poison. Not only that, but a serpentine demon beast was coiled atop the Black Iron Demon heart. This serpentine demon beast was extremely miniature, only as thick as a pinky finger, its entire body pitch black. At that moment, its tightly closed eyes snapped open, revealing a savage crimson glow. Black Iron Demon Snake? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Everyone, retreat immediately. Roar. The moment the words left his mouth, the Black Iron Demon Snake opened its mouth and roared, charging toward the group. Simultaneously, its body twisted and its tail whipped out with lightning speed, striking toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's gaze remained composed as he instantly drew the Azure Phoenix Jade Sword, unleashing his ultimate technique, Jade Essence Convergence, Sword Tribulation. Boom! A dazzling sword light flared, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, the terrifying sword aura enveloped everything within a 5-meter radius. The sword light surged like a raging tide, its waves churning violently. Crackle! Crackle! The Black Iron Demon Serpent was swallowed by the endless sword light. A piercing shriek pierced the air as its slender body was torn apart, blood spilling everywhere. Yet, to Xiao Fan's astonishment, the creature somehow endured. Moreover, the blood began to flow backward, staining its body crimson. The Black Iron Demon Snake possessed the ability to heal itself. Moreover, its recovery speed surpassed the rate at which it had been wounded. This is bloodline regression? This snake is a mutated species. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in utter shock. The Black Iron Demon Snake possessed the ability of bloodline regression. No wonder it dared to stand alone, guarding such a secret treasure as the Black Iron Demon heart by itself. Roar! The Black Iron Demon Snake writhed in agony, its massive body convulsing violently. Flesh peeled away from its body at an alarming rate, only to be swiftly replaced by new growth. In the blink of an eye, it regained its vitality. It let out a ferocious, raspy, piercing roar. What a bizarre demon snake! Everyone was stunned. Yi Wuming immediately contacted Fang Xiang. Lord Fang Xiang, a mutated Black Iron Demon Snake has appeared in the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Something seems terribly wrong. As believers capable of divine descent, they naturally possess the ability to communicate with the revered deity. Unlike Wang Yuan, however, Fang Xiang and Yi Wuming expended divine power when using divine sound. The greater the distance, the heavier the drain on their divine energy. Fang Xiang glanced at the map and saw the medium danger marker unchanged, confirming Yi Wuming and the others were safe. As for Xiao Fan, he was perfectly suited to scout ahead. Fang Xiang replied calmly, "Let's watch and wait," reaping the benefits of others' struggles. Yi Wuming nodded. Understood. With Lord Fang Xiang's divine decree, his confidence soared. This signaled that this venture was bound to yield a bountiful harvest. On the other side, Xiao Fan stared intently at the mutated Black Iron Demon Snake. This serpent held extraordinary value. If he could bring it back alive, have the Azure Phoenix God suppress it, and imprint the slave mark upon it, it would undoubtedly become a formidable guardian sacred beast for the Xiao family in the future. Prepare the Azure Phoenix sword formation. Capture it alive. Xiao Fan commanded sharply, jade sword in hand. The Xiao clan members echoed in unison, roaring, Qingluan sword formation. Activate. In an instant, the Xiao clan members formed the Azure Phoenix sword formation. Xiao Fan, gripping his jade sword, commanded the formation. He slashed through the air, unleashing 9 dazzling sword beams. These 9 sword beams intertwined like 9 stars linked in a chain, crisscrossing to seal off the surrounding space and annihilate all within. Put. The 9 sword beams struck the mutant Black Iron Demon Snake simultaneously, instantly crippling its ability to resist. The Black Iron Demon Tree King, enraged by its companion's injury, lashed out with its roots, attempting to whip Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan sneered coldly, a grasshopper trying to stop a cart utterly delusional. Watch this. Whoosh. 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 The jade sword erupted with icy brilliance. Each sliver of sword light pulsed with devastating destructive force, causing the void itself to shatter. In an instant, thousands of sword beams converged from all directions, closing in on the Black Iron Demon Tree King. The Black Iron Demon Tree King's massive form couldn't evade in time, sustaining yet another wound. But Xiao Fan showed no mercy, pressing his advantage relentlessly. Swish! The sword beam swept through, severing several of the Black Iron Demon Tree King's resilient roots. Roar! Consumed by fury, the Black Iron Demon Tree King let out a blood-curdling howl to the heavens. Under the relentless onslaught of the sword's energy, its body shattered into neatly severed logs. Black mist erupted from its wounds, filling the sky. The sap of the Black Iron Demon Tree contained a deadly poison. A single drop could be fatal, and contact meant certain death. Therefore, Xiao Fan and his companions immediately retreated to avoid contact with the venom. Yet, after that single strike, both the Black Iron Demon Tree King and the Black Iron Demon Snake were rendered incapable of further combat. The Black Iron Demon heart plummeted to the ground, becoming spoils of war for them to claim. Xiao Fan dispersed the black mist and prepared to step forward to claim the Black Iron Demon heart. Li Changsheng suddenly moved. As a divine Xiao archer, his skills had grown immensely powerful after his class change. Li Changsheng drew his longbow and growled, "Dawnbreaker!" Thunderclap! Whoosh! Two metallic arrows, crackling with purple lightning arcs, shot forth, aiming straight for Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Fan's eyebrows shot up as he sidestepped to evade. Alas, Li Changsheng's archery had reached mastery, its power immense. Though Xiao Fan evaded the vital areas, his left shoulder was grazed. The flesh shattered instantly, bones starkly visible. Xiao Fan grunted, his steps faltering as his body swayed unsteadily. Li Changsheng pressed his advantage, aiming another shot directly at Xiao Fan's right eye. This time, Li Changsheng had prepared meticulously, his angle of fire exceptionally precise, aimed directly at the vital point. "You're asking for death." Xiao Fan's rage erupted, his killing intent flaring as his eyes turned icy. Boom! Xiao Fan stomped the ground fiercely. "Form the array." The Xiao clan members immediately obeyed, and the Azure Phoenix sword formation rose once more. A mystical sword formation abruptly took shape. Hum, hum, hum. The Azure Phoenix sword formation emitted a series of faint hums. A colossal sword intent coalesced, as if poised to tear the heavens apart. Slash! Xiao Fan roared in a deep voice. Boom! 9 sword beams, like 9 blazing suns, slammed fiercely toward Li Changsheng. Yi Wuming sneered coldly, raising the 7-fold blazing heaven cover to shield Li Changsheng. The dark star power surged within him, managing to block all 9 sword beams. In fact, he merely stumbled back a few steps. Xiao Fan looked up and felt his heart skip a beat. This was a sword formation composed of over a dozen practitioners from the Xiao family. He never expected the opponent to block it. Moreover, the power surging within the opponent seemed peculiar. It didn't feel like ordinary primal energy. Quite impressive. Xiao Fan turned to one of his practitioners, his voice icy. "It's your turn." The professional nodded, and the aura of a divine being began to manifest around him. Chapter 124, The Unrivaled God Descends. This man was Xiao Wushuang, the 5th most powerful fanatic under the Azure Phoenix God. With 25 points of faith, he could bear even more of the Azure Phoenix God's power. The Xiao family had a full 5 individuals capable of receiving divine descent. However, as a precaution, the other 2 remained stationed at the Xiao residence. Divine descent. The Qingluan God's fanatic roared, a phantom image of the Azure Phoenix emerging behind him. Instantly, he extended his palm. Hum. A dazzling beam of light burst forth, illuminating the darkness and lighting up the entire valley. The god's phantom form manifested. An immense and terrifying majesty crushed down from the heavens, suffocating all who witnessed it. The godly apparition swung its colossal palm, striking toward Li Changsheng. Oh no! Feeling this terrifying majesty, Li Changsheng trembled all over, his heart quivering. He sensed an unprecedented threat of death. This was the power of a divine being, far beyond what mortals could endure. Gritting his teeth, Li Changsheng forced out the words, "We humbly welcome Lord Fang Xiang." Boom! A terrifying aura of divinity likewise surged from Li Changsheng's body. A divine dragon, engulfed in crimson dragon flames, materialized. Soaring into the sky, it coiled around Li Changsheng. This divine dragon was lifelike, as if truly existing. It reared its head and roared, unleashing wave after wave of terrifying might that shook the entire arena. Back! 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 Xiao Fan bellowed, a flash of terror appearing in his eyes. The opponent's pressure seemed far stronger than their own. Fang Xiang was merely a high-level wild god. For this situation to arise could only mean one thing. Li Changsheng's faith level far exceeded 25 points. A fanatic of this caliber. A chill flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. This Fang Xiang was no ordinary being. To have cultivated such a devout and fervent follower. Faced with a battle of this magnitude, mortals could only retreat. Otherwise, they would be easily annihilated. The Xiao family members and Yi Wuming all retreated, daring not to become entangled in the clash between gods. Even if this was merely a divine descent. Not the gods themselves descending. Xiao Wushuang fixed a piercing stare on Li Changsheng and commanded in a deep voice, "Raise the Qingluan sword." Swish! A jade-green spiritual blade shot from the void, plunging into the earth. Simultaneously, Xiao Wushuang channeled divine power into it. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted. Li Changsheng remained utterly composed. This was his first time entering the divine descent state. The degree is not deep. He remained in control, with Fang Xiang merely channeling divine power to him. That was why Li Changsheng had been able to block Xiao Wushuang's attack earlier. "Today, I will cut you both down." Li Changsheng's gaze was icy cold, devoid of any emotion. The great arrow in his hand pointed at Xiao Wushuang, brimming with murderous intent. Flashing with icy light, Li Changsheng suddenly released the great arrow from his hand. The phantom light arrow, imbued with chaotic divine power, radiated a terrifying aura. Xiao Wushuang swiftly raised his sword to block, unleashing a streak of azure sword light. A green phoenix soared upward, spewing divine flames. 2 colossal forces collided mid-air, causing divine energy to explode violently, sweeping the surroundings like a storm. The ground cracked open beneath their feet, sending shards of rock flying. The stillness of the black iron demon wood forest shattered instantly.
A piercing, ear-splitting sound reverberated in everyone's ears, as if the entire world trembled from this battle.
Over half the black iron demon wood forest was reduced to splinters by the impact. Cough. Cough. Cough.
Xiao Wuxuang coughed up blood violently, his qi and blood surging violently within him. Clearly, he had been at a disadvantage in this battle.
In the distance, Xiao Fan, who had taken the black iron demon snake and the black iron demon heart, witnessed this scene and his pupils suddenly contracted. Xiao Wuxuang had actually been defeated? How could this be? Earlier, if Wang Yuan had defeated him, it was thanks to that enigmatic bronze mask. He could accept that to some extent. But now, any random person sent out by Fang Xiang village possessed such terrifying power after the divine descent.
This was beyond his comprehension. Consider that Fang Xiang was previously only an intermediate wild god, and has only just broken through to become a high-level wild god. Yet his foundation was deeper than that of Qingluan, a special-grade wild god. This defied all logic. Increase the intensity of the divine descent.
Xiao Fan commanded Xiao Wuxuang from afar.
At this critical moment, the only option was to trade Xiao Wuxuang for Li Changsheng.
Xiao Wuxuang nodded.
Even if he was defeated, he would exhaust Li Changsheng. Xiao Wuxuang directly burned his lifespan, allowing the Azure Phoenix god to fully take control of his body. Xiao Wuxuang's veins bulged violently, his skin cracked inch by inch, and the divine patterns of the Azure Phoenix god appeared in his eyes.
Qingluan feather incineration. Shatter the heavens.
Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, he thrust it violently into the ground. The entire earth instantly cracked open, forming a spiderweb of fissures.
Overwhelming divine might spread out, scorching yet icy cold.
It made Li Changsheng's very soul tremble. Li Changsheng instantly grasped his opponent's intent. This was an all-out gamble for a one-for-one exchange. The side effects of divine descent were immense. Even victory would drain his lifespan and deplete his potential. Unless, that is, one possessed the divine blessing of a deity to nullify the side effects. However, such divine blessings required draining the deity's own power. This was highly detrimental to the deity's advancement. But now, he had no choice but to intensify the divine descent. Otherwise, both he and Yi Wuming would perish.
Fang Xiang sensed Li Changsheng's complete surrender of his mind, and his own will began to enter Li Changsheng's body. This was the first time Fang Xiang had entered anyone other than Wang Yuan's body, and it evoked an indescribable sensation.
It felt clumsy and unnatural, nowhere near as smooth as when he had entered Wang Yuan's body. Moreover, the precision of controlling this body was nowhere near as high as with Wang Yuan's. The experience felt slightly inferior. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The extraordinary greatsword in Xiao Wu's hands blazed with the Azure Phoenix divine flame, poised to strike down Li Changsheng.
Fang Xiang swiftly seized control of Li Changsheng's body, the chaos divine ring manifesting in his eyes.
The runes of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon ignited, unleashing the Dragon Soul's heart flame.
Fang Xiang's fingers, drawn taut on the bowstring, oozed beads of blood divine fire that could not be extinguished. 3 heavy arrows, coiled with dragon flames, tore through the air.
Xiao Wuxuang's 7 orifices erupted with azure flames, 10,000 feathers incinerate the heavens. The azure sword formation abruptly transformed into a sky filled with fiery feathers, colliding mid-air with the crimson dragon flames.
The entire black iron demon wood forest was bathed in light like a molten furnace.
Ancient millennia-old trees carbonized into ash in the divine fire's aftershock, while the ground's rock layers emitted a glass-like crackling sound under the terrifying heat.
This scene was utterly devastating.
Xiao Fan was lacerated by exploding wood splinters, a searing pain shooting through his left shoulder.
He clutched his bleeding shoulder, his knuckles turning white from the agony.
But when he glanced at the battlefield, his eyes instantly darkened. The battle between Fang Xiang and the Azure Phoenix god had reached a fever pitch. Manipulating Xiao Wuxuang, the Azure Phoenix god roared, divine technique Azure Phoenix's heaven-scorching wrath. Fang Xiang, controlling Li Changsheng's body, had a chaotic divine halo emerge behind him, divine technique Frost Lament. The sky above the black iron demon wood forest split in two. One half blazed with the Qingluan divine fire, the other half shimmered with chaotic frost power. 2 diametrically opposed forces intertwined and collided in the air, threatening to devour the entire world. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning and the biting chill of frost. Under the crushing pressure of this force, the sturdy black iron demon wood shattered into dust, scattering in the wind.
Xiao Wuxuang's body was nearing collapse.
Azure Phoenix divine fire erupted from his pores, while veins beneath his skin pulsed like molten lava. His eyes were now entirely consumed by the divine patterns of the Azure Phoenix, his pupils radiating an inhuman coldness and ruthlessness. The Azure Phoenix sword in his grasp trembled violently, its runes igniting one by one as if answering their master's call.
Li Changsheng.
Xiao Wuxuang's voice was hoarse and low, like the desperate roar of a trapped beast.
You insignificant insect, do you truly think you can challenge me? Chapter 125, Slaying the Peerless.
Li Changsheng, or rather, Fang Xiang in this moment curved his lips slightly, a flicker of scorn dancing in his eyes.
His left hand rose slowly, its fingertips crystallizing into translucent ice petals.
The petals swirled in the air, radiating a bone-chilling cold.
An ant? Fang Xiang chuckled softly. Before the words faded, Fang Xiang's right hand swept out violently. The frost petals instantly transformed into countless ice blades, sweeping toward Xiao Wuxuang. Each ice blade contained chaotic divine power. Wherever they passed, the air froze solid, forming visible ice scars. Xiao Wuxuang snorted coldly, sweeping his Qingluan sword horizontally. Divine flames erupted from the blade, forming a massive wall of fire that melted every ice blade in its path. Yet, in that very instant, Fang Xiang's figure vanished from where he stood. What? Xiao Wuxuang's pupils contracted sharply. He spun violently, only to find Fang Xiang now standing behind him, a spear formed from condensed frost gripped in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Wuxuang's heart. It's over, Fang Xiang's voice was cold and detached, as if announcing an outcome long predetermined. A flicker of defiance and madness flashed in Xiao Wuxuang's eyes. The Azure Phoenix divine fire surged violently throughout his body, attempting a final desperate counterattack to turn the tide. But his speed was ultimately a step too slow. The frost spear pierced his chest. Chaos divine power surged through the spearhead into his body, gradually freezing the Azure Phoenix divine fire within him. Xiao Wuxuang's face instantly drained of color. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but no sound could escape. His body gradually became encased in frost, eventually transforming into an ice sculpture standing starkly within the shattered black iron demonwood forest, an image both jarring and desolate. Fang Xiang slowly withdrew the frost spear, his gaze settling on Xiao Fan in the distance. Xiao Fan's expression was shifting, his eyes reflecting both shock and deep apprehension. So it seems the green phoenix god is nothing special after all, Fang Xiang's voice carried a hint of mockery. His tone was calm, yet it carried an intangible sense of oppression. Under Fang Xiang's command, a grey divine radiance flared behind Li Changshang. Chaos divine power coalesced into an arrow, locked onto Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was overcome with terror, closing his eyes in resignation to his fate. Fortunately, Fang Xiang's divine descent period had ended. After all, Li Changshang was no Wang Yuan. Without the dragon host priest's blessing, the divine descent rarely lasted more than 10 seconds. Li Changsheng's body felt hollowed out, instantly collapsing to the ground, too exhausted to rise. After all, this was his first time experiencing Fang Xiang's divine descent, and his body couldn't quite handle it. Xiao Fan glanced at Yi Wuming, sensing a formidable power concealed within him. Yet retreating now felt unbearably bitter. "Young master, should we retreat?" someone nearby whispered. Yi Wuming stepped forward. "Retreat? You're already surrounded by me. You still think you can escape?" Xiao Fan clenched his jaw, fists tightening until his nails dug deep into his palms. He knew there was no turning back. If we retreat now, we will not only lose the Black Iron Demon Heart and the Black Iron Demon Serpent, but also tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Upon returning to the Xiao family, we will inevitably face the Qingluan god's accountability. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his apprehension, and coldly declared, "Do you think this means you've won? I am a level 27 Jade Sword Immortal. Even if you wield divine artifacts, I shall still cut you down." "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Wuming glanced at Li Changsheng, who lay motionless on the ground, struck down by the divine descent. It seemed, at least for now, that he was the only one left standing. But the next moment, Li Baxian burst out with his men. "You haven't left?" Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise. "Did you think I'd let you succeed so easily?" Li Baxian sneered coldly. His long blade glinted with a chilling light as dozens of elite warriors lined up behind him, their aura fierce and intimidating. Their eyes were sharp and ruthless, clearly the hardened veterans of countless life and death battles. Xiao Fan's heart sank, his brow furrowing. He hadn't anticipated the enemy had hidden reinforcements. The situation had instantly grown far more complex. He glanced at Li Changsheng lying on the ground, then looked at the Black Iron Demon Serpent and Black Iron Demon Heart sealed nearby, weighing his options. "Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. The jade sword in his hand blazed with dazzling light once more. Sword chi surged forth like streaks of silver lightning, charging straight toward Li Baxian and his men. "Form ranks!" Li Baxian bellowed, and the warriors behind him swiftly assembled into battle formation. 3-meter-long spears charged forward, emitting deep, thunderous booms as they collided head-on with Xiao Fan's sword chi. Blades clashed and whirled, the air thick with murderous intent. Both sides possessed formidable strength, each clash carrying a deadly threat. Xiao Fan's sword chi was razor-sharp, nearly tearing through space itself, while Li Baxian's warriors met it head-on with brute force, refusing to yield an inch. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Xiao Fan's sword chi shattered a warrior's defense, sending him staggering back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet the warrior did not fall. Instead, he charged forward with renewed ferocity, seemingly impervious to pain. This man, is he a mechanical construct? Xiao Fan's heart sank as he finally sensed something amiss. The man's eyes were hollow, his movements mechanical, utterly unlike a living being. Yi Wuming's voice was cold. "Xiao Fan, a battle between you and me is inevitable. Do you dare to face me one-on-one?" Xiao Fan was formidable, anyone else facing him would likely be injured. Better to settle this one-on-one. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed. His jade sword paused slightly in his grasp as his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced Yi Wuming. You? You think you're worthy to fight me? His voice was icy, tinged with disdain, yet a flicker of caution flickered in his eyes. Though Yi Wuming's true strength remained hidden, the palpable pressure emanating from him demanded Xiao Fan's full attention. Most crucially, he was still nursing a wound from Fang Xiang's chaotic divine power, a dull ache lingering in his left shoulder. Yi Wuming chuckled softly, his hand lightly brushing the Xiaoyaoyu sword at his waist. Whether I'm worthy or not we'll only know once we try. His voice was calm, yet held an unwavering resolve. Xiao Fan fell silent for a moment before finally sneering coldly, fine. I'll grant your wish. His form shot forward, the jade sword trailing a streak of azure light as it hurtled toward Yi Wuming. The sword's energy blazed like a rainbow, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle wherever it passed. Yi Wuming's gaze remained impassive as monstrous, terrifying dark star dragon wings sprouted from his back. When Xiao Fan saw the dark crimson dragon wings on Yi Wuming's back, his pupils suddenly contracted. What is that? The dark star dragon wings radiated an intense, ominous aura, causing Xiao Fan's movements to falter slightly. The jade sword traced an arc through the air, yet before its edge could touch the hem of Yi Wuming's robe, it was halted by the sheer terror radiating from those monstrous dragon wings. Those wings resembled malevolent specters in the night, their edges flickering with a crimson, sinister glow, as if poised to devour all life at any moment. Yi Wuming slowly spread his wings. The air thickened with a stench of decay and death, like a 1,000-year-old tomb had been unearthed, nauseating to the core. Xiao Fan, his voice was low and cold, have you ever heard of the power of the Dark Star? Xiao Fan's heart sank violently as ancient legends flashed through his mind. Tales of forbidden energies sealed deep within the stars, terrifying forces potent enough to shatter the entire world. Such power, feared by many powerful figures, had long since become a taboo. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his grip on the sword tightened involuntarily. Impossible, he ground out through clenched teeth. The power of the Dark Star was sealed long ago, made forbidden. How could you possibly? Chapter 126, Capturing Xiao Fan. Yi Wuming's lips curled into a cold smile, cutting him off. Sealed? Forbidden? What a joke! Before the Fang Xiang Lord, no forbidden power remains forbidden. Ascend to the celestial light. As the words fell, the dark star dragon wings trembled violently. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, forming a black vortex. Within the vortex, a pair of heavy pupils faintly materialized. Xiao Fan felt an unprecedented oppressive force, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. He knew the enemy before him was no longer someone he could easily eliminate. Young master, beware, a Xiao family disciple cried out beside him, attempting to rush forward to aid him, only to be held back by Li Baxian and the others. The dual pupil has actually fused with you. Xiao Fan managed to utter with great difficulty. Xiao Fan's eyes locked onto the dark dragon wings behind Yi Wuming, his unease intensifying. He sensed a cold, murderous intent radiating from Yi Wuming, threatening to freeze him solid in place. That ominous aura made him instinctively want to retreat, but he knew he absolutely could not show weakness now. Double pupil. Xiao Fan murmured, the shock in his eyes gradually giving way to resolve. He gripped the jade sword in his hand. The blade's glow remained intense, yet it no longer shone as brilliantly, as if even the Azure Phoenix divine fire had been somewhat suppressed by this dark star power. Yi Wuming watched him expressionless, his dragon wings flapping slowly behind him. Each beat stirred a putrid wind. The air thickened with a putrid stench, as if some ancient presence was about to awaken. He stroked the sword of carefree wanderer with an eerie rhythm. Xiao Fan, any last words? Yi Wuming's voice was cold and calm, as if asking a trivial question. Xiao Fan clenched his jaw, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Last words? Xiao Fan sneered coldly, a flicker of madness in his eyes. I'll see just how powerful your dark star force truly is. Before the words faded, Xiao Fan's figure erupted forward. The jade sword, trailing a fierce blade aura, stabbed straight toward Yi Wuming's heart. His speed was lightning fast, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Yi Wuming stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unconcerned by the attack. Only when the blade neared did he shift slightly to the side. With a gentle flap of his dark star dragon wings, a black vortex coalesced before him. Like the gaping maw of an abyss, it instantly swallowed Xiao Fan's sword chi. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed as Xiao Fan's jade sword was deflected. Its blade trembled slightly, a numbing sensation spreading through his thumb and forefinger. His pupils contracted, his heart pounding with shock. His full power strike had been deflected with such effortless ease. Nothing special, Yi Wuming remarked indifferently, his tone utterly unruffled. His eyes were as deep as the night sky, his double pupils swirling within, seemingly able to pierce through all illusions. With a light flick of his fingertip, the carefree roaming sword emitted a crisp ring. Accompanied by the sword's song, a mass of crimson dark sword energy coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black blade that shot straight toward Xiao Fan. A chill rose from Xiao Fan's feet, sending a cold shiver down his spine. He knew the enemy before him was no longer an ordinary practitioner, but a monster who had dipped his fingers into forbidden power. His heartbeat quickened, his breathing grew ragged, yet an inexplicable thrill stirred within him. Such an opponent, if he could defeat it with his sword, would be truly thrilling. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The jade sword blazed with a dazzling sword light. Again! Xiao Fan roared, thrusting his feet forward with explosive force. His form shot forward like lightning, charging once more toward Yi Wuming. This time, his sword strike was even more fierce, the sword energy slicing through the air, leaving trails of azure light in its wake. Yi Wuming's gaze remained impassive. His dark star dragon wings slowly unfolded, revealing the symbiotic body's twin pupils behind him, ascend to the celestial light. Xiao Fan's stride halted abruptly. The world before his eyes seemed to tear apart in an instant. Heavenly light erupted from Yi Wuming's twin pupils, like an ancient curse hurtling straight toward Xiao Fan's face. The air temperature plummeted. The surrounding black iron demon would groan under the crushing force, its branches snapping as if crushed by invisible giant hands, turning to dust that scattered in the wind. Xiao Fan's jade sword trembled in his grasp, its blade flickering between light and shadow. Even this extraordinary weapon seemed to cower before the sheer might of the force. His heart pounded wildly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his lips pressed into a tight line. A searing pain pulsed through his left shoulder, the result of being eroded by Fang Xiang's chaotic divine power. Even the slightest touch of the aftershock severely impaired his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, with his level 27 status and the special profession of Jade Sword Immortal, he could absolutely have fought Yi Wuming. But now, his odds of victory had plummeted. I cannot retreat. He roared inwardly, his fingers digging into the sword hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white. As the young master of the Xiao family and the master of the Canglong sword, how could he retreat at such a moment? Just as the heavenly sky light was about to engulf him, Xiao Fan swung his sword with all his might. The azure phoenix divine fire erupted around him, forming a searing barrier. Two forces collided midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The shockwave swept across the landscape, tearing up the earth's surface, sending shards of rock flying and uprooting surrounding trees, hurling them skyward. Xiao Fan's body was knocked back several steps, his feet dragging deep gullies into the ground. His palms split open, blood dripping down the sword hilt. His chest heaved unsteadily as he gasped for breath. Surrender. It's your only way out. Yi Wuming's voice was cold, as if the previous strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. You're clearly only level 14. How can you be this strong? Xiao Fan stared in utter disbelief. He had gone toe-to-toe with him head-on, and yet he had lost. He was a level 27 Jade Sword Immortal. Even after the divine descent of Fang Xiang and the battle with the Azure Phoenix God, where the aftereffects had wounded him and left him below peak condition, he shouldn't have been completely overwhelmed by Yi Wuming. Levels are merely numbers, Yi Wuming murmured with a faint smile. His dark star dragon wings slowly retracted, while his dual pupils continued to flicker with a dangerous glow in the darkness. His fingertips lightly traced the blade of the carefree wanderer's sword, causing a faint crimson light to ripple across its surface, ominous and eerie. True power is never found on the surface. Xiao Fan's breathing gradually steadied, but his original force was nearly depleted. This body had reached its limit. He glanced down at the jade sword in his hand. The runes along its length still flickered, though their glow had noticeably dimmed. The Azure Phoenix divine fire churned within him, striving to mend the damaged meridians, yet the dark star power clung to him like a bone-deep ulcer, corroding every cell. Young master! Xiao family disciples in the distance cried out anxiously, but they were firmly pinned down by Li Baxian's forces, unable to approach. Xiao Fan lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over his clan members. Seeing their eyes filled with worry and fear, his heart sank. Xiao Fan, give up. Yi Wuming stepped forward, his voice low and cold. You've already lost. Continuing to struggle will only cost you more. Shut up. Xiao Fan roared, preparing for one final act of defiance. Yi Wuming slashed his sword, unleashing a V-shaped blade of energy that instantly severed Xiao Fan's limbs, reducing him to a lifeless torso. So fast. Xiao Fan murmured. Fang Xiang witnessed this scene through the map and silently acknowledged Yi Wuming's growing power. The backup plan he'd prepared, the terrifying specter, was now unnecessary. Resistance will be met with death. Yi Wuming swept his gaze over the remaining remnants of the Xiao family, his tone icy. The Xiao family members trembled with fear. Yet, driven by an unyielding faith burning within their hearts, they roared with fury and charged forward. Even knowing certain death awaited them, they charged without fear. Kill. Yi Wuming spat out the single word. The elite forces of Fang Xiang village and Dog God village immediately sprang into action, launching a full-scale assault on the Xiao family members. Chapter 127, Subduing the Black Iron Demon Serpent. The dull thud of blades cleaving flesh echoed through the forest, like a blood-soaked feast of death. The dark dragon wings on Yi Wuming's back traced crimson afterimages as three Xiao family members' throats burst open simultaneously. Their charging stances froze mid-swing, their heads sliding slowly down their spines. Blood droplets hung suspended in the foul wind stirred by the dragon wings, like strings of agate beads suspended by invisible threads. A hauntingly beautiful yet brutal sight. Soon, every remaining member of the Xiao family was slain. Only Xiao Fan remained. Gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, he glared defiantly at Yi Wuming, as if still plotting resistance. Don't move.
Yi Wuming's shadow loomed over him. His brows were like blades, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes now gazed down at the broken body beneath his sword with a mocking smile, their depths gleaming with a cold, domineering light. The tip of the Xiao Yaoyu sword lifted Xiao Fan's jaw. The delicate bone cracked with fine fissures under the sword's vibrations, a trickle of crimson seeping out, lending Xiao Fan a broken beauty. This only heightened Yi Wuming's excitement. He seemed to recall the days he was imprisoned by Li Changsheng. How nostalgic! Yi Wuming turned his gaze toward Li Changsheng. Having expended too much energy after the divine descent, Li Changsheng was in poor condition, pale as death, possessing a sickly beauty. Yi Wuming's gaze grew complex, and the pain began to surge through his body once more. He withdrew his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Fan's mangled body, his smile tinged with mockery. The Qingluan god's lapdog can't even beg for mercy? Xiao Fan's mangled remains twitched in a pool of blood, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Flesh buds wriggled at the severed limb stumps, only to be scorched by the dark starlight power clinging to them. Suddenly, he bared his teeth, bloodied fangs clamping down on the sword's edge as a muffled growl rose from his throat. The tassel on the jade sword's broken hilt stirred without wind, transforming into 1,000 strands of green hair that coiled toward Yi Wuming's neck. Snap! Yi Wuming crushed the last half of the jade sword underfoot, then struck Xiao Fan unconscious. Take the black iron demon heart and the black iron demon snake. Bring the black iron demon wood back to Fang Xiang village. Yi Wuming ordered. Li Buxian immediately set off to chop down the trees. Ever since discovering that felling a tree counted as a kill, he'd grown utterly delighted with these black iron demon trees. Having lost their black iron demon king, the remaining trees were vastly weakened. Under Li Buxian's battle axe, they proved as helpless as a girl who'd downed hundreds of pounds of boar meat. Behind Li Buxian, the elite warriors of Dog God Village busily cut the timber into manageable pieces for transport back to Fang Xiang village. Yi Wuming, meanwhile, had seized the black iron demon snake. The serpent behaved meekly before Yi Wuming, trembling in fear at the sight of the dark star dragon wings adorning his body. So that's it. Yi Wuming realized silently. Fang Xiangjuan must have sent him here specifically to obtain the battle-mutated pet, the black iron demon snake. Once he cultivated this black iron demon snake, it would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset. Additionally, under Fang Xiang's divine decree, Yi Wuming had also brought back some black iron demon wood seeds. If he could master the black iron demon wood and plant it around Fang Xiang village, it would serve as a formidable defensive measure. After securing the black iron demon snake and the black iron demon heart, Yi Wuming helped Li Changxing to his feet. Li Changxing struggled to raise his upper body, gasping for breath. Damn. I'm completely drained this time. Yi Wuming teased, being possessed by Lord Fang Xiang must have been quite an experience, huh? Li Changxing fell silent for a moment before replying. How to put it, it was a strange sensation. As if I suddenly ceased being human and became a god. An omnipotent god. That power was overwhelming. Just experiencing it made me feel like I was losing myself. Hearing Li Changxing's description, Yi Wuming remained unfazed. But Fang Xiang was slightly startled. After all, when Wang Yuan had been possessed by a deity before, nothing unusual had happened. So he hadn't paid it much mind. Yet upon hearing Li Changxing's words, he suddenly realized the side effects of divine descent seemed far greater than he had imagined. This affected the mental state of the faithful. Lifespan and such could be restored by consuming divine power. But restoring one's state of mind? That was another matter entirely. It seemed divine descent should not be used lightly henceforth. Unless the enemy initiates it first, we absolutely must not be the first to invoke divine descent. Nevertheless, this battle was a resounding victory. The Xiao family's influence has been weakened once more. We've also captured Xiao Fan, reuniting Xiao Zhantian with his son. A family should be complete and whole. Once Li Ba completes his class change quest by felling 100 black iron demon trees, Yi Wuming immediately set out for Fangxiang village with his men. After all, time waits for no one. Nightfall was approaching. But on their way back, something felt off. The surrounding monsters were closing in on them. It seemed as though they were drawn by something. Yi Wuming glanced at the black iron demon core in his hand and instantly understood. Though the black iron demon wood king possessed average combat prowess, its primordial core contained vast reserves of primordial energy. It was a treasure coveted by many monsters. These creatures wouldn't normally pose much of a threat. But they had just endured a brutal battle, leaving their combat strength severely depleted. If a fight broke out, they would likely suffer casualties. Just as the group found themselves surrounded by monsters, an even more terrifying aura of supremacy spread out. A hideous creature spread its pitch-black wings, descending from the heavens with terrifying ferocity. Amidst the monstrous howls of rage, the creatures scattered like birds and beasts. Upon seeing the Xinyan, Yi Wuming's face was filled with reverent emotion. In Fangxiang village, only Fangxiang himself could command the Xinyan. It seemed that Lord Fangxiang, both for their safety and to foster their growth so they wouldn't rely solely on the Xinyan's power, had long since secretly dispatched the Xinyan to protect them. Such thoughtful consideration truly warmed Yi Wuming's heart. His faith level even increased slightly.
With the Xinyan's protection, the journey back to the village was much safer. Before long, they arrived back at Fang Xiang village. Villagers immediately came forward to greet them, their faces lit with simple, genuine smiles. "Village chief, you're finally back. Father, I made sugar figurines today, try one." Li Changqing's youngest daughter held up a sugar figurine made from white sugar, her face radiating innocent joy. Li Changqing laughed heartily, his gaze filled with tender affection as he embraced his little daughter. Back then, if not for Fang Xiang, the entire village would have perished in the darkness. How could they possibly have this beautiful life today? Xiao Fan watched the harmonious scene in Fang Xiang village, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Deep within his eyes, however, lay a trace of intense envy and jealousy. When would the Xiao family ever witness such a heartwarming scene? Perhaps there had been? But ever since Qingwanshen's failed attempt to ascend to godhood, the entire Xiao family had lost its foundation, and everything changed. A shadow of gloom now hung over the entire Xiao clan. Every member of the Xiao family trained relentlessly, striving to restore their former glory and help the Qingwan god regain his divine power. There was nothing wrong with that. For it was only natural. Yet, he often found himself longing for his mother's tender gaze, for his father's hearty laughter. Yet these sights had been absent for far too long. His mother had perished in the jaws of a monster. His father was overcome with grief, his face stripped of all joy, as if wearing a mask. He had no choice but to risk his life by using forbidden techniques to unlock the Jade Sword immortal profession. Yet now, it all seemed utterly wasted. When he saw the group return with a pile of black iron demon wood, Chen Ergo's face lit up with excitement. He had been forging extraordinary weapons these past few days, though progress had been slow. Yet, he had been reflecting on his process the entire journey. He finally reached a conclusion: his failures were largely due to the forge's insufficient temperature. To forge a transcendent weapon, the furnace must reach at least 1/10 the temperature of the Dragon Soul Heartflame. Can this stuff really boost the temperature? Fang Xiang looked at Chen Erdu thoughtfully. Chen Erdu, exactly. This black iron demon wood contains immense primal energy. Using it for smelting will boost the temperature and definitely meet the requirements for crafting extraordinary weapons. Li Baxian, then let's get to work. He tossed the chopped black iron demon wood beside the newly crafted furnace. We paid a hefty price to retrieve these materials. Chapter 128, Full Party Job Change. Everyone sprang into action, carefully tossing the black iron demon wood in black iron ore into the furnace. As the demonic black iron wood entered the furnace, searing flames instantly engulfed everything, rapidly pushing the internal temperature to its limit. The air filled with the scent of wood and metal. At first, the scent was slightly unsettling, but after a while, it became strangely intoxicating. Li Baxian, how's it going? Chen Ergo stared intently at the flames within the furnace. So far, so good. The others could only wait patiently. They all knew that if they succeeded in forging a transcendent weapon this time, it would mean a tremendous leap forward for the entire Fang Xiang village. Meanwhile, Li Changshang received divine blessings from Fang Xiang. This restored the lifespan drained by the divine descent. This caused Li Changsheng's faith level to rise once more, reaching 32 points. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was brought to the mystic iron prison by Yi Wuming. His face was as pale as paper, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Yet even so, he stubbornly gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. His gaze fixed on Yi Wuming, filled with complex emotions and seething resentment. Yi Wuming stepped before him, sneering coldly. Well? Still want to resist? Xiao Fan lifted his head with great effort, meeting Yi Wuming's gaze. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. Yi Wuming shook his head, his smile twisted. Don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in your intelligence. Right now, I only want to replicate what Li Changqing did to me right back on you. A chill crept into Xiao Fan's heart. A sudden cry pierced his ears. My son. How did you become like this? Xiao Zhantian gazed at his eldest son, whose limbs had been severed, grief welling up within him as tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Fan's expression froze as he stared into the darkness. To help him see Xiao Zhantian's face clearly, Yi Wuming thrust the torch deeper into the darkness. When he saw his father's state, Xiao Fan roared in fury. You bastards! You're all a bunch of bastards! How dare you treat my father like this? Yi Wuming's tone was cold, his eyes brimming with suppressed madness. Birth? I walked this path too. To become strong, one must endure extreme suffering. If we fell into your hands, you'd likely use every means possible to torment us. Born into this filthy world, we're destined to use filthy means. Yi Wuming's words, were they meant for Xiao Fan, or for himself? Yi Wuming's fingers suddenly tightened. The black iron chain around Xiao Zhantian's neck screeched with a harsh grinding sound, the pain making the veins on his neck bulge. One should live up to their birthright, shouldn't they? The dark dragon wings on Yi Wuming's back abruptly unfurled, slicing the torchlight into fragments. Patchy red light danced across Xiao Fan's face like the maniacal laughter of a demon. Xiao Fan shuddered. Fang Xiang village seemed far more terrifying than he had imagined. Or rather, everything outside Fang Xiang village was merely a facade. As a chaos god, Fang Xiang was no benevolent deity. Even a deity of the path of light like the Azure Phoenix god possessed a side that could not see the light. In this cold, cruel night, all that was bright and beautiful was ultimately guarded by dark and shadowy means. Xiao Fan knew Yi Wuming was right. But when he himself became the sacrificial pawn, the bitterness was unbearable. Why? Why wasn't he the victor? Xiao Fan endured the agony, tortured by various instruments of torment. The scene was too gruesome to describe. He could only hope the ancestor would summon that powerful figure swiftly. Yi Wuming. When Fang Xiang village is destroyed, I will repay every ounce of pain inflicted upon me today. Xiao Fan glared at Yi Wuming with hatred and loathing so intense it bordered on madness. Yi Wuming laughed. That's the look. The look only a weakling would have. Just as Yi Wuming prepared to proceed to the next step, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Click. Li Chongsheng entered from outside. Seeing Xiao Fan's pitiful state, he smiled with satisfaction. It seems, you learn quickly. After all, experiencing it firsthand leaves an indelible mark. One dares not forget a single detail. Yi Wuming's gaze grew complex and he avoided meeting Li Chongsheng's eyes. Even though his current strength surpassed Li Chongsheng's, for some inexplicable reason, he always felt an inexplicable reverence toward him. Li Chongsheng smiled faintly. Then they're yours to handle. Understood. Yi Wuming nodded. Bang! The door slammed shut, sealing out the last glimmer of light. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows, while Yi Wuming's cruel eyes reflected deep pools of blood and darkness. The tentacles sprouting from the dark star dragon wings slowly devoured the blood of the 26 professionals imprisoned within the Black Iron dungeon. Combined with the bloodshed from slaughtering the Xiao family, his level had surged to 15. A mutated black iron demon snake coiled around his fingertips, flickering its pitch-black tongue with eyes cold and savage. Outside the Black Iron prison, Chen Erdu's forging of the extraordinary weapon had reached a critical moment. Sweat beaded on his brow as his iron tongs trembled slightly. Staring at the weapon taking shape within the forge, he felt both tense and eager. Yet, at the very last moment, the materials within the black iron suddenly became unbalanced. Though the heat was sufficient, his control proved insufficient to maintain the precise equilibrium of the materials. Chen Erdu, damn it! He frantically adjusted his technique, pouring more primal energy into the process in a desperate attempt to salvage it, but it was already too late. The flames within the furnace surged violently, followed by a dull thud. The unformed weapon shattered inside the furnace, reduced to a heap of scrap iron. Li Baxian watched, his brow furrowed. How could this happen? Chen Erdu sighed, wiping sweat from his brow. My skill level isn't high enough yet. I can't precisely control the balance of the forging materials. Looks like we'll have to find another way. Attempting to forge a transcendent weapon at level 9 was nothing short of a pipe dream. It was bound to require massive resources and time to refine. But if he succeeded, the path ahead would surely be smooth sailing. He absolutely couldn't betray Fang Xiangjuan's trust and support. Chen Ergu's resolve strengthened once more, and he threw himself into his work. Watching Chen Erdu's steadfast diligence, Fang Xiang felt deeply satisfied. Only those who could endure solitude like this could become true masters of weapon forging. Time flew by, like black iron melting in the furnace's blazing heat, then cooling in the cold, silent night. 7 days passed swiftly. By the time Chen Ergu made his 1000th attempt at forging a transcendent weapon, Li Baxian had already completed his class change. He had actually completed the job change quest earlier in the Black Iron Demonwood Forest. Now, guided by Fang Xiangjuan, his transition proceeded smoothly. Immediately after Li Baxian's successful class change, Fang Xiang opened his interface. Believer, Li Baxian. Deity, Fang Xiangjuan. Race, human. Faith level, 24 fanatic. Lifespan, 100. Level, 10. Occupation, executioner. Force, 100. Skill, beheading where there's a head, it can be severed. With a single stroke, I cleave through all. Li Baxian became an executioner, still possessing only one skill. Yet Fang Xiang saw immense potential within Li Baxian. Focus on one thing, and master it to perfection. A single skill can forge a formidable warrior. Besides Li Baxian becoming an executioner, Yi Qingquan and Zhao Wuyan also completed their class changes to blade tier and fist tier, becoming berserker blades. Fang Xiang realized that not everyone possessed hidden paths. Yi Qingquan and Zhao Wuyan's stats were quite ordinary. Believer, Yi Qingquan. Honored deity, Fang Xiangjuan. Race, human. Faith level, 10 fanatic. Level, 10. Force, 100. Lifespan, 90. Class, berserker. Class skills, decapitation, berserker/rending. Zhao Wuyan's stats are as follows. Devotee, Zhao Wuyan. Deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 10 fanatic. Level, 10. Force, 100. Lifespan, 90. Class, fighter. Professional skills, explosive fist style, straight punch thrust, fist technique specialization. Of course, what truly delighted Fang Xiang was that after providing ample materials, Ji Longyue crafted 10 level 10 mechanical constructs. This is the true power of a mechanic. The ability to mass-produce powerful fighters. Now, all that remained was for Chen Erge to complete his class change quest. Among the practitioners under his command, only Ji Longyue had yet to begin hers. Everyone else had already completed their class changes. At that moment, Chen Erge, who had been forging extraordinary weapons, suddenly showed signs of new activity. Chapter 129, Crimson Dragon Scale. Inside the forge, Chen Erge furiously channeled his blacksmithing skills, pouring primal energy into the molten mass of mystic iron, black iron demon cores, and other materials. The furnace's flames abruptly collapsed into a dark crimson vortex. Droplets of blood burst from the wound in Chen Erge's palm, sizzling and steaming as they fell onto the molten iron. Forging with the blacksmith's blood. This was the insight he gained when a dog hair from Dog God Village fell into a metal sword blank. He discovered that forged blades wielded far greater power. Chen Erdu roared, "Forge it!" Under Chen Erdu's primal force, the metal blade blank suddenly grew elegant, flowing cloud-like patterns. The splattered blood beads stirred up fine bubbles, and the blade blank grew increasingly brilliant, radiating dazzling light. But soon, Chen Erdu realized this metal blade blank still wasn't good enough. Its purity was insufficient, lacking higher grade, more refined primal energy. This caused fine cracks to appear within the metal blade blank. If this continued, this forging attempt would likely fail. Just as Chen Erdu's face twisted with frustration, at Fang Xiang's command, the Xinyan suddenly burst forth from beneath the divine statue. Scales flaked off its tail, clattering into the forge. Chen Erdu's bloodshot pupils abruptly contracted as the icy water in the quenching pool suddenly boiled into an inky black. The metal sword blank suddenly glowed with a mournful crimson light, unfurling into a 3-foot-long blade. Dark patterns flowed along the spine like a living snake striking out, while black frost blossomed spontaneously along the edge. Ice crystals began forming across Fang Xiang village's ground, while the furnace flames abnormally swelled into a crimson golden lotus. Clang! The sword emitted a dragon's roar-like vibration, its body devouring the blood mist left by the shedding of the demonic scales. Crimson dragon scale patterns emerged on the blade's surface. Red dragon scales. Chen Erge exhaled sharply, his face aglow with ecstasy. "I've done it! I've finally forged it! Superior grade extraordinary!" The villagers of Fang Xiang village were equally filled with astonishment and delight. This meant Fang Xiang village could now mass-produce transcendent weapons. For Fang Xiang village, this represented a quantum leap. Fang Xiang was in an excellent mood. With Chen Erge mass-producing extraordinary weapons, he could conserve vast amounts of divine power, quickly accumulate to the divine power limit, unlock the advancement quest, and become a special great wild god. The instant Chen Erge completed his job change quest, the crimson dragon scale sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his body. The next moment, Chen Erge's aura began to surge violently. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving violently as if something churned within him. He could feel that power coursing through his meridians, like a fiery river scouring his internal organs. His eyes snapped open, a fleeting crimson gold light flashing in his pupils before vanishing. Red dragon scales. He murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously brushing against his chest. There, it felt as though an invisible crimson dragon swam within him, merging completely with his being. But this fusion was not perfect. For the sword had absorbed not only his power, but also that of the demonic entity. This caused the crimson dragon scale to resist him somewhat. The force unleashed was terrifying. Chen Erdu's entire body was lacerated by sword chi, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "No! This demon's sword is backfiring on me." Chen Erge was horrified. He never imagined that the moment he forged the crimson dragon scale, this demonic blade would turn on its master. Unfortunately, he was unable to suppress the crimson dragon scale's power. Within this blade lay the power of the monstrous Xinyan, but that was not all. It also contained the black iron demon heart and special materials Fang Xiang had exchanged from others. The terrifying primordial force within was far beyond what a mere 9th-level practitioner like him could withstand. Just as the crimson dragon scale disrupted his meridians and began devouring his flesh, a grey divine radiance descended from the heavens. This divine radiance contained the chaotic divine power that embraced all things and devoured everything, the beginning of the end and the ultimate destination of nothingness. In an instant, the raging crimson dragon scales became docile, fusing completely with Chen Erge. Huff! Chen Erge exhaled a long breath, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He looked down at his hands, where a faint crimson gold glow shimmered at his fingertips, as if ready to condense into a sharp blade at any moment. The surge of that power still swirled within him, like a slumbering dragon, quiet yet dangerous. "Thank you, Lord Fang Xiang, for your assistance." He lifted his gaze toward the divine statue, his eyes brimming with reverence and gratitude. He knew that without Fang Xiang's timely intervention, he would have been torn apart by that raging force long ago. Upon the altar, Fang Xiang's statue stood silently. A hazy divine glow still enveloped the entire village, shielding it from all darkness and peril. His gaze pierced through the divine space, resting upon Chen Erge with a hint of admiration and satisfaction. To forge a transcendent weapon at the 9th level demonstrated both innate talent and relentless effort. Moreover, this crimson dragon scale was no ordinary transcendent weapon. It grows alongside its master and can shift forms. It need not always take the form of a sword.
However, crafting such a special, growth-oriented transcendent weapon is entirely a matter of luck.
Even he couldn't guarantee success every time. Fang Xiang was eager to see what would happen once Chun Ergo had elevated this extraordinary weapon to its ultimate potential. Very good. You've taken the first step. Fang Xiang's divine voice, deep and authoritative, echoed over Fang Xiang village.
Next, you must master this power and harness it for your own use. Chen Ergo clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within him, and nodded firmly.
Yes, Lord Fang Xiang. I will master the Crimson Dragon Scale as quickly as possible and will not disappoint you. Li Baxian approached from the side, patting his shoulder with a grin. You're one lucky bastard. Even I envy you for that sword. His gaze lingered on Chen Ergo's hand, filled with admiration. But don't get too cocky just yet. You've only completed the job change quest. Now comes the job change phase. Chen Erdo nodded. I understand. I'm almost ready to enter the transformation state.
In the next instant, ancient and mysterious Taodai patterns emerged upon the gate of Chen Erdo's Alaya consciousness. A colossal crucible materialized before Chen Ergo's soul, its searing molten iron embers exploding into tiny red sparks at his feet. A sudden, ant-bite-like tingling shot down his spine. The Taodai pattern on the Alaya consciousness gate transformed into a colossal Taodai beast, extending its bronze-colored tongue to greedily lap at the crimson dragon scales suspended above his head. With each lick, the dragon scales etched upon the sword's spine burned brighter. Chen Erdo could feel himself undergoing earth-shattering changes. Simultaneously, Fang Xiang's map illuminated a job advancement notification for Chen Erdo. Optimal class change path Dragon Flame Forger. Transition ritual utilized diluted wyvern blood, tempering the gate of his Alaya consciousness with a thread of Dragon Soul's heart flame. The ritual was somewhat complex, though the required items were few. He already possessed both the Dragonling blood and the Dragon Soul's heart flame. Clearly, the map offered the optimal solution based on his current circumstances. Now, as his divine power gradually increases, the map's functions continue to expand. Chapter 130, Dragon Flame Forger. After breaking through to high-rank wild god and accumulating vast divine power, the map's range exploded to 50 kilometers. Moreover, it had become more detailed in guiding his class transition path. Fang Xiang fixed his gaze on Chen Ergo, activated the Dragon Soul Heart Flame, and instructed Wang Yuan to inject the diluted sub-dragon blood into Chen Ergo's body. As the blood entered his system, Chen Ergo's entire body began to glow crimson. Under the influence of the diluted blood, his genes underwent mutation. Purple-blue veins bulged violently on his neck as he let out a low, furious roar. The diluted sub-dragon blood coursed beneath his skin like crimson centipedes. With every inch it traversed his bones, a crisp metallic clang erupted, as if forged from molten gold. A non-human growl erupted from his throat as his pupils contracted into two vertical slits. His golden eyes blazed with furious light. In the next instant, raging crimson dragon flames surged from his body, his force boiling uncontrollably throughout his being. No! Wang Yuan gasped in horror. The power within that dragon blood is too overwhelming, ergo can't control it. Everyone watched Chen Erdo with concern. Though he had once been a member of Blood Moon Village. Since arriving at Fang Xiang Village, he had worked diligently and earnestly. He treated everyone kindly, always wearing a simple, honest smile. Everyone had long since come to regard him as family. Now that they saw Chen Erdo in danger, they were naturally filled with anxiety. Yet now, they could do nothing to help Chen Erdo. All they could do was clasp their hands together and pray earnestly. Great Lord Fang Xiang, your most loyal servant humbly beseeches you bestow your divine blessing and dispel this calamity. But Fang Xiang did not intervene. Instead, he waited for the right moment. Li Baxian, seeing Fang Xiang's in action, froze slightly, his expression thick with concern. What does Lord Fang Xiang mean by this? Could he be experiencing some kind of problem? After nightfall, divine beings would inexplicably encounter all manner of troubles. The Willow Spirit had been like this before. Rumors even circulated that most of the fanatical devotees in Willow Spirit Village had been slaughtered by the Maiden Willow Spirit. Now, Fang Xiangjuan's sudden disappearance was clearly highly unusual. This filled him with anxiety. Wang Yuan frowned and snapped, nonsense. How could anything possibly go wrong with the Fang Xiang god? Li Baxian pressed his lips together, surprisingly refraining from arguing with Wang Yuan. His gaze remained fixed on the Fang Xiang statue. His bronze-colored face was etched with deep worry. If something happened to the Fang Xiang god, where would they, his fanatical followers, turn? Just as everyone's worries deepened, a chaotic gray mist suddenly descended from the direction of the Fang Xiang statue, enveloping the dragon flames within Chen Ergo that were on the verge of erupting. The dragon soul heart flame of Lord Fang Xiang poured into Chen Ergo's crown chakra, its divine power permeating his entire body through his meridians. The rebellious dragon blood within him suddenly grew as docile as silk, weaving crimson gold dragon patterns through his veins. In an instant, the gate of the Alaya consciousness was enveloped by the dragon soul heart flame of Lord Fang Xiang. This magnificent gate of the Alaya consciousness was continuously tempered and elevated by the dragon soul's heart flame. As the gate of the Alaya consciousness underwent this refinement, Chen Erdu felt every meridian within his body burning. The agony felt as though it would tear his very soul apart. His body convulsed uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead as cold sweat poured down like rain, instantly evaporating into wisps of white vapor upon the ground. Until, the gate of the Alaya consciousness fused with that thread of dragon soul heart flame. Boom! Chen Ergu felt as though he had pushed open a gateway to a new world. His entire being underwent an instant, profound ascension, stepping into a new realm. Job change successful. Dragon Flame Forger. This power, it's immense. Chen Erdo clenched his fist, and a crimson iron hammer instantly materialized in his palm. Its hue resembled crimson clouds reflecting molten gold. The hammer's body was covered in scale patterns, resembling the of a red dragon. One could almost hear the dragon's faint roar, truly unmatched in ferocity and majestic in aura. This was the Crimson Dragon Scale. As his signature weapon accompanying his class change, it could transform at will. Though he was now a Dragon Flame Forger, a support class with Fang Xiang's aid, his combat prowess remained terrifying. The hammer can forge iron or strike men. Fang Xiang grew curious about Chen Ergu's class change skills and immediately opened the other's personal panel. Believer, Chen Ergu. Deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 18 fanatic. Class, Dragon Flame Forger. Level, 10. Force, 100. Lifespan, 90. Professional skills, iron forging consumes force to craft ironware. Greater force expenditure yields superior results. Metal affinity passive skill, enhances affinity with metals and grants the ability to sense them. Dragon Flame Forging releases intense dragon flames capable of melting forging materials, imbuing crafted weapons with dragon flame power for significant quality enhancement. Forging mastery enhances forging talent, enabling creation of higher quality weapons. Artifact focus possesses intense concentration, strengthening micro-control during artifact creation and boosting success rates. Item, Crimson Dragon Scale Growth Weapon. After examining it, Fang Xiang couldn't help but silently marvel. No wonder he had paid such a heavy price to complete this class change. These skill effects were incredibly powerful. A full 3 skills. Based on his estimates, Chen Erdu's current probability of forging extraordinary low-grade weapons had significantly increased. Mass-producing extraordinary weapons could now be put on the agenda. Fang Xiang immediately had Chen Erdu begin forging to test his current skill level. Chen Ergu was equally eager to prove himself, desperate to see where his forging skills now stood. Just as Chen Ergu was forging, a cataclysmic upheaval struck the Xiao family. Xiao Ruochen returned to the Xiao family in high spirits, only to discover his beloved grandson was missing. Not only that, but the Xiao family's remaining elite forces had been decimated. Now, only 2 practitioners remained to guard the Xiao family. This news struck him like a thunderbolt. What on earth happened? Xiao Ruochen practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. Sensing Xiao Ruochen's fury, the Xiao family members all bowed their heads, too afraid to speak for a long while. After a long while, the professional dared to step forward and recount the events. Upon learning that Xiao Fan had gone to the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest to obtain a Black Iron Demon Heart for the Azure Phoenix Spirit, Xiao Ruochen's frown deepened. With the combat strength Xiao Fan had taken with him, the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest was no match for them. Yet as night fell, Xiao Fan and his group still hadn't returned. This could only mean they had encountered trouble. Xiao Ruochen hurried to the sacred temple, seeking guidance from the Azure Phoenix god. Yet upon arriving at the temple of sacrifice, his heart sank. A crack marred the statue of the Azure Phoenix god. Xiao Ruochen's trembling fingers touched the crack. The icy chill that shot through his fingertips sent a jolt through his heart. What happened? His voice was low, almost gritted out through clenched teeth, as his gaze swept over everyone present. A trembling attendant replied, "Yesterday, the statue suddenly cracked open. We didn't have time to react." Useless. Xiao Ruochen whipped around, his sleeves lashing out with a fierce gust that sent the attendant crashing to the ground, his forehead striking the floor and drawing blood. "You can't even protect the temple. What good are you?" His chest heaved violently, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the green phoenix statue. That crack felt like a sharp dagger plunging deep into his heart. The Azure Phoenix god was the very foundation of the Xiao clan. Damage to the statue signaled that the divine power might already be waning. Chapter 131, The God's Wrath. If that were true, the Xiao family's standing in the dark forest would plummet. Issue the order. Xiao Ruochen's voice was as cold as ice. Seal off the news. Anyone who dares leak a single word will be executed without mercy. He waved his hand, signaling the others to withdraw. Kneeling before the statue, he pressed his palms together and murmured a prayer. "Great Qingluan God, grant your faithful guidance. Show me how to save this." Yet the statue remained silent, offering not even the faintest whisper of response. Xiao Ruochen's heart sank, as if plunging into an abyss. Has the Azure Phoenix god now lost even the divine power to answer him? Or, had the Qingluan god's divine fall and transformation deepened? After nightfall, Xiao Ruochen's breathing grew ragged. His fingers clenched the hem of his robe so tightly his knuckles turned white. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the candlesticks surrounding the statue.
The flickering flames cast shadows across his somber face. The air around him seemed to freeze, thick and suffocating. "Someone," he suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing through the vast temple. Several guards hurried in, kneeling on one knee with heads bowed. "Master," they asked respectfully, "what are your orders?" Xiao Ruochen narrowed his eyes, his voice low and gravelly. "At first light, send men to the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest. Find Xiao Fan. Alive or dead, bring him back." The guards exchanged nervous glances. After a moment's hesitation, one of them plucked up his courage and said, "Master, the black fallen rain has been pouring for days. Though it paused several times, dark creatures are rampant outside now. Traveling might be. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Ruochen cut him off sharply, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Do you intend to leave the Xiao family's prodigy out there, his fate unknown?" The guards dared not say another word and hurried off to carry out the order. Xiao Ruochen remained rooted to the spot, his gaze returning to the green phoenix divine statue. A wave of unease washed over him. He murmured softly, "Green phoenix deity, please protect the Xiao family. Protect Xiao Fan." Yet the statue remained silent, its cracks glaring harshly in the candlelight. Those cracks were caused by the black fallen rain eroding the statue after the battle with Fang Xiang, when the divine power had been depleted. The next day, deep within the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest, a small squad led by Xiao Ruochen advanced silently. Their footsteps were light as cats, their eyes sharp as hawks, weapons gleaming coldly in their hands. They were investigating the truth behind Xiao Fan's disappearance. Gray sunlight was obscured by towering ancient trees, casting a deep, oppressive darkness. The Black Iron Demon Wood Forest lay in utter stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind and the distant, unidentifiable growls of unknown creatures. Xiao Ruochen stood at the front of the group, his gaze piercing. In his hand was a long sword inlaid with a green phoenix totem, its tip faintly glowing with a blue light. This was a first-tier inferior divine artifact. And the Xiao family's sole divine artifact. His breathing remained steady, yet it couldn't mask the restlessness within. Behind him, his comrades scanned their surroundings warily, gripping their weapons tightly. A putrid stench permeated the air, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and damp. Each step felt like treading on rotting corpses, nauseatingly foul. Their nerves grew increasingly taut. After all, they were not the Xiao family's most elite warriors. The most elite warriors, led by Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Fan, had all gone missing. Now, they were the last remaining. Of the entire Xiao clan, only 2 professionals remained guarding the ancestral home. Everyone else with even a shred of ability was here. "Master, the heart of the Black Iron Demon Wood Forest lies ahead," a team member whispered, his voice tinged with tension. Xiao Ruochen nodded, his brow furrowed. He knew this was where Xiao Fan had last been seen. The surrounding Black Iron Demon Woods had all been reduced to powder. The stones on the ground had been melted by immense energy, now glistening like dark green glass, clear evidence of a fierce battle. Such extensive petrification could never be achieved by a practitioner. Only a divine descent. Here, 2 divine realms had once clashed. That was the only explanation for this devastation. His gaze swept the surroundings, suddenly pausing on a massive black iron demon tree in the distance. Its trunk was covered in deep claw marks, as if left by some colossal creature. The bark was torn away, revealing the dark red wood beneath, emitting a sickly sweet, blood-like scent. That scent. Something's wrong. Xiao Ruochen murmured softly, his hand unconsciously tightening around his long sword. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar erupted from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The team members drew their weapons simultaneously, standing back to back and watching the direction of the sound with intense vigilance. "Prepare for battle," Xiao Ruochen ordered in a deep voice, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. The roar grew louder, accompanied by heavy footsteps, as if some colossal creature was closing in. The next instant, Xiao Ruochen's pupils contracted sharply as a massive black creature came into view. Standing 10 meters tall, its body was covered in black fur. Its muscular forelimbs gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its claws resembled sharp daggers, cold and menacing. What terrified him even more was, this thing has 4 eyes. 2 of them are blood red. Those are the eyes of the Willow Spirit. The Willow Spirit, wasn't he defeated? How could he be here? Xiao Ruochen felt a chill run through his body. He had participated in the event of the Willow God's demise. He had witnessed the Great One himself seal the Willow God's divine statue within a star iron coffin, forging it into the Dawn Seed. He strained to recall the events of that day. Suddenly, his body trembled. That day, the Willow God truly had no eyes. Those eyes seemed to have been lost long ago. You! Who is behind this? Xiao Ruochen gripped the Azure Phoenix divine sword, his gaze darkening. The newly risen Fang Xiang, or some faction of the mechanical god cult? The monstrous creature seemed to sense the threat from Xiao Ruochen and his companions. It let out a low growl and lunged forward violently. "Master, watch out!" The team members, horrified, rushed forward to block the creature's attack. Their swords swung wildly, striking the creature's body, yet failed to leave even a scratch. Its skin was as hard as iron, even gleaming with a metallic sheen. "It's a monster," one team member exclaimed. "It's covered in metal blades, can't harm it." Xiao Ruoqin's expression grew grave. He knew this kind of creature was covered in a special material that made it immune to most physical attacks. It could even resist psychic assaults. Unless the damage exceeded a certain threshold, this peculiar creature showed no signs of collapse. He had witnessed fanatical followers of the mechanic cult hunting these creatures in the dark forest. They called these creatures God's abomination. This was the avatar of a fallen deity, embodying its hatred and vengeance upon humanity. Yet he couldn't fathom how such a creature had appeared here. Roar! The four-eyed monster let out a furious howl, its blood-red eyes glowing with arcane, eerie runes. The runes surged like a tidal wave toward Xiao Ruoqin and his companions. Team members were knocked sprawling to the ground, their minds searing with excruciating pain. Damn it, a psychic attack! Xiao Ruoqin's face darkened. He hadn't expected this monster to possess not only unearthly physical defenses but also such formidable psychic power. In the next instant, the monster swung its forelimbs, tearing a team member apart. The blood-soaked corpse fell to the ground, releasing a thick, sickening stench of blood. The remaining team members turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror as their swords trembled violently in their hands. They had never witnessed anything so terrifying. A single claw strike had torn a professional adventurer to shreds. Stay calm. Form the Azure Phoenix sword formation as we've practiced activate. Xiao Ruoqin commanded coldly. Chapter 132, 9 Shadow God. The group obeyed instantly, gripping their swords with both hands and forming a circle. With a low shout, the Qinghuan swords in their hands glowed faintly. The light converged at the center, coalescing into a green barrier. This was the Xiao family's supreme technique, capable of nullifying most physical and mental attacks. Seeing this, the monster did not continue its assault. Instead, it let out a furious roar to the heavens, black mist swirling around its form. Within the mist, the faint outline of willow branches could be discerned. Within its two blood-red eyes, the shadow of a willow tree seemed to linger. The willow spirit. Could this four-eyed monster truly be born from the willow spirit's eyes? Could it even harbor a fragment of the willow spirit's lingering essence? Xiao Ruoqin's eyes widened in shock. He recalled the elder once stating that after being refined into the dawn seed, the willow spirit would vanish completely. Then why did the shadow of a willow tree appear on this four-eyed monster before him? Even a divine abomination shouldn't bear the willow god's shadow. But soon, Xiao Ruoqin abandoned pondering these questions. For beneath the four-eyed monster, a colossal willow tree materialized. Its deep green leaves shimmered like jade, while ancient, mystical runes rippled across its trunk. In the next instant, the four-eyed creature roared furiously, its entire body enveloped by the willow's aura. Its fur instantly transformed into a metallic texture, covering its entire body like steel wool. Two pairs of razor-sharp claws sprouted anew from its forelimbs. The razor-sharp tips gleamed like daggers, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Is this the aura of the willow spirit? Xiao Ruoqin's expression changed drastically. The monster's size had nearly doubled, its entire body now covered in steel-like scales, emanating a ferocious aura. The team members were startled, their Qinghuan sword array trembling violently, clearly affected by the change. A crushing pressure descended upon them, as if a mountain had settled upon their chests, making breathing difficult. Xiao Ruoqin dared not take it lightly, already resolved to fight to the death. With the Azure Phoenix god wounded and unable to descend, he could only rely on himself. Xiao Ruoqin roared, sword chi resonance. Azure Phoenix incinerates the heavens. His long sword hummed, releasing razor-sharp sword chi. As if possessed of their own spirit, these sword energies instantly surged into the Azure Phoenix barrier. Within the barrier, azure feathers fell like raindrops. These were Qinghuan feathers, both offensive and defensive. One of the Xiao family's most formidable techniques. In the next instant, the group's energy surged violently, amplifying the Qinghuan sword formation's might. Wave after wave of powerful sword chi surged toward the four-eyed monster like a tidal force. Their sword energies seemed to transform into the divine Azure Phoenix, emitting piercing shrieks as they charged at the four-eyed monster with overwhelming force. Sensing the threat, the four-eyed monster let out a low, rumbling roar. It roared defiantly toward the heavens, its entire body emanating a dark mist. Within the mist, willow branches materialized, as if the willow spirit had awakened. The willow branches coalesced into a shadowy figure. This shadow seemed to possess boundless power, managing to withstand all their attacks. It even had the strength to strike back. This is the power of the willow spirit? Xiao Ruoqin's pupils suddenly contracted. The willow form darted like a venomous snake into the Azure Phoenix barrier. A crack instantly appeared in the Qinghuan barrier, and the team members all spat blood. In the next instant, the four-eyed monster flickered and vanished from its original position. The team members were horrified. Just as they turned to flee, the four-eyed monster's razor-sharp forepaws tore them apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Master, beware. The fallen team members bellowed their final warning as they lay dying on the ground. Xiao Ruoqin felt a chill surge up his spine. He immediately drew back. His sword thrust forward, only to be knocked aside by the four-eyed monster's claw. Xiao Ruoqin's pupils contracted sharply. The monstrous figure loomed over him, sending his heart racing. Left with no choice, he drew the Xianling fetus god lamp obtained at immense cost from that great being's domain. Humans possess not just one shadow, but 9 shadows, each housing a deity. In other words, 9 deities governed the shadows of humans. These 9 shadow deities were Right Emperor, Wanyang, Chifu, Suoguan, Panu, Zaonan, Xianling Tai, Xia Jishu, and Yuquan Bubian. All 9 are awakened divine names. Xianling Tai is an 8th-rank divine entity currently undertaking the ascension quest to become a 7th-rank divine entity. Had it not been for the Shao family's prior favor with Xianling Tai, coupled with the immense price he paid, the divine lamp would never have been handed over. Unexpectedly, this very artifact originally intended to counter Fang Xiang must now be expended here. The moment Xiao Ruochen drew the mystic spirit core, the 4-eyed monster sensed danger and turned tail to flee. Witnessing this, Xiao Ruochen felt not relief but a chill run down his spine. For the divine abomination possessed no self-awareness. What it possessed was only a savage, murderous desire. Yet this 4-eyed monster had actually developed the emotion of fear. This was utterly abnormal. Could it be the Black Fallen Rain? Xiao Ruochen sighed. You all search around and see if you can find any clues about Fanner. Xiao Fan was a special class practitioner, the Jade Sword Immortal. He was also the hope of the Xiao family. If he were dead, then. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Master! There's a lead here!" Xiao Ruochen rushed over immediately. He discovered it was black dog hair. Dog man fur from Dog God Village? Xiao Ruochen frowned. This matter is connected to Dog God Village? Wait. Xiao Ruochen glanced at the hole in the ground, his heart skipping a beat. This is the aura left behind by Fang Xiang Village's illusion light arrow. When the Azure Phoenix goddess was at the peak of her divine power, she had once shared combat footage from Fang Xiang Village with him. Thus, he possessed a fair understanding of Fang Xiang Village. Seeing this arrow hole now, he instantly understood. The one who wounded the Azure Phoenix god was the Fang Xiang Lord. To be precise, Fang Xiang and Qinglong Shen had clashed 3 times. Each time, it seemed the Azure Phoenix god was being overwhelmed. In this final battle, he was beaten so badly that his divine power was depleted and his statue was damaged. This grudge runs deep as the ocean. Xiao Ruochen gazed toward Fang Xiang Village, his eyes filled with hatred. Alas, there was nothing he could do now. He felt the odds were against him if he attacked Fang Xiang Village directly. Even with the divine lamp bestowed by the mystic spirit fetus, capable of unleashing the full might of a 9th-rank divine throne, Fang Xiang Village remained the domain of Lord Fang Xiang. If his strike were blocked or evaded, he would surely face grave danger. He had lived far too long. Every decision he made felt like walking on thin ice, requiring careful deliberation. He dared not be the slightest bit careless. But if we don't go, at the pace Fang Xiang is expanding, the Xiao family's revenge will be nearly impossible. Xiao Ruochen clenched his teeth. To Fang Xiang Village. The Xiao family members exchanged glances. Some wore hesitation on their faces. Ancestor, Lord Fang Xiang is far too powerful. Do we truly stand a chance if we go now? Indeed. With the Qinglong divine beast damaged and unable to descend, going there would be nothing but suicide. Others also looked reluctant. Even the family head was defeated. What could we possibly accomplish by going? Ancestor, preserve the mountain and you'll never lack firewood. If we persist in this fight, the Xiao clan will be finished. At these words, Xiao Ruochen's face grew even more aged, his very frame seeming to stoop. His life experience told him. The defeat was now inevitable. To continue fighting would only hasten our demise. Perhaps doing nothing was the only way to turn the tide. Throughout his life, he had seen too many formidable opponents who, precisely because they were too skilled at maneuvering, had ultimately brought about their own downfall. In the dark forest, danger lurked everywhere. Even if he does nothing, Fang Xiang Village may collapse on its own. There was no need to take risks. Xiao Ruochen seemed to have convinced himself, murmuring faintly, "Very well. Return to the Xiao family." Chapter 133, The Darkfall envelopes him. Starting today, gather as much food as possible. The more, the better. Our Xiao family must prepare to shut ourselves in for a while. Yes. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared Xiao Ruochen, driven by fury for his son and grandson, might take the family's last reserves and confront Fang Xiang Village head-on. That would truly spell the end for the Xiao family. Meanwhile, in Fang Xiang Village, after successfully changing professions, Chen Erdu's first attempt at forging a transcendent weapon ended in failure. This outcome was entirely within Fang Xiang's expectations. If Chen Erdu could forge a transcendent weapon entirely on his own at his first attempt, his talent would be terrifying. Thus, Fang Xiang remained unhurried. Such matters should be left to unfold naturally, to come to fruition in their own time. Haste makes waste. To support Chen Ergu, Fang Xiang retrieved more forging materials from his divine body space. Gazing at the materials piled high like a small mountain, Chen Ergu's face brimmed with gratitude, his faith level instantly rising by 2 points. His current achievements were entirely due to Lord Fang Xiang's unconditional support and trust. He dared not forget this debt of gratitude, constantly pondering how to repay Fang Xiang. I must forge an extraordinary weapon as soon as possible. Shen Erge took a deep breath and continued his crafting.
Meanwhile, the ordinary villagers either cultivated or assisted Shen Erge with his forging. Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng, meanwhile, spent their days inseparable, constantly making trips to the mystic iron prison. Besides forging, Chen Erdu also crafted materials needed for Ji Longyue's mechanical creations. Since his successful class change, the gears and other components he forged had become far more durable. This directly boosted the strength of Ji Longyue's mechanical creations. After rebuilding 10 mechanical creations, Ji Longyue finally constructed an 11th level mechanical creation. Her level instantly jumped to level 11. As a mechanic, she gained extra experience points simply by creating mechanical constructs. Watching everyone else frantically busy, Fang Xiang, bored out of his mind, opened his personal interface to check his current status.
Divinity, Fang Xiang.
Level, Advanced Wild God.
Title, Far Ahead. Divine Power, 300.
Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Blessing Freely Controlled, Divine Sound 0.1 Divine Power Use, Protective Divine Radiance 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 m Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Heart of the Dragon Soul, Heart Flame 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Eye 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use, Capricornus Reversing Fate Star 10 Divine Power Use.
Professionals, 8. Beast Slave, Nightmare.
Items, 120 Gene Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover Tier 1, Mid-Grade, Doll Fragments, 95 Gene Star Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frostclad Sword Tier 1, High Grade. 100 ml Dragonling Blood, Rustblood Octopus Corpse, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Corpse, 3 Caddies Black Fallen Hand Green. 496 G Phantom Light Mica, 1 Entropy Altered Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Corpse, Tomato and Potato Seeds.
Dark Star Entropy Altered Simplified Potion Formula. Vishaya Divine Statue. Blueprint for the superb grade weapon, Nether Hunt Blade. 10 Caddies of Blood Essence Stone. Blueprint for the divine artifact, Key of Xian Ming. 100 grams of Wu Earth Embryo, 10 bottles of Tempering Elixir and its formula. Xian Ming Iron. Dragon Blood Bamboo. Vassal Deities, Twilight Snow, Hound God, Desert Death God. Fang Xiang Village 1962 square meters. Population, 153. Worshippers, Casual Believers 0, Ordinary Believers 34, Devout Believers 90, Fanatical Believers 29. Distinctive trait, Unwavering Faith. Those of wavering faith have long been lost in the vast lands of the divine ruins. Special products, none.
Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Silent Lava Ore, Black Iron Ore, Whirlpool Spirit Cultivation Technique, Fireflow Rock. First Tier Inferior Divine Artifacts, Arrows, Shields, Mo Dao.
Blood Rage Body Tempering Technique.
White Sugar, Super Sugar Beets. Radium Uranium Oregon 7-fold Blazing Heaven Covering Robes, 1 Phantom Light Sword, 3 Phantom Light Arrows.
Ice Crystal Jade Oregon Blood Rage Body Tempering Technique. Hematite Ore. Now, all believers in Fang Xiang Village have become ordinary believers.
It could be said this was a significant advancement. Seeing Fang Xiang Village back on track, Fang Xiang opened the chat channel to check the latest situation.
The chat area was filled with despair and gloom. Damn.
The black falling rain might pause occasionally, but it always starts again soon.
It's enough to drive anyone mad.
My divine power hasn't increased at all these past days, it's been steadily declining.
If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll be worn down to nothing. Sigh.
Who knows when this blackfall rain will stop?
Thankfully, I've ascended to intermediate wild god.
My divine power ceiling has risen, so I'm temporarily safe.
Why isn't the Heaven Rewards Diligence big shot selling black iron umbrellas anymore?
I was planning to buy some from him. Seems like the big shot hasn't been around these past few days.
Wonder what he's up to. The big shot always has a few unusual days each month.
Most people were discussing the black fall rain, and many even uploaded videos of the rain falling and monsters mutating.
Damn it!
These monsters suddenly got way too strong, my character doesn't even dare to go out anymore.
Yeah. These monsters' levels have skyrocketed, we can't beat them at all. Anyone got weapons? I'll pay top dollar. Got a low tier extraordinary weapon from the hard work pays off big shot. Want it? Yes. Upload it to the trading board for me to check. Alright. Holy cow. The wear level's already at 90, and you're selling it to me?
Why else do you think I'd be selling? I just had a brilliant idea, buy weapons cheap from the hard-working master, then sell them at a premium.
Dude upstairs, you're a genius. Due to the black fallen rain, monsters have grown stronger.
This has made the demand for weapons even more critical. Many people were frantically messaging Fang Xiang, begging him to sell weapons.
Fang Xiang would be happy to oblige.
However, he was currently accumulating divine power, preparing to activate the special grade Wild God Ascension quest as soon as possible.
Moreover, each of his own practitioners already possessed at least 2 divine artifacts, leaving them with no shortage of weapons.
Therefore, he currently had no intention of casually forging divine artifacts.
Unless, of course, they're willing to pay extra.
As for transcendent weapons, once Chen Ergu mastered them, mass production and sales would naturally follow, a huge moneymaker.
Fang Xiang continued scrolling down.
I heard Biming apparently got his hands on the Lord of the Underworld's treasure, boosting his power massively. He's already raised his divine power to 25 points.
Holy crap, oh. That strong?
I'm only at 11 points, just promoted to intermediate wild god.
The guy above is a big shot too. I haven't even finished my promotion quest yet. Ha ha ha.
Thanks to the help of the Heaven's Reward for Diligence Big Shot, who gave me a divine artifact, I was able to complete the promotion quest.
Sigh. Wish the Heavenly Path Rewards Diligence Big Shot would keep selling divine artifacts.
Dude, wishful thinking.
Divine artifacts aren't that easy to forge. Did you guys hear? Tai's special class, the Fey Puppeteer, is in big trouble. Big news, OP. Spill the details.
Just as Fang Xiang was about to scroll down, he suddenly noticed a line of blood-red text floating across the chat channel homepage. Chapter 134, Combat Power Rankings. Congratulations to all players for surviving the second round of trials.
The new combat ranking competition is now open.
When these words appeared in the chat area, everyone was startled. Though many had anticipated this, few expected that the Black Fallen Rain, which had claimed so many players, would be deemed merely a minor trial by those in power.
However, their attention was quickly drawn to the three characters' rankings. After the previous believer rankings, they understood that the higher one's position on the rankings, the greater the rewards. Especially Fang Xiang, who topped the previous believer rankings, he had obtained a high-grade 4th-tier special ritual artifact. Not to mention the overwhelmingly dominant title. In an instant, the entire chat area erupted. A new ranking list? What kind of list do you think this is? What are they competing for? Hopefully not divine rankings? I'm just a lowly wild god, probably won't even make the top 500. Fang Xiang has the most fanatical followers.
We haven't heard from him lately, wonder how high his rank really is.
Probably hiding his real ID?
Otherwise, I haven't seen him post in the chat since last time he made the list.
These big shots are so low-key. Quietly raking in the cash. If I had 20 fanatics, I'd be posting videos non-stop to show off. With so many fanatics, Fang Xiang should be accumulating divine power super fast.
Unless he hasn't completed his advancement quests, he should have been an intermediate wild god ages ago. I still think the hard-working big shot has the best shot, he's already a mid-tier wild god. Haha, thanks to the Heaven Rewards Diligence Big Shot's divine artifact, I'm now an intermediate wild god.
Thanks for the support, Big Shot. If we're comparing divine rank, divine power might factor in too. Mine's at 20 points should land me in the top 100 here, right? 20 points? Where did this new big shot come from?
I'm only at 9 divine power and haven't even unlocked the intermediate wild god advancement quest yet.
He's already this strong? Desert Death God? Didn't that guy become a vassal to the Heaven's Reward for Hard Work Master? How did he get this strong? Damn. If I'd known being a big shot's vassal had so many perks, I'd have signed up too. Is the big shot still taking on minions? Once the chance is gone, it's gone. Heaven's Reward for Diligence never mentioned recruiting vassal deities again, probably not planning to. This Desert Reaper really hit the jackpot. I'm so jealous.
The Desert Reaper basked in the envy and resentment radiating from the crowd, feeling thoroughly delighted. Back when he served as a vassal to Fang Xiang, many had mocked him. But now, the tables have turned. Still, he owed much to the divine artifact funded by Fang Xiang, which enabled him to slay a deity, complete his advancement quest, and ascend to an intermediate wild god. By harnessing the fallen deity's followers and resources, he swiftly accumulated 20 points of divine power. All these benefits came from becoming Fang Xiang's vassal. Otherwise, he would have been slain by Visaka long ago. Meanwhile, with Fang Xiang's aid, Mushua had long since ascended to an intermediate wild god through the divine artifact. However, she hadn't been as fortunate as the Desert Death God. Having slain one deity, her current divine power stood at 18 points. She was genuinely grateful to Fang Xiang. After all, he had rescued her from peril multiple times, he was practically her faith. At that moment, the crimson blood-red text flashed again. This is the believer combat ranking. Each divine entity dispatches 3 believers into the Guichu's secret realm. Killing monsters grants corresponding points. Higher points mean higher ranking. After entering the Guichu's secret realm, followers must adhere to the following rules. Rule 1. Divine beings cannot descend nor interfere with any events within the Guichu's secret realm. They may only observe as bystanders. Rule 2. Upon death, followers return to their deity's village with half their lifespan deducted. All equipment is lost within the abyssal realm. Rule 3. Follower-to-follower combat is prohibited. Witnessing death without aid is permitted, but all methods capable of harming fellow followers, such as commanding or luring monsters to attack other divine abodes followers, are forbidden. Rule 4. When a follower obtains a special item, they may invoke the deity to perform actions such as divine descent or transmitting divine messages. Note, final interpretation rights belong to me. Disputes must be resolved by adhering to these rules. Beyond these rules, followers are bound by none. Hunt monsters to your heart's content within the abyssal realm. Players have 1 day to prepare. After 1 day, participants on the leaderboard will be teleported into the Guichu secret realm. Upon seeing these rules, Fang Xiang began to grasp what these entities intended. They intended to use them to purge the monsters from the Guichu secret realm. Moreover, to boost efficiency, their followers were forbidden from attacking one another. In fact, the rules completely eliminated any possibility of scheming against one another. After all, the final say rested with others. The others in the area were equally excited. Ha ha ha. So it's a battle of follower strength. My Tai Fate Puppeteer is a level 12 special class. This round belongs to Tai. Exactly. While Fang Xiang and Baiming's ranking rewards are great, they mainly boost faith. While powerful for long-term development, they don't significantly enhance followers' combat strength in the short term. The key is Tai's Fate Puppeteer is a special class, plus he's got the divine artifact from the Heaven Rewards Diligence Big Shot top tier gear, maxed out level, absolutely unbeatable. Didn't someone mention Tai's Fate Bug Master got into serious trouble? What happened? During a monster hunt, the Fate Bug Master got incredibly lucky and captured a powerful thunderstorm bug. This thunderstorm parasite is a level 7 special monster, incredibly powerful. Holy crap! Tai's luck is off the charts. He even managed to refine a level 7 special monster into a bug. Rumor has it the Fate Bug Master only managed to cripple and subdue it thanks to a divine artifact granted by Heaven Rewards Diligence. Sigh. Too bad Heaven Rewards Diligence isn't selling divine artifacts anymore, otherwise I'd definitely buy one. Hey, you upstairs, you're just daydreaming about peaches. Even if you wanted to buy them, could you really afford the price? While chatting in the discussion area, everyone began bestowing divine blessings upon their followers, striving to elevate their levels as much as possible. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang had already decided on his contestants. Li Changsheng, Yi Woming, and Jinyan. His selection of these three was the result of careful deliberation. Wang Yuan possessed formidable combat strength, but as the dragon host priest, his role was crucial and could not be compromised. Should Li Changsheng and the others meet with misfortune, Fang Xiang would still have a chance to regroup. It wouldn't cripple his forces. Fang Xiang always planned for the worst-case scenario, so naturally he wouldn't put himself in danger. Moreover, Ji Longyue had yet to reach her full potential and lacked sufficient combat strength. Chen Ergu, possessing the Crimson Dragon Scale, is a support class yet equally formidable in combat. However, Chen Ergu's primary task now is forging extraordinary weapons. Fang Xiang would never send him into the Guichu secret realm. As for the others, their combat strength is too weak to be of much use inside. Among them, the Nightmare Beast stands as his trump card. A level 23 special monster, a variant of the mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. It also harbored a soul from another realm within its body. Its combat power could rival that of a level 30 Monster King. To secure a higher ranking in this competition, Fang Xiang resolved to forge a dedicated artifact for the Zhanyan. Arming the Zhanyan to the teeth. Fang Xiang retrieved Divine Bones, Stellar Iron, Xianming Iron, and Phantom Light Mica. He fused them with the Dragon Soul Heart Flame, then imprinted the Fang Xiang Divine Mark using artifact forging techniques. As Fang Xiang channeled his divine power, the four supreme materials began to fuse, ultimately forming four fangs. Zhanyan Divine Fangs, Tier 1 Mid-Grade Divine Artifact. Forged primarily from Divine Bones, Stellar Iron, Xianming Iron, and Phantom Light Mica. Enhances the user's attack speed and strength by 100%, capable of tearing through any substance. Special skill, Phantom Light Star Shadow. Activates by consuming substantial primal energy, summoning a 5-second clone of the Zhanyan. The clone possesses 50% of the original's combat power. Fang Xiang examined the skills of this mid-tier first-grade divine artifact with considerable satisfaction. As the strongest force in Fang Xiang Village, the Zhanyan's combat style demanded a divine artifact skill perfectly tailored to its fighting methods. After all, this was for combat within the Guichu secret realm. Fang Xiang must strengthen his followers' combat capabilities as much as possible. Chapter 135, The Yanjian Divine Fang. Fang Xiang glanced at his divine power. A full 83 points remained. Now was the time to expend them. Fang Xiang had never been one to be stingy or miserly at critical moments. Spend where it counts, save where it matters. Fang Xiang immediately activated his divine power blessing, channeling 15 points of divine power directly into Li Changsheng, Yi Woming, and the fierce-faced demon. Had he not feared they might not withstand such potent divine blessings in such a short time, Fang Xiang would have channeled even more. In an instant, the two men and the beast experienced explosive level increases under Fang Xiang's divine blessing, while earth-shattering transformations occurred within their bodies. The dark star dragon wings on Yi Woming's back slowly unfurled, their scales growing brighter and more resilient. The dark star divine patterns rippled faintly across them, radiating a terrifying aura. Yi Woming's level rose to 16, and his faith increased to 18 points. Li Changxing's level rose to 13, his faith points surged to 33. But the most dramatic transformation befell the Zhanyan. As the highest level being, it absorbed the greatest amount of divine power.
As Fang Xiang completed the divine blessing, the Xinyan's form grew significantly larger.
Now measuring a full 15 meters in length, its body was slender and elongated. Fearsome black wings spread from its back, radiating a powerful and beautiful presence. The Xinyan's aura grew even more formidable, faint grayish-blue light of the Fang Xiang divine pattern shimmering on its body, radiating a terrifying presence. Its level soared to 25. The soul fire within the Xinyan grew denser, its otherworldly essence seemingly amplified. Moreover, the nightmare's devotion to Fang Xiang had risen to 8 points. Fang Xiang immediately fitted the Zhan Yan with its divine Fang. The Yaksha instantly comprehended the essence of the Fang Xiang divine Fang and let out a wild, triumphant roar to the heavens. The Zhan Yan immediately activated its skill, Phantom Light Star Shadow, instantly spawning a clone at its original position, though its strength was only 50% of the original. Nevertheless, its combat prowess remained terrifying.
Moreover, it could confuse opponents, offering versatile functionality. Watching the Xinyan wield the skill with such proficiency, Fang Xiang nodded in satisfaction.
Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming, meanwhile, wore looks of pure envy.
This artifact was truly extraordinary.
It could be said to perfectly complement Xinyan's combat prowess. After Xinyan obtained the Xinyan divine Fang, it fused with the divine power within, deepening its connection to Fang Xiang. Its faith level surged once more, breaking through directly to 10 points, making it Fang Xiang's fanatical devotee.
This was an unexpected delight for Fang Xiang.
Just then, Mushua suddenly sent Fang Xiang a private message.
Big shot, can you take me under your wing? Phi Omega. Fang Xiang, sure. Though Fang Xiang's reply was just 2 words, cold and aloof. Mushua was utterly thrilled. Because she knew that once Lord Fang Xiang made a promise, he never broke it.
Mushua immediately sent Fang Xiang the video information of her 3 followers.
These are my followers. I'm counting on you this time.
After a glance, Fang Xiang exchanged the video information for Li Changxing and the others.
After all, in the Guichu secret realm, more helpers meant more paths forward. Sometimes, one should never underestimate anyone.
In extraordinary circumstances, no one could predict how much impact any individual might have. Once Fang Xiang had prepared everything for the 3, the chat area once again displayed the blood-red, menacing text.
Time is up. Deities, select your followers and begin teleportation. Fang Xiang immediately selected Li Changsheng, Yi Wuming, and Xinyan.
Under the watchful eyes of Fangxiang village, the 3 believers were enveloped in a white light and vanished in an instant.
The Abyssal Realm.
The moment Li Changxing and the others materialized here, a wave of dizziness washed over them. They now stood within a temple in utter ruin.
Even the temple's roof had been torn off.
Looking up, they saw the sky above like an overturned giant bowl, riddled with cracks. Murky starlight seeped through the fissures, scattering like scattered gold across the ground.
And in the distance lay a desolate wasteland.
Beneath their feet, the earth was scarred by gullies and chasms, with rock layers twisted and rolled into narrow, elongated canyons. These formations resembled the claws of ancient beasts, hard and cold. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, their surfaces covered in crimson eyes that coldly watched the intruders with greedy, terrifying stares. Midway up the slopes, mist swirled, not pure white like snow, but tinged with a dark crimson, like congealed blood, eerie and unsettling. Such a breathtaking scene caused both of them to frown deeply. This secret realm of the abyssal void was a barren wasteland, seemingly devoid of anything but monsters, a veritable domain of death. Yet scattered across this land were the shattered remnants of divine temples. These temples served as the initial teleportation points for believers entering the Guishu secret realm. At the very center of the temple stood a colossal statue of a deity, 3 heads, 6 arms. Now, however, its roof had been torn off, leaving it battered and broken, with numerous cracks appearing across its surface. It seemed as though it might shatter at any moment. Yet even in its ruined state, the statue radiates an aura of sacred dread. It commands respect. Before the statue stood an altar, its surface engraved with crimson, blood-red divine runes. At that moment, Li Changxing noticed a white glow spreading once more around them. Clearly, devotees of other deities were entering the space. Their auras varied in strength, making it impossible to gauge their true depth. One of the lean men stepped forward, looked at the group, and said in a deep voice, "We're all in the same boat now. Why not travel together? What do you say?" Before arriving, Fang Xiangjuan had already explained the rules of this trial. Therefore, Li Changsheng did not refuse, agreed. Just as everyone gathered, Fang Xiangjuan and the others saw the livestream videos of their followers. Not only that, but every believer had their own private livestream room accessible to the divine entities. Moreover, the deities could see basic information about these followers, such as which deity they belonged to. However, to facilitate better communication and discussion among the deities, a comprehensive livestream room appeared in the chat area. Any followers within a certain range would be broadcast into this room. The visuals were exceptionally clear, creating an immersive experience. Upon seeing Li Changxing and the others through the livestream, Fang Xiang couldn't help but frown. The Xinyan seemed to be separated from Li Changxing and the others. This was likely because the Xinyan race differed from Li Changxing's group.
He searched for the Xinyan's name and discovered it had been teleported to a massive peak teeming with monsters. Within this colossal peak, every monster was level 20 or higher. Each one radiated a terrifying aura. But Xinyan, being a mountain sea beast with the might of a monster king, struck fear into these creatures the moment he appeared, causing them to cower and submit. Seeing that Xinyan could fend for itself, Fang Xiang shifted his focus to Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. Within the live chat of this temple's domain, countless voices began to stir as bullet comments surged wildly. Hope there's a god-tier player among the followers here to carry us. Just don't let any noobs be here. Wanting a pro? Dream on. Holy crap, oh. I just checked these followers' info, guess what I found? Cut the suspense, spill it. 2 of the followers are actually Fang Xiang devotees. Fang Xiang? What kind of luck is this? We actually have a god-tier player guiding us. Holy crap. Let's take off. News that Fang Xiang's followers were in this livestream spread like wildfire. Many began tuning in, eager to see just how powerful Fang Xiang's devotees truly were. After all, Fang Xiang had once been the top-ranked deity on the devotee rankings. 20 fanatical devotees? That's absolutely mind-blowing. Holy crap. There really are Fang Xiang fanatics in this area. So jealous. Wish I was in the same area as Fang Xiang's fanatics. Wait, Fang Xiang only sent 2 fanatics? Aren't there supposed to be 3 fanatic professionals? However, some began to belittle Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang does have a lot of fanatics, but quantity doesn't mean quality. Their levels might not even be stronger than ours. True. Don't get too excited, Fang Xiang's fanatics might not only fail to carry you, but actually drag you down. Exactly. He only sent 2 fanatic professional followers, which means he probably only has 2 professionals. What good is having fanatics if they're just fallen? The real powerhouse is Taiyi's fate puppeteer, Fang Yuan. He's a special class who controls the thunderstorm puppet, wielding the Xiaoyayu sword, a low-tier first-grade artifact forged by Heaven's reward for diligence. He's practically unbeatable. Chapter 136, Silver Moon Sabertooth. Baiming's shadow assassin is also incredibly strong. He's a special class professional who inherited the Lord of the Underworld's legacy and possesses the favor of the Shadow Realm. Damn it, we're going head-to-head with these naturally gifted players. Sigh. Comparisons really kill the mood. Amidst the heated debate. The temple. Li Changsheng looked at the others and said. But the most crucial thing now is to figure out just how powerful the monsters in this world really are. His gaze swept over the towering peaks beyond the temple walls. Even from such a great distance, his keen perception as a Xinshao archer allowed him to sense unimaginable terror lurking within those peaks. The others knew he spoke with reason. Then someone spoke up. I've read in ancient texts about this Guichu's secret realm, where strange beasts from the mountains and seas roam. Moreover, these mountain and sea beasts seem far more powerful than ordinary monsters. Therefore, we should first seek out weaker monsters to assess the situation before confronting the stronger ones. Li Changsheng nodded in agreement. Agreed. I'll test their combat strength first. With that, he drew a black iron arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and drew the bowstring taut. The bow drew taut like a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, instantly striking 100 meters away and piercing a creature's crimson eye. This monster's aura was weak, likely the weakest type. Pierced by the black iron arrow, it died instantly. After Li Changsheng slew the red-eyed creature, the group breathed a slight sigh of relief. Within this temple, there were 98 practitioners in total. That is, 33 devotees of the divine domains. Among them were several who had successfully changed professions. One individual with a relatively strong aura remarked, "It seems the monsters surrounding this temple aren't particularly powerful. However, since we've gathered together to truly harness our collective strength as a team, we should elect a leader." What do you all think? Another chimed in, I agree. Without a strong leader, this many people are just scattered sand. If anyone disagrees, let them go their own way. The weak band together, the strong always go it alone. I'll go solo, someone declared coldly, turning and walking away. The others watched his dashing retreat, their brows furrowing. Such loners are either exceptionally powerful or blindly overconfident. No one knew what his situation was. Still, none of them tried to dissuade him. It would be interesting to see what happened to him once he left the temple. If they had to choose someone to go out, it would inevitably spark another round of arguments. After all, no one wanted to take the risk and let someone else reap the rewards. The moment he stepped outside the temple, he sensed a chill creeping up his spine. His reflexes were lightning fast. He instantly drew his transcendent greatsword and swung it with all his might. Boom! A massive boulder was cleaved clean in two by his strike, shattering into fragments. However, a giant tiger covered in silver fur leapt out suddenly, using the rock as cover. Its fangs were like blades, utterly terrifying. Silver Moon Sabertooth? His pupils contracted, his expression darkening. The opponent's strength was formidable, at least an 11th level monster, one level higher than him. Moreover, it knew how to use tactics. First, it used stones to draw his attention, then launched a surprise attack. Yet, his expression showed no hint of panic. He immediately held his extraordinary greatsword horizontally across his chest, assuming a defensive stance that blocked the 5-meter giant tiger's charge. His eyes flashed as he sought an opening to strike. But at that very moment, a chill suddenly swept over his back. Startled, he whirled around just as a cold gleam flashed past. His right arm, gripping the sword, was instantly severed. Simultaneously, excruciating pain surged through his body. Another silver moon saber-toothed tiger. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. This silver moon saber-toothed tiger was not only powerful but also cunning. This man was in grave danger. Damn it! The man gritted his teeth, drawing a backup greatsword from his left hand as he roared, sword chi resonance, 7 slashing lights. Instantly, an extremely sharp sword chi erupted from his body. Boom! Both silver moon saber-toothed tigers were instantly pierced 7 times by the sword chi, blood gushing like fountains. Roar! Wounded, the 2 silver moon saber-toothed tigers let out furious roars, their aura growing ever more terrifying. Fear finally flickered in the man's eyes. These 2 silver moon saber-tooths seemed far more formidable than he had imagined. Had his dominant right hand not been severed in a surprise attack, he wouldn't be so overwhelmed. They launched another attack, intent on killing this man. Their gaping maws opened wide, a stench of blood and decay assaulting his senses. Despair washed over the man's face. A wave of regret washed over him. He should never have acted so cocky. Next life, he would be more cautious. At that critical moment, 2 arrows pierced the silver moon saber-toothed tiger's skull. Thud! Li Changxing stood within the temple, bow in hand, calmly observing the scene. Thank you, the man gritted out. Had Li Changxing not intervened, he would likely have met a grim fate. Li Changxing shook his head. No need to thank me. He turned to the others. Did you all see that? These monsters are incredibly powerful and know how to work together. If you were to act alone, you would die a miserable death. The others watched the arrows Li Changxing had shot and couldn't help but frown. For his arrows not only instantly killed the monsters, but also carried a terrifying dragon's might. The dragon patterns etched upon the arrows were exceptionally sacred and vivid. Is this a transcendent arrow? And its quality is at least high-grade transcendent. Some eyes turned to Li Changxing with a hint of envy. Possessing a weapon of this caliber meant the deity backing Li Changxing was undoubtedly powerful. At the very least, he had secured a great opportunity before even changing professions. Moreover, the skill Li Changxing was using appeared to be the Bao tier skill, chain shot. Judging by his proficiency, the combat power unleashed was equally formidable. Not only were the followers stunned by Li Changxing's single shot, but even the deities watching the livestream were equally astonished. Li Changxing is incredibly powerful. He actually used chain shot to take down 2 silver moon saber-toothed tigers. As expected of Fang Xiangjuan's fanatic devotee, truly formidable. Li Changxing must have already class changed. A successful archer class change usually leads to ranger, but the chance of unlocking Eagle Eye as a ranger is very low. Yet he reacted so quickly. Li Changxing definitely activated Eagle Eye. Li Changxing's chain arrows are no joke. One word, awesome. However, some dismissed it with disdain. Just lucky with gear. What's there to brag about? Exactly. My class could pull that off too. Basic skills just makes weaklings think it's impressive. My ranger is a level 12 professional. I even snagged those extraordinary arrows sold by Heaven Rewards Diligence. In terms of combat power, this Li Changxing is nowhere near my level. Chapter 137, Flame Demon Eagle. Fang Xiang paid little attention to these comments. He simply watched the livestream, seeking hidden clues within this Guichu's secret realm. Though the divine entity couldn't aid its followers for now. But if Li Changxing and his group obtained special artifacts, that would change everything. The temple. Now, who do you all want to lead us? Li Changxing swept his gaze across the others, his voice deep and resolute. His intervention was solely to seize command. This was crucial for their group, who had only just arrived in this world. Silence fell over the group. Some eyes flickered with struggle and hesitation, as if weighing whether to act. But soon, they spoke in unison. Naturally, it should be you. Their gazes toward Li Changxing now held a hint of respect. After all, had he not intervened just now, that man would likely be dead already. Shooting down 2 silver moon saber-tooths in the blink of an eye was proof enough of Li Changxing's prowess. In this world where might reigns supreme, no one would be foolish enough to challenge the authority of a stronger opponent. Unless, of course, one was stronger than the strong. Seeing no objections, Li Changxing immediately agreed, fine. I shall become your leader. But let me make this clear, if anyone refuses to follow my orders, they can leave now. We'll absolutely follow the leader's orders, shouted the man Li Changxing had saved earlier. The others echoed his words in unison. After all, there were rules to abide by. Even if they changed their minds later, Li Changxing couldn't do anything about it. People are prone to blind conformity. Seeing that most agreed with Li Changxing, the remaining few joined in the chorus. Li Changxing was thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, outside the temple, the 2 silver moon saber-tooths had perished completely. Their corpses slowly dissipated, transforming into a dense white light. Immediately, the altar beneath the divine statue erupted with a crimson glow as red as blood. This altar seemed to have formed some connection with the world's laws within the Guichu's secret realm. With Li Changqing's slaying of the 2 silver moon saber-tooths, he earned 10 points. In the chat area, Li Changqing's ranking on the follower combat power leaderboard shot straight into the top 50, drawing considerable attention. Isn't that the Fang Xiang professional? He's got some skills. 10 points should be enough to break into the top 50, right? Killing 2 monsters in such a short time is already impressive. But compared to Tai's Fate Bug Master Fang Yuan, he's not even in the same league. No contest. When the thunderstorm bug unleashes, it roasts every monster within 100 meters. Points just pile up, how can anyone compare? Still, compared to other big shots on the believer rankings, this Fang Xiang follower is definitely lacking. That's obvious. Everyone else is wielding divine artifacts forged with heaven's reward for diligence. They storm out of the temple and start slaughtering enemies left and right. Li Changqing and his crew haven't even left the temple yet, they're being way too cautious. Speaking of which, why hasn't the heaven rewards diligence big shot made a move? Who is he really? Can anyone expose his true identity? Unmask him? Interesting, man, you've got my attention. You have 3 minutes, expose this guy's true identity immediately. Hey, upstairs, just uninstall that novel from your brain already. The temple. Li Changqing drew the 7-fold blazing heaven cover and declared in a deep voice, form a circle and charge outward together. Got it. Everyone nodded. The moment they stepped out of the temple, something felt terribly wrong. An ominous aura permeated the surrounding air. Boom! Just as they burst out of the temple, a colossal eagle, 5 meters long and engulfed in crimson flames, descended from the sky. Its claws curved like hooks, its massive wings spread wide. With a piercing screech in the air, it charged fiercely toward the group. Crash! The flaming demon eagle's razor-sharp talons slammed into the center of the group, shattering the iron-hard ground in an instant. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant eagle. It was at least a level 13 monster, even stronger than the silver moon saber-toothed tiger they had encountered earlier. Not only that, but this blazing fire eagle seemed even more formidable than the monsters they had encountered before. Watch out! This is a level 13 plus monster. Li Changqing shouted the warning. Monsters above level 15 were no match for the silver moon saber-toothed tiger they had faced earlier. Yet the group remained composed. They weren't novices, they were elite warriors forged by the great divine temples. Li Changqing bellowed, shield tier up front. Blade tier and sword tier attack while protecting the archer tier. Archer class practitioners, fire. Li Changqing could have easily shot down this flame demon eagle outright. He chose not to. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to hone the team's coordination. At this stage, going it alone was not a sound strategy. After all, no one knew what peculiar circumstances might lurk within the Guichu's secret realm. Acting rashly might not only yield no benefits but could also invite major trouble. Yes. The group immediately carried out Li Changqing's orders. At that moment, a shield-bearing warrior charged directly toward the flaming demon eagle. He wielded a massive black iron shield, its surface engraved with intricate divine runes, radiating an aura of sacred might and solidity. Boom! The instant he made contact with the flame demon eagle, a terrifying aura erupted from its body. The fire demon eagle's talons were instantly halted by an invisible force. Simultaneously, the others launched their attacks. Sharp blades and swords flashed relentlessly. The flame demon eagle let out a piercing shriek, its wings flapping wildly as flames spread, forcing everyone to retreat in rapid succession. As the group closed in on the flame demon eagle, more deities began paying attention in the livestream. Li Changqing truly lives up to being Fang Xiang's devout follower, cool-headed under pressure, commanding with steady precision. Yeah, if I were in command, casualties would have piled up by now. But their team's strength is pretty average. Tai Sfyuan can slaughter enemies effortlessly, while they still need to coordinate. Li Changqing's bow tier chain shot is powerful, but it doesn't significantly boost the team. The others are just average. It'll be tough for them to make a huge leap in strength anytime soon. Just holding their own against that flame demon eagle is impressive enough. Don't forget, most of this team hasn't even successfully class changed yet, while Fang Yuan and his crew did ages ago. Spot on. These temple followers are utterly insignificant, nothing compared to the fanatical devotees of Biming and Tai. What kind of garbage matchmaking system is this, lumping a bunch of trash together? Exactly. Can't they at least balance the combat power a bit? Fang Xiang stared at the stream of comments, falling silent. He knew full well that the reason these people were so weak was entirely because Li Changqing and Yi Wuming's combat power was far too overwhelming. Chapter 138, The Frost Wyvern. Outside the temple, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Roar! The flame demon eagle attacked with frenzied ferocity. With each flap of its wings, a torrent of fiery feathers erupted, engulfing everyone. Boom! Blade tier practitioners, fall back. Li Changqing commanded in a deep voice. The rest of you, dodge carefully. Shield tier, step forward to block. Just then, a blade tier practitioner attempted to ambush the flame demon eagle, only to be seized upon by the beast. With a single flap of its wings. Put! The fire demon eagle's claws struck instantly, blood spattering as an entire arm was torn clean off. Ah! The victim let out a blood-curdling scream. Witnessing this, the others' expressions turned grim. Boom! The flame demon eagle let out a shrill cry and charged toward the wounded man. Seeing this, Li Changxing's eyes narrowed sharply. Boom! He swiftly drew his bow and arrow, piercing the fire demon eagle's head clean through. The flame demon eagle let out a furious, unwilling roar before crashing to the ground. Witnessing Li Changxing dispatch the creature with such ease, the others exchanged stunned glances. As those who had faced the flame demon eagle directly, they knew full well just how powerful this monster truly was. Despite their combined assault, it had driven them back repeatedly. Yet Li Changxing had ended it in an instant. The gap in combat prowess was truly staggering. After this battle, the group's admiration for Li Changxing grew even deeper. Though some still harbored resentment toward his leadership, none dared voice their discontent openly. In the livestream chat, viewers recognized just how formidable Li Changxing truly was. This Li Changxing must have successfully class changed long ago. That arrow just now was incredibly fast, even faster than his previous rapid-fire arrows. It must be a skill from his class change. Killing a level 13 flame demon eagle with a single arrow, Li Changxing must be a level 13 professional, right? But compared to top-tier professionals like Fang Xiang and his group, he still falls short. Who do you think will take the top spot on the leaderboard this time? I say it's Fang Xiang, the Fate Bug Master from Tai. Others are strong too, but I don't think anyone can surpass Fang Xiang. I disagree. Chu Feng from Baiming is still the strongest. After all, he's a shadow assassin who inherited the king of the underworld's legacy. Look, Fang Yuan's team just hit over 50 points. That's insane. Outside the temple, Li Changxing had no intention of rushing to accumulate points. Right now, the most crucial thing was to grasp the information of this world. After all, the stronger the monster, the higher the points. Killing these minor monsters early on wouldn't yield much benefit. Led by Li Changxing, the group began venturing further beyond the temple's perimeter. As they ventured deeper into the area beyond the temple, the number of monsters surrounding them surged from just one or two at the start to dozens. Boom! Suddenly, a giant ancient lizard appeared in the open space beyond the temple grounds. This was a frost-breathing ancient giant lizard, level 14. A level 14 frost wyvern. Li Changxing's eyes narrowed sharply. The others' expressions darkened at the sight. They had already struggled against two Silvermoon sabertooths. How could they possibly handle a monster of this caliber? Moreover, behind it, dozens more frost wyverns were surging toward them. Quick! Everyone, don't panic. Form a circular formation. Li Changxing shouted. Hearing his command, the group snapped into action. After all, they had already experienced a similar situation before. They swiftly formed a circle in the open space outside the temple and began setting up the formation. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from the group. Though their individual combat prowess was mediocre, their combined strength proved formidable. As they formed the circular formation, their aura grew increasingly concentrated, like a ferocious beast. Boom! At that moment, dozens of frost giant lizards surged forth. These frost wyverns were all monsters of level 13 or higher. They let out a shrill screech and charged forward. Archers, heed my command. Li Changxing's voice rang out, deep and commanding. Open fire. Draw their attention. However, the attacks of ordinary archer tier practitioners struggled to pierce the frost armor of these frost giant lizards. Only by shooting them in the eyes could they be killed. Under Li Changxing's command, arrows instantly shot forth like streaks of lightning, transforming into a black rain that pierced the eyes of several frost wyverns in an instant. The frost wyverns let out furious roars, their gaze immediately shifting toward Li Changxing's position. Attack! Kill! Shield tier practitioners advance. Sword tier practitioners fall back to protect the bow and spear tiers. Everyone immediately set about carrying out Li Changxing's orders. However, the sheer number of frost wyverns proved overwhelming, placing immense pressure on the adventurers. At that moment, a shield tier professional, unable to withstand the onslaught, was clawed by a frost giant lizard. He spat blood and stumbled backward. Shield tier professionals, withdraw from the circle. Li Changxing bellowed. The rest of you, keep attacking. Instantly, dozens of frost wyverns surged forward. Dodge carefully. Li Changxing shouted. The others immediately scattered in all directions to evade the onslaught. Boom! Li Changxing remained rooted to the spot, his voice deep and commanding. Shield tier practitioners, use your shields to protect the archer tier practitioners. Though the archer tier practitioners weren't exceptionally powerful, their skills were all ranged attacks, significantly impacting the battle. Numerous frost wyverns were struck down, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. He drew a superlative black iron arrow and knocked it onto his great bow. Whoosh! Instantly, the arrow transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slicing through the sky. Thud! In an instant, the arrow pierced through the head of a frost giant lizard. Roar! Dozens of frost wyverns witnessed this scene and let out furious roars, charging forward to kill Li Changxing.
Under the lizard's frenzied charge, the shield tier professionals struggled to resist and were completely overwhelmed. At the critical moment, Yi Wuming intervened. The phantom light sword blazed with dazzling sword light, instantly piercing through the bodies of several frost giant lizards. Roar! They let out furious roars and turned to charge at Yi Wuming. At the same moment, Li Changsheng also made his move. He drew his great bow with a fierce jerk, sending a volley of black iron arrows soaring skyward. Boom! Arrows streaked like lightning, piercing the sky in an instant. Thud! 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 The frost giant lizard was instantly pierced by the black iron arrows. The frost giant lizard let out a defiant roar before crashing heavily to the ground. In the livestream chat, the divine beings all fell silent. Holy, that was insane! What kind of god-tier archery skill is this? Even if Li Changsheng is a ranger, this is absurdly overpowered. When did rapid fire become this strong? Is this even something a ranger could pull off? One man is scarier than a whole group of rangers. Chapter 139, The Fungus Nest. Is this how chain shot is supposed to be used? How is this any different from a Gatling gun? No wonder they say kill the marksman first in team fights. Li Changsheng's strength is likely not far behind Fang Yuan, the top-ranked fate puppeteer. Looks like we underestimated Fang Xiang after all. Being the top on the believers list, he's got some serious skills. Li Changsheng is indeed formidable, but he still falls short against Baiming's shadow assassin. Xu Feng's power is terrifying. His points have already surpassed Fang Yuan. Outside the temple, Li Changsheng couldn't see the live chat comments, but he calmly surveyed the corpses of these monsters. All eyes turned to Li Changsheng, filled with awe for a true powerhouse. The combat power he unleashed just now was utterly terrifying. They couldn't kill a single frost giant lizard in half a day, yet he had shot them all dead. Especially the archers and rangers among them, their eyes brimming with awe. As fellow practitioners of the same profession, they knew all too well how incredibly difficult it was to unleash such devastating power with a volley of arrows. The strongest ranger among them was only level 11. Chain arrows could barely be fired 4 times in succession. Yet Li Changsheng had fired 10 in succession. Moreover, every arrow he used was of exceptional quality. Consider this, among their own ranks, possessing even one transcendent weapon was considered exceptional. After all, there are only 2 ways to obtain powerful divine artifacts. One is to seek opportunities near the village. But opportunities like that aren't so easy to come by. Many have perished on the journey to seek such opportunities. Even if they find one, they might encounter powerful monsters and be killed outright. The other path lies in divine bestowal. But their deities were impoverished too, incapable of bestowing many weapons. At best, they might receive low-grade transcendent weapons. In truth, their deities are equally helpless. The primary method for acquiring weapons today is through transactions with Heaven Rewards Diligence. As the largest arms dealer in this realm, Heaven Rewards Diligence monopolizes the entire weapons market. Due to supply falling far short of demand, prices have skyrocketed. Acquiring a high-grade extraordinary weapon was practically impossible. Such weapons have long been snapped up by powerful deities, who trade for them using items worth several times or even dozens of times the original price. After all, Tian Dao Cho Chin isn't a philanthropist. Why would they pass up more valuable items to trade with them? Securing a low-grade extraordinary weapon already meant bleeding heavily. Many others could only trade for ordinary weapons. As dozens of frost wyverns fell, their corpses dissolved into white light, merging into the temple's divine statues. Everyone gained significant points for their assists, each receiving 5 points. Li Changsheng, however, earned a whopping 100 points. Everyone stared at their score panels, eyes gleaming with excitement. All eyes turned to Li Changsheng. The combat power he had just unleashed was utterly terrifying. Moreover, thanks to the assists, many who successfully changed jobs gained experience points. As the primary attacker, Li Changsheng had even leveled up to level 14. The only thing that bothered Li Changsheng was that his teammates seemed to be nothing but deadweight. Originally, he had hoped to lead them in dealing damage together. But their combat prowess and gear were utterly lacking. They were worse than the prisoners locked up in the Black Iron prison. Even when ambushed by the dog men of Inagami village, they'd get wiped out. Bringing these guys along on expeditions didn't seem like the smartest move. Moreover, it would only dilute their experience gains. Beside him, Yu Wuming seemed to sense this as well, lowering his voice. Should we pick up the pace? Li Changsheng glanced at the others and shook his head. Forget it. Let's skip the monsters for now and focus on gathering intelligence around us. There's strength in numbers. If terrifying monsters lurked nearby, their numbers could help uncover them. If those 2 were left to recklessly venture into this unknown world, they might well stumble into some danger. Everyone spread out. Shield tier and Guardian tier members scout the periphery. Li Changsheng commanded in a deep voice, archers and rangers handle the shooting. Swordsmen, blade masters, and fist masters protect the archers and rangers. After advancing, shield tier players become guardians. But most shield tier members here hadn't advanced yet. It wasn't just shield tier, sword tier, blade tier, and fist tier were in the same boat.
As for spearmasters, though they are combat classes, the probability of awakening this profession is extremely low. None here had awakened to it. To be honest, Li Changxing even suspected that the practitioners here were among the weakest. Only 3 guardians, 2 great swordsmen, 3 berserkers, 2 rangers, 1 fighter. These were the elite combatants under his command. The rest were all level 9, having not completed their class advancement. As for support classes and specialties? Not a single one. Both he and Yi Woming were combat-focused classes. However, thanks to Fang Xiang's guidance, their combat prowess now rivals that of special classes. Yi Woming, bolstered by his symbiotic twin pupils and dark star dragon wings, could unleash combat power even more terrifying than some special classes. His Xinqiao archer, in a certain sense, had already become a special class. After all, he had never heard of this class before. It was likely tied to Fang Xiang's divine power that allowed him to awaken this class. Given their current combat strength, clearing the dungeon unscathed was practically impossible. Should any monsters appear that he couldn't shoot down in time, it would likely result in mass casualties. But he had no better solution. He could only strive to protect as many people as possible. Upon hearing Li Changxing's command, the group immediately obeyed. Having witnessed Li Changxing's demonstrated prowess, they had grown dependent on him. For the weak, clinging to the strong was a means of survival. As they explored their surroundings, they soon sensed something amiss. The moment they stepped beyond the sanctuary's protective sphere, their souls trembled faintly. It felt as though they had lost some form of protection, now exposed to the true dangers. The stark reality of their surroundings came into sharp focus. Looking up, they saw a velvety curtain of gray-green threads draped across the sky's dome. Each hyphae was coated in translucent mucus, resembling countless swollen fingers reaching out from drowning victims, emitting mournful whispers in the air currents. At the tips of these filaments, coral-like fungal mats fused with the ground. Dense clusters of spore sacs covered these fungal mats. These protruding spore sacs were rupturing at a visible pace, spewing pale purple smoke. Through Li Changxing's eagle-like vision, he could clearly discern tiny bone fragments suspended within, along with fully digested hair particles. It appeared to be the skull of some humanoid creature, still coated with mycelium from the digestive system, shimmering with a pearlescent iridescence in the glow of the bioluminescent organisms. Stalagmite-like fungal columns pierced the rock walls from all directions, hanging upside down like the sharpest spears. The surfaces of these fungal columns were riddled with honeycomb-like holes, each oozing a dark red liquid. This fluid flowed along the grooves, pooling into viscous streams that flowed before their eyes. Like hell's blood river, it was a menacing crimson. Snap! Someone accidentally crushed a swollen fungal nodule, causing it to explode violently, spraying a murky red and white slurry. To their horror, the group discovered unformed, unknown biological larvae curled within the cellular fluid. What the hell is this thing? The person who crushed it screamed shrilly. Chapter 140, Terrifying Tentacles. Calm down. Li Changxing ordered coldly. Crush this thing. Yi Woming swiftly slashed the larva with his sword, then turned his gaze deeper into the fungal nest. Beneath the arched mycelium ceiling at the very core hung a spherical fungal mother, its diameter spanning over 10 feet. The mycelium covering its outer layer rippled like living fabric, with occasional flashes of pale green compound eyes glinting through the gaps. It was the monsters nurtured within the queen's lair, peering out. Moreover, the group discovered something else. A sickly sweet stench, a mixture of rotting leaves and rust, permeated the entire fungal nest, as if the world itself was festering and maggot-ridden deep within. Rustblood virus, someone recognized it, their voice thick with terror. The speaker was Lu Ming, a guardian who had advanced to the shield tier. Yi Woming and Li Changxing exchanged glances. Having visited the night ruins, they were well acquainted with these mycelia and rustblood. In the night ruins, these elements existed solely to nurture the dual-pupil children, enabling them to break their genetic locks and advance their professions. And here, it was likely no simple matter either. Just then, the fungal nodule burst open, hatching a terrifying monster. A black-scaled giant python. Though freshly hatched, it already possessed a level 9 rank. The sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Yi Woming slashed it down with a sword, his brow furrowed. This fungal nest can actually mass-produce monsters. Li Changxing took a deep breath. Clearly, this is a vast fungal mycelium nest, and the temple is merely one tiny sanctuary within it. Everything I saw earlier was nothing but an illusion. Those mountains were merely decoys to lure us out of the temple's protection. Li Changxing walked behind Guardian Lu Ming, his expression grim. This Guichu's secret realm seemed far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. It wasn't just Li Changxing, everyone else, staring at the horrifying scene before them, felt their scalps crawl. Who could have imagined that the monsters they had encountered earlier were all hatched from these fungal tumors? Should we retreat back to the temple? Lu Ming swallowed hard, clearly wary, even fearful of the rustblood fungus mother. Li Changxing's tone remained calm. Retreat? Look, is the path we came here on still there? The group hurriedly turned to look, only to find their path blocked by a thick blanket of dark red fungal mycelium completely sealed off. With no other choice, they pressed onward into the depths of the fungal nest. But barely a few steps forward, a blood-curdling scream erupted and someone vanished into thin air.
On the fungal carpet below, a gaping black hole now gaped open. The follower who had fallen and caused the livestream to instantly turn gray, the image freezing completely.
Death was evident.
Within the livestream, the divine spectators witnessed this scene, their hearts equally heavy. If their followers died though not truly perishing, they would lose half their life points and drop all their equipment. No one wanted to bear such a cost. Moreover, this directly impacted the combat power rankings. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. But now, this Guichu's secret realm seems downright terrifying. Damn! Isn't this rust blood virus from the night ruins? It's here too? Looks like this Guichu's secret realm isn't what it seems. Already? A follower just died suddenly? Did any of you witness what just happened? How did that follower die? Not sure. It seems like some terrifying hunters lurk within this rust blood colony. Hope my followers can hold out and make it to the end. Tough luck. Most of the adventurers here haven't even completed their class transitions, they're pure cannon fodder. Who knows how this insane matchmaking system is even working? Not necessarily. As long as they cling to Fang Xiangjuan's coattails, there's still hope. No matter how strong Fang Xiangjuan's followers are, they can't possibly survive with so many weakling adventurers in tow, right? Exactly. Cannon fodder. Their deaths won't be missed. Fang Xiang stared at the pitch-black cave entrance, his thoughts unfocused. Compared to the black ruins he'd encountered before, this rust-blood fungus nest didn't seem particularly formidable at this stage. Plus, Li Changsheng and his group had some serious trump cards up their sleeves. Therefore, he held no concern that Li Changsheng and his group would encounter trouble. The fungal nest. Though someone had gone missing, the group had no choice but to grit their teeth and press onward. As the group ventured deeper into the lair, they soon discovered numerous infected corpses scattered throughout the cavern. These corpses emitted a foul stench, moving like the walking dead, their motions mechanical and rigid, endlessly repeating the actions of raising and lowering their heads. Witnessing this scene, the group felt their scalps crawl and every hair on their bodies stand on end. Just then, dozens of monsters emerged from a fissure in the ground far off. These monsters were none other than the Silver Moon Sabertooths they had encountered earlier. But their levels were vastly superior to the ones they'd faced before. Level 4 and Level 15 Silver Moon Sabertooths? Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively moved closer to Li Changsheng. It wasn't out of fear, he simply wanted to protect Li Changsheng. Boom! The Silver Moon Sabertooths launched their first assault with overwhelming force. The frontline shield tier creatures were instantly torn apart, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Watch out! Yi Wuming shouted the warning. Boom! Yi Wuming, wielding his phantom light sword, soared skyward and slashed at one of the Silver Moon Sabertooths. Put! Pierced by the phantom light sword, the colossal tiger let out a furious, resentful roar before crashing heavily to the ground. In the livestream chat, the divine seals watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning solemn. Yi Wuming's strength is formidable too, someone murmured softly, surprise tinged in their voice. Li Changsheng, however, showed no reaction. His bow was already fully drawn, aimed at a Silver Moon saber-toothed tiger charging toward him. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, piercing the monster's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Blood spurted out, splattering onto the fungal carpet and emitting a faint, corrosive hiss. Fall back! Li Changsheng barked coldly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Prepare to engage. At his command, the group retreated swiftly. Shield-class professionals raised their shields, watching their surroundings warily. The air within the fungal nest grew increasingly oppressive, as if every breath carried the stench of decay. Lu Ming gasped for air, his lungs torn raw. Yi Wuming swung his phantom light sword, its gleaming blade tracing ethereal arcs of light. In an instant, he forced back several monsters attempting to close in. His figure moved like a ghost, each strike claiming another monster. This can't go on, Yi Wuming frowned. These monsters keep coming. Our strength will be drained sooner or later. Li Changsheng nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Find an exit. We must get out of here quickly. Just then, the fungal carpet beneath their feet began to violently tremble, as if some colossal creature was writhing beneath the ground. Tension gripped the group, and their footsteps quickened involuntarily. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the ground split open. A thick, black tentacle burst from the earth, lashing violently toward the group. Get out of the way! Li Changsheng bellowed, leaping backward as he drew his bow and fired several arrows at the tentacle. The arrows struck the tentacle, but only grazed its surface, inflicting no significant damage. The tentacled creature seemed enraged. Twisting its body, it whipped up a violent black whirlwind and lashed savagely at Li Changsheng. Seeing this, Yi Wuming flashed forward, blocking Li Changsheng's path. His phantom light sword transformed into a dazzling arc of light, striking at the tentacle. Roar! The tentacled creature let out a furious roar, its body trembling as it shook Yi Wuming back. Seizing the moment, Li Changsheng drew his bow once more, aiming an exceptional-grade mystical black iron arrow at the tentacle. Whoosh! Chapter 141, Rustblood Bone Fiend. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, piercing the tentacled creature's body with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! The tentacled creature let out a pained wail, its body writhing as it shook the embedded arrow loose. At that very moment, a monstrous creature shrouded in a thick aura of rust blood suddenly materialized beside the tentacled being. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in greenish mist, its body shriveled and emaciated like a desiccated corpse, covered head to toe in patches of fungus of varying sizes. Its eyes, like two ghostly blue flames, fixed their gaze upon Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. Under its gaze, Li Changsheng felt his blood freeze and his very soul tremble. What a terrifying gaze! At least an 18th tier special monster. Li Changsheng drew a deep breath, suppressing the pounding in his chest, and met the humanoid monster's gaze coldly. His gaze pierced through the rust blood mist emanating from the humanoid monster, vaguely discerning its body riddled with fungal sacs of varying sizes. These sacs were secreting rust blood fluid, relentlessly corroding its flesh. Under the relentless assault of this terrifying rust blood virus, it had undergone unimaginable mutations. Its outer flesh had been entirely corroded away, exposing the grayish-white skeleton beneath. And then, under the horrified stares of the crowd, it seized its own throat, violently wrenching out its spine to transform it into a hideous bone blade. Snap! As it locked eyes with Li Changsheng, the humanoid monster suddenly raised its bone blade and wrenched off the head of the tentacled creature beside it. The tentacled creature let out a wail as its massive body crashed to the ground. In the livestream chat, the divine spectators watching this scene felt their scalps crawl. What the hell is this monster? Its combat power is terrifying. It actually killed the boss of this entire area. And in an instant? The aura emanating from this humanoid monster doesn't seem to be ordinary rustblood virus. Oh no! We're done for. All these professionals are going to die. This difficulty is insane. Who could possibly survive? The colony. But what truly terrified Lu Ming and his companions was yet to come. The humanoid monster had seized the tentacled creature and was now devouring it with relish, as if slurping noodles. The rust blood aura on its body grew increasingly intense, its ghostly eyes burning with madness. It seemed utterly consumed by its craving for the rust blood virus. Witnessing this scene, Li Changsheng's expression grew grave. Retreat! He shouted urgently. Get out of here now. Lu Ming and the others immediately turned to flee. But as soon as they took a step forward, the fungal carpet beneath their feet suddenly began to violently tremble. Terrified, they felt the ground beneath their feet violently crack open. A gaping, pitch-black fissure appeared before their eyes. Lu Ming lost his footing and plummeted straight into the chasm. He felt himself falling endlessly, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a rust-red vine suddenly appeared before his eyes. Twisting like a venomous snake, its sharp thorns pierced deep into his kidneys. Lu Ming felt his blood freeze, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Moreover, the vine was draining his very life force. He felt as if he were being hollowed out. His skin grew dry and shriveled. In the livestream chat, the divine spectators witnessed this scene and were equally gripped by dread and despair. What the hell is this monster? This is insane. My follower barely escaped death, only to be impaled by this vine. This difficulty is deadly. In the Guichu secret realm, besides humanoid monsters and tentacled creatures, it seems like countless other monsters are lurking. This is getting seriously tough. Just how many terrifying monsters are lurking in this secret realm of the abyss? Who knows? I heard even top streamers' followers died in other live streams. Fang Xiang surveyed the monsters with a calm expression. Is this all it takes? No pressure at all. Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng hadn't even unleashed their true power yet. Fungal nest. Just as Lu Ming closed his eyes awaiting death, a dazzling arrow pierced through the vines. Freed from its bonds, Lu Ming frantically grabbed the protrusion between the cracks. Though the protrusion felt extremely slimy to the touch, he clung to it desperately. He looked down at the ground. Only two figures remained above. One was Li Changsheng, the other Yi Wuming. Li Changsheng unleashed the ultimate form of his chain shot, a 9-shot volley. A furious hail of arrows poured down, engulfing all the surrounding monsters. The sheer number of these creatures was terrifying: silver moon saber-toothed tigers, rust blood vines, giant pythons, colossal lizards. Yet beneath this frenzied hail of arrows, these beasts proved utterly fragile. In the blink of an eye, they were torn to shreds. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared intently at Li Changsheng's back. This is the real monster, isn't it? Too powerful. In the livestream chat, the divine tier viewers were equally stunned by the spectacle. Are these really Fang Xiang's followers? This is terrifying. Damn. This is insane. Are Fang Xiang's followers this twisted? Is that a volley of arrows? Even a Gatling gun doesn't unleash such brutal firepower. When did Rangers get this kind of damage output? Only after advancing to gunner class do they get this kind of insane DPS? Am I the only one wondering where he got all those extraordinary arrows? Rangers are so damn expensive to play. The fungus nest. Roar. Just as Li Changsheng was firing arrows like mad, the humanoid monster reappeared. The rust blood aura pulsed through its body like tidal waves, its surface muscles beginning to writhe.
Its bones creaked with a faint rattling sound as its body underwent a startling transformation. Its form twisted violently as a maniacal laugh erupted from its throat, tied of rotten bones. The ground split open, spewing white bones and blood, forming a dark red zone of decay that kept expanding. Professionals caught in the wave instantly dissolved into pools of pus. Witnessing this, someone in the livestream finally recognized the monster. It's the Rustblood Bone Fiend. Who would have thought such a monster would appear here? Rustblood Bone Fiend? That's an 18-level special monster. How could it appear in the starting area? This is insane. The starting zone's difficulty adjusts based on the follower's strength. Most of them haven't even class changed yet. Do they really need such a high-level starting zone? Damn it! This crappy matchmaking system. My followers at least successfully class changed, and yet they got wiped out this fast. Li Changxing's pupils contracted slightly as he sensed an unimaginable danger closing in. This monster seemed to be wielding some sort of arcane magic, and its power was terrifying. Seeing this, Yu Wuming swiftly soared into the air, his phantom light sword blazing with dazzling radiance. Dark Star Dragon Wings, activate. A pair of menacing dark crimson dragon wings emerged from Yi Wuming's back, his entire body radiating a brilliant crimson glow, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Boom! Chapter 142, Supreme Sovereignty. His phantom light sword slashed fiercely at the fungal nest's surface. The ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a massive fissure. This was none other than the fungal carpet fissure they had encountered moments before. The fissure opened, drawing in the tide of decaying bones. Li Changsheng, cover me! Yi Wuming shouted urgently. Countless monsters were crawling up from the fissure in the fungal nest. Yet they were corroded by the flesh-eating tide Yi Wuming had summoned, emitting a strange sizzling sound. Li Changsheng glanced at the others. They were being torn to pieces by the monsters, their bodies torn apart. He could no longer count on them to be of much use. Their only remaining purpose, perhaps, was to draw fire and scout ahead. Li Changsheng nodded. Good. He drew his bow like a full moon, aimed at the Rustblood Bone Fiend, and roared, Heavenly Wolf Pursuit Arrow. The bow in Li Changsheng's hands blazed with brilliant crimson light. The divine artifact arrow traced a dazzling trail of light through the air, transforming into a terrifying celestial wolf that tore through every monster in its path. Due to the divine thunder roar skill, the arrow carried a thunderous effect, exploding with a piercing roar. All the monsters stared at the arrow in terror, as if unable to escape its path. The other believers were equally stunned. Never before had they witnessed such a terrifying arrow except on the divine being himself. The moment the arrow was released, the entire livestream erupted. A flood of comments poured in. Holy crap! Is this a divine artifact? I knew it. As the top-ranked deity, Fang Xiang wouldn't possibly withhold divine artifacts from his followers. That shot was insane. Is that a ranger skill? How come I've never seen it before? The fungus nest. Yi Wuming flickered into the air, his phantom light sword slicing through the fungal pillars, slaughtering every silver-moon saber-toothed tiger in its path. His figure moved like a ghost, reaping a monster with every strike. But his true target remained the Rustblood Bone Demon. Crack! The divine artifact arrow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, tearing through the Rustblood Bone Demon's tide of decaying bone, piercing precisely through its skull. Blood spurted forth, splattering onto the fungal carpet with a faint, corrosive hiss. Yi Wuming's Dark Star Dragon wings flapped behind him, propelling him in an instant to the Rustblood Bone Demon's back. His phantom light sword slashed at its head, aiming for the finishing blow. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the Rustblood Bone Demon, its skull pierced by the divine artifact arrow, still possessed formidable combat prowess. The ghastly white bone blade in its grasp swung out, deflecting the phantom light sword. This scene startled the gods watching the livestream. That's a divine artifact arrow Li Changsheng used. How can this monster block it? Damn! This monster isn't dead yet. The monsters in this Guichu secret realm are just too damn abnormal. Sigh. My followers probably won't survive either. No matter how strong Fang Xiangjuan's followers are, they can't possibly survive being surrounded by so many monsters, right? Fungal Nest. Bone Blade Tidal Wave. The Rustblood Bone Fiend let out a frenzied roar, its muscles contorting and writhing as it unleashed an unimaginably terrifying aura. Its pair of ghostly, fire-like eyes fixed upon Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. Its gaze held a madness that seemed poised to tear them to shreds at any moment. Facing the Rustblood Bone Demon's terrifying aura, Li Changsheng's gaze remained serene. The creature's behavior was unexpected. After all, this was an 18th-tier special monster. Its level surpassed both his and Yi Wuming's. How could it be so easily slain? Moreover, the Rustblood aura emanating from it was significantly more potent than before. This was clearly the result of it devouring the boss of this area. At that very moment, a violent hurricane suddenly erupted from the fungal nest. The whirlwind swept up countless debris and monster corpses, surging toward Li Changsheng like a tidal wave. Facing such a terrifying tempest, Yi Wuming's brow furrowed. His phantom light sword blazed with ethereal brilliance as he slashed forward. Crack! The phantom light sword clashed with the bone blade, erupting in a piercing hum.
But at that very moment, the rust-blood bone fiend let out a furious roar, its entire skeleton instantly contorting and warping. His body twisted like a twisted rope, the blade of his spine lashing out like a whip through the void. Yi Wuming felt a jolt run through his entire body, his gaze instantly turning icy cold.
Symbiosis twin eyes, open.
Yi Wuming commanded in an icy tone. Two beams of light, one black, one white, shot forth from his eyes. They converged into a single, blinding beam of celestial light, piercing toward the rust-blood bone fiend. The rusted blood bone demon let out a pained roar as countless tiny cracks instantly appeared across its surface. The bone blade in its grasp was torn apart by Yi Wuming's heavenly light, shattering into countless fragments. This scene sent the live stream audience into a frenzy. What a devastating strike. This Fang Xiang's follower actually harbors a double pupil within. What a stroke of goddamn luck. Yi Wuming is only level 16, yet he managed to suppress an 18-level special monster.
I admit I spoke too soon.
Even the Lifebog Master Fang Yuan and Shadow Assassin Chufeng would kneel before this rusted blood bone demon. Who knew Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng could suppress it together?
Awesome. With a pro leading the way, we can just sit back and relax. Killing this level 18 special monster might just push Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming to the top of the rankings? FCK. Is Fang Xiang trying to snatch the top spot on the follower combat power rankings too? The fungus nest.
Just as Lu Ming and the others were basking in the joy of being carried by a pro, monsters swarmed in from all directions, attempting to feed their bodies to the rusted bloodbone demon to replenish its energy.
No!
Lu Ming instantly grasped their intent, his voice filled with alarm.
Don't let these monsters near the rustblood bone demon, it'll revive. Viewers watching the livestream grew tense. No way! Is this rustblood bone demon that hard to kill?
FCK. I thought my followers could score high, but turns out it's still impossible.
Sigh. This monster is terrifying. Even Fang Yuan or Chu Feng would die. Fang Xiang's been lurking all this time, and now he drops this powerhouse follower? Too bad even the strongest can't overcome bad luck. Fungal nest. Supreme sovereign power.
Yi Wuming stared at the monsters, holding nothing back.
His eyes smoldered with the iron and fire of a king, his pupils splitting into two, eerie and domineering.
An invisible aura spread out, enveloping every monster present. In an instant, all the monsters froze in place, lowering their bodies and kneeling before Yi Wuming.
What just happened?
Lu Ming stared in utter shock.
He couldn't comprehend why these monsters would kneel before Yi Wuming.
Ignoring the stunned gazes, Yi Wuming flickered and appeared behind the rusted blood bone demon. The phantom light sword in his hand blazed with brilliant radiance, slashing viciously at the creature's body. The rustblood bone demon let out a pained roar. Cracks opened across its surface, spilling forth a tide of greenish rustblood that flooded the entire fungal nest floor. It was making its final desperate strike. Witnessing this, Yi Wuming's eyes turned icy cold as the dark star dragon wings on his back instantly unfolded. Sword Chi resonance. Yi Wuming roared fiercely, wielding the phantom light sword as he slashed viciously at the rustblood bone demon's body.
Chapter 143, The King of Terror.
The phantom light sword finally erupted with the blinding radiance of a divine artifact. Under Yi Wuming's full power strike, the rustblood bone demon's tide of decaying bones was instantly torn apart. Its body was cleaved clean in two. In an instant, Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng gained massive amounts of experience points. Yi Wuming's level rose to 17. Li Changsheng, meanwhile, advanced 15 levels. Not only that, but their rankings on the points leaderboard skyrocketed into the top 3. They pushed Fang Yuan, a follower of Tai, down to 4th place. Viewers in the livestream watched the corpse of the rustblood bone fiend in stunned silence. What level is this Yi Wuming? He actually killed an 18th level special monster. Yi Wuming is wielding a mid-tier first-grade artifact? It was hidden before, but when that phantom light effect erupted, I finally saw it.
First-tier mid-grade? Where did this Fang Xiang even get that artifact?
It's not even listed among the artifacts sold by Heaven's Reward for Diligence.
So impressive. Fang Xiang's followers are incredibly strong. At this rate, he might just take the top spot on the rankings. How did Yi Wuming pull this off? How did he make these monsters suddenly kneel before him? Have you checked the points leaderboard?
Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng are currently holding 2nd and 3rd place. Chu Feng should still be 1st, right? After all, he's a shadow assassin with the shadow realm of the Lord of the Underworld. He's elusive and hunting powerful monsters is no big deal for him.
Wait, the top spot seems to be held by a monster.
When everyone saw the name at the top, they were all utterly dumbfounded.
Because that name was clearly that of a monster. Everyone immediately clicked into the top-ranked streamer's channel and discovered it truly was a monster. In an instant, the top streamer's channel surged to thousands of viewers.
A Zhanyan? This is actually a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas.
Who's so badass they could make a monster their follower? Can't seem to view this Zhanyan's basic info. Wonder who its revered deity is. Looks like this Zhanyan is pretty special. Judging by the aura this Zhanyan radiates, it must be level 26.
That god tier streamer actually managed to subdue a monster of that caliber and turn it into a follower.
When the Xinyan claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, Fang Xiang naturally took notice. He mused to himself. Who knew the experience packs scattered around the Xinyan would be so valuable? Originally, the Zhanyan was only level 25, but after slaying these monsters, it instantly leveled up to 26. At that moment, a major incident erupted in the Xinyan's livestream. His relentless slaughter had left the ground littered with corpses, attracting the attention of a formidable foe. It was a level 30 monster king, the Eye of Diablo. Also known as the Fear King, Diablo's eye possessed extraordinary combat prowess. As everyone watched the Eye of Diablo fix its gaze on Xinyan, a strange mix of emotions swept through the crowd. Some felt schadenfreude, others tension, and still others anticipation.
This fiend is indeed formidable, but before a level 30 monster king, it can only perish.
Ha 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 ha.
Just imagining that godlike creature worshipper watching his carefully cultivated monster die makes me laugh.
So satisfying. Exactly.
Overpowered monsters like this shouldn't exist.
Better off dead. Exactly. Fang Xiangyuan's 2 followers are already formidable. Add Tai and Biming's forces and we'll struggle to rank highly.
If this Zhanyan perishes, it benefits us without harm.
Fang Xiang watched these comments with remarkable calm. He had equipped Xinyan with a mid-tier artifact of the first rank. Combined with Xinyan's inherent uniqueness, how could it possibly lose? Guishu's secret realm.
Facing the eyes of the Fear King Diablo, the Xinyan showed no trace of fear.
Its 7 heads and 9 tails swayed arrogantly, spewing and swallowing eerie black lightning.
Each of the Zhanyan's 9 heads gazed at the eye of the Fear Lord Diablo, each bearing a distinct expression: mockery, greed, cruelty, or pure malevolence. This sight sent chills down the spines of everyone watching the livestream, raising goosebumps all over their skin. Especially those 9 tails, covered in black dragon scales that radiated an intimidating, bone-chilling aura.
This nightmare was truly extraordinary.
Merely a hint of its aura was enough to make everyone present feel danger and dread. Roar! The eyes of the Fear King Diablo split open, revealing deep purple pupils that blasted forth a massive pillar of inky purple light. This beam of dread obliterated all obstacles in its path, piercing straight through. The fiend, seeing the Fear King Diablo's eye charging toward it, did not move, remaining still where it stood. Viewers in the livestream assumed the Dreadlord was paralyzed with fear, frozen in terror. After all, the ray of terror could make any creature feel utter dread. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. As the Fear King Diablo's eye drew near, the fiend suddenly erupted with waves of black dragon fire. The dragon's flames surged like a tidal wave, engulfing all directions and striking terror into hearts. Moreover, the 7 heads of the Dreadlord roared to the heavens, spewing forth pitch-black spherical lightning bolts. The demon's spherical lightning collided with the dreadful light emanating from the eyes of Diablo, the Lord of Terror, erupting in a fierce burst of sparks. The 2 forces cancelled each other out, locked in a stalemate. Viewers in the livestream watched in stunned silence. How is this possible? This Zhanyan can actually hold its own against a level 30 monster king.
Isn't this fiend only level 26?
That's a full 4 levels lower. Could it be a special monster? Even if it is, level 30 is a massive gap.
Closing that chasm won't be easy.
The Eye of Diablo hasn't unleashed its true power yet. The fiend might have survived the first strike, but it won't last through the next ones.
Exactly.
The Eye of the Fear King Diablo is the one who's truly unstoppable. The livestream's chat exploded with frantic messages as everyone struggled to believe what they were witnessing.
At that moment, everyone was convinced the Hellhound must be hiding some special ability. In fact, they were right. The Abyssal Realm.
The Eye of Diablo, the Lord of Terror, was clearly enraged by the fiend, unleashing its true killing blow. It entered demonic form, its massive eyeball beginning to warp and distort, turning a blood-red, terrifying hue. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura radiated outward from the eye of the Fear Lord Diablo.
The surrounding monsters all sensed an inexplicable dread.
The sensation sent chills down their spines, making their hair stand on end. Diablo's eye unleashed a barrage of fear demon light, unleashing a devastating area of effect attack. These beams of demonic terror swept wildly, nearly blanketing the entire area within a kilometer radius. It was a brutal slaughter. Nearly every monster in the area was wiped out, transformed into experience points for Diablo's eye. The entire area was shrouded in a deep purple haze of terror. This spectacle sent the livestream audience into a frenzy. Truly the Fear King. With such devastating area of effect strikes, even the fiercest beasts couldn't survive. No kidding. This is the Fear King unleashed in demonic form. Who could possibly stand against him? Who dares challenge him? The Abyssal Realm. Just as the King of Terror unleashed his demonic light. Facing the demon-corrupted Lord of Terror, the nightmare showed no fear. Its fangs suddenly blazed with a kaleidoscopic black radiance. In the next instant, a clone of Xinyan materialized beside him. Both the clone and the original 7-headed, 9-tailed form simultaneously unleashed black dragon flames.
Chapter 144, Demon Form. This was the dragon flame of the Azure Dragon 7 stars. After receiving abundant divine blessings from Fang Xiang, its flames underwent a mutation.
The dual flames burned simultaneously, their power compounding to reach terrifying levels. Under the demon's control, the two flames intertwined in the air, blooming like a black lotus and forming a terrifying dragon flame storm.
The air within a 1,000-mile radius ignited.
Upon seeing this black lotus, a flicker of fear flickered in the King of Terror's enormous pupils.
Boom! In the next instant, the King of Fear was utterly consumed by the dragon flame storm, leaving not a trace behind.
The livestream's bullet chat froze, only erupting again after a long pause. Viewers in the livestream stared at the empty space where the Fear King had stood, their expressions frozen in disbelief.
What? The King of Fear just died like that? Holy crap! What did I just witness? That monstrous beast killed the Fear King? Divine artifact. That fiend's teeth are actually forged from divine artifacts and a mid-tier first-grade divine artifact at that? Teeth this massive, entirely forged from divine materials? How much divine essence must have been consumed? Utterly extravagant. Guys, who could this fiend's deity possibly be? It's like a calf riding a power line, utterly mind-blowing. Could this ogre's patron deity be Heaven Rewards Diligence? Only he could forge such a powerful artifact. That's possible. I haven't seen any followers of Heaven Rewards Diligence yet. Probably using a nickname to hide their real ID.
Thankfully, only the middle head is equipped with a divine artifact. If all heads had them, how powerful would it be?
Fang Xiang felt these people were overestimating him.
These Xinyan divine fangs were actually hollow essentially, a thin layer of divine artifact material had been plated over the surface of the Xinyan teeth. Otherwise, with teeth this large, making them solid would have consumed nearly half his divine material. Moreover, to arm it with divine artifacts, one would have to extract the Xinyan's teeth and reinstall them.
A laborious endeavor with little reward.
This current approach was by far the most cost-effective solution. Upon the death of this monster king, the Xinyan's level rose to 27, and it gained a new skill: fear demonization.
In truth, the Xinyan hadn't won as easily as it seemed.
The Fear King's terrifying demonic fear light had pushed it to the brink of death, triggering its special passive skill Death Copy. Fortunately, slaying the Fear King allowed the Zhan Yan to level up, fully restoring its wounds.
However, this battle sent Yanjin's points skyrocketing, exploding to 3,000 points.
It now leads the second-place contender, Yi Wuming, by over 2,000 points, a staggering, cliff-like advantage.
This left many spectators sighing in dismay.
Such an astronomical score made overtaking him virtually impossible.
Even if Xinyan perished, the points wouldn't reset, the score would stand. While everyone wondered who Xinyan's divine lord might be, Muxue found herself increasingly in awe of their opponent, Xiang Jun.
She had seen videos of Li Changxing and his group. She knew exactly who Fang Xiang's participating devotee was. Muxue gazed at the top 3 spots on the leaderboard and murmured to herself, if they knew the top 3 were all dominated by big shots, I wonder what their expressions would be. But Muxue kept it to herself. After all, the big shots preferred to keep a low profile.
Biming Village.
Biming stared at the top-ranked Xinyan on the follower combat power leaderboard, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. She had assumed that by obtaining the Lord of the Underworld's treasure and awakening her follower's Shadow Assassin trump card, first place would be hers for the taking. But who would have thought someone would actually turn a mountain sea beast into a follower? How could she possibly compete? Unless this Xinyan was killed, no follower could possibly match the speed at which this monster racked up points.
No! There's another way!
Biming stared at Li Changxing and Yi Wuming's livestream, her thoughts racing. Perhaps we could team up with Fang Xiangjuan's followers to accelerate the monster farming pace. Though Li Changxing and Yi Wuming's monster spawning speed was also impressive, even slaying an 18th level special monster. But compared to her Chufeng, their pace still fell short. After all, Li Changxing and his team weren't exactly blessed with luck.
The drops were fungal nests. While they contained numerous monsters, their overall quality was lacking.
Moreover, they risked encountering terrifyingly powerful monsters. If she could later recruit these two to team up and farm monsters together, there was still hope of surpassing the Zhan Yan.
The only consideration was how to locate Yi Wuming and his group.
It was well known that the area where Yi Wuming and his group were located held some peculiarities. Taiyi Village. Taiyi had initially been brimming with confidence, expecting the Fate Bugmaster Fang Yuan to clinch the championship outright. Yet, to his astonishment, he had plummeted all the way to 5th place. The heroes of this world truly flow like a river, ceaseless and boundless.
It seems to secure first place, Fang Yuan must find that special artifact to trigger my divine descent.
Once I step in, I'll sweep everything aside on a grand scale and rack up even more points.
Fungal nest. Yi Wuming exhaled heavily.
After leveling up, the wounds on his body had begun to heal, and his stamina was recovering.
Li Changxing, we need to get out of here fast.
Yi Wuming urged. Li Changxing nodded, glancing at the surrounding practitioners. Many of them had already become shriveled and emaciated. Their vitality had been completely drained. This time, they had suffered heavy casualties, only 30 remained. Yet the eyes of the survivors fixed upon Li Changxing and Yi Wuming brimmed with hope and reverence.
With these two masters leading them, wouldn't they coast to victory? Though they hadn't assisted in attacking the Rustblood Bone Demon and thus gained no experience points or scores. But they still gained some experience points and points from the other minor monsters. While the amount per monster was meager, the sheer number of these creatures made up for it. This propelled them straight into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. Big shots, can we tag along with you? Lu Ming asked cautiously, afraid Li Changsheng might abandon them. The others stared at Li Changsheng with equally hopeful, pitiful expressions. Let's go. Li Changsheng's tone was calm as he led the group deeper into the fungal nest. This time, he intended to lead them all out of this place. After all, he wasn't some cold-blooded monster incapable of helping those in distress. Besides, if possible, he also wanted to correct their misguided beliefs. Yes. I told you following the boss would be safe, but you wouldn't believe me. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The other adventurers didn't object either. Though their losses this time were heavy. But if they could leave the fungal nest alive, it would be worth it. Moreover, they had just gained a substantial amount of experience points and credits. This experience allowed them to level up, and some even completed their job change quests, unlocking their new professions. Most crucially, tagging along with the big shots meant experience points skyrocketed. The group immediately quickened their pace, eager to leave the fungal nest behind. But soon, they sensed something was off. No matter which way they went, they kept circling within the fungal nest. Chapter 145, Oracle Bones. What's going on? Everyone looked perplexed. We seem to be lost, Lu Ming said gravely. It feels like we're just going in circles. We're not circling. Li Changxing's eyes grew cold. Every place we pass through is different. As a Xinxiao archer, Li Changxing's eagle eyes were exceptionally sharp, achieving a level of perception that could discern the minutest details. He could clearly see they weren't circling, rather, this fungal nest was far too complex and vast. It had trapped them inside. How could this happen? Lu Ming frowned, his voice tight with anxiety. We're not going to be trapped here forever, are we? Impossible. Li Changxing's expression turned grave. With so many monsters in this fungal nest, there must be a way out. Follow me. Keep your eyes forward, don't look around. Stay on my trail. Hearing this, the group immediately rallied their spirits and followed Li Changxing forward. They knew that falling behind was absolutely out of the question at this moment. Without Li Changxing and the others' protection, stragglers would be easily surrounded and killed by these monsters. Fortunately, Li Changxing and Yi Wuming possessed formidable strength, sweeping through the path before them with unmatched power. They slaughtered every monster that dared to attack them along the way. The remaining monsters, witnessing the group's formidable strength, became unusually docile. One of them even began leading the way ahead. With no better alternative, the group had no choice but to follow in its wake. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and guided by the creature, they soon reached their destination. However, the destination offered no exit, only a vast, empty hall. A massive altar stood within the hall. The altar was shaped like a six-pointed star, surrounded by 6 pillars. Candles were densely packed into the structure. One of the candles was extinguished. What is that? The crowd stared at the altar, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the monster flashed a ghostly grin at the crowd before charging headlong into the altar, crashing to its death. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. It seemed the creature had been manipulated, luring them here. Look! There are words beneath the altar, someone exclaimed, pointing beneath the pentagram. Only then did they notice that the candles formed a row of text. However, the dim light in the great distance made it difficult to make out clearly. What does it say? This looks like Oracle Bone script, someone frowned, their tone odd. How could Oracle Bone script be found in a place like this? It is indeed Oracle Bone script. Yi Wuming frowned beside him. Look, it should read. Sacrificial offering. The devout shall offer the purest faith. What are they sacrificing here? There seems to be a box beneath the altar. Could it be, we've been confined in this fungal nest all this time just to await this sacrificial ritual? The group stared at the altar, their expressions strange. They hadn't expected this fungal nest to contain a sacrificial altar. But what kind of offering would it require? Just as their confusion deepened, the candles suddenly burst into flame, transforming into eerie green text. Quest activated, fungal nest sacrifice. Instructions, place a suitable offering into the sacrificial formation. Upon successful sacrifice, you will receive a special reward. Note, the offering must be a believer and possess devotion. Witnessing this scene, the crowd reacted with mixed expressions. They hadn't expected to stumble into the sacrificial formation by accident. Though they didn't know what was being sacrificed, they understood that a successful offering would yield special rewards. At this thought, a surge of excitement filled their hearts. Yet none wished to become the sacrifice. They exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward the weakest among them. The strong ruled supreme. They naturally wouldn't consider Li Changxing or Yi Wuming as sacrificial targets. Without these two, their hopes of surviving the perilous fungal nest were nothing but a pipe dream. Thus, their gaze inevitably fell upon the weakest. It was a girl, around 17 or 18, a sword tier practitioner.
Having lost her right arm in a previous monster attack, her combat effectiveness had plummeted. Though she wouldn't die, she had become a liability in the eyes of the others. You try it, someone stepped forward, standing on the moral high ground and coercing her, you've lost your combat ability. If we encounter monsters, you'll die either way. You might as well sacrifice yourself for the group. Besides, being sacrificed might not mean certain death, you could even gain a chance at a great opportunity. The logic held weight, and the others began to persuade her as well. Hesitation flickered across the girl's face. Seeing her hesitation, the others immediately ramped up their psychological pressure, alternating threats and inducements until she had no choice but to yield. If you refuse, then don't follow us. We don't need worthless teammates. At these words, Lu Ming pursed his lips, unable to resist stealing glances at Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming's expressions. To them, Li Changsheng and the others seemed like burdens. Therefore, he was deeply worried that Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming might abandon them. As for speaking up for the girl, he dared not do that either. That would undoubtedly provoke the group's anger. Moreover, now is precisely the moment to demonstrate their worth. If they fail to demonstrate their worth to Yi Wuming and the others, they risk being cast aside. In this perilous fungal nest, without the protection of the strong, it's a dead end. Lu Ming also spoke up to persuade her, our lives were saved by Leader Li and the others. Now is precisely when they need us most, you can't back down. She clenched her teeth and asked, but what if I fail? Fail? You won't fail. Rest assured, with so many of us watching over you, nothing will happen. If you succeed, your points will skyrocket. Exactly. With us watching over you, there won't be any problems. The others declared with unwavering certainty. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale. She knew that if she didn't become the sacrificial offering, death was her only fate. Becoming the sacrifice might just offer her a sliver of hope. She glanced at Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming, hoping these two powerful figures would step forward to help her. But they seemed oblivious, as if they hadn't heard a word. Yi Wuming's expression was cold and indifferent, showing not a shred of sympathy. Though not inherently bloodthirsty, he would only save others if it did not harm his own interests. If it required sacrificing himself? Sorry, he couldn't do that. The girl turned to her companion, hoping that their shared devotion to the same deity might prompt him to speak on her behalf. But the other turned her head away, unable to meet her gaze. Though the rules forbade attacking fellow believers. This is the fungal nest. No one needs to attack you, all they have to do is refuse to protect you, and you'll die here. Standing by while someone dies, that's allowed by the rules. In the livestream chat, the girl's deity couldn't help but send a comment, complaining. You're dying soon anyway, might as well maximize your value. What's there to hesitate about? It's not like you'll truly die, just lose half your lifespan. Other devotees' deities chimed in. Exactly. She only loses half her lifespan, but the rest of us lose precious monster killing time. Hurry up and get on the altar. Useless people just love wasting time. She enjoyed the benefits of group hunting earlier, but now she doesn't want to contribute back? Nothing comes for free. Chapter 146, The Renegade. The Fungus Nest. All right. The girl took a deep breath, knowing she had no choice. With solemn resolve, she began walking toward the altar. The moment she stepped into the sacrificial array, the hexagram instantly glowed with an eerie black light. In the next instant, the girl's vitality began to wither away. Her skin grew dry and shriveled, resembling a withered tree branch. She let out a piercing scream, her lips moving in a constant murmur of prayer. Great One, please protect me. Upon the altar, a bizarre cocoon materialized. Lu Ming and the others watched the scene unfold, a chill creeping into their hearts as they instinctively took a step back. They never imagined that the sacrifice would indeed summon calamity. Quick, see what's inside the cocoon, someone urged. The girl nodded, her face grim as she reached out, touching the cocoon with extreme caution. The hexagram-patterned cocoon slowly began to crack open, revealing its true form. It was a white insect cocoon. None present had ever seen such a white insect cocoon, and none knew what creature lay within. In the next instant, a pillar of light suddenly shot forth, completely enveloping the girl. The girl vanished within the beam of light. Where did she go? Lu Ming stared at the empty altar, a chill creeping into his heart. The others shared his terror. They never imagined a living person could vanish like that. At that moment, the white cocoon slowly began to hatch, revealing its true form. It was a white maggot. This white maggot was about 2 inches long, pure white all over. 2 wings sprouted from its sides. Hexagram patterns adorned the wings. The moment the maggot emerged from the cocoon, it fixed its gaze upon the crowd. Lu Ming watched the scene unfold, a chill running down his spine. It couldn't be. The next moment, the white maggot lunged toward the group. Its white body traced an eerie trajectory through the air, striking toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed as he tried to dodge, only to discover with horror that his body was frozen in place. He felt like a marionette, utterly unable to move. Lu Ming. Li Changxing's eyebrows shot up. He clearly saw white threads trailing from Lu Ming's back. He drew his bow instantly. The arrow flashed with golden light as he released a streaking gold arrow. The arrow streaked through the air like a meteor tearing across the sky.
It aimed straight for the white maggot's head. But the white maggot's speed was equally bizarre. Its body flickered, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, it materialized above Lu Ming's head, burrowing directly into his body. Ah! Lu Ming let out a piercing scream. He tried to dig the white maggot out, but his body wouldn't move. Lu Ming let out a pained scream as his body began to be controlled by white threads, moving like a marionette toward the altar. Chiefly, save me. Lu Ming's face drained of color. He never imagined maggots could control a person's body. The others, witnessing this, immediately attacked. Arrows, blades, sword chi, all struck at the white maggot. Yet these attacks proved utterly useless against the white maggots. They couldn't even scratch the white maggot. The maggots seemed to be devouring their original energy. What the hell is this thing? Yi Wuming's expression turned grim as he swung his sword. The power of the dark star coalesced into a storm of blades, completely engulfing the white maggot. Witnessing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, they watched in horror as the white maggot, reduced to dust, began to coalesce once more. It transformed into a thread-like substance, manipulating Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression twisted in agony as he felt his body slipping from his control. His vision blurred, obscuring his surroundings. Dragged along by the white threads, he stumbled step by step toward the altar. Ah! Lu Ming let out an agonized scream. The white threads sliced through his limbs, forcibly tearing his body apart to form a six-pointed star sacrifice. In the next instant, the hexagram altar emitted an eerie, ghostly glow. Just as everyone grew wary, they felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over them. Li Changxing instinctively sensed danger, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the hexagram altar. Suddenly, he saw the word devotion blur, replaced by betrayal. Li Changxing realized with a jolt. This was an altar of betrayal. Only those who renounced the divine could activate it. Failure to offer the correct sacrifice would result in being devoured by these maggots. But they were all fanatical devotees of the deity. How could they betray it? Unless... Li Changxing looked at the others and said solemnly, "This altar demands a sacrifice who has betrayed the deity. Otherwise, we will all die." The others froze. "Sir, what exactly are you implying?" Li Changxing replied earnestly, "We have only one choice now, to worship Fang Xiang. Only by worshipping Fang Xiang can you survive." What? Their expressions darkened instantly. As devout believers, how could they betray their revered deity simply because Li Changxing said so? Yi Wuming gazed at the hexagram rune on the altar, where 1/10 of it had already lit up. He murmured, "Time is running out. At this rate of rune illumination, you only have 10 minutes. Hearing this, the crowd in the livestream erupted into a torrent of curses. FCK. At %. Stealing my fanatics right out from under me, got no shame? I'll F King kill you. Hashtag at %. This must be a lie fabricated by Li Changxing and his crew to snatch followers. Fanatics aren't so easily swayed. Li Changxing must be dreaming. No wonder Li Changxing and his crew were being so nice. Turns out they were just trying to steal our followers. This Fang Xiang is ruthless. Stealing even our followers. No wonder he has 20 fanatics. However, some sensed something was amiss. Li Changxing does have a point. The words on the altar changed. They really do spell betrayal. Perhaps it truly requires the followers to betray us. Why not give it a try? After all, it's not my followers being betrayed. You people love twisting others' good intentions into something malicious. I trust Fang Xiangjuan's character. He wouldn't resort to stealing followers. These words immediately drew furious condemnation from numerous deities. Damn it. So it doesn't matter if they betray you as long as they're not your followers, right? I'd rather see them die in the Guichu's secret realm than accept their betrayal. Think you can use Fang Xiangjuan as a stepping stone? No way. Fang Xiang village. Fang Xiang watched the endless bickering with a sigh. As if he cared about these professionals. It's not about the number of professionals, but their quality. A bunch of useless trash. Bringing them back to Fang Xiang village would only waste his resources training them. Of course, if they became his fanatical followers, that would be a different story. After all, fanatics could provide him with vast amounts of faith energy. Chapter 147, God Eater. The Fungal Nest. The group exchanged hesitant glances. To betray the revered deity, that is a grave sin. It would earn the scorn of all. Li Changxing's icy gaze swept over everyone present, like a bone-scraping blade shattering their marrow bit by bit. There is only one way now. Death, or a more powerful deity to worship. Choose. No, someone gritted out. If you ask us to betray our deity, I'd rather die right now. Swish. The man drew his blade and slashed across his own throat, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Li Changxing showed no surprise. The faith of fanatics was not so easily swayed. Even death. If it were him, he would only act with greater resolve. And you? Li Changxing turned to the others, his tone gentle yet firm. If you choose death, I won't stand in your way. But consider your deities. You're merely exercising a bit of flexibility in your faith. It's not as if you can't return to your original beliefs. Once you earn higher points, you can return to worshipping your revered deity. That's the most cost-effective approach. I believe your revered deities will forgive you, even take pride in your actions. Li Changqing's voice carried a powerful persuasive force. Some were already wavering. Yes. It's only a temporary betrayal. If the revered god knew I was doing this to boost his ranking, he'd surely be moved. Fine. I choose to betray my faith in the revered deity and worship Fang Xiang instead. Though he claimed to worship Fang Xiang, his devotion level remained at 0. He wasn't even a casual believer. He'd never even seen Fang Xiangjuan's statue, just heard the name. For deities who have awakened their divine names, knowing the name might be enough to inspire faith. But, unfortunately, Fang Xiang was not. By choosing to abandon his faith, the man's devotion to his former deity instantly plummeted to 0. Please. Li Changqing pointed at the believer, elegant and composed. Now, we're counting on you. Savior. Savior? Is he talking about me? So I'm that powerful, huh? Even this powerful figure is hailing me as the savior. I'm really something. A flicker of vanity-satisfied pleasure flickered in the man's eyes. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, his revered deity had already started cursing. FK this. FK. So easily duped, betraying your own faith, you deserve to die. Other deities gloated silently, but none spoke. After all, with this new addition, the altar could finally be activated. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang gazed at the man inside softly. When birds grow big, they end up in all sorts of forests. This world never lacks for idiots. Perhaps everyone is a fool, but no one admits they're one. Within the fungal nest. The moment that man stepped onto the altar, an abyssal darkness engulfed everyone. By the time they regained their senses, they had already appeared outside. Where is this? Lu Ming gazed at the familiar surroundings, his expression dazed. Wasn't I controlled by maggots? How did I get out? The others were equally bewildered. Just as bewilderment gripped them, a maniacal laugh shattered the silence, snapping everyone back to reality. Ha 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 ha. I've succeeded. I've succeeded. The speaker was none other than the man from earlier. 2 eerie, mystical runes appeared within his pupils. Upon seeing these symbols, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Though they couldn't explain why, their instincts screamed that these symbols were terrifying. Absolutely no one should approach. Meanwhile, the livestream erupted into chaos. Comments flooded the screen. This is the god-devouring rune and the madness rune? I've read about these in ancient texts, legacy only attainable by god-devourers. This guy actually became a god-devourer? Damn it! This altar was left by a god-devourer, no wonder it requires a traitor. We must eliminate the god-devourer immediately. If he grows stronger, it'll be deadly. Damn it! How did I get so unlucky? My follower turned into a god-devourer. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang never imagined this altar would harbor such terrifying power. God-eaters, a group of mortals dedicated to opposing and devouring deities. Though they possess mortal bodies, their unique runes grant them extraordinary combat prowess. Once they devour a deity, their combat prowess skyrockets, and they may even awaken new runes. Each rune grants these god-devourers immense bonuses. For instance, the Devourer rune could suppress devoured divine power, drastically weakening a deity's combat strength. The Delirium rune, meanwhile, plunges the devourer into a frenzied state. Though they lose touch with reality, their combat prowess skyrockets. They become immune to the suppression of divine auras and impervious to the illusions and supernatural abilities of deities. I never expected to encounter a god-eater here. But, since he's no longer a believer, is it acceptable to kill him? Fang Xiang was tempted to order Li Changqing and Yi Wuming to eliminate the enemy. But, since they were in the Guichu's secret realm, unless they had special artifacts, there was no way to communicate with the enemy. The fungal nest. Li Changqing and Yi Wuming stared intently at the figure before them, their eyes brimming with caution. The enemy was a god-eater. Moreover, upon becoming a god-devourer, their class instantly transformed into the god-devourer class, granting them skills unique to this class. What's more, whatever they encountered caused their level to skyrocket to 20. The man seemed to sense the hostility from Li Changqing and Yi Wuming, his eyes growing eerily cold. Thanks to you two, I was able to break free from my seal and possess this body. Possessed? Who are you? Li Changqing gripped his great bow, drawing out the phantom light arrow. The man replied indifferently, my name is Gu Chang'e. Will you follow me to slay all the evil gods and restore this world to its rightful order? Gu Chang'e? Li Changqing's gaze remained unruffled. The man was indeed formidable. But as a weapon specifically designed to combat gods, those runes held little sway over them mortals. If it came to a fight, with him and Yi Wuming joining forces, victory was far from impossible. You are indeed formidable, matching Yi Wuming and myself in strength. Li Changqing drew his great bow, his aura fierce. But, if we join forces, we may well prove your match. Gu Chang'e responded with a dismissive sneer. Chiefly, I apologize. I was under his control earlier, a weak voice echoed. This is his skill, puppet art. It can manipulate both body and mind. He could kill you both with a single thought. So don't bother fighting, you stand no chance. The speaker was none other than Lu Ming. The white maggots from earlier weren't maggots at all, they were puppets. Now he was being controlled by this puppet. And it wasn't just him. The others were in the same predicament. Chapter 148, Collapse of the Rules. Only Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming were too powerful for the puppets to control. A sinister gleam flickered in Gu Chang's eyes. Now, I offer you one final chance. Will you choose to follow me? His voice seemed to carry some strange power, compelling others to submit involuntarily. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the livestream felt a wave of unease and tension wash over them. This Gu Changga is so powerful, he's actually controlling all our followers. FCK. Are our followers getting wiped out? No way around it, he's a god-eater. Even though he just took over a body and hasn't regained his full power yet, he's still not someone ordinary practitioners can fight. Only high-level special practitioners stand a chance. Holy! What the hell is this guy? He's even mastered puppet arts. Damn Gu Changga. If you're so tough, fight us one-on-one. Preying on our followers? That's no real skill. Dude, don't even think about it. He wields a divine-specific weapon. If it comes to blows, unless you're a high-level wild god, you'll likely get devoured. Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming are powerful, but defeating the god devourer is practically impossible. Sigh. Who knew the Guishu's secret realm was this terrifying? Terrifying? I see Taiyi's Chufeng slaughtering everyone left and right with zero pressure. Oomph. Look at the weaklings Chufeng is slaughtering first. Exactly. Li Changsheng and his crew are facing an 18th tier Rustblood Bone Demon and a 20th tier God Eater. How is that any different from Yanlong fighting the Ultimate Emperor or Tyson taking on Taro? Within the Abyssal Realm. Sorry, I refuse. Li Changsheng didn't hesitate for a second, he just fired his arrow. Since the opponent dared to attack his followers, killing him wouldn't be restricted by the rules. This was tacitly permitted by the rules. The phantom light arrow, carrying the power of thunderous dawn, shot forth. Clang! The clang of metal striking metal echoed as the god devourer Gu Changga drew a crimson god-slaying sword, colliding fiercely with the phantom light arrow. The collision of two divine artifacts unleashed terrifying might. Layers of primal force rippled outward, causing the entire space to violently tremble, sending sand and stones flying. Oomph! God devourer Gu Changga grunted, his form retreating swiftly. His gaze grew icy as he fixed it on Li Changsheng. I never expected you to block my strike. He clearly hadn't anticipated that, even after reincarnating through soul stealing, he would find himself slightly suppressed by his opponent. Li Changsheng's expression grew grave. That arrow had taken its toll on him too. His opponent was formidable. However, just as Gu Changga focused his attention on Li Changsheng, Yi Wuming struck. Yi Wuming's pupils split apart, transforming into double pupils. The dark star dragon wings on his back suddenly trembled, blade storm. Holding the phantom light sword, Yi Wuming shot forward like a meteor. His speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he materialized directly before Gu Changga. Ha! Gu Changga's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this seemingly unremarkable man to possess such formidable strength. He scrambled backward, attempting to evade. But in the next instant, the pitch-black blade storm completely engulfed him. Clang! The Godslayer's sword erupted with a blinding crimson glow, shattering the blade storm. Though he had blocked the blade tempest, Gu Changga discovered to his horror that he had been wounded. His palm split open, bleeding crimson. Who the hell are you? Gu Changga's gaze turned icy cold. This Yi Wuming, the power surging within him, was none other than the forbidden power, the power of the Dark Star. Moreover, he sensed the aura of the Dragon Clan emanating from Yi Wuming. The Dark Star Dragon, a terrifyingly forbidden presence within the Guishu's secret realm. It's none of your business who I am. Yi Wuming's expression remained impassive. His form flickered as he lunged toward Gu Changga once more. He unleashed the blade storm once more. Li Changsheng responded with perfect coordination, immediately launching his own counterattack. The Thunderclap Dawnbreaker arrow shot forth once more. The combined might of the Dark Star's power and the Thunderclap Dawn arrow unleashed a terrifying force. With a single strike, Gu Changga's palm was shattered and the God of Slaughter sword slipped from his grasp, flying away. Impossible. Gu Changga's expression twisted in shock. A sinister gleam flashed in his pupils as his gaze sharpened like blades, puppet technique. In the next instant, white threads erupted from behind him, lashing out like whips toward Yi Wuming. Watch out! Li Changsheng's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly drew his grapebout of full draw and roared, celestial wolf tracking arrow. He drew the bowstring taut as a full moon, and the arrow shot forth in the next instant. A metallic whistling sound roared forth like a storm. A golden sword beam streaked across the sky, transforming into a celestial wolf that collided directly with the puppetry threads. Boom! The golden sword beam exploded, unleashing a terrifying storm of primal energy that sent towering shockwaves surging through the air. You're asking for death. Gu Changga's face twisted into a savage grimace. He never imagined anyone would dare act so brazenly in his presence. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a white maggot puppet. The puppet technique activated, attempting to seize control of Li Changsheng's arm. Yi Wuming shielded Li Changsheng, his eyes blazing. Mad sword breath, 7-star slash. He unleashed the 7-star slash to its ultimate limit, erupting with terrifying primal energy fluctuations. Sword blade storms erupted, completely engulfing the white maggot puppet. Damn it! Gu Changa's gaze turned icy cold. He never imagined he'd be pushed to such extremes by two mere mortals. Gu Changa could only manipulate Lu Ming and the others, attempting to form a protective shield to shield himself from harm. Alas, a cold, vast voice simultaneously echoed in Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming's ears. Defeat the god devourer Gu Changa to obtain special items and skills. During this time, rules may be temporarily disregarded. Hearing this, Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming exchanged a glance. No words were needed. Li Changsheng roared, Gu Changa, is hiding behind the weak all you've got? Gu Changa snorted coldly, the victor writes history. The means are irrelevant, only the end matters. He manipulated Lu Ming and the others, aiming to exhaust Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng's original force. The moment they showed the slightest opening would be his chance to strike back. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison. This Gu Changa is too treacherous, using believers as shields. How did Gu Changa know this rule? Could it be he hunted believers long ago? The rule prevents Li Changsheng and the others from harming the followers. This is dangerous. You have to admit, Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming are incredibly powerful. Too bad the rules are holding them back, they're doomed to fail. Watching the audience's pessimistic comments, Fang Xiang remained unperturbed. He believed in the strength of his followers. After all, Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng had absorbed immense amounts of his energy. The abyssal secret realm. The white maggots swarming behind Gu Changa stirred slightly, urging Lu Ming and the others to charge forward. But, at that very moment, Yi Wuming's gaze turned utterly cold. The aura emanating from his body turned savage and frenzied. Supreme Sovereign Power. Chapter 149, The Azura King's Arena. The Supreme's voice reverberated across the heavens and earth, transforming into a terrifying storm that completely engulfed everyone. Boom! Lu Ming and the others felt the world spinning violently, as if their very souls trembled. Crushed by an overwhelming pressure, they could only submit. At that moment, the threads binding them were also suppressed. The maggot puppets behind them strained to pull the threads, their bodies creaking and groaning under the unbearable strain. Gu Changa was stunned. Could Yi Wuming actually possess such a technique? His expression instantly darkened. The Supreme Zongtong? Who exactly are you? Yi Wuming's gaze remained cold and indifferent. He offered no reply, instead launching forward like a meteor. He pushed the power of the Dark Star to its absolute limit, causing the Phantom Light Sword to erupt with dazzling brilliance. Shatter the form with a single strike. Boom! The Phantom Light Sword sliced cleanly through space, silently annihilating the 10,000 phenomena overlay. Gu Changa sensed only a terrifying wave of danger approaching. Swiftly, he made a resolute decision. A sinister glow flickered in his eyes, madness rune. In the next instant, a frenzied surge of primal energy erupted from Gu Changa's body. His pupils blazed crimson, his hair aflame like fire. Boom! The force fluctuations radiating from Gu Changa were so terrifying they completely blasted Lu Ming and the others away. In the next instant, he beckoned with his hand, and the Godslayer sword shot skyward. Fiery crimson flames erupted from the Godslayer sword, coalescing into a colossal blade of light that collided violently with the Phantom Light Sword. Boom! The collision of the two divine blades unleashed a terrifying force storm. The Phantom Light Sword was sent flying, while cracks began to appear on Yi Wuming's body. Gu Changa retreated swiftly, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough. Cough cough cough. The god devourer Gu Changa's gaze turned icy cold, truly worthy of the titled Dark Star Dragon. Your strength is formidable indeed. Gu Changa's breath was ragged as he prepared to steady himself and charge at Yi Wuming once more. But at that very moment, Li Changsheng seized the perfect opening and struck. Celestial Wolf's Fatal Arrow. Li Changsheng drew his great bow to a full moon, drawing forth the Phantom Light Arrow, Celestial Wolf's Fatal Pursuit. Boom! The Phantom Light Arrow shot forth, transforming into a celestial wolf that tore through the void. Gu Changa's face twisted in fury as he hastily countered, damn it! Boom! The Godslayer's sword collided with the Phantom Light Sword, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Snap! Gu Changa sliced through the afterimage of the Phantom Light Sword, only to be struck in the heart by its physical form. Cough! Cough cough! Staggering backward, Gu Changa's eyes darkened. Li Changsheng! Yi Wuming! He never imagined he'd be driven to such a desperate situation by these two. The God-devouring rune and the madness rune were his trump cards. Now, forced to unleash both, he still couldn't match his opponents. Cough cough cough. Gu Changa tried to resist, but Li Changsheng had already unleashed a volley of arrows. 9 divine arrows instantly pierced his vital points. Yi Wuming delivered the finishing blow, slicing off his head and gouging out his eyes. The Dark Star's touch swung wildly, feasting with relish. Gu Changa growled weakly, release me, or the God Devourer's alliance will never let you go. The moment you kill me, the White Knight curse will stain your very being. The God Eaters Alliance will hunt you down without fail, obliterating both you and the revered deity behind you. Yi Wuming remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Soon, Gu Chang'e was devoured clean by Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming licked his crimson lips. Burp. Not a single scrap left. This time, she probably won't resurrect, right? After slaying Gu Chang'e, both gained massive amounts of experience points. Yi Wuming leveled up to 18, while Li Changqing advanced to 16. Moreover, after devouring Gu Chang'e, Yi Wuming had actually acquired her skills. 2 runes now glowed brilliantly upon Yi Wuming's dual pupils, radiating an ancient, solemn black radiance. These are the Devouring God rune and the Madness rune? Yi Wuming's pupils contracted sharply as shock and disbelief flooded his mind. I never imagined that after devouring her, I could actually obtain these 2 runes. Is this due to the Azura King's arena, or because these runes cannot be erased? But these can only be used by a god devourer. Even if I possess them, I can't wield them, yet I could pass them to Fang Xiang. With Fang Xiang's strength, he should be able to gain something from them. Watching Yi Wuming devour Gu Chang'e whole, leaving nothing behind, the viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned. Wait, which one of you is the God Eater? This Yi Wuming is terrifying, he actually devoured the God Eater. Li Changqing and Yi Wuming are like a volcano roasting a heifer, damn impressive. Damn, I envy Fang Xiang for having such a powerful follower. Yeah. If we ever encounter a God Eater, having such a powerful devotee by our side could help us fight back. Dark Star Dragon, that name sounds so familiar. I found it. There's a description of this item in the mall. No purchase access, but the price is listed. Holy. It's worth 100 million faith points and 1 million divine power? The Dark Star Dragon, a fusion of forbidden power and dragon bloodline. It requires dual pupils to neutralize and balance both forces to complete. Fang Xiang's luck is beyond belief. Dark Star Power, Dragon Bloodline, dual pupils, he's managed to acquire them all. Ugh. That potion was mine. Sold it to him at a bargain because the success rate was terrifyingly low. I figured it was useless. Never imagined it could create such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Damn it. I sold him the sub-dragon blood. If I'd known, I'd have kept it for myself. Regretting it now won't help. Without the dual pupils to balance the forces, this effect would be impossible. Plus, that Dark Star potion has an absurdly low success rate. And the dragon blood carries the risk of assimilating the user. The most crucial point is that to perfectly fuse these 3 powers, you'd need to invest a massive amount of divine blessings. Do you even have that much divine power? That's true. Fang Xiang has ample divine power because he has 20 fanatical followers. If we go up there, we'll probably get drained dry. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang watched the livestream comments, surprised by the immense value of this Dark Star Dragon. However, what truly stirred a flicker of excitement within him was he had clearly seen Yi Wuming pocket both runes of the God Devourer. Once Yi Wuming brought these back, he would study them thoroughly. He should be able to devise a countermeasure against the God Devourer. After all, the God Devourer was terrifying. As a weapon forged against gods, it possessed an innate counter to divine power. While its suppression of his chaos divine power was not pronounced, it was always wise to be prepared. Moreover, if he could gain new divine abilities from these 2 runes, that would be a welcome bonus. The Abyssal Secret Realm. After the God Eater Gu Chang'e was utterly annihilated, Yi Wuming and Li Changqing's points skyrocketed by 3,000. Yi Wuming and Li Changqing's rankings instantly shot to 1st and 2nd place respectively. The news stunned many high-level players, who flooded the chat with discussions. No way. What did Yi Wuming and Li Changqing do? How did they surpass the Jinyan, that legendary beast from the classic of mountains and seas? The nightmare earned its points by hunting the Fear King. How did these 2 beat it? You know nothing. The Fear King is powerful, but it's still no match for the God Devourer. You're not suggesting Li Changqing and Yi Wuming actually killed the God Eater, are you? Now you're just making stuff up? If you don't believe me, check the livestream replay, someone already uploaded it to the chat. Holy crap. It's actually true. Whose followers are this insane? Fang Xiang? The top-ranked follower? He's got some serious skills. Is this guy aiming for the double crown? Biming Village. Watching Yi Wuming and Li Changqing's livestream, the entire statue of Fang Xiang trembled slightly. This Fang Xiang is truly formidable to have cultivated followers of such power. The Dark Star Dragon. I wonder if it could stand against my shadow assassin. Ever since Chu Feng inherited the Underworld King's legacy, he'd been holding back one ultimate weapon. If battle truly erupted, who could predict the outcome? However, within this Guichu's secret realm, followers couldn't attack each other, only the one who slayed the most monsters would prevail. In Chu Feng's livestream, a mountain of monster corpses had already piled up. Chapter 150, Storming the Sand Sea. The 3 believers dispatched by the Northern Abyss sect were all formidable fighters, operating with exceptional synergy and efficiency. The other followers accompanying them served as scouts. After all, the Guichu's secret realm teemed with powerful monsters. Even specialized classes like shadow assassins couldn't act recklessly. The Guishu's secret realm. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming's ears. Hunt of the God Devourer completed. Rewards distribution initiated. 2 items slowly materialized before Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. Before Li Changshan lay a talisman, while before Yi Wuming rested a jade-like fingerbone. The two hurriedly examined the descriptions of these items. Item, Blessing Talisman. Quality, high-grade special ritual artifact, Tier 1. Effect, enables communication with revered deities regardless of distance, invoking divine blessings. Usage, infuse with a drop of vital blood to fuse with the talisman. Usable 3 times daily. Note, transcribed from a stone inscription casually carved by an unmentionable entity. Item, Divine Incarnation Relic. Quality, first-tier superior special ritual artifact. Effect, communicate with deities regardless of distance to complete divine descent. Usage, drip essence blood into it, fuse with it, and use up to 3 times daily. Note, divine bones toyed with for millennia by a forbidden entity. Though the Great Way has been eroded by time, the possibility of its radiance returning still exists. Upon seeing the effects of these 2 items, Li Changshang and Yi Wuming's eyes lit up with excitement. With these 2 items, wouldn't they be able to communicate with Lord Fang Xiang and receive his divine blessings? Li Changsheng swiftly produced the talisman and dripped his essence blood onto it. In the next instant, the talisman merged with Li Changsheng. After infusing his essence blood and merging with it, the patterns on the talisman transformed into an enigmatic divine rune, imprinting itself upon the gate of Li Changsheng's Alaya consciousness. Li Changsheng fought the urge to contact Fang Xiang. This artifact could only be used 3 times per day. Naturally, it must be reserved for the most critical moments. Yi Wuming followed suit, also integrating the divine descent finger bone into his body. The divine descent finger bone slowly merged into the bone of his index finger, appearing outwardly unchanged. But the instant Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming integrated the artifact, Fang Xiang suddenly realized his map had acquired information about the Guishu's secret realm. Fang Xiang's heart leapt with joy. He never imagined the blessing talisman and divine descent finger bone would have such an effect. It was an unexpected delight. With the map, Li Changsheng and the others wouldn't have to wander around like headless flies anymore. However, the fact that they could only communicate with the other party 3 times a day required careful consideration. Naturally, the viewers in the livestream witnessed the 2 acquiring these special artifacts. Yet, they remained unaware of the item's true power. Yet, one by one, they were filled with envy and resentment. After all, such items were definitely no ordinary trinkets. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and the others, rescued by Yi Wuming, showed relief at having survived the ordeal. Hanging with the big shots sure was a blast. Surviving an encounter with a monster like the God Eater. Still, it was a shame none of them had managed to get an assist just now. After all, to get an assist, you have to actually make a move. Even if you didn't deal any damage. They did intervene just now, but they intervened against Li Changsheng and his crew. So it was only natural they didn't get assists. Thank you both for saving my life. Lu Ming expressed his sincere gratitude. Yi Wuming replied coldly, "You're welcome. But the road ahead won't be easy. Are you sure you still want to follow us?" Lu Ming nodded hastily. Yes. We definitely intend to follow. Without Li Changsheng and his group, who knew what might happen? At that moment, Lu Ming glanced toward the corpse of the God Devourer and was horrified to discover it had been completely devoured. His heart filled with dread. Wait, sir, you actually ate him? Lu Ming stared at Yi Wuming in disbelief. Yi Wuming snorted coldly. Not eat him? Then let him come back to life? Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. But? Yi Wuming's gaze turned icy. But what? Lu Ming took a step back in fright. And nothing. Li Changsheng spoke calmly, "It's time to depart." His gaze swept over the world beyond the fungal nest, his dark eyes reflecting the amber-hued setting sun. It was a vast, boundless desert. Yellow sands swirled endlessly toward the sky, like golden scales covering the earth, shimmering with radiant light. The sun sank into the darkness, melting crimson radiance into the sand and gravel, like amber-colored cream, dazzling and extraordinarily magnificent. Yi Wuming nodded and led the way forward. Lu Ming and the others hurried to follow. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang studied the map, seeking out the hidden information of this world. A line of information popped up on the map interface. Location, western region of the Guishu's secret realm, raging sand sea, extremely dangerous. Explorable treasures nearby, 4 kilometers east lies Dragon's Blood Amber, sealed with the essence of a true dragon. Boss, Desert Viper, west of the shifting sands dwells a creature resembling an inverted cauldron, with 8 legs and 2 eyes. A mirage arches over its back. This is the Desert Viper. When encountering humans, it spews sand to create barriers, feeds on blood, and emits a sound like camel bells shattering across the Gobi. According to fragments of the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, at night, a radiance like a palace tower appeared. Disciple Bianji went to investigate and vanished without a trace. The next morning, severed limbs were found in the sand, blood drained, bones bleached white, as if scorched by fire. Weakness possesses an unimaginable obsession with the purity of young maidens, obliterating all impurities while protecting those deemed sacred. Fang Xiang's interest was instantly piqued upon seeing the artifact's name. This is a superb artifact for refining weapons and alchemical elixirs. If he could obtain it, it would greatly benefit Fang Xiang village's future development. After all, it was the blood of a true dragon. Infusing it into the Azure Dragon's 7 constellations rune might unlock even more divine powers. Moreover, the dragon blood amber itself could be used for forging artifacts and refining elixirs. Fang Xiang immediately initiated contact with Li Changqing through a blessing talisman, travel 4 kilometers eastward to hunt the desert viper with the perfect jade. The blessing talisman allowed Li Changqing to contact Fang Xiang proactively. Fang Xiang could naturally reach out to Li Changqing as well. However, the total number of contacts per day was strictly limited to 3. Li Changqing halted his westward stride, scanning the group with a solemn voice. Who possesses the perfect body? The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Li Changqing's meaning. Could he be planning to recreate that scene from the desert? Though puzzled, they complied. A girl stepped forward, timidly saying, I am. Li Changqing gave a slight nod. Follow me closely. Don't fall behind. Yes. The girl stole a glance at Li Changqing's handsome face. His starry eyes shone like bright constellations, his nose bridge carved from jade, truly radiant as the sun and moon entering one's embrace, solemn as the wind beneath a pine tree. Crucially, he possessed formidable strength. If she were to, well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. A thought seemed to cross the girl's mind, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Li Changqing paid no heed to her thoughts, bellowing, eastward. Though the others didn't know why Li Changqing had suddenly changed direction, since it was his command, they didn't question it. They had traveled about 4 li. Suddenly, the sound of camel bells echoed through the air. In an instant, a violent gale erupted, tearing apart the clouds like shredded cotton. Amidst flying sand and stones, the very sky and earth seemed to change color, as if 1,000 horsemen were charging past. The black sandstorm roared across the heavens, startling a few cold crows from their perches and sweeping away the last wisp of solitary smoke. As far as the eye could see, sand dunes rolled like waves, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. They resembled a colossal serpent lying coiled, swallowing clouds and spewing mist. Its majestic presence shook the very soul. What's going on? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Had Li Changqing not insisted on this route, they might never have encountered such a terrifying natural disaster. Yet he dared not voice a single complaint, merely muttering curses under his breath. Li Changqing's gaze turned icy cold. The desert serpent has arrived. At his words, everyone turned their heads in alarm. Amidst the swirling sand, a shadowy figure loomed, faintly visible yet immense like a mountain spanning the horizon. The young girl stared in shock. What is that thing? Li Changqing's voice was grave. Don't panic. Stay close to me. All right. The girl forced back her fear. But it looks incredibly powerful. Yi Wuming replied coldly, it is indeed formidable. But I'll distract it shortly. You must seize the moment to kill it. Her eyes lit up. Will that really work? Lu Ming and the others all looked hesitant. No matter how they looked at it, this MO was far beyond what ordinary practitioners like them could handle. Just then, a torrent of black sand surged forward. Chapter 151, Dragon Blood Amber. Yi Wuming stomped forward violently, raising the 7-fold blazing heaven shield before him. Brilliant divine patterns glowed across its surface. Boom! Yi Wuming's body shook violently. The weight of the 7-fold blazing heaven was instantly crushed beneath the onslaught. The sand beneath his feet exploded, sending a torrent of sand flying in all directions. His arms suddenly sank, unable to withstand the opponent's immense force. He staggered backward, the sand dune beneath his feet collapsing completely. Lu Ming and the others recoiled in terror, staring in utter horror at the terrifying scene before them. Yi Wuming's pupils contracted slightly. What immense power! The young girl was frozen in terror. If even this formidable Yi Wuming couldn't defeat this monster, just how terrifying was this thing? Thank Yi Wuming for blocking it, otherwise, they'd all be dead. But to the viewers watching the livestream, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. Is that shield a divine artifact? How many divine artifacts did Fang Xiang give them? Yi Wuming wields 2 mid-tier first-rank divine artifacts, while Li Changqing is even more outrageous, a whole quiver of divine arrows, including several mid-tier first-rank ones. So overpowered. Big shot Fang Xiang, I'm humbly begging for your patronage. I can be salty or sweet, whichever you prefer. The guy above is just a cheapskate. Don't listen to him, boss. I'm the real deal. A bunch of hypocrites. Look at me, boss, this little sister is the most sensible and obedient. You're all gods now, without even human forms. Boss, why stick so rigidly to gender roles? If you'd adopt me, I'd trade all the divine power of the old man next door. Fang Xiang stared at these private messages flooding his inbox, utterly speechless. The later messages grew increasingly absurd. As for taking on subordinate deities, he had no such plans at the moment.
After all, he hadn't encountered a suitable candidate. They were too weak to offer any meaningful assistance.
His ascension ceremony didn't require many subordinate deities to assist either.
And stronger deities wouldn't submit to him as vassals.
The Abyssal Realm.
The desert serpent struck again, slamming violently into Yi Wuming's sevenfold blazing heavenly cover. In that instant, they beheld the monster's true form. Resembling an inverted bronze cauldron, it was covered in sand-colored carapace, with asphalt like black blood seeping from the cracks.
Its 8 legs resembled iron hooks, razor-sharp.
Its eyes were vertical slits, glowing with an eerie green light. Most terrifying were its 3-pronged beak-like mouthparts, which emitted a grinding sound like sand scraping against itself whenever they opened and closed. The creature seemed to harbor an intense loathing for Yi Wuming, unleashing a relentless barrage of black poisonous sand directly at him. Yi Wuming braced the sevenfold blazing heaven cover, completely blocking the poisonous sand.
Fortunately, the sevenfold blazing heaven cover was a divine artifact. Had it been a transcendent weapon, it likely would have been torn apart. Scratch! 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 The desert serpent let out a strange, furious hiss. Transparent membranous wings sprouted from the center of its carapace, unfurling abruptly. The membranes refracted illusory desert mirages. The group was bewitched by this illusion, unwittingly drifting toward the Mohu. Li Changxing's gaze turned icy as he drew his great bow. He grasped the phantom light arrow, channeling his original force into it. Dawnbreaker! Thunderclap!
Thunder reflected in Li Changxing's eyes as he drew the phantom light arrow taut across the bowstring.
Boom!
In an instant, thunder erupted, tearing a fissure in the heavens. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, merging with the phantom light arrow to form a thunderous divine arrow that tore through the air like a raging storm.
Mohui seemed to sense the impending danger, swiftly turning to shield itself with the membrane wings at the center of its carapace. Boom! Thunder erupted, and the membrane wings on Mohui's body were violently torn apart. The girl seemed to sense something, jolting awake in an instant.
Her eyes widened in terror as she scrambled backward, seeking refuge behind Li Changxiang. Though Li Changxing's phantom light arrow had pierced the creature's wings clean through, it had also enraged its opponent.
Mohu transformed into a black sandstorm, sweeping across the land like a tidal wave.
In an instant, the very sky and earth seemed to change color. Amidst the swirling sand, the girl glimpsed only a pair of terrifying vertical slit eyes and a 3-pronged beak. Li Changxing's voice was grave. Go.
Leave this to me.
Hearing this, the girl retreated hastily.
The desert serpent's speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance to Yi Wuming in the blink of an eye.
The sevenfold blazing heaven cover shielded him.
Boom!
Mohu collided with the sevenfold blazing heaven cover once more, crushing the shifting sands before Yi Wuming. Scratch, 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 scratch. It seemed enraged. Li Changxing's arrow had not inflicted significant damage upon it.
But in the very next instant, a sinister black glow suddenly flared within Yi Wuming's double pupils. Heavenly light ascension.
Yi Wuming's eyes reflected the starry river.
The black light within his double pupils transformed into a divine pattern.
Behind him, a black radiance slowly materialized.
The black light spread like a canopy, obscuring the sun.
A violent gale erupted, as if a pitch-black star had suddenly appeared in the heavens.
After his upgrade, Yi Wuming's combat prowess grew even more formidable. Mohu sensed the impending danger and immediately retreated.
But it was too late. The black light descended in an instant, coalescing into a pillar of darkness that enveloped him.
It let out a howl of agony.
Meanwhile, Li Changxiang had already drawn his great bow, drawing the phantom light arrow to a full moon.
Boom!
Thunder erupted, merging with the black pillar of light.
Countless fissures instantly erupted across the Mohu's body.
Yet, in the next instant, the black pillar of light vanished as if it had never existed.
Mohu cast a wary glance at Yi Wuming before transforming into a black sandstorm and vanishing into the raging tempest.
Yi Wuming said coldly, "Don't lose track of it." The girl nodded hastily.
Yes, yes.
Meanwhile, Lu Ming and the others remained uninvolved. After all, Li Changxiang and his group had subdued the enemy swiftly, rendering their intervention unnecessary. The truth was, they hadn't even had the chance to act.
Mohu's speed was too swift, leaving them no time to react. Li Changxing declared in a deep voice. This Mohu possesses a treasure. We absolutely cannot let it slip away.
With his eagle eye, he had just glimpsed a powerful force contained within the Mohu's body.
Yi Wuming nodded.
His dark star power surged with restless energy. It seemed that devouring the creature would bring him immense benefit.
But it's moving too fast, we might not catch up.
Yi Wuming gazed at the direction the desert viper fled, a hint of regret in his voice. Li Changxiang, however, smiled. He wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist and lifted her delicate, white chin.
Escape? It won't get away. Her ears flushed crimson, her cheeks blushing bright red.
Yet, her heart was filled with joy.
This scene thrilled the young girl's guardian spirit. Ha ha ha.
They say heroes can't resist a beauty's charms.
If she wins Li Changxing's favor, her ranking points in the Guishu's secret realm will skyrocket. The other spectators instantly erupted in curses. Booyah Billion! Using such despicable tactics, we are ashamed of you. Lord Fang Xiang, rebuke your follower. How dare she wallow in the lap of luxury? Fang Xiang watched the barrage of comments, his heart utterly still. He understood Li Changxing intended to use the other to lure Mo Hu. The abyssal secret realm. Sure enough, upon seeing Li Changxing groping the young girl, Mo Hu halted abruptly. He vanished into the sandy sea, silently closing in on Li Changxing.
Yi Wuming seemed to sense something, shielding himself with the sevenfold blazing heaven cover.
Mo Hu burst forth from the sand sea, its three-pronged beak slamming viciously against the sevenfold blazing heaven cover. His arms sank slightly, unable to withstand the immense force. He staggered backward, the sand dune beneath his feet collapsing completely. In that instant, Li Changxing released the girl, planted his feet in the yellow sand, and soared into the air. But in the very next instant, Yi Wuming planted his feet in the sand and charged forward once more. His sevenfold blazing heaven cover now shielded his front, colliding once more with the desert viper. Boom! Chapter 152, The Flying Leech. The sevenfold blazing heaven cover slammed into Mo Hu with such force that it actually made his body tremble. Yet Yi Wuming sensed his shield hadn't struck solid ground. Yi Wuming's combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. He immediately summoned the dark star dragon wings to soar into the sky, surveying the sea of sand from above. He saw Mo Hu had vanished into the shifting sands, slipping into invisibility. Yet, in the very next instant, Li Changxing drew his phantom light arrow and fired it toward Mo Hu's last known position. Celestial Wolf Pursuit. Boom! The phantom light arrow merged with a bolt of thunder, transforming into a thunder wolf that tore through the sandstorm. It became a divine arrow, piercing the heavens and earth, locking onto Mo Hu. The next instant, a crimson explosion erupted within the sea of sand, staining the shifting sands red with blood. Amidst the churning sand waves, Mo Hu's massive form was forcibly expelled from the sea of sand. Yi Wuming's gaze turned icy. Now! Gripping the phantom light sword, he roared, Sword Chi Resonance. 7-star slash. His eyes reflected the 7 stars as the phantom light sword became a blur, slashing down with devastating force. In an instant, the 7 stars' divine radiance erupted, their dazzling brilliance illuminating the heavens. The sevenfold blazing heaven cover instantly soared, hovering above the desert serpent's head. The next moment, 7 sword energies merged with the divine arrows, coalescing into a single 7-star divine sword. With a thunderous crash, it struck down. Mo Hu seemed to sense the danger and attempted to burrow into the quicksand, but the celestial wolf, formed from the phantom light arrows, had already locked it in place. It let out a shrill, piercing howl. Beneath it, the shifting sands suddenly erupted, transforming into countless poisonous grains that surged toward Li Changxing. Yet all this unfolded precisely as Li Changxing had anticipated. He had already prepared, sidestepping the poisonous sand. Instead, the poisonous sand surged toward the young girl. Her pupils contracted, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. As a sword-tier cultivator, she had no chance of evading the Mo Hu's attack. Yet, to her astonishment, the desert viper manipulated the poisoned sand to divert its attack. Its membrane wings spread wide, carefully shielding her beneath its body as it watched Li Changxing warily. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. A monster protecting a human? What kind of move was this? Only the viewers in the livestream seemed to grasp the truth. This Mo Hu, could it be protecting her virginity? Did Li Changxing use her as bait from the start? It's possible. Mo Hu moves incredibly fast without the bait, she'd have bolted long ago. Damn! I thought my followers found true love, but turns out it's just a jerk. How did Li Changxing find out about this? And he was originally heading west, but now he's traveling east. Could there be treasures in the east? How could that be? What makes Li Changxing think there's treasure here? Probably just a coincidence, right? The abyssal realm. Li Changxing watched Mo Hu shielding the girl beneath him, a hint of wicked, frenzied intent flickering in his eyes. Yi Wuming, strike. You must slay it. Yi Wuming nodded slowly. Understood. Shatter the illusion with a single strike. Yi Wuming's sword finger swept across the phantom light sword, causing the divine runes upon it to flare. Mo Hu seemed to sense the impending danger. Its three-pronged beak snapped open and closed, violently spewing a torrent of poisonous sand. The venomous sand streaked toward Yi Wuming at blinding speed, closing in before he could react. Yi Wuming's phantom light sword sliced through the sky, cleaving the poisoned sand in two. Unabated, the sword's momentum carried the fury of the dark star's power, severing the Mo Hu's wing. You think these petty tricks can stop me? The desert viper roared furiously, gathering another torrent of black poisoned sand within its three-pronged beak. Li Changxing's gaze turned icy as his bow drew taut in an instant. It's over. He aimed squarely at Mo Hui's head, the phantom light arrow poised to strike. Just as Mo Hui prepared to launch its next attack, Li Changxing released the bowstring. Boom!
Thunder erupted as the phantom light arrow, carrying devastating force, pierced through the Mo Hui's skull. Mo Hu thrashed in agony a few times before finally collapsing into the shifting sands. Even in its dying moments, it fixed its gaze on the girl. The girl, in turn, stared fixedly at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, in turn, stared intently at Mo Hui. This monster must possess an incredibly powerful treasure. Yi Wuming rushed forward impatiently, slicing open the desert viper's heart with a single sword strike. The blade pressed downward. Put! Black blood spurted out, and the blade scraped against the shell's cracks with a shrill, rusty sound. Yi Wuming extracted an amber-colored crystal from within, its surface shimmering with the phantom of a sandstorm. Within, a faint dragon's silhouette flickered. This is... Lu Ming's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. This was undoubtedly a treasure, containing unimaginably powerful energy. If he could devour and assimilate it, perhaps he too could rise to greatness. But that was merely a fleeting thought. He was a guardian, lacking in offensive prowess. Trying to snatch something from the hands of two powerhouses like Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming would be suicide. Others harbored similar intentions, yet wisely refrained from acting. Attacking others would violate the rules. The live chat exploded with comments. Dragon blood amber? This is actually dragon blood amber? Holy! What kind of goddamn luck did Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng have to find such a treasure? Lucky? I bet these two came here specifically for this. Otherwise, why would they act so out of character? I agree, but Li Changsheng suddenly changed course. Did something unexpected happen? No clue. Could it be some kind of prophecy ability? Fang Xiang village. Fang Xiang ignored the comments for now. Seeing Yi Wuming safely stow the dragon blood amber, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With him bringing back such treasures, this trip to the abyssal realm was nothing short of a massive haul. The dragon blood amber and the devourer rune, just these two alone, were a huge win. The abyssal realm. Yi Wuming turned to Li Changsheng with a bright smile. It was Lord Fang Xiang who gave you the divine decree to seek out this treasure, wasn't it? Li Changsheng gave a slight nod. That's correct. I just never imagined that such a treasure would be inside the Mo Hu's body. After slaying the Mo Hu, both their scores rose significantly. Still, they must press on. After all, maintaining their lead would prove challenging. Just as Li Changsheng prepared to lead the group eastward, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in every believer's ears. The reward battle is about to commence. Followers within the same small instance will be teleported to the frenzy battlefield to confront the boss. The one who lands the final blow will receive massive points and special items. Sansi spawn boss Nightmare Leech. Gravel suddenly began surging upward against the current. The phantom light arrows in Li Changsheng's quiver emitted a buzzing hum. He abruptly gripped the trembling bow, exclaiming in alarm, "Spatial anchor fluctuations." Yi Wuming's left pupil contracted sharply as his phantom light sword plunged into the sand to steady himself. His double pupils reflected the entire sand sea, warping countless black sand tornadoes rose from the horizon, crimson lightning splitting the darkened sky. The teleportation array is activating. Lu Ming screamed, clutching his weightless shield. Everything is being sucked into the array above. He soon lost his grip and was sucked in. Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming exchanged a glance, forcing themselves to steady their stance. The pull of this teleportation array wasn't overwhelming, it didn't seem to be forced. Others, unable to withstand the pull, vanished instantly. Only Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming remained. Li Changsheng said in a deep voice, "Since we haven't passed through, we should continue searching for opportunities. Points are valuable, but we can't overlook opportunities for treasures either. A place as splendid as the Guishu secret realm isn't something one can just stumble upon." And the thoughts of Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming were precisely in line with Fang Xiangjuan's intentions. It must be said that as devotees of Fang Xiang, these two had already been subtly influenced. Fang Xiang unfolded the map. He continued to scan the map, searching for treasures to add to his collection. Soon, he found his target. 7 kilometers east, the scales of the monstrous Taotai. Fang Xiang immediately emitted a divine sound, communicating with the prayer talisman, 7 kilometers east. Chapter 153, The Taotia's Divine Curse. Upon receiving the message, Li Changsheng immediately set off with Yi Wuming. Just as they were heading toward the Taotai divine curse scales, the believers in this region had already been transported to the domain of the Yin Haunting Leech. The domain of the Nightmare Leech was exceptionally sinister, its landscape carved by ghostly hands, eerily terrifying, with flickering ghostly flames. Lu Ming and the others gazed upon the dreadful sights, their expressions turning grim. It wasn't the eerie, sinister environment that troubled them, it was the absence of Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng. Where are the big shots? Lu Ming looked around frantically, demanding answers. The group exchanged bewildered glances. The young girl swallowed hard. They're not here, are they? Impossible. We were all teleported here. How could they not have come? Unless... Lu Ming seemed to grasp something, his face instantly turning ashen. We're done for. In the livestream chat, viewers watched in shock as Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming failed to appear in the territory of the Nightmare Leech. Why weren't Yi Wuming and the others teleported?
Is this teleportation not mandatory? It probably isn't mandatory otherwise, they definitely have been teleported.
I just saw Yu Woming and Li Changsheng still in their original spot, apparently planning to explore elsewhere.
No way. What the hell are they doing? Everyone's fighting the dragon and they're off jungling? Exactly. The Yen Yen Feihui territory must be worth tons of points and they're not even coming? Could it be they know they can't beat the nightmare and are just giving up, settling for second or third? Oh no, the followers in this area are generally weak. They won't get wiped by the nightmare leech, will they? It's possible. That nightmare leech is level 23. How could regular players possibly beat it? The boss's level seems to be tied to the strength of the followers in the area. In the zone where the Xinyan resides, the boss level is a staggering level 33. Meanwhile, in Chu Feng's area, the boss is only level 19, and Fang Yuan's is the same. What the hell is the point of playing then?
Without Li Changsheng and Yu Woming to carry us, the highest level among the rest is only 12.
Facing a level 23 Yen Yen Feiji, we'd get wiped in seconds. Tag Fang Xiang, boss. Hurry and get your followers into the boss area. Otherwise, our entire group will wipe. Yeah. I'm willing to offer some local specialties as tribute. Fang Xiang Village.
Many, fearing their followers would be slaughtered by the Nightmare Leech, privately messaged Fang Xiang, pleading for Li Changsheng and Yu Woming to re-enter the Nightmare Leech's territory.
Fang Xiang ignored them outright.
He had inspected the territory of the Nightmare Leech and found no treasures there. Compared to the scales of the Taotia Divine Fiend, they were far inferior. They were merely a few points he couldn't care less. After all, the top 3 positions were already firmly secured. After all, Jinyan's points were now rising at an astonishing rate. First place was a foregone conclusion. On the other hand, the treasures in the Whirlwind Sand Sea were plentiful indeed. Fang Xiang stared at the various treasures displayed on the map, drool practically dripping from his mouth if he had any. 9 kilometers south 9 departures Purple Fireseed Fire. North, 6 kilometers Fire offering 3-eyed Lotus. Southeast, 10 kilometers Phoenix Eye Bodhi. These were truly precious treasures. Once you leave the Guishu secret realm, obtaining these treasures again will be no easy feat.
Fang Xiang had a hunch, this Guishu secret realm wasn't just about earning points.
Its purpose was also to let players expand their influence and acquire vast resources.
Not only that, but also to eliminate the hidden threats lurking within the Guishu secret realm. Take the God Eaters, for instance.
As for the follower combat power rankings, they were merely a motivational tool. In the livestream chat, many who tagged Fang Xiang saw no response.
Those eager for drama quickly lost interest. Let's go.
Time to find another stream to watch. Heard Fang Yuan just unleashed his ultimate using the divine sword of carefree roaming forged by the Heaven Rewards Diligence Master, and he's actually holding his own against a level 19 monster.
Chu Feng's doing pretty well too, using the Shadow Realm to completely outmaneuver the boss. None of that matters, just child's play. The real show is over at Xinyan. A clash between monster kings? Absolutely thrilling. Ha ha ha. Today we're getting a real treat, like a small knife slicing a cow's butt. We're finally seeing some real awesomeness. Tai Village. Tai glanced at the viewership count in his follower Chu Feng's livestream, a mere 1,000 people. Meanwhile, Xinyan's had over 30,000. That's a gap of over 30 times. And that included many who tuned in specifically to see his follower. Otherwise, the numbers would be even lower.
There was no way around it. He kept switching back and forth between Xinyan's livestream and Chu Feng's livestream. After all, that Xinyan monster was simply too eye-catching.
Among a crowd of human followers, a mountain sea beast is bound to grab viewers' attention. What's more, this Xinyan is a formidable level 27 monster. It stands alone among the followers. But he couldn't help but wonder just who was the deity worshipped by such a formidable creature. He did have a target in mind. That would be Heaven Rewards Diligence. This individual was far too mysterious. There was almost no substantive information about him in the chat area. Beyond knowing he possesses a vast collection of divine artifacts, there's scarcely any other information. Crucially, despite being such a powerful deity, no one knew his true name. But that doesn't mean his followers will be weak. They might be exceptionally strong. We must find a way to uncover the true name of Heaven Rewards Diligence and forge a deeper alliance with him. Who would ever complain about having too many divine artifacts? Moreover, different divine artifacts yield different effects. The Abyssal Realm. The domain of the shadow-haunted leech. Amidst the horrified stares of Lu Ming and the others, a river of blood surged down from the heavens. It wound like a colossal serpent, its shimmering surface studded with stark white, decaying bones. Amidst the billowing poisonous mist, countless tiny leeches swirled, their 4 wings flapping like a dark cloud obscuring the sun. Their cries sounded like the wails of infants, mingling with the howling of mournful winds. Amidst the swarm of tiny leeches stood a throne built of white bones. Upon it coiled and sat a terrifying netherworld leech, its compound eyes glowing with a cold, blue light. Its body was human-like, slender and powerful, yet its head was that of an insect. Beneath the throne, fields of black mandrit bloomed, their petals stained with putrid blood. Their pistols exhaled poisonous mist, threatening to turn every intruder into fertilizer for the flowers.
The moment the netherworld leech came into view, terror washed over every face present.
Its overwhelming aura left them gasping for breath.
Worst of all, their skin had turned a sickly blackish purple. Their eyes reflected an eerie, demonic glow, and long, sharp spikes had grown from their fingernails.
Oh no!
We're poisoned, someone screamed in terror, scrambling to flee.
At that very moment, countless bizarre insects appeared in the sky.
These insects were entirely black, their four wings flapping with a sharp, piercing buzz. Lu Ming seemed to sense danger, instantly drawing his shield. The insects had already begun their descent, their claws gleaming coldly as they lunged toward them.
As if filled with utter loathing for humanity, they tore into the group with frenzied ferocity. Arg!
Lu Ming and the others let out agonized screams as blood instantly spurted from their wounds. Under the relentless assault of these leeches, they were instantly knocked to the ground, forced to watch helplessly as the claws tore into their flesh.
Squish! Blood spattered as their bodies were instantly torn open by countless tiny lacerations. Despair flickered in Lu Ming and the others' eyes. It's over. Chapter 154, 9 Abysses.
They watched helplessly as countless leeches descended toward them, as if intent on devouring them whole.
Just as they thought their doom was certain. Boom!
A sword chi suddenly slashed down. After annihilating countless leeches, the sword energy, its momentum unabated, carried devastating force as it struck the throne. The throne beneath the nether leech trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the sword energy's force. In the next instant, the throne shattered violently.
Countless bone fragments erupted, transforming into a billowing black toxic mist.
Lu Ming and the others startled, immediately turning their gaze toward another group. This group also hailed from this region. But their strength far surpassed their own.
Who are you?
Lu Ming stared at the figure who had delivered that strike, his expression one of stunned disbelief.
Fiduciary of the Desert Reaper Fu Zhou Yuan.
The newcomer's robes fluttered like a startled wild goose skimming water, his bearing as crisp and pure as a crane's cry among pine trees. Truly, a gentleman of peerless grace, a peerless nobleman in this world. Yet he himself was like mist drifting through pine groves, so ethereal he seemed untouchable, like a fallen immortal cast into the abyss, utterly transcendent and otherworldly. In Lu Ming's mind, only Li Changsheng could rival such an appearance.
Lu Ming and the others gasped in shock, exclaiming, Fu Zhou Yuan. You're Fu Zhou Yuan, the legendary figure. Their eyes instantly burned with fervor. Who would have thought this legendary figure would appear in this region? You must understand, this individual ranks among the top 50 in the Believer's combat power list. Yet, what puzzled everyone was why he would appear here. Fu Zhou Yuan looked toward the direction of the netherworld leech.
He too was racing across the sand sea. But this area was simply too vast, so he hadn't crossed paths with Li Changxing and the others.
In the livestream chat, viewers watched Fu Zhou Yuan with unrestrained joy. Wonderful! It's Fu Zhou Yuan, my followers are saved.
Fu Zhou Yuan is incredibly powerful too. He's a top 50 ranked follower with a divine artifact forged by the heavenly Tao rewarding diligence.
He won't lose. A ray of hope. Even without Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng, Fu Zhou Yuan is here, my followers can still earn points. However, many also doubted Fu Zhou Yuan. Hard to say.
While the netherworld leech isn't a special monster, it's level 23, and Fu Zhou Yuan is only level 14. Even with a divine artifact, he can't win in a real fight. Unless, he's a special class user.
Exactly.
The level gap is too huge, no artifact can bridge that.
The Desert Reaper glanced at the pessimistic comments flooding the screen and let out a cold laugh. How could his followers be ordinary?
They were naturally special class users. Moreover, they were special classes awakened only after receiving his divine blessings multiple times, the Darkwing Sword Fiends. This was undoubtedly one of his greatest trump cards. This time, he would secure a higher rank on the follower points leaderboard, forcing Fang Xiang to take notice and place even greater trust in him.
The Abyssal Realm. The netherworld leech braced its arms against either side of the throne, surged upward with explosive force, and soared into the air. Soaring into the heavens, it looked down upon Fu Zhou Yuan from above, human. In the next instant, its compound eyes flashed with icy light.
Its massive, pincer-like mouthparts snapped open and closed, spewing forth a torrent of venomous needles.
These venomous needles shimmered with a sinister blue glow, like tiny flying blades, hurtling toward them in an instant.
Lu Ming and the others turned deathly pale, run.
Just as they rose to flee.
A sword shadow already sliced through the air above their heads. Sword energy rippled through the air.
Clang! 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 Countless tiny poison needles were violently deflected. Fu Zhou Yuan stood sword in hand, its edge pointed directly at the netherworld leech.
The netherworld leech roared in fury, its long, powerful body plunging from the sky like a mountain crashing down.
Fu Zhou Yuan's feet struck the yellow sand, propelling his form skyward in an instant. Boom!
The underworld leech crashed down, shattering the ground instantly.
Its long, slender body soared into the air, charging toward Fu Zhou Yuan. Rumor!
Abyssal soulfall. Endless soul-corrupting whispers unfurled behind the nether leech, coalescing into another sword that stabbed toward Fu Zhou Yuan.
Countless sword shadows erupted around Fu Zhouyuan, slashing toward the netherworld leech. The nether leech's compound eyes flashed with icy light. Its massive, pincers-like mouthparts snapped open and closed, striking from all directions. Shatter the form with one strike. Fu Zhouyuan pivoted on his left foot, soaring into the air as the divine patterns on the carefree wanderer's sword ignited. Countless sword shadows fused with the blade in Fu Zhouyuan's hand, descending from the heavens with overwhelming power, carrying the force of destruction as it struck down. Boom! Terrifying sword chi descended from the heavens, colliding with the jaws of the netherworld leech. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted from the point of impact. The entire world seemed to fall into a deafening silence. After the silence, a violent shockwave surged outward in all directions, carrying the force of annihilation. Amidst the surging sword energy, Fu Zhouyuan was hurled hundreds of meters. He forced himself to steady his stance, sword in hand, standing firm upon the yellow sands. The netherworld leech fared no better. It was hurled dozens of meters away, its mouthparts still bearing fine cracks. It turned its gaze toward Fu Zhouyuan's position, the eerie glow in its compound eyes instantly blazing with intense fury. Rumor. Hell of the long tongue. Countless ghostly flames rose from the ground, revealing a terrifying, eerie hellscape behind the netherworld leech. Lu Ming and the others watched the scene in utter terror, their faces turning deathly pale. We're done for. This time, the boss is dead meat. Panicked, they tried to flee, but were quickly engulfed by the ghostly flames. Fu Zhouyuan's eyes darkened with gravity. He gazed at the terrifying hellish scene shrouded in the swirling ghostly flames, his expression growing solemn. His feet pushed off the yellow sand as his body soared into the air. The divine patterns on the carefree sword blazed brightly. Sword of the Soaring Swan. The sword in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning streaking across the sky, carrying immense power that sent the netherworld leech flying hundreds of meters. As the netherworld leech crashed to the ground, it let out an agonized howl. Its long, powerful body suddenly arched, swelling instantly as countless leeches surged from its skin. These leeches transformed into shadowy figures, swirling around the nether leech. The nether leech's compound eyes flashed with a sinister, icy glint as the black mandrake beneath its feet began to bloom. Rumors and slander, black vengeance. Fu Zhouyuan soared into the air, his sword blade slicing through the sky, one sword, startling grace. Terrifying sword energy descended from the heavens, carrying immense power that sent the netherworld leech flying hundreds of meters. Just as the netherworld flying leech prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly saw the icy blue glint. These icy flashes traced arcs through the air, as if intent on cleaving Fu Zhouyuan from the sky. A hint of wickedness flickered in Fu Zhouyuan's eyes, well met. He left countless illusory shadows in the air, weaving between the azure-cold beams while swinging his carefree sword. Countless blue sparks exploded in an instant. In the next instant, Fu Zhouyuan's figure appeared behind the netherworld leech. The netherworld leech seemed to sense something, a sinister gleam flashing in its compound eyes. Fu Zhouyuan's sword slashed down in an instant. Chapter 155, Rumors and Gossip. Boom! The blades collided with a terrifying clang between them. The sword in the netherworld leech's hand shattered instantly. It was flung away by the terrifying force, while Fu Zhouyuan's figure had already transformed into a swift streak across the sky. The Xiaoyao sword in his hand struck down in an instant. Boom! The netherworld leech's body instantly exploded, spewing forth a torrent of blood. In the next instant, a crystal shot out from its body, caught firmly in Fu Zhouyuan's grasp. A faint smile touched his lips, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally succeeded. He stowed the crystal away, then turned his gaze toward Lu Ming and the others. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others had already braced themselves for death. What stunned them was that Fu Zhouyuan, the legendary figure before them, had actually slain the netherworld leech. Though they hadn't landed the final blow, his defeat of this boss brought them immense benefit. Thus, they were deeply grateful to Fu Zhouyuan. Indeed, tagging along with a powerful ally was precisely what they should be doing. Big shot! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with excitement. Thank you for saving us. The others all turned to Fu Zhouyuan, expressing their gratitude with equal fervor. It's fine. After all, we're all from the same small instance. Fu Zhouyuan gave a slight nod. The live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, oh! This Fu Zhouyuan is something else, he actually killed 23. Wait, is Yayin Feiji really dead? Why no announcement? Rumor mill, entertaining. Ha ha ha. I want to see rivers of blood. Kill. 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 Slaughter every last one of these cultists. My followers got wiped out, why should yours get to survive? With no rules to restrain them, players unleashed their dark sides. The chat exploded with jealousy, greed, and malice, utter chaos. Many players ascending to intermediate wild gods chose the dark divine path. In this world, choosing the path of light requires immense courage and power. Fang Xiang was actually watching this livestream too. In fact, players could watch more than one stream simultaneously. They could watch multiple streams simultaneously. Of course, this requires first advancing to become a high-tier wild god. Only then can one muster the mental energy to manage this feat. Before Fang Xiang lay the screens of 10 live streams. All of them belonged to followers he had taken under his wing. Fu Zhouyuan was among them. This desert death god devotee is rather extraordinary, though whether he can survive remains to be seen. After all, desert death god was his subordinate deity, and Fang Xiang naturally hoped the other would thrive. This would greatly benefit him as well. Moreover, the desert reaper was also a mining magnate. The black iron ore in his possession was the primary raw material for both the extraordinary and ordinary weapons of Fang Xiang village. Therefore, when the desert death god sought his aid earlier, Fang Xiang provided as much assistance as possible, cultivating strong diplomatic ties. The Abyssal Realm. Fu Zhouyuan was about to depart with the original nucleus of the nightmare leech when he suddenly sensed something amiss. An inexplicable killing intent was closing in. The next moment, the seemingly deceased nightmare leech materialized behind him, its voice echoing eerily, "Flowers are not flowers, mist is not mist, people are not people, rumors and gossip, illusions and mirages." Fu Zhouyuan's pupils instantly contracted. Sensing danger, he swiftly raised the carefree wanderer's sword in his hand. The body of the nightmare leech shattered like a phantom. The next instant, he saw countless eerie floral shadows. These floral apparitions materialized behind him like illusions in a mirror or moonlight on water. Countless mandrakes flowers surged from the ground, threatening to engulf him. Lu Ming and the others watched this terrifying scene unfold in stunned silence. How is this possible? The netherworld leech was clearly dead. How could? Damn it! Could this be the netherworld leech's ability? Fu Zhouyuan's expression instantly darkened. As if sensing something, he planted his feet on the yellow sand and instantly soared into the air. The moment Fu Zhouyuan rose, countless eerie ghostly flames engulfed him, plunging him into what felt like an endless hell. It's over. Despair flashed in Lu Ming and the others' eyes as they frantically tried to flee. But in the next instant, they were engulfed by the ghostly flames. Just as they were about to collapse, Fu Zhouyuan struck. A single sword strike severed the ghostly flames. Amidst the swirling inferno, Fu Zhouyuan held the carefree wanderer's sword, his eyes clouded with solemnity. He scanned his surroundings, only to find no trace of the netherworld leeches anywhere. When did I fall for an illusion? He wondered in shock. The next moment, a cold, indigo glint descended from the heavens. Clang! Fu Zhouyuan swung the sword of carefree wanderer horizontally, severing the icy blue light. Countless leeches swarmed toward him, as if intent on tearing him apart. Such a powerful illusion. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Break! Unrivaled sword shadows. Countless sword shadows surged forth from his body, forming a terrifying sword formation. Before the leeches could even reach him, they were torn apart by the terrifying sword chi. Lu Ming and the others witnessed this scene, a flicker of excitement appearing in their eyes. Hurry! Kill him! Slay the netherworld leeches! Yes, kill the netherworld leeches! That way we can secure victory this time. Fu Zhouyuan, however, was stunned. What he had just severed was not a physical entity. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, and bubbles. Fu Zhouyuan murmured softly. Rumors and gossip, truly formidable. The divine patterns on the carefree roaming sword ignited. One sword shatters illusion. Countless sword shadows surged forth from his body, carrying immense power as they slashed down toward the sky. Boom! The sword chi descended from the heavens, carrying unimaginable might. Countless flying leeches and ghostly flames were torn apart, dissolving into streaks of light that vanished into the sky. Yet, anyone with eyes could feel the terrifying pressure growing ever stronger. It seemed to be closing in from all directions. Lu Ming and the others witnessed this scene, despair etched into their eyes. We're done for. Just as despair gripped them, Fu Zhouyuan seemed to sense something, instantly gazing skyward. Gripping the sword of carefree wanderings, he soared into the air. Amidst countless flying leeches, Fu Zhouyuan's figure soared skyward. The sword of carefree wanderer in his hand, imbued with boundless power, slashed down toward the heavens. Boom! A deep blue, icy glint exploded instantly. In the next instant, a terrifying figure materialized in the sky. The newcomer was entirely black, its four wings spread like dark clouds obscuring the sun, standing out starkly amidst the swirling swarms of leeches. Human in form, yet with the head of an insect, truly terrifying and hideous. Its long, powerful arms gripped a broken sword, its eyes flickering with an eerie light, resembling a demon that had just escaped from hell. A cold gleam flashed in Fu Zhouyuan's eyes. Underworld leech, you've finally shown yourself. Boom! A jet-black lightning bolt ripped through the sky. Fu Zhouyuan stood sword in hand, his bearing as sharp and cold as a crane's cry among pine trees, a icy glint flickering in his eyes. Chapter 156, Points Refresh. His form blurred like a phantom as the divine patterns on the sword of carefree wanderer blazed brightly, charging toward the netherworld leech. Boom! The blades collided, a terrifying clang reverberating from the point of impact. Countless sword images exploded in an instant, unleashing a terrifying, violent shockwave carrying devastating force that surged wildly in all directions. But soon, Lu Ming and the others sensed something was terribly wrong. For Fu Zhouyuan's body suddenly stiffened, frozen in place. Amidst their confusion, Lu Ming and the others glanced toward the direction of the netherworld leech, only to see the sword in its hand already thrusting toward them. No! Fu Zhou Yuan has fallen into an even deeper illusion. Someone screamed, "It's over. Even such a powerful warrior is about to die." Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes darkening with ink like despair. No! We've all fallen victim to an illusion. This is all fake. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then it dawned on him, so, my skull has already shattered. Boom! As his consciousness faded, he saw hundreds of heads fall to the ground, torn apart by leeches. The next moment, he seemed to see countless eerie mandrake shadows materialize behind him. Ha! Damn it! Is this death? Lu Ming's final consciousness gradually dissipated. Fu Zhou Yuan's body stiffened. Under the attack of the netherworld leeches, he had absolutely no power to resist. Boom! Blood splattered. Fu Zhou Yuan's body was hurled by the force, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. The netherworld leech descended, sweeping its gaze over the crowd from above as if they were mere playthings. When the mind arises, all phenomena arise. When the mind ceases, all phenomena cease. What do you see now? The crowd stared blankly, seeing only the horrifying scenes unfolding before them. They witnessed their own deepest fears. Consumed by terror, they lost themselves entirely, becoming sustenance for the leech. In the livestream chat, viewers sighed in unison. Fu Zhou Yuan just died like that? This netherworld leech is ridiculously strong. Fu Zhou Yuan dying is only natural, the level gap was just too huge. Sigh. I thought my followers could score some points. If Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming had joined, they could have won. What a shame. Desert Reaper Village. The Desert Reaper stared at Fu Zhou Yuan's body, feeling a faint sense of unease. He knew the opponent had awakened the Dark-Winged Sword Demon special class. But honestly, he had no absolute certainty about whether he could defeat the Nightmare Leech. For while the Nightmare Leech wasn't a special monster, its tactics were truly formidable. Within the Abyssal Realm, the Sword Demon power within Fu Zhou Yuan gradually revived, emanating an eerie and overbearing aura. The leeches encroaching upon him seemed to sense the threat and scattered in retreat. But no sooner had they retreated, they immediately closed in once more, eager to test their enemy on behalf of their king. The Nightmare Leech hovered mid-air, its gaze fixed on Fu Zhou Yuan as he slowly sat up. A hint of greed flickered in its eyes. It sought to devour the Sword Demon's power and complete its evolution. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, another pair of dark wings sprouted from Fu Zhou Yuan's body. Simultaneously, a purple glow erupted from his right wrist. The next moment, the Nightmare Leech felt the chains binding it tighten, as if the other end had locked onto something. How did you find me? A sinister killing intent flickered in the Nightmare Leech's eyes. Its aura shifted abruptly as it lunged toward Fu Zhou Yuan in an instant. Clang! A deep blue, icy blade slashed before Fu Zhou Yuan, instantly engulfing the boulder beside him. Fu Zhou Yuan stared coldly at the Nightmare Leech. You've been unlucky enough to awaken the true power of the Dark-Winged Sword Demon. Fallen Heaven, Dark-Winged Demon Blade. Slender, monstrous bone wings sprouted from Fu Zhou Yuan's back. Crimson-black spherical lightning surged around him, as if poised to devour the world, as he swung his blade toward the leech before him. The Nightmare Leech witnessed the Dark-Winged Sword Demon's transformation, terror deepening in its eyes. But it was too late to retreat. Boom! 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 Unparalleled power erupted from Fu Zhou Yuan's body, transforming into a towering tidal wave that swept across all directions with unbridled fury. Dark-Wing Blade Slash! Giant boulders crashed down, their thunderous roar raising a sky-filling cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Fu Zhou Yuan held the carefree wanderer's sword horizontally before his chest. Its tip pointed forward, directly at the terrifying demonic beast. The burning dark wings behind him gradually subsided, leaving only 3 dark wing bones lingering on his back. Spherical lightning coiled around the body of the Nightmare Leech, its flesh torn open across most of its form, clearly gravely wounded by Fu Zhou Yuan's assault. The Nightmare Leech attempted to flee, but Fu Zhou Yuan mustered his last ounce of strength to pierce its skull. Crack! Fu Zhou Yuan's sword swung down, severing the Nightmare Leech's head. Its corpse plummeted from the sky. Simultaneously, the surging demonic energy rippling around his body abruptly ceased. Thud! Fu Zhou Yuan's form crashed heavily to the ground, his aura growing weaker by the second. Clearly, he was badly injured. Viewers in the livestream watched Fu Zhou Yuan collapse onto the ground, their hearts filled with astonishment. Who would have thought Fu Zhou Yuan was a special class user? With a divine artifact and a special class, defeating the Nightmare Leech makes perfect sense. As expected of Fu Zhou Yuan defeating the Nightmare Leech single-handedly. That's nothing special. Didn't Xu Feng and Fang Yuan do the same? And Xianxing, Jinsu, and their group of practitioners are also special practitioners, possessing divine artifacts that reward diligence. But Jinyan is in a league of its own. The boss it took down was a level 33 Monster King. After the boss's baptism, only the strongest remain. Check the leaderboard. Jinyan topping it makes sense, but Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming still holding top 3 spots? That's baffling. The points reward for God Eaters is actually higher than the bosses? Wait, it looks like they've taken down a bunch more powerful bosses. That's the scales of the tyrannical divine fiend? No way. They actually stumbled upon such a treasure? Who cares about that? The rewards for killing the boss will definitely be way better. Exactly. The top 3 spots are only held because the point rewards haven't been distributed yet. Desert Reaper Village. Watching Fuzhou Yuan slay the Shadow Leech on his screen, the Desert Reaper finally felt at ease. At that moment, lines of crimson text floated across the chat area. Jinyan slays level 33 boss, earning 4,500 points and special items, Divine Descent Finger Bone and Blessing Talisman. Fuzhou Yuan slays level 23 boss, earning 3,000 points and special item Divine Bone. Fang Yuan slays level 19 boss, earning 2,500 points and the special item Divine Descent Finger Bone. Shu Feng defeated a level 19 boss, earning 2,500 points and the special item Divine Descent Finger Bone. When the points leaderboard refreshed again, everyone saw that Jinyan remained the undisputed top player. Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming remained in second and third place. Moreover, in Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming's live streams, they discovered the two had amassed vast treasures from the Guichu secret realm. They had also slain the formidable monsters guarding these treasures. This was precisely why their point totals had skyrocketed. The moment the leaderboard appeared, the entire crowd fell silent. Tai Yi had thought he could overtake the leaders by relying on his boss. Little did he know, while he was racing in a car, his opponents were rocketing ahead. Chapter 157, Xiangyang. What stung him even more was that the Desert Reaper's followers had scored higher than him. What he couldn't quite grasp was how the Desert Reaper had the resources to trade with Heaven's reward for the Carefree Sword. In a way, the Sword of Carefree Roaming was like a status symbol. The standard equipment for the powerful in this region. Now that I've fallen to 5th place, I absolutely must accelerate my point-gathering pace. But clues to these powerful monsters are hard to come by. Unlike Fang Xiang, Tai Yi and his companions possess no map, rendering them utterly lost within the Guichu secret realm. I have no clue where high-point monsters lurk, let alone if those spots hold any treasures. After all, some treasures had long been devoured by the monsters themselves. Visiting them would only earn points. The Abyssal Realm. A raging sandstorm. Howling winds whipped up swirling yellow sand, like countless tiny blades slicing across his cheeks. Yi Wuduan knelt on one knee, his phantom lightsword plunged deep into the sand. The blade trembled faintly, emitting a low hum. A sinister glow flickered within his dual pupils, like a lurking predator poised to strike its prey. Ahead, the corpse of the Taotai serpent lay sprawled across the sand, its heart ripped open. Black blood seeped into the gravel, forming a viscous pool. Yi Wuming's left hand slowly plunged into the mess, his fingertips touching the hard as stone Taotai divine sin scale. Its surface was coated with a thin layer of frost, icy to the touch yet pulsing with a power that sent shivers down his spine. Found it, Yi Wuming murmured, his voice hoarse and cold, suppressing intense joy. He clasped the Taotai divine curse scale in his palm, feeling the surging energy course beneath his skin, as if a colossal dragon were awakening within his veins. The dark star dragon stirred within him, craving to devour the power of the Taotai divine sin scale. But Yi Wuming forced himself to resist. Now was not the optimal moment to absorb it. He traced his index finger. That was the location of the Divine Descent Finger Bone. He had yet to receive the Divine Descent of Fang Xiang, his heart filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Only when Fang Xiang descended would the scales of the monstrous Taotai be best utilized. Not far away, Li Changsheng stood atop a sand dune, bowstring taut, an illusion light arrow knot. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, scanning the surroundings vigilantly through layers of yellow sand. His snow-white hair swayed in the wind, like a snow lotus blooming amidst the yellow sands. Slaying the Taotai serpent bird posed no real challenge for the two of them. However, numerous monsters coveting the Taotai divine calamity scale lurked nearby, demanding caution. After all, the very reason the Taotai serpent bird had mutated was because of this divine scourge scale. Thus, its power was undeniable. Even he found it difficult to resist its allure. Just as Yi Wuming stowed away the divine corrupted scales, the livestream erupted with gasps. No way! They got that lucky? They actually got their hands on such a secret treasure? FCK. I thought they didn't kill the boss, so I figured I could overtake them and snag the treasure. Turns out, what they got is way better than the divine finger bone. Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming already have divine descent finger bones, so naturally they wouldn't be interested. This is the Taotai divine curse scale. If he can fully absorb it under divine blessing and pair it with the dark star dragon, Yi Wuming will absolutely soar. The Taotai divine wrath scale also greatly benefits dark path deities, allowing their divine power to be tinged with a trace of divine wrath, a massive combat boost. The downside? It invites furious retaliation from light path deities and easily drives one into madness. How many divine entities does the Path of Light currently have? The real problem is that descent into madness is tricky to handle. If it spirals out of control, it wouldn't be impossible for it to slaughter all its own followers. The points earned from slaying the Taotai serpent are no less than those from a boss. Clearly, Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng are both formidable figures. Oh. How does Fang Xiang cultivate his followers to be this powerful? They even pinpoint treasures with precision. They're practically perfect followers. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang was naturally delighted to see Yi Wuming obtain the Taotia's divine malign scales. Guishu's secret realm.
The ground, eroded by the blood of the Taodai serpent and crow, suddenly trembled. The phantom light sword in Yi Wuming's palm glowed with an eerie crimson radiance, his gaze cold and menacing. Distant sand dunes churned like boiling broth as dozens of pitch-black tentacles, reeking of foul stench, burst from the earth.
Monsters are approaching.
A hum erupted from Li Changqing's quiver as 3 extraordinary arrows shot out, landing in his hands. Something lurks beneath the sand. He drew his great bow taut.
The creaking of the string intertwined with the sharp sounds of the monster's rapid approach beneath the sandy sea, weaving a prelude to death.
Whoosh! Through his eagle-eye vision, he locked onto the target's position and released the bowstring with a sudden jerk. Dawn! Thunder! Whoosh! The phantom light arrows left the bowstring, transforming into black lightning bolts that cleaved through the thick curtain of yellow sand, plunging deep into the heart of the sandy expanse. The instant the arrow pierced the sand layer, a piercing wail erupted, like a million steel needles stabbing the eardrums. Sand particles splattered everywhere, dust swirling in the air. Amidst the terrified screams, a massive black monster burst forth from the earth. Covered in viscous black fluid, it resembled a gigantic black goat. The hairy tentacles on its back whipped wildly, producing a bone-chilling rustling sound.
So it is this creature, Yi Wuming sneered coldly, a cruel, wicked gleam flashing in his double pupils. The rain obscured Shangyang. It has coveted the scales of the Taotai divine abomination for far too long. Before his words faded, his form flickered. The phantom light sword traced a graceful arc through the air, its sword sheath crisscrossing as it instantly severed several tentacles. The severed limbs hit the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound, filling the air with a foul, burnt stench. Beneath the sandy sea near Yuhui Shangyang, several more monsters emerged, glaring hungrily at Yi Wuming. Clearly, they too had been drawn by the scales of the monstrous beast. This object was too precious, its power too immense. Neither monsters, humans, nor even deities would easily relinquish it. Li Changqing swiftly drew 3 arrows, his fingers lightly plucking the bowstring as a faint smile touched his lips. These creatures are truly persistent. Seems we won't be leaving until we've dealt with them. Then let's make short work of them.
A flicker of impatience and savagery passed through Yi Wuming's eyes. His left foot slammed into the ground, propelling him like an arrow from its string straight into the swarm of monsters. Dark star energy gathered around him, forming a faint, shadowy mist that warped the air wherever he passed. The phantom light sword sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of sharp, piercing streaks of light.
Each strike landed with deadly precision, cutting deep into the monster's vital points.
Blood-spattered, black bodily fluid splashed across the yellow sand, and a brutal battle unfolded in the silent sea of sand.
Dawn!
Thunder!
Volley of arrows! Li Changqing drew his bowstring once more, this time releasing 3 arrows simultaneously.
The arrows, gleaming with dazzling silver light, pierced the void, pinning a sand sea worm directly into the sandy ground.
These bastards just won't quit.
Yellow sand swirled through the air, obscuring his vision like a layer of grey gauze, severely impairing Yi Wuming's sight. Yi Wuming darted through the monsters like a dark shadow, each swing of his phantom light sword accompanied by flying flesh and blood. Dust swirled, and the wind carried the scent of blood, slamming into his face. Amidst the sandy expanse, the stench of blood grew more intense, mingling with the scorched air, as if the entire world trembled with the fury of the slaughter. Crucially, the swarm of monsters kept growing. While each individual threat posed little significant danger to the pair. But their sheer numbers were truly draining both their force reserves.
Chapter 158, The Betting Pool.
Meanwhile, their points were skyrocketing.
5,000, 6,000, 7,000.
Soon, they broke through 8,000, closing in on the terrifying mark. Seeing these skyrocketing numbers, all the followers and deities watching the ranking fell silent. The live chat exploded with comments.
No way! Are these too crazy? How intense is this? Way too intense. Brushing points at this high intensity, aren't they afraid of working themselves to death? The new era's competition kings. Even cabbages aren't this competitive. Competition is one thing, but the endurance is insane. Battling monsters for so long and still holding up?
Yi Wuming has the Dark Star Dragon to devour monster energy, but what does Li Changqing rely on?
He's not even a special class.
Even with the Dark Star Dragon, their bodies will reach their limits.
They'll probably only break through if Fang Xiang deity descends. Divine Descent can only be used once per month. If Yi Wuming uses it early, it might actually work in our favor. After this boss battle, only 3,000 people remain alive in the Guishu's secret realm. The competition ahead will likely be even fiercer. This is for the best. Most of the deadbeats have been weeded out, so no one will be holding us back. Truthfully, the greatest threat remains the Xinyan. That's a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas, and it's obtained the Divine Descent fingerbone. If its revered god grants Divine Descent, its monster spawning speed will likely be the fastest. Who knows who its revered deity even is? To have cultivated a level 27 special monster and crucially, to have it swear allegiance. Muxue Village. Mushue knew that this time, Fang Xiang would likely sweep the top 3 spots. All she needed to do was cling tightly to the big shot's massive leg and she'd coast to victory. Of course, there was one small problem: her followers had no idea where Yi Wuming and the others were. The Sand Sea is vast. It's too difficult for my followers to find them. Mushue was deeply troubled. For now, she could only leave it to fate. The Abyssal Secret Realm. The Whirlwind Sand Sea. Yi Wuming flicked his wrist and the black liquid dripping from his sword tip corroded a deep pit into the sandy ground. He lifted his gaze toward the distant sand dunes, faintly sensing more terrifying auras rapidly closing in. Li Changxing's fingers lightly stroked the bowstring, his brow furrowing slightly. Looks like we're surrounded. Yi Wuming nodded slightly. At least 30 monsters. They're after me. Stay behind me and shoot your arrows. With the Taodai Divine Curse scale on Yi Wuming, these monsters would never give up easily. Yi Wuming could only wrap the Taodai Divine Curse scale in flesh and blood, doing his utmost to suppress its aura. Determined to eliminate these beasts swiftly, Yi Wuming went all out. His figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the sandstorm, like a jet black panther swift and deadly. His phantom light sword carved sharp, relentless arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by the dull crack of shattered bone. Black viscous fluid dripped from his blade, seeping into the sand and instantly evaporating into wisps of dark smoke. Left. Li Changxing's voice pierced the furious howling wind, cold and clear, directing Yi Wuming's movements. At least a dozen monsters lurk beneath your left foot. They know how to pick their spots. His double pupils flashed with icy murderous intent, a bloodthirsty curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Quite a few of these beasts. Looks like this will take some effort. But that's perfect, I need some experience points to level up. At that moment, the rain-obscured Shanyang, which had remained passive until now, finally moved. Its tentacles lashed wildly through the air, emitting a shrill howl as it swept up the corpses of monsters slain by Yi Wuming and began to feast voraciously. It was devouring these monsters, accumulating power. Across the sandy sea, winds swept away remnants like clouds, yellow sand swirling through the sky like a grand funeral procession. Until the rain-shrouded sheep had devoured every last monster. It finally completed its evolution. It successfully ascended to level 25. Now, the Yue Shangyang resembled a wild duck, standing on a single, solitary leg. Its feathers were as black as ink, its beak sharp as an iron hook, and its eyes red as burning rhinoceros horn. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang knew something about the rain-obscuring Shanyang. Shanyang is a mythical bird from ancient legends that foretells heavy rain. Its image first appeared in the Analects of Confucius. In Qi there was a one-legged bird called Shanyang, an omen of water. Whenever the Shanyang danced on one leg, it foretold the imminent arrival of torrential rain. Su Shi also mentioned it. On my way home through the mountains, the wind's mood shifted midway, I sensed the Shangyang's dance. This monster, once it truly acts, is utterly terrifying. Its absence until now was likely due to the Taoyue's divine scales not leaking their aura. It was unaware of this object. But now, having lain dormant for so long, it no longer hides its sharp edges. The Abyssal Realm. Yue Shangyang roared, unleashing terrifying fury upon this arid world, mad rain of the central court. Under Yi Wuming's stunned gaze, Shangyang's footsteps traced water patterns into hexagrams, while the resonance of his voice shook raindrops into weeping pearls. Countless soul shadows leapt at the sound, suddenly transforming into wisps of blue smoke that dispersed into the rain curtain, reflecting the gloomy light of the sky. The sky abruptly darkened. Clouds poured down like spilled ink, instantly obscuring the entire heavens. Raindrops the size of fists pounded down, striking the sandy ground with a dense crackling sound, as if the entire world was drowning in an endless curtain of rain at that very moment. In the distance, monsters that had hoped to join the feast retreated in terror. It seemed as though this torrential downpour was filled with an ominous presence. In the livestream chat, viewers immediately started placing bets. Place your bets. The chat area has opened a betting pool, hosted by the trading channel Absolutely Fair and Impartial. I bet a pound of jade like Bones Yi Wuming and his crew are bound to lose. I'm in. Count me in too. This rain-obscured Shanyang is a special level 25 monster. No matter how strong Yi Wuming and Li Changxing are, they can't possibly defeat it. Not so fast. Yi Wuming is the Dark Star Dragon after all. Plus, both of them have divine artifacts and Yi Wuming can even activate Divine Descent. They're guaranteed to win. Divine Descent? Damn it, I forgot about that. But the bet is whether Yi Wuming and his crew can win on their own. If Divine Descent is used, doesn't that mean they've already lost? That's true. Soon, many began placing bets. After all, Yi Wuming and Li Changxing were among the top 3 favorites. Fang Xiang scanned the items on the betting board, growing visibly excited. This betting pool was initiated by the game's organizers. Bets were collected through the trading interface, with the organizers taking a percentage of the total value of all wagers. Finally, all winners split the pot according to their betting proportions. Therefore, the odds fluctuated constantly based on the value of the items wagered. As long as the organizer didn't participate, they were virtually guaranteed to win. Chapter 159, Setting the Trap. Fang Xiang knew the trump cards of Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng. He directly placed 10 caddies of divine remains and a mid-tier first-grade artifact into the pot. The main idea was that small bets were for entertainment. When Fang Xiang's wager appeared in the transaction window, everyone was stunned. Because the odds instantly shifted to 1 hour 99 minutes. Yi Wuming's winning odds were a mere 0.1. The odds of losing were a staggering 99. This meant someone had placed a massive wager on Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. This was the reason behind the current situation. In an instant, everyone went wild. They wanted to turn a small bet into a huge win. Many began placing bets, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Everyone, place your bets now. 99 to 1 odds if they win, it's a huge payout. Wonder which big shot is so confident in Yi Wuming and his crew. Probably Fang Xiang after all, those two are his followers. Let's see what Fang Xiang bet on the odds board. Holy crap! 10 caddies of divine bones and a mid-tier first-grade artifact? That's ridiculously extravagant. Divine remains? That's treasure imbued with divine essence and he has this much? Holy crap! Does Fang Xiang have this much faith in his own followers? If they lose, will he cry himself to death? Screw it! Doubling down. Even if I lose, it won't be much. But if I win, it's 10,000 taels of gold. The crowd realized the logic and began pouring bets into the pool. Only a few remained calm. Like Desert Reaper and Twilight Snow. They had placed bets on Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng to win. Jinsu, Xianqing, and the others, however, refrained from rash actions. After all, Fang Xiang was no ordinary opponent. To have topped the believer rankings and now secured second and third places, anyone who underestimated him was an idiot. His unwavering confidence suggested Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng likely held hidden trump cards he hadn't anticipated. Therefore, they had no desire to gamble. 9 out of 10 gambles are rigged. Not gambling is the true victory. Gamblers never end well. Not just them, Tai, Biming, and others also didn't place bets. Only a select few at the very top placed bets, and even then, sparingly. Most were deities of middle to low tier strength. Their financial resources were limited, so naturally. Even when Fang Xiang raised the stakes, few others followed suit. However, Fang Xiang had anticipated this. He activated Divine Sound toward Li Changsheng, first feigned defeat against Xiangyang, show weakness to lure out the bluff. Li Changsheng slowly led the way, exchanging a subtle glance with Yi Wuming. Their gazes met and swiftly averted, everything understood without words. Yi Wuming wiped the rain from his face, narrowing his double pupils as he fixed a cold stare ahead. Xiangyang's figure flickered in and out of view beneath the rain. With a single light step, water trails traced eerie runes across the ground, emitting a faint, ghostly glow. These symbols began to converge, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the raging sandstorm. Watch out! Li Changsheng's voice cut through the curtain of rain, tinged with urgency. His great bow was already drawn taut, the string stretched to its limit, the arrowhead aimed squarely at Yue Xiangyang's direction. Yi Wuming offered no reply, only tightening his grip on the phantom lightsword. Fang Xiang's divine decree was proving difficult to execute. Rain-obscured Xiangyang was no pushover, one misstep could spell disaster. But this was precisely the moment to test his faith. Yi Wuming's heart pounded wildly, adrenaline surging through his veins. An indescribable thrill washed over him. His fingers trembled slightly. He felt as though he had grasped the true essence of the sword. The blade glowed with a hazy halo in the rain, as if merging with the water falling from the heavens. His footsteps moved slowly, each step landing on the slippery sand, leaving a trail of shallow footprints in the fine grains. The rain-drenched Xiangyang suddenly spread its wings. Water droplets slid down the edges of its feathers, forming crystalline curtains of water. With a light leap from its single leg, its body soared into the air. The flapping of its wings stirred a fierce wind, carrying rain and storm toward Yi Wuming. Rain curtain. Dead Sea. The rain-shrouded Xiangyang erupted in a shrill roar, like a cruel and terrifying magpie cloaked in auspicious garb, bringing death and ill omen. Here it comes. Yi Wuming growled lowly, his form suddenly shifting. The phantom lightsword sliced through the rain, drawing a crimson-hued blade of light to meet the charging Xiangyang. Sword and claw clashed mid-air, producing a shrill metallic clang. The rain-obscured Xiangyang possessed immense strength. Yi Wuming felt a jolt through his arm, a faint numbness spreading across his palm. But he did not retreat. Instead, he used the force to propel himself backward, then lunged forward again. Yue Xiangyang's single foot lightly tapped the water's surface, sending out a ripple. Its form shot upward abruptly as its wings spread wide, unleashing a torrent of wind and rain that lashed against Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming's clothes were already soaked through, clinging to his lean frame. Rain dripped from his hair, and the deep blue glow within his double pupils seemed especially unsettling in the rain-drenched night. Yet, the rain-obscured Xiangyang's rain of killing intent had already coiled around his skin, glowing an eerie, ghostly green. This scene was witnessed by every viewer in the livestream. Ha ha ha. Yi Wuming's been cursed by rain-obscure Xiangyang's skill, he's about to be devoured. Forget it. Place bets. Place bets. The outcome is sealed. If you don't bet now, when will you? Following Fang Xiang's instructions, Mushua and Desert Reaper began rallying the crowd.
To persuade the crowd and boost credibility, they placed bets themselves, though modest ones. Many on the sidelines began to waver, then went wild with their bets.
When the outcome is unknown, it's gambling. When the outcome is certain, it's investing. Everyone, place your bets now.
I'm even staking the artifact I earned from the believers' rankings.
What's a divine artifact? I'm staking my very godhood. If we win, it's a blood profit. Fang Xiang even pulled out his alternate account, Tian Dao Chou Qin, and posted his bet in the chat section.
Since Heaven Rewards Diligence enjoyed high credibility in this circle, many took notice and began placing frantic bets.
They all wanted to rake in a fortune this time. Tai Village. Tai watched the frenzy of bets unfolding before him and let out a cold laugh. Pitiful mortals. Even after ascending to godhood, their hearts remain those of common folk. Blinded by the veils of desire, they cannot see the traps. But that's fine. Perhaps I can join Fang Xiang in orchestrating this scheme.
But these odds are too low, the betting risk too high. Better to watch the fire from across the river.
Tai stared intently at the live stream, murmuring to himself.
Though Tai and Baiming held back from betting, Xianqing and Jinsa could no longer resist.
As more players placed bets, the odds began to drop. The current odds had reached 1:9.
If Yi Wuming and his team won, they'd get 9 times their stake. If they lost, they'd get back only their original stake.
Fang Xiang watched the odds climb and thought to himself, these people clearly had some savings tucked away. They just hadn't shown it before. It seemed this time, he was in for a huge payday. The Abyssal Secret Realm.
A raging sandstorm swept across the sea of sand.
Li Changshan.
Yi Wuming sensed sinister patterns emerging on his skin and let out a low shout, his voice muffled by the rain. Yet his movements remained lightning fast. Li Changshang stood 10 zhang behind Yi Wuming, his great bow already drawn taut.
The arrow's tip pointed directly at the rain-obscured Shenyang.
His silver hair, as white as snow, whipped wildly in the downpour, dancing with the force of his power.
Chapter 160, Harvest.
He held his bow taut, waiting for the perfect moment. Yu Hui Shenyang's wings flapped violently, stirring a gale that whipped raindrops into razor-sharp blades of water, sweeping toward Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming snorted coldly. His phantom light sword traced a silvery arc through the air, its blade as fluid as water, cleaving each incoming blade of water to shards. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a single wasted motion, as if every breath perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of battle.
It's behind you. Li Chanxing's voice pierced the rain curtain, cold and clear. Without hesitation, Yi Wuming spun backward, sweeping his phantom light sword horizontally. The blade sliced through the rain-drenched night, cleaving a monster attacking from the flank cleanly in two. Black blood spattered in the rain, instantly washed away by the downpour. This was the phantom of the rain-obscured Shenyang.
Yu Hui Shenyang's grin twisted into a savage sneer. Its single leg struck the ground again, launching its body like an arrow from a bow, hurtling straight toward Yi Wuming. Its beak, sharp as an iron hook and glinting coldly, aimed straight for Yi Wuming's throat. Yi Wuming's pupils contracted sharply. His form suddenly crouched low as the phantom light sword swept upward in a diagonal flick, its edge pointing straight for the Shenyang's abdomen. The rain-hidden Shenyang growled low, preparing to unleash a torrential downpour to tear Yi Wuming apart. At that very moment, Li Changxing's arrow finally left the bowstring. The arrow sliced through the rain curtain, trailing a sharp thunderous roar as it aimed straight for the rain-obscured Shenyang's eye.
Shenyang reacted with lightning speed, flapping its wings violently and spinning rapidly in midair.
The arrow whizzed past its feathers, embedding itself deep into the sandy ground far away. Oomph! Yi Wuming sneered coldly, seizing the moment to stride forward. His phantom light sword sliced through the rain, drawing a crimson streak as it charged toward the Shenyang's single leg. The Shenyang's body moved with extraordinary agility in the air. Its single leg tapped lightly, propelling its form as swift as an arrow. With grace, it evaded the strike. Yet Yi Wuming's assault did not cease. Dark star energy coalesced within his twin pupils, transforming into a jet-black pillar of light that shot straight toward Shenyang's chest.
Heavenly sky light. Shenyang's wings snapped together before him, blocking the beam.
The column of light struck his wings with a dull thud. The bird's body was knocked back several steps, a patch of feathers on its wings singed black, releasing a burnt odor.
It's not over yet.
Yi Wuming's voice was cold and deep. His form followed immediately, raising the phantom light sword once more. The divine patterns on its blade shimmered in the rain as the power of the dark star surged around him, forming a faint, shadowy mist. Li Chansheng drew his great bow taut once more, the arrowhead aimed squarely at Shenyang's head. He held his fire, waiting for the perfect moment. Yi Wuming roared, sword chi resonance. 7-star slash. Yi Wuming's voice thundered through the rain-drenched night. The phantom light sword trembled violently in his grasp, its divine patterns erupting in blinding radiance as if 7 stars ignited simultaneously. Rainwater struck the blade, instantly vaporizing into mist that swirled around Yi Wuming, making him appear like a war god descended from the heavens. Yu Wei Shangyang sensed the terrifying aura, its single leg stumbling to a halt as its wings flapped frantically, attempting to create distance. Yet Yi Wuming's speed was faster.
The phantom light sword sliced through the sky, 7 sword energies like 7 crimson dragons instantly locking onto Xiangyang's form. Slash! Yi Wuming roared as the first blade of energy crashed down. Xiangyang barely managed to block it with its wings, but the force of the strike sent feathers flying. Immediately, the second and third sword energies followed in rapid succession, each striking precisely at vital points on Xiangyang's body. Xiangyang let out a piercing shriek, its single leg thrashing frantically in the water as it tried to evade, but Yi Wuming's attack followed like a shadow. The fourth sword chi sliced through its abdomen, black blood gushing forth and mingling with the rainwater. The fifth blade severed one of its wings cleanly. The Xiangyang lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. The final strike. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Wuming's eyes as the sixth and seventh sword chi descended simultaneously, striking directly at the Xiangyang's head. Xiangyang's eyes blazed crimson as blood. Its beak snapped open, spewing a jet of pitch-black poison mist in a desperate attempt to block the sword chi. Yet Li Changxing's phantom light arrows had already been released, instantly shattering the toxic mist. The sword chi, condensed from the power of the dark star, passed unimpeded through the poisonous mist, cleaving Xiangyang's head clean in two. The Xiangyang's body twitched a few times before finally stilling. Black blood spread through the rain, staining the surrounding sandy ground an inky black. The dark star dragon wings on Yi Wuming's back transformed into a colossal abyssal maw, beginning to devour the body of the rain-obscured Xiangyang with voracity. In that instant, Yi Wuming's dark star power surged explosively, his combat prowess skyrocketing as every cell in his body rebelled in the ecstasy of devouring Xiangyang. As the rain-shrouded Xiangyang was devoured, his level rose once more. Level 19. Li Changsheng, having secured the assist, also leveled up to 17. As the level-up process began, both men's injuries started to heal, their health returning to full. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted in despair. FCK. Geneva. Refunds. All my savings from these past days are gone. I'm done gambling forever. My legendary gear. My legendary gear. Gone just like that. This is totally rigged. Yi Wuming was clearly being dominated by Xiangyang, yet he somehow pulled off a comeback? How fake is that? The wind of match fixing has finally blown into the Guishu's secret realm. Some rejoice, others grieve. The burdens borne by the masses brought Fang Xiang a life of tranquility. Before Fang Xiang's eyes, a blood-red message floated by. Congratulations on dominating the betting tables. After deducting 10% of the total betting pool, your share of the spoils besides your winnings includes 10 fragments of divine essence, 1 caddy of divine remains, and 1 copy of the fierce thundersword technique. Gazing upon the bountiful spoils within his divine body space, Fang Xiang's mood grew ever more jubilant. The world is still full of good people. They'd sent him so many treasures. Since very few had bet on Yi Wuming to win, Fang Xiang practically took it all. Those who had previously hesitated to bet couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness I didn't bet back then, otherwise I'd have been harvested like chives. Money management really is losing money. 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. Who knows? Maybe Yi Wuming and his crew were losing earlier because of Fang Xiangjuan's scheme had blew up. The Abyss Secret Realm. Yi Wuming secured Xiangyang's corpse and prepared to depart with Li Changsheng. But just then, 3 figures suddenly materialized before them. One of them cried out urgently, "Big shot, help me!" Li Changsheng activated his eagle eyes, revealing the figure to be a young girl. She wore a long skirt of animal hide, her willow brows arched like spring mountains veiled in mist, almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture, and cherry lips parted like a blooming lotus bud, playful and spirited. In her hands, she clutched a silver great bow, clearly a bow-class professional. Li Changsheng sensed her aura and concluded she had already transitioned into a ranger class. She's a follower of the goddess of evening snow. Li Changsheng declared. Yi Wuming lacked eagle eye, so his vision naturally couldn't match Li Changsheng's. Yi Wuming nodded. Verify the information first. We can't rule out imposters. Chapter 161, Pear Blossoms Longing. Before arriving at the Guishu's secret realm, they had already reviewed the records of the god of evening snow's participating followers. They knew the details of the 3 individuals. Thus, upon seeing the 3 figures across from them, they recognized them immediately. Li Changsheng stepped forward, clasping his fists in a bow. May we verify your identities? The bow-wielding girl nodded. Certainly. The 2 beside her stared at Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming with excitement. These were the top 3 powerhouses on the combat power ranking. The titans their revered deity had repeatedly urged them to cling to. Li Changsheng asked in a solemn tone, "Names?" The archer girl introduced them earnestly. "My name is Su Lilua, a level 15 ranger. This is my younger sister, Su Nianyan, a level 13 guardian. And this is Shangwan Nanju, a level 13 berserker." Li Changsheng turned his gaze to the other 2. Su Nianyan was lively and spirited, her large, sparkling eyes glistening like a young deer's. She shyly stole glances at Li Changsheng's handsome profile. Shangwan Nanju, however, carried a certain cool detachment, though her eyes still held a hint of eager anticipation, as if she were about to be swept away by a powerful figure. Seeing that the three seemed acceptable, Li Changsheng stated, "Next, we're heading to the lair of the monster Rotten Flesh Buddha to seize the fire-offered three-eyed lotus." The Rotten Flesh Buddha? Su Lilua gasped. That's a level 26 special monster. Special monsters typically possessed combat power at least 5 levels higher than ordinary monsters. Under special circumstances like territory bonuses, their combat power could surge by 6 or even 7 levels. Though Yu Wuming and Li Changsheng were only level 19 and level 17 respectively, with divine artifacts to aid them, but taking on such a terrifying monster still carried immense risk. Seeing the hesitation in their eyes, Li Changsheng said indifferently, "Since you're unwilling, we won't force you." "Farewell then." "No." Su Lilua gritted her teeth, her resolve firm. "We're going with you. We can support you from a distance. Even if we can't defeat it, we can draw its fire." Li Changsheng looked at her with some surprise. Shangguan Nanju chimed in, "The captain is right. Though our strength pales in comparison to yours, we can still be of use. Besides, cowering in fear makes rapid growth nearly impossible. We too wish to rise swiftly and ease the burden on the revered god of twilight snow." Li Changsheng sensed their resolve and nodded. "All right." Su Lilua was right, bringing these three along would prove useful. Moreover, Fang Xiang had promised to look after the followers of the god of dusk within certain boundaries. They naturally couldn't defy the divine decree of Fang Xiang. After a brief rest, the trio set off toward the north. According to Fang Xiang's divine message, 6 kilometers north lay the domain of the Rotten Flesh Buddha. Within it lay the supreme treasure, the fire-offering three-eyed lotus. The fire-offering three-eyed lotus could enhance a practitioner's insight, leading to enlightenment and a chance to awaken new skills. It was a rare treasure, truly a once-in-a-lifetime find. The group advanced swiftly toward the 6-kilometer mark. Su Nianyan and Shangguan Nanju led the way, keeping watch, while Su Lilua and the other two followed closely behind. Yellow sand swirled relentlessly, and howling winds lashed the airborne grid harshly against their faces. The blood of the rain-obscured Xianyang had not yet fully dried, and its scorched feathers emitted waves of acrid, burnt odors. This kept the humidity high within the raging sand sea. Yet, the closer they approached the area of the Rotten Flesh Buddha, the humidity seemed to intensify. Dunes undulated like colossal waves, transforming into a golden ocean. Whirling sands rose, threatening to bury the 5 tiny figures. Through Li Changsheng's livestream, many divine beings learned of the flesh-rotten Buddha and the fire-offering three-eyed lotus's whereabouts, growing intensely excited. Fire-offering three-eyed lotus? Who would have thought such a treasure existed here? We can't miss this. Ha ha ha. Thank goodness I got an assist after killing the boss earlier. Now I can use the blessing talisman to transmit divine messages to my followers. I've already directed them toward Li Changsheng's group. Should be able to snag an assist. If I can grab the fire-offering three-eyed lotus, that'd be perfect. Exactly. Though Li Changsheng's group is powerful, the rules prevent them from attacking other believers. This is our chance. Treasures go to those with destiny. No matter how powerful they are, we still have a chance. Many deities coveted the fire-offered three-eyed lotus. After all, this treasure could make practitioners even stronger. If their professionals were to obtain it, it would greatly benefit the future development of the divine sanctuary. After all, the night grows ever more perilous. To survive, the faithful must grow stronger themselves, rather than relying entirely on the sanctuary's protection. Moreover, the divine power of the sanctuary is finite and cannot be used recklessly. Fang Xiang couldn't help but find it amusing to watch these people, upon learning the whereabouts of the fire-offering three-eyed lotus, eagerly dispatch their own men to retrieve it. The Rotten Flesh Buddha was indeed formidable. Even Yu Wuming and Li Changsheng combined were no match for it. After all, it was a level 26 special monster. And at its peak strength. Unlike Xiangyang, a special monster who had just ascended to level 25, the Rotten Flesh Buddha enjoyed additional bonuses within its own territory. Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng alone had almost no chance of victory. That's precisely why Fang Xiang had them leak the news about the fire-offering three-eyed lotus to draw other followers to join the fray. Using the strength of the crowd to slay the monster and seize its treasures. Tai Village. Tai was puzzled. How did Li Changsheng and his group know the whereabouts of the fire-offered three-eyed lotus and the Rotten Flesh Buddha? But he quickly dismissed his doubts. After all, professionals always possessed certain special abilities. Perhaps they had used some unusual means to uncover the information. The probability of this information being false was extremely low. Still, a Rotten Flesh Buddha at level 26? That combat power was downright terrifying. It was possible Fang Xiang intended to use them as pawns in a campaign against the Rotten Flesh Buddha. But if they refused, that won't do either. That's the fire-offering three-eyed lotus. A powerful artifact capable of awakening new skills in practitioners. Moreover, it enhances a practitioner's insight, greatly amplifying their potential. Professionals cannot level up indefinitely. Due to the existence of experience caps, many adventurers reach a certain level where gaining more experience points won't allow them to level up. Most adventurers have a level cap of 29. At level 30, they face a second job transfer. The success rate of the second job change is low, and many adventurers fail at this stage. Unless, of course, a deity is willing to bestow blessings using vast amounts of divine power. However, this requires at least 10 points of divine power. But divine power is exceedingly precious. How could there be so much to waste? His total divine power currently stands at just 20 points. Demanding half of that in one go would be tantamount to taking his life. Moreover, class changes for special classes are more difficult than for ordinary ones. And the level at the time of transition is unpredictable. To ensure Fang Yuan's smooth class change in the future, this fire-offered three-eyed lotus is indispensable. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this fire-offered three-eyed lotus. This was an open gambit. He had no choice but to play alone. Not only him, but deities like Baiming and Xianqing were equally determined. All devotees near the whirlwind sand sea rushed toward the location of the rotten flesh Buddha. Chapter 162, The Nirvana Flower. The Abyssal Secret Realm. The Domain of the Zhenyan. Fang Xiang used the map to search the area near the Zhenyan, hoping to find any treasures nearby. Soon, lines of text appeared on the map. 10 kilometers west Nirvana Flower high risk. 12 kilometers north Stellar Sand high risk. These were all valuable treasures. Perfect for refining artifacts or aiding practitioners in their cultivation. Fang Xiang was overcome with envy and immediately relayed this information to the Zhenyan through a dream. He chose not to use divine sound because while it carried limited information, it consumed just as much divine power. However, being able to sleep within the Guishu secret realm was no ordinary feat. The followers now entering the Guishu secret realm were all on edge, constantly on guard against monster attacks. Thus, they dared not sleep at all. But Zhenyan was different. It possessed the power to subjugate all surrounding monsters, compelling them to serve its will. Upon receiving the information, the Zhenyan immediately acted according to Fang Xiang's command. The Guishu secret realm. A raging sandstorm swept across the sea of sand. Li Changsheng and his companions appeared to be resting, but in reality, they were waiting for others to join them in the dragon hunt. After this period of development, many devotees had significantly increased their strength. Among them, quite a few divine beings possessed special professions. If they were to gang up on the rotten flesh Buddha, they still had a very high chance of victory. Soon, someone passed by Li Changsheng and the others. Upon seeing Li Changsheng, someone invited them to hunt the rotten flesh Buddha together. Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't refuse. He offered a faint smile. Perhaps we should wait for others. This rotten flesh Buddha is too powerful. I'm not confident we can handle it. Sometimes, sincerity is the ultimate trump card. Li Changsheng's words laid everything bare, easing the minds of many divine beings. They had feared the news might be false. Now, it seemed, cooperation was still possible. The man nodded. Agreed. Soon, except for the distant followers like Xinyan, who resided far from the whirlwind sand sea, a vast number of devotees began converging on this location. Nearly 70% of the secret realm's followers had gathered here. Jinsu's follower, Pei Wangchuan, glanced at Li Changsheng, his eyes revealing no hostility. Li Changsheng and his group were formidable. Making enemies now would be as foolish as acting without a brain. Even if followers couldn't attack each other, turning a blind eye to a comrade in need at a critical moment would only lead to regret in the hall of the King of Hell. Friends, shall we join forces to slay the monsters later? We can split the fire offering three-eyed lotus equally, Pei Wangchuan said with a scholarly smile, though a dangerous aura rippled beneath his gaze. Followers of Xianqing and Tai also hurried over. Li Changsheng naturally nodded in agreement. The gathering swelled as more arrived, all drawn by the fire offering three-eyed lotus. Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming sat nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Seeing that the top 9 on the combat power ranking had all arrived, they couldn't help but feel surprised. They hadn't anticipated that the fire-offered three-eyed lotus would draw such a crowd. Xu Feng, the strongest believer of Baiming, strode in with the bearing of a tiger, his voice booming, "Since we're all here for the fire-offered three-eyed lotus, why not join forces? Remember, this rotten flesh Buddha is a special monster of level 26. Without teaming up, we'll likely be no match for it." The others chimed in agreement, "I'm in." As for who ultimately gets the fire-offered three-eyed lotus, well, that's just luck. Even if we don't get it, slaying the rotten flesh Buddha will yield massive points and experience a sure win. Xu Feng smiled faintly. Since there are no objections, we should now elect a leader to guide us in defeating the rotten flesh Buddha. Without a leader, we're scattered like sand, unable to unleash our true combat power. Killing the rotten flesh Buddha could easily result in mass casualties. Second, after defeating the rotten flesh Buddha, no one wants to reap rewards without contributing, right? It's best to stick with the principle of distribution based on contribution. The crowd nodded in agreement, yet each harbored ulterior motives. Once the rotten flesh Buddha is slain, won't it just be a free-for-all? Xu Feng knew this well. His voice grew solemn. "For fairness' sake, I need each of you to swear by your deity. Pledge to strictly follow the leader's commands and plan, and distribute the fire-offered three-eyed lotus according to contribution. What say you?" Hesitation rippled through the crowd. Before, breaking the agreement was still an option, but now, once the oath is sworn, it must be honored. As the others hesitated, Yi Wuming coldly declared, "Enough. Let's just dive straight into the monster hunt. What's the point of all this fuss?
Originally, they hadn't dared to object due to their fear of Chu Feng's strength. But now that Yi Wuming had spoken up, they naturally felt no need to fear Chu Feng and immediately began countering his arguments.
Yi Wuming is right. What's the point of all this? What? If we don't swear, are you going to exclude us? Chu Feng frowned.
His original plan was to seize the leadership position and make everyone fight for him. But unexpectedly, Yi Wuming showed no mercy, directly exposing his true intentions.
Forcing everyone to obey would only backfire.
So Chu Feng took a step back. Everyone, I'm merely suggesting a way to increase our chances of defeating the rotten flesh Buddha and minimize losses.
If you refuse, I won't force you.
Yi Wuming sneered coldly. This is our first time gathering together.
What kind of rapport could we possibly have? Even if someone leads, it'll only become a tool for the leader to profit. We'd be better off fighting independently. That's more efficient.
The others nodded in agreement with Yi Wuming's words. The boss is right. Even with a leader directing us, this is our first time teaming up.
We haven't trained together.
Forcing us together won't accomplish much.
Let's do as the boss says, every man for himself. Whoever grabs the fire offering three-eyed lotus gets it.
Chu Feng clenched his fists, forcing a smile as he nodded in agreement. Yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes, clearly displeased with Yi Wuming's undermining. Still, he had gathered some loyal followers along the way. Several people gathered around Chu Feng, speaking on his behalf. Brother Chu is just looking out for everyone.
If you disagree, you don't have to make such a big deal out of it, right?
Brother Chu, once we seize the fire-supplied three-eyed lotus, they'll regret this.
Many powerful figures sneered inwardly. How many among this group could truly make a difference?
Chu Feng merely intended to use the weaker ones as bait to draw the rotten flesh Buddha's attention. They were the ones launching the assault. Once most of the group had gathered, they finally began their advance. Soon, they all noticed a putrid stench spreading ahead, accompanied by faint, strange vibrations beneath the sand.
The nauseating stench made them retch, even breathing becoming difficult.
In the distance, the eerie sounds drew nearer, like countless ghouls whispering, or an unknown entity growling softly, clouding their minds. Yi Wuming gripped his phantom lightsword, its razor-sharp blade reflecting a cold, piercing glow. His eyes fixed intently on the unwelcome visitors ahead.
Everyone, brace yourselves.
As a level 26 monster, the rotten flesh Buddha undoubtedly commands a vast horde of minions. The group nodded in unison. Li Changqing drew his bow, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with eagle-like precision before locking onto several monsters lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow darted from the darkness, lunging straight toward Su Lilua. Her reflexes were lightning fast. She drew her silver bow to its full extent, and a cold gleam shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the monster. After Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng made their moves, they retreated to the rear of the group, blending into the crowd. There was no need to push themselves forward at this moment. Then he noticed Fang Yuan was also trailing behind the main group.
Not far away stood Chu Feng.
Yi Wuming fell silent.
Chapter 163, The Rotten Flesh Buddha. This whole bunch is holed up in the rear, waiting to pick up the scraps, huh?
It could be said that anyone with a shred of sense was staying behind. Only the brainless would charge forward.
Just as a few began moving forward,
the yellow sands suddenly erupted. Tentacles formed from layers of rotting flesh, coated in slime, burst through the earth. As Suli retreated, she stepped into a soft sand pit. Instantly, her ankle was wrapped by dark purple veins. She drew the short dagger at her waist and swung it backward, but the blade sank into the swollen flesh tumor with a squelching sound.
Sister! Su Niannian charged forward, shield raised, its totem glowing with a blue light.
The shield collided with the second tentacle, sending slime flying into her hair where it crystallized into spiderweb patterns.
Shangguan Nanju's twin blades fluttered like butterflies, severing the rotting flesh. The severed flesh writhed frantically on the ground, resembling writhing maggots. The putrid stench intensified tenfold, overwhelmingly nauseating.
Everyone, be careful, someone shouted loudly, retreating steadily. It wasn't just him, most of the group was retreating. At this moment, they had to guard not only against the monsters, but also against their own kind trying to take advantage of the chaos. Were it not for the rule forbidding believers from killing each other, most of these people would now be dying by the hands of fellow believers.
Boom!
The sand beneath their feet began to boil.
Li Changqing's arrow pierced the cores of 3 flesh lump monsters.
The exploding pus and blood solidified mid-air into crimson ice crystals. As Yi Wuming's sword swept through, the crystals refracted countless crimson beams, slicing fine, bloody gashes across Pei Wanchuan's face as he charged forward.
Fall back 30 paces.
Li Changqing suddenly bellowed, grabbing Su Li by the collar and flinging her out of the danger zone. The ground where they had stood collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a 10-meter-wide pit of flesh and blood. At the pit's bottom, countless white bones were arranged into the shape of a lotus throne. Putrid flesh slowly crawled up the skeletal frame, eventually forming a majestic yet eerie flesh Buddha.
Is this the rotten flesh Buddha?
Staring at the ground beneath her feet, now transformed beyond recognition, a flash of horror crossed Su Lilua's eyes. Had it not been for Li Changqing's intervention, she would likely be dead.
Chu Feng retreated with his trusted men to the eastern stone pillar, a talisman in his palm smoldering with blue flames. As the flesh tendrils coiled toward him, he deliberately collided with them, feigning a retreat toward the Xianqing followers. At the critical moment, he casually dodged away. Amidst blood-curdling screams, 2 unlucky souls were dragged into the flesh pit. The white bone lotus platform instantly burst into an eerie crimson glow. The fire-offering three-eyed lotus is manifesting, someone screamed hoarsely. From the depths of the sand sea came a rumbling chant like thunder, and rotting flesh began to grow, rapidly enlarging the Buddha statue until it coalesced into a 6-sheng-tall figure. Each of its 3 faces wore expressions of weeping, laughter, and rage, while every palm cradled a melting skull. Yi Wuming suddenly gripped his trembling phantom light sword, its divine runes flickering erratically at the hilt. Had it not been for the divine artifact's protection, the threat of unholy curse would have already seeped into his body. He glanced at Li Changsheng, noticing the golden arrow coalescing at his fingertips absorbing the surrounding blood mist. Clearly, he was unharmed. The other devotees wielding divine artifacts were likewise untouched by the curse. Su Lilua held the divine artifact bestowed by Fang Xiang upon the god of Mushue, shielding the 3 from Mushue village. Meanwhile, relying on his status as a shadow assassin, Chu Feng had somehow slipped behind the Buddha statue. The strings of copper coins in his hand had formed some peculiar array. It seemed he could no longer resist the urge to strike. But he was remarkably patient, holding back from truly striking. Within everyone's bodies, the curse seemed to coil and bind, fine threads of blood appearing between their eyebrows. The sandstorm intensified, lashing against their faces with fragments of flesh and blood, like countless gaping mouths gnawing at their skin. A strange premonition suddenly gripped Yi Wuming's heart, as if something terrifying was about to unfold. He opened his mouth to warn everyone to retreat, but the blood-flesh Buddha statue's furious roar cut him off. The gale hurled chunks of flesh against their faces, the putrid stench nearly making them vomit. Suddenly, Li Changsheng growled, "Look up." Following his call, the group looked up to see a crimson cloud forming in the sky, countless faces shrouded in a blood mist, emitting silent wails. "Is this the lustful Buddha mist?" Su Lilua gasped. "How could it appear here?" A follower of the northern sea god panicked, "Are we trapped here?" Fang Yuan, a Tai follower, sneered, "No, this is likely just one of its avatars." A follower of Xianqing retorted, "Even an avatar could easily annihilate us. Don't be so overconfident." Li Changxing suddenly pointed out, "Look at that 3-eyed lotus in the center of the fire offering. It's rapidly turning red." Only then did everyone notice that the lotus pedestal amidst the rotting flesh had shifted from green to an eerie blood red, with wailing souls continuously rising toward the sky. Xu Feng's eyes darkened. He immediately ordered the Xianqing believer, "Go retrieve that fire-offered 3-eyed lotus for me. I will find a way to save you all." Pei Wangchuan sneered coldly, "You're being far too idealistic. Why should we trust you?" Before he could finish, a sudden scream erupted from behind, "Watch out! The lustful Buddha mist is approaching." Faces paled instantly as the crowd instinctively surged toward Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. It seemed to require the protection of both of them. But Yi Wuming's expression darkened further. He sensed the crimson lotus platform trembling in waves. It seemed to be absorbing dark energy. Li Changsheng suddenly roared, "Disperse!" Yi Wuming reacted swiftly, immediately retreating with the Su sisters and Shangguan Nanju. Only then did the group realize with horror that the ground beneath their feet had, at some unknown moment, transformed into flesh and blood. The stench of decay grew increasingly intense. The lustful Buddha mist gradually coalesced into hideous, grotesque faces, howling downward toward them. Xu Feng's eyes widened in horror, yet his body continued retreating backward. But by then, it was already too late. The ground beneath his feet suddenly turned soft and yielding, as countless tentacles burrowed out from the rotting flesh. He managed to grab only a few trusted followers. The rest of his followers were ensnared by the rotting flesh and dragged into the pit of decay. No! Xu Feng's eyes bulged in fury, yet he could not reverse the situation. He could only watch helplessly as his companions were buried alive in the putrid flesh. The blood mist coalesced into a grotesque face, swallowing them whole. The others met equally gruesome fates. Realizing the situation was dire, Xu Feng immediately led his men toward the distance, but it was already too late. The lustful Buddha mist swept through, enveloping them all in its putrid flesh. Countless devotees were devoured alive, becoming part of the lustful Buddha mist. Neither the followers of Xianqing the Divine nor those of Jinsa the Divine were spared. Their adherents met their end one after another. Only their specialized practitioners escaped the carnage. But they too were wounded. Xianqing and Jinsa nearly fainted from the shock. Not only them, but many deities were deeply grieved. The bullet chat erupted in frenzied roars, a sea of sighs. FCK. We're done for. That rotten meat Buddha is insanely strong. He hasn't even reached level 30 yet and already controls a nascent domain. How can we fight this? Who can defeat it within the rotten flesh Buddha's domain? Unless Jinyan can come over. Forget it. I just checked the Yaksha's livestream. It's devouring nirvana flowers to purify its mountain sea beast bloodline. No time to come here. It's too far from the raging sand sea. Even if it rushed, it couldn't make it in time. Who could have imagined the rotten flesh Buddha was this terrifying? Now, our only option is to flee. If the special professionals here unite their efforts, there might still be a sliver of chance. Work together? If not for the rules, they'd be fighting each other. Now, we can only hope those with the divine bone of guidance will step forward. The moment these words appeared, the chat exploded with activity. Chapter 164, Crushing Defeat. Many lower-ranked players were pressuring Tai and his group to intervene. After all, they possessed the divine descent finger bones. But Tai and his group chose to ignore them outright. The divine descent finger bones were their trump cards for securing rankings. How could they possibly use them here? The Abyssal Realm. Though the flesh Buddha's true form had yet to descend, the terrifying mist of lustful karma already spread. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and a handful of others scrambled to flee under the rotten flesh Buddha's assault. Damn it! Chu Feng cursed as he fled, seething with the urge to kill Yi Wuming. If only he hadn't suggested they fight separately. They would still be battling monsters instead of being chased by rotting flesh beasts. But he couldn't dwell on that now. Because the lustful Buddha mist had descended. He could even feel an eerie force coiling around his body. The lustful Buddha mist twisted into a grotesque face, its gaping maw frantically gnawing at his body. Had he not reacted swiftly and opened the shadow realm, he would have been swallowed whole by the flesh-eating monsters by now. But because others couldn't enter the shadow realm, his trusted lieutenant died instantly. Though death within the abyssal secret realm meant only half his lifespan and all his equipment were lost. But the cost was already immense. He held a divine artifact in his hands. Pei Wanchuan, a follower of Xianqing God, met an equally gruesome end. Countless blood mist swirled around his body, like twisted faces gnawing at his flesh. Though numerous followers stood before him, the overwhelming tide of lustful Buddha mist swiftly engulfed them. Many of those bitten to death had their bodies transformed into fragments of the lustful Buddha mist. The lustful Buddha mist, engulfed in flesh and blood, surged forward into the distance. At this point, they had no other choice but to flee. Yet the lustful Buddha mist pursued relentlessly from behind. Countless people were swallowed whole by the lustful Buddha mist. Pei Wanchuan and the others turned pale with terror, scrambling to flee in panic. Everyone, don't panic. Follow me. Once we get out of this valley, we can escape, someone shouted hoarsely, charging northward. For they had noticed the lustful Buddha mist advancing in that very direction. It seemed intent on pursuing the fleeing group through that very spot. Keep up. I'll cover the rear. Chu Feng growled lowly, his figure darting through the sandstorm like a ghostly apparition, racing toward the rear. Hope flickered in many eyes as they followed Chu Feng's lead. A strange string of copper coins appeared in Chu Feng's hand. A crimson glow emanated from them, as if absorbing dark energy. Just as the lustful Buddha mist closed in to surround him, the coin suddenly erupted with terrifying power. Boom! An explosion erupted around Chu Feng, tearing apart the bodies of numerous rotten flesh monsters. The lustful Buddha mist scattered slightly. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. His form dissolved into a ghostly shadow, plunging into the shadow realm and vanishing into the howling wind. This was the extent of what he could do. Moreover, his goal wasn't to save anyone, but to force the shadow realm to open outside the valley. After all, the shadow plane was immobile. Each opening and closing occurred at its original location. Yi Wuming watched the lustful Buddha mist spreading, about to engulf everyone, his eyes turning icy. Dark Star Dragon wings sprouted from his back, and the power of the Dark Star Dragon surged violently. Devour! He roared lowly as the power of the Dark Star Dragon erupted. A vortex formed around him. Massive amounts of the lustful Buddha mist were sucked in. Yet, it could not be completely devoured. The lustful Buddha mist seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, sensing his intent. At that moment, it immediately dispersed. Yet, before that, he had already absorbed a vast amount of the lustful Buddha mist. The ghostly faces formed by the lustful Buddha mist let out agonized wails as they scattered in all directions. Yi Wuming's body was gradually engulfed by the ghostly faces. This is bad. Li Changqing's eyes darkened as his figure shot forward, moving toward Yi Wuming's direction. Su Li Luo, her sister, and Shanghuan Nanju did the same. But suddenly, Yi Wuming spoke, "Go! Don't come over here!" The lustful Buddha mist seemed capable of manipulating the evil energy. Once engulfed by too much of it, it could actually cause one to lose oneself, craving slaughter. Had he not received the immense divine blessings of Fang Xiang, he would have been lost long ago. Li Changsheng said nothing more, choosing to trust Yi Wuming. Seizing this chance, the group immediately fled the valley. The rotten flesh Buddha's avatar seemed unable to leave the valley, forced to watch helplessly as the others fled. Many still trembled with lingering fear. The Dark Star Dragon wings on Yi Wuming's back suddenly trembled, beginning their escape. At present, the rotten flesh Buddha had not fully awakened. If its true form were to emerge, it would likely be impossible to resist. I never imagined the rotten flesh Buddha's power could be so terrifying, Yi Wuming murmured as he soared out of the valley, his gaze complex clearly. This outcome had not been anticipated. Li Changsheng and the others remained silent. Su Li Luo surveyed the surviving devotees around her, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Too powerful. Despite being only one rank higher, the rotten flesh Buddha's strength had changed so drastically. 6 out of every 10 believers who entered the valley were killed outright. At that moment, in the livestream chat, a wave of sighs washed over the screen. The comments streamed rapidly, yet couldn't mask the thick atmosphere of sorrow. It's over. Losing so many followers this time is just too devastating. If it weren't for Yi Wuming, the death toll would have been even higher. What do we do now? Are we just supposed to give up? Not quite giving up. Once the rotten flesh Buddha manifests its true form, it'll be unstoppable. But we can have the top 20 players step in and take it down. Forget it. I just asked them. Nobody's willing to use the divine descent finger bones. Damn it. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch this monster run rampant? This grudge won't rest until it's avenged. So what if it's unsettled? If those powerhouses refuse, you're still stuck watching helplessly. Tai and the others coveted the fire offering three-eyed lotus. They didn't want to waste their one and only divine descent on it. Fang Xiang village. Fang Xiang had already discovered the rotten flesh Buddha's weakness through the map. But the weaknesses of the strong are not easily exploited by the weak. Yi Wuming and his group simply weren't strong enough yet. Fang Xiang resolved to wait until the next day, when the 3 communication opportunities granted by the blessing talisman would refresh. Only then would he notify Li Changxing and the others to head elsewhere to grind monsters and level up. Originally, Fang Xiang had assumed someone among them would be willing to use divine descent. Unexpectedly, unless pushed to the absolute limit, these individuals simply wouldn't resort to it. Those special class practitioners possessed formidable strength. Though they couldn't defeat the avatar of the rotten flesh Buddha, they could still escape. It was difficult to corner them completely. Since these individuals were unreliable, the only option was to have Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng level up before returning to slay the rotten flesh Buddha. The Abyssal Realm. A raging sandstorm swept across the desert. Night descended, a shattered blood moon hung high, casting an eerie shadow over the rotten flesh valley. The lustful Buddha mist churned violently in the air, seemingly impossible to dispel. Meanwhile, the rotten flesh Buddha's true form was in the process of gestation. Many began fleeing, daring not to linger near the valley. They feared that one careless moment could mean death at the hands of the flesh Buddha. Yet, many others sought to take advantage of the chaos. Look! Su Li Lua and the others are still near the valley. They haven't left. A sudden cry of alarm rang out as someone spotted Li Changsheng and the others. At that moment, Li Changsheng and his group were searching the valley for corpses, hoping to find useful items. Seeing their audacity, the others began to entertain their own ideas. These fallen followers must have treasures on them. Looting the corpses now would surely yield great rewards. But as they approached the valley, they suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. Chapter 165, The Phoenix. The lustful Buddha mist had ceased its churning. From the depths of the valley came an even more majestic chanting. Decaying flesh began to coalesce, eventually forming a Buddha 12 zhang tall. The Buddha bore 3 faces, weeping, laughing, and wrathful, while its 6 arms each held a different weapon: swords, spears, halberds, and more. Beneath it, the 3-eyed lotus of the fire offering glowed in eerie crimson, radiating an ominous and bizarre aura. "Run!" someone screamed, terrified out of their wits, dashing backward at full speed. Seeing this, the others paled with terror, unable to remain nearby. They fled madly. Damn it! Fang Yuan clenched his fists. That's the true form of the rotten flesh Buddha. It actually succeeded in enlarging its physical body. Judging by its aura, it's at least a level 27. Most fled, while a few hid at a distance, watching. Li Changsheng and his group remained composed, yet they chose to stay behind, frantically looting the fallen. Under Li Changsheng's eagle-eye vision, the rotten flesh Buddha still lacked the ability to leave the valley. Moreover, based on Fang Xiangjuan's prior intelligence, it wouldn't leave. Li Changsheng trusted Fang Xiangjuan's intelligence never faltered. Therefore, this was the perfect opportunity to loot the corpses. No one would compete with them for the treasures hidden within these corpses. TSK. Mystic Een Golden Elixir? This is a treasure for refining the body, perfect for cultivating the blood-raging body refinement technique. Yi Wuming's eyes flashed with excitement. He had already cultivated the blood-raging body refinement technique to the stage of channeling blood into acupoints. If he could refine this Mystic Een Golden Elixir, he would surely cultivate a second blood energy vortex. A fragment of the 9 heavens Mystic Een? Collect all 9, and one can forge the 9 heavens Mystic Een body. Li Changxing's eyes also lit up. These individuals were no ordinary devotees, they were the elite of various divine shrines. To have survived this long meant they possessed immense fortune. Therefore, they possessed quite a few valuable items. While the 5 frantically looted the corpses, the onlookers in the distance watched in stunned silence. Fang Yuan pressed his lips together. These men are truly bold and skilled. With a level 27 rotten flesh Buddha lurking nearby, they still dare to loot corpses. Even he wouldn't dare approach under such circumstances. What if that rotten flesh Buddha burst out? That would be certain death. In the livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned. No way. How dare they loot corpses right under the rotten flesh Buddha's nose? FCK. They're looting my followers. Lighten up if others take them, so be it. The rotten flesh Buddha probably can't leave the valley, that's good news. Level 27? Who could possibly defeat it? Divine Descent drains massive amounts of divine power, and there's no guarantee you'll get the fire-offered three-eyed lotus. If someone else snatches the prize, you'll regret it so much you'll want to crawl back into your grave. Probably no one's willing to take that risk. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang surveyed the treasures Li Changqing and the others had looted from corpses, his satisfaction palpable. Of course, the greatest beneficiary was the Xinyan. After devouring the Nirvana flower, Xinyan's bloodline condensed a trace of phoenix blood, triggering a regression that ultimately crystallized into a single drop of phoenix blood. Fang Xiang could sense the immense power contained within this single drop of bloodline. It granted Xinyan a chance at rebirth through Nirvana. The Xinyan's form had now undergone a tremendous transformation. 7 heads and 9 tails now adorned its form, while enormous, magnificent wings of flame had sprouted from its back. Fang Xiang marveled. Impressive. The Xinyan has now reached level 28, and its combat power should have surpassed level 34. The news of the Xinyan's successful fusion with the Nirvana flower also sent a wave of unease through the audience. No way? It's already level 28 this fast? This Xinyan's top spot on the combat power rankings is likely unshakable. Even with Divine Descent, the Fiend is level 28 and possesses a trace of Phoenix bloodline. After Divine Descent, it can withstand greater divine power. In a real fight, no one stands a chance against it. This Xinyan is incredibly fortunate. Not only did it obtain the Nirvana flower, but it successfully fused with it. The Nirvana flower, that's a rare treasure imbued with Phoenix bloodline essence. For the Xinyan to find it? That's just insane luck. It's over. Without a Divine Descent finger bone, my ranking this time won't be high. Who exactly is this Xinyan devoted to? It's so powerful, it's in a league of its own. Xu Feng and the others are only level 15. Even that invincible big boss, Rotten Flesh Buddha, is only level 27. If that Xinyan comes over, Rotten Flesh Buddha might get crushed. The nightmare is still some distance from the Sandstorm Sea, but at its speed, reaching there isn't impossible. The question is whether it will go. Fang Xiang Village. While everyone debated whether Xinyan would invade the Rotten Flesh Buddha's territory, Fang Xiang issued his command. Send the Xinyan straight there. The Rotten Flesh Buddha and the fire-offering three-eyed lotus were crucial to him. If the Rotten Flesh Buddha were devoured by the Xinyan, it would replenish the Xinyan with vast amounts of primal energy. The fire-offering three-eyed lotus, likewise, could unlock even greater latent power within the Xinyan. Perhaps it could even strengthen the Xinyan's Phoenix bloodline, awakening its bloodline skill, the Phoenix Flame. The Abyssal Realm. Behind the Xinyan, magnificent phoenix wings unfurled. With a single powerful flap, they unleashed a storm of wind and rain. Many intelligent beasts watched from afar. Witnessing such a terrifying creature, their eyes widened in horror as they cried out. What kind of monster is that? Its aura is overwhelming. Flee. Its aura is too powerful, at least level 28. We stand no chance against it. The monsters fled in panic, desperate to avoid encountering the Xinyan. In the Guichu secret realm, might reigns supreme. Without sufficient strength, survival is impossible. And the Xinyan, it was a monstrous beast of immense power. Viewers in the livestream watched as the Xinyan charged toward the whirling sand sea, their eyes lighting up with delight. Perfect. With the Xinyan occupied, we can seize the lotus petals of the fire-offering three-eyed lotus while it slays the Rotten Flesh Buddha. The Rotten Flesh Buddha is only level 27. Even with home field advantage, it stands no chance against the Xinyan, who's fused with the Nirvana flower and wields a divine artifact. They're not even in the same league. Remember, the Fiend once devoured a level 33 monster. Everyone believed the nightmare would crush the Rotten Flesh Buddha the moment it moved. And Tai was no exception. Tai Village. Tai stared at his ranking, his expression as dark as storm clouds. He ranked 5th. His Divine Descent finger bone remained unused. Tai held many trump cards. The artifacts and treasures within the Guichu secret realm offered him immense advantage, and he hoped to acquire more. But climbing higher in the rankings was incredibly difficult. And the fire-offering three-eyed lotus? Acquiring that was even harder. Too many eyes were fixed upon it. The greatest threat among them was Chu Feng. This follower of the Northern Divine Being was a shadow assassin who possessed the Shadow Realm. He was elusive and unpredictable, making him a formidable opponent. Still, he currently lacks a viable solution. If it came down to the final moment, he would have no choice but to invoke divine intervention and seize it by force. The Abyssal Secret Realm. Raging Sand Sea. At this moment, under the eager gazes of the live audience, Xinyan had already soared into the realm of the whirling sand sea. Chapter 166, Instant Kill. What is that? Chu Feng stared at the crimson streak of fire lighting up the horizon, his eyes filled with shock. Above, the dark clouds seemed ignited, flames spreading until they coalesced into a colossal fiery streak streaking toward the distance. As the crimson flames drew nearer, Chu Feng realized with horror that it was a monster.
This creature bore fiery wings upon its back, its body engulfed in raging flames, resembling a volcano erupting from the earth's depths.
No! This monster's aura is even stronger than the rotten flesh Buddha. Chu Feng's expression changed abruptly as he immediately retreated backward. Run! Though he couldn't determine its exact level, it was undoubtedly above level 27. And though his own strength was formidable, under the assault of a level 27 monster, he likely wouldn't survive. What is that? The others also spotted the terrifying creature's arrival and scrambled backward. Damn it! Its aura is incredibly powerful. Run! Its power is far more terrifying than that rotten flesh Buddha. The followers retreated frantically, yet Li Changsheng and his group remained utterly composed, continuing to loot the corpses. Li Changsheng recognized the specter instantly and remained unflappable.
This scene left the live stream viewers speechless.
Seriously? They actually enjoy looting corpses? That's a nightmare. Way scarier than the rotten flesh Buddha.
Keep looting corpses, and you'll end up as one yourself. Yi Wuming may be second on the combat power rankings, just one spot below the Xinyan, but the Xinyan is number one because the top spot is unattainable.
They're not even in the same league. If the Zhanyan accidentally attacks them, that'd be interesting.
What do you think, could the Zhanyan get wiped out? That wouldn't be so bad without Xinyan around, our rankings would jump up. Amidst the live stream audience's anticipation, they all hoped to witness the Yaksha accidentally killing Yi Wuming and his group. After all, the Yaksha was a monster in their eyes, a low-intelligence creature. Killing its followers and breaking the rules seemed perfectly normal. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. As it descended, the fiend retracted all its aura, moving with gentle grace, not harming Yi Wuming and his companions in the slightest. Far away, Chu Feng witnessed this scene, and a phrase unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, a tiger in the heart, gently sniffing the rose.
But why didn't the monster attack Yi Wuming and his companions?
That was downright strange.
This confusion wasn't limited to Chu Feng, the other followers felt it too.
But the spectators were filled with disappointment.
TSK.
That beast must be sparing them because the revered deity behind them issued a divine command it wouldn't dare violate the rules. Sigh. They were so close to being wiped out.
Garlic bird, garlic bird. Having Xinyan around isn't all bad. The abyssal secret realm. The Xinyan charged into the valley.
The lustful Buddha mist surged wildly, while even more resounding chanting echoed through the valley. Rotten flesh fragments began to fuse together. The Xinyan soared into the raging sandstorm, its form suddenly plummeting toward the valley. The fiery wings on its back ignited into blazing light, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of flames.
Its 9 tails whipped wildly, transforming into 9 pillars of flame. Thunder roared amidst the blaze, its might shaking the heavens. The flesh-rotten Buddhas seemed to sense the threat. Countless lustful spirits coalesced into a Buddha palm, striking toward the Xinyan. But it was utterly useless, it couldn't withstand the Xinyan's assault. Boom!
The 9 tails trembled violently, unleashing terrifying force.
Scorching thunderfire roared and swept through, obliterating the Buddha palm.
It transformed into a blazing beam of light, shooting far into the distance.
The Xinyan's form plummeted into the sea of flames, crashing down into the valley below. Boom! Terrifying power erupted within the valley.
The terrifying thunderfire spread, triggering the instantaneous eruption of the Phoenix of Immortality and Fang Xiang's Azure Dragon's 7 stars divine power within the demon's body. All who witnessed it saw the sea of thunderfire transform into a crimson lotus in full bloom.
The flesh Buddha's physical form was instantly torn apart. Its clone was likewise destroyed.
The three-eyed lotus beneath its seat, however, broke free from its body and was swallowed whole by the specter, stored within its stomach. The power erupting from the Xinyan surged like a raging storm, then vanished.
It all happened far too quickly.
So fast that before anyone could react, it was already over. Many were still contemplating charging in to seize the fire-offering three-eyed lotus. Alas, the sight of the still glowing thunderfire instantly extinguished that thought. The rules stated that believers could not attack one another. But if they chose to touch the lightning fire left behind by others, that couldn't be considered an attack by the other party.
If they were consumed by the lightning flames, wouldn't that be a pointless death? What a powerful monster. Thankfully, it didn't attack us.
Chu Feng's eyes were filled with fear.
Fang Yuan remained silent. Just now, the Tai God had sent him a divine message.
This terrifying fiend was actually a believer. Seriously, that revered deity is so powerful, yet it actually took a monster as a follower?
This is beyond absurd. How are the others supposed to compete now?
In the livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them.
No way. That was way too fast. Is it over already? The rotten flesh Buddha is level 27. And he couldn't even block one move from the Xinyan? No way. Is this even leaving us a chance to survive? I'm curious, who the hell is this monster's patron god?
Even more absurd than Fang Xiangjuan's Yi Wuming and Li Changsheng.
The abyssal secret realm.
As the wind-like monster Xinyan departed, the feast quietly drew to a close. At that moment, a line of blood-red characters appeared before all spectators.
The current points-based combat rankings are about to conclude. The ultimate showdown begins. Ultimate showdown?
The crowd gasped in shock. But the next moment, the words that appeared sent a chill down their spines.
All rules and restrictions are lifted. Engage in unrestricted slaughter.
If killed by an opponent, your points will be transferred to them.
Duration, 1 day. Final rankings determined by points.
The moment this line appeared, everyone froze. In other words, even fellow believers could now slaughter one another.
The Abyssal Realm.
The moment these words appeared,
many immediately launched attacks against Li Changsheng.
To the crowd, Li Changsheng was merely a wandering knight. Though protected by a divine artifact, he could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The gunner struck first.
He raised his arm and fired a cannon blast. Boom! Flames erupted, exploding around Li Changsheng.
Li Changsheng snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
But he did not attack them.
Seeing this, the opponent immediately advanced. Yet, just as he drew near, Li Changsheng abruptly raised the sevenfold blazing heaven cover in his hand.
Startled, the opponent retreated instantly. This ranger actually possesses a defensive artifact. Li Changsheng drew his bow and released an arrow. The extraordinary projectile instantly pierced the man's skull.
Thud! The man fell dead on the spot. The scent of blood did not instill fear in the others. Instead, it only fueled their growing excitement and bloodlust. Sisters Su Lilua and Shangguan Nanju were also surrounded.
Fang Xiang village.
Fang Xiang witnessed this scene without surprise, remaining calm and composed. Unrestricted slaughter is far more exhilarating than combat bound by rules.
Changsheng and his group rank high on the combat power leaderboard. Their actual combat prowess is in a league of its own.
In a situation like this, it's completely their home turf. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, viewers were wildly excited, bombarding the screen with comments.
Hurry! Kill Yi Wuming and his crew now! Ha 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 ha! Unrestricted slaughter, now that's a proper match. Let's see how Yi Wuming and his crew escape this.
Even though Yi Wuming's group has higher levels and better gear, they're outnumbered, they're doomed.
Chapter 167, Collective Divine Descent. The Abyssal Realm.
Many powerful figures were itching to act, yet none made a direct move, instead biding their time. Xu Feng's gaze was cold and calculating. He had refrained from acting throughout the Shadow Realm. His purpose? Because Yi Wuming and the others were now far too powerful.
He had no certainty of victory. Moreover, even if he did win, there was always the risk of someone else swooping in to claim the spoils.
The other powerful figures were equally reluctant to reveal their hidden trump cards.
However, they weren't worried about Yi Wuming and his group.
With so many weaker opponents charging ahead to exhaust their trump cards, once Yi Wuming and his group were drained of strength, it would be their time to strike.
Fang Xiang watched as those weaker fighters actually targeted Li Changsheng and his group and couldn't help but remark. Must admit, there are quite a few clever ones. But there are plenty of fools too. Who in their right mind would be the first to challenge the second and third place contenders? That's just asking for trouble, isn't it?
To spice things up, we're deploying the monster Xianba.
The audience gasped. Xuanba?
The classic of mountains and seas, the great wilderness west records, there exists a beast there, resembling a bull's head with a serpent's tail, crimson wings sprouting from its ribs, a white head, and red feet. It is called Xuanba.
Its appearance heralds torrential floods and widespread warfare. This is a level 35 monster. Without divine intervention, no one stands a chance against it. Xuanba is a unique monster that controls two major natural disasters, floods and earthquakes. To defeat it, divine intervention is likely the only option.
But who will be the first to invoke divine power?
Not me, I've already evacuated my followers. The Abyssal Realm.
Xianba's colossal form descended from the heavens, casting an immense shadow. This ape-like creature was covered in silvery white fur, its eyes crimson as blood jade. Fine scales encircled its eye sockets, and a bronze-colored horn-like growth protruded from its forehead. Its body was covered in dark blue-black scales, with a pair of crimson bat-like wings sprouting from its ribs. As they spread, a storm of blood and gore descended.
Xu Feng, Fang Yuan, and the others stared in utter shock. It's a Xuanba.
A level 35 monster. The group let out a collective scream, their hearts filled with terror as they fled madly. Yet the Xuanyaba's arrival did not cause the other monsters to retreat in terror. Instead, it filled them with abnormal excitement. For the Xianba commanded two great natural disasters, floods and earthquakes. Devouring it would surely grant its powers. But hunting down the Xianba? That was harder than climbing to the heavens. Just as the group fled, a pillar of blood-red thunderfire descended from the heavens, striking the Xuanba's body. The suddenness of this attack left everyone stunned. By the time they regained their senses, the Xianba's body had been shattered by the thunderfire, seemingly clinging to life by a thread. Who did this? What kind of power is this? What was that? Such a powerful aura. The crowd looked up at the sky and saw the fiend glaring coldly at Xianba, radiating murderous intent. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. It's the nightmare. What's it doing here? It just left not long ago. In the livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them.
No way. What the hell is going on? Not the Xinyan again. Damn it, this monster is way too strong. This Xinba is level 35. 7 levels higher than the level 28 Xinyan, and it still got hurt. Ugh. I feel like I'm wasting my time again. This Xinyan is way too overpowered. How did it get back so fast?
Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, the Zhanyan dove straight toward Xianba. Xianba snapped its head up, a glint of murderous intent flashing in its eyes.
It had only just descended and hadn't adjusted yet, which is why it got ambushed by the Xinyan.
Xianba spread its crimson flesh wings and roared, "Flood the world." As its roar echoed, moisture gathered in the heavens, instantly unleashing towering waves. The Zhanyan's gaze sharpened, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. With a fierce flap of its wings, thunder and fire roared. Instantly, a violent storm erupted, scattering the waves. Then, Xinyan's tail lashed out violently. Boom! 9 tails instantly unleashed terrifying power. Xianba was startled, violently flapping its fleshy wings to instantly raise towering waves, attempting to block the Xinyan's assault. Alas, it proved utterly futile. Boom! The terrifying force instantly pierced through its flesh. Xianba's pupils contracted as it opened its massive maw, spewing a terrifying torrent of black energy that swept toward Xinyan. The Xinyan likewise opened its gaping maw, spewing terrifying thunderfire. The crimson flames were instantly engulfed by the black torrent. But in the next instant, terrifying flames roared forth, completely incinerating the black torrent. Finally, the thunderfire transformed into a blazing beam of light, instantly piercing through Xianba's body. Thud! Xianba's body crashed onto the ground, blood spreading across the earth. Though Xianba was 7 ranks higher than Xinyan, its combat strength was significantly weaker. After all, the Xinyan possessed a thread of the chaos divine power of Fang Xiang. Under the suppression of Fang Xiang's chaotic divine power, Xianba was no match for Xinyan. Only after Xianba's body crashed down did Chu Feng and the others snap back to their senses, scrambling to retreat from the battlefield. This monster was just too damn powerful. They couldn't even defeat Xianba. How could they possibly stand a chance against the even more formidable Xinyan? Chu Feng. What should we do now? A follower beside Chu Feng pursed his lips. Stay here? Or, invoke the divine? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. No time to think about it. The Xinyan is far too powerful. If we don't invoke the divine power now, it'll be too late once it kills Xianba. With that, he immediately activated the divine descent finger bone. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the northern abyss god descended upon Chu Feng. Seeing this, the other believers likewise activated their divine descent finger bones, summoning their own revered deities upon themselves. Tai village. Tai's face darkened like storm clouds as he saw his ranking had slipped to 5th place. That monstrous Xinyan possessed such overwhelming power that he was utterly helpless. He immediately consented to the divine descent. Fang Yuan activated the divine possession technique, and Tai slowly took control of Fang Yuan's physical body. Xing. Tai glared at the Xuanba body torn in two by Xinyan above the heavens, his voice gritted. Your divine descent finger bone is nearly spent. If not, I shall strike and annihilate you all. Jin Sishin's pupils contracted, a flicker of fury in his eyes. But he was powerless. As his roar echoed, a terrifying divine might spread outward. His divine ranking was only 5 places below Xinyan's. Without invoking his divine power, once he lost the protection of his rank and became a target for other powerful beings, it would be disastrous. Fine. I hope your power can handle this monster. Jin Sishin gritted his teeth. The other devotees stared in terror. Tai God. Xu Feng's gaze turned icy. Oomph. Tai God, your rank is merely 5th. Even if you slaughter all of us, you'd only gain a few points off our bodies. It wouldn't change anything. Moreover, if you kill me, Fang Xiang will descend directly. Then, it will be you who dies. I advise you to behave yourself and wait for us to kill Xianba and claim 1st place. A flicker of murderous intent flickered in Tai's eyes, but ultimately it did not erupt. After all, he was speaking the truth. Chapter 168, 4 against 1. The Abyssal Secret Realm. Fang Yuan sneered coldly, naturally. Boom! As Tai and the others descended like gods, terrifying auras erupted from their bodies. As a devotee of the northern abyss god, Chu Feng instantly unleashed a storm of fury. The shadow plane opened, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding believers. He intended to force everyone to activate their divine descent. Li Changsheng and Yi Woming had already retreated early, fearing collateral damage. Tai and the others paid them no mind, instead fixing their gaze upon the Xinyan. The overwhelming divine might descended, immobilizing the Xinyan. No matter how formidable it was, before the divine, it was but an ant. And the Xinyan also activated its divine descent. This was Fang Xiang's first time entering the Xinyan's body. The monster's body differed from that of a human, capable of withstanding greater divine power. The instant the Xinyan activated its divine descent, the power surging through its body instantly escalated to a new tier. This new tier caused his primal power to surge explosively. Kill.
Tai, Jinsa, Xianqing, and Baiming launched their attacks on Fang Xiang simultaneously. Their sole objective was to claim the top spot on this battle power ranking. Yet the Xinyan controlled by Fang Xiang posed an immense threat. Though none knew Fang Xiang was the Xinyan's revered deity, its overwhelming aura alone was enough to send shivers down their spines. Fang Xiang fixed his gaze upon them, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Want first place? Then we'll see if you have what it takes. Boom! As thunder and fire collided, the divine power of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon erupted in an instant. Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, Fang Xiang's divine might surged forth like a raging tidal wave, sweeping out in all directions. The terrifying aura froze everyone in place. But Tai and the others snapped back to their senses in an instant. A high-rank wild god. Tai cried out in sheer terror. They were merely mid-tier wild gods, yet their opponent was a high-tier wild god. Moreover, the Yaksha was a monstrous level 28 entity. They had absolutely no chance of victory. But the arrow was already on the string, they had no choice but to fire. Tai and his companions had no choice but to go all out. Tai murmured, divine power. Golden Crow's supreme tribulation. As his roar echoed, a blazing sea of thunder and fire instantly ignited across the heavens. Divine technique. Heaven and earth without limit. Jinsu unleashed his attack as well. Terrifying thunder and fire descended from the heavens, crashing down around the hideous beast. Divine might. Shadow river of the netherworld. Divine power. Heaven and earth purify. Xianqing descended like a god, launching his attack in an instant. Terrifying power erupted wildly. The 4 intermediate-level wild gods joined forces to attack Fang Xiang. Everyone gasped in shock. Is this the gap between intermediate and advanced wild gods? This is terrifying. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, the terrifying specter controlled by Fang Xiang stood utterly still, allowing the enemy's attacks to descend upon it. This scene sent shockwaves through the crowd. But in Tai and the others' eyes, a wild thrill flared. That monster is dead meat. Fang Yuan snarled with a savage grin. Boom! Terrifying divine power descended, instantly granting Tai and his allies the upper hand. Their power surged wildly, overwhelming everyone present as they seized the upper hand in an instant. That monster hasn't reacted yet? Xianba froze in surprise. The others shared her confusion. But they quickly snapped back to reality. The reason the Yaksha monster attacked Xianba was because it had ambushed its opponent. This time, however, it was being jointly suppressed by Tai and the others, leaving it utterly unable to retaliate. As Tai and the others unleashed their attacks, the Xinyan's body was instantly engulfed in terrifying thunder and fire. The scene unfolded so abruptly that everyone froze in shock. By the time they regained their senses, the Xinyan had been swallowed whole by the terrifying thunderfire. This sight filled everyone with immense joy. They had finally wounded this monster. Tai sneered coldly, no matter how powerful you are, you're still just a high-level wild god. I'll see how you block our attacks. The other's eyes burned with equal excitement. Of course. This is an attack launched by all 4 of us combined. Even if you block our attack, what then? You're still only a high-tier wild god, just 1 rank above us. And we? We are 4 mid-tier wild gods. We can kill you with ease. Boom! Terrifying thunder and fire slammed into the Xinyan's physical form. Alas, it proved utterly ineffective. The enemy's assault couldn't even breach his defenses. Every last bit was swallowed by Fang Xiang's chaotic divine power. But in the next instant, Fang Xiang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap, striking Tai directly. The audience, witnessing this, erupted in joy. Ha ha ha! First place is ours. TSK. This monster actually dares to attack the Tai god? Is he trying to get himself wiped out? I knew it. This high-tier wild god can definitely withstand the attacks of the 4 mid-tier wild gods. Tai and the others are as good as dead. Hopefully they both get destroyed, that'd boost our rankings. The Abyss Secret Realm. All eyes were fixed on the Xinyan and Tai god. They were all waiting to see how Tai would counterattack and then slay the Xinyan. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. Boom! A terrifying force roared forth. It instantly slammed into Tai's physical form. Tai gasped in shock. This is the divine power of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. How could this be? As Fang Xiang unleashed the divine might of the Azure Dragon's 7 stars, the dragon's soul heartflame transformed into a crimson dragon, roaring as it swept through. It instantly pierced through Tai's body. Boom! Thud! Tai's body crashed onto the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't believe this monster possessed such overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from Fang Xiang's controlled Xinyan surged violently, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. The other 3's pupils contracted sharply. Tai god. You! Baiming was utterly stunned. The 4 of them had attacked together, yet failed to injure the enemy? Chu Feng was so terrified he nearly wet himself. This monster is way too strong. Run, everyone! We can't possibly defeat it. The others were equally gripped by terror.
They had only resorted to using the divine descent finger bones after being threatened by Tai Shun. Yet even with all four of them combined, this was the outcome.
Fight, roared the Jinsa god. If we don't fight now, death is our only path. What are you waiting for? Don't you dare hold back. Fang Yuan stared at the terrifying specter, his heart filled with dread. A flash of anger crossed his face. God Jinsa, are you seeking death? This monster is far too powerful. We're no match for it. Jinsession sneered coldly, humph. Had I not descended as a god, you would already be dead. And now you dare to back out? As Jinsession's roar echoed, a terrifying divine might spread out in all directions.
Jinsession abruptly raised his head, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. His hand shot out like a thunderclap, striking directly at Fang Yuan.
Chapter 169, Point Settlement. The northern abyss god's gaze was equally cold and menacing. A flicker of anger flickered in Tai Yi's eyes, but he could do nothing about it. After all, Jinsu had spoken the truth. Very well. We shall fight together. Tai Yi commanded, manipulating Fang Yuan's body as he spoke in a deep voice. Only then did Jinsu nod, his gaze fixed coldly on Fang Xiang. I acknowledge your strength, sir. Might I inquire about your true name? Fang Xiang. Fang Xiang watched the scene unfold, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. It must be said, this Jinsa possessed both skill and audacity. But alas, before absolute power, all resistance is futile. Fang Xiang spoke slowly, divine ability Frost Lament. As his roar echoed, terrifying power erupted instantly. Chaos divine power transformed into howling frost, freezing the entire world. Xianba, far away, was instantly buried in the frost. The core divine power of Frost Lament coalesced into a deep blue spear, piercing straight through Jinsa's body. Thud! Jinsa's pupils contracted as his body crashed to the ground. His eyes widened in shock. This? Frost Lament? Jinsa's pupils dilated, his heart filled with horror. He never imagined Fang Xiang possessed such formidable divine power. Jinsa's divine form fell. The believer perished. All points were devoured by the demonic fiend. This scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone was left stunned. When they came to their senses, Jinsesheng had already been swallowed by the frost spear. Jinsisai! Xianqing cried out in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tai Yi was equally horrified. That's the power of the revered god behind the Jinyan. He's too powerful. Run! Baiming wasted no time, immediately beginning his escape. If they could just hold out until the divine descent period ended, they might still have a chance. Boom! As Baiming fled, Fang Xiang launched his attack. In an instant, the frost spear pierced through Baiming's body. Thud! Baiming's pupils contracted as his body plummeted to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't believe this monster possessed such overwhelming power. Thud! 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 In the next instant, the terrifying light of the rotten demon eye slammed into Tai Yi and the others, tearing their bodies into shreds. No! Fang Yuan's eyes widened in sheer terror. As their furious roars echoed, moisture gathered in the sky, instantly stirring up towering waves. They were all fighting desperately, trying to turn the tide of defeat. Alas, it was all in vain. Divine ability Kangsu, engraving karma. As Fang Xiang's furious roar echoed, a chaotic divine halo appeared behind him. Terrifying karmic power erupted, piercing straight through Tai Yi and the others' bodies. Thud! Thud! Tai Yi and Xianqing fell simultaneously. Fang Xiang seized the points of the other two, and the divine descent fingerbone was also added to his collection. Moreover, the fortunes of these two had just erupted to their absolute peak. As if they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. But this was achieved by burning through their future fortune. The scene unfolded so abruptly that everyone froze in shock. By the time they regained their senses, Tai Yi and the others had already been swallowed by the light of the decaying demon eye. No! The four followers screamed in horror, their hearts filled with dread. Yet, as the light of the decaying demon eye descended, their physical forms instantly turned to dust. In that moment, Fang Xiang commanded the fiendish specter to carry out a great purge. Every follower and monster in the vicinity, save for his own, was engulfed by the decaying demonic light, reduced to ashes and vanishing into thin air. The nightmare's points skyrocketed, breaking through the 100,000 mark in the blink of an eye. In the livestream chat, viewers tracking the power rankings seethed with envy. Damn it, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Too bad I got slaughtered by the Zun god behind the Jinyan before I could even micromanage. So many points. I'm so jealous. Don't eat pickled radish. Look, Mushua's followers. Just 1,000 points and they've already cracked the top 5 on the power rankings. Her followers and Fang Xiangjuan's followers got lucky they left early when Jinyan and Fang Yuan started fighting. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let them join the frenzy in the Sand Sea. Damn it. Followers who didn't join the Sand Sea frenzy are freaking lucky. Ha ha ha. 300 points and still crack the top 50? So satisfying. TSK. My Desert Death God's follower, Fuzhou Yuan, just kept farming solo and coasted into the top 4? Most of the strong players fell in the Sandstorm Rift. The survivors are mostly noobs. Who cares if I'm weak? As long as I rack up the points. Ha ha ha. Tai Village. Tai stared intently at the follower rankings. This time, Fang Yuan's death at the hands of the Xinyan caused their ranking to plummet. A total of 150,000 followers entered the Guishu's secret realm. Now, only 1,000 believers had points on the rankings. Everyone else had 0 points. This left many deities feeling deeply unsettled. After all, they were the elite, yet they'd been overtaken by a group of lesser beings. Muxue Village. Muxue stared at her 5th place ranking, overcome with excitement. Most of these points came from tagging along with Li Changxing and the others. Riding the coattails of the big shots felt amazing. Just then, a line of menacing text floated across the chat area. This round of the combat power ranking concludes. Settlement begins. Divine beings ranked 11th to 50th receive 10 divine fragments. Collecting 100 divine fragments allows early consolidation of divine authority. Rankings 5th to 10th, 50 divine fragments each. Muxue ranked 5th, receiving a high-grade Tier 1 divine ability scroll. Opening it guarantees a divine ability. Desert Death God ranked 4th, receiving 2 high-grade first-tier divine ability scrolls and a special class transfer book. At this sight, everyone's breathing quickened. For the special occupation transfer book was a super rare treasure, a once-in-a-lifetime find. Specialists might never be able to change their class in their entire lives. But with this special occupation transfer book, it was different. Success was guaranteed. And the bonuses gained from a successful special class transfer were immense. This reward instantly made Tai and the others green with envy. Tai gritted his teeth, snarling, "That thing was mine. Mine. Damn it. If I ever find out who that Xinyan's revered deity is, I'll make them pay." The announcement continued. Fang Xiang ranked 3rd, receiving rewards, 1 second tier, 1st grade divine ability scroll, 2 special profession transfer books, and 100 divine essence fragments. Fang Xiang ranked 2nd, receiving rewards, 1 high grade 2nd tier divine ability scroll, 200 divine essence fragments, and 1 special cultivation orb. Whoa! The crowd gasped in shock upon seeing Fang Xiang's rewards. 300 divine essence fragments? Doesn't that mean he can attain divine authority ahead of schedule? Chapter 170, Divine Shrine Mall. The special cultivation orb is the real game changer. Divine power in the divine throne can only be enhanced through followers' faith. The techniques within this orb strengthen the bond between worshippers and their deity, accelerating the growth of their devotion. Plus, it boosts their combat prowess. I'm jealous. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. They double. Fang Xiang hit the jackpot this time. I'm dying to know who took 1st place. To cultivate a monster like Xinyan, a single creature that slaughtered half the believers. If I find out, I'll make sure they wish they were dead. Dude, are you even awake? He's a high-tier wild god. Do you think you could beat him? They're on a whole different level now. Best just stay out of it. Fang Xiang Village. Fang Xiang was eagerly anticipating the reward for 1st place. After all, the previous rewards had already blown his mind. The ones to come would likely be even more thrilling. Amidst the anticipation of the entire region, the blood-red text pulsed once more. 1st place, Fang Xiang reward, a 5th-tier special divine artifact. This artifact is an attribute-less, scalable divine object. It has no name and must be named by the deity himself. As this deity's followers surpassed 100,000 points and slaughtered countless believers and monsters, an additional title is awarded, Unrivaled Reaper. Clatter! The chat area lay dead silent for a long while. Everyone stared intently at the 3 characters Fang Xiang, as if trying to see right through them. Beiming Village. The North Sea divine statue trembled slightly, murmuring softly, "It's him. It's actually him. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought all 3 top spots would be swept by Fang Xiang? This guy is truly terrifying." She had long known Fang Xiang embodied the principle that hard work pays off. But she never imagined Fang Xiang still held so many secrets she hadn't uncovered. Tai Village. Tai seethed with hatred toward Fang Xiang, yet he was utterly powerless. Because Fang Xiang wasn't anywhere near him. In fact, he even felt a bit relieved that the other party wasn't nearby. Otherwise, with the other's combat prowess, annihilating him would likely be as easy as turning his hand. Yet, for some reason, ever since his divine descent was struck by Fang Xiang's divine power, his luck seemed to have improved. Just now, a follower had awakened as a special class. This meant Tai Village now had 2 special class holders. Chat area. After a long silence, messages suddenly flooded the chat. What the hell? Xinxie is Fang Xiang's follower? How the hell is this guy so strong? He must be cheating. What's Fang Xiang's background? I've never seen him post in chat. Way too mysterious. Big shots just love to keep a low profile. A tier 5 special divine artifact? And one that adapts to the deity's own attributes? A non-elemental, scalable artifact? Seriously, this reward is insane. Unrivaled Reaper? This title effect is insane. It grants the wearer 1% extra true damage and instantly kills any target below 5% health. Absolutely overpowered. This Fang Xiang is definitely a big shot. Wish I could join his divine faction. Dream on. He's always been a lone wolf, no faction. A lone wolf player? That's got some flair. Mushue Village. Mushue knew Fang Xiang was formidable but never imagined even the Xinyan would be on their side. No wonder the Xinyan didn't attack them during the final battle. It all made sense now. Mushue was thrilled. The stronger Fang Xiang became, the greater her chances of coasting to victory in the future. Fang Xiang Village. Divine Body Realm. A vast array of rewards floated before Fang Xiang's eyes. But what thrilled him most was that 5th-tier special artifact. Fang Xiang opened his personal interface. Divine title, Fang Xiang. Level, Advanced Wild God. Title, Far Ahead, Unrivaled Reaper. Divine Power, 50-50-300. Skills, Dream Prophecy 0.1 Divine Power Use, Bestow Blessing Freely Adjustable, Divine Resonance 0.1 Divine Power Use, Protective Divine Radiance 1 Divine Power 6 hours, Max Range 150 Diameter, Artifact Forging Tier 1, Part of the Dragon Soul, Part Flame 1 Divine Power Use, Frost Lament 1 Divine Power Use, Corrupted Demon Gaze 1 Divine Power Use, Antares Engraving Karma 3 Divine Power Use, Capella Reverse Destiny Star 10 Divine Power Use. Professionals, 8. Beast Slave, Xinyan. Items, 121 Gene of Divine Remains, 7-fold Blazing Heaven Cover Mid-tier 1st rank, Doll Fragments, 95 Gene of Stellar Iron, Thorn Demon Armor, Frost-clad Sword High-tier 1st rank. 100 milliliters Dragonling Blood, Rust Blood Octopus Carcass, Evil Bone Wolf Spider Carcass, 3 Caddies Black Fallen Green Hand. For 96 G Phantom Light Mica, 1 Entropy Conduit, Carefree Journey Sword Blueprint, Level 35 Inferno Hound Carcass, Tomato and Potato Seeds. Dark Star Entropy Simplified Potion Formula. Vishaya Divine Statue. Blueprint for the superb Great Weapon, Nether Hunt Blade. 10 Caddies of Blood Essence Stone. Blueprint for the Divine Artifact, Key of the Dark Abyss. 100 grams of Wu Earth Embryo, 10 bottles of Tempering Potion and its formula. Xuanming Iron. Dragon Blood Bamboo. Dragon Blood Amber. Divine Descent Finger Bone. Blessing Talisman, Tautai Divine Bane Scale. 310 Divine Fragments, Frenzy Thunder Sword Technique. 1 Tier 2 Grade 1 Divine Ability Scroll, 2 Special Occupation Transfer Books, 1 Tier 2 Grade 2 Divine Ability Scroll, 1 Special Cultivation Orb. Vassal Deities, Twilight Snow, Hound Spirit, Desert Death God. Fang Xiang Village 1,962 square meters. Population, 153. Worshippers, Casual Believers 11, Ordinary Believers 23, Devoted Believers 89, Fanatical Believers 30. Distinctive trait, unwavering faith. Those lacking conviction have long been lost in the vast lands of the Divine Ruins. Special products, none. Reserves, Cured Meat, Salt, Silent Lava or Mystic Iron or Vortex Spirit Cultivation Technique, Fireflow Rock. First Tier Inferior Divine Artifacts, Arrows, Shields, Mo Dao. Blood Rage Body Tempering Technique. White Sugar, Super Sweet Beats. Radium Uranium Oregon 7-fold Blazing Heaven Covering Robes, 1 Phantom Light Sword, 3 Phantom Light Arrows. Ice Crystal Jade Oregon Blood Rage Body Tempering Technique. Hematite Oregon. 1 fragment of the 9 Heavens Mystic Void. Collect 9 fragments to forge the 9 Heavens Mystic Void Body. Mystic Een Golden Elixir. Promotion requirements. When fanatics exceed 50 among followers and total followers surpass 300, the Chaos Divine Path Special Trial will be unlocked. Surveying the list of items, Fang Xiang felt immense satisfaction. Fang Xiang retrieved 310 Divine Essence Fragments, preparing to first acquire the Divine Authority. Fang Xiang opened the map, where a line of text appeared. Consume 310 Divine Essence Fragments. Under the Dragon Host Priest's ritual, fuse the fragments to obtain special divine authority matching the Chaos Divine Path. Note, the more fragments consumed, the higher the rank of divine authority obtained. Fang Xiang's heart leapt with joy. This map truly offered a unique path to divine authority. At that moment, Li Changsheng, Yi Woming, and Xinyan also returned to Fang Xiang Village. Seeing them return unharmed, Wang Yuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. A message then popped up in the chat area. As the top 10 rankings for Divine Mansions have been finalized, the top 10 Divine Mansion points holders will each receive 1 opportunity to enter the Divine Mansion Mall, where points can be exchanged for rewards. Chapter 171, Chaotic Delight. This announcement instantly intensified the jealousy within Tai and the others. Points. So they had such immense value. Alas, they had none left. Fang Xiang and the others immediately entered the Divine Residence Mall. But upon seeing the items inside, they felt their breath catch. Because everything inside was ridiculously expensive. Any single item cost 1,000 points. Mushue could only choose the Special Occupation Random Summoning card. The Desert Reaper did the same. After all, their points were limited. Their options were severely limited. Fang Xiang, however, possessed a whopping 109,000 points, naturally granting him far more options. Fang Xiang immediately located the Divine Fragment, only to discover it cost 100 points per piece. Expensive. But Fang Xiang exchanged all his points for divine fragment pieces without hesitation. He intended to elevate his divine authority rank to the highest possible level. The sooner he obtained divine authority, the better. Because divine authority can be continuously enhanced. The path to advancement, however, is arduous. Therefore, the earlier one awakens divine authority, the greater the probability of future advancement. The likelihood of awakening a divine name and ascending to the rank of a true god increases, allowing one to journey further. Moreover, the dark forest grows ever more perilous. Fang Xiang must enhance his combat strength without delay. 1,900 divine essence fragments secured. Combined with the previous 310 fragments, this totals 2,210 divine essence shards. Such a vast quantity of divine fragments is sufficient for 22 divine realms to attain divine authority. Yet Fang Xiang found it insufficient. Fang Xiang immediately transmitted a divine message to Wang Yuan, prepare to commence the ritual. Wang Yuan promptly donned the divine Nuwa mask, gathering Fang Xiang village and Dog God village together to prepare for the ritual. Under the crimson glow of the bonfire, Wang Yuan began to perform the mysterious and eerie new dance. The crimson flames cast eerie patterns across his mask, while the drumbeats of the new dance made the sand grains shimmer and dance. The divine new mask was carved with one marvelous character and totem after another. Wang Yuan moved with soft steps, his body slightly bowed. He was praying. Mysterious incantations flowed from his lips, each peculiar syllable soaring into the air. As his sacrificial incantations flowed forth, the surrounding devotees chanted in unison, praising the name of the Fang Xiang god. The immense power of their faith, channeled through Wang Yuan's ritual dance, coalesced into a dragon of devotion that slowly infused the Fang Xiang statue. Divine Body Realm. Fang Xiang's primordial chaos divine ring greedily absorbed this faith energy, channeling it into the 2,210 divine essence fragments. In an instant, the 2,210 divine essence fragments began to fuse, transforming into streams of ancient, mysterious divine power that sank into the chaos divine ring. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. The chaos divine ring burst into brilliant light. In that moment, it finally transformed into a true divine essence. The divine essence radiated dazzling divine might. An aura of sanctity, majesty, and overwhelming might filled the entire space. Yet beneath this divine might, Wang Yuan's form grew increasingly ethereal. His new dance flowed with ever greater fluidity, brimming with an ancient, mystical beauty. The incantations from his mouth grew more urgent, deepening the reverence on the faces of Fang Xiang village's people. More and more devotional willpower rose, sinking into the chaos divine ring and accelerating the fusion of the divine fragment. For any other deity, without the assistance of the dragon residing priest, fusing such a colossal fragment of divine essence would be utterly impossible. Even if they could, the sheer power of such a massive divine essence would tear them apart. But Fang Xiang was different. He walked the path of the chaos divine way, possessing extraordinary inclusiveness. The divine halo trembled. Circles of ripples spread outward, undulating like waves. Divine radiance surged, enveloping Wang Yuan and the others in a warm embrace. In this moment, the villagers of Fang Xiang village and Inugami village bathed together in divine grace. The faith levels of Fang Xiang village's people began to skyrocket. 5 fanatical believers emerged immediately. Some even unlocked new professions. And Lan gazed at the door to the Alaya consciousness within his sea of consciousness and murmured softly, I have finally awakened. Profession farmer? And Lan froze. He had expected to become a combat class, dominating the battlefield. After all, he was a prodigy in physical cultivation. Through his own cultivation, he had already mastered the first tier of the fierce blood body tempering technique. And he hadn't even awakened a profession yet. But reality delivered a brutal punch. Had he been refining his physique just to become a better farmer? Divine grace showered down, the grey divine radiance growing ever more solid and potent, causing everyone's faith levels and ranks to rise. And this was merely the beginning. Fang Xiang's chaos divine ring slowly rose, floating into the air and beginning to spin ceaselessly. Its rotation accelerated, the chaotic divine power growing denser and more tangible, resembling a grey nebula of primordial chaos. In that instant, the chaos divine ring advanced, transforming into the chaos nebula. And Fang Xiang awakened his divine authority chaos delight. In the midst of supreme ecstasy, he brought chaos to all things in the world, ultimately returning them to the void of nothingness. The instant Fang Xiang awakened his divine authority, a pure smile blossomed on the faces of all his followers. This was the result of the divine influence of their revered god. Each face bore a joy that sprang from the depths of their being. In this moment, the divine blessing descended upon their heads. All sensed that, in the unseen realms, something was altering their destinies. Their futures were no longer ordinary, they had become bright and smooth paths. Praise be to our Lord, the greatest being in all creation. All things shall bow before your feet. An elderly man knelt prostrate on the ground, worshipping with profound devotion. His body began to swell, muscles bulging and bones cracking like a living volcano erupting, containing the power to destroy all. Before the astonished crowd, his form rapidly transformed, culminating in a colossal figure whose every muscle bulged with primal power. He had awakened his class, the fist class.
A single divine blessing had awakened 2 practitioners, one of whom was a support class farmer, an unexpected stroke of good fortune.
Fang Xiang felt his newly acquired authority, savoring it carefully.
Divine authority, grade 1 chaotic delight, your followers shall possess the power to manipulate minds. Every word and deed shall influence the souls of others, ultimately altering their faith and turning them into your servants. This was the follower's skill of the chaos divine essence.
Ha! Fang Xiang was utterly delighted.
Divine authority is divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the highest and the 9th rank the lowest.
His immense expenditure of divine essence fragments was well worth it. With such authority, wouldn't he be able to leverage his divine status to gain even more followers?
Moreover, he was currently only a high-rank wild god, unable to unleash the full might of this divine authority. Once he ascended to a special grade wild god, this divine authority would reveal its full, formidable might.
Fang Xiang's eyes narrowed.
This time, I truly need to add a batch of followers. He pondered, beginning to strategize how to expand his following. Xiao Fan and his group were quite suitable. Once he subdued them, he would head to the Xiao family and force both the main family and their affiliated factions into submission. He now possessed the strength to expand outward.
Chapter 172, Building the Temple.
To make Xiao Fan and the others his followers, Fang Shuwei transmitted a divine command to Wang Yuan, bring Xiao Fan and the others out.
Wang Yuan, yes, sir. Xian Iron Prison.
Xiao Fan and the others were forcibly brought out by Li Changsheng and Yi Wuming. Having been cut off from the outside world for so long, Xiao Fan, Xiao Zhantian, and the others were deathly pale.
Staring directly into Fang Xiang's divine radiance, their pupils contracted sharply, the light unbearably glaring.
Tears even welled up in their eyes.
Lord Fang Xiang, what exactly do you want?
Xiao Fan stared directly at the divine statue of Fang Xiang and demanded loudly.
But in the next instant, an inexplicable divine might descended.
Xiao Fan felt as though his very soul was being crushed. His knees buckled, and he fell to his knees before the statue of Fang Xiang. Xiao Fan stared at the statue in sheer terror.
How could it have grown so terrifying in such a short time? Divine authority? Xiao Zhantian sensed the villager's transformation, his heart pounding wildly. You, a high-ranking wild god, actually wield divine authority? That is a power only divine beings of rank have a chance to comprehend. Xiao Fan exclaimed in disbelief, Father, have you gone mad in there? How could he possibly wield divine authority? Xiao Zhantian stared intently at Li Changsheng and the others, clearly sensing the aura of divine authority emanating from every believer in Fangxiang village. It was identical to that divine being's followers. This was the true power of a ranked divine entity. Even the followers gained a trace of divine authority, their power surging dramatically. The only unknown was what exactly Fang Xiangjuan's divine authority entailed. Wearing the divine new mask, Wang Yuan spoke calmly, you now have the chance to renounce darkness and embrace the light. You should thank the great Lord Fangxiang, it is his mercy that grants you this opportunity to live. Pa! Xiao Fan remained defiant despite his kneeling posture. To think we'd submit? You're delusional. Is that so? Li Changsheng's smile held a hint of amusement. Your faith level has already dropped to 10 points.
If it falls any further, you'll transform from fanatical devotees into loyal followers.
How much longer do you think you can hold out?
Before Xiao Fan could respond, Wang Yuan activated the power of the divine new mask.
Redemption. Wang Yuan leapt into the new dance. Since becoming the dragon host priest, his abilities had already received a massive boost.
Now, empowered by Fangxiang's divine authority and the chaos of ecstasy, the redemption ability grew even more formidable.
Wang Yuan chanted in a low voice, impure entities, retreat into the eternal night. Let the divine fire consume all traces of filth.
As Wang Yuan invoked the ritual incantation amidst the new dance, a great divine flame descended upon Xiao Fan and his companions. Xiao Fan and the others immediately felt a searing pain pierce their hearts, their very souls twisted by this force. In that instant, their faith began to plummet rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it plummeted below 10 points, turning him into a devoted believer.
Is this the effect of Fang Xiangyuan's divine authority? Can his power manipulate hearts and alter faith levels?
Redemption through the new dance and ritual chants, it heals and purifies tainted beings, constantly influencing heretics to shake their faith and draw them closer to revering the divine.
Now, Wang Yuan amplified the force, expanding the scope of redemption to envelop every villager of Fangxiang village.
In that instant, faces across the crowd contorted with fervent devotion.
Kneeling on the ground, they chanted the name of the Fangxiang deity. Great sovereign, we are your most faithful and fervent servants.
May your divine radiance endure eternally. May your kingdom come swiftly. Having just received divine grace, the villagers were at their peak state of devotion.
Now, with the effects of redemption, their faith surged dramatically. Immediately, 3 individuals became fanatical believers. Not only that, but Yi Wuming and the others, whose faith had already increased slightly due to the divine grace, saw it surge again thanks to Wang Yuan's salvation. The greatest increases were seen in Ji Longyue, Jinyan, Yi Qingquang, and others.
Ji Longyue and Jinyan both pushed their faith levels up to 15 points.
Such results left Xiao Tian and others from Inugami village visibly envious. Wang Yuan's ability was something every deity coveted. Too powerful. Xiao Fan and the others' faith levels continued to decline.
Only when it plummeted to 5 points did the decline finally halt. Xiao Fan's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that if Wang Yuan performed another act of redemption, their faith would likely plummet to 0, and they would no longer be followers of the Azure Phoenix God. In the future, when Fang Xiang bestowed divine blessings upon them and conducted another ritual, they would become his devotees. Yet despite knowing all this, they were powerless to change it.
Suppress them. Wang Yuan commanded coldly.
Immediately, men stepped forward, subduing the group and locking them away in the black iron prison.
That evening, the village celebrated. Fang Xiang village invited several highly respected elders from Dog God village to a feast.
It was announced that a shrine would be built to venerate Fang Xiang.
A deity demanding a temple? What an honor! How could they refuse?
A shrine could gather more devotional energy, a good thing. And the one tasked with designing the shrine was naturally Ji Longyue. As a mechanical engineer, Ji Longyue planned to construct the entire temple as a mechanical fortress, both offensive and defensive. She planned to first use mechanical puppets and crossbow arrows to fortify the entire temple into an impregnable stronghold. Once completed, she would then harness the power of faith to transform it into a true sanctuary. The construction team did not interfere. Ji Longyue possessed exceptional theoretical knowledge and innate talent in mechanics and technology. She was the true expert in this field.
Specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. Amateurs need not interfere.
To boost efficiency, Fang Xiang also assigned Chen Erdu to work alongside Ji Longyue.
Fang Xiangjuan's unconditional trust deeply moved Ji Longyue.
Meanwhile, Fang Xiang must focus on how to elevate his own abilities. Given the perils of the Dark Forest, Fang Xiang must swiftly ascend to the rank of Special Grade Wild God. But ascending to a Special Grade Wild God was no easy feat, requiring vast quantities of special divine materials. Moreover, after ascending to a Special Grade Wild God, one could accommodate greater faith wish power, resulting in a substantial increase in strength.
His current divine power ceiling was far too low.
300 points may seem substantial, but his current number of fanatical followers has already reached 30.
Wang Yuan's devotion is the highest, already reaching 42.
Each day, Fang Xiang can accumulate at least 10 points of divine power. This means his divine power could reach its maximum limit in less than a month.
To progress further, he must advance.
The requirements for advancement demand vast numbers of fanatical followers and believers.
Fang Xiang village lacks sufficient manpower and must seek followers elsewhere.
However, it is not yet dawn. This matter cannot be rushed.
Haste makes waste. Fang Xiang turned his gaze toward the special cultivation technique orb. This artifact could unlock special cultivation techniques for his followers. He was filled with anticipation. Fang Xiang activated the artifact.
A flash of gray divine light erupted, followed by countless gray characters weaving together before his eyes.
Finally, the characters coalesced into a single ancient scroll bound in human skin. With a flick of his thoughts, Fang Xiang comprehended the cultivation technique, the mystic scripture of life. Rooted in yin and yang, harnessing the power of creation to awaken the true self. After reading it through, Fang Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, "How marvelous!"
This cultivation technique can actually enhance both the speed and quality of reproduction. Moreover, each cultivation session strengthens the practitioner's power.
Fang Xiang immediately bestowed this cultivation technique upon Fang Xiang village. Boom! Chapter 173, The Mysteries of Life.
Upon the altar, a vast gray divine radiance flared, instantly causing an ancient, mysterious human skin scroll to float above it.
A majestic divine voice echoed down from the heavens, "This cultivation technique is a gift from this sovereign. Cultivated diligently. We thank Lord Fang Xiang for his bounty." The villagers of Fang Xiang village knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude to Lord Fang Xiang. The dog god village folk watched with envy and resentment.
Lord Fang Xiang bestowed a wealth of treasures upon his followers.
Techniques, divine artifacts, potions. Each one a treasure beyond compare. But what about Inugami? Seemed to treat them like sheep.
Many began to feel resentful, their devotion steadily waning.
Some even began wishing they were followers of Fang Xiang instead.
Compounded by their prior exposure to Fang Xiang's divine grace and Wang Yuan's redemptive influence. This caused their faith levels to plummet to that of ordinary believers. Xiao Tian watched all this unfold, his heart racing with concern. Yet, he could only fret helplessly.
He could do nothing. Wang Yuan approached the altar and unrolled the human skin scroll.
The moment he saw the text and vivid illustrations within, his face flushed crimson. Noticing the strange look in Wang Yuan's eyes, Li Changqing took the scroll.
The mystic scripture of life? Excellent.
What a remarkable technique.
Li Changqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With this technique, they could rapidly expand their population.
Li Changqing immediately began teaching the technique to everyone, aiming to increase Fang Xiang village's population as much as possible.
Just as everyone was cultivating the mystic scripture of life, Fang Xiang transmitted a divine voice to Enlan, "Child, come to the altar." Upon hearing the divine voice, Enlan's face lit up with profound delight. Was Lord Fang Xiang calling for him? In that instant, Enlan felt as if he were soaring to the heavens, overcome with excitement. He hurried over, knelt before Fang Xiang, and prayed with utmost devotion. Fang Xiang's voice carried a hint of warmth. "Child, I have a mission to entrust to you. Are you willing?" These words stunned Enlan. He looked up at the statue of Fang Xiang. The statue of Fang Xiang was solemn and sacred, towering and majestic. Enlan felt his heart begin to pound wildly. Lord Fang Xiang was entrusting him with a mission? What an immense honor! Originally, he thought that having awakened the farmer profession meant he'd never earn Fang Xiangjuan's favor. "I'm willing. I'm willing." Enlan agreed with trembling excitement. "Very well. Today, I shall reveal to you the seed of inheritance left by one of our distant ancestors." Fang Xiang's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a profound depth that drew one in, making it hard to break free. The seed of inheritance? Enlan never imagined Fang Xiangjuan would entrust him with an ancestral legacy seed from the time of their forebears. In that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow immensely. Could it be this farmer profession was actually incredibly powerful? The next moment, Fang Xiang handed tomato and potato seeds to Enlan. Truth be told, he'd long wanted to grow these vegetables. After all, if these vegetables grew under the divine radiance's protection, they would surely possess special effects. Moreover, for a human child to grow up healthy, a balanced array of nutrients was essential. Nutritional balance was crucial. Boosting intelligence is difficult, but lowering it is as easy as pie. Feeding infants rice porridge daily can lead to malnutrition and incomplete brain development. This is precisely why, on Earth, many modern children already stand 1.8 meters tall by elementary school age. This is all thanks to the guarantee of sufficient nutrition. In ancient times, those with high IQs were mostly from wealthy families. At the very least, they came from humble backgrounds. Even if poor, they ensured access to breast milk. Otherwise, they would struggle to achieve much in adulthood. The reason is that children lacking essential nutrients generally have lower IQs than those who develop normally. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, these are humanity's fundamental needs. Without food security, how can practitioners cultivate physical refinement techniques? The blood-boiling body tempering technique requires abundant vital energy to master. It's not just practitioners, ordinary people also need to grow stronger to fulfill greater roles. Therefore, in Fang Xiang's view, the food supply must be secured. Enlan stared at the potato and tomato seeds on the altar, completely dumbfounded. These ordinary-looking items, could they truly be the seeds of inheritance? But they were given to him by Lord Fang Xiang, there could be no mistake. Enlan carefully tucked the seeds away. "Great Lord, I will tend these seeds diligently, nurturing them until they take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit." Fang Xiang, very good. If you need anything, just go straight to Wang Yuan. Yes. Enlan nodded, then carried the seeds to an open patch of land, beginning to ponder how to plant them. Fang Xiang opened Enlan's personal panel. Follower, Enlan. Deity, Fang Xiang. Race, human. Faith level, 15 zealot. Occupation, farmer supporting occupation. Force, 10. Level, 1. Lifespan, 70. Skills, plant affinity, possesses an extraordinary affinity with plants, able to sense their condition. Growth acceleration, can enhance the growth rate of plants. Side swing, swings a scythe to cut down weeds. It must be said that Enlan possesses exceptional talent. Starting with 3 skills right off the bat. Both plant affinity and growth acceleration are essential right now, allowing seeds to sprout quickly. As for side swing, that skill is also quite useful. However, Enlan's level is too low, so the skill effects are mediocre. At that moment, Fang Xiang noticed a plus sign appear next to Enlan's skills on the map. It seemed upgradable. Is this unique to Enlan, or do others have it too? Fang Xiang quickly opened Wang Yuan's personal panel. Follower, Wang Yuan. Race, human. Deity, Fang Xiang. Faith level, 42 fanatic. Level, 10. Force, 120. Lifespan, 110. Hidden special profession, dragon-dwelling priest. Class ability, divination 10 use, 7-day cooldown. New dance 5 use, cooldown, 1 day. Sacrifice 10 use, significantly strengthens the spiritual bond between devotees and the revered deity through invocations, increases faith, and allows the priest to preside over the deity's ascension ritual, enhancing its effects. Cooldown, 1 month. Divine servant strengthens the spiritual bond between the shaman and the revered deity, greatly enhancing the deity's blessings upon the shaman, reducing divine power consumption, and enabling the use of divine voice with the deity at no cost. Soul ascension guides deceased devotees back into the revered deity's embrace, summoning them to fight for the deity. Dragon host spirit command hear the heavens through the shaman's bones, command all spirits with invocations. Contract your natal star spirit to fight for you. Item, Divine Nua Mask. Wang Yuan's interface shows no plus sign. What are the requirements to unlock this? Is it only available after class change or something else? Fang Xiang tapped the plus sign, revealing a line of text. Use divine blessing to upgrade this skill with the special rune, growth. Growth? Fang Xiang didn't seem to possess this special rune.
But at that moment, a cluster of runes drifted out from within the Xinyan. It was none other than the power from the fire-offered three-eyed lotus. Evidently, the fire-offering three-eyed lotus possessed an exceptionally high compatibility with Enlon, granting him the potential for advancement.
Chapter 174, Plant Manipulation.
If we implant the fire-offering three-eyed lotus into Enlan's body, using her as the field and divine blessings as nourishment, perhaps we can make the fire-offering three-eyed lotus grow even stronger. Then we'll have more fire-offering three-eyed lotus to use in the future, paving the way for sustainable development. Fang Xiang immediately activated divine blessing, extracting the fire-offering three-eyed lotus and merging it into Enlan's dantian to aid her leveling. Under the divine powers enhancement, Enlan's plant affinity unexpectedly advanced to plant manipulation. Instantly, Enlan felt a profound closeness to the surrounding plants.
He could even sense their emotions.
I seem to be able to command plants, Enlan murmured to himself.
He tentatively reached out to touch a vine.
The vine swayed its branches, as if responding to him.
Anlin touched two other trees and received responses from both.
I really can control plants.
I can manipulate them.
Ha ha ha.
Enlan was ecstatic. He was so moved he began to cry.
The farmer profession's skills weren't particularly powerful. But now, his plant affinity had transformed into plant manipulation. That was a whole different story.
Plant manipulation was a skill exclusive to plant masters' specialized professionals. And then,
Enlan gazed inward at his dantian and discovered a demonic crimson lotus blooming within him, radiating a terrifying aura of power. This was the fire-offering three-eyed lotus. It had actually evolved a second bud. In time, it might even become a twin-petaled lotus. Such a rare treasure was incredibly precious, something one could only hope to encounter by chance. Who would have thought that Fang Xiang would plant it within him, solely to grant him the skill of plant manipulation?
How could such an honor not move him to the core?
Enlan knelt prostrate on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears as he choked out, "Great Lord, your servant is willing to walk through fire and water, to sacrifice everything for you."
In Fang Xiangjuan's vision, Enlan's devotion level surged instantly from 15 points to 20.
Such a significant leap forward brought Fang Xiang great satisfaction. All that divine energy expended to help Anlin grow had not been in vain. Enlan had now advanced to level 3 and began sowing tomato and potato seeds. Under the effect of the growth acceleration skill, the tomato and potato seeds sprouted within an hour. The emerald green sprouts gleamed like jade, brimming with vitality.
The future looked promising. The next day,
beneath a gray sky, pale sunlight pierced the heavy darkness, casting a faint, dim light upon the earth.
Fang Xiang immediately dispatched teams led by Jinyan, Yiwoming, and Li Changxing to head toward Blackwater Village.
Their mission was to systematically capture the villages north of Blackwater Village and gather followers. As a precaution, Fang Xiang extracted a petal from the fire-offering three-eyed lotus within Enlan and infused it into Jinyan's body.
This was to aid him in fully activating the Phoenix bloodline and completing his ancestral regression.
Chaotic divine power enveloped Jinyan as the petal of the fire-offering three-eyed lotus fused into his brow. Instantly, a dazzling golden radiance blossomed, making Jinyan appear like a celestial war god descended to the mortal realm.
Yi Woming and Li Changshang, standing beside Jinyan, were jolted awake. Witnessing the transformation, their faces paled with shock. Jinyan's aura grew ever more formidable, as if a single casual strike could obliterate all existence.
Roar! Jinyan suddenly bellowed, his body rapidly swelling to several times its original size. Scales covered his form, horns sprouted from his head, and his claws sharpened like daggers. A crimson streak across his forehead made him look especially eerie.
Immortal flames blazed upon its body.
A single flutter of its enormous, ornate wings sent the temperature of the entire space soaring. Whoosh! The fiend gently exhaled a ball of undead flame, which landed upon the mountain of black iron ore. In an instant, the ore began to glow crimson. Within the span of a single incense stick, they had already begun to melt. Yi Woming and Li Changsheng exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. What kind of monster was this? The temperature of this flame rivals that of a smelting furnace.
Remember, this is black iron ore. If even mystic iron couldn't withstand the Jinyan, then weapons forged from it. Fang Xiang eagerly tapped open the Zhanyan's interface.
Worshipper, Zhanyan.
Deity, Fang Xiang.
Faith level, 15. Race, undead Jinyan mythical beast from classic of mountains and seas, special monster, possesses a trace of Phoenix bloodline.
Level, 29.
Force, 350.
Lifespan, 1500. Skills, 7-headed enchantment, nightmare mirage, 7 slaughter yellow springs, dragon flame. Thunderfall, fear demonization, nirvana. Undying fire. Special passive skill near death clone.
Activates when near death, allowing the creature to replicate an opponent's damage dealing skill.
Cooldown, 1 month.
The nightmare has directly transformed into an undying nightmare.
Blessed by divine power, the ogre's faith has surged to 15 points. Moreover, its lifespan now reaches a staggering 1,500 years. Wang Yuan roared with laughter. Congratulations, Zhang Yan. You've activated your bloodline and officially transformed into an undead Zhang Yan. The undying Zhang Yan let out a long, exhilarated howl. Li Changsheng smiled warmly. Zhang Yan is now a level 29 powerhouse. Given its unique nature, it can challenge monsters up to level 36, the king of monsters. Now we have the means to protect ourselves in the dark forest. The group's spirit soared, and they immediately set out according to Fang Xiangjuan's divine decree. The group heading to Blackwater Village included the professionals, the Nightmare, Yi Woming, Li Changsheng, Li Baxian, and Xiao Tian. The other adventurers remained behind in Fangxiang Village to work. Building a temple was a massive undertaking. Ji Longwei and Chen Erge were indispensable. Yi Qingquang and the others assisted with the labor. Wang Yuan needed to remain stationed in Fangxiang Village to handle any contingencies. Wang Yuan was the most powerful believer after Fangxiang's divine descent. With 42 faith points, bolstered by the Dragon Host Priest and the Divine New Masks enhancements, Fangxiang could easily overpower most divine manifestations of special great wild gods. Such a crucial figure could not be allowed to wander freely. Should anyone attack Fangxiang Village, there would be defenses in place. Should Ji Wuming and his group encounter misfortune, Fangxiang Village would retain the potential to rise again. Northern Dark Forest, at the edge of the Night Ruins. So this is the Great Wasteland Island. It's so barren, no wonder they call it the Land of Desolation. The youth, clad in simple hemp garments, walked across the sandy terrain, a wooden staff engraved with ancient divine runes in hand. An orphan whose parents had passed away, he endured constant scorn. Though young, he was resilient and wise beyond his years. Fortunately, in his darkest hour, he encountered his master. He learned farming from his master and now prepared to cultivate this barren, desolate land. He would make the dark forest yield crops. No matter what, he must never forget his master's dying words. No matter how arduous or exhausting the task, he must fulfill the mission his master entrusted to him. Gazing toward the dark forest, the youth murmured to himself, as my master said, the dark forest was formed from the fall of a fifth-rank divine temple. Within lies an inheritance seed possessing unimaginable power. Before attaining godhood, this deity received aid from a farmer practitioner. The fusion of divine authority with the farmer's profession means only a farmer practitioner can claim this seed of inheritance. Once I obtain that seed of inheritance, I will surely avenge my master. The youth's features were exquisitely painted, his delicate beauty surpassing even that of women. Go for it, cabbage. You can make cabbage the strongest vegetable in the world. The youth clutched cabbage seeds in his hand, striding forward with eyes brimming with hope. Upon his back rested a massive egg. This egg, of unknown origin, somehow deterred the surrounding monsters from attacking him. Of course, the monsters weren't afraid of the cabbage, they feared what lay within the eggshell. Chapter 175, The Undying Nightmare. A woo! Woo! Suddenly, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. The youth looked up and saw hundreds of vicious blood moon wolves bursting from the distant grasses. Their eyes glowed green as they fixated on him with ravenous stares. No wonder they're the wolves of the wasteland, they're huge. Cabbage exclaimed in awe, but he didn't linger. Instead, he quickened his pace. Blackwater Village. Blackwater God gazed upon Yi Wuming and his companions who had traveled far to reach him, his mood light and cheerful. This signaled that Fang Xiangjuan had acknowledged their alliance. Though minor friction had existed between them before, after sensing a trace of divine authority emanating from Yi Wuming and his companions, any desire for revenge had completely vanished. After all, Fang Xiangjuan was merely a high-ranking wild god who had awakened divine authority. He understood all too well what this signified. He had no idea how Fang Xiangjuan had achieved it, but the other was now far beyond his ability to oppose. The Black Water God couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had signed a peace treaty with Fang Xiangjuan back then. Otherwise, with Yi Wuming and his group now attacking his domain, he would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, the Black Water God gazed at the terrifying specter in the sky and sighed deeply. This one was a heavyweight indeed. A level 28 mountain sea beast, bearing a trace of phoenix blood. If Fang Xiang were to possess it and manifest as a divine being, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful it would become. No way could he provoke it. Therefore, the Black Water God treated the people of Fangxiang Village and the Dog God Village with great courtesy. Though Blackwater Village no longer posed a threat to Fangxiang Village, Li Changsheng maintained his politeness and caution. They touched none of Blackwater Village's water or food. After resting well, they set out at dawn the next day to carry out the divine decree of Lord Fangxiang. Thanks to the blessing talisman obtained in the Guishu secret realm, Li Changsheng could hear Fang Xiangjuan's divine decree even from afar. Otherwise, without Wang Yuan accompanying them, they would have to rely solely on themselves. However, the blessing talismans could only be used 3 times per day. Including the one within the Xinyan's body, they had only 6 uses total. Therefore, they must use them with utmost caution. Fortunately, last night Fang Xiangjuan had already appeared in Li Changsheng's dream. He had relayed information about the villages surrounding Blackwater Village. Thus, they were already aware of the dangers in Blackwater Village. Fangxiang Village. Fang Xiang opened the map to check Li Changqing's current situation. On the map, Li Changqing led his group, skillfully avoiding vicious monsters along the way, and smoothly reached an earthen mound outside the village. Standing atop the hill, Li Changqing gazed across the Blackwater River toward the dense forest on the opposite bank. This was the source of the Blackwater River and one of the most perilous regions within the Dark Forest. Within the Dark Forest, besides all manner of ferocious beasts and mutated monsters, there also existed some exceptionally powerful special monsters. These unique creatures were often exceptionally powerful. Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed, shattering branches. Immediately after, a colossal creature charged forward at breakneck speed. Its entire body was covered in snow-white fur, translucent and shimmering with a faint golden glow, as if forged from silver. Its eyes blazed with fury and bloodlust. Its claws and fangs gleamed with a cold, icy light, sharp and fierce. What is that? The Silver Lion King. Li Changqing was slightly startled. The Silver Lion King was a unique beast. Its entire coat resembled silver, emitting a soft, luminous sheen. Its strength was immense, its speed astonishing, and its power intensely focused. The Silver Lion King? Many such beasts dwell in the depths of the Blackwater River, but their fur is usually pale white. This one is pure silver all over. Could it be? Xiao Tian's eyes widened instantly. Did it receive the call of some dark god during the Black Fall Rain? Xiao Tian's conjecture was correct. This Silver Lion King had indeed received the blessing of a dark god. However, after receiving the dark god's blessing, the Silver Lion King did not awaken. Instead, it lay dormant in the deepest recesses of the dark forest. Now, this slumbering Silver Lion King awoke. It charged toward Blackwater Village, seemingly sensing the villagers of Fang Xiang Village. Its eyes blazed crimson, filled with intense hatred. This is bad. It's been corrupted by some divine power and has gone mad. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately warned everyone. Roar! The Silver Lion King charged forward at full speed. Its massive frame made evading its charge utterly impossible. Everyone raised their bows and arrows, aiming at the Silver Lion King. Whoosh! Arrows flew toward the Silver Lion King. Thud, 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 thud. A series of dull thuds. Every arrow was deflected, and several even shattered upon impact, failing to scratch the Silver Lion King's fur. That beast actually blocked our arrows. The group gasped in horror. These were black iron arrows. Even without infused magic, any ordinary monster struck by them would die instantly. Yet the Silver Lion King's body was as resilient as black iron itself, leaving not a single mark. Li Changqing's expression grew grave. This monster is level 35. Only an undying nightmare can stand against it. We must return to Blackwater Village. Blackwater Village was protected by the Blackwater deity. No matter how enraged the Silver Lion King grew, it could not harm them. Everyone retreat immediately. The Silver Lion King had clearly entered a frenzied state. Seeing the group flee, it roared furiously and unleashed a torrent of white flames from its maw. The white flames swept across the sky, turning the surrounding area into a molten furnace, a sight of unimaginable terror. The crowd was horrified. At the critical moment, the undying nightmare struck. Boom! The undying nightmare opened its maw, spewing forth a jet of black flame that collided with the white inferno. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse, as countless streaks of light burst forth. The two destructive flames intertwined and clashed in the void, unleashing an apocalyptic aura. The trees of the dark forest were scorched, reduced to ashes. While the undying nightmare let out a low growl, sucking in the white flame with its mouth before lunging once more at the Silver Lion King. The Silver Lion King was so terrified it nearly lost its soul, snapping out of its frenzy and scrambling to flee. It turned and darted into the forest, vanishing swiftly. The undying nightmare pursued, and soon, the two clashed once more, causing waves of terrifying energy to surge from the forest. Hiss! What kind of monster is that? Terrifying. That? Could it be the legendary undying nightmare? How could such a powerful monster exist in our dark forest? The sentient beasts were horrified beyond words, scattering in all directions, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. The battle between the undying nightmare and the Silver Lion King left everyone speechless, utterly stunned. This dark forest grows ever more terrifying. Though the black fallen rain has ceased these past days, what if it returns? Li Changqing's gaze darkened. A mere Silver Lion King possesses such power. And surely, the depths of the Blackwater River harbor countless other formidable beasts. Fortunately, we have the undying nightmare on our side. Before long, the undying nightmare returned. It carried the Silver Lion King's corpse in its jaws. Though the Silver Lion King was massive, it appeared miniature compared to the seven-headed, nine-tailed undying Yama. With the ghoul's protection, Li Changqing and his companions found their journey to investigate the villagers much easier. Guided by Fang Xiang, they arrived at the first village, Dawnbreak Village. This settlement was built deep within the dark forest. It housed hundreds of villagers, men and women, old and young. Yet their expressions were uniformly blank and numb. Are these the believers? Li Changqing murmured. His eagle-like gaze swept over the crowd. Every believer in this village was an ordinary person. Yet within them all lay the divine essence of the dark god. Such people, in the dark forest, were the ones enslaved and exploited by the dark gods. Their lifespans would not exceed 10 years. Chapter 176, Corruption by the Evil God. Let's go. Let's go check the village. The group set off. The villagers' expressions remained blank. Upon seeing Fang Xiang and the others, they flashed expressions of surprise, as if sensing something. Then, their faces twisted in agony and struggle. The demonic god's essence within them is awakening. The dark star power within Yi Wuming seemed to sense something, his expression abruptly changing. Quickly deal with these people. Don't let them fully awaken, or things will turn disastrous. Understood. Li Changsheng immediately unleashed his chain arrows. Drawing his great bow taut, he fired a volley of arrows. Thunderous flashes erupted, paralyzing every villager in the settlement. The villagers, utterly powerless to resist, fell one after another. The remaining villagers' eyes gradually regained clarity, yet the divine essence within them still churned violently, as if striving to break free from their mortal shells and surge outward. No! The crowd gasped in horror. Sure enough, blood red flared in their eyes as their minds completely lost all reason. They roared and lunged toward Li Changsheng and his companions. The undead specter charged forward, its massive jaws snapping open as a black mist engulfed the air, enveloping all the villagers. From the dark forest came heart-wrenching screams. Through the black mist, the group heard the villagers' death throes, wails of agony, sorrow, and despair. These people are unconscious, yet that sliver of the demon god's divine essence remains undimmed. Yi Wuming's eyes darkened with gravity. This village was not one protected by the divine, but rather fodder raised by the dark deities. It differed greatly from ordinary villages. Ordinary villages cultivated their own strength, gradually growing larger before offering themselves to the deities. But this village had become nothing more than a hunting ground for the deities, specifically cultivated to harvest the power of faith. Now, these villagers, already corrupted by the dark god, had been further eroded by the black fall rain, gradually transforming into monstrous beings. Li Changxing frowned and said, since the dark god can control its followers, it must also know about the black falling rain. It's hard to predict what terrifying monsters it might send. Beyond the dark god, the dark forest also harbors tombs, burial mounds, and caves of fallen ancient deities. We might encounter even more terrifying things. What should we do then? Xiao Tian's eyes flickered with worry. They had assumed the presence of the undying nightmare would make this mission relatively straightforward. Unexpectedly, this mission has become extraordinarily perilous. The slightest lapse in caution could mean death. If the power of the dark god within these villagers fully awakens, it will be a major disaster. The group's faces paled. Fear not, for the honorable master is with us. Li Changxing suddenly spoke up. As long as we follow the honorable master's guidance, we shall all find salvation. Li Changxing's eyes burned with fervent devotion as he prayed, Great Lord Fang Xiang, please guide us on the path ahead. Through the map, Fang Xiang had already discerned that these villagers were on the verge of transforming into monsters. But with his divine radiance protecting them, nothing posed a problem. He only needed to bring these villagers back to Fang Xiang village. However, Fang Xiang village was far too distant. The duration of the gray day was too brief. Now Li Changxing and his companions wouldn't have time to make it back. It would be better to leave them in Heishui village. With the divine light of the Blackwater god protecting them, they should be safe. Have the undying nightmare bind these people and bring them back to Heishui village? Yes. Li Changxing nodded and immediately conveyed Fang Xiang's divine decree to the undying nightmare. The undying specter spat forth chains forged from flames, binding and restraining the group. The undying fiend had weakened the flame's potency, ensuring they wouldn't kill the villagers. Nevertheless, to be absolutely certain, Li Changxing also secured the villagers with chains of mystical iron before preparing to lead them back to Blackwater village. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. At the center of Morning Light Village, a hideous and grotesque divine statue suddenly awoke. Its eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of crimson vertical pupils filled with cold, bloodthirsty intent. Its entire body was pitch black, resembling a demon. Its entire form began to swell, transforming into flesh and blood. Ha! The crowd gasped in horror. The statue had actually come to life. Roar! It bellowed, suddenly extending its claws to strike at Li Changxing and the others. You're asking for death. The undying nightmare roared, slamming its claw down and sending the pitch-black demonic statue flying. Is this an avatar of the dark god? The crowd recoiled in shock, scattering backward. Evil gods are formed from divine consciousness, already possessing divine authority. This one likely belongs to the shadow divine authority path within the dark god path. Li Changxing's eyes darkened. Everyone retreat. Though not the main entity, it's still a manifestation of the evil god, possessing 36th tier combat power. Only the undying nightmare can oppose it. Hearing this, the group instantly fled with the bound villagers. Only the undying nightmare stood facing the Shadow Dance Divine statue. The Shadow Dance Divine statue's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, radiating an unsettling aura. Roar! Roar! Woo! It emitted a peculiar roar. Boom! In an instant, black mist churned and surged in from all directions. This scene made Li Changqing's heart skip a beat. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, as if he and his companions would be reduced to ashes in the next second. Immortal nightmare, hold it down! Li Changqing shouted urgently. Swish! The undying nightmare flickered and charged directly behind the Shadow Dance divine statue. Though the Shadow Dance idol moved swiftly, it was ultimately merely a creation left behind by the dark god, hardly more powerful than the undying fiend. Moreover, the undying fiend's 4 fangs were now covered in divine artifacts. Phantom light. Clones. The undying fiend unleashed its clone, joining in the assault to tear into Shadow Dance Yem. Roar! The Shadow Dance statue erupted in fury. Its form suddenly doubled in height, transforming into a colossal 5-meter-tall entity. Moreover, a ghostly blue divine flame ignited upon its body, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. This is bad. It's the true flame of the dark god. It can scorch souls. I feel my soul being scorched. Retreat quickly. Several dog god villagers paled and scrambled to take cover. Li Changqing's expression turned grim. You retreat. Now, they could only hurry back to Blackwater Village. They must harness the power of the Blackwater god to suppress these demonic forces. As the group fled, the battle between the undying nightmare and the shadow dancer Yem grew increasingly savage. This was primal combat, each strike capable of shattering mountains. Boom! The undying specter let out a furious roar. Its magnificent wings, ablaze with the fire of immortality, flared as it charged toward Shadow Dance Yem. Rumble! The air around it trembled, whipping up fierce gales. The undying fiend was a mountain sea beast, possessing a thread of chaos divine power from Fang Xiang, power sufficient to crush the might of a demon god of equal realm. Monstrous beast! Shadow Dance Yem snorted coldly, eyes locked on the undying fiend. Suddenly, terrifying divine radiance erupted from him as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The void shattered, air warped, and a terrifying, overwhelming wave of energy swept forth. Countless chaotic shadows swirled, coalescing into a dense forest of razor-sharp blades that pierced the void, slashing toward the undying nightmare. Roar! The undying fiend roared in alarm, preparing to unleash its feared demon transformation to withstand the swarm of shadows. Snap! Yet, the moment it raised its hand to defend, a thick tail swept across, lashing against its skull. Splatter! Blood spattered. The undead nightmare was sent flying backward. It crashed through a patch of trees, smashing into the rocky mountainside, utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Shadow Dance Yem stood suspended mid-air, its crimson ice cold as ice, gazing down upon the undead nightmare. The undead specter roared with fury, crawling back up from the earth, charging once more towards Shadow Dance Yem. Boom! It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of boundless undead flames that engulfed the surrounding area. This was undead fire, the most potent flame mastered by the undead fiend, possessing terrifying incinerating power. Roar! Shadow Dance Yem roared, unleashing a barrage of shadows. These shadows seemed to be manifestations of some ancient being, possessing extraordinary divine power. Boom! 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 The undying flame and the shadowy forms intertwined, colliding relentlessly. Boom! Suddenly, a shadow tore through the defenses and slammed into Li Changqing. Moving with blinding speed, the shadow left Li Changqing no time to react. A dull thud echoed as a heavy blow struck his chest.